Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The narrative of the story takes place right in the night city, while the plot states that someone said that there is no easy and beautiful death. A car was driving right along the road at great speed. The man in the helmet was suddenly frightened when he saw her. A moment later, the car crashed directly into the scooter. Immediately after that, an accident occurred. The red medallion flew to the side along with the debris. A man in an orange jacket fell directly to the ground. After everything that happened, the car quickly left the scene. A bloodied man remained lying right on the road. He moved his hand with the last of his strength. The guy in the orange jacket, looking straight ahead, wondered if he was going to die, and if his life was normal. Remembering how he was riding right down the road on his scooter, the boy reflected that his life was more than ordinary, and he graduated from the university. In the region he has been preparing for the exam for a civil servant of the 9th degree, and now he is 33 years old, and he works part-time in express delivery. Visualizing the image of his mother with a saucepan in her hands, the protagonist reasoned that she did everything to provide for her good-for-nothing son, and was an insurance agent, a nurse for the elderly, opened her own eatery, a flower shop, and after the death of her father, she paid for his studies and financially supported him all these years. Imagining a posthumous photo of a woman in his head, the guy in the orange jacket realized that all that was left of her were debts, and so she suffered all her life, and last year she died of pancreatic cancer. Bleeding from the accident, the protagonist wondered if she would be proud of him if he took and died there, and if he was good for nothing, he was everything to her. At the same moment, the guy in the orange jacket noticed an unknown glow in the front. Seeing him, the protagonist was extremely surprised. At the same time, he realized that it was the same red medallion that had flown aside. Looking directly at him, the guy in the orange jacket noticed that this was all that was left of his father. Immediately after that, the protagonist began to move forward with the last of his strength. He slowly crawled straight to the locket, thinking that there was nothing of value in his life. The guy in the orange jacket was conscious with the last of his strength, and realized that only this thing was important to him. At the same moment, he was stretching his hand directly towards the locket. Right before losing consciousness, he managed to grab an artifact. At the same time, the red medallion sparkled sharply. It exuded a huge amount of color while in the protagonist's hand. A moment later, a soul flew down at a tremendous speed. She possessed directly into the body of a guy with black hair who was lying on the bed. His soul penetrated right into his head. A moment later, the unknown man opened his eyes abruptly. Looking around in surprise, the black-haired guy asked why he was still alive when he had just been dying. At the same moment, he grabbed his head from severe pain. Then memories of the life he had lived arose in his head. Looking dumbfounded straight ahead, Cho Wai remembered his name. The woman standing in front stated that her son had finally woken up. The man, looking down, asked how he felt. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Wai paused for a moment and said that it was fine, except for the headache. Spreading his hands to the sides, the father stated that he had been lying and moaning for 3 days, so now he feels relieved. At the same moment, the boy grabbed his stomach when he suddenly began to rumble. With a sad expression on her face, the protagonist's mother noticed that he was hungry, because to restore strength he needed at least something to eat. After her words, the man suddenly turned very pale. Standing right in front of her husband, the woman asked if he had any news from his master. At the same moment, with a look full of seriousness, the protagonist mused that if his memories were to be believed, it was about the master of the forge who had obtained the right to the income from salt and iron in Anhui, and he was saying that he would be able to make swords if only he had the general's permission. With a sad sigh, the protagonist's father asked that they were the only ones who were waiting for his return, and we could only hope for the mercy of fate. Being right in front of him, the protagonist's mother asked what the Hua Sword clan was saying. At the same moment, Wai, looking menacingly straight ahead, was thinking that the head of the Hua Sword clan was Hua Xiaomyang, and it was because of him that the workshop was going through a difficult time. Imagining the image of a man in a purple robe in his head, the boy reasoned that he promised to help develop the forge and took 2,000 silver coins for this and deceived them. The man looked sadly directly at his wife and asked her to look after her son, because he needed to leave. The story took place in a small house surrounded by walls. After a while, Wai went straight outside, noting that he woke up, but still did not receive any answer. Visualizing the image of a man working with metal, the boy wondered if all these memories in his head belonged to a man named Wai, and his father, Cho's son, was the master of the forge. Remembering the image of a smiling woman, the protagonist reasoned that he also has a loving and virtuous mother, Ka Gai Young. Imagining a guy honing his punches in his head, Wai thought that there was also an older brother, Cho Hyuk, who dreamed of becoming the strongest warrior. Remembering the girl with a visibly tired look, the boy realized that his younger sister, Cho Young, was in very poor health. Visualizing himself reading books, the protagonist reflected that he had learned all the 1,000 words and analects in 3 months. Imagining a huge number of scrolls and weapons along with medicines, Wai reasoned that some extensive knowledge was popping up in his head, and it did not belong to him. Visualizing the silhouettes of great people in his head, the boy thought that one person could not fit so much knowledge in his head, but the most important thing was the words of the general, which was somewhere very deep in his mind. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, the protagonist reflected that as soon as he thought about this word, he immediately felt anger that could not be contained. Standing right in front of his doorstep, why reasoned that everything around him was turning into chaos, and perhaps it was dimensional movement, and he remembered the pain he felt before he died, and also did not understand why he could not even die normally. Clutching his head, the boy wondered what it was and why it happened. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the protagonist asked what he needed to do to stay alive. With a look full of rage, why wondered if he really needed to become a king, a general, a judge, or even a deity. After all he knew was how to prepare for an exam and earn money wherever he could. Looking away with displeasure, the boy reasoned that all that remained was to become a martial artist, and perhaps there was some master nearby. As he walked past Hyuk practicing with a sword, the protagonist thought that he must know something about martial arts. Why then silently watched him directly. Watching his older brother deftly wield his blade, the boy did not understand why he moved so poorly. As he continued to watch Hyuk practice with a wooden sword, the protagonist mused that the friend who had been swordsman in elementary school was better than him. Looking seriously directly at his older brother, Wai turned to him, and he asked if he felt normal, to which he replied that he was not quite, but he could walk, and wondered where he was taught martial arts. Hyuk suddenly sparkled with joy after hearing this, saying that he learned from his friend Chan, who taught him for a glass in the inn, because he was in military service. Looking ahead with a serious gaze, the boy realized that there was no point in learning such a thing, and asked if he had tried to learn from some martial artist. Very angry at his words, the elder brother asked if he had come to mock, and explained that he had gone everywhere in search of a teacher, and he knew that he had not met anyone strong. Waving his hands at his answer, the protagonist begged for forgiveness and thought that he had even run away from home, saying that he wanted to learn martial arts. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, Wai wondered what it meant that learning from the people of the ancient clans would not be easy. Sighing heavily, Hyuk noticed that he didn't even know that his brother was so stupid, and he was very angry, because he didn't really want to hear such words from him. Imagining a person using fire in his head, the elder brother asked to listen carefully and said that these are legendary personalities who are unlikely to appear in the lives of ordinary people like them. Visualizing images of people handling wind and stone, Hyun added that he had no disembodied hopes that he would ever be able to learn from them. Looking ahead thoughtfully, the boy thought that if even this fool didn't hope for that, then it was really not easy to meet them. Happily pointing his finger directly at himself, the elder brother asked if he had awakened a desire to learn martial arts, and if he wanted to learn from him. Hearing his suggestion, the protagonist waved his hand away, saying that he didn't need to, and let him do it himself. Sighing heavily, Wai said that in stories about heroes, there is always some kind of master from whom the main character learns martial arts, and they are just swindlers. Standing right in the middle of his house, the boy realized that he was very unlucky. Remembering his wounded body after the accident, the protagonist reasoned that he still survived, because he prayed so much not to die, and this is better than death. With a look full of seriousness, Wai stated that from that day on, he would be the heir to the Cho family. Confidently stepping forward, the boy added that this was the only way left for him. The narrative of the story took place right in a huge Chinese city, while Wai reflected that it had been 2 months since he had been there, and the daily routine was simple. Remembering how he cut down trees with an axe, the boy reasoned that in the morning he and his brother went to fetch firewood. Imagining in his head how he was sitting right in front of the stove, the protagonist said that after dinner they made coal. Sometimes they got out to the smithy. Visualizing meeting the red-robed old man, Wai reflected that he would sometimes meet guests who rarely dropped by. The boy remembered the image of a happy father with a bag of money in his hands and reasoned that, fortunately, he got silver, so the problem with food was solved. While tree leaves were flying right in front of the protagonist's house, he did not even know where his father got this money from. Standing right in front of her husband, Yun asked what he had just said. Looking away guiltily, Song explained that he had borrowed 60 pieces of silver. Looking discontentedly straight ahead, the protagonist's mother wondered how he could, which meant that all this money was borrowed. Holding her hand on her chest, the woman asked why he borrowed them and how they would give them back, to which her husband replied that he needed to buy iron, and there was not enough to live, so he borrowed, and now stopped talking about it. Waving her arms to the sides, Yun wondered what enough meant, and stated that if they calculated the interest for the month, they would have to give a leg and an arm to each to pay off this debt. Hearing his words, the protagonist's father gritted his teeth in displeasure. Looking menacingly straight ahead, he asked if she was proposing to starve and die together, since he had also bought this food with that money. After his words, the protagonist's mother silently looked down. As he walked menacingly past his wife, Song said that he would figure it out on his own, so there was no need to worry about it, but now he needed to have dinner as soon as possible. Folding his hands together, Wai knew that the situation was not the best. The boy's house, in which he lived with his family, was in poor condition. All the members of the Cho family ate food while sitting at the table. Holding a bowl of rice in his hands, the protagonist mused that the situation was too tense. At the same moment, Wai looked at the mess in the kitchen. Suddenly, he smelled an unknown smell. Looking away with dissatisfaction, the boy thought that this strange smell was again Looking directly at the kitchen, from which this very unpleasant smell came, the protagonist reasoned that debts are, of course, a problem, but he cannot tolerate this smell, because the house is completely unsanitary. Immediately afterward, his father placed the chopsticks directly on the table. Sighing heavily, Song noticed that he had not eaten so much for a long time. Then the man took a sip of broth directly from the bowl. After that, the protagonist's father made a loud burp. When he was done, Song began to bite his nails. Dumbfounded, Wai was surprised by his father's behavior. At the same moment, with a big smile on her face, Cho told her mother that she had washed her hair for the first time in a month, and she praised her for it. Noticing this, the boy was very dissatisfied, because it is not customary to praise for this, so he cannot get used to everything that is happening. Immediately afterward, the protagonist closed his eyes in displeasure. Suddenly he jumped up from his seat, realizing that this would not work, and first he had to change this house. Going directly to his father, Wai asked if he could get something like coarse wool or hair, and he thought about it. The man in shabby clothes, looking directly at his son, concluded that if only the stubble of a boar and the hunter Emo had a lot of such goods that he would give for free, asking whether to bring it, or to which the boy replied that he would be grateful to him. Immediately after this story, they are transported to the moment when the sun was shining brightly right above the house. A huge bag of fur lay right on the floor. Looking directly at him, Wai noticed that he just wanted to make toothbrushes for the family. Sitting right next to a bag of fur, the boy said that since there was nothing special to do, he would get down to business. Heating the stick and wiping a small hole in it, the protagonist reasoned that there was no need to know special techniques for toothbrushes. Then Wai would shove the wool right into the hole in the stick. When he was done, the boy cut off the excess hair. Looking at the finished product, the protagonist was glad that it turned out. At the same moment, an admiring younger sister came up to him and asked what he was doing. Turning away from her, Wai stated that it was cold there, so she had to go to the room. Hearing this, Yun puffed out her cheeks and was offended. A moment later, the girl was running away from her brother, and he noticed that she was quite curious. Happily looking directly at the finished brush in his hand, the boy was about to continue creating them. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when the sun has already begun to go below the horizon. At the same time, the protagonist finished creating a huge number of toothbrushes. When Song saw them, he asked what they were. At the same time, Wai showed how to properly use a toothbrush on himself, and told him that he needed to brush his teeth with it, and asked his father to try it, and he began to repeat after him. After a moment, the man was extremely dumbfounded. As if immersed in bliss, shrouded in flowers, Song shouted loudly that his mouth was now very fresh. Sparkling with joy after what happened, the boy noticed that it was called a toothbrush, and he did it himself, which surprised his father. Suddenly, the man realized something. Looking directly at the protagonist standing next to him, Song asked that it could be sold, and he replied that judging by his reaction, there would be a lot of demand for it. Confidently moving forward, Wai concluded that it was necessary to go to the market urgently, and his father took the brushes and agreed with him. Immediately after this publication, the stories are transferred to the bazaar in the city. The boy and his father sold brushes right in the street shop, while a huge number of people bought them from them. Toothbrushes were scattered all over the area while people were begging for more. After all that had happened, the protagonist and Song were rejoicing with their hands raised above their heads. Looking directly at his son, the man in tattered clothes stated that in 2 hours they sold 250 brushes, and he explained that for one they took 2 iron coins, and it turned out to be 500 iron coins or 5 silver coins. With a look full of admiration, the protagonist's father noticed that they had earned a lot in 2 hours. Taking his hand aside, Son asked his son if the rosary really needed boar bristles, a wooden stick and glue, and said that it was necessary to urgently buy materials and make more, and he added that they would take the whole family on a turnkey basis, and in 2 weeks they would be able to make about 3,000 brushes. Looking ahead with his joyful gaze, Wai said that if he raised the price a little and sold all 3,000, deducted the payment for the materials, they would earn 80 silver and cover the debt with the remainder. He pointed his finger directly in front of him. Song remarked that this was excellent, and they would sell everything and become rich. Imagining in his head a huge amount of boar bristles, wood and glue, the boy reflected that a wholesale purchase had been made. Remembering the image of his joyful mother, the protagonist reasoned that they acted directly under her command. Visualizing the whole family making toothbrushes, Wai thought they were doing the job together. Imagining a huge number of toothbrushes stacked together, the boy realized that it turned out to be as many as 3,000 pieces. Immediately after that, the stories are transferred 2 weeks later directly to the bazaar of the city. A moment later, Wai and his father were throwing the brushes on the floor in surprise. Song stared straight ahead, dumbfounded, asking what had happened there. An unknown man held out a brush with a pink pattern right in front of him and asked to see how beautiful they were, saying that his wife and daughter also used them. While selling toothbrushes behind his counter, a man in purple robes explained that these toothbrushes removed bad breath while people were begging for them. Holding a yellow toothbrush in his other hand, the seller noticed that there were also children's toothbrushes. The merchant showed customers toothbrushes and concluded that they invented these ones himself, and they are very durable and reliable, so they will last 3 times longer than others, and cost only 1 iron 1. Watching everything that was happening, Y was extremely surprised. Covering his face with his hands, the boy reasoned that intellectual property did not yet exist in those days. Looking away in puzzlement, the protagonist's father asked his son what they would do now. Y said with a frightened look on his face that he wanted to ask, because in 2 weeks he had to pay off the debt, and if they didn't pay it on time, then his hand would be cut off. Trembling with fright, Song couldn't figure out what to do now. Father and son stood silently right in the middle of the market, where everyone was selling toothbrushes for very cheap, and realized that there were only 15 days left to pay off the debt. Standing right in the middle of the courtyard of his house, Y wondered what he should do now. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, the boy thought that as always in these damn stories about time travel, no matter what they took as the main characters, they succeeded. With a puzzled expression on his face, the protagonist thought that perhaps he should invent electricity, but he did not know how, and as for the steam engine, he could not do anything without iron. Then there was only a pistol, from which he tried to shoot, but he did not know how it was made. A moment later, Y heard someone approaching from the side. Right behind him, Yun appeared, asking her brother where the water was, and he asked him not to wash her hair today. Looking at him with dissatisfaction, the younger sister noted that he had said the same thing yesterday. Picking his finger right in his ears, the boy said that she would wash them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, because it would take 2 hours to bring water back and forth. If she wanted, she could go herself. And Yun did not understand what he was talking about at all. At the same moment, their older brother came out of the house, who noticed that the morning was very fresh and beautiful, and asked his younger ones how they slept. Immediately afterward, he would take out his wooden blade. Hyun then began to practice with his sword. He made deft movements with the help of a wooden blade. Watching this puzzled, Y couldn't believe that his head was really blank, and he thought that they would soon be left on the street, and he couldn't even pretend to care about it. At the same time, Yun ran right up to her older brother. Coming closer to him, the girl asked if he thought that the middle brother had changed a lot, and he wondered what it was. With a look full of surprise, the younger sister told me that the last time he had brought the brush materials, how had he been able to time it so accurately, and had not even drunk a sip of tea, but had made the exact number of items. Spreading her hands to the sides, Yun said that it was the first time she had seen a person who worked so fast, and Hyun confirmed that he was also surprised by this. Smiling broadly, the elder brother remarked that he looked like a skilled merchant and asked if their bookworm had also learned to count, and the protagonist wondered if it was so surprising, since in their time anyone could easily multiply and count. Looking straight ahead, Y thought that the people there didn't know the multiplication table. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the boy realized that arithmetic would be a technique for them. At this time, Yun exchanged glances with her older brother and said that he also began to speak differently, and used some difficult words, and he agreed with her, because he also did not understand him lately. At the same time, the protagonist grinned mischievously, realizing that there was nothing to be done, because they had barely mastered the millennium, and he retained the memory of a modern man, Cho Young-hoon. Imagining a huge metropolis in his head, Y reflected that he studied for almost 20 years, from the first grade to the civil servant exam, and lived in a time when you can get any information with the help of a TV and a smartphone. Visualizing the variety of modern gadgets, the boy reasoned that it is only necessary to watch a TV series, a movie, read a book or go to a play to understand human psychology. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the protagonist realized that this was what made his sister surprised by his sudden change in speech. After a moment, Y was extremely dumbfounded when he realized what it meant if the people of this time were compared to him. He would be a genius, and didn't believe that it could be so easy, so he went crazy. At the same moment, the boy fell directly to his knees and pushed his sister away, telling her to move away. Immediately after that, the protagonist began to draw something with a stick and write on the ground. He wrote the words, reflecting that there is not only technology or things in this world. As he continued to furiously write down various words on the ground, Y realized that all the knowledge he had gained in the modern world was missing. At this time, Yun and Hyun watched in surprise and did not understand what he was writing there, because it was the first time they had seen such letters. Deftly wielding a stick in his hands, the boy thought that it was dangerous and beyond his strength. In the end, he circled only one word and thought about the national wealth, microeconomics, the division of labor, and the theory of contracts. Thinking about his head about economics, the protagonist talked about efficiency maximization, effective wage theory, zero-sum play, supply and demand, and behavioral economics. Suddenly he raised his head up. Y declared that he had found the one. Then the narrative of the story is transferred directly to the smithy, when it was already sunset. The father of the boy who forged the metal asked what he had just said. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand right in front of him and asked to give him the forge. Looking at him with displeasure after hearing this, Song asked what kind of nonsense he had been talking since the morning. Sitting right on a stump, Y told him that he had an idea and would like to implement it, which interested the man in the ragged clothes. Sighing heavily, the protagonist's father asked his son to listen to the fact that it is not so easy to manage the forges, and he has little experience, and most importantly, no talent for trading. Folding his hands together, Y asked how many more silver coins he could borrow, and Song was extremely dumbfounded that he would have to borrow more. Abruptly jumping up from his seat from dissatisfaction, the man in ragged clothes called the boy lousy and asked that in 10 days he could cut off his arm, and he wanted him to borrow more. Immediately after his words, the protagonist pointed his finger forward. Continuing to point straight ahead, Y explained that this anvil costs 50 silver, and all the tools with materials will add up to more than 30. With a look full of madness, the boy told me that this forge had already earned a good name for itself thanks to his work, and he could also give them as collateral. At the same moment, Song stared straight ahead, frightened, listening to his son say that if he did so, he would be able to borrow about 300 silver coins. Showing 3 of his fingers, the protagonist noted that it does not matter what the percentage, because if he gives him the money, he will return 3 times more. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after all he had heard, the protagonist's father could not believe that he was asking for the forge and immediately wanted to pawn the tools with the anvil, because she, along with the hammer, was all for the blacksmith, and also asked him to pawn his wife and other children. Swinging his blacksmith's hammer, Song called his son brats, while he added that if he was going to borrow money, it was a good thing, not just a small thing, so he had to ask the merchants, because he had heard that the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild welcomed everyone, and asked if he had contacted them. At the same moment, he was looking straight ahead with an air full of self-confidence. Noticing this, the man in the ragged clothes was a little puzzled and couldn't remember that his son had once been so calm. There was silence right in the forge as the protagonist's father mused that he had become something different after his illness, and these brushes had appeared first, and perhaps he had some kind of plan. As he sat back down in his seat, Song said that the brother who cared so much about his sister would not suggest such a thing for no reason, and asked what his wonderful plan was. Folding his hands together, Y replied that he wanted to establish the first metallurgical plant in Manhwa and make this area the Iron Kingdom of the Cho clan. Looking away in surprise after hearing this, the man in ragged clothes asked about the Iron Kingdom and wondered if he didn't know how things were in the forge, because he himself should understand it better than others. Sitting directly opposite his father, the protagonist said that if the problem was with iron ore, then they would buy ingots, which surprised him greatly. Imagining images of metal ingots in his head, Y thought that these were pieces obtained by removing excess substances from iron ore and quenching steel. Looking straight ahead, Song asked if Leon knew how much the bars were worth, and the boy replied that if the average price was calculated, it would be about 3 silver coins. Placing his hammer directly on the ground, the protagonist's father asked if he really knew and still insisted, noting that the best thing to sell in their forge was an iron plow. Leaning closer to him, Vi told him that it was the best choice for peasants, that is, an ideal tool. Showing 3 of his fingers, the boy said that it was necessary to make every effort to produce these iron plows, and then they would reduce the price of them and other goods by 30%. Stunned, looking straight ahead after all he had heard, Song couldn't believe that he was offering to sell a plow that cost 40 silver coins for 28. With obvious dissatisfaction in his eyes, a man in ragged clothes wondered if he was aware of how difficult it was to make one plow, because this work takes about 2 weeks. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that this is if you take into account the process of extracting steel from iron ore, and did not understand why he got it right, because they are both professionals, and if he works with ingots, he will be able to make a plow in 7 or even 4 days. Very angry after what he heard, the protagonist's father asked him to stop throwing words to the wind and asked if he was offering him to work in the sweat of his brow until he lost his pulse with an anvil in order to earn only some 20 coins, because even lumberjacks get 10 coins a day, and in 4 days they would get 40. At his words, Y sighed heavily. Looking directly at his father, the boy asked what anyone had told him to do that surprised him greatly. Imagining in his head people who are happy about the new meadow, the protagonist said that in this district, or rather, in the whole of Manhwa, there is no forge that sells an iron plow for 28 coins, and when rumors break out, the inhabitants themselves will resort to them. Smiling broadly, Y remarked that it was because they would be able to resell the item for even more expensive, and besides, he was going to make at least 40 of them a day. Looking at him in puzzlement, Song asked if he had lost his mind completely. Suddenly, the boy laughed, explaining that he was very much in his right mind. Immediately after that, the protagonist got up directly from his seat. Pulling the book out of his inner pocket, Y said that he needed to start small and hire 20 people for the first time, and he only needed to train them properly. Imagining in his head a man carrying wood in a basket on his back, the boy said that they needed a charcoal burner first. Visualizing a man heating a blacksmith's furnace, the protagonist asked if he needed to explain anything else. Putting his hand right in front of him, Y concluded that he would be in charge of his training, because each team would have 2 people, and working time was 5 hours in the form of 2 shifts of 4 people. Hearing this, the protagonist's father was simply silent and dissatisfied. Imagining the image of a person who keeps the flame in the furnace, Y said that you also need a firemaker to keep it in the right condition, which will be very difficult. Looking directly at his entries in the book, the boy explained that you can replace each other every hour, so 2 people are enough, and there is also 1 shift of 5 hours and only 4 people, and of course, it will be necessary to control their work until they learn to maintain the temperature themselves. At this time, Song looked away with displeasure. Visualizing a man in his head who was deftly wielding a blacksmith's hammer, Y concluded that the hammer breaker was next, and this was the hardest job, so they would need the most people there. And now they had one anvil, 4 workers in one room, and one team had a 5-hour working time. Pointing his hand forward, the boy noticed that 8 people were needed to work in shifts, and they would become the core of their forge, so he had to train and support them until they gained experience. After hearing everything, the protagonist's father suddenly thought about all this. At the same time, we imagined a person who pours hot metal into a mold, and talked about a foundry worker with whom you will have to work after the hammer breakers. There should be 2 of them in one team with a shift of 6 hours, so 4 people are needed. Smiling broadly, the boy said that he would take care of the sale, announcements and search for buyers himself, because the forge was small, and he could cope alone, and later he would hire more people. When his son finished, the man with the ragged things was extremely delighted. Standing directly in front of his father, the protagonist said that the charcoal burner would receive 8 coins a day, the firemaker 9, the hammer breaker 12, and the foundry worker 11, and soon buyers would be drawn to them, so if he worked non-stop day and night for 12 hours a day, it would take 208 coins or 2 silver coins to pay. After his words, Song began to read all this on his fingers. After showing 2 of his fingers, we said that at first the hammer breaker and the caster would most likely not work so fast due to a lack of skill, so he expects to produce 20 plows each, and they will gradually increase this number. With an air full of madness, the boy added that the preliminary income was 400 iron coins or 4 silver coins, and even after the salary was paid, there would be 2 silver coins, which was 60 silver coins per month, and after deducting the amount of bullion and living expenses, they would put all the profits back into the business and would not stop until they had expanded the forge 20 times. Slamming his book shut, the protagonist finished the story and asked if he could explain everything to him again. After listening to his son, the father was extremely dumbfounded. At the same moment, Y was putting his notes in the inside pocket of his kimono, and thinking that he was speechless from his brilliant presentation and that it was not in vain that he had been watching ads for new products on TV at night. Imagining Song working in the forge in his head, the boy reasoned that in any case, every blacksmith has a soul, and they devote their entire lives to working with iron, and the blacksmith should take care of the whole process. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, the man in the tattered clothes realized that he was now saying that he should distribute these responsibilities and deal only with the crafting process. But for a blacksmith it was acceptable, although 60 silver a month was too much. At this time, Y was seriously staring straight ahead. Leaning closer to his father, the boy told him that if one person began to learn how to make coal, how to light a fire, how to hammer and cast, as he said, it would take a lot of time, but if he gave up the title of blacksmith, everything would be different. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, Song wondered what he could do. A moment later, a man in ragged clothes broke his own tooth from the string. Looking directly at the real son in front of him, the father asked if he was really confident in his abilities. Smiling slightly, Y asked to trust him. Looking straight at him puzzled, Song still agreed to entrust him with the management of the forge. Imagining in his head a huge workshop with workers, the boy reflected on the division of labor and that in the forge of the Cho clan, the system of production that appeared during the Industrial Revolution in England and reached its heyday under Henry Ford began to be embodied. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to the next day in a huge city. The protagonist and his father approached the gate to a rich estate. Looking directly at his feet, Y thought that as soon as he earned money, he would need to buy other shoes, and now his heels hurt a lot. Suddenly, the boy noticed something to the side. Looking directly at his father, the protagonist asked why he was standing there and not entering. Immediately after that, Y confidently walked forward, not understanding what good it was to be a blacksmith when he was a simple man who did not even know how the world worked. Coming closer to the gate, the boy noticed a guard standing near it. Pointing his finger to the side, the red-robed man stated that they were guests of the third master and should go to the queue. Smiling happily after hearing this, the protagonist reasoned that he was a real guard of the Merchant Guild, and immediately saw and understood everything, expressing his gratitude. As he walked right into the line, Y noticed the guard telling him to go inside. At the same moment, an unfortunate man was coming out of the building. Looking menacingly straight at the sad man, the boy understood that, judging by the face with which people come out of there, everything is not so simple. A moment later, the guard shouted that the next one had to pass, which frightened Son. Looking directly at his father, the protagonist told him to stand there, and he immediately agreed. Y would then go straight inside the building. He was standing in front of a man in yellow robes, who was sitting at his workplace. At the same moment, the boy was very surprised. Looking directly at the man in the yellow kimono who was asking how much silver he needed, the protagonist thought that it was Lee Jong-jae. Smiling broadly, Y noticed that his voice had changed immediately, and stated that he needed 300 silver. Hearing this, the third master of the Merchant Guild silently looked down. Waving his hand, he ordered his subordinate to escort him, when suddenly the boy said that he needed only 3 years. With a look full of self-confidence, the protagonist concluded that he would remember this moment and bang his head on the ground, regretting that he had sent him with nothing. Hearing this, Jay suddenly became interested. Waving his hand to the side, Y said that this might be the biggest mistake of his life, which greatly stunned the third master of the merchant guild. With a haughty expression on his face, the boy noticed that he had said everything as it was, and he had just missed his chance to cooperate with a forge that would supply the farmers with the cheapest iron tools. Looking straight at him in puzzlement, Jay wondered if he had come from the Golden Hill Forge or the Great Black Fire. Folding his hands together, the protagonist called out his name and introduced the blacksmith Cho as the middle son, adding that he naturally came as a representative of Cho's forge. Hearing this, the yellow-robed man slammed his hand on the table in displeasure. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Jay asked if he had decided to play a joke game with him, and for him, the name of the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild was nothing. With a calm expression on his face, White told me that he didn't know that his family was far from being the most famous, and he hadn't even hoped that he would approve the deal. Looking at him with displeasure, the third lord of the merchant guild wondered why he had done it back then. Immediately after that, the boy took out a book from behind his inner kimono pocket. Imagining in his head all the things in his father's forge, the protagonist said that as collateral he offered iron tools at the market price, 300 iron plows for 50 silver, 2 large hammers, 2 small hammers, stops with a steel blade, a cast iron frame, 6 pieces, and all this at the lowest price would cost 40 silver. Visualizing the image of the house in which his family lived, Y added that the forge was 220 paon for 40 silver and oak planks 3,000 units, Tai Zedrila 2,000 units, charcoal 300 units, and tree bark 3,000 units. Holding a book with notes in his hands, the boy explained that all this was for 10 silver coins, and the total amount was 150 silver, so they would provide all the goods he indicated as collateral. Looking seriously straight ahead after hearing this, Jay asked where he could get the rest of the 150 silver worth of goods. Putting his hand right in front of him, the protagonist concluded that his father was already under 40, his mother was long over 30, and he and his brother were about 20 years old, so he put their lives as collateral. At the same moment, the yellow-robed man was very surprised when he heard the words about life. Looking ahead seriously, Y explained that it was difficult for him to determine the amount of people on the black market, but considering the price of slaves in the departments, he thought 150 silver would be enough. Looking straight ahead with interest after hearing this, the third master of the merchant guild mused that he wasn't just crazy, it was funny. With a smile on his face, Jay stated that it sounded good. However, everything he had listed as collateral required processing costs, and to begin with, he would send his person to check the goods and count again, and if he couldn't pay on time, it would be a waste of manpower and time, even if they accepted the goods as collateral, especially with regard to the problem of slaves. Pulling his hand aside, the boy said that this was why he was giving him a chance, namely a special opportunity to make a deal with him. Sitting right at his desk, the yellow-robed man asked if he wasn't giving him a chance, and why a deal from some forge was an opportunity for the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild. Placing his notebook directly on his desk, the protagonist explained that all the goods listed there would be given to the guild at a 30% discount. Looking inside, the third lord of the Merchant Guild couldn't believe that the iron plow was only worth 28 silver coins. Looking at Y in front of him, G wondered if he could really provide the goods at that price, and Y replied that he was ready to sign the contract right away. After hearing everything, the yellow-robed man stared straight ahead, puzzled. At this time, the boy sighed heavily. With a look full of confidence, the protagonist stated that if he really refused the deal with him, then he would make the exact same offer of the Dairy Merchant Guild deal. Hearing this, the third master of the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild was very angry. Trying to contain his anger, G wondered if he really wanted to go to a competitor and now wanted to hurt his pride. Immediately afterward, the yellow-robed man turned to General Ha, who immediately listened to the master. Looking menacingly at the red-robed man, the third lord of the Merchant Guild ordered 1,000 silver coins to be prepared, which greatly stunned his subordinate. Looking ahead seriously, Jay remarked that they had to calculate based on the black market price, and he had said that he was pledging his life, which meant that their fate was now in his hands, and it was up to him whether they would be made slaves or not. Pointing his finger at the real Y in front, the yellow-robed man stated that the most important thing was that he did not need any goods as collateral, and if he did not repay the debt, he would buy him himself for 1,000 silver coins. Picking his notebook into the inner pocket of his kimono, the boy replied that this would not happen. After that, the narratives of the story are transferred outside, where the sun was shining brightly. Som walked right behind his son and asked what he was going to do now, to which he asked what was in abundance now. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the man in tattered clothes wondered what was meant by excess. Turning back, Y concluded that there was a lot of manpower now, and as soon as he got back there, he immediately pasted a job notice on the forge door. Opening the entrance gate, the boy was going to see how many people had gathered there. Going outside to a huge crowd, the protagonist stated that they would take turns interviewing. At the same time, his father was extremely dumbfounded that so many people had gathered. Then, they passed inside the Cho family's estate. Looking at the men who talked to each other, Y thought that they didn't take those who talked a lot, because verbosity was dishonest, and they liked to incite others. Looking at the people who could barely stand on their feet, the boy reasoned that they would not take the weak physically, because they simply would not be able to withstand the load of working in the forge. Noticing the guys standing aside, not distinguished by intelligence, the protagonist understood that they would not take stupid ones either, because their sluggishness could interfere with the whole process of work. Talking to each candidate in turn, Y understood that hardworking people were important in any business. Remembering how he himself worked in a store and at a gas station, the boy realized that the experience of studying at the Faculty of Business Administration and part-time work in various fields helped him. Imagining a huge number of different books in his head, the protagonist reflected that the knowledge gained from these materials on doing business, and what he read on the internet, also helped him. At this time, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Standing right in front of a huge crowd of people who had been interviewed, Y was congratulating them that they were now members of their extended family, and that they would be getting acquainted with the work at the forge, so at first they would gather every morning regardless of the shift. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, the boy explained that this was a contract, and asked those who were hired for the position of coal miners to come up. Looking seriously straight ahead, the protagonist explained that they could read it themselves or listen to his explanations, and if they could read, they should take the contract and check what was written in it. Taking the documents in their hands, people were puzzled to study them. Pointing his hand forward, Y said that, as he had already said yesterday, the daily pay of coal miners is 8 coins, and for exceeding working hours there will be a payment of 2 coins per hour, which greatly surprised people. With a big smile on his face, the boy explained that all this meant that they would be paid more. Looking at each other, the men realized that it seemed that they would pay as much as 2 coins per hour if they worked hard. Showing the numbers with his own hands, the protagonist said that every 7th day they could rest, and on such days they would be paid a weekend allowance, and it would be 70% of their salary. That is, they would pay them 6 coins each. At the same moment, the workers were very delighted that they could rest all day because of the weekend allowance. As if radiating light, Y continued to say that they would receive money even if they were not working, because their rest was also important in the work of the forge, and with the help of it, they could maintain their health and work even harder the next day. Hearing this, the men were extremely delighted that they would be paid even for a vacation, and this means that you cannot work a day, but the salary will still be there. Grinning mischievously, the boy said that it was too early to be surprised, because there would be bonuses, and if they made more than 30 plows in a day, they would be paid 50% more. Being right in front of the admiring crowd of people, the protagonist concluded that their daily earnings could be 12 coins. Approaching one of the new workers of the forge, Y noticed that there would also be an opportunity to take time off, and in addition to 1 day off, they could take an additional day off per month, and those who did not use it would receive double pay. As if surrounded by a huge number of beautiful flowers, the boy said that there is also a vacation after a year of work, and the one who will work for a whole year, without missing, next year will have the opportunity to rest for 5 days in a row, and of course, this weekend can be used, or you can go to work, and the pay, of course, will be double. After everything they heard, people were extremely outraged and could not believe everything that was happening. Imagining workers who get paid for their time, we reflected that they could not but be surprised, because the modern wage system has come a long way of trial and error before becoming a pillar of capitalism. Observing the new workers of the forge standing in front of him, the boy announced that he would also tell in detail what was written in the contract of the firemaker, the hammer breaker, and the foundry man. Pointing his finger up, the protagonist said that in return, they should not tell outsiders about how the work in their forge was going, not even relatives, and if they violated this condition, they would be immediately fired, because it would be easy to find out, and there was no shortage of labor. Immediately after that, the men began to rejoice, saying that they would never tell anyone, and asked not to worry about it and to give them work as soon as possible. He pointed with his hand at his father, who was standing next to him, and Y explained that it was impossible to work for the time being, and the coal miners had to follow him, and the rest of them should stay there to get training. Smiling broadly, the boy noticed that there was no need to worry about the salary, because they would be paid a day's allowance for training alone. At the same moment, the angry crowd began to raise their hands in the air and shout that they would do anything for Cho's forge, and there was no place like it anywhere else. The protagonist watched his new employees with an arrogant expression on his face. They set to work in the smithy. With his mouth wide open, Song declared that the mill should not stop, and asked if it was possible to stir coal in this way at all. Spreading his hands to the sides, the man in torn clothes told not to turn away from the fire, because it was burning, which should be felt by the whole body, with which the subordinate agreed. Furiously towering right above the workers of the forge, the protagonist's father told that if you knock like this, there will only be a crash, and you cannot hit the hammer with different force each time, because it must hit with the same interval and the same force of the blow, not understanding how many times to repeat to him, to which the person replied that he would take it into account and would try. Then, with a sparkling expression on his face, Song said that the main task of a foundry worker is to cast the desired mold with the least number of castings, and he was right to remove the handle from the mold, because wood can be used for this, and it is only necessary to teach him one, and he already understands everything. The guy in the bandage scratched his head, puzzled, noticing that he was exaggerating. At this time, Y watched everything from the sidelines, who was glad that the place was making masters out of them. Approaching his father, the boy asked to listen to him and asked if he could spare him a minute, to which he asked what had happened. Looking to the side, the protagonist stated that they could see that everything was ready now, and asked if they could already start the manufacturing process. Dissatisfied, the man in torn clothes explained that nothing would work, because they could not do anything when they could not do anything, because the quality of the goods of their forge should be at the highest level, and his son asked that he did not explain everything in detail, that it was only necessary to achieve 70% of the initial quality. Looking menacingly directly at him, Song concluded that with their hands it would not even be 50%. Dumbfounded, looking directly at his father, Y asked if he knew about the salary, since it was already the 20th day, and if he was going to spend the entire 1,000 silver on the workers' salaries. With a visibly worried look on his face, the boy added that they had paid off the debt, and if they deducted the payment for the bars, they would only be able to hold out on this money for 10 days, because the money was very quickly spent on workers' salaries, lunches, and daily expenses, so now it was time to make decisions. Showing 3 fingers, the protagonist's father concluded that he needed to wait another 3 days, and during this time he would try to make them at least a little like blacksmiths. Looking after his departing parent, Y noticed that he had said the same thing a few days ago, and now was the last chance, and he agreed with it. At this time, clouds were floating in the sky outside. Then the narrative of the story takes, and after 3 days directly to the forge of the Cho family. The blacksmiths inside worked tirelessly. The man fanned the fire of the stove with great speed. Foundry workers poured red-hot metal directly into the molds. At this time, other children beat the blanks to the desired shape. Standing directly behind his son, Song looked around dumbfounded and didn't understand how he had thought of this, because now his forge had amazing efficiency. Imagining in his head how he was carrying firewood, the man in torn clothes thought that he had been doing this all his life alone. Visualizing himself working with the furnace, the protagonist reasoned that he mined coal, lit the furnace, endured pain and worked. Remembering how to shape the workpiece with a hammer, Song reflected that it took him 4 days to make a large plow. Realizing all this, the man in the tattered clothes was extremely astonished. At the same moment, the workers of the forge came right up to him, who showed the finished plow. Tapping on it with a small hammer, Y noticed that he looked good. Suddenly, the boy looked at his father, who was clearly drooping, in surprise. Bursting into tears, Song asked for his 40th birthday to be returned. Spreading his hands in surprise, the protagonist did not understand what he was talking about, while his father explained that he should have told him about this method of work earlier. Smiling broadly, his son told me that it was never too late to make things right, even now. As the man in his tattered clothes continued to cry with sadness, Y added that if it was too late, he should say so. Suddenly looking to the side, the boy tried to distract his father, noticing that it was somehow empty. Looking at the foundry workers standing aside, Song confirmed that they were standing idle. Pointing his hand to the side, the protagonist concluded that it was necessary to buy 2 to 3 more anvils as soon as possible, and at the same time hire more hammer breakers. Imagining a huge number of plows in his head, Y reflected that on that day they did not work in 2 shifts and made 22 goods, and in less than 4 days they had already made as many as 100. Immediately after this train, they are transported directly to the forge of the Cho family 6 months later. A huge number of hammer breakers were working inside. The sounds of forging could be heard right on the grounds of the estate. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to an expensive shop. There Y chose new shoes for himself. Dressed in expensive clothes, the boy noticed that even popular brands from his world could not be compared with this. At the same moment, an unknown man entered the office directly. Looking happily straight ahead, the boy greeted the manager. Smiling broadly, Lee Young-song, the manager of Cho's forge, told the master that he was holding today's report in his hands. Reading the information on a piece of paper, the protagonist noticed that, as he thought, Decengak showed the best result today, and the manager noticed that he helped many people, but their master still had a lot to learn. Continuing to study the report carefully, Y stated that skill meant a lot, but there was a problem of willpower, and Decengak still needed more subsidies, so more praise should be given to the workers in Sozengak. Imagining in his head the people who put up the poles, the boy thought that he had reorganized the forge and divided it into 3 departments, and Decengak produced large iron plows, iron gates, iron poles and all kinds of large goods, and the workers there were the main staff. Visualizing people working with different tools, the protagonist reasoned that shovels and sickles, hoes, rakes and other small agricultural tools were hired in Sozengak, as well as new workers were hired there. Recalling the workers who assembled the carts, Y said that the Gisengak premises produced safes, locks, wagons, stirrups, iron wheels and other high-tech products, and it was a new department, so they invested a lot of money there. Looking directly at the manager of the smithy, the boy asked if anything else had happened, and he replied that he would mean it, and there was also a guest whom he would be glad to have. Looking happily directly at the man with the mustache, the protagonist assumed that it seemed that his named brother had arrived and asked if he was in the guest room, and Li Young replied that he had arrived about 2 hours ago and was waiting for his work to finish. Hearing this, Y ran forward and stated that it should have been reported immediately. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story is transferred directly to the guest house of Cho Manor. Inside was Jay, who was drinking tea. As if sparkling with joy, the boy came up to him and greeted him, and he also greeted him. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that he still felt bad inside from the wine that they sang 3 days ago, and asked that he was not going to finish him off. Raising his hand to his mouth, the yellow-robed man noticed that he, too, had not yet recovered from that day and had just stopped by to see him before returning to the Merchant Guild. When Y sat down in his seat, he said that he used to pretend to be strong himself. Hearing this, the third master of the Merchant Guild explained with a confused expression on his face that it was just that alcohol was not suitable for him, and next time he would drink it. He stretched out his hand forward. The boy asked to give him the promised money. Looking directly at the protagonist with displeasure, Jane noticed that their score was 4-4, and this was not the end, so it was not too early to rejoice, and did not understand why he called him senior and what kind of prefix it was, to which he received the answer that there was someone with that name. Hearing this, the yellow-robed man looked at Y in surprise as he counted the money. The narrative of the story then shifts directly to the Cho family's forge. Looking seriously straight ahead, the third gentleman of the Merchant Guild asked if he had made a decision about guardianship. With a look full of indifference, the boy noticed that he wanted to think a little more. Looking straight ahead in surprise after what he had heard, Jay explained that taking things seriously was good, but there was no time, and the fire dragon couldn't cover him forever either. Pointing his hand forward, the yellow-robed man said that no matter how much he cared about secrecy, everyone had long known that only Cho's forge could sell iron goods at such a low price. Looking seriously straight ahead, the third master of the Merchant Guild added that he had been supplying his goods to the whole of Anhui for 6 months, and no matter how careful he was, they were sending several hundred carts a month back and forth, so if a person was not a fool, it was impossible not to guess that it was Cho who produced all these goods. After listening to him, Y looked away in puzzlement. With a serious expression on his face, Jay shouted that even if he only looked at the gate of the expanded forge, he could guess that things were going uphill, and asked what he would do if one of the bosses came there. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the yellow-robed man stated that it would be a matter of time before the forge disappeared, and even he might get in trouble from supplying him with steel. Smiling broadly after everything he had heard, the boy noticed that nothing had happened in all this time. Very angry after such an answer, the third master of the Merchant Guild asked if he was really such a simpleton or pretended not to understand. After all, until now, they had just been watching their Merchant Guild, but there was a limit to that too, and he simply did not know how strict these bosses were. Looking confidently straight ahead, the protagonist replied that he just had to continue to cover him. Immediately afterward, he pulled out his notebook. Seeing this, Jay gritted his teeth in displeasure and couldn't believe that he had any notes again. Opening the book, Y remarked that as he had said, there were just various rumors, and 7 days ago he had looked into the Daejin Merchant Guild and yesterday the Dairy Guild, and in general, they found out about his interests and gave him a pair of silk shoes. With a smug grin on his face, the boy said that the conditions there were not bad and offered a deal for 80% of the price, although, of course, this is not a small amount, and most likely they will use outside forces to control the situation, like him. Snatching the book directly from his hands, the man in yellow clothes said that he was very surprised. Placing it directly on the table, the third master of the Merchant Guild asked that there could be human relations based only on profit, and emotions were also important. With a puzzled expression on his face, Jay added that he didn't have long to use the services. After all, the problem wasn't just the bosses, and it had been a month since the merchants had banded together and protested in front of his guild. Pointing his finger directly in front of him, the man in yellow robes declared that they would soon get to him, because their lives depended on it. Folding his hands together after hearing this, Y remarked that if this was the problem, then he had his own way. Sitting back down in displeasure, the third master of the Merchant Guild asked what he had come up with again, to which the boy replied that he would soon find out for himself, and it would be better to solve the problem with the supply of iron as soon as possible. Pointing his hand forward, Jay told him that the best way was to follow Master Pan, but he didn't think he would be easy to accept the supply of iron, so he needed to find a way to contact him as soon as possible. Looking confidently straight ahead, the protagonist asked how much he thought he received from Cho's forge. Then, Y's voice reverberated through the meeting room, saying that he didn't even know, and perhaps 600 silver or 60 gold. Hearing this, the yellow-robed man was extremely dumbfounded, because even in their merchant guild, there were only a few that brought in a similar income of 60 gold. Looking sharply to the side, the boy noticed that all problems with the bosses were solved with the help of regular payments, that is, with the help of bribes, and therefore he was not afraid of the bosses. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist added that he was afraid of others who tried to interfere with their work. Imagining the image of a man on a horse in his head, Y explained that even the state leaders were afraid of them, and they were free from all laws, because this group had gone through fire and water and perfectly shared resentment and gratitude, as well as their enemies. Hearing this, The third master of the merchant guild was greatly frightened when the boy said that it was about Kanho. Bringing his hand directly to the cup of tea, the protagonist stated that this was why he made his decision. Then he dipped his finger directly into the water. After that, Y began to draw something right on the table. Looking forward with his smug gaze, the boy told them that this group consisted of the disciples of the imperial generals, and their very name already instilled fear in the wicked, and they were the heads of the 5 great clans that had always been at the top of the strongest warriors. Hearing this, Jay asked if he was talking about them. Having written the name with water right on the table, the protagonist stated that everything was correct. With a mad look, Y explained that he had decided that the king of Anhui would be his patron. Imagining the territory of the huge clan in his mind, the boy said that there was a great sword master in the southern palace of the Namdun Great Clan. Visualizing a man raising a blade above his head, the protagonist concluded that this is the best great sword of Middle-earth in the world. After his words, a chair fell directly to the floor with a crash. Shaking with fear, the yellow-robed man asked if he really thought he could succeed. The narrative of the story is transferred directly to a huge city a few days before the meeting with the official. Right in the center of Anhui, Jiangbang district, several people were arguing with each other. Approaching the man, Y asked what had happened, and he said that there was some kind of fight there. A man in a red kimono swung his blade, declaring that he did not understand anything at all, and in this case, it was proposed to fight, and the winner would win the dispute. Surprised by everything that was happening, the boy could not believe that they were really fighting. At the same moment, both cultivators pushed directly off the ground. After a moment, they crossed their blades. The red-robed man made several swings of his sword. At this time, his opponent deftly dodged and was about to make a counterattack. Looking admiringly straight ahead, the protagonist declared that these people were real masters and asked where they were from. The men standing right in front of him whispered to each other that the one holding the sword was called Ho-Wan Moon, and he was quite a well-known warrior in these parts, but not a master at all, and the other was called Sa Geometry Hui, who was also not a martial artist. At the same moment, the warrior abruptly pushed off the ground with his feet. Looking straight ahead, Y wondered if they were still saying they weren't masters. Gam's sword in the air directly above his opponent, and was about to strike. A moment later, Wan dodged and found himself directly behind his opponent's back. At the same time, the blade moved forward with great speed. The red-robed man was extremely frightened when the tip of the sword was right in front of him. At the same moment, a stone flew into the sword. Noticing the deviations of the blade, the warriors were extremely dumbfounded. Looking away with displeasure, the man with the bandage asked who he was. The stranger took a step forward, noticing that as soon as he was distracted for a second, all sorts of bugs like them crawled out. A man in a blue kimono with a look full of seriousness told these pathetic creatures to get out of there. Noticing him, the warriors were very frightened and immediately agreed. A moment later, they were running away from the square. At this time, Y watched the scene with his mouth open. With an admiring expression on his face, the boy noticed that this man was very cool, and he thought that after this incident, he had decided that he definitely needed the support of the Namdong clan. Immediately after that, the narratives of the story are transported directly to the events of the present in the home of the Cho family. Sitting directly opposite his friend, the boy asked if he remembered the day when he first came to see him, and he remarked that he would never forget it. Lowering his gaze down, the protagonist said that it was true, and even for him everything turned out unexpectedly, and to be honest, then he could only give him promises, but in spite of everything, he was lent money. Smiling broadly, Jay explained that if he went back now, he would give him not 1,000, but 10,000 silver. Looking happily straight ahead, Y stated that this time he would take a risk and bet on the Namgun clan, and there was always a silver lining, because they would definitely not kill him. Looking sharply to the side, the yellow-robed man remarked that this was true, because he had been able to raise the forge to its feet without a single penny, and if everything worked out and he had a patron, then he should not forget about him. A moment later, Jay would get up from his seat and say that he would go, and if something happened, he would send him a message. Bowing after his departing friend, the protagonist wished him all the best and asked him to be careful, and he thanked him. Then, the manager of the forge came directly to Y and announced that the owner had arrived. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy asked if he was talking about his father. Immediately after this molestation, the stories are transferred directly to the main body of Cho Manor. Sitting right on the floor, the protagonist wondered why he suddenly asked him to change clothes. At the same moment, someone came into the room. Seeing this, Y greeted his father. Holding an unknown purple box in his hands, Song asked him to sit and not get up. Lowering his gaze down after what he heard, the boy agreed. Putting his hand right in front of him, the protagonist asked what was going on and why he was behaving this way. At the same moment, his father placed the box directly on the floor and explained that he himself did not know since when this thing began to be passed down in their family, and perhaps it belonged to their ancestor Cho Myungyak, but this is just speculation. With a look full of seriousness, Song said that he did remember the instructions of his ancestors to give it to a clan representative, and that he had decided to give it to him today. Closing his eyes, the protagonist's father said that no matter what anyone says, he raised their lineage to its feet, so he is the one who leads the family. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, Y asked why he was saying that, since it was all thanks to him. Immediately afterward, Song placed his hand directly on the purple box. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist's father stated that as a member of the 22nd generation of the Cho clan, he proclaimed that he was giving this heavenly bloodstone to his middle son. Hearing this, the boy with a surprised look did not say anything. Recalling a moment in his past life when his father gave him a locket, the protagonist suggested that he seemed to have seen such a scene somewhere. As he opened the purple box, Wai mused that his father had given him a ruby artifact in a previous life. At the same moment, the boy saw a bloody medallion lying right inside the box. At the same time, Song said with a look full of seriousness that he should always wear it around his neck until he passed it on to the next member of the clan. And this was the calling of the one who received the heavenly bloodstone. After his words, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. Imagining himself in his mind in his past life and the present, Wai thought that this locket was the treasure of the Cho clan, and it was also a family jewel in their family, which meant that he had transmigrated into the body of his ancient ancestor. At the same moment, an unknown sound began to emanate directly from the bloodstone. After a moment, he began to exude violet-red energy, and unknown voices said that it seemed that this guy already knew the power of the stone, and there was no doubt that if he had such a strong aura, then he was a great person. Noticing that some kind of harmony had arisen, and wondering how this was possible and how he could appear in this life, because if he knew the power of the stone, it must be sealed within it. Hearing this, Wai was very frightened. Looking at his frightened son, the father asked what was wrong with him, and he replied that this stone was speaking. At the same moment, a bright light began to spread even more strongly from the box, and unknown voices asked if he could hear them and how it was possible, declaring that they could talk to this descendant. Getting up directly from the floor, Song said that he also once had a strange dream when he looked at this stone for a long time, and it is an unusual object, so you always need to keep your soul clean. When the front door closed, the boy continued to stare straight ahead. At this time, the bloodstone was lying right in the box and did not make a sound. A moment later, an ancestor appeared and asked what his name was. Putting his hand on his chest, Wai called out his name and explained that he could speak because he was fine. With a serious expression on his face, the ancestor remarked that if he could hear their voice, then his energy was similar to that of their descendants, and asked why he couldn't see the thread. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, the boy asked what kind of thread it was. Imagining in his head the image of the protagonist, from whom a huge amount of energy emanates in different directions, the old man said that the one who was chosen by the stone and gave him his blessing receives abilities, but in return he links his fate with the stone with the help of a thread, and when he finishes his days on earth, his soul is in the power of the stone, but he does not see such a thread. Sitting directly in front of the artifact box, Wai asked about the blessing of the stone and if he could gain abilities. The ancestor stared menacingly straight ahead, saying that everything was correct, and he had to learn some skills, otherwise how to explain that his energy was similar to the energy of their descendants. Directing his serious gaze forward, the boy wondered what ability he was talking about. Visualizing the image of a swordsman, the old man said that it depended on what he wanted, and if he wanted to be a warrior, he would get a body that was in harmony with the heavens. Imagining a person holding a brush in his hand, the ancestor explained that if he was one of those who were used to holding a brush in his hands, he would be endowed with a brilliant mind to make plans. Remembering the man who led the army, the ancestor added that if he dreamed of becoming a king, he would have a keen eye that could see through everyone. Visualizing an old man using seals in his head, the spirit told him that if he was looking for revelation, he would be struck by lightning so that he could find a great path. Looking straight ahead in surprise after all he had heard, Wai said that he had not been given any of the things he had listed, and mused that if he had a gift, he would not have suffered so much in the forge. At the same moment, red energy was released directly from the bloodstone, and a voice sounded, asking what he had just said. Pointing his finger directly in front of him, the old man said that this was nonsense, and there was no need to lie, because he must have been given something, otherwise it was impossible to explain his strong aura. After his words, the protagonist suddenly remembered something. Imagining himself holding the locket in his hand at the moment of his death, Wai wondered if there was something strange. Remembering how he examined himself, lying in bed in a new body, the boy reasoned that after he died due to an accident, he woke up in the past in the body of another person, and perhaps it was all thanks to that stone. Gritting his teeth in fright, the protagonist wondered if they could be told that he had been reborn in the past. Leaning a little closer to the box, Wai said that to be honest, there was something strange, but he wasn't sure if it was because of the stone, and he also wanted to say that it was his secret that he was afraid of. Suddenly, a man with blue eyes appeared out of nowhere and asked if he didn't trust them, because they were his distant ancestors, and he was just a dear descendant for them, nothing more, nothing less. Putting his hand directly in front of him, the old man added that moreover, they only existed in the form of spirits, and they had neither the strength nor the desire to interfere in the physical world, and asked how they could harm it. Lowering his frightened gaze down, the protagonist asked if they were really his ancestors. At the same moment, other people appeared right behind the blue-eyed man, and he said that it was all true, because the stone was only passed down in this clan from generation to generation, and he was responsible for his clan in this generation, so they couldn't wish him bad. Listening to all this, Y continued to grit his teeth in fear. A moment later, the boy with a look full of confidence declared that he had been reborn. At the same moment, the spirits of the ancestors were extremely dumbfounded, saying that this could not be. The red-eyed old man suddenly laughed, saying that after all, the heavens did not allow him to overstep their will. Continuing to laugh loudly, his mouth wide open, the ancestor declared that he would remain a man who thought only of his own benefit, and noted that Shima had won. After a moment, he completely evaporated, but he still continued to laugh. At the same moment, the bloodstone stopped emitting ominous energy. Sitting right in front of the purple box, Y called out to his ancestors. Immediately afterward, the boy reached out his hand directly to the locket. Puzzled, examining the artifact in his hands, the protagonist noticed that they appeared like a bolt from the blue. At the same moment, Y heard a sound right outside the door. At the same time, it opened with great speed. Then, a joyful Hyuk would come inside, asking if he could go to the Namgun clan. The boy was standing right in front of his older brother, who was waiting for his answer. A moment later, the protagonist, with a look full of seriousness, gave a negative answer. Putting his hands together, Hyun begged his brother, who explained that he was not going there to have fun. Looking anxiously straight ahead, the elder brother explained that he would not say a word and would simply accompany him, asking to be allowed to see what was happening there. With his arms crossed at his chest, Y gave a positive answer while Hyun continued to beg him. Turning back, the boy said that he asked his father to make a sword for him, and the elder brother who heard this could not believe that it was a real blade. After a moment, his expression changed to one of displeasure. Immediately after that, Hyun fell to his knees and stated that even if he promised him at least 10 swords, he would not change his desire, because he really wanted to see Namgun, and the protagonist explained that he could not. Hearing this, the eldest brother suddenly began to cry. At the same time, Song came right into the room, who told his son that he promised that he would be quiet and only accompany. Looking straight ahead, Y wondered if his father was the same. Smiling broadly, the man explained that they were brothers and there was no need to try to take all the affairs on himself, because he was also his relative. After his words, the boy looked away and reflected that he was not quite up to his duty yet. Holding his hands behind his back, Song stated that he would not ask him for such a thing again, but this time he had to give in. Looking sharply to the side, the protagonist clarified whether he would be silent for sure. Suddenly, jumping right up from the floor, his elder brother said that, of course, he would be quiet, because honesty is the pledge of every warrior, and he was going to be the most silent. Hearing this, Y sighed heavily and told them to get ready, because they were leaving in a few days. After his words, Hyun seemed to sparkle with joy and asked to trust him, because to prepare everything necessary. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the outside of the Cho family's estates. The man ran right up to Y and said that they were in trouble, and he asked what happened. The old man, dumbfounded looking straight ahead, said that a lot of people had gathered there, and they had weapons in their hands. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the boy asked what kind of weapon he was. Immediately after that, they kicked the gate of the manor, and shouts were heard that they were scoundrels and they should all be killed and the Cho clan completely exterminated. Looking straight ahead with dissatisfaction, the protagonist reflected that this moment had come. Folding his hands together, Y introduced himself as the head of Cho's forge. At the same time, an angry crowd of people with weapons rushed forward, saying that it was good that they met, and were going to tear his impudent face. After all, he was a crook, and did he really decide to show politeness only now? Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy asked what he was guilty of in front of them. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the man stated that blacksmiths also have their own moral principles. Grinning haughtily after hearing this, the protagonist said that they did not belong there, which greatly angered the others. Standing right in front of the angry crowd, Y said that he only had one question. Standing right in the middle of the evil men, the boy asked what would happen if they started selling cheaper than their forge, and at the same time they had a profit, and did they really not reduce prices anyway and at the same time maintain their moral principles? Hearing this, the blacksmiths suddenly fell silent, looking at each other. Looking sharply to the side, the protagonist thought that naturally, they would not be able to, because most of them were in charge of small forges. Turning his back on them abruptly, I asked them to follow him, and he wanted to show them their forge. Hearing this, the workers looked at each other dumbfounded. Then they followed the boy directly. After a moment, the blacksmiths were extremely dumbfounded. They were surprised to see how the people in Cho's forge worked, and wondered how many anvils there were and that there were so many skilled people. Looking at the huge number of plows standing aside, people could not believe how this was possible. At the same moment, Y looked menacingly to the side, asking if they could surpass him. At the same time, all the blacksmiths suddenly drooped. Then the boy opened his mouth a little. Lining up his hand right in front of him, the protagonist asked how long they would live under the pressure of Seishin, and why Amo Suguk, the owner of the famous Daewha forge in Anhui, should rise to the very top and become the best. They should be content with some small handouts. Suddenly, the blacksmith smiled, saying that it was all true. A moment later, Y asked with a look full of seriousness that their Anhui had ever received orders from the imperial palace in the past 100 years, and stated that they were only taking their sons to make warriors out of them, and that they had not been taken seriously all their lives. Pointing his finger upwards, the boy wondered what else Anhui was known for, and who created the legendary heavenly dragon blade and the sacred sword of the 6 veins. Overjoyed after what they had heard, the men remarked that it was for sure, and they were descendants of the great blacksmith Jiang Su, so judging by their abilities alone, their blacksmiths in Anhui were much better than the rest. At the same time, a crowd of blacksmiths began to rejoice, saying that there are many mines in Seishan, which is all there is, so the emperor is wrong. Immediately afterward, the protagonist folded his hands together and asked for help in fulfilling his dream. The men were very surprised and asked what dream they were talking about. With his hands clenched into fists, Wai said that in order to get ahead of Seishan, they had to surpass him in the number of goods, and offered to flood the market with iron goods from Anhui. Looking directly at the surprised blacksmith standing in front, the boy added that they needed to unite their forces, because they would not be able to defeat their opponents if they each puffed in their forge. Pointing to the workers in his estate, the protagonist offered to take control of the workers, and he would buy their experience for a high price, because he would no longer have to sweat in his forges. Looking in the direction of his father standing next to him, Wai asked to come over to him. Pointing at him with his hand, the boy explained that he was the owner of Cho's forge, and he was now managing these people alone, so he wanted to invite all of them to work at Cho's forge. With a look full of enthusiasm, the protagonist stated that he would pay them 10 silver coins a month, and there would also be various allowances and payments, and he would also buy all the materials and tools of their forges at a high price. Looking directly at the puzzled crowd of blacksmiths, Wai asked if they would help him with this. Clapping his hands, the boy asked his subordinates to bring what he had prepared. Immediately afterward, the 2 men took something wrapped in cloth into their hands. Abruptly pulling the fabric with his hand, the boy asked to see the evidence of his determination. Standing right in front of a huge crowd of blacksmiths, the protagonist announced that if they joined them, a new name for the forge would be born, the Anhui Forge. At the same moment, people began to rejoice and agree, offering to make the forge the best in the world. Looking directly at his father after everything that had happened, Wai asked him to take these people and tell them about the work in detail, and he immediately agreed. Then the boy turned his back on them and walked away. Grinning mischievously, the protagonist mused that this was the seizure of the enterprise. Immediately afterward, Wai walked directly to the forge manager. Suddenly he looked directly at him and called out, and he immediately began to listen to him. With a look full of seriousness, the boy ordered half of these people to be sent to the Kisangak building. Looking at his master in surprise, Lion asked if he really intended to develop that carriage, to which he received a positive answer. Imagining a carriage with large wheels in his head, the protagonist stated that the time had come to make a carriage with a plate suspension, which had not yet existed in this world. Visualizing a cart pulled by a single horse, Wai added that as soon as it hit the market, there would be a revolution and they would take over all of Middle-earth. Hearing this, the man with the mustache bowed and noticed that he admired his abilities. Looking directly at the manager of the forge, the boy said that they were going to Hefei tomorrow and asked them to prepare for the trip, and he replied that everything was already ready. After his words, the protagonist smiled broadly and reflected that it was not in vain that he had hired him after all. At the same moment, Lion asked with a puzzled look if it was possible to ask how long this trip would take. Glancing sharply to the side, Wai explained that he couldn't figure out the exact date and wouldn't return until he had reached his goal, so it would be a very unpredictable journey. Surprised after everything he had heard, the man with the mustache noticed that then he would not be able to wait for him if something serious suddenly happened. With his hands straight behind his back, the boy said that he had written down a few assumptions in a notebook, and said that he could use his notes, and the manager was going to try to figure it out in the best possible way. Immediately after this, the stories are transported to the moment when the sun appeared directly from behind the mountain. With its rays, it illuminated the entire area in the area. At this time, the protagonist and his brother were riding horses through the forest. Looking straight at his horse, Wai wondered that he was used to riding, even though he had fallen a lot at first. Looking directly at Hyuk, who was reading a book while sitting on his horse, the boy thought that this guy was doing well in the saddle. Looking directly at the memoir in his hand, the protagonist mused that he seemed to be reading records of martial arts achievements, and it was a record of the 1,000-year history of Murim that Jigil Yun had left behind. Looking at his elder brother puzzled, Wai asked if he was so interested, and he gave a positive answer. Hearing this, the boy sighed heavily and asked God to give him patience not to snap at this martial arts man. Looking menacingly directly at his brother, Hyun asked if he was cursing at him just now. Looking straight ahead, the elder brother said that he knew that he hadn't done much for him and hadn't always done his best. With a displeased expression on his face, Hyun noticed that, to be honest, he still couldn't believe that he was his younger brother, and although he had been smart since childhood, he wasn't that smart. Listening to all this, Wai silently stared straight ahead. As the horses slowly moved forward, the elder brother told me that when he saw him coaxing the blacksmiths, he thought he looked like a monster from another world, and did not know anyone who spoke as well as his younger brother. With a look full of seriousness, Hyun remarked that, however, because he was so outstanding, his life did not become less important and serious. Suddenly looking to the side, the boy wondered what this severity and seriousness suddenly came from. Looking directly at his older brother, the protagonist decided to take a closer look at him. Immediately afterward, Wai looked directly at Hyung's pumped-up torso. Then, his gaze fell directly on his eldest brother's injured hands. Opening his mouth a little, the boy reflected that he still thought he was just pretending, and said that it seemed that he had severe training. Hearing this, Hyun silently looked away. Looking down, the elder brother told me that when you swing a sword, you have to forget about many things. Looking directly at the trees growing around, Hyun asked if he remembered Gong Chai. Looking away in fright, Wai clarified that he was referring to the bandits who had taken away everything they had received in a lean year 7 years ago. Remembering how frightened he was to watch his own father being beaten, the elder brother asked what he thought when he was brutally beaten by those robbers, what he was thinking about at that moment. Sharply clenching his hands into fists, Hyun explained that he wanted to protect his father and his younger brother and sister so that no one would dare to attack them again. After his words, the boy was very delighted. After a moment, the protagonist smiled broadly. Hitting his brother directly on the shoulder, Wai declared that he would succeed. Waving his hand away, Hyun begged not to touch him. The younger one began to laugh. The narrative of the story continued to take place right in the forest, surrounded by mountains. Suddenly, a red glow appeared. Right from the bloodstone that exuded energy, a voice could be heard that with such a hanging tongue, he could sell at least river water. Wai looked straight at his older brother, puzzled. He rode straight on horseback while the ancestor said that the great descendant of the clan was trying so hard to set up some kind of forge, and he even watched it. He was already tired, but he was still better than his father, and as soon as he thought about him, his blood boiled. The boy then got very angry when an unknown voice added that he was like that too, and that he was 100 or even 1,000 times better. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the protagonist mused that the relic passed down by descendants was just some kind of stone, and so they boasted about it. At the same moment, an old man with red eyes with displeasure in his eyes asked what just a stone meant, and asked to hear that this thing was very valuable. At the same time, Wai was very surprised to see the glow of the locket, and couldn't believe that they could read his mind. Then there appeared from the soul of the ancestors, who said that it was natural, because his soul belonged to them, and although he was not connected to anything, his soul was connected to them and the Creator, although they themselves had recently learned about it. The boy continued to ride his horse in silence while an unknown voice added that there was nothing surprising in this connection. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, the protagonist reflected that it seemed that there were only 8 of them. Hearing this, the ancestors smiled broadly, noticing that he was quick-witted and had learned to distinguish them by their voices. With a surprised expression on his face, Wai reasoned that there was nothing wrong with it, and it was usually enough to listen to it a few times to feel it, while the ancestors said that it seemed that he himself did not yet realize how brilliant his mind was. Remembering how he walked down the street of the city in his previous life, the boy reasoned that he would not have said, and he was told that he had a hanging tongue and a good memory. But for the first time he heard that he had a brilliant mind, because if it was so, he would have passed the civil servant exam from the very beginning. Hearing this, the ancestral spirits were surprised to assume that he didn't seem to take seriously the fact that his soul was of a high level. However, the reason for his ability wasn't just this energy, and perhaps it was the quality of reincarnated people. Remembering the workers of his forge, the protagonist listened to the words of the old people, who noticed that this was true, and one only had to look at the division of labor in his enterprise, because such a method was definitely not from their world, which was very surprising. The old man's spirit took on human form, and he declared that he was not yet worthy to become king after him, Mendak. Hearing his name, Wai was greatly stunned and couldn't believe that he was referring to Xiao Xiao of the 3 kingdoms, and there was the same founder and their family. Glancing menacingly to the side, the red-robed old man stated that it was not entirely correct to call him the founder. After all, the Cho clan had appeared much earlier. It was just that his father, who had once been installed by a eunuch, had put him in such a position. With a puzzled expression on his face, the boy was thinking about the king. Suddenly, standing directly behind Mendak, the spirit remarked that he was the best of all the descendants they had, to which he replied that he was only looking for his own benefit, so he could not become king. Hearing this, Wai gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked that it was natural for him to use workers for money, and how else could he do this, since he could not make slaves out of them or work them into hypnosis. A moment later, the boy, continuing to ride his horse, heard the indignation of his ancestors that he listened to them very poorly, and a request to be silent. Suddenly, the protagonist looked directly at Hyung, who was talking about the sword master. Looking away in surprise, Wai asked what was wrong. At the same moment, his elder brother, as if sparkling with joy, said that it was possible to go crazy, and did not understand how this was possible. Imagining a man in his head who destroyed everything with his blade, Hyun revealed that it was written that he single-handedly destroyed the 8 leaders of the Dark Demon cult. Visualizing a gray-haired swordsman decapitating his opponent, the elder brother said that he cut off the head of the main cult leader in just 6 swings. Looking directly at him, the boy asked about the Dark Demon rings, and Hyun explained that their descendants were now in the Heavenly Demon Castle. Looking away in puzzlement after all he had heard, the protagonist thought that the Heavenly Demon Castle was the most powerful place of the three: the Heavenly Demon Castle, the Black Heavenly Brotherhood, and Seishin, and couldn't believe that this master had defeated such a strong faction with one hand, because such a thing was impossible. At the same time, imagining the image of a great swordsman in his head, Hyun stated that this warrior had achieved such achievements, but there were too few records about him, and his name was not even known, so he was simply called a Blade Master. Thoughtfully looking away, the elder brother noticed that there was no information about his family and children, not about what happened to him later, and only legends remained. Opening his book, Hyun asked to see that there were 2 whole books written about Master Sam Jongsai, and the Sword Master had only 3 chapters, and it was simply unthinkable. At the same moment, directly from the bloody bead emitting red energy, the question came that he had ever wondered. Sitting right on horseback, why asked what exactly, to which the ancestor wondered why the descendants of the king lived in some remote village. Looking away, the boy replied that they didn't even know, and they said that wealth was passed on only up to the 3rd generation, so perhaps even kings were affected. Imagining a huge number of gold bars in his head, the ancestor said that you should not take his work so lightly, because he left behind 100,000 boxes of gold. Pointing his finger directly in front of him, Myungdeok asked what mark in history his descendants from the Cho clan left behind him. Hearing this, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded by such a huge amount of gold, because if you translate it into modern money, you get about 375 tons, and this is just a huge amount. Looking directly at the trees around him, Wai heard the question of the ancestor, who asked if he wanted to make a deal with him, and wondered what it was. Why all of a sudden? Looking menacingly straight ahead, the old man explained that they were still full of strength, but if they could help, it was worth fighting for. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy asked who he was talking about. Immediately afterward, Menduk explained with an air full of madness that he wanted the Shama clan to fail and fail. After a moment, Wai was very frightened, because when he heard this name, an incomprehensible hatred awoke in him, and perhaps it was because of him, but this clan was too strong now. Clutching his head, the boy asked if they were in their right minds, and explained that this was the strongest clan in the whole world, and they were the descendants of warriors, and he was just the owner of the forge. While watching the leaves of the trees moving in the wind, the protagonist heard the ancestor calling out to Jong. Looking at the spirit behind him, the king asked if he could teach this child the martial arts, to which he was told that if he commanded, he would make a decent warrior out of him. Hearing this, Wai was very surprised and didn't understand who he was talking about. At the same moment, violet energy spread throughout the area. Pointing to the man with his arms crossed at his chest, the ancestor explained that this was the sword master Cho Jong, the receiver of the sword art that was passed on to only one person. Immediately afterward, the boy fell into a stupor as his brother stated that if they found the secret of his skill, it would be a real event. Then, right out of the bloodstone, a voice came calling out to Jung. Standing directly in front of the sword master, Menduk asked if he could teach this child secret techniques, to which he replied that it was possible if his descendants were not ruined by black market traders. With a frightened expression on his face, the protagonist noticed that this man looked majestic. At the same moment, Jong, looking straight ahead with his serious gaze, said that he sometimes spied on that world when he remembered it. Recalling yachts and airplanes, as well as the metropolis, the sword master noted that the products of civilization and that knowledge are simply amazing, and this world is even unimaginable. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Wai couldn't believe that they had seen that either, and called them stalkers. At the same moment, the founding ancestor, holding out his hand directly in front of him, declared that if his extraordinary knowledge and power were combined, it would be possible to try it, and asked if he was now ready to make a deal. After his question, the boy looked directly at his locket in surprise. Then he gripped the reins tightly in his hands. With an expression full of self-confidence, the protagonist stated that he agreed. Then he looked directly at the tree branch fluttering in the wind. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred directly to the huge city, when the sun was already setting. The street of this very city was quite busy. Wai looked sharply to the side. At the same moment, memories of people from his world arose in his mind. A moment later, he saw the people of Murim talking to each other. Walking right through the shopping district of the city, the boy thought that he looked like some kind of huge living organism. At this time, Hyun was also looking around in admiration. Suddenly, the eldest brother noticed something in the front. Approaching the old man in white clothes, Hyun asked him if this was the same Peking opera. The stranger immediately looked at him and asked who this village boy was and whether it was really the first time he had seen a Peking opera. Smiling broadly, the elder brother gave a positive answer and said that he had come from Bangtaeyeon, and the old man noticed that he had come a long way. Watching everything with a smile on his face, Wai reflected that he had noticed that people there were not shy at all about talking to strangers. Approaching directly to the man in white clothes, the boy said that he also came from there, which surprised him that two village boys came at once. At the same moment, a flag fluttered right around the confetti. Watching the two actors' demonstration battle, Hyun said that it was an aquamarine demon and a celestial sword. Looking happily straight ahead, the protagonist mused that they seemed to show representations of the life of the Namgon clan head, the heavenly sword Namgonsu, and it was like an idol to the people in Manhwa. With an admiring expression on his face, the eldest brother was happy to see the heavenly sword. At this time, the actors continued exhibition battles. The unknown man suddenly grinned mischievously. The guy with an arrogant expression on his face was looking straight ahead, saying that every time they come there, they show the same thing. Glancing at the man in the headband with displeasure, he noticed that it was for sure an elder man. Bok Cha said that the aquamarine demon was not defeated by the heavenly demon, the heavenly temple sword, and asked what the chronicles of the strongest masters said. Looking directly at his friend, the guy asked what kind of person he was, and did he really think that these failures would be read by some chronicles, and he supported his rightness. At this time, other people who heard their conversation looked away with displeasure and asked who they were and who dared to speak about them in such a way. Immediately they noticed a pattern right on the kimono of these guys. At the same time, the men fell into a stupor, realizing that they were members of Chegal. Immediately afterward, they turned away in fear. At this moment, the white-robed man turned sharply to the side. After everything that had happened, Hyun was beside himself with rage and asked what kind of nonsense they were talking about. Hearing this, Wai was very frightened. Then the member of the Chegal clan looked menacingly straight ahead, asking who he was anyway. Holding the book right in front of him, the elder brother claimed to be a well-known expert on the history of Shanghu. Imagining a yellow-robed man holding a bloody sack in his head, Hyun confirmed that the hero who decapitated the aquamarine demon was indeed a heavenly thundersword warrior, and no one disputed. Visualizing the man with spots on his palm and all over his body, the eldest brother asked that when the heavenly warrior suddenly disappeared and returned home only half a year later, he was horrified to find red markings in the shape of his hands. And how was he going to explain it? And whether this was the heavenly blood absorption technique? Clenching his hand into a fist, Hyun stated that even after being injured by the strongest of the aquamarine demon techniques, the heavenly blood absorption technique, he had nevertheless overcome all the difficulties and returned alive, and all of Anhui should know about it. After all his words, the member of the Chegal clan silently looked away. At the same time, the elder brother, with a look full of seriousness, declared that he respected the learned man Chegal Yuan, but they were all people. At this time, Wai stared admiringly at him, thinking that he was a true fan of Murim novels. Waving his head from side to side, the boy recalled that he was talking to the Chegal family, one of the 5 great cities. Folding his hands to his chest, a member of the Chegal clan asked what he was saying, that the great heavenly warrior of the Thunder Sword and the warriors of the Namgun clan were lying. Putting his hand directly in front of him, the guy in the bandage noted that it was because of such rumors that Mr. Un had invited the great heavenly warrior to Chegal Manor in order to get to the bottom of the truth, and the Namgun family refused to come to this reception. Hearing this, Hyun was extremely dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Smiling broadly, the member of the Chegal clan asked how the master knew if he had defeated the aquamarine demon in battle or if he had been badly wounded by it, lost consciousness, and then returned to the Namgon clan's house, while the elder brother asked again what he had just said. With a visibly displeased expression on his face, Hyun wondered if the Lord himself had seen the Sky Warrior kill the aquamarine demon by cutting off its head, or maybe he had simply decapitated the demon when he found it dead. Hearing this, the white-robed old man laughed, remarking that he could have simply beheaded him. At the same moment, a member of the Chegal clan directed his menacing gaze forward. With an expression full of rage, the guy said that he might be an ordinary citizen, but he had to watch his words. Noticing this, the boy was very frightened. After a moment, he ran swiftly forward. Standing right in front of his older brother, the protagonist asked not to listen to him, because he is not himself, and in their family he does not shine with intelligence, so they need to leave as soon as possible, because he ran out of the house again, and now it's time to play with the pets and have fun. At the same time, Hyun got very angry, asking if he was crazy, and Wai covered his mouth, saying that they needed to go play. At this time, flower petals were spread right over the city. The narrative of the story was transferred directly to the house, surrounded by Chinese lanterns. Holding his head, the boy asked who he was who had promised not to cause trouble at all. Looking directly at his older brother with displeasure, the protagonist remarked that he was lucky that this happened in a crowd of people in the market, and asked if he really wanted to give him money to return home, to which he received a negative answer. Gritting his teeth in anger, Wai stated that he had given him his word as a man, that he wouldn't even say anything, and in the end, they were the only ones who entered the city, and immediately grappled with the Chegal family, asking if he really thought that a wooden sword and strengthening energy would help against them. Remembering the image of Hyun talking confidently, the boy noticed that he was too good, but this did not mean that they were careless about life. Listening to all this, his elder brother looked away guiltily. Grabbing the cup, the protagonist asked what to expect next time, and that he would try to get into a fight with the leader of the Murim alliance. And after that, was he considered crazy? After a moment, Wai began to drink tea. As the kid continued to sit at the table in displeasure, Hyun called out to Jae, saying that they were there. Looking straight ahead in surprise after hearing this, the yellow-robed man asked if something had happened, and the protagonist suggested that he sit down as soon as possible and forget about it. Looking seriously straight ahead, Wai asked me to tell him everything he knew about the Namgun family, because all the details were very important to him. Looking forward, the third master of the Merchant Guild began the story of the Namgun family. Then, the voice of a boy reverberated through the inn, explaining that he had already read everything about them that was written in the historical chronicles of Zhanggu, and had learned everything he could from informants. Looking seriously ahead, the protagonist explained that he needed to know such details about them as personalities, aspirations, ambitions, preferences, internal conflicts, facts of corruption and bribery in high circles, especially when it came to their patriarch and inner circle, and that was exactly what he needed. Looking at him puzzled after hearing this, Jay said that such information could not be bought for any money from any of the informants. Sitting right at his seat at the table, Y asked if he could think of something, and the yellow-robed man said that there was a way. Looking menacingly forward, the third lord of the Merchant Guild said that he needed organizations called the Night Butterfly and the Moon Forest, and they were far better informed than even the beggar sect. Imagining in his head a man watching people from the roof of a house, Jay remarked that such a simple man of merchant association had no way of knowing how to contact them, and even if he met them once, they would charge him such a price that he would not even be able to stand on his feet. Thoughtfully looking away from what he had heard, the protagonist was talking about a moth and a moon forest, while a yellow-robed man explained that these were the legendary Zhanggu spy organizations. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the third lord of the Merchant Guild explained that there were many rumors about them, but no one had proof of their existence. Looking down sadly, Y thought that even ordinary informants sell their goods at a high price. Looking sharply straight ahead, the boy asked how long it would take him to arrange a meeting with the Namdong clan. Hearing this, Jay sighed heavily. Imagining in his head a huge crowd of people standing in front of the clan gate, the yellow-robed man asked that he even knew what the queue was to meet them, and explained that it was hundreds of people every day, so because of this, 70 to 80% of them left every day without receiving anything, and the rest went to the butler Namdunbek. It was the protagonist who was extremely dumbfounded that hundreds come to them every day. Imagining people in important positions in his mind, the third master of the Merchant Guild said that when a guest requested visits, he was given a plate according to his status, and officials and the military were given a gold plate from the people of Zhanggu. Visualizing the images of warriors, Jay added that the mob was immediately weeded out, and if he was not a scion from a noble family, he would not be given any tablet. Visualizing people selling various goods, the yellow-robed man explained that people related to the Namdong family receive a bronze plaque, and this category includes suppliers of clothing, weapons, medicinal herbs, and close acquaintances of the clan. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, Y asked if there were any more categories. Imagining martial artists using their techniques in his head, the third master of the Merchant Guild said that the red sign was for those who wanted to join the clan as a warrior, and most likely they were taking them in to build up their military power. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, Jay added that the last category was merchants who wanted to offer their services and were looking for support like him, as well as people with different petitions, so they were given a blue sign. Looking away, the boy thought about the gold, silver and bronze, red, blue plates and realized that the last one was intended for him. Sighing heavily, the yellow-robed man said that they weren't doing any better in this regard. After all, the Fire Dragon Merchant Partnership took the blue tablet, went exactly like everyone else, and his father used to wait for about a month every time he had to meet their butler. Folding his hands together after all he had heard, the protagonist reflected that they thought too much of themselves, and there was absolutely no way to break through to them. After bowing to the third master of the Merchant Guild, Y thanked him for telling him, and he apologized for not being able to help directly, and asked what he would do. At the same time, Y, with a look full of self-confidence, stated that he would try first and go to take the tablet from the Namdong clan tomorrow. Putting his hands together, Jay wished him good luck in this. The story continued to take place right in the building, hung with Chinese lanterns. Then we are transported to the moment when the sun appeared in the sky. It brightly illuminated the entire huge city. The light also reached the tavern. Getting out of bed, Hyun said that he was going to his morning workout. Only when he woke up, Y noticed that he was trying very hard. At the same moment, the bloodstones sparkled brightly, and from there, the voice of the ancestor sounded, asking when he would go to the sword tomb. Hearing this, the boy looked directly at the locket with displeasure. Getting out of bed, the protagonist asked if he really had to. Looking menacingly straight ahead after such words, Yoon explained that whoever had not passed the tomb of the sword was incapable of its skill, and asked how many more times he needed to repeat it. Sighing heavily, Y told the master to understand that by human standards, it would take 4 or 5 months to reach the tomb, and it would take a very long time, and he should understand that he still had a lot of things to do in Anhui. Immediately afterward, the sword master became very angry, saying to shut up, and explained that he would not tolerate such disrespect for his sword mastery. After all, he was the god of the sword, and if the secret knowledge of his martial art could be passed down in words, he would pass on this knowledge to his descendants in the form of a book. Looking down with displeasure, the boy thought that the book in question was on the border between Gansu and Shanxi provinces, and he would have to go through 2 provinces to get there. Imagining in his head a map of the path that he has to go through, the protagonist reasoned that it would take at least 5 months, and if he met bandits on the way or the horse was injured, it would drag on even longer, and this was not only time, but also money. Looking forward, Wai knew that on the other hand, he couldn't miss the opportunity to learn the martial art of the Sword King. Looking seriously straight ahead, the boy said that he would go there as soon as he could, and the master asked when it was. Lowering his guilty gaze, the protagonist explained what it would be when the affairs with the Namdong family were finished, and he could not yet say for sure, because it would be a month or two. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Chung concluded that this was too long, because students from noble families began their training at the age of 5 to 6, and he would soon be 20, and his body was clumsy as a log, and the meridians were tightly closed. Unleashing his inner energy, the sword master would say that this would not work, and would inhabit his body, even if it cost him spiritual energy, and asked him to get ready. Dumbfounded, looking directly at the bloodstone, Wai asked how he would possess it. A moment later, violet energy burst out directly from the medallion, and the voice of an ancestor could be heard, explaining that he could infuse his spirit into his body if he increased his spiritual energy. Putting his hand right in front of him, the boy asked the master to wait and not do it. Immediately afterward, a huge amount of force was released. Then the protagonist suddenly froze right on the spot. His expression didn't change at all. Getting up straight from the bed, the ancestor spirit in Wai's body asked what kind of clumsy body it was. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Chung explained that he would only be able to stay in it for 7 to 8 minutes, so he would borrow his inner energy. Looking around dumbfounded, the boy asked how his energy was. At the same time, his body tore his clothes due to the appearance of massive muscles, and his master ordered him to be silent. Immediately afterward, the sword master in the protagonist's body continued to unleash his power. Wai stared straight ahead, dumbfounded, and didn't know what he was doing, because it looked like the Hulk's transformation. After some time, the spirit returned to the bloodstone again. Then the boy's whole body was covered in mud. The protagonist raised his hand up. After that, he brushed off all the dirt with a deft movement of his hand. Looking to the side, Jung In Wai's body explained that he had used his internal energy to relax his muscles and open the meridians. Trembling with fear, the boy asked the master that, as far as he knew, the expenditure of internal energy was carried out at the expense of vital energy. Clenching his hands into fists, the sword master in the body of the boy explained that this was only 10 years of life, and wondered if he really felt sorry. Hearing this, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded that he had lost 10 years of his life. Suddenly enraged, Wai asked the master why he was so careless with his lifespan. Sighing heavily, Zhang explained from his disciple's body that if he walked the path of the sword from beginning to end under his guidance, then life expectancy would no longer be a problem for him. Unleashing his purple-colored spirit, the sword master stated that he would now get his body back. A moment later, the protagonist returned to his body. At the same moment, he was extremely dumbfounded. Wai fell directly to his knees, feeling tremendous pain all over his body. At the same time, the voice of the ancestor came right out of the bloodstone, saying that he was too pampered and it was not appropriate for a man to scream like that from a little pain. At this time, the boy was writhing in pain that he could not endure. Chung then spoke directly from the locket that he had used up a lot of chi energy, and would not be able to communicate with him for a while. While the protagonist was lying directly on the floor, the sword master told him not to lose determination in his heart and strengthen his body. At this time, clouds were floating right in the sky. The narrative of the story continued to take place right in Wai's room. The boy was unconsciously lying right on the floor. A moment later he woke up and clutched his head. Looking directly at the energy emanating from his hand, the protagonist couldn't believe it. Directing his magical gaze forward, the protagonist reflected that his eyes had also changed, because over the years of reading, his vision had fallen, and now it had cleared and become clear. Opening the window in his room, Wai couldn't think that he would ever be able to see so clearly and far. Watching what was happening in a distant building, the boy thought that there could be no appearance, as if these were not human eyes at all. Noticing the accumulation of energy right in the middle of their body, the protagonist wondered if this was the same chi energy they were talking about. Immediately afterward, Wai raised his hand slightly. Then he made a sharp swing, destroying everything in front of him. Looking at his palm in admiration after what had happened, the boy said that now he suddenly understood why Hyun was so obsessed with these martial arts. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist stated that he did not even imagine the scale of his capabilities yet, but it was clear that they would significantly improve his daily life. Grabbing his clothes, Wai was about to go to the Namgun clan. The narration of the story took place right in a huge city. Suddenly, we are transported to the territory of the Namgun clan. A huge number of people were standing right next to the gate. Hyun looked around in admiration. A man from the Namgun clan pointed his hand at the check-in counter and told him to write his name, surname, and briefly about himself, and then go to the reception hall. Taking a brush in his hands, Wai began to paint. Right on the paper, he wrote that he was an Anhui blacksmith. Noticing this, the guard only chuckled. Stretching his hands straight in front of him, the older brother would say that he should write that he was a warrior, and the younger brother would pick him up, saying that they had to go already, while the clan warriors thought they were some kind of blockheads. Immediately afterward, they would go directly to the waiting room, which was already full. While there, Hyun was extremely delighted. Walking right behind his younger brother, The elder asked if he had noticed that even the one at the gate looked like a warrior, and had heard that the southern palace only really started with the Nabong manor, and wondered what kind of alliance they were in. Closing his eyes with displeasure, he thought that they had come for the signs, but there were so many people there that they would have to wait for an eternity. Resting his head directly on his fist, the boy wondered what he could do. Among the guests of the clan was also an old man in white robes, whom the guys had met a little earlier. Noticing his recent acquaintances, he wanted to talk. As he walked right up to their table, the old man said that he had been hesitant at first, but now he saw that they were the two young men he had met the day before. Upon seeing him, Wai bowed and explained that they hadn't been able to say goodbye to him properly yesterday, so hopefully he understood why, and Hyun asked if he had also come to the southern palace on business. Hearing this, the white-robed man nodded approvingly. Noticing this, the boy was very surprised. Looking sharply to the side, the old man asked where the senior in the waiting room was, which greatly surprised the brothers. Immediately after that, a man approached him. The man in blue made a bow and asked the deputy what he could serve. Directing his serious gaze forward, the man in white robes asked to give these two youths a golden tablet each and to escort them to the large hall. Hearing this, the brothers were extremely dumbfounded. The steward was also very surprised, telling the master that according to the rules, they are only allowed blue signs, and besides, they cannot let strangers into the residence, much less into the large hall. Waving his hand, the old man declared that he should be silent, for the younger generation of the clan did nothing but give the appearance of military service. But when the half-breeders of the Chaegao clan came to the city and insulted the honor of their southern land, only these two rebuffed them, and asked if he still dared to contradict him, since he only wanted to repay them and treat them to soju. He looked at his subordinate with displeasure, while he bowed and obeyed the order. At the same moment, Wai and Hyun looked at each other in surprise. A moment later, the boy happily hugged his brother. Then the narrative of the story is transferred directly to the southern palace of the clan. We find ourselves right in a huge building with 3 floors. Entering the brothers' room, the girl asked if they would like tea, to which she received a negative answer. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed the glows directly from the locket. Looking at the painting hanging right on the wall, the ancestor asked if it was a painting from the heyday of Inshu City, a Inshu painting. Hearing this, Wai was greatly dumbfounded, thinking that this era was when it was the Bronze Age. The old man with the blue arrow eyes was looking straight ahead seriously and answering the question that he was sure he was not mistaken, wondering how he dared to doubt the sharpness of the eyes of Cho Yu, the great scholar Hanlin. Hearing this, the protagonist guiltily did not close her eyes and asked for forgiveness. With a look full of seriousness, the ancestor explained that his antiquity did not detract from his skills at all, and it was definitely a painting called Cherry Blossom of Paradise. It was found by the great scholar of the Han Dynasty, Hua Jin Cha, and presented to the imperial family of the Han Dynasty. Standing right in front of this very painting, Wai thought about the Cherry Blossom of Paradise, as the old man explained that it wasn't painted with traditional Chinese ink. Imagining the painted mountains in his head, the ancestor said that the blossoming cherry blossoms were painted with paint based on the blood of a rooster, and the countless stars were an applique made of the dust of gems, and the village was drawn with charcoal. Visualizing a pond next to the flowering trees, the old man added that Hujin Cha was worried even until the last years of his life that these techniques were short-lived and the paintings would fade over time, but they were preserved in their original form, which was truly amazing. Watching the great work of art hanging on the wall, Cho Yu stated that he wanted to reward the one who had preserved these paintings. Looking at the painting in surprise, the boy was intrigued by the cherry blossom of paradise and admired that even by this time, the painting, painted more than 1,000 years ago with rooster's blood and gem dust, was still out of the light. Suddenly, a jug of alcohol fell directly on the floor. It was dropped by an old man who looked dumbfounded directly at the protagonist and asked how he knew the name of this painting. With obvious incomprehension in the look of the man in white robes, he declared that even the greatest scholar and specialist in ancient painting, Anhui, did not recognize her, and in his 80 years he had never been so surprised. Pointing his hand directly in front of him, the old man asked which academy he had studied at. Greatly frightened after such a question, Wai realized that he should not have chatted aloud to himself. At the same moment, the ancestor took on a human form and told not to be afraid and to tell the elder that he was a descendant of Man Sancho. Glancing sharply at the glowing locket, the boy asked who it was, to which he received the answer that he had taken this pseudonym in Gango. Immediately afterward, the protagonist placed his hand on his chest and claimed to be a descendant of Man. Imagining a man with a fan in his head, the old man declared that he was a great scientist and asked if he had sent him a vision. Looking dumbfounded straight ahead, the white-robed man said that he could be a descendant of the great scholar of the Han Dynasty, Jin Cha, who lived 300 years ago, and perhaps if the great scholar really left an heir to the world, then this is a real blessing for Zhong Yuan. At that moment, 2 more people were entering the room. The tall old man looked directly at the broken jug and asked his brother what had happened, while the slightly smaller old man was upset about his teapot. Noticing them, Wai bowed and greeted them, saying his name. Looking happily at him after what he had heard, the red-robed man asked if his younger brother, who had been famous for his reputation as a bookworm all his life, had finally taken on an apprentice. Waving his hands, the old man in white robes said that he was a descendant of man, and he was not worthy of such a disciple, which greatly surprised his elder brother. With a serious expression on his face, the younger one explained what it was who was important. Then, right through the waiting room, the voice of a tall old man resounded, asking what it meant. It was not his disciple, but he gave a positive answer. Suddenly, someone grabbed Y right by his clothes. It was an old man in a brown robe, who with a smile on his face declared that he would then be his disciple. Very angry at what he saw, the red-robed old man begged not to put the cart in front of the horse and asked how he dared to try to steal a disciple from him who had all the channels of chi energy open. Continuing to hold the protagonist directly behind the kimono, the middle brother asked if he had noticed it too. At the same moment, he used his energy gaze and thought that this boy was very interesting, and his hands were soft and without calluses, and he didn't show that he was practicing with a sword. Looking directly at Y, who was emitting a bright yellow energy, the old man reasoned that his body did not look like that of a martial arts student, and did not understand how he was able to shed his skin and open the chi channels with such a body. Imagining in his head a man with an accumulation of energy right in the middle of his body, the man thought that when a person manages to push the boundaries of what is possible, his body goes through metamorphosis and rejuvenation, and this is called shedding the old skin, and his channels are opened, but this is impossible without opening the channels of physical force. Continuing to use his energy gaze, the old man reflected that his body was the embodiment of unparalleled skill, and the absolute masters who had gone through the acceleration of cultivation could sense those who were just going through this acceleration from a mile away. Looking menacingly directly at the boy, the elder noticed that the acceleration in the development of this young man was gaining momentum, and he had never seen such a rapid growth. At the same moment, the protagonist looked in surprise at the middle brother, who was holding him by the clothes and said that at this rate he would go through all the stages in some 3 years and become an absolute master. Folding his hands to his chest, the red-robed old man noticed that he still hadn't walked this path to the end, even though he was already old, and he could see that his chi would become so strong that he would have no equal in this world. Imagining the images of great people in his head, the old man reasoned that these were the boundaries of infinity, and only 7 warriors were known to have reached this level and brought him his current greatness. The red-robed old man laughed loudly, saying that perhaps it was so, but the path of enlightenment was not easy at all, as long as the middle brother remarked that his young age should be taken into account. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, Y asked if he could not let him go first, because he would just suffocate. Immediately afterward, the brown-robed old man would let him go. Suddenly, the man came very close to him and asked if he had already thought about changing his surname. Looking menacingly directly at the boy, the elder old man declared that he would take custody of him with the written agreement of the clan patriarch, although he would rather just adopt him, and that's it, which greatly stunned him. Looking admiringly straight ahead, Y wondered if he would really have the surname Namgun. After all, with such a name, he would have no obstacles to business at all, so it was just a gift from above. At the same moment, the sounds of discontent resounded right from the bloodstone, and the ancestors called him a dullard and asked if he was so easily led astray, assuming that he probably wanted to live, so they were ready to possess his body at least now. At the same time, Hyun fell directly on his knees in front of the red-robed old man, saying that he welcomed him, and asked for adoption as well, because he was going to be the sword of the clan and serve faithfully until his last breath. Seeing this, the ancestors in the medallion were very angry with their descendant, who was like a pathetic worm, and this was all the fate of the eldest son of the Cho clan. Looking menacingly forward, the elder noticed that he was not bad, but asked to be allowed to doubt, because he did not have the same talents and strength, and there were already plenty of warriors of his level in the Namgun clan, so they did not need more. Hearing this, the protagonist's elder brother lowered his head down and asked again, saying that he would try very hard. At the same moment, Y shook his head from side to side, explaining that he did not dare to change the surname he had inherited from his ancestors, and asked the old man for forgiveness. Looking at him with displeasure after such words, the old man in red robes declared that in their days the young people had become generally impudent. Immediately afterward, the voices of the ancestors could be heard directly from the sparkling bloodstone, agreeing with this statement. Pointing his finger directly at the boy, the elder thought that this boy was a nugget, and he hadn't met anyone like him for 5 centuries, so he couldn't let him go, and said that he would also reject his offer to become a member of a related clan, and asked how about becoming an outside student. Imagining vivid manifestations of yellow energy in his head, the protagonist reasoned that an outside student is the concept of an extra-clan student of one of the great 9 clans, which does not belong to these clans, and such students are taught everything except the secret traditions of the clan in martial arts, and it can be said that this is the relationship of the educational institution with the student. Asking the ancestors how it is for them, after all, he really needed to work with the Namgon clan. Looking directly at the glittering locket, Y received a response from the spirits that in their time, Namgun had not imagined himself at all, but now they seemed to have become very famous, and an outside disciple was not bad in principle. Looking away, Mendok explained that he did not see any obstacles. The narrative of the story continued to take place right in the southern palace of the Namgun clan. At this time, Y, who was inside, was bowing directly to the elder old man. Closing his eyes, the boy called himself an apprentice and greeted the master. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the red-robed old man declared that the first rule would be not to defame the name of the Namgon clan, the second was that in times of trouble he should not turn his back on the troubles of the Namgon clan, and the third should always come when he was called, and asked if he swore. Bowing her head directly to her new master, the protagonist would give a positive answer, to which he was told to stand up. Looking seriously straight ahead, the red-robed old man asked the boy to answer where he had learned these techniques if none of the clans had taught him. At the same moment, Y looked away in fright. With an obviously intimidating expression on his face, the master stated that they didn't even need to lie to him, because they knew everything, as he had already noticed, and they could check everything, because his body was not hardened by martial arts. Looking down, the boy asked the god of the sword what to say to him. In response, silence followed directly from the red medallion. Imagining various cultivation enhancement devices in his head, the brown-robed old man asked if he had ever taken miraculous herbs or elixirs. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the red-robed old man remarked that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to perceive their power. The chi of his energy indicated that he had a clan. Looking directly at his elder brother, the middle brother noticed that he was right, and he asked that if so, was he able to open his chi energy channels with the help of the elixir, if it was even possible. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the red-robed old man heard his brother say that it was possible if he had used their clan's secret technique, and remarked that this technique had not yet been properly tried, so it was also unlikely, and despite the fact that he had such a talent given by the gods, he still did not even know the elementary techniques, therefore, it is full of mysteries. Frightened after all he had heard, he thought that these three from the casket would find out for him, but he could not tell them the truth either, and did not understand what to do. At the same moment, the voice of an ancestor was heard right from the beautiful stone, who asked if these boys were really trying to split his descendant. Dumbfounded, looking directly at the locket, Y asked how the sword god was, and the sword god replied that he was already fine and just overdid it a little last time, so he was weakened. Closing his eyes with relief, the boy was glad that everything was fine, and asked for help, asking what to answer. Looking ahead seriously, he explained that he didn't really leave any heirs, so he really couldn't say that he had a plan, and said that it had to be said that a certain scholar, a martial arts researcher, had given him such knowledge and power. Listening to the advice, the boy explained with a little emotion in his eyes that he had actually been taught by a scholar who wished to remain anonymous, and that the martial art of his ancestors was also full of greatness, but it was too difficult for him, so he couldn't even learn the basic concepts. Looking menacingly straight ahead after what he had heard, the red-robed old man asked about the scientist who wished to remain anonymous, and noticed that the boy read too many books. Very angry, the elder brother asked if he really thought he should believe in this nonsense, and wanted to know where he lived and in what cave, asking to be taken to him so that he could teach him the same. Spreading his hands to the sides, the protagonist explained to the master that he was telling the truth, and asked him to generously forgive, which made him even angrier. Pointing his finger directly in front of him, the old man in red robes asked that if it was true, then he should say whether he remembered by heart what he had been taught, to which he received a positive answer, and he immediately asked to show him. Looking menacingly forward, the elder of the Namgun clan said that he was lying when Y said that he only knew the theory, and asked what he said that he learned martial arts from secret records, and did they really think that martial arts is some kind of game, so these words could only belong to a storyteller. After all, if martial arts could be learned from a piece of paper, why then would there be entire clans of warriors with secret traditions? Looking straight ahead, puzzled, the boy noticed that above the line there was also a library with sacred knowledge. Recalling the scriptures depicting martial techniques, the red-robed old man said that no matter how detailed the descriptions of the sacred techniques were, without a master, this knowledge could not be passed on to the disciple. Imagining in his head a cultivator who was trying to learn this technique, the elder of the Namgon clan said that these records only existed in case the last teacher who could pass them on to the next generation died, but this secret knowledge had never come close to their state of accelerating cultivation. Looking menacingly straight ahead after all he had heard, Young noticed that this guy was talking too much, when there was nothing to talk about, and asked him to say that he would demonstrate verbal martial arts. Very surprised after such advice, Y asked what it was, to which he received the answer that if he wanted to deceive masters like them, then he had to go to extreme measures. Then the boy with a serious expression on his face stated that the master did not believe him, and then challenged him to a verbal duel. Very surprised after what had happened, the red-robed old man asked if he knew his clan's sword techniques. With obvious boldness in his eyes, the protagonist said that the master did not know these techniques either, and he was going to use the unifying power of the formidable sword technique, and he would work according to the 7-step technique. A moment later, his older brother was extremely dumbfounded when he put a pledge of 10 years of fighting. Hearing this, the brothers of the elder in the Namgun clan were also very surprised. Sitting upright in his seat, the red-robed old man declared that he accepted his challenge. Directing his menacing gaze straight ahead, he let him walk first and show his excellent techniques. At the same moment, Wai opened his mouth wide, shouting that he was aiming at the master's torso with one swift lunge. At the same time, a projection appeared in his head of how he himself wielded a blade. Deftly waving his hand, the red-robed old man dodged with the 7-step technique, the bite technique. With a lunge with his fist, he struck the great dragon's strike intact in his stomach. Projecting how he dodged and attacked, the boy replied that with the deflection of the 7-step technique, he blocked his attacks and used an internal attack to break through to the right, and attacked his chi power center and main vessels in one piece. At the same moment, the elder of the Namgun clan suddenly began to thinking that this was strange. After all, the simplest combination of the 3 powers sword was the second position of Inchan and then the first position of Sungchan, and he couldn't retreat, because he would reach it with the Ascension Strike. But if he didn't retreat, he would receive a blow with a force of 22 tons. Projecting his counterattack with his fist, the red-robed old man stated that all he had to do was enter the melee combat using his melee technique. He blocked his right hand and struck the target axial center of chi. Holding out his hand, Wai said that he would then use the pledge of 10 years of fighting with the 7-step hill technique to withstand his punch. Striking with the blade, the boy explained that he was dodging and swinging the blade into his neck. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Clan Elder Namgun asked if he was just starting to go on the attack and had used his 10 years of fighting and using the Lux 7-step technique, suddenly realizing that he had to act wrong. Then, he was immersed in the thought that he had used chi to block his blow, and now that he had started to attack, he could use a combination of up to 3 techniques and vary them, so he would have to think of 3 possible variations instead of responding to one strike. Raising his hand slightly, the red-robed old man cancelled the luck technique and used the departure technique, stepping back, and using the ice twilight technique. Hearing this, Zhang folded his arms in displeasure and said that he just needed to look at him, and asked if he really thought that verbal martial arts was some kind of game, because in reality, the opponent would not allow the entrance to be cancelled halfway. Putting his hand right in front of him, the boy asked the master that he knew the rules of verbal duels and why he did it, because there is no such thing as an undoing, especially in mid-sentence. Hearing this, Clan Elder Namgun lowered his head guiltily. Immediately after, he started projecting the fight in his head again and said that using the luck move to go to the left, and using the energy of 10 years of fighting, he stabbed the great dragon in his torso, and then entered into close combat. The internal attack technique used Ice Twilight. Hearing all this, the protagonist was greatly stunned. By deftly bending down, he managed to dodge his master's blow directly. When striking with his fist, Wai stated that he used the extreme technique and unleashed a series of punches on him because he anticipated footwork movements. Imagining in his head how deftly he wielded the blade, the boy added that then they struck Ascension, knocking the spirit out of him. After his last move, the red-robed old man was extremely dumbfounded. The younger brother stared straight ahead in surprise and couldn't believe that his brother, the heavenly warrior, had been slain by this boy in just 4 turns. The middle brother was also extremely surprised, reasoning that it meant that he knew much more than basic techniques, and as soon as the opponent revealed himself, he resolutely used his foresight and struck a crushing blow. At the same moment, Clan Elder Namgong smiled broadly, saying that it was impressive, and it was his own fault for opening up, because he had depleted his chi too much, and this was his undoing. With a disgruntled thumbs up, the protagonist's master asked how about another battle, since he would like to see it in action. Pulling his hand aside, Wai agreed, but this time he asked him to give his best, as if in a real fight, and the old man in red agreed with this, saying that he would give him heat. Nodding approvingly, the boy offered to start, and his master announced that, like last time, he would let him walk at the beginning. Putting his hand right in front of him, the protagonist agreed with this. Immediately after, he began to project in his head how he was fighting with the blade. After a while, Wai's voice could be heard directly from the southern palace of the Namgun clan, saying that I was using this internal attack to break into close combat with him on the left side. At the same moment, the red-robed old man was completely defeated. His middle brother looked at him with pity and reflected that he fought with all his might, but still lost on move 9. Crossing his arms over his chest, the elder of the Namgun clan suddenly laughed, saying that it was magnificent, and he had applied the new path technique quite unbelievably. Raising his finger up again, the red-robed old man asked if he wanted another fight, to which his apprentice agreed. With a look full of displeasure, he was about to announce again that he would be the first to go, but he noticed that there were times when he had to do anything to win, because he did not want to do himself a disservice. With a calm expression on his face, Wai replied that then he could pass first. After a while, we find ourselves in the southern palace of the Namdong clan again. Standing right with his older brother trembling with sadness, the younger brother reflected that this time he had already lost on move 5. Pointing his finger directly at his new student, the red-robed old man declared that he wanted to do it again, and he agreed. The narrative of the story continued to take place in the same southern palace of the Namdong clan. At this moment, the elder of the Namgun clan completely drooped, and said that it was definitely a dream. After all, he had lost 13 times in a row. Looking directly at his elder brother, the middle brother noticed that he felt like he was losing because he didn't know the Thunder Sword technique, so he had to give up, and the latter asked him to shut up. Putting his hands together, the red-robed old man remarked that it was magnificent, and assumed that it seemed that he had trained the thunder sword technique until he was blue in the face, and asked if he could give him time to learn this technique as well, so that their battle would be on equal terms, and his disciple would ask the master what he suggested. Looking straight ahead, Clan Elder Namgun noticed that although this technique was at the lowest rank of martial arts, he asked if he could study it for a week, or even 2. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, Y agreed, stating that then in 2 weeks he would fight him again, and his master remarked that it was fine and he should not leave the manor all this time. After a moment, the red-robed old man said nothing. Imagining the image of the formidable sword god in his mind, the boy mused that he didn't even know that he was actually having a verbal duel with a great warrior. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what kind of face he would have now if he knew it. Suddenly, someone placed his hand directly on Y's shoulder. It was his older brother, who looked at him dumbfounded and asked who he really was. Looking frightened straight ahead, the protagonist's elder brother reflected that he had carefully practiced this technique and visualized it in detail in his head, and it seemed that he was a genius and his level was much higher, and in addition, he had also managed to hide the potential of his chi. Waving his hands, Y explained to his brother that he would explain it later. At this time, an old man in white clothes was scratching his beard, reasoning that he wanted to treat him to a drink in gratitude, but it turned out that he had found a brilliant student. Imagining women in purple and turquoise dresses in his mind, the man mused that Haiwa and Yunseo were already married. Visualizing the image of a girl in an orange dress, with a smile on his face, he remembered that Jie Yun was still free. At the same moment, his elder brother looked straight ahead seriously and asked if he knew about the Namgong clan's heavenly flower. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, the boy said that he did not think that there was anyone in this land who had not heard of the princesses of the clan. Imagining the image of a girl in a turquoise kimono in his head, the old man in brown clothes declared that this was his granddaughter, and offered to go and introduce them. Running up to his middle brother, the old man in white clothes asked him to stop, explaining that she was engaged, and he asked what scoundrel had dared to call himself her fiancé. Clearly worried in his eyes, the younger brother explained that it was Hwasang Soryong, and the old man in the brown robe asked who told him that he would give the Namgun flower for a beggar monk. Hearing this, the white-robed old man was dumbfounded. The drawing of the story continued to take place right in the southern palace of the Namgun clan. Then we moved to another part of the clan territory. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, Y thought that he was confused, and on the one hand, it was a joy that the elders received him so cordially, but he would not be able to leave there for 15 days. Looking around in surprise, the boy reasoned that he needed to go to the factory and stop by Gums, wondering if this woman would never come. Turning sharply back, the protagonist noticed that this was interesting. Going right up to a traditional musical instrument, he wondered if it was playing. Pulling on the strings, Y heard a sound. Looking happily straight ahead, the boy reflected that in this era instruments are made to the key of C major. Starting to play directly on the musical instrument, the protagonist noticed that this was what he understood, and remembered his university years when he played the guitar. At the same moment, the unknown girl opened her mouth wide in surprise. Noticing her appearance, Y turned back abruptly. At the same moment, he was extremely dumbfounded, noticing her right in front of him. The girl in the turquoise dress looked admiringly straight ahead, asking how he did it. Having made a bow, the boy asked him to forgive him for this. Looking admiringly straight ahead, so asked to know how he made that sound. Looking forward, the flower of the Namgun clan thought that it had pulled 3 strings at the same time, and it turned out to be such an incredible harmonious sound, and she had never seen anything like it before. After all, usually a combined chord is made on different instruments, and not on one. Sharply approaching the protagonist, the girl asked to teach her how to play in the same way. Smiling directly at her, Y explained that it was easy and asked to tune the strings for him. Going directly to the musical instrument, so explained that she could tune and showed how, asking which note to tune it to, and the boy said that he needed the middle note on E and G and also the middle note on A and C. Tuning the strings on her musical instrument, a girl in a blue dress noticed that it should be right, and the protagonist asked her to play. Immediately afterward, the Namgun flower ran her fingers along the strings, and Y stated that she was not in tune yet. Then she made another movement, and the boy noticed that now it was much better. Happily looking straight ahead, Seo explained that it was Junryo's note. Looking at her with a smile on his face, the protagonist noticed that it was indeed her, while it was explained to him that it was the 12th note of Unjong. Placing his hands directly on the strings, Y stated that when you play a few notes in unison, it's called a chord. Hearing the unknown words, the girl in the blue dress looked away in surprise, and the boy explained that he had to play like this first. After his playing, Namgun Flower was greatly delighted. Looking at the protagonist in surprise, she wanted to ask what chord he played, which frightened him greatly. Continuing to finger the strings of the musical instrument, Y did not understand how to explain it to him, and came to the conclusion that he would not say anything at all, telling him that it was a different chord. Overjoyed after everything that had happened, Seo noticed that this was the note he was playing when they entered, and it was very beautiful. Standing right behind the young guys, the old man in the brown robe couldn't figure out where he came from. Seeing the big smile on the face of the girl in the blue dress, the second elder of the Namgun clan reasoned that his granddaughter, who was not interesting to the boys from any noble families at all, was smiling and laughing. Looking directly at Y playing the musical instrument, Namgun Flower asked if these were other chords, and he said that they could be combined. Deftly plucking his fingers directly along the strings, he noticed that, unfortunately, he did not succeed, bringing her hands directly to the musical instrument, so wanted to try it herself. Then the girl in the blue dress began to play, and the protagonist, listening to her music, reasoned that he had already heard this melody somewhere. Remembering the members of the music group, Y suggested that it was similar to the bass line from the songs of the band Maroon 5, and noticed that the girl had talent. When she finished playing, So smiled broadly, remarking that it was simply incredible. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he did not have any special skills, but it was nice that she was so interested. At the same moment, an old man in a brown robe came up to them and said that after listening to the two of them, he would not want to listen to any more performers. Smiling broadly, he asked how he felt about his granddaughter. Looking in his direction in surprise, the protagonist did not know what to say. Looking directly at Seo, as if sparkling with beauty, Y thought that after the Korean celebs, she was simply incredible. Then, with a straight face, the boy said that he had heard that she was beautiful and had seen it with his own eyes. As he spoke, the brown-robed old man sparkled with joy. At the same moment, the protagonist bowed to him and asked him to bow out, while he asked where he was going and if he was going to the large hall. With a good laugh, Y stated that his master told him to stay there, and he had no right to obey. Hearing this, the brown-robed old man suddenly laughed, saying that this was the way it was with those who had angered his brother, and he should have lost at least a couple of matches to him out of politeness, to which the boy agreed. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to a small house late at night. Inside it was Y along with his older brother. The boy lowered his gaze to the god of the sword. Hearing this, a question came straight from the sparkling bloodstone as to what had happened. With a sad expression on his face, the protagonist asked what he had done to his body and why the clan elders were so surprised. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Jung explained that he had only embedded his technique called the Heavenly Sword of the Divine Wind into his body. After hearing this, Y was a little puzzled and asked if it was a good technique, and the sword god wondered what answer he wanted from him. Imagining an accumulation of golden energy in his head, the boy explained that something was happening in his body, and he would like to understand it, because it would be better this way, and this energy was spinning so quickly even now that he was starting to worry. Visualizing the energy spreading throughout the protagonist's body, the sword god explained that due to the fact that he had opened his chi meridians, the accelerated rotation of force was natural, so he had nothing to worry about. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, Y noticed that the master said that this technique was higher in level, and with it, he would achieve absolute mastery in 3 years. At the same moment, the boy was very frightened when Zhang's voice came directly from the locket, who couldn't believe that he trusted something that was taught in the Namgong clan and asked if he would still underestimate him. Imagining a monk and a swordsman using their energy in his head, the sword god said that the only techniques comparable to the heavenly sword of the divine wind were the great tiger style of Hyunun and the style of Taeguk Sammun. Visualizing a man using the power of flames, Zhang added that there is also Mushin Nyuguk's Cosmos style. Directing his serious gaze after what he heard, the protagonist reflected that there were only 3 of them, and was going to ask about the other. At this time, the sword god turned back while his disciple asked about Weizen's Purple Dawn techniques or Chunma's ultimate techniques, which were also of a very high level, and Chunma forbade him to even mention third-rate skills like Chunma's, and he hadn't even heard of Hwasan, so he was unfamiliar with it. Scratching his head awkwardly, Y couldn't believe that the Hwasang clan hadn't yet risen to their greatness at this time, to which he was told that they had existed before. Imagining blossoming trees in the middle of the mountains in his head, Jung said that no one had ever heard of the Purple Dawn technique, and perhaps future generations had invented it. As if he sparkled with joy after everything he heard, the boy thanked the teacher, because apart from the little things, he had learned a technique that is equal to, and perhaps even surpasses, everything that the Great 5 clans know. Smirking mischievously, Zhang remarked that it was too early for him to rejoice. After all, he had been in a hurry to introduce this technique into his body, and he had yet to experience the side effects, so he could not be thankful for greatly surprising the student. Just looking straight ahead, the sword god asked if he didn't understand that he had overcome obstacles and gained experience. Looking ahead in surprise, Y thought about the obstacles. Folding his hands to his chest, the sword god said that if it were so easy to achieve mastery of the technique, everyone he met would have a well-practiced technique, and more than one, and he had only opened his meridians with the help of chi energy, and engraved the divine wind heavenly sword technique on his essence. Imagining a swordsman using golden chi in his head, Chung said that if he met an opponent of the same level as him, he would not be able to win, and this was the most terrible of the side effects. Visualizing the image of Y writhing in pain, the sword god added that the only way to deal with this was to go to the sword grave, and if he didn't walk that path, he would never become stronger. Sighing heavily after everything he had heard, the boy told the teacher that when he finished his business there, they would definitely go there, and he noticed that the sooner the better. The narrative of the story continued to take place near the guest house late at night. Then we are transported to the moment when the sun was shining brightly over the city. At this time, an old man in a red robe was sitting directly opposite the unknown man. The man in the robes of the Namgun clan begged his father to let him go, and his father said that he should be quiet and walk. Closing his eyes after hearing this, the man stated that using the 7-star steps technique, he would come behind him and stab him with the Leviathan Dragon transformation technique. Looking menacingly ahead, Clan Elder Namgun laughed, saying that it was the Leviathan Dragon reincarnation that had to be chosen, and that was why he would remain in this world forever. Putting his hand straight in front of him, the red-robed old man said that he was walking now, and dodged with Ochagle's step technique and stabbed him in the leg with the technique from Sunchun's second position. Lowering his head down, the man in the robes of the Namgun clan said that he had lost, and his father began to laugh. Looking happily straight ahead, the elder of the Namgun clan noticed that this was what he understood, and this was how it should be, because it was already clear that he would win. Abruptly jumping up from his seat after everything that had happened, his son stated that he did not want to do this anymore and was leaving, because he had not seen his children for 2 days. At this time, the red-robed old man closed his eyes and said that this boy had used the second position of Incheon for the same purposes as Sungri Chanwol, and it was natural that the feint involved different variations. Suddenly, he was very surprised when he realized that he had used his great strength to his advantage, and that was his trick as the man in the robes of the Namgun clan asked about the sword of the 3 powers. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the eldest son asked his father who this person was, what had made him go crazy about the 3 powers sword technique. With a shameful expression on his face, the red-robed old man explained that this was his new disciple, and his son was extremely stunned by this. Sadly lowering his head down, the elder of the Namgun clan said that he had lost to him as many as 13 times and had never been able to beat this bastard, which even more stunned his heir. Looking straight ahead, a member of the Namgun clan wondered if he had taken one of the 7 strongest warriors of Murim as his disciple. Looking straight at him puzzled, the red-robed old man said that he was still far from such a level, and asked him to think for himself if he would worry so much about losing to one of them, since his student was not even 20 years old. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead after what he heard, the son asked his father if he was sure that he had not deceived him. Grabbing his blade, the elder of the Namgun clan was ready to swear by his sword. Standing right in front of his father, a member of the Namgun clan asked where the boy was, to which he was told that he should be in the Great Hall. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story is transferred to the Great Hall of the Namgun clan's palace. Right next to him, there were a huge number of people who couldn't believe that the great master had lost to a 20-year-old boy. The clan members were furiously staring straight ahead, saying that it was definitely this guy. At this time, a puzzled Y caught their eyes on him. Looking frightened at the angry crowd, the boy asked if he had insulted them in some way. At the same moment, an old man in a red robe and his son walked right into the large hall, and the others bowed and greeted Elder Gumsun. When he took his place, the elder of the Namgun clan asked his disciple if he was ready, and he explained that with all due respect, this event did not require any preparation, and he was just waiting for it. Very angry after hearing this, Gumsun became very angry and asked if he would mind if he took the first turn, and the protagonist agreed with this. The disciples of the clan who were watching the battle were extremely dumbfounded that the elder would go first. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Y said that before they started, he had a request. Looking directly at his student, the red-robed old man asked if he really wanted to bet on something, and the boy replied that it was something like that. Smiling broadly, Clan Elder Namgun remarked that it was fine and asked what he wanted. Immediately afterward, the protagonist took out his notebook. Noticing this, Gumsun was very surprised. When Y opened his notebook, the elder asked if it was a map of the city. Noticing unknown dots of different colors on it, an old man in a red robe asked what he had arranged. Imagining a luxurious Chinese-style building in her head, Y stated that the red dots were the places where he planned to open taverns. Hearing this, the elder of the Namgun clan was extremely dumbfounded, asking if he was a merchant. Looking straight ahead, Gumsun, puzzled, stated that if he lost, he would get permission for him from the clan patriarch. With a menacing expression on his face, the elder concluded that if he lost, he would take the surname Namgun and become his direct disciple, and the protagonist agreed to such conditions. Hearing all this, Yung clenched his hand into a fist of displeasure and called him a greedy pig, asking how he dared to try to take Cho's surname away from him. So he was going to show that there would always be someone stronger than him in this world. With his serious gaze forward, the clan elder was about to use Yuan's footwork styles to go behind him. At this time, a huge number of people gathered right around the pavilion. The clan members watching the scene were extremely surprised that this looked like a verbal battle. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Y claimed to be using Wei's footwork style to get around him and get behind him, and struck the spine with a flash of mountain explosion. Immediately after that, the boy visualized how deftly he dodged the opponent's blow. Swinging his blade, the protagonist stated that if he returned with the Yun style, he would feint and strike a flash in the open skies on his free arm. Putting his hand directly in front of him, Y added that if he came back with the Saw style, he would use the Incheon's second position move and stab him in the back of the head and stomach. Closing his eyes and for his worries, the old man in red robes reflected that he had a technique for everything, both the un-style and the sa-style. Grinning mischievously, the boy said that 7 minutes had already passed, and believed that the teacher knew the rules. At the same moment, Gum-sun waved his hand, saying that he was using sock-style footwork and moving in the opposite direction to avoid his attack. Hearing this, the clan members were delighted. Visualizing his battle against the master, the protagonist claimed to reduce the speed of the Wei style and switch to the Un style with the help of a combination of polar chi energy and finish off the hawk's throw with a sword blow. After his words, the clan elder completely drooped, realizing that there was a whole gap in the level between them. Sighing heavily, the red-robed old man declared that he had lost, and that would be the end of the duel. Sitting directly across from his disciple, the Namgun clan elder asked if he wanted to compete again, to which he received a positive response. The clan members who saw this were extremely surprised that this time the elder seemed to be asking to teach him how to fight. Immediately after that, they again entered into an impromptu battle. These two deftly wielded their blades. Gum-sun was dumbfounded looking straight ahead, because he could not break through the opponent's defense. He imagined that Wei seemed to be towering right above him, and he thought that this boy was like an impregnable wall, reaching into the sky, and all his techniques were simply useless in front of him. At the same time, the clan elder realized something. Immediately afterward, he plunged into meditation. Noticing this, his son with a dumbfounded expression on his face declared that the elder had attained enlightenment. Immediately after that, the warriors lined up around the red-robed old man on his son's orders for guards. At this time, a huge number of people gathered right around the pavilion. After a while, the elder of the Namgun clan opened his eyes. He then used his magical gaze. Standing right next to his father, a member of the Namgun clan asked him what level he had reached, and he replied that he was now at the beginning of the infinite sword of heaven. At the same time, the clan members looked directly at the innocent Wei with displeasure, realizing that he had achieved enlightenment during a verbal duel with him. At the same moment, Gum-sun seemed to sparkle with joy, declaring that he should call him a teacher, and he asked that he had not forgotten about the bet. Putting his hands on his belt, the clan elder declared that from now on he allowed him to do any business in the name of Namgong, because he had to agree on everything with the patriarch, and the protagonist thanked the teacher. Looking seriously straight ahead, the red-robed old man said that he still couldn't wrap his head around it, because he had never met such a genius in his entire life, and asked if he was sure he wanted to continue being a merchant. Smiling broadly, Wei remarked that he shouldn't say that, because he wouldn't be able to devote time to training if he had nothing to live on, and he took his leave, because he had to go to his chambers. Right in front of his newly minted disciple, the Namgun clan elder asked if he was going to leave, to which he replied that he had a lot to do. Looking at his elder brother standing next to him, the boy asked, if possible, to accept him as a warrior in the clan, and he could not say his level with certainty, but he could guarantee that he was devoted to the art of the sword and Gango. Turning back, Gum-sun turned to the captain of the Blue Dragon Brigade, who obeyed the leader. Looking directly at his son, the clan elder ordered that this boy be accepted into his brigade and trained, and he accepted the order. After everything that had happened, tears of joy appeared in Hyun's eyes. Placing his hand directly on his elder brother's shoulder, Wei asked if his wish had been granted. Looking directly at Hyun, the boy remarked that they probably wouldn't see each other in years, and asked if it was okay for him, to which he replied that everything was fine. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked not to forget his parents and their forge and to visit them occasionally. Looking after his younger brother in surprise, Hyun said that of course he would visit, and asked where he was going, to which he replied that he was saying goodbye to him for a long time. Immediately afterward, Wei approached the exit of the pavilion. There he was met by a huge number of members of the Namgun clan, who asked to play with them in order to receive enlightenment. They spoke to the young master as he simply walked away. Then the narration of the story is transferred to the next day, when clouds floated across the sky. We find ourselves right in the Cho family estate. The manager of the forge looked straight out the window and thought that from the very first meeting he realized that he was one in a million. Remembering how Wei, putting his hand on his chest, declared of course he would not be convinced by the income forecast for each month, but it would be able to ignite his passion for commerce, and the man with the mustache asked what it was he was talking about. Smiling broadly, the boy talked about their forge of the Cho family. At the same moment, the protagonist walked right into his office, asking how life was, and Lion greeted him. Seeing the golden tablet in Wei's hands, the manager of the forge could not believe what was happening. After a moment, he seemed to beam with joy, asking if they could finally build a foundry workshop. Looking confidently straight ahead, the boy noticed that this was not the only thing. Smiling broadly, the man with the mustache said about the armorer's forge, where they would make weapons. Holding out a golden plaque towards Lion, the protagonist explained that he had already made an agreement with Elder Bang and asked him to hang it on the wall. Imagining in his head a huge number of carts with goods, Wei said that the ore would be delivered to the city 4 to 5 times a month, and the elder would personally provide them with wagons for these needs, and the manager would provide them with a forge, and he noticed that they did not have enough money to pay for them. Smiling broadly, the boy explained that Elder Ban had said that they would be able to pay with a deferral. He pointed his finger right in front of him, the protagonist claimed that his forge was the best in all of Anhui, and was going to build a metalworking empire. Smiling broadly after what he heard, the man with the mustache asked what he had achieved after all. Looking happily directly at him, Wai explained that this was just the beginning, and asked him to leave the forge at his father's disposal, because he knew what to do. Visualizing a huge number of different weapons, the boy stated that as far as weapons are concerned, this should be a priority, and first you need to build the forge of the gunsmith, and he leaves who to hire at his discretion. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the forge manager noticed that with a production capacity like theirs, hundreds of swords per day would be the lowest output, but they had no connection with the people who could purchase this commodity in such quantities. Taking a piece of paper from the inside pocket of his kimono, the protagonist stated that it was a letter to the general staff, signed by Elder Ban, so he thought they could provide weapons to the entire region, and for free. Hearing this, Li Yong was extremely dumbfounded and asked about the legion for free. Turning his back on him, Wai said that General Ha would not be satisfied with prototypes, and they had to learn how to produce weapons that the highest masters would appreciate, and would not make any deliveries until they reached such a level. Looking back at him, the man with the mustache asked if the Fire Dragon Trade Union was doing this. Imagining the flag of an independent state in his head, the protagonist said that they needed an independent seller, in other words, their own trade union. At the same moment, Li Yong was extremely surprised that he was also going to create his own union. Looking smugly straight ahead, Wai remarked that of course it was not appropriate for them to be modest, because they now had the heavenly sword tablets. Hearing this, the manager of the forge was very dumbfounded, telling the chief that it was too much. Going directly to the desk, the boy asked how much he thought the Fire Dragon Trade Alliance had already made money from the labor of their forge, and the man with the mustache replied that perhaps for the same amounts that they earned themselves. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist stated that they received twice as much, and in 8 months they made 1,000 gold, investing only 60, and the return compared to the investment is astronomical. Spreading his hands to the sides, Lion remarked that he and the young master had sworn to be brothers, to which Wai replied that there was a limit to everything, as well as loyalty, and he had done more than enough for him. Visualizing his clash with Jie, the boy explained that in the relationship between trade alliances, there is a concept of equal exchange, and a deal where only one side makes an effort and the other only accepts cannot last long, and he knows this better than anyone. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist stated that he had warned his brother, but in response he did not receive any steps to meet him halfway, so their deal came to an end. With an expression full of enthusiasm, Wai said that they had only tolerated this deal because they had nowhere else to buy metal and ingots, and now they had a full cycle of metal production and processing, and now they had nothing to lose. Sitting right on the table, the boy told the steward that he would appoint him the owner of the new trade union, to which he immediately agreed. Smiling slightly, the protagonist asked him to imagine that he was running a trade union selling goods from their forge, and asked how much he thought would be the net profit per month. Hearing this question, the man with the mustache suddenly began to think. Pulling his hand to the side, Lion suddenly announced that it would be 1,000 gold. Looking ahead with interest, Wai asked where the figure came from. Imagining a huge number of different agricultural items in his head, the manager of the forge explained that, firstly, he had multiplied their average income by 5 because they needed iron ingots to produce goods. Pointing his finger upwards, the man with the mustache added that he had also added the possible income from the new trade alliance, and that was 300 gold. Visualizing a cart pulled by a horse, Lion said that when the goods were produced in Jisen's workshop, they would fetch about 700 gold pieces. Looking straight ahead, the boy noticed that he had forgotten about the Biansang workshop. Remembering the images of the best blacksmiths together with his father, the protagonist, the manager of the forge stated that this was because he had ordered the production of weapons to be brought to mind first, and if it was at all possible for them to mass-produce weapons that would be highly appreciated by all the best craftsmen, he gave this process about 6 months, so he had not yet taken into account this workshop. A moment later, the protagonist made the man with the mustache think when he asked what if they had finally perfected production and made a deal to supply weapons to the army. With a serious expression on his face, Lion stated that it would be 5,000 gold. Smiling happily after hearing this, Wai stated that it was good, because that's what he thought. Puzzled, looking directly at his reaction, the forge manager mused that there was not even a little surprise in him, and it would be 60,000 gold coins per year. Taking a letter directly from the inner pocket of his kimono, the boy offered to start their new business, and the man with the mustache asked what he was talking about. Then he looked directly at the map drawn on the paper. Looking at the protagonist's notes in surprise, Lion noticed that it was a map of Hefei, and his master asked if he remembered the small cart he had asked to design in the workshop, or rather a rickshaw. Recalling the prototype of a wooden bicycle, the manager of the forge noted that it was a chariot, which he called a bicycle, and the protagonist replied that when his development was completed, he should order the creation of 500 models and put them in storage for the time being. At the same time, the man with the mustache thought about 500 pieces, and asked how long they would be in the warehouse and when they would start selling them. With a snide grin, Wai declared that they would lie down for a while, and they would not sell them. Hearing this, Leon was extremely dumbfounded. Imagining in his head a cook who had prepared a huge number of different dishes, the boy asked the ruler that he had never thought about how wonderful it would be if everyone could order their own food from a tavern or diner. Looking directly at his master in surprise, the manager of the forge asked how it was to order food, and he explained that it was when he said what he needed and the delivery man brought the food. Hearing this, the man with the mustache opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this was the new tavern business he was talking about. Imagining the street of the huge city in his mind, Wai said that he was immediately struck by the idea that their taverns would deliver food wherever there were roads, and that's how he imagined it. Pointing his finger directly at the place on the map, the boy asked to look and said that hundreds of blue dots were points for receiving orders. Visualizing people collecting orders from ordinary citizens, the protagonist explained that their employees from the tavern would drive through these points every morning, collecting orders for lunch and dinner. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, Wai added that at the same moment the payment was made, and after collecting the orders, their people were writing the time on the delivery boards. Listening to his master, Leon was just silently surprised. Imagining in his head people riding bicycles with boxes of food, the boy said that after that, their bicycles and the food delivery men would go out to check the delivery boards, and then each would go to their tavern and pass the orders to the kitchen, and when the food was ready, each of them would go to deliver to a certain area, and so the delivery began. Looking admiringly straight ahead, the manager of the forge was talking about bicycles. Visualizing how the delivery man rushes right along the city street at great speed, the protagonist noticed that they are needed for fast delivery, because they can be used to deliver food before it cools down. Smiling broadly, Lion wanted to know the information about these 9 red dots. Throwing his hands to the sides, Wai declared that these were their taverns. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, and after all he had heard, the manager of the forge was thinking that this was a new way of making money, and they would have no competition, because they did not have the technology to make a bicycle, and that was why he said that they would not sell them. Raising his hand a little, the man with the mustache noticed that all this would be very expensive, because they would have to hire hundreds of people. At the same moment, the boy put his hand right into the inside pocket of the kimono, and said that they would be forced to buy this food even at a high price, which greatly surprised his assistant. Looking away, the protagonist said that the food there is incredibly bland, just like oatmeal without salt. Imagining a huge table with different dishes in his head, Wai wondered who even said that Chinese food was delicious, and mused that sugar and salt are very expensive, and they are consumed little by little, which is why there is no taste in the food, as well as options for sauces and seasonings too, and compared to his time, there are very few and he is severely lacking in taste sensations as a modern person. Jumping right off the table, the boy said that they had to buy a large batch of salt and sugar from Jiangnan, which greatly surprised the manager of the forge. Looking away, the protagonist stated that they would create a completely new dish, and if the people only tried the bright flavors created with the help of salt and sugar, they would be ready to pay the last penny for these dishes. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, the man with the mustache was thinking about sweet and salty dishes and asked the boss what their priority was, the forge or this new enterprise. Looking directly at him, the protagonist stated that the latter was more important, and Lion said that he understood everything and would be in the best possible way. Hearing this, Wai addressed the people of the Central Plains with a mad expression on his face. Visualizing a huge number of delicacies from his world, the boy was going to present them with a taste of modernity. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transported directly to the city of Hefei. Then we find ourselves at the Namgon clan's estate. The head of the Namgon clan, Beck, examined the scrolls in his hands. Suddenly, he noticed something surprising. The man had read in the document that the golden heavenly sword tablet had been given to Wai from Cho's forge. Looking seriously straight ahead, Beck asked who he was to give him this plaque, since it was cast only 3 or 4 times a year on special occasions. As he continued to read the information in the document, the Namgon clan leader learned that it had been issued while he was traveling to Hunan on business, and asked who had done it, realizing that it was the elder of the Great Hall. At the same moment, the man was very angry, because everything happened in circumvention of hierarchy, law and rules, which is outrageous. Slamming his hand directly on the table, Buck said that 3 months ago he had brought some young ragged man from the street, and he had tried his best not to allow them to fraternize, and now he was handing out a golden tablet of the heavenly sword from some workshop that he had never heard of. Rushing somewhere, the man declared that he would not tolerate this. Then, the head of the Namgun clan went straight to the street of the city. Looking around, Buck wondered why none of the warriors were training in the yard. As he walked further through the clan's territory, the man reasoned that now was the time to train, and didn't understand where the green and blue dragon brigades had gone. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side. Seeing the huge crowd of people gathered in this place, the Namgun clan leader asked himself why they were all there. Immediately afterward, the clan members bowed to him and greeted the patriarch. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Buck said that the green, blue, and sun dragon brigades were all there, and asked what they were doing. Hiding his hands behind his back, the adept said that they had arranged a verbal martial arts tournament there, and the man was very surprised by this. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the head of the Namgun clan stated that he thought it was forbidden to do this during working hours, or that his memory was failing. Looking straight at him puzzled, the guy noticed that the brigade commanders had allowed them. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Buck couldn't understand how the traditions and discipline of the entire clan could collapse overnight. Immediately afterward, the man held out his hand directly in front of him and declared that the path of the sword was a path of endless hardship and suffering, asking if they had forgotten what they were doing there and what kind of circus it was. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, the adept of the clan explained that the brigade commanders had seen the miracle with their own eyes in the large hall, and the head of the Namgun clan had asked about this miracle. Recalling how Gumsun meditated, the warrior said that the elder achieved enlightenment when he engaged in a verbal duel. Imagining how he used his new magical gaze, the adept added that at that moment he had reached the level of the heavenly eye. Looking straight ahead in surprise after all he had heard, Buck asked if it was true, and mused that the celestial eye was a superpower that was acquired by a master who dragged clan sword techniques to perfection, and less than a dozen masters in their clan's history had mastered this superpower. At the same time, several guys ran straight to the head and confirmed that it was all true, and they saw it too. Looking ahead seriously, Buck mused that because the elder had attained such a sky-high level during a verbal duel, they now thought that these martial arts were the path to enlightenment, and asked who his opponent was. Could it be another elder? Putting his hands behind his back, the adept explained that it was some outside apprentice of the master, which greatly surprised the man. Looking straight ahead, the Namgun clan leader wondered if he was taking on unofficial disciples at this age, and this was a violation of the family hierarchy. Looking directly at the clan warrior, Beck asked who the disciple was, and he replied that it was the young master Y of the Cho clan's forge. Hearing this, the Namgun clan leader was very surprised and couldn't believe that this guy was again. At the same moment, the protagonist looked away in surprise. With a visibly displeased expression on his face, Beck called out to Ryung-ju. Immediately afterward, a shadow warrior appeared beside him, bowing and asking his master what he could serve. Looking directly at him, the head of the Namgun clan ordered him to know everything about Y and the forge of the Cho clan, and he immediately obeyed. Immediately after this, the stories are transferred to one of the palaces of the Namgun clan. The elder stretched out his hand directly to the cup of tea. Gumsun looked happily straight ahead, saying that he had invited him for a drink and seemed to be very busy lately. The patriarch of the Namgong family and the heavenly sword warrior Namgong Su just silently stared straight ahead. Clenching his hand into a fist, he stated that only today he read the report on the verbal duel, which took place 3 days ago. Sitting directly opposite the patriarch, the clan elder asked what was unbelievable, to which he received a positive answer. Looking ahead seriously, Su pondered that this disciple had combined trivial techniques such as the three forces sword with the techniques of escaping the line of attack, and thereby turned the opponent's immense strength against himself. So in this way, he had raised this duel to the level of advanced martial arts. Imagining the image of the sword god in his mind, the patriarch of the Namgun family reasoned that according to the report, the three-strength sword technique used in this duel was the most advanced imaginable, and it was even beyond his own level. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Su asked if it was his disciple and he from the Wa Mountain sect, thinking about the Violet Dawn Holy Sword, who was the strongest warrior in modern times, and they were on the same level, but it was still taller than him. In response, the red-robed old denier shook his head. Looking straight at him in puzzlement, the patriarch of the Namgun family asked who he was then. At the same time, the head of the Namgong clan sighed heavily. Directing his menacing gaze forward, Gumsun declared that in time he would tell him everything, and hoped that he would have something to learn. Holding out her hand directly in front of her, Su congratulated him on his enlightenment, and he only laughed in response. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the city of Hefei in the late afternoon. A guest came right inside the tavern, who was met by an employee. The people there looked at him with displeasure, saying that he was a man from the Wa Sword clan who looked more like a stinking dog. Looking directly at Wa Somyung smugly walking forward, people thought that he was equal in numbers, a person from the Wa family. A moment later, men walked over to the table and greeted the hero from the Chaegal clan. With a deft movement of his hand, the unknown guy closed his fan and asked Mr. Wa how he was doing. Smiling broadly back at him, the purple-robed guy asked if this was the young leader Chaegalan. Suddenly, man turned sharply back as the manager greeted the new guests. At the same time, 2 heirs of the Namgong clan entered the inn, and the people around said that it was a young sword master. Approaching directly to Lady So, the guy in purple robes asked what the mystery was, because every time he had the honor of seeing her, she became more and more beautiful, and she greeted him. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the heir to the Namgun family noticed that he was still familiar, and Meng only laughed in response. With a snide grin, the heir of the Wa clan stated that on this day, all the stars aligned in the sky, and he met the young leader of Chaegal, the young sword master Namgun, in the tavern, so the banquet in honor of the young dragons was going perfectly. Looking menacingly straight ahead and saying nothing, Chang mused that if he hadn't been ordered otherwise, he wouldn't even have spoken to him. And just think that with these scoundrels who dared to stain his family's honor with ink and brush, he would have to travel all the way to Shaanxi province. With a serious expression, the heir to the Namgun clan stated that they were leaving immediately after the banquet. Suddenly, the girl in the blue dress noticed Why asking the stranger what else he wanted, and he wondered if it was hard to guess. Noticing him, Saul was very surprised. The orange-robed man gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked why he should tell the secrets of his trade. Glancing angrily straight ahead after what he had heard, the boy thought that he had already asked how many of these tavern owners he had. No one wanted to tell him how to run this place, and it was all frustrating his plans. At the same moment, the orange-robed man was sneering mischievously, reasoning that he apparently thought that he didn't understand that he wanted to open a tavern, and then he would have competition. Immediately afterward, Jay ran into the tavern, who advanced directly to the protagonist and called out to him. Holding a document in his hands, a man in a yellow robe asked what it was. Looking straight at him puzzled, Why thought that the steward had already done everything. Looking directly at the boy standing in front with displeasure, the third head of the merchant guild asked if he knew how long he had been looking for him, and how he could have just broken their deal, because that's not how they do to brothers. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, the protagonist explained that this was the case, which made Jay even angrier. Clutching the document in his hand out of anger, the yellow-robed man declared that it had never been heard of at all, and asked why he had come up with the idea that he could take and terminate a deal with a trading alliance that had a monthly turnover of 1,500 gold coins, and besides, he had sworn to be brothers forever. Looking ahead seriously, Why explained that he respected him, but friendship and business were different things. Hearing this, the third master of the merchant guild trembled with displeasure. Pulling his hand aside, the boy said that he spoke as if he had not been given a single chance, and asked how many times he gave time to think, and this was every time he met. Looking seriously straight ahead, the protagonist said that in fact, in a month, he earned 120 gold coins on his brother's hump, and he is a merchant, so he knows how much money it is. Gritting his teeth in frustration after hearing this, Jay wondered how he knew how much he was making from his forge. With a look full of rage, Why declared that he was calling him brother and asked him to tell which brother would give his elder 120 lambs of gold every month without demanding anything in return. Looking discontentedly at the man in yellow robes, the boy added that this relationship was more like a relationship than a fraternal one, but between mountain robbers and the traveler they were robbing, or a bribe, and he asked if he knew what it would cost him to organize the supply of steel ingots. Hearing this, the protagonist shoved his hand directly into the inside pocket of the kimono. A moment later, he took out a golden tablet, which greatly stunned the third master of the merchant guild, who couldn't believe that the heavenly master's tablet existed. Looking down in fright, Jay realized that his deal was now over. At the same moment, the tavern manager was folding his hands together, apologizing to the master for his stupidity, because he did not know who he was talking to. Suddenly, someone was rushing in their direction. It was Chan, who was staring menacingly straight ahead and asking who he was and where he had gotten his clan's golden tablet. Folding his hands together, Wai explained that he was from the Cho family, that is, from the forge in Anhui. Looking ahead seriously, the heir of the Namgun clan asked to see the heavenly sword tablet. At the same moment, a nurse ran up to him, who told his brother that this was the most famous person in their family since recently, and this sign was given to him legally, which greatly surprised him. Looking down, So told him that he had only returned to the world yesterday after living as a martial arts retreat, so she wasn't surprised that he didn't know, and suggested that he ask the celestial elders for advice, and the brigade captains could tell him too. Looking directly at his sister in surprise, Chan asked if he had forged some kind of miracle sword for their family, and she laughed and said that he was a martial arts genius. Suddenly, looking forward with his menacing gaze, the heir of the Namgun family couldn't believe that he was a warrior. Immediately afterward, he looked directly at his hands, which were soft and without calluses. Examining the protagonist's face, Chan thought that his vision was like that of an ordinary person. Looking directly at Seo standing next to him with displeasure, the heir to the Namgun family asked if she was laughing at him, and how he could be a martial arts genius. Imagining Wai taunting Gumsun in her head, the girl in the blue dress explained that he had defeated their grandfather in a verbal duel, which greatly stunned her brother. Looking directly at Chan, Seo said that they had dozens of verbal battles, but Grandpa lost everything, and he couldn't believe it. Take a serious look ahead. The flower of the Namgun clan stated that the grandfather took him as an outside disciple, and even as an outside disciple, he is above them in the hierarchy, so you can't talk like that. Clenching his hand in displeasure after hearing this, Chan asked if she wanted to say that a man who didn't know any martial arts was now an honorary member of their family, and stated that he wouldn't allow such a thing because he needed proof. Looking menacingly directly at her brother, So offered to go home and ask the elders, and he suddenly shut her up. Observing everything that was happening from the sidelines, Wai thought that he still had to establish a new trade alliance, and did not want to get bogged down in this feud now. Immediately afterwards, the boy bowed and thought that Lady Namgun's word was sufficient to confirm his ownership of the tablet, and asked permission to leave them. At the same moment, Jay also bowed to the young master, saying that he had only seen him from afar before, and it was a great honor for him to talk to him, and was called the leader of the Fire Dragon Trade Alliance. Looking directly after the departing protagonist, Chan suddenly shouted at him to stop. Turning back, she asked if he had any more questions for him. Looking forward with displeasure, the heir to the Namgun family stated that the golden heavenly sword tablet was an attribute of his family, and he, whom he had never heard of, was using it, and it was not a trivial matter. Smugly looking away, the boy asked if it wasn't enough for Lady Namgun to confirm his identity. Holding the blade right in front of him, Chan said that he was the official representative of the clan patriarch, and he was obliged to prove to him his right to this tablet. Hearing this, Seo was extremely dumbfounded. At this time, Man was also watching in surprise. The young master of the Chagal family was staring straight ahead in anticipation of the fight. Suddenly, the bloodstone sparkled red, and from there came the voice of an ancestor who noticed that he was quite an interesting boy. It was Jung who folded his arms to his chest, stating that his sword was strong and it was very difficult to reach such a level at such an early age. Looking seriously straight ahead after what he had heard, Wai noticed that the teacher had never praised anyone before, and asked if he liked him. At the same time, the sword god struck his palm with his fist and explained that it would be a great pleasure for him to break it. Hearing him, the boy was extremely stunned that he was going to break the heir of the Namdong clan. Zhang turned his head and said that he needed to be beaten. The sword master stands in front of Wai, and he says that this should not be done and orders him to be silent, and continues that he wants a fight, so give him a fight. Chan shifted his gaze and asked what he wanted. He knitted his eyebrows and replied that it was a verbal duel with him. The heavenly bloodstone appears and says what he will say, and Chan needs to repeat it out loud and adds that there is no gag. The protagonist stood in front of the guy and said that the art of the Namgun sword is centered around strength and silence, and asked why Jang is so quick to kill and loves to attract attention, and the young man was indignant. The dark-haired guy looks forward and says that he can see that he is practicing blocking the opponent's energy points, and advises not to do it in the dark. The guy draws his eyebrows together and thinks that it is acceptable for a swordsman to train visual acuity, and says that it would be a mistake to rely entirely on his eyesight. Chan leans forward and angrily asks what he even understands about this. The protagonist closes his eyes and says that in the art of blocking acupuncture points, it is important to be able to restrain any outburst of emotion and anger. The young man stands up and thinks that there are very few masters of acupuncture combat in Ganho and that not only great talent is needed, because this technique is absolutely incompatible with the sword art of the Namdun clan. The young master shifts his gaze and thinks that someone else dares to judge his talents. He grits his teeth and yells for the guy to close his mouth. Wai throws out his hand and states that Chan's hand is itching to draw his sword and that it is characteristically tense. The sword master shifts his gaze and asks what is wrong with her, and the protagonist replies that his right arm is slightly longer than his left. Streams of energy surround the protagonist, and he says that he sees in the young master a monolithic stone that does not crumble, although its surface is not protected, and it has been beaten by storms for many years. Chan looks at the protagonist. The man raises his sword and thinks that this is the way of the great dragon, punishing the injustice of the world and at the same time looking with mercy at all creatures. He soars up and continues to mentally say that the heavens tolerate the presence of evil on earth, that they are powerful and punish evil, while not destroying the whole world. The main character looks forward and reflects that the path of the emperor is pure, and that the one who follows it no longer looks back at the previous paths. He turns his head and exclaims that in the 200 years of the Namgong family's martial arts history, either speed nor external beauty has ever been in value. He looks indignantly in front of him. Drops of sweat were running down his face, and he thought that he was finished, and that he was carried away, and repeated the words of the sword god exactly, without smoothing anything out, and continued what he was about to get. Clan leader Meng looked ahead and said that in 400 years, not 200. The sword master lowered his head and thought that he had told the whole essence of the Namgong family's martial arts, and had forgotten the simple truths. He looked before him and asked himself in his mind what was the point at which he had gone astray, and went on to say that his swiftness had stung him. The young dragon Chun Unso turned his head. Chan clenched his fist and thought to get stronger. He had spent the last 3 years exhausting his body with training and that it hardened his heart and made him short-tempered, and added that it made him short-tempered. He shook his head to the side. The young master stood up straight and asked for the name, and his sister exclaimed that his brother had addressed the protagonist. The main character approached the guy, and he said that Wai showed him the way, like a father. Jang raised his sword, and Wai said that he no longer had any doubts about the young master's abilities. The guy looked at the protagonist and said that although in the hierarchy he should be addressed as a teacher, but at the same time he was the heir of the patriarch, so addressing politely was all he could do without losing his honor. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and said that this was expected from an orthodox, and it was surprising. He folded his palms in front of him and said that the guy shouldn't worry, and that his grandfather had given him no choice but to become his outside student, and added that the guy should address him as an equal. The dark-haired man looked at the young people and was surprised that even a young sword master respected Cho Wai. He bowed his head and greeted the master, and introduced himself that his name was Li Zhang Jie and that he was an oath brother with Cho Wai. Jie put his hand on his chest and continued that he was the third son of the owner of the Fire Dragon Merchant Alliance. Chan turned his head, and Wai offered to drink wine. The young man rushed after the main character and thought that he could not let him go. He took the scroll in his hands and asked the protagonist to do one last favor for him. The protagonist turned his head and told the guy that he was impudent, and asked if his accountants were eating their bread in vain. The young man closed his eyes and said that Y was faster than them. The main character raised his hand and apologized to the sword master, and added that he would come soon, and the young man replied that he would wait. The protagonist takes a notebook in his hands and studies the nomenclature list. He hands the notes to the young man and says that his order has 82 items and the total price is 4,873 liang. G agrees. The main character passes the notebook to the guy, and he thanks him. Y turns his head and says that the guy bought a lot of fabrics this month and asks if he got a good deal, or if there is an increase in demand. The guy puts the notebook in his pocket and replies that he bought it because of the price reduction. The protagonist raises his hand and says that this is what he said, that Chan is a huckster to the core, and continues that he is greedy and will never share his achievements, and adds that this is how you can do business with him. The merchant waves his hand and says goodbye to the main character. He raises his hand in a farewell gesture. The main character rounds his eyes in surprise. The young sword master approaches Y and invites him to the table. The young master spreads his hands and exclaims that it is impossible, and how he did it. Y lowers his gaze. Shifts his gaze to the protagonist, and says that there are 82 types of goods, each with its own weight, which is more than 36,000 kilograms of weight goods and 30 rolls of fabric. He looks at Y and asks what he calculated, and adds that he is the god of arithmetic. Sunlight illuminates the building. Even in the Chaegao clan, where the offspring are taught arithmetic from childhood, there have never been those who would count so quickly. The young man opened his mouth and asked what method the protagonist was thinking, and continued that it was the abacus table, and added that it was impossible, and asked again what he had calculated in his mind from the opposite. Y tilted his head to the side and thought that he hadn't done any of this. Mathematical calculations appear, and the main character ponders how to explain modern mathematics, and continues to think that the biggest difference between modern mathematics and Bronze Age arithmetic is the concept of what zero is. The guy looks straight and thinks that having a lot of goods he used a polynomial expression or division into fractions, and quickly calculates, and continued why it seems like some kind of superpower. He shifted his gaze and decided that there was nothing to say and asked Un to calculate how many times 5 would be multiplied by 0. The young man looked at the main character in surprise and was surprised that it was impossible. Y raised his hand and asked that he had never thought that 0 was also a number. Un shifted his gaze and thought that 0 could be a number. What kind of logic was this? A picture of his calculations appears and he mentally asks himself that a number can only be that which exists, and 0 is not a number. The protagonist waves his hand and thinks he knew it, and says it to make the guy forget it. The young man spreads his hands in surprise and asks Y to explain this to him, and waits for an answer that how many times 5 is multiplied by 0. The main character turns his head and replies that it will be 0. Raises his hands in rage and is indignant that there is no logic in this. The protagonist opens his mouth. Y grits his teeth angrily and calls on names, and the protagonist asks him what he is. A disciple named Un, throwing up his hand, asked where the logic came from that if 0 does not multiply then it should be 5. The guy looked ahead. Cho looked around in exasperation and muttered to himself that it was amazing how anyone could be so stupid, and the man asked why he had called him a club. The protagonist, waving it off, replied that he was just muttering to himself instead of talking to him, and the protagonist asked him if he had really called him a club. A guy in a blue kimono named Chan, turning his head to his opponent, said that now he knows how others feel when they are praised with education, and added that he himself is no better. Looking at the interlocutor, the hero thought that Chan took advantage of the situation to assert himself at the expense of a political opponent. With a relaxed smile, said that he was not a man who believed that only martial arts mattered, and that he would not throw beads in front of someone who was unable to appreciate his words. As he struggled with his sword, Chan declared that he would rather bite off his tongue and bleed than live the life of a bookworm with nothing but cheap tricks behind him, and added that a man who had devoted his life to the sword was the only one who could be called a true champion of truth. The red-haired guy turned his head away, wondering why he hadn't taken Enhat's words seriously, and said that he wouldn't trade his brilliant mind for muscles, and his opponent shouted that he couldn't hear his voice and asked where he was, and asked if he was trying to say something with calligraphy. A girl named So, looking at the heroes, angrily exclaimed that this was childish, and ordered them to stop it immediately. Turning to his comrades, the man said that he was inviting the lords to sit down, and the character added that the young leader of the Meng family couldn't help but join when young sword master Chang and young leader Un were here, and asked if they would mind if he sat down. The protagonist named Cho looked at the hero and noticed that he was a guy from that forge. An image of the hero appeared, and the man added that his name was Myung So Myung. The hero folded his hands and said that it was a pleasure to meet him, and the interlocutor greeted him indifferently. The protagonist smiled contentedly and said that he didn't even remember him. Man turned to the girl and exclaimed that since he had seen her magnificent performance at the fair in honor of the Double Nine holiday, he could not forget it, and wondered when she would perform again. The heroine, looking away, said that she had completely forgotten about it. So, folding her hands in the traditional greeting, said that she apologized because she had been in a hurry that day and had not thanked him properly, and added that she was very grateful for his teachings. The protagonist, closing his eyes, replied that it was nothing, and invited her to sit down. Chan turned his head and asked if she had learned verbal combat from him. The heroine, looking at her interlocutor with a displeased look, replied that he had only martial arts in mind, and asked what, in his opinion, she could learn. The girl crossed her arms and told her that Mr. Cho had taught her completely new music techniques, and that it was an absolutely ethereal melody. The guy looked at Seo in bewilderment, and repeated what she said: music, melody. Turning to the protagonist, the man asked if he also understood music. Cho, modestly waving his hands, said that he was just an entrepreneur from a small forge. The hero, looking ahead, thought who he really was. An image of many musical instruments appeared, and the man reasoned that a fighter without education had put Anhats from the Chang clan behind his belt, puzzled him with his knowledge of arithmetic, and now it turns out that he also understands music. The main character looked into the frame, and the guy added that he says that he is an ordinary merchant, and that this is probably the most important meeting of the entire trip to Hefei. The hero put some object forward, held out his fan and announced that he was giving him a gilded phoenix fan and inviting him to Yuan's manor, where he could come at any time, and added that he should show the fan to the doorkeepers and he would be honored with the same honors as a family member. The hero banged his hand on the table. Chen, looking at his opponent, told him to remove the fan, and he asked why he refused. Furrowing his brows, the character said that Cho Wai is a sword master and no stranger to the Jiang clan, and such a person cannot deal with a family of bookworms and idlers. Looking ahead with displeasure, the warrior said that he thought that they did not have laws prohibiting inviting an honorary member of another clan to visit, and asked by what right Chan forbade him to do so, and added that no matter what the relations between the clans were, they still did not break off contact, and people communicated with each other. And asked what was so alarming about Chan's sincere desire to invite this person to visit. Chin, mentalizing his sword, exclaimed that he was a bastard and shouted for them to stop, and the character asked the young swordmaster to keep himself together. Cho waved his hand away and replied that Woon was very kind, but he unfortunately had to refuse. Unexpressed regret, and said that it was a pity. The guy looked ahead. Chin, looking to the side, said that he had gone a little overboard and promised to order Cho a drink the next time they stopped, and the man replied that it was good. Turning his head, the hero asked if anyone wanted to go with him, since he had eaten his fill. Looking at the departing heroes, man exclaimed that he was also with them. Cho, seeing his friends off with an interested look, asked where they were going. Turning his body towards the protagonist, revealed that in a month there would be a young dragon festival on Manhwa, and they went there, and the main character repeated what kind of young dragon festival it was. Swinging his sword, he said that he seemed to have heard about this festival, because it takes place every 3 years and is designed for outstanding and strong warriors, and each clan is represented by young masters of martial arts and other arts. The musicians played their instruments, and the guy added that, for example, at the festival, there is a cultural exchange between clans and disciplines such as the tea ceremony, fine arts, calligraphy, music, and asked if Mount Hua was there. The guy looked ahead and asked to stop. A picture of a map appeared, and the man thought that the sword god had told him to go to Gamchen City on the border of Gonghuan County, and that Mount Hua was in Shaanxi province. Cho, pointing to his friends, asked if he could go with them, and added that he would pay for the trip, since he asked for it suddenly. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist thought that they were the most reliable companions for such a journey, and that he would get acquainted with the followers of the ancient sect of Mount Hua and members of the great families. Turning to the protagonist, the warrior replied that it would be an honor if Cho went with them, and the girl said that it was not necessary to pay at all. The sun shone on the flatter. A cart was driving along the road. Men, looking at the protagonist, said that wouldn't they consider it amenity if he said that his Meng Sword clan were great entrepreneurs, and that their warehouses were full of goods. Cho smiled and said that he understood, and added that at least he had heard about the Big Men Bank in Hefei. Men, laughing, replied that this was not all their earnings, and that they also owned the Salnikna Passenger Transportation Agency, the 100 Dishes Restaurant, the Paradise Aroma Store, and several small taverns. Cho, looking at the hero with surprised eyes, exclaimed that the Sunny Agency was the best in Anhui in terms of passenger transportation, and that he had also heard a lot of good things about the 100 Dishes Restaurant. People were queuing to get there, and the view from the top floor was magnificent. Men, laughing merrily, said that the main character is great, and that he knows more about important places in the city than some, and the protagonist added that opening at least one small tavern is already an achievement. Men, pointing his finger at the hero, added that Cho was impoverished, but it was true, it was an achievement, and cited the example of their tavern's scarlet beauty and longevity. Cho, looking menacingly at his interlocutor, thought that he had only played along with men, and he fluffed up his peacock tail all over the wagon. The guy closed his eyes and the guard warned that danger was ahead, and the protagonist asked again what had happened. The fighter looked to the side and the guard replied that there was a bandit flag in front of him, and Chan asked who the bandits were. Chen looked away with displeasure, and the cabman reported that the giant tiger gang was operating in this region. Grabbing his sword, the guy said that he had heard that it was the weakest of the 72 gangs of people of the Green Forest. The hero stood up and said that the dullards must have swelled and did not understand who they had run into. Looking at his comrade, exclaimed why he was breaking out of the wagon without knowing what was happening, and asked if he had any brains between his ears at all. Chan, looking at the heroes with indignant eyes, shouted what he had said. The wagon was driving through the gorge, and the character said that if the bandits called themselves Giant Tiger, it does not mean that they are stupid animals, and that even a bandit will not risk his skin if he knows that he will die, and added that he is sure that they have already seen the flags of their families, and nevertheless show their flag, which means that they are confident in their abilities. Looked to the side and added that the sad fate of the Anhuiping clan is a clear example of how Kengho is not a safe place. Shang, directing his irritated eyes to the side, cursed, and asked why remembered the Ping clan from Hebei. The hero, turning to his friends, said that he had made a discovery that their affairs were bad. The dismembered bodies of scientists were found on the roads of Murim, and the mafia and gangs raised their heads, and asked why they were so bold in general. The flag had a picture of a bear and a man telling Chan to take a closer look at the flag. The guy narrowed his eyes and noticed that among the people of the Green Forest, there was only one gang that drew a bear on its flag. Looking outside, explained that the red bear was the symbol of the gang of the robber king Chiol Unbei, which meant that they were dealing either with him or with one of his students or subordinates. Jang wide-eyed and asked if Chiol Unbei was the only one of the 7 martial arts kings, and added that he was as famous as them. The hero walked around the wagon and said that if he were as reckless as they were, he would have already been chopped to pieces. The warriors jumped to the ravine. The guy furrowed his brows and said that this was the same gang. The heroes in red flew at the protagonists, and the character said that they obey the king of robbers and say that their power is equal to an entire clan. The bearded character landed. The fighter, raising his sword, ordered the warriors of the Cham clan to join the battle, and the soldiers replied that they obeyed. Masters. The hero rushed forward. The warrior swung his sword and shouted that they would fight to the death. Raised his hand upwards and ordered everyone to set up seal stones and magic emitters, set up a protective field, and cast the chi energy increase spell on each warrior. The heroes in white looked ahead. The warriors stuck the artifacts into the ground. The mage looked ahead and the character reported to the commander that everything was done. Turned to his enemies and said that if he didn't see a way to defeat the enemy, he could go through the gates of life with them, but most likely Cho wouldn't listen to him, and asked him to at least take care of reducing the number of casualties, and Chen replied that it was fine. Cho, watching the magical preparations, thought that it was incredibly amazing, some kind of supreme energy management magic, and what was even more surprising was the number of talented magi in this clan. The bearded man looked to the side and added that each of them knew the chi energy manipulation spells perfectly, and that they were probably descendants of the great Kongming. Chan waved his sword and shouted for the Chan clan's warriors to move forward. Grinning, the character ordered everyone to stop. The hero was flying in the air. The guy landed on the ground. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The soldier, looking menacingly ahead, asked why they did not understand his words. Recognizing the bandit, exclaimed, "Could it be Chiol Unbei?" The hero widened his eyes and asked what he had said. The adversary, frowning indignantly, shouted that this was too much, and asked how old he was, in Shigal's opinion, and added that he must be short-sighted, since he took him for an old man. Men, looking at his opponent, asked how old he was. Elon grinned and said he was 17. The protagonist, looking at the guy with surprised eyes, said to himself that you can't tell it from his face, and added that Elon is a year younger than him, but looks like he is much older. Chan, looking ahead, said that he was joking too much, and asked if he wanted to make a circus here. Elon, clenching his fists angrily, yelled that everyone was angry with him, and asked why everyone thought he was old, adding that he was a teenager, but no one believed what he said. The main character, looking away, thought that this could not be, and suggested that Elon probably did not wash his face and did not look in the mirror, and wondered if mountain robbers washed at all. Chan, turning to the robber, demanded that he stop talking nonsense and introduce himself, as he was clearly trying to deceive their eyes. Elon, rubbing it back, shouted that everyone had got him, and asked the leader of Ken why he did not help him and stood like an idol. The leader of Kong, looking at his subordinate, said that this guy's name was Elon, and he was a great disciple of the great robber king, and asked to love and favor him. The young man, pointing his finger menacingly at himself, retorted that he was not a disciple of the bandit king, and added that the leader of Kong was exaggerating, and asked to tell everyone how old he was. The master, closing his eyes, said that Elon was undoubtedly the apprentice of the robber king, as he had received the treasure of green blood from him, and added that Elon should choose his words carefully, and called him the prince of robbers. Elon, looking at the smirks, asked why everyone was grinning. Chief Kong looked ahead and said that the young prince was definitely 17 years old, and asked if everyone had heard. Elon smiled and asked if they had heard now and understood that he was not lying. So, seeing his smile, exclaimed that he was incredibly handsome. Going to the robber, said that the imprudent robber had first provoked them to a fight, and now he decided to chat, and asked what kind of circus it was. The hero, looking at his opponent, said that Elon probably did not know how much it cost to make one seal stone, and added that he, being a disciple of the great robber king, did not understand anything. Elon, spreading his hands in agony, replied that he was not a disciple of the robber king. Furrowing his brows at his opponent, said that Elon should explain his offensive actions, and added that he probably wanted to profit from their goods. The leader of Kong, directing his gaze to his opponents, said that they, as young nobles, should know that it was unwise to enter into conflict with bandits in their territory. Standing behind the backs of his comrades, replied that it was up to them to answer, and added that their clans would definitely know what had happened, since 20 li away, in the city of Hanam, there were the estates of their relatives. Leader Kong, looking ahead, said that they were following their king's orders and added that he couldn't explain anything else. Turning his head forward, asked who the king was and what exactly he had ordered them to do. The leader of Kong, crossing his arms over his chest, replied that their mission was to escort the prince, and the guy added that they were just descending into the gorge when they met them. Looking at his opponents, said that he would have to talk to Elon face to face, since he was the apprentice of the king of robbers. Elon, holding out his finger in the negative, exclaimed that he was not a student, but simply Elon. The guy looked ahead with displeasure. The teacher languidly closed his eyes. Spreading his legs apart, said that no matter how young Elon was, he took responsibility for raising the flag in an attempt to intimidate them. The hero, looking menacingly at the guy, added that if no one showed prudence, and their people were wounded or killed, then this is not a joke, and Elon should understand this. Elon, smiling cheerfully, said that he was ready to talk honestly, and asked if thought that he would remain silent just because they were the scions of noble families. An image of a terrible battle appeared, and the hero went on to say that they were too quick to draw their swords when they saw the flag of the people of the Green Forest, and added that they should consider why their natural reflex was to kill bandits, and accused the great clans of asserting themselves by killing their women and men. Chan, pointing his sword at his opponent, replied that they did not care whether it was a man or a woman, since robbers used martial arts for evil, lived by robbing and killing travelers, and called them criminals whose only fate was to be persecuted. The warriors watched the dialogue. Chan, holding his sword up, shouted that they must prepare for death, and promised to make them hell on earth, calling them scum and emperors of the open heavens. Seeing his enraged comrade, said that he simply could not be stopped. The protagonist, named Cho, looked at his comrade and said that perhaps he should listen to the bandits first before brandishing his sword, and he replied that he would not listen to them. Elon, turning to his opponents, said that stereotypes are a terrible thing, and asked the warriors of the Chan clan if they knew the main rule of a bandit. Elon threw out his hand and explained that robbers would never draw their sword against anyone other than other bandits and guards, and added that 200 years ago, the spirit of the Jade Emperor had possessed the people of the Green Forest. The leader of Kong, looking ahead, said that he really thought that the noble families were interested in their thieves' laws, and added that the nobles taught their children that the people of the Green Forest were evil, and nothing more. A picture of the palace appeared, and the man said that the nobles taught their children that bandits were their enemies, and added that they would not teach their children to fight injustice within their own clan. Chan, glancing angrily ahead, shouted for him to shut his mouth, and added that robbers robbed merchants on the roads, not picked daisies, and asked if he considered merchants bad people, and added that robbers were always driven only by greed. Elon, grinning, replied that he was a naive Barchik, and asked him to listen. Elon looked at his opponent and asked if he could name at least one of their rulers who was not connected to the mafia or bandits, and added that if he could, he would admit that the people of the Green Forest were the devil's breeding grounds, and the protagonist told him to repeat his words. Chan, looking at his enemies with indignant eyes, exclaimed that the bandits were threatening and stealing from people, and added that their way of life spoke for itself, and that their rotten seed would never change. Elon looked at the hero and replied that if the nobles treated robbers like that, then they would not deny themselves the pleasure, and asked if Chan wanted the people of the Green Forest to attack each of the clans without warning and go to war to take their cities for themselves, and reminded them that the Chan clan had conquered Hefei. Looking ahead, said that clans do not win by force, but by influence and interaction with the authorities, and that these are different things. A picture of the palace appeared, and the bandit asked if the nobles thought they were better than the robbers, and asked them to imagine a situation in which a rich merchant opened a tavern in Hefei and everything was going well, and asked who would be the first to influence the innkeeper. The guy looked down. Elon grinned and added that the clans acted unobtrusively, but gently hinted at who was in charge in the city, and that it was better for a rich merchant to cooperate with them, and if the merchant resisted, then the clan would support a rival tavern or set the city authorities against him, and asked if these were their methods. The guy put his staff forward and said that the owner of the rival tavern was also a citizen, and added that the nobles would not put aside their ambitions and just let the man develop their tavern, and asked why they were parasitic on the population. Chan, drinking his opponent with indignant eyes, exclaimed, "Are they really not parasites?" Elon clenched his fist and said that the nobles called robbers criminals and said that they did nothing but rob bandits from Gango and merchants, and added that the nobles did the same thing for profit, and asked if they thought they had honor, and added that it was their nature to constantly fight with someone for power, and said that the bandits at least acted openly, with sword and dagger in sight, and asked why the nobles were better if they were constantly squabbling and killing representatives of other clans for power and money, and added that he did not know about the 9 political forces, but it was not for the nobles to tell him about it. Cho, looking ahead, thought that usually big men like Elon don't have a lot of brains. An image of the old man appeared and the guy thought that Elon was speaking in the spirit of Yekdan's philosophical constructions. The hero opened his mouth. The protagonist, looking ahead, said that there was one flaw in Elon's logic. Elon, looking ahead at his opponent, asked what flaw he meant. Thinking to himself, thought that Elon was speaking in the spirit of Yekdan's philosophical constructions. Pointing out the flaw, said that there was one flaw in Elon's logic. Elon asked what flaw he meant. The protagonist, pointing his finger, said that Elon named some thieves' laws, but their implementation is far from perfect. Elon, looking ahead indignantly, asked why he said so. The warrior looked at his opponent and said that, according to Elon, these laws had been in place for 200 years, but only 7 years ago, in the year of crop failure, the robbers had plundered the villages, taking away the grain given by the state for the survival of the peasants. The guy furrowed his brows in surprise. An image of the bandits appeared, and the character added that the gang of Jiaeun Mountain in Anhui Province, Feng Tai District, which they called the Jiaeun Fortress, ruthlessly massacred the peasants, forcibly taking away the precious grain that was the only food for the common people, and that his father had also suffered in that pogrom. Cho, glancing at his enemies with angry eyes, said that according to his investigation, the gang of Jiaeun Mountain definitely belonged to the 72 gangs of the people of the Green Forest, and asked if these laws of the Green Forest oblige any of the gangs or if they were just words. The lad stood among his comrades and said that he had taken this example from their province, and that it was a recent event, and added that if an investigation were made of all the Central Plains, it would be clear that the most important of their laws were only enforced insofar as they were, and said that if the law was not observed, it could not be called a law. The robber mocked the girl and the hero added that, being called bandits of the Green Forest for deterrence, anyone can rob the defenseless, and therefore Elon's statement that clans and bandit formations are one and the same is false. The protagonist looked ahead and said that Elon claimed that the clans didn't know anything about their so-called new laws, and asked why they would take their new laws seriously if they hadn't abandoned their old habits. Elon, looking at the hero in bewilderment, said that he needed to wait and understand. The people of the Green Forest are a very large organization. The protagonist, pointing his fingers at the differences, added that, secondly, their forms of earnings differ from those of the nobles, and said that their forms of earnings are only similar at first glance, because orthodox clans use their power to crush entrepreneurs and local authorities, and said that they, unlike bandits who replace everything with fire and sword, act differently. An image of smiling people appeared and the guy said that the clans establish order and protect those who are unjustly offended, and asked if the bandits help the population during natural disasters, and asked if Elon knew how the common people looked at the members of the Chan family, and whether he saw dislike, fear or horror in their eyes, and explained that people remembered, who come to their aid in difficult times, and respect the clans for justice and protection of the disadvantaged. And added that force cannot force people to treat people like this. The opponent looked away. Chan stared into the distance. The protagonist stood behind his comrade and said that he did not claim that there was not a single arrogant scoundrel in the Chan clan, and there were always those who used the clan's power for their own benefit. Cho pointed his finger forward and added that in general, the clans had always cared about the people, helped them survive hard times and cataclysms, and were with the people in sorrow and in joy, and exclaimed that robbers did not have nobility and justice. The guy looked ahead and the protagonist added that they were blocking the passage through the gorge, threatening people with weapons and robbing them, and asked what philosophy they were trying to rub at him, and added that they should all be killed. Elon turned his head, said that he now understood why he wanted to outflank them, and added that he didn't want to be a mountain robber anymore. Hero threw off his cloak, and the people exclaimed that the prince had shed his cloak of green blood. Elon shrugged his shoulders and explained that he did not understand what was wrong with it, and added that he had only worn the cloak because the old man had given it to him, and that the cloak itself was good. The heroes looked ahead dumbfounded, and the guy ordered them to go back to the old man and tell him that he was leaving the gang's fortress, and the bandits shouted that the prince was leaving. The heroes stepped forward. Elon turned to Chan and asked what he needed to do to be accepted into the Chan clan as a warrior, and the character thought that he changed his shoes very quickly. Khan looked ahead and couldn't believe that Elon had thrown away his cloak of green blood, as if it were some old shoe and not one of the 3 treasures of the fortress, and said that Elon had led 10,000 bandits of the Green Forest into battle, and now he wanted to renounce his affiliation with them and defect to the Chan clan. Chan waved it off, saying that the Chan clan would not accept a bandit, and added that Elon should not make him laugh, to which the man replied that he had seen everything himself, and he was no longer a bandit. The protagonist, tilting his gaze, replied that Elon is a closet, and it is clear from a kilometer away that he is a bandit. Chan, closing his eyes, said that if that was all, then they could part ways peacefully, and the guy exclaimed that he wanted to join their clan. The hero raised his cane and said that his name was Elon, and he expressed his desire to join the Jang clan as a Gango martial artist. The warrior looked angrily ahead. Chan turned around and said that the people of the Green Forest were not orthodox, and there was no place for them in their clan, and the hero replied that he had left the fortress, to which the man replied that the bond between teacher and disciple was sacred and could not be broken at will. The opponent clenched his fist and shouted if he had heard him, and said that the Chang clan was said to love rituals and ceremonies, and added that he had never even performed the ritual of 9 bows. Chan, looking at the hero, said what he would think if Elon brought him a letter with the seal of the Bandit King, which would say that he had indeed left the fortress, or if he could get a letter of introduction from someone from the Chan clan. The girl raised her hand and exclaimed that she was ready to write him a letter of recommendation, and the man shouted that she was crazy and asked what she was doing. The guy, tearing off his pants, said that he had to write a letter before he changed his mind. Musgiana looked at the girl and suggested using a brush, or even blood from a cut finger. Cho looked at the girl and said that he must be tired of living. Cho, pointing to the side, said that the guy was a ghoul, and added that if it weren't for him, he would have bitten off the heroine's finger. The girl held out her hand to the guy. Chan stood in the sun and cursed. Chan, looking at Elon, added that he would not rise above the lowest rank for the rest of his life, and asked if he understood his words, to which the guy replied that he was already fine, because he was no longer a bandit. Chan, turning to his subordinates, ordered them to leave, and they replied that they obeyed. Sir. The warriors in red looked down. The robber, turning to the chieftain, asked if they would simply let Elon go. The heroes looked at the man and added that the king of robbers would not forgive them for this, because they were supposed to escort the prince, and instead, the prince himself left the fortress, and asked what they should do. The leader of Kong, looking into the distance, replied that it was not worth fighting the nobles, as they could call for reinforcements. The hero looked at his assistants and offered to change their clothes, catch up with Elon, and put on human masks to hide their presence. The carriage was driving through the desert. An looked at the heroes and said that since Elon had just joined the clan and had the lowest rank, then why was he riding with them in the carriage? Chan frowned and thought that if it weren't for his sister's quirks, he would have thrown him out of here. The guy turned to the soldier and said that he was hardy, and offered him to go on foot. The hero turned his head and said that it was nothing, so looked at the warriors and retorted that he was an experienced character and deserved respect, and the protagonist wondered how she could protect him at all. The heroine looked at the guy and asked if he had any relatives, and the character thought that she was starting to take an interest in his life. The warrior bent down and said that there were 7 of them. The warrior turned to An and said that his brother's name was Children, and the protagonist thought that their father called the children numbers. The heroine looked at her lover and asked if he really had only brothers, to which he replied that he had a sister. The girl looked ahead in surprise and asked what her name was. The guy stuck out his fingers and said that her name was Ban. Chan shook his head. Cho glanced at his comrade and asked if he had opened his eyes. The man looked at the guy and asked why they attacked. The hero looked at his new friends and said that he wanted to ask for help. The man scratched his head and said that he wanted to join the festival, but could not get there. Looked at the character angrily and asked if it was all for the festival. Men looked to the side and said that they would not address him as a member of the clan. The guy leaned over to his comrades and asked how old they were, to which Un replied that except for Seo, they were all older than him. Elon, nodding his head, said that as a proper orthodox he would address them as you. The protagonist, looking at his opponent, shouted at him not to call him Hyungnim. The guy looked at the protagonist and called him brother. The warrior gritted his teeth and threatened that if he called him that again, he would cut his mouth. The hero pointed his finger at his opponent and ordered him to stop. The girl looked at her lover fascinated and pronounced his name. Night enveloped the sky. 2 weeks later, the events continue. The sky was shrouded in clouds. The wagon was moving. So, stretching, exclaimed that she missed home very much. Un, closing his eyes, said that they were almost there and would soon arrive at the first gathering place, and the man said that the gathering place was where. Looking to the side, Ung said that the Mountain Hua Monastery is quite large, but it would be difficult for them to host a large number of people at once, so the 5 great families would first gather in the tavern in Menail City, and soon they would see the banners of the other clans on this road. Man leaned out of the door and said he could see it. The flag fluttered in the wind and said that he could already see a yellow flag with a black turtle on it, and said that the yellow flag with a black turtle belonged to mindless barbarians. The guy, seeing the warriors, said that even among the robbers there are not as many muscular as among these characters. The warriors were standing on the road. Peng, sitting by the carriage, introduced himself as Peng, the young leader of the Hebei Peng clan, the new king of the sabers, and added, and the protagonist thought that a man should be strong and a saber was the best weapon. The hero wielded a sword and the character added that a sword is just a short spear, and tricks with a sword are for weaklings. The guy was standing in the woods and the guy said that 3 years ago he lost a duel to one of these because of his tricks and couldn't use his power properly. The man languidly looked ahead and the hero said that the scoundrel had clouded his eyes with a red rain of flowers, and this time he would deal with him and make him understand that power in this world decides everything. The subordinate approached Peng and reported that representatives of the Chang and Un clans had arrived, and he replied that he did not care, and added that he did not want to see them. Warriors were walking towards the hero, and he said that it was the Chang clan. Peng, looking at the newcomers, said that he did not remember such courageous men as this one. Ilonapan, turning to Ping, exclaimed that he was a big guy, and called him to arm wrestling, and the character said that he did not understand what arm wrestling was. Peng, looking at the warrior, asked if Elon would agree to arm wrestling without using chi energy. The hero smirked and added that if he had used chi, he would have broken his arm. The warrior swung and exclaimed that he was lying. The tree fell. Peng, putting his hand on the stump, told Elon to come over, kid. Peng, holding his opponent's hand, said that Elon was fast, and added that he liked this approach, and suggested 1 round, and the character replied that they were not children, and offered to play 3 rounds, and Elon exclaimed that Elon was a real man. The spectators, seeing the fight, shouted that the arm wrestling competition had begun. Cho, watching what was happening, asked why they were doing this, and Woon added that Peng was from the Peng clan, and everyone was like that. So, looking ahead enthusiastically, said that it was cool. The opponents fought with their hands. The warrior's muscles swelled. The guy's hand began to glitter with magic. The hero defeated his opponent, and the audience shouted that their young leader was a good guy and a new king of sabers. Elon looked at his opponent, and accused Peng of using chi energy, and added that he didn't know he was a crook. The character, looking at his subordinate, asked if it was true that the young leader had used chi. The warrior, looking at the boy, said that he was disappointed in Peng. Peng, looking after the warrior, asked if he could play again. Elon, refusing, replied that Pen didn't care. Cho, watching the heroes, thought that it was hard to believe in Elon's victory over the Saber King, and suggested that Elon might be a descendant of the reckless Saber Emperor. An image of a blonde warrior appeared, and the character reasoned that among the Kanho clans, only a few professed the primacy of the material over the spiritual, and the Pink clan is one of them. The hero looked ahead and wondered why physical martial arts were more important to them than spiritual ones. The guy was enveloped in magic, and he added that first physical strength is gained, and then spiritual strength develops, or vice versa. But there is no right answer to this dilemma yet, and this dispute has been going on since martial arts have existed. The warrior was holding a sword, and the guy said that it was important to maintain balance, and being obsessed with only the physical or spiritual narrowed the horizons and cultivated stubbornness. And the hero said that this was why no clan could surpass the Shaolin monks, and added that the Shaolin monks were the best martial artists among Kanho, but they were also very advanced in spiritual practices. The character was swinging a sword, and the man added that they worship the power of sabers and it is painful, and added that the Pink clan has lost their way and is focused on the wrong things, and this prevents them from reaching the highest mastery. Cho looked ahead and asked what it meant that 100 days of spear training, 1,000 days of saber training, and 10,000 days of sword training were all useless. The warrior rode a horse, and the hero replied that he really thought that it was possible to master a spear in 100 days, and recalled that Zhang Fei had never parted with his spear all his life, and asked if his enemies would have been able to slay him if Zhang Fei had a sword in his hands, and added that then they would not have been able to cross the bridge over the Hanban. A picture of a weapon appeared, and the guy explained that the sword has many advantages, but it is not worth deifying it as the best weapon in the world, since the fist and palm techniques are not so developed in the Central Plains, and there are many swordsman clans in Kanho. The fighter swung his blade, and he added that the fist and palm techniques were incompatible with the saber techniques, and only the sword techniques could be combined with the fist and palm techniques. The protagonist looked up and asked if it was true that Cho had just said that swords were better than other weapons. The hero closed his eyes and exclaimed, which is not surprising, because he is the god of swords, and it is natural for him to mention this weapon. The guy closed his eyes and said that it wasn't quite so, and explained that in ancient times, there were many more fist and palm techniques, and people imitated the movements of animals, and without the development of these techniques, they would still only use bows, since bows preceded the fist and palm techniques. The warriors waved their arms, and the man revealed that Chang Samong, the founder of the Wudang sect, had invented the Tai Chi fist technique, and further transformed it into the Tai Chi enlightenment art sword technique, and added that he was unable to do the same for the saber techniques, as Tai Chi's fist techniques did not work with this weapon. Cho looked ahead, and the hero said that not only can the sword become the king of weapons, but the cultural heritage and traditional attitude towards the sword in the Central Plains, where the sword is the king of weapons, play a role. Peng turned to Cho and asked if he really thought swords were better than sabers. The guy turned around. Chan looked at Cho and told him to just ignore Peng. The warrior gritted his teeth and said that they had crossed all the way to Manhwa, and offered to finish what he had started 3 years ago, and added that he would deal with him. Chang, looking at the warrior, replied that he had lost to the newcomer of the Chang clan, and was still trying to challenge him to a fight. Patting the guy on the shoulder soothingly, said that there was no need to be sad, because the whole life was ahead of him, and added that Peng should not be discouraged. Young Unesio waved it away angrily, shouted for Un to disappear, and called him a demon. Young Unesio, standing in the middle of the dust, said that last year he lost to Chagao because he cast the devilish illusion spell of the 9 palaces on him, and for 3 days he could not even drink water. The man threw out his hand and said that he would tear off his head right now. Un turned his head and asked where his family was, and he said that the Tang family had left and stayed at another tavern. The hero, looking at his friends, said that the Sima clan did not participate at all, and suggested, since everyone had gathered, to move on. The sky was covered with clouds. The figures walked along the rock. Looking down, Cho wondered how the sect even lived here, and added that they apparently didn't care about delivering groceries and communicating with the outside world. The warrior, noticing the fatigue of his opponent, offered to carry him, as he looked tired. The man, waving his fist, replied that he was not tired, and the guy added that he could carry it himself, since it was an easy walk for him. So, stepping on the rock, said that she hoped that next year the festival would be held in one of the clan's strongholds, not here. Men, turning to So, offered to carry her. Jumping on Men's back, demanded that he carry him, and the hero replied that he should leave behind and tell him to get down, and the man added that if he wanted to be carried, then let him carry himself. Chan looked at his comrades and thought that they were underfed. The hero abruptly moved forward. The guy rushed after him and said that he accepted the challenge. A robber overtook him and said that he would not be overtaken. The path led to the castle. The heroes looked ahead and gasped in surprise. The elder came out of the gate and greeted the heroes, unfolded his hands and paid him respect. The elder, looking at the arrivals, said that they seemed to have met, and added that he could not help but recognize young Chegal, whom he had met at the Festival of Young Dragons 3 years ago. Grandfather, inviting the guests with his hand, told them to pass, and added that at the top of Mount Hua they would find pleasure for their eyes and rest for their feet. The hero entered the courtyard in a crowd. The warriors marched. The protagonist lagged behind the group. The guy was walking under the cherry blossom trees. Cho looked to the side and added that the monastery is not very big, but it is beautiful and quiet. Looking around, the blonde character said that cherry blossoms can withstand both heat and cold, and it is always a sign of the arrival of spring, and added that the aroma of these flowers is so familiar to him. Elon, stepping forward, explained what the view was, and added that he would like to climb the peak with a fur of wine and drink while enjoying the scenery. Cho, looking at the guy, asked why he was drinking at 17, and he replied that if he didn't drink and not rowdy at 17, then when else? The protagonist, turning his head, said that it was not surprising that Elon had become a bandit, and added that it suited him. The hero turned to Cho and asked who he was and added that he thought Cho was from the Chong clan, but soon realized that he wasn't. Cho, turning away, replied that he was a simple merchant, and the bandit said that he was a merchant. The bandit spread his hands at his sides and asked what Cho was selling and added that he probably had a lot of money. Elon, looking away, said that he was so hungry, and added that they had been walking up the mountain all day, and probably cooked slowly here, too, and said that it took too much time to cook in Kanho, and asked why boiling, stewing, and frying was necessary when you could just roast meat over a fire. The man pointed to himself and replied that they were a new generation of rulers and could not be regaled to simple food, and added that since ancient times, food was a piece of meat on the bone roasted over an open fire, and added that they cooked too exquisitely. Cho, turning away from Elon contemptuously, said that there was nothing to expect from an uncouth mountain robber. Cho, looking into the distance, said that he needed a minute to think. The guy looked ahead and said that he didn't understand why he hadn't thought about it earlier. The hero scratched his chin and exclaimed that it was obvious what the modern catering industry was built on. An image of fast food appeared and the man explained that fast food is fast-paced and delicious food at affordable prices, and that McDonald's towers over all such businesses. Cho bent down regretfully, said that he couldn't believe he'd forgotten something like that from his world, and added that even though the best recipes were in his head, he was so engrossed in improving his taste that he forgot about fast food altogether, and called himself pathetic. An image of products appeared and the man said that he needed to think about it, and added that he needed flour and salt to make buns. Yeast could be replaced with nuruk, which could be obtained in places where alcohol was made, and minced meat was easy to get. Plant products appeared in the frame, added that lettuce leaves and ketchup do not grow there, but there are many sauces that can replace ketchup, and added that they already have sugar. Cho turned to Elon and offered to start a business with him. Elon, looking at the hero in surprise, asked if it was true that Cho was offering business. Cho, spreading his arms, replied that there was nothing grandiose, but promised that Elon would not regret it, and added that he would explain the details later, to which the bandit exclaimed that since he was now part of the Orthodox clan, he could make money. Cho, looking menacingly at the guy, thought that Elon was a naive bastard, and added that it would be good if the world was filled with such simple-minded people. Cho took out the document, and said that it was called a treaty, and the warrior said that it was a treaty. The protagonist, looking at the co-founder, said that there was nothing special about the contract, the salary was important, and offered 50 silver taels every month. Elon, looking ahead in shock, thought that 50 silver taels a month was more than their fortress earned, and added that he had never received such money. The guy stood in front of the hero and said if Cho was really going to give him 50 silver taels every month, and the protagonist replied that he wouldn't waste air and didn't say anything he didn't mean. Elon, glancing angrily ahead, said that he was now an honorary Orthodox martial artist, and asked if Cho was going to ask him to kill people or do something similar. The sun was shining on the city and the main character explained that Elon just needed to stand, and he asked again if there was such a job where you just need to stand. Cho, laughing, said that there was no need to rush, and promised to tell everything in time. The crowd was walking through the gate, and shouted that it was the young dragon of Mount Huashan, the strongest rising martial artist in Jianghu. The guy in white walked through the gate. Cho looked at the approaching master, and said that he really had a special aura emanating from him. The warrior looked forward, pondering that the plum blossom chi art that the master possessed was also known as the plum blossom art of life, and that these were the only chi arts that trained the inner energy of the core, and added that it was a truly amazing cultivation technique. Cho, walking behind the co-founder of the business, thought that the technique was even better than the great heavenly sword cultivation technique he had learned, and the crowd shouted for everyone to follow the master. Master Huashan turned to the warrior and said that he was grateful to them for the long journey, and added that he expected no less from the young dragon of Mount Huashan, who looked even stronger than the previous meeting. The young dragon looked at the hero and said that he was actually much more impressed with the master, and added that the master's chi channels were exceptional and that he had made great advances in cultivation. Chan, tilting his gaze, thought that he hated this tone. An image of the arriving master appeared, and the protagonist reasoned that the master was also a person, and although his arrogance had stepped on a long and dangerous path, his talent allowed him to reach incredible heights. An image of a ball appeared, and the guy thought that he was now intoxicated with his sword techniques, and it was dangerous. Looking ahead, the blonde hero exclaimed that the Taoist from Huashan allowed himself too much, and added that he would break all his bones, and the warrior said that the master should calm down. Cho, clutching his ribcage, said that no one needs to break bones, and added that it was his body, and asked to stop, and said that if he didn't get a lesson, he would be a disaster for the martial arts world. The Huashan young dragon turned to the crowd and said that he had heard that each clan had put up quite large rewards, and added that he hoped that each of them would perform well. Un looked at the dragon and said that it was nice to meet young Unesio again, and added that it had been 3 years since they last met. The Huashan young dragon glanced at his interlocutor, adding that it was always an honor to meet him, and expressed the hope that the young leader of the Ung clan would live up to the name of the treasure of mankind and the greatest strategist of the Ung clan. Un turned to the side, said that apparently from the point of view of the people from Huashan, the 5 great clans are nobody, and added that the awareness of the 9 great sects was still astounding. The young dragon, looking at the heroes, said that he was misunderstood, and added that he did not dare to speak in front of the so-called greatest strategist of the Un clan, and asked for forgiveness if his words were offended. Un, looking at the visitor to the castle, thought that even the young dragon's apology was insulting. Zhang Nuncio, looking ahead, shouted that the Huashan young dragon had become more talkative for a weakling who only used a rain of flowers. The guy looked into the distance. The girl approached the guy and said that she hadn't seen young Nuncio for a long time, and asked him to know what incredible rewards the clan had put up for winning the tournament. An image of the bounties appeared, and the character said that they were already aware of the 7 treasures pill and the quiet heavenly steps, and added that their head had stated at a banquet 3 years ago that he would provide them as prizes at the next tournament. The Huashan young dragon raised his hand and said that the Divine Sun Sword and the 10,000-year essence of ice would also be added to them. The warrior looked at the speaker in surprise and exclaimed that these were not mystical objects that no one had seen since the Great Murim border war. An image of many artifacts appeared, replied that the Divine Sun Sword and the 10,000-year ice essence are the treasures of the Divine Sun Palace and the North Sea Ice Palace. The young dragon looked at Un and explained that the martial arts god clan had given them as rewards for this tournament. Looking ahead, the protagonist whispered that he was talking about the Sima clan. The man came from the side and asked if this meant that the Sima clan would take part this time, and the guy replied that they would not, and added that they had informed them that they would not participate as usual. People began to look at each other. The persona looked at the people and said that they were so afraid of the Sima clan, and added that they believed that they could surpass the Huashan mountain sect. The guy stood behind and noted that he now understands the situation. The hero grinned and added that narrow-mindedness and arrogance should not be inherent in someone who studies the martial art of Taoism, and that a demon should not be allowed to grow in the sacred lands of Taoism. The warrior's eyes filled with magic. The protagonist looked ahead and exclaimed that he only said it because the sword master forced him to say it, and added that he didn't say it. The main character glanced at the newcomer, and stated that the demon god's influence had reached the Huashan mountain sect. The warrior gave the protagonist a menacing look. An image of a demon appeared, and the hero revealed that the demon god of the Purple Dawn was the first demon god to appear in Murim, and added that he was the first leader of the divine cult of the celestial demon, and a symbol of true evil. The demon was attacking humans, and Cho went on to say that his martial art was called the Violet Dawn Demon Art, and had been cursed by orthodox martial artists, and added that his body was always covered in demonic purple flames whenever he appeared on the battlefield. The warrior raised his blade forward, and the protagonist noted that the sudden appearance of the Huashan sect's inner art was reminiscent of the Violet Dawn Demon Art, or the Violet Dawn Divine Art, and added that the overwhelming power that caused a shudder, the boundless internal energy, and even the purple demonic flames were too similar. The warriors were standing in front of the temple, and the man said that according to the rumors that had been secretly spreading, The Huashan Mountain sect had visited various sects in Jianghu territory to confirm what type of martial arts the Purple Dawn divine art was equated with. The elder threw out his hand and the young man stated that at that time, the senior master of arts had stated that his own art belonged to the orthodox faction. The antagonist looked at the protagonist and said that they figured it out 100 years ago. The protagonist looked at the glow in his chest and ordered his alter ego to hide. Un threw up his hands and said that there was no need for them to quarrel today. The warrior looked at the protagonist and ordered him to say his name. Zhang held out his hand and said that Cho was an outside disciple of the Chang clan, and added that he was still very inexperienced, so he was acting like this, and expressed hope for understanding. The hero looked away and the man said that in the blink of an eye, he had become some kind of fool, and added that it was all because of the sword master, and asked him to stop being angry, and promised to let him do whatever he wanted when no one was around, and the fighter thought that he didn't like this guy either. Looking at his comrades, suggested that they go to their chambers, as they had finished greeting. Night fell. The fighter left the house. Cho, looking around, said that this body had become useful. The guy looked into the distance. The character stepped on the ground. The hero rushed forward. The man flew into the sky. The man was walking on the tiles. The warrior in white rushed to meet him. The sword master, looking at the threat, asked who could emit such a bloodlust. The protagonist appeared in front of the enemy, and he said that it was him. The main character rolled his eyes. The sword appeared in the air. The guy grabbed a weapon. The sword master, looking at his abilities, said that even masters could not move the object over such distances. The protagonist looked at his opponent and demanded to show him the divine art. The warrior gritted his teeth. The warrior threw out his sword and replied that if he wanted to see it so badly, he would show it. Wai prepared for battle and told his opponent to show him his martial art. The opponent grinned. The white-haired man grabbed a sword and said that if the hero wanted to see his style so badly, then he would show it. The protagonist smirked relaxedly and said that as expected, Chun was using his life force to hide the chi. No wonder he was able to fool everyone. A guy in a white kimono stands with a sword in his hands. Wai says that even hiding the chi will not change who Chung is. He is fighting the demonic spirit and the body of the twin flames. The violet-eyed warrior gritted his teeth and mentally said how his opponent knew about the dual flame technique. The hero lowered his sword down and said that in the end, his opponent would not be able to block his blade with this technique alone. The stars shone near the protagonist. They formed into rays. The hero used the skill, flying celestial swords, celestial meteors. The man in red pants took a step back. He waved his hand. Chun cut through the air with his sword. 24 burning plum blossom blades, 1,000 concentrated scents. Cherry blossom petals meet the blows of blue rays. A guy in a white coat dodges the attack. Several rays hit it. The hero opened his mouth and said that he had extinguished all the twin fires of his opponent. What he would do next, he had at least the slightest reason to fight the truth hiding within. Chon grabbed his right hand. The protagonist said that after all, the sword of Mount Huashan is not the blade of evil. He raised his sword with the point up. His opponent hugged himself and asked what was happening to him. The tip of the sword sparkles. A lot of blue needles pierce the body of a man in a white and red robe. Wai's sword pierces the air. The hero asks if his rival can now go against the will of the god. Let him show him the divine truth of the body, which people glorify. Several flashes sparkled on the long-haired guy's body. The protagonist looks directly and asks Chung to show himself. The white-haired man's eyes lit up. Streams of energy engulf the body of the man in the kimono, who shouts for his opponent to be quiet. Wai leans the point of his sword against his forehead and says that Chun is a Jinma, how a Taoist who strives for a carefree life was consumed by such useless desires. A ray of light appeared. The warrior's white and red kimono is torn apart. He opened his mouth. The protagonist grabs Chun. The protagonist looks away. A purple portal opened near the entrance to the temple. The stone floor is cracking. An old Chinese house appeared. An elderly man sitting at a table, the 28th leader of the Huashan Mountain sect, the amethyst sword Dan Chongyang. He looks at the doors to the temple. The leader of the mountain raised an eyebrow. He froze in place with his eyes open. The man with the beard exhaled. An aura enveloped the man's body. He asked if it was internal energy. He reached for the door and said, "Is it really a change in the shape of the mind? A legendary state that forces your opponents to move? Surely it is a sage." Ian threw open the doors and greeted him. He opened his eyes in surprise. Wai is standing next to the injured opponent, the leader of the mountain, wondering if it was Chun lying around. The old man runs forward. He asks what the sage has done, how he could have committed such an atrocity. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that the one who poured demonic energy into his acolyte blames him for his villainy. Yang narrowed his eyebrows in shame. A blue thread wrapped around the main character's arm. He adds that no matter how much a gray-haired man cultivates, he is still a person. You cannot lean towards eternal desires. The blue thread reaches for the sword. It enveloped the weapon. The sword rushed upward. Wai grabbed the sword on the fly and said that if the old man was indeed a Taoist, then he should put an end to his greed and torment through death. The dark-haired guy raised his blade and asked if the sect leader dared to spoil future generations as well. The blue light blinded the old man. He was coughing up blood and thought that his vessels had burst from the sword energy alone. A spot of black and blue energy appeared. The general mentally added, could it be a change in the shape of the mind? Can it be called that? The hero is like a god. Emitting a strong aura from the protagonist, Yang says that Y is like a god and has no place in the mortal world. The old man moved his eyebrows excitedly and concluded that this was his dynasty's business. Why would immortals interfere in their affairs? The dark-haired guy frowned and said that he was not a sage as the leader of the mountain believed. As a blood bond, it was really not a good idea to interfere in the affairs of the clan. The protagonist's hair went up and he said that no matter what, he had obtained this body. So as long as he was also a human being, as a strong man, he would exercise the right to ask the old man once again if he could give up the desire for demonic energy. Yang sweated from the tension and clarified who Y really was. The hero attacked and told his opponent to die. The leader of the mountain moved back. The building is cut in half. The sphere of energy hovered in the air. Blue streaks emanate from the explosion. The star flashed. The bearded man froze with fright. He dropped to one knee and spoke of the vision. Y's eyes lit up and he said that if his interlocutor dared to continue to follow his doctrine, he would not be saved from the wrath of the hero's sword. Yang squinted to the side and concluded that only one swordsman in the history of the Murim had displayed such divine power, the flow of the heavenly sword, the empty sky, and the sword of existence. The bearded man opened his eye and wondered if his interlocutor was the god of the sword. Y's silhouette took a step forward. He said that despite his warnings, the old man was intoxicated with demonic energy and couldn't even get close to the Huashan mountain sword doctrine. The moon shines in the back of the protagonist, who said that the dark aroma of plum blossoms is itself able to satisfy the arrogance that comes with intoxication from the life force. Lines of hieroglyphs rush along the man in a red robe. Crickets circle over the bushes. Plants cast shade. Glowing particles surrounded Ian. He closed his eyes. A yellow glow fills it. The protagonist, turning to the side, said that the dark aroma of plum blossoms had finally revealed itself to the light. The gray-haired man shed tears and began to talk about his identity. He stretched out his hands to the side. The hero opened his mouth and said that this was the beginning of a natural path, congratulating the general. The general clenched his hands into fists and addressed the ancestors. The legend of Mount Huashan that he had practiced for the past 300 years. The dark fragrance of plum blossom had finally blossomed. The sect leader turned to the hero and thought that now he saw everything clearly and clearly. Y had emptied and filled everything. Ian's eyes lit up and he asked the dark-haired guy if he really was the god of the sword. Yan stands against the night sky with tears in his eyes, thinking about his ancestors and the legend of Mount Huashan that he has been practicing for the past 300 years, then added to himself that the dark scent of plum blossoms has finally bloomed. An elderly man, looking at the hero, says to himself that now he clearly sees that he has emptied and filled everything. A man with glowing eyes stands in front of the guy, and asks if he is the god of the sword. The long-haired young man smiles. Yang, bowing, states that he should thank him for teaching him as well as saving Huashan. The hero disappears in front of the old man. A gray-haired man approaches Chun. An elderly warrior reaches out to the guy's hair. Jan picks him up in his arms and asks for forgiveness. The moon illuminates many Japanese buildings. A one-story house appears. Y stands in a room near the window, remembering how he was called a god, as well as how much power is in his name alone. The young man makes a frightened face with the thought that the sword god won in one attack, after which he adds that he defeated Chung and the head of the Wa clan, then adds that he also defeated the strongest living warrior with the power of his mind alone. Chung holds the hilt of the blade in his hand. The protagonist wonders to himself that even the army, or even the emperor can do nothing against the sword master, after which he continues that he is able to bring the entire clan to its knees with just one blow. The young man makes a serious face and states to himself that he must convince Yun that he can no longer roam the world, and then adds that if there was an evil called Violet Evil in the Wa clan, then he needs to deal with Y's own evil. A walled arena appears. Yang, raising his hand, loudly tells many people that they are starting. Chan looks around in the middle of the crowd, wondering what he's going to do this time, and then inwardly wonders where Chun is. The man with the spear smiles and asks the young man if he slept well, to which the young man replies that he has already warned him. The guy makes an angry face and says to himself that the spearman calls him Big Brother with an inappropriate face, then adds that it makes him uncomfortable. The protagonist, walking along with Un, claims to Un that he would like to hear more about the 10,000-year-old ice spirit. Chung approaches them and declares that he will explain this to the hero. The young master of the Chagao family looks at him and asks him not to interrupt them again. The short-haired young man brushes off the long-haired brown-haired man and tells Y that the ice spirit is the treasure of the North Sea, after which he adds that for those who study and train techniques based on ice, it is nothing but a blessing, then continues that it is an excellent medicine for women who suffer from incurable diseases, so we can say that this is a truly valuable item. The protagonist looks at Chung and asks what this thing looks like. A blue crystal appears. The guy replies that he has not seen it in person, however, judging by what he has heard, it looks like an ice coffin, then says that a person can lie down in it to practice his ice arts. The protagonist opens his mouth in surprise and wonders if this object is really 10,000 years old. Raising his hand, happily declares that according to the legends of the North Sea, he appeared thousands of years ago. The protagonist asks in amazement. The black-haired young man smiles with the thought that this thing really corresponds to his name, after which he asks for what competitions he is given. The long-haired brown-haired man raises his hand to his mouth and replies that the organizers decide this, after which he adds that he has no idea. Chan, leaving the young men, claims that if you stand and think, you will quickly reach a dead end, then declares that the one who turns thoughts into actions wins. He covers his palm with his fist in greeting the dark-haired man and reveals that he is a member of the Namgun clan, after which he asks to know about the rewards for the tournament. The man repeats the guy's gesture and says with a smile that he has heard a lot about his skills, then continues that he is glad to meet him. He points to the arena and tells Chan that the prize for sparring will be the treasure of Mokgon. The 4 warriors cross their blades. The dark-haired man continues that the Sword of the Sun will be given to the clan that will win the military exercises. Y peeks out from behind the short-haired brown-haired man, thinking that fortunately he doesn't need these prizes, and asks aloud about the 10,000-year-old ice spirit. The man smiles and replies that this prize will go to the winner in literary art theory. The protagonist says that he has never heard of it, then asks what it is. Unhappily raises his finger and says that this is a debate, a calligraphy competition and an art evaluation, after which he adds that without high knowledge in each field there will be no victory, then continues that, in other words, there will be masters of martial arts and war. The hero smiles brightly and asks how he can take part in this, and when it will begin. The long-haired brown-haired man shrugs his shoulders and declares that literary theory has no timetable like other events, and then adds that whenever a debate between educated people begins, it will mark the beginning of a literary theory of art. Y smirks and suggests out loud that last year's winner is Woon, to which Woon replies positively. Man stands behind the hero with a cunning face. The young man says to himself that since he is mediocre in terms of drawing and writing, he cannot win here, then adds that in order to use the knowledge of the old man, you need to aim at ideological debates. Brown-haired turns to the crowd and declares that it seems to have begun. The long-haired guy, looking back at people, asks if there is anyone who wants to debate literature with him, and then asks to come forward. Uncovers his mouth with a fan and asks aloud if he should speak. Seo approaches the long-haired man from behind and says that he is challenging him, to which he is surprised out loud. He points a folded fan at her and declares that the girl can choose the theme herself. She, making a serious look, announces the theme, Voodoo, the story of the book of Han Feiji about the 5 beetles that destroyed the country. The man makes a startled face and asks how she dares to talk about rotten legalism again. The woman, looking at him, replies that there is no better topic for discussion when you want to criticize Confucianism, to which the guy asks again. The girl, with her mouth wide open, declares that she is sure that everyone knows the utopian ideals of Confucianism, which have led to countless falls. Soa shifts his gaze to Un, who says that there are reasons why the Qin dynasty, which built legalism, fell after only 20 years, and then adds that he recommends a change of subject, and then claims that it will not be able to win this debate. The main character lowers the corners of his lips. He stands behind the long-haired brown-haired man and explains that the reason legalism did not take root in the Qin dynasty is that the actions were only aimed at controlling and suppressing the people, and then adds that if the system had been fair and honest, the dynasty would not have fallen so easily. Yuan's face sweats. He says that indifference to status and money, a fair approach to each person, after which he explains that this should be the main idea of legalism. 4 women stand around a bearded man. The protagonist asks who does not know this, then adds that the Qin dynasty strictly prohibited adultery, after which he continues that if a man was caught having sexual pleasures with a married woman, then he could be executed on the spot. But the young man notes to himself that the emperor himself had many such girls. A dark-haired guy, with his mouth wide open, is loudly interested in how the emperor, the leader of the country, and its people can be put on a par with ordinary people. Y sighs and says that another social justice warrior has appeared, to which the man asks what that means. The hero, raising his finger, asks what is the main principle that Confucianism teaches, after which he himself answers that all people on earth are equal, then adds that whether a person is an emperor or a farmer, it is invariable that all people are invariable. With his mouth wide open, he declares that this is the main idea of Confucianism, after which he asks why they say that the emperor and ordinary people are different, then asks whether one is a person and the other an animal. Looking at Y, says that Confucius himself said that the country is a whole family, and the king or emperor is the father and protector of the people, then went on to say that the people are the king's children. The protagonist, raising his index finger, declares that Confucianism is therefore criticized, and that slight changes in the conception of the teachings in one's own interest are nothing more than an offering to the emperor of his own privileges, then adds that legalism is honest. So smiles happily, and someone in the crowd is surprised that Confucianism is not honest. Y, opening his mouth wide, loudly declares that, in other words, the concept that the king or emperor is the father of the country has been used to justify the special treatment they receive. The protagonist, looking at Un, asks him once again that the Confucian teachings about the equality of people and the fact that emperors are perceived as the fathers of the country are a contradiction, after which he repeats the question. The hero turns around and declares that if all people are equal, then the emperor should not divide power and his subjects into two different groups, after which he asks to prove that emperors are really different from ordinary people and should be treated accordingly. So nods happily. Why, turning his head, repeats that the reason why the Qin dynasty fell is because the laws were unfair to everyone, regardless of status, then adds that it was the result of overly strict laws with harsh punishment. The dark-haired youth looks at him in surprise and asks why what he means that there are other ways to comply with the emperor's laws without being punished. A bound man with tears in his eyes is kneeling in front of a man with a sword. The hero replies that there is nothing wrong with punishments for violations, but their severity may vary. Then he wonders who kills people for adultery or burns his face with a red-hot iron until the person confesses, as well as who will cut off his tongue for lying. The protagonist asks, indeed, it may be thought that such laws can be imposed on everyone honestly and justly, and he goes on to say that therefore, only the weak and powerless are punished. Y raises his hand and states that all laws should therefore be divided into minor crimes and serious crimes, then adds that, moreover, punishments should include the seizure of wealth and unnecessary freedoms, after which he adds that laws are evaluated by their effectiveness, and if they are not enforced, they are of no use. A dark-haired guy and many silhouettes behind make surprised faces, so opens his mouth in amazement, and asks what will be the landmark that will divide crimes into minor and serious. The hero spreads his hands and claims that this decision should be up to the country, then adds that if those present want to hear his opinion, then if the crime harmed the life of another person, then it should be classified as serious, and if not, then light, after which he explains that he would have separated them in this way. With a slight smile, raises his fist to his chin, and says to himself that the young man's words correspond to legalism, but he also understands the very essence of Confucianism. A man steals apples from a man. A long-haired brown-haired man tells that minor crimes can be called burglary or theft that harms the wealth of others. Two figures whisper to each other away from the third person. Explains that bullying and gossip that damage reputation can be called serious crimes. A crowd of people surrounds the hero. He says that for the first punishment you can give a fine and arrest, then he talks about the second. Pink cherry blossoms against the blue sky. Y, looking at a group of people, says that every citizen has the right to a free, unimposed voice, and the nation must be responsible for effective leadership and protection of citizens. The protagonist closes his eyes and says that he will be done with this, after which he notes to himself that he has somehow lost a lot. Putting his fan to his chin, says thoughtfully that people are the rulers of their country. Knocking on the palm of his hand with a wooden object, he says that he must agree with all of the above, but the last judgment remains incomprehensible, after which he adds that it is too dangerous to give ordinary people such power, to which the hero wonders why he thinks so. The dark-haired guy raises his hands and furiously claims that you can't trust the future of the country to people who are not even able to read, then asks what political prospects await such people. The protagonist says to himself that elitism has finally manifested itself. Y, raising his hand, tells the young man that he can only respect his pride as a scientist, but adds that it is ridiculous to think that everyone around is ignorant and stupid, then goes on to say that human philosophy does not disappear without a way to express it on paper or in words. A man carries an old man on his back with a smile. The hero says that even a workaholic farmer knows about respect for his parents. A young guy and a girl happily go to meet their two children. The protagonist says that this man loves protecting his wife and children. A man with a stick stands in front of two men with weapons. Y explains that he is showing bravery when fighting the bandits. A young guy hands a woman food. The main character says that the farmer is showing kindness by sharing the harvest with his neighbors. The hero, with his mouth wide open, loudly asks the dark-haired young man if he dares to call this farmer an ignorant and stupid man, then adds that the most dangerous point of view for a scientist is the belief that commoners are stupid, and he himself is smart and enlightened. The protagonist smiles brightly and says to himself that this, although he said it himself, was very cool. A dark-haired guy holds a brush in his hands, and furiously demands a battle in a letter. Y's expression abruptly changes to excited, and he notes to himself that he's finished. Man, raising his right hand, declares that he will sort it out. The hero, smiling awkwardly, says to himself that he agrees, and then asks to start. The young man, raising his hand to his chin against the background of a red sphere, tells that he can start, and asks what the dark-haired guy wants to write about. Opens his fan and states that he must fight Y as well, then adds that the theme will be the songbook of Daya, the ruler of Wenwang. The protagonist, closing his eyes, thoughtfully repeated the title of the volume. He, looking at the long-haired brown-haired man, asks him to lend him a brush. Turns to the servant, and orders him to prepare the item, who agrees. The protagonist stands over a white vertical canvas. He dips the brush into the ink. A black spot is visible on the brush of the tool. The hero puts symbols on paper against the background of many observers. People from the crowd make amazed faces. Holds his fan in discouragement, and curses aloud. He asks himself how anyone can achieve such a level of knowledge and skill in literature and art in his 20s, then mentally adds that it is impossible. The long-haired brown-haired man lowers his head in front of the protagonist with the words that he lost. The people from the crowd are surprised aloud by the fact that he did not even raise his wrist, but had already admitted defeat. The dark-haired guy makes an awkward look, and says that he also admits defeat, after which he asks why for his name. The hero closes his eyes in the middle of a purple haze. He opens his eyelids. The young man raises his fist with a smile and happily talks about the refrigerator. The dark-haired guy covers his palm with his fist in a bow and calls the protagonist the young master refrigerator, then declares that he learned a valuable lesson today, after which he adds that he taught him that there is always something better. The hero raises his hands in confusion and loudly claims that his real name is Y. The dark-haired young man responds with understanding and calls him by the correct name. Evening rays illuminate the arena. A one-story house stands in the middle of the night. Chung looks sadly into the distance. Ian enters the room with a question about whether the guy has woken up. He calls him a master. The old man asks how he feels. The long-haired man replies that it is good. The young man begins to cry. The leader of the mountain sect takes his hands and declares that he doesn't need to keep it to himself. Chun begins to whine. Yan hugs him, saying how it is possible not to know the heart of a martial artist who has lost his inner strength, then adds that he will release his chi on his own. Tears flow down the young man's face. He claims that it was not a technique of the Namdong clan. The old man looks at him and asks him not to try to figure out who he is, much less think about revenge, after which he adds that he understands how difficult it is, then states that, however, he must let go of the past. Chum, with moisture on his face, makes a serious face and says that he needs to work out until his bones crumble and until the skin peels off. Ian's eyes burn gold. A yellow sword appears. The old man stretches out his hand and the weapon hanging in the air. The guy asks in surprise if he has reached enlightenment. The adult man shifts his gaze to the young man and tells him that everything is as he suspects, to which he says about the aroma of plum blossoms. Ian looks to the side and claims that even with this technique, he was unable to deflect a single blow from the hero. Chung makes a shocked face. The old man stands in front of him and declares that the protagonist is closer to God than to man, so he asks not to hold a grudge against him under any circumstances. The two-story building is illuminated by the sun. Chan punches the table. He, making a startled face, asks Sun about the refusal, to which he replies that he heard so. In short, the haircut guy makes an angry look and asks aloud about the escape, then swears. Y makes a discouraged face with the thought that the god of the sword is acting like a real scoundrel, after which he adds that, of course, his spirit is broken. Chung enters the room. He walks calmly, and Y notes to himself that he has recovered quite quickly. The young dragon of the sect bows and declares that he is forced to abandon the duel for personal reasons, after which he apologizes deeply. Chan makes an angry face and asks loudly what reasons could have caused him to give up during such a significant event. Chun puts his left palm to his chest and reveals that the reasons are related to his chi. The short-haired man asks in surprise if it is overcrowded. The white-haired guy, looking away, replies that not to this extent. He raises his hand with a slight smile. Chan says that it is a great relief. The young man in the white kimono claims that he has also been waiting for this day very much and asks the interlocutor not to take it personally, since he is not trying to avoid meeting him, then adds that in the future he will never escape from his sword. The hero puts his hand on Chun's shoulder. The white-haired guy turns around in fright at the protagonist, who claims that events happen when you least expect them, after which he adds that it is worth strengthening his resolve. The young dragon of the sect in a panic removes his shoulder and demands not to touch him. Y, looking at him in amazement, declares that he is only trying to help. He loudly demands that he leave. Pun, Woon, and Chan watch in shock. They look at the protagonist in surprise. The long-haired brown-haired man looks at the hero with a question about what he has done this time, then asks what is so amazing to make an adult behave like this. Y opens his mouth wide and states that he didn't do anything, then wonders why people talk about him as if he's causing trouble wherever he goes, and then adds that it's truly disappointing. Ung makes a skeptical look and swears with a refusal that something has definitely happened between them. Ping smiles and happily claims that apparently the hero dragged Chun to a remote place and beat all the crap out of him. Y swears to himself that it wasn't him, but the god of the sword. Chan looks at the protagonist carefully. The short-haired man looks away with thoughts that he does not understand. The main character sits opposite Gumsun. The young sword master of the Namdong family mentally remembers that the dark-haired youth is a martial arts genius who defeated the head of the clan of verbal duels. The protagonist sits next to Seo. The short-haired guy mentally adds that he is also a skilled musician who impressed the girl. Un stands indignantly in front of Y, Chan talking to himself about the math skills that are washing away the young master of the Che Gal family. The hero with a wide mouth raises his left fist. A short-haired young man reflects on linguistic skills that can shake the foundations of scientists. The protagonist paints inscriptions on canvas with a brush. The young sword master of the Namgun family talks about calligraphy, which can convey emotions through writing. The hero makes a piercing look. Chan asks himself who he is. Y sighs, saying that he should leave Huashan. Un turns around in surprise and asks why so suddenly. The short-haired guy smirks and states that sparring hasn't even started yet, after which he adds that the protagonist is running because he's afraid of facing him in battle. Y looks at him with condemnation and asks if it is not obvious, then claims that Jang is the junior sword lord Namgun, after which he says that he has no intention of fighting him since he has not gone mad yet. A short-haired young man makes a discouraged face with the thought that he did not expect such a turn of events. He, following the departing hero, says that he still has a lot to learn, even without taking part in sparring. Y walks up to a long-haired man sleeping at the table. The young man stands in front of him and calls him the manager, who asks in surprise what this word means. The protagonist smiles and tells him that they were going to start a business together, after which he adds that he signed an employment contract and had to read all the clauses. A man takes out a sheet from under his clothes. He reads the content and clarifies what the position means and whether it is similar to the rank. The hero agrees, then explains that if he shows good results, then the rank will increase, and with it the pay. The dark-haired warrior raises his hand with the contract with a smile. The protagonist asks himself if he will be so happy when he learns the details of his work. Y raises his hand and states that it has not yet been decided when he will return to Hefei, then adds that he must stay with Namgun until then, after which he promises to send a letter indicating the place where he will need to arrive. The man smiles and says that he understands, to which the guy asks to call him boss from now on. The dark-haired warrior makes a joyful face and correctly names his employer. The hero raises his thumb. He stands in front of Chang and Ping in a bow and reveals that he is extremely grateful for allowing him to travel with them, then adds that he learned a lot during their time together. The young sword master of the Namgun family claims that if he has already made a decision, there is nothing he can do, then says that they will see each other again. Y makes a shocked face. The short-haired one asks what he will do with the 10,000-year-old ice spirit, to which the hero swears to himself and realizes that he will not be able to go to the tomb of the sword and at the same time drag this huge thing behind his back. The protagonist looks at Chan and asks him to keep the item with him, who replies that he agrees, but Y will need a notary if he wants someone to take it. Uno raises his right hand with a smile and states that he will help with this. The hero happily thanks him. Misty mountains appear. Shanxi, Gangquan County. A dark-haired guy is sitting on a rock. He raises a red bead in front of him and addresses the Lord God of the Sword. The young man removes the orb, thinking that he hasn't spoken for 3 days, then adds that he needs to tell him where the tomb of the sword is, then curses aloud. Someone stamps his foot on the ground. 3 men are smiling insidiously. One of them that the hero has finally been found. The protagonist stands up in amazement. He looks at them and thinks that they are the same scoundrels. A lot of masked men make shocked faces. Y calls them the Storm Squad. The young man sighs. Several bandits ask how he knew. He replies that they should have at least covered their pectoral muscles. The men tear off their masks. One of them shouts to take him. The protagonist, raising his hand, asks to wait a second. A bandit with a mustache raises his hand to strike, and demands to close the guy's mouth, then adds that if he starts yapping, he will become a thorn. The hero makes a shocked look and asks what is happening here. The scarred man swings his fist and demands that he close his mouth. Y raises his hand in fright to strike. The warriors hit each other's knuckles. The mustachioed robber makes a furious face and declares that this puppy turns out to have teeth, then calls the righteous bandits names. The hero stands with his fists raised and loudly asks why there are so many problems just to get rid of him, after which he asks how many of them are there and how they can call themselves men, then claims that you don't expect anything more from the bandits, then continues that they gathered in a horde and attacked without first trying to talk, then demands to end it and say what they want. One of the robbers angrily asks what he has just said. The man with the beard lowered the corners of his lips demanding to stop. A tall figure stands in the middle of a group of bandits. Y makes a shocked look. The leader of the Storm Squad makes a disgruntled face. The hero recognizes him aloud. He replies that they met again, then asks what kind of expression he has. Drops of sweat run down the protagonist's face. He raised his hand and told the man that it was worth giving him his due. He had the courage to do so, and then added that Shangxi was now filled with righteous clans. The head bandit smirks, and says that they are 40 kilometers away from Huashan, where the clan warriors have gathered, then explains that no matter how loudly the hero shouts, no one will hear him. Y opens his mouth wide, thinking that he is amazed at how stupid these thugs are, and then shouts that he left Anhui at most once or twice, so it won't turn out that only they have a reason to harm him. He, taking out a golden tablet, declares that he is the guest of honor of the Namgun clan and the owner of this item, to which the man asks what it changes, to which the guy replies so that they think for themselves, and adds that if something happens to him, then Namgun will not sit idly by. The leader of the bandits makes a frightening look and claims that if he tears the young man apart and scatters his parts all over the mountains, the animals will gladly feast on his flesh. The protagonist wrinkles his face and wonders to himself how these cruel people can say such a nonchalant thing. He, standing in front of the leader of the thugs, loudly asks that he really thinks that everything will be solved if he gets rid of him. The young man puts his hand in his clothes, and aloud believes that it is all about the desertion of their leader to the side of the Namgun clan, then adds that, however, they will not be able to solve anything by such barbaric methods. The bandit with a mustache, looking at the leader, asks if he will really allow the guy to continue grinding his tongue, then adds that you should not succumb to his provocations. White tosses a silver coin. A muscular man notices a fallen object. He picks up money from the land. The hero makes a cunning smile with the thought that this is all that those whose brains are filled only with material desires are capable of. A bandit in yellow clothes takes out a knife, then calls the guy names, and demands that he stop fooling around. The protagonist throws him another coin. The leader of the thugs looks furiously at his subordinates and calls them names, after which he asks how they can call themselves proud members of the Storm Squad after that. Y pulls out a yellow round with a sly smile. The face of the bandit commander turns red. He notes to himself that it is a golden liang, after which he wonders how the hero can brazenly throw this coin to him. The leader of the Storm Squad then says to himself that he wants it. The young man throws him an object. The man catches the money. He, making a satisfied face, asks the guy what he wants. The hero, holding a yellow pouch in his hands, declares that he will give them all the silver he has in exchange for being released. The leader of the thugs holds the bundle with a satisfied smile, and says that any whim is for the golden liang, then adds that the guy can go. One of the bandits asks the bearded man if he wants to share. Inside the bag there is a lot of money. One of the robbers wonders aloud how many gold liangs there are. Another says that Y is outrageously rich. The protagonist angrily clenches his fist, and declares to himself that, as Confucius said, it is not too late to take virtuous revenge even after 10 years. The hero lowers his head with thoughts that just 3 days ago he rejected Confucianism, but at that moment he remembered its teachings, then adds that you never know what awaits you ahead. Y makes a surprised face against the background of the heavenly bloodstone. The sphere wonders if he really thinks so. The protagonist asks himself what he is talking about. A crimson ball appears on a dark background. The young man looks at the group of bandits. He wonders to himself, and asks aloud whether he can walk. One of the thugs, looking at the gold coin, replies that he leaves. The other suggests never crossing paths again. The hero leaves with an angry face, and thinks that they will definitely meet again, then calls them scoundrels in his mind. The guy is walking along the green path. Jung, making a disgruntled look, reveals that he will never take control of Y's body again. The young man frowns on his face and says to himself that he eavesdropped on him like some kind of pervert, then adds that you need to think about the balance of power, and if compared to games, then the sword master will be at least the master of the game. The guy, continuing along the road, mentally wonders that Zhang didn't yell at him in anger and asks aloud if he was offended. The heavenly bloodstone shines with light and says that they must go to the Autumn Valley. The protagonist, looking at a large green tree, silently asks where this place is. Zhang tells him to go to that tree, then states that if the young man overcomes the ridge, he can see the edge of the Dangsishan forest, after which he explains that he must climb this mountain. The hero makes a surprised face and asks why he has to climb the mountain again, after which he apologizes for his actions and asks to control his body again, because getting to the Autumn Valley is a spittle for the sword master. Zhang waves his hand furiously and demands that the boy shut up, after which he says that the sun will set soon and he should hurry. The protagonist lowers his head and agrees aloud. A huge mountain appears against the blue sky. Y stands on the edge of a ledge over a chasm. He, making a frightened face, declares to himself that this is already beyond all limits, after which he asks himself how to climb. Zhang frowns and tells him that as soon as the sun goes down, it will be over, then asks the young man how long he will continue to hang like a sloth. The hero holds on to the rocks, thinking that this is definitely revenge for what he said behind his back, after which he adds that he probably knows a shortcut, but deliberately makes him climb the mountain. The sword master opens his mouth furiously and demands the protagonist to be quiet, after which he adds that such a pathetic determination will lead him nowhere, then asks about what Y is saying about revenge when he is not even able to climb up the mountain. The leader of the bandits holds a bag of money in his hand. Inside the yellow bundle there are many coins. The protagonist makes an angry face. He climbs the rocks screaming. The young man climbs the mountain above the abyss. A stone under the guy's feet breaks off. The hero slides down the rocks. He lands on a ledge. His face is sweating. The dark-haired man says that this is where he started. Y stiffens his face and screams. His left hand grabs the ledge. The guy's right palm clings to the stone. He climbs the mountain with an effort. A young man hangs over the abyss. The hero's fingers are holding on to the edge. He climbs the plateau with heavy breathing. The protagonist makes a tired face and asks aloud if this place is really the grave of the sword. Y stands in front of the cave. Jung agrees, then adds that it depends only on the main character what he can get by going inside, after which he asks him not to think about anything bad and meet someone with a pure heart. The guy looks at the cave and wonders if there is someone in the cave. The ancestor replies that there is someone's footprint there. Hero, taking out a torch, asks again, to which Jung states that in the grave of the sword he will find countless marks from the sword, then claims that they are the essence of the grave. The young man ignites the light source saying that he is an ordinary person who knows nothing about martial arts, then asks Jung about what he really thinks he can become a master just by looking at the blade marks. The man replies that these are bad thoughts. The ancestor, making a piercing look, says that even he does not know who left those marks, after which he demands that the guy not even think about this person from an ordinary point of view. The protagonist, holding a burning torch, asks again and wonders if this unknown person is something like a god. A long-haired silhouette stands in the middle of the yellow markings. Jung agrees and adds that those sword marks are the true legacy of the god, then continues that despite being called the god of the sword, he could never imagine defeating this unknown. The ancestor stands with a shocked face, and says to himself that there is no such thing as perfect in martial arts, then explains that he used to believe in it, then tells that the possession of this man's sword was exactly perfect, then asks himself how a child born of humans could become the personification of the ideal. Y enters the cave with a torch in his hands, wondering how great this unknown man was. The young man raises his head up. He makes a shocked face with thoughts of how this is possible. Jong, making a surprised face, asks the guy if he is able to read these ancient writings, then states that he copied the symbols and showed them to countless scientists, but no one was able to decipher them. Y opens his eyes in amazement. A lot of formulas are depicted on the stone wall behind the protagonist. He learns to himself the vector values connecting the points, constant acceleration, free fall, as well as the speed of free fall, then says to himself that this unknown person has calculated all the styles of the central planes with the help of physical formulas. Then went on to say that dividing the internal chi in order to achieve a constant rate of free fall, also tells about himself that there is even a formula for calculating the force of gravity using the weight of the sword. Y looks at the painted wall, saying that the person who left these notes is from the modern world, and then adds that this person is from Korea. Jong makes a shocked face and asks about the fact that the one who left these cuts is from the hero's homeworld. The protagonist shifts his gaze and states that it is, then asks when this cave was discovered. He stands with a torch in his hands. The ancestor replies that at least 1,000 years have passed since then. The young man wonders to himself that this contemporary came to the Central Plains more than 1,000 years ago, and also that if he trained his sword art to such an extent, then how could he not leave a more significant mark on history? A man with a bare torso and a sword in his hand stands under the blue sky. Jung states that he also wondered about it, then adds that his final sword marks were not a human creation, and then goes on to say that it is unnatural that this kind of skill does not remain in Jianghu history. Y makes a surprised look and wonders if these are his last sword marks. The ancestor makes a piercing look and states that the geography of the Autumn Valley looks strange. The young man raises his hand to his chin, thinking that it is true if you think so, then adds that usually valleys are winding, but this one has straight paths. The sun illuminates a huge crevice. Jung says that the Autumn Valley has become his last mark. The hero is loudly surprised. Y makes a shocked face, thinking that the insanely deep valley, 4 kilometers long, is the result of the efforts of only one person. The young man takes a step. The protagonist, standing in front of a stone wall with inscriptions, says to himself that on the 24th day of studying the wall, out of all the collected sword techniques, the contemporary discarded those that he could not express with the help of the laws of physics, after which he adds that, for example, he got rid of the techniques of aspects, such as culture, respect, evil, and the like. Then continued that he divided this person into categories of sword techniques, which use normal multivariate vectors, as well as techniques that require a differential coefficient and more complex ones that can induce optical illusions, after which he explains to himself that after 100 days, all the formulas have been sorted. Sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He says to himself that this man was extremely persistent and, like him, came from the modern world, but was on a completely different level. The 120th day of studying the wall, a male figure sits next to a sword and reflects on the fundamental sword techniques of different clans, as well as how they have a greater degree of completeness than their ultimate techniques, then adds to himself that there are exceptions despite this, and then goes on to say that the shaman clan's duality technique was one of them, and it raised the value of the variance parameter. The long-haired man strikes, and says to himself that dividing the mind into 2 parts in order to use 2 sword arts at the same time, and also states to himself that, from a mathematical point of view, there was a lot of variation in when a person used this technique, and that it requires more study. 139th day of studying the wall. A contemporary clutches his head with pain, thinking that in his mind there are only lines, points and sides, then asks himself why the lines of this technique are curved at this particular point, then thinks that in order to reduce the standard deviation of the point of contact, it is necessary to use linear mapping instead of curvature. A man in red pants strikes a stone in a series of ways. He realizes to himself that the strength of his muscles is not enough, and that the path of chi also causes discomfort, after which he realizes that the reason why it is curved is because of the critical point of the movements that the human body can perform. The 180th day of studying the wall. A contemporary reaches out to the wound on his shoulder and reflects on the fact that in physics it is possible to express the speed of light. But this is meaningless if he is not able to recreate a formula with the help of a real body, then adds that even if he has created the most perfect formula, without a body that can recreate it, it is of absolutely zero use. A long-haired man does an exercise and wonders to himself why such a simple truth has not come to him before, then adds that, in the end, you first need to train your body and create a form that can recreate the formula. 487th day of studying the wall. A warrior with a sword strikes at a stone wall, thinking that he has come to understand how fragile the human body is, after which he states to himself that he has placed an imaginary point that moves along the wall and checked how many attempts it will take him to pierce it accurately. A bearded man holds the blade horizontally and thinks that it took him 720642020 attempts, as well as 2 years, to recreate a simple vector of movement connecting point A and point B, after which he wonders to himself if it is really possible to recreate these formulas with the help of an imperfect human body. Then thinks that this cannot be achieved by ordinary physical exercises and another way is needed. Y stands with a torch in front of a stone wall with inscriptions and wonders aloud if this man is really human. 4685 Wall Study Day. The old man gives a piercing look, and states to himself that he realized how foolish it was to discard elements that could not be expressed by the laws of physics, and then adds that there is a reason why there are different paths in Buddhism. The contemporary sits in the lotus position on the top of a mountain and says in his mind that physical training alone will not achieve complete control of his body, then goes on to say that the only way to allow his body to become omnipotent is to train his mind, and adds that from this hellish world of visualizations, he was able to calmly observe his inner world. The man's hair spreads in different directions. He thinks that inside the mind he was able to divide himself into particles smaller than an atom, or make himself larger than the universe itself. A starry sky appears. The contemporary notes to himself that inside his imagination all the movements of points, lines and sides can be recreated. An old man with a sword in his hand is underwater with fish. He reflects on the fact that for some time he realized that the boundaries between the world of his imagination and the real world disappeared, since he did not die, even if he was left without air and food. 6932 Day of Study of the Wall. The contemporary carries out many attacks with his sword with the thought that his body is now able to perfectly recreate and represent all the formulas. He takes a piercing look and states to himself that this does not reflect reality, after which he continues that he can see the essence of every phenomenon, and as for Neo from the Matrix, the laws of Mother Nature are assimilated into his possibilities. A huge red eye watches the long-haired man, who inquires to himself if he is still human, then adds that he feels the interest of the great celestial beings. Y makes a surprised face. A contemporary carries out a series of blows in front of the hero. Zhang, opening his mouth in amazement, states that it took him 7 years to see a shooting star for the sake of starlight. The protagonist frowns and clarifies if it is the meteorite sword of heaven and earth. The ancestor declares that he is right. The sword master looks at the young man in shock, thinking that he has figured it all out in about 15 minutes. The man's figure is surrounded by many blue swords. Young mentally notes that if the guy sensed his meteorite sword, it only means that his spirit is engraved with the highest understanding of the meteorite sword of heaven and earth. The ancestor looks at Y in surprise and reflects on the fact that he is a genius, then notes that this word is not enough to describe what is happening properly. Zhang stands with his eyes closed against the background of the stars. He says to himself that this is the fate that is predestined for the hero by God, after which he adds that he has become a bridge for the young man. The protagonist sits in the center of the glow with a smile on his face. He has unwittingly fallen into the world of visualization for 3 years. This was the birth of the lesser sword god. A bright blue sky appears. Hefei. A large street of the city is shown. A man with a goatee is smiling broadly, the junior owner of a jewelry store, Kim. He is standing in front of a man with a cart. A man in a blue kimono raises his hands in front of the horse and asks him to be careful. Taking the harness from the man, he asks if he knows how much the celestial cloud cart costs, and then adds that he must be careful. The man in the yellow kimono bows and declares that he will take the reins, to which Kim demands that he be quiet. A man with a goatee climbs into the wagon. He controls the horse. The carriage is driving down the street. The owner of the jewelry store declares that since he bought this cart, he can finally go to the Hefei Hotel. He turns around and asks aloud what it is. He looks at the building and reads aloud the sign with the name of the Hall of the Cho Holy Clan. The girl greets the man brightly and asks what he will order. Kim makes a confused face and awkwardly says that he wants 6 flaky meat cutlets and refreshing black water. The woman smiles broadly and asks to wait for the order. The owner of the jewelry store is happy and thinks that coming to Hefei was the right decision. The girl holds a tray in her hand and declares that the order is ready, then adds that she must pay 99 iron coins. With a satisfied face, Kim holds out a coin and says that it is 1 silver coin. The saleswoman thanks him and wishes him bon appetit. The owner of the jewelry store silently asks why he does not put the price at 1 silver coin, after which he says to himself that, however, for some reason, he feels that he has caught the benefit. He pulls out a burger. Kim eats the purchased food with great appetite and is silently amazed by its taste. He drinks the contents of the bottle from a straw. The owner of a jewelry store smiles happily against the background of blue water and asks aloud what this amazing taste is. An image of a container with a straw appears. Kim states that it wasn't even worth a whole silver coin, after which he notes out loud how cheap it is. He drives a carriage with food in his hands. A bridge is shown, at the end of which there are 3 bright lights. Hefei Hotel. Many people are queuing in front of the building with security. The owner of the jewelry store opens his mouth in surprise and says that this is incredible. Ahead of them, the bright lights of the Hefei Hotel shone. There was a long queue to the building. Kim was surprised by this picture. Bright spotlights hung on the building. 2 girls in line were talking. The man was dumbfounded, watching what was happening. He looked at the 2 carriages, thinking that they were heavenly carriages. They were so rare that only 3 or 4 of them were made every year. The guy smiled, greeting the young master So Moon. Today they will accompany him for a comfortable stay. The guest clarified how they need water today. The subject smiled, saying not to worry, because the water was good. The man recognized him as Li Xiao. Kim sat in the carriage, thinking that he had the name of a good warrior. The servant approached the man, introduced himself as Jumbo, asked to accompany him, and asked if there was a certain contract. The owner of the store asked about the contract. The guy folded his hands in his palms, wondering if it was his first time here, explaining that they were making a contract with beautiful women with whom they wanted to spend time. And since it was such a case, he asked why not give him a chance, if he could trust and follow his subject. Jumbo handed the cart to another servant, saying that it was the heavenly carriage of their Hyeonim, ordering them to take special care of it. The servant bowed in response, accepting the order. Kyum looked to the side, listening to the shouts about why Sandpil was allowed and he was not. The man looked at the two guys at the entrance, and wondered if he had been denied entry to the shared guest house, and this had happened even to the young master from the Peng family, Pengak. The subject bowed, saying that the man could not pass, asking to come another time. The tramp was angry, calling him a vile bastard, asked how old he was. The servant's face changed, saying that he could not be here. The guy slammed his fist into his palm, claiming that if he was drunk, then he should go home and sober up, if he did not want to go to the other world, specifying that maybe he had a dying wish. The tramp was surprised. Someone was walking in their direction. The manager put his hand on his belt, asked Chungu about what was going on here. The servant explained that it was nothing, and the head of the department, that is, Manager Zhang, should not worry. Kim opened his mouth in surprise, thinking about how huge it was. The big man looked at the tramp, saying that he had only yesterday been promoted to manager, and he was still in a good mood, offering to leave in good health. The man said that it was good, he would leave. The drunkard ran away as fast as he could. John straightened up as he began to shout to the crowd that the usure was over, and no longer accept anyone for free. The servants bowed. Kim looked at the subject, asking about free, and if he came before that time, then whether he would come in for free. Jumbo raised his palms, explaining that this did not apply to male guests. The man clarified what it meant only for women. The servant, smiling, bowed, saying that this is so, and that snacks and 3 bottles of rice wine are provided free of charge for Nunim if they come before the Jinsher. John noticed how the two communicated. The manager stretched out his hand, calling out to Jumbo. The big man grabbed his neck, whispering whether he thought it was doubtful. The guy replied that he had arrived in a heavenly carriage. The two were talking in low voices. Jean looked to the side, exclaiming to let him in. The lights lit up in different colors. People were at the party under the lights. A large number of visitors walked on the dance floor. Kyum clutched his head when the servant asked if he should be escorted to the love room, and in order to distinguish himself for the girls, he should at least get a good room. The man's hands were at his head. He explained that since this was the first time he would take a table and look around. The subject turned around, saying that the prices for tables also vary. Women raised their hands up in a dance. There was an empty table in front of them when the guy clarified that the closer he was to the stage, the more expensive the table would be, asking if he wanted him to escort him to the stage. Kim exhaled, agreeing. Jumbo put down and took the menu from the table, specifying what the man would drink. Kim chose rice wine. The guy was upset, saying that his jokes had gone too far, and did the man really think that a lady could be hooked on rice wine, claiming that he had chosen a wonderful table, so he should order at least 2 bottles of frozen winter liquor. Kim looked at the menu, asking him what he thought, thinking about 20 silver coins, plus 2 bottles. Multicolored lights shone in all directions. The man turned around at the guy's shout that young Master Seo Moon had ordered snowflake wine. Let them turn on the music. The 3 girls were carrying a jug of drink on a tray, and Jiam was thinking about what the young Master Seo Moon meant. A jug of birds stood on a tray. The man turned his attention to a table nearby, thinking about who he was. The girls around the guy were laughing, talking about how the young master had ordered snowflake wine, asking about what he was doing, noticing that he was so cool. Seo Moon smiled mischievously, looking around. The lady stretched her hand to his face. He was happy. Kim clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that he needed to take a look at this bastard. The angry man looked at Jumbo while ordering a bottle of snowflake wine, and it was better to let him bring 2. The servant remarked that he had to pay 120 gold in advance if he could. He was furious when he shouted for them to be brought to him. The subject bowed, saying that he would do everything to serve him properly. John watched their table from afar. The girl stared half-turned, telling the manager that she was busy. The big man raised his hand to her face, asking if she saw the man, offering to do her part. He approached her head. When she asked how much to pay for a bottle, he replied that it was 1/10. The lady smiled, remarking that it was wonderful. The image of the couple at the table cracked. It was said that Jiam Choksan Yunai was the head of the hall of the Jiam family, and in less than a month he would go broke. The great trade group of the Cho clan was shown buildings illuminated by light. The man closed his eyes, saying that the head was here. The main character entered the room, specifying that there was no need for formalities, offering to sit down. At the head of the table sat a young man in the presence of people. The hero closed his eyes, asking if the expansion of the great ice stone treasury was still over. The old man replied that it seemed to have failed. Wai crossed his fingers as he asked again. He clarified that he had invested a lot of silver in the case, but it failed, ordering him to explain himself. Grandpa looked down, answering that apparently, the larger the size of the frozen treasury, the weaker the effect. They tried to create ice in the Great Ice Stone Treasury, but the output was no different from the result before the expansion. The hero was surprised, asking what he wanted to say, that it takes more time to freeze ice. The man did not open his eyes, confirmed, saying that before a complete freeze took a quarter of a day, but now more than half is required, and apparently, 750 kilograms of ice per day is the limit of the essence production. The guy held his face, thinking that this is true. The first law of thermodynamics, the energy of an isolated system is constant. It was talked about how a person from modernity could forget about it like some kind of idiot. But the use of ice is growing at an explosive pace. This is a huge problem. The young man turned to Hu, clarifying that he was talking about pure black water. The servant held out a tray with a decanter, saying that here it was. The hero closed his eyes, starting to try. Y slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming that this was not the same either, even worse than it was, asking the question that they had been using the hot springs for all 3 months and had only found so much sparkling water. He lowered his head, saying that he understood. The hero asked to write an explanatory note of 20 pages. Tears poured from the man's eyes as he tried to answer something. The young man at the table asked what about the shared guest house. John replied that sales had doubled. The guy looked at the manager with surprise, reasoning that in the beginning he planned to hire him as the keeper of the gate in the guest house. The big man put his hands on his belt as the protagonist contemplated that. Who would have thought that he would turn out to be a sales genius worth 10, wondering if he was born with a talent for outsmarting hucksters. The young man scratched his chin, realizing that it was true that it would not be easy to create cola in this era. The manager turned to Y as he began to speak. A huge crystal shone behind the young man's back as John inquired about the fact that originally, the eternal ice essence is the treasure of the North Sea Ice Palace. That's right, and it helped the North Sea masters to learn the ice art. The hero turned his gaze, waiting for the continuation. The big man calmly looked in his direction, saying that even if it wasn't a pure heavenly ice art, martial art was the main thing in the Ice Palace, clarifying if they could invite a master who had learned the ice art to the level of the winter snow art from their chi, the Salt family. The young man was dumbfounded, hearing that he didn't understand why he was so obsessed with the treasure of the ice stone. The manager raised his hand, saying that he wouldn't even have to provide a huge monthly salary if the guy just gave permission to use the eternal flower essence and train the ice art, wondering if it wasn't obvious that they themselves would run to him like crazy. After all, since ancient times, martial artists would like to be there. Obviously, they should promise to produce ice as payment, asking about what the hero thinks. Y was stunned, thinking that he was a genius. The young man covered his face with his hand, wondering how he could not notice all those walking refrigerators of the North Sea, realizing that he was ashamed of himself. John sat with a questioning face when the hero reasoned that he could not believe that he had mocked him, calling him empty-headed, and now he could not deny the rumors of his genius. Y sat at the head of the table, asking everyone if anyone wanted to visit the North Sea. The men sat silently without reaction. The snow was falling when the two were walking near the rock. It was said about the North Sea as an incredibly distant place, where it takes about half a year. People of an exclusively medieval mindset live there, and during the war, the ice palace of the North Sea was destroyed by the Sama family. They pulled out the king of the North Sea, tied him up in the streets of Hunan province, and starved him to death. The hero held up a thumbs up, talking about 1,000 gold coins for the fact that if they could find an ice-making technique, he would pay them that amount. John raised his hand, saying that he would go. The young man closed his eyes, talking about what he couldn't afford, thinking that he needed him to maintain the Hafei Hotel. He squeezed his eyes shut, chasing the thought of who he should be. The guy jumped up from his seat, asking what those idiots were doing. The man asked what kind of assholes he was talking about. Y raised his hand to explain about the guys with red bear tattoos on their bodies, who replied that they couldn't be shown to the public, so they locked them up in the dungeon of this case. The hero was interested in how long they had been there, whether they had recovered. The man replied that it had been 6 months. The young man put his hands behind his back, ordering them to be brought here. He bowed, obeying. A cloudy sky could be seen above the large building. The servant lowered his head, saying that he had brought them all. They were waiting outside the room. The guy asked to let only the leader in, to which he agreed. Someone entered the hall, stepping forward. A tall, shabby man was heading towards them. John looked at the guy in surprise. The manager jumped up from his seat, recognizing Master Kong, and asking about it. The prisoner fell to his knees, weeping, and turned to the master. The big man ran up to him, asking what had happened. He was on his knees, still crying. Y got angry, saying that tears were enough, asking him to stop crying and come up to him. A drop of sweat appeared on the manager's face as he reasoned that there was only one reason why the hero could start behaving like this. He only talks like this to those who have harmed him. Mr. Khan must have done something wrong. The prisoner silently approached the table where the people were sitting. The young man looked away, saying that he should go towards the Northern Sea. Khan lowered his head, protesting that it was the Northern Sea. The hero put his hand to his chin, asking that he seemed to be burning with a desire to continue living on the Manga. People in a dark room sat around dumplings. The prisoner looked at the guy, clarifying whether he could promise them freedom if they dealt with this task. The hero confirmed. Kong clenched his fists, saying that he accepted his task. Wai smiled, reminding him that if he escaped, or tried to do anything else, he knew what would happen, whether it was true. Kang's tense hands trembled as he thought about how, if it were possible, they would have run away long ago, calling him a damn monster and a demon. The man clenched his teeth in anger, assuring that this would not happen. The building lit up with a pink light. A large courtyard with steps was shown from above. Buck put his hand on the table, saying that it was again. He clenched his teeth in anger as he speculated that he should have destroyed this 10,000-year-old ice field 3 years ago, when there was a chance. There was nothing normal among his endeavors. A glass of tea and a cyclist were depicted. It was said that the seller selling iced tea, relieving stomach pain, and the one delivery man who could even get to their home. People shouted in applause. It became clear that because of their popularity, even full-time officials and higher ranks lost their jobs and came with complaints. The man passed the box to another. It was said about guests receiving food, giving the delivery man something to send. The guy lowered his head by the barn. It was said that then the delivery man delivers it to the recipient, which is why their influence is quite great. Because of this, even the convoy agencies suffer. They showed a carriage that glittered with stars and lights, explaining that this was not all. They created a new concept of carriages, called cars, which now stand at the top of the entire carriage industry. The jar depicts birds. It was said that he created the Cho family's brewery and conquered all the breweries in the area with just ice glass. In the background of the house, a drink and a burger were shown, when it was said that he had also created a place with the sale of food, where black water and 6-level food were sold, which had conquered the entire food industry. The young man picked up a gold item, thinking that the problem was that every time he tried to start a business, he waved this emblem. The man was standing at the entrance, where there was a crowd of people. The plot said that because of this, all these people began to flood the residence of the Namdong family. They tried to calm the crowd for the past 3 years, because of which they could not perform their direct duties. Buck squeezed his eyes shut, remembering what him off the most. The girl walked in with a tray, saying that food had arrived from the Cho clan's restaurant. Asking if he wanted to eat it now, the man asked to put it there. He held a decanter of drink in his hand. Beck was happy. There was a big wave behind him. He reasoned about the fact that he had succumbed to the taste of the Cho clan's food the most. A servant appeared at the entrance, and said that a group of people had come to him again. Buck clarified that this time. The guy opened his eyes wide, assuming that it was about hotels. The man's stomach made itself felt when he said that he had completely forgotten about damn hotels. The subject looked at the man, trying to add. He asked again angrily. The young man closed his eyes, explaining that the young master of the Wa Sword clan had come again. Buck clutched his head, cursed, thinking about what he had done to them, why they were mocking him. The servant said that there was more information. The man clutched his head, asking what else. The subject put his hands behind his back, telling him that the young master Che Galun had also come, and Buck clarified that if he came to see a friend, he could let him in, why he was reporting to him. The servant looked ahead, explaining that he had not come as a friend. Buck looked away, asking why then. A blue light flashed behind the servant, as he claimed that he had come as a junior inspector from the Murim Alliance. The man jumped up from his seat in surprise, saying that he would meet him immediately. The subject put his hand on his chest, saying that he would immediately bring him. Green trees were growing near the house when the question arose about what it all meant. The servant struck his chest, exclaiming that he had brought an expert. The man greeted him. Put his fist in his palm, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, asking if he was feeling well. The man pointed to the table, saying that he had, and wondering if he had reached the position of junior inspector, noting that he was truly a great man, congratulating him, and asking him to sit down. The young guy looked away, thanked him, and said that he would get straight to the point. They were sitting at the table when Buck told him to do as he saw fit, but first asked for a question. The guy listened attentively. The man frowned, remembering that the inspector had already come 3 months ago, and for another 2 years they should not have been inspected. What had changed? Just smiled back. The guy closed his eyes, saying that the leader of the inspectors had already come with an inspection and suspected something. The man asked again. The guest opened his eyes, looked menacingly, and said that he believed that the huge business of the Cho clan worked under the leadership of the Naldong clan. The man was dumbfounded, asking about how he wasn't his friend, and knew like no one else that their business was run by an independent group of people. So why? The guy's head lit up when he clarified that he did not understand that he was planning a union. The man asked if it was possible. Opened his mouth, starting to talk about how the population of Hefei had doubled in just 2 years. It would soon equal, or even surpass the population of Nanning, so the union. Buck narrowed his eyes, talking about what he understood now. He put his hand on his chest, reminding him that they were only a faction. The inspector looked at him, saying that Heek's actions were quite suspicious. The man was dumbfounded at the mention of Huchengrin. Threw up his hands, saying that for them, Hefei had become a battlefield where they could risk their lives, and if they got Hefei's business and the Cho clan's business, and even with a huge amount of money at the core, they would become the best in Sampishan. The inspector crossed his fingers as he continued to talk about how the Cho clan's business was still in the gray area. They were on the verge of good and evil. It was a dangerous situation. The Alliance would like to get their fortune. They should cooperate with them so that they could help each other. Buck closed his eyes, sighing. The head of the Namgun clan was depicted with a serious face with his back to the other when Woon talked about how the person who controls the largest business in Hefei is not in the Alliance, as they can get support from him, adding that in the worst case, the Namgun family will be forced to take care of Hyuk on their own. The guy did not take his eyes off the interlocutor, saying that he understood that it was difficult, but he had to make a decision. Buck frowned, asking how much time they had. Unlowered his head, the fallen warriors were shown behind him as he explained that the group of spies had been wiped out. At the moment, the Alliance was blind, and there was not much time left. The man slammed his fist on the table in anger, thinking that the situation by which they silently admitted each other's espionage no longer existed. This meant exactly one thing, a declaration of war. The two were sitting at the table, when Beck raised his hand, saying that he would immediately bring Y to settle everything on the spot. The inspector replied that the Union had already sent him a message, and thought he would arrive soon. The man frowned. At the entrance to the building there was a silhouette. The hero followed the leader of the righteous heaven. A pink light fell on the building. The servant gestured, telling the characters that they may not check in, and they need to follow him. The man bowed to the young man, saying that he hoped for his wisdom and good intentions. He wished good luck in return, thinking about what he had said, about what good intentions. A bright pink light illuminated their house. Y walked over to a place where other people had gathered. He opened his eyes wide, reasoning about what he thought. The majority had gathered here. Su sat with his eyes downcast, young Master Janho standing beside him. Sung Chan was looking in his direction. Beck was sitting next to him. On the other side sat Namdun Wu and Un. The man unfolded the scroll. The inspector stood with a paper, saying that for the business representative of the Cho family, the Union would like to make a statement. He was putting away the document, explaining that that was it. Y frowned, thinking about what sounds abstruse. But in fact, they want one thing. They want the Cho family's business to be taken over by the Namdun family. They want to be watched and controlled by the Murim alliance, not to mention that they can ask for any monthly fee they want. His fingers slammed on the surface as he continued to think that otherwise the alliance would have no reason to protect them. This was the self-proclaimed righteous alliance of Murim, and they were just a bunch of bandits. The protagonist's eyes turned red as he said that it seemed that the elders of the alliance didn't understand something. Looked at the guy, clarifying what they didn't understand in what sense. The young man replied that they were judging him based on Kanho's current situation. Right. Magic appeared in his hands as he asked about what they thought. The guy can't make Namchan like Hefei's. The inspector was shocked, asking again. The hero slammed his toes on his leg, saying that he is a businessman, and avoids dangerous risks if it benefits their benefit. But the young man got angry, saying that too many people were trying to get something out of his life-risked fortune, and in such a situation, any businessman would think the same. Jewels between the two families piled up as he wondered which of them would give him the most benefit. Beck clenched his fists as he asked what Y wanted to say that he wanted to be Hyukshinrin's dog for money. The guy stretched his palm forward, asking what else he should do when others wanted to steal everything from him, because there was no end to human greed, asking the master if he had somehow affected the earnings of the Namgon family. The man looked menacingly at the interlocutor, asking if he was laughing at him if the guy had ever seen at least one of their businesses. A crowded city was shown from above, when the hero talked about how 3 years ago the population of Hefei was approximately 86,000, and at the moment it is already 170,000. His eyes burned red when he said that he would ask again if he had influenced the earnings of the Namgon family. The head of the family gritted his teeth, ordering him to listen. The young man looked to the side, saying that if the elders of their family wanted him to retreat, then he would do so, despite his different surname, calling himself one of the Namgon family. The guy looked at the inspector when he summed up that he did not agree to the union, and let him go and tell his head about it, explaining that he was not going to take sides. Grandfather began to talk about nobody's side. Su looked away, claiming that only a few had been able to do so in their history of Kanho, and there was something in common between them. The young man smiled, saying that he was right. One of his acquaintances said the same thing. Janho crossed his arms, saying that people who fall into the swamp of compromise inevitably become weak, and protecting their people and their own fortune, even if the risk of dying is high, is the only way to become strong. The eyes of the main character flashed with a bright light. In anger, he slapped his legs, saying that he was going to follow the path to become the strongest. An earthquake hit their house. People jumped up from their seats, calculations and graphs appeared in the background. The young man's eyes shone with light as he reasoned that the entire world he saw was confirmed by a physical circuit and penetrated his brain. At first he could not accept it. Numbers flowed like a river, like formulas, it was said about ecstasy. He said that the duration of the rapture of the realization felt like a few minutes. But when he woke up, his clothes were worn out, and the god of the sword told him that it had already been 3 years. The guy looked at his hand in horror. The protagonist stood with his arms outstretched, talking about how happy he was for him, calling his altered body the all-powerful body of the Sword Lord. and despite the problem that the boy's eyes were turning white like a ghost's, something fell from the ceiling. Janho looked at the young man, realizing that this was a state when the warrior spirit was engraved in his eyes. The silhouette of a guy with glowing eyes was shown as the man thought about how, aside from a special martial art such as the plum blossom technique, this phenomenon was definitely only observed in those who had reached an incomprehensible level. Su was shrouded in electrical discharges as he speculated about how such a young man was able to get to this state. The old man looked away, wondering if he was calling someone like him a disciple. Grandpa touched his beard, reasoning that despite being a disciple of Mu Jiaimyung, it was madness, asking the inspector if he felt it too, clarified if he felt that. The old man looked at the guy, saying that the hero was on an incomprehensible level. The inspector asked again. Gritted his teeth in fear as he heard that even among the 3 great clans, only 4 had reached this state. The elder closed his eyes, saying that he should change his mind, he should bring someone like the leader of the alliance, or his deputy. The inspector turned around, saying that he was returning to the Union. The guy went through the open door, which was illuminated with lilac. Su asked what his attitude was towards Namgun. The young man's eyes burned with a white light. He smiled, saying that he was the same as his uncle, thinking that he was grateful to him for his cover-up in difficult times. This idiot, that is, his uncle gave him everything he wanted, if only he was stubborn. The man looked to the side, saying what he meant as a family, asking how he felt about giving this man a position in their family. Buck closed his eyes silently. He stretched out his hand forward, saying that if they gave a position to someone not from the direct descendants, then one condition must be met. Su clarified which condition he was talking about. The man looked at the patriarch, declaring marriage as the only way for him to marry a woman from their family. Su looked at Janhuo. The son closed his eyes, saying to his father that it was impossible. The girl folded her palms, watching the manager, as he told him that Soso was madly in love with Zhang. She even cooked for him every day. The patriarch closed his eyes, thinking. Su looked at his relatives and stated that they still had Somi, wasn't it? Buck was dumbfounded, thinking that this was too much. Janho blushed when he began to talk about the fact that Somi had only recently turned 19. The hero stretched his hands forward and exclaimed in horror to look at them, asking who they were going to marry him to, shouting that he did not want to be handcuffed. The patriarch looked up and asked about the handcuffs. Wai closed his eyes, saying that in general, no, he would never do it, ever. The old man stretched out his palm, explaining that if he didn't want to take the position they were offering him, then it would be better for him to return the heavenly sword tablet. The hero got angry, exclaiming that it was cheating, musing that the position in the Namgun family sounds tempting, but they only want to connect him with him. The elder held out his hand, asking if he had recently said that he considered Namgun to be family. Grandfather looked away, saying that he could continue to run his huge business, and their family would not dare to encroach on him, asking that it wasn't those with whom he was going through mortal difficulties that were called family. The guy exhaled, closed his eyes, replied that this was a great family, realizing that there was no way out. The young man put his hands on his knees and said that he accepted their proposal, but would never marry. Su silently closed his eyes. He turned back, asking to gather the eldest and other family members to prepare a meeting. Someone wondered why. The patriarch looked at Buck, asking about them changing their family's rules. Wai got up from his chair when he asked if he could leave now. The young man headed towards the exit. His hand reached out to catch up. Buck grabbed him by the shoulder, declaring that no, he couldn't. The guy asked about what this time. The man threw up his hands, asking if he didn't see that they had visitors. The hero replied that he came in a hurry, so he didn't notice. And what about them? Buck was very angry when he exclaimed that all the powerful people of Manhwa were here and all because of his hotel. The guy was surprised, asking if there were any problems with his hotel. Splashes flew from the man's mouth when he talked about how the children of wealthy families were wasting money there. Children from powerful families were wasting their lives instead of concentrating on training. People danced under the spotlights as he asked questions about what kind of parties men and women attended before marriage, bachelor parties, and whether he even realized how many engagements had been disrupted because of his hotel. The guy opened his eyes wide. He put his hands on his belt, exclaiming that it was as if he was forcing them to spend money on expensive drinks, stating that it was a choice to throw around their silver coins like that, asking what you would order him to do with it. Buck gritted his teeth. He spread his hands to the sides, advising them to suspend work for a while so that they could send these people home, let them know their limits. The young man looked calmly at the interlocutor, agreeing that from that moment on, the Cho family would suspend work for half a month. People were screaming in a panic, asking again about what he had just said, because he only needed to close the hotel, why he was suspending other business as well. People were dissatisfied, shouting that it was not a bakery, the hotel could not be closed either, and what did the brewery have to do with it? Wai crossed his arms, explaining that they don't close their business individually. He has to be honest. It's unfair to make some work while others rest, clarifying, or they want to demoralize his employees. Buck looked at the guy, asking if he could raise his wages for working more. The hero got angry. His eyes turned red when he asked questions about what they thought was the reason why they needed to close. Maybe the Namgong family would reimburse him for the increased expenses, and he understood how much money the Cho family would lose if they stopped their business for even a day. The man tried to tell them to listen to him. Someone in the crowd said that he could not live without the iced tea of their hotel, that his son did not eat rice if there was no dried meat in it. Life without it was worse than death. Su straightened his beard, wondering what that limited series of sky carriages was called, and that he might get one soon, right? Wai walked over, clarifying what he was talking about, the sky cloud carriage, didn't he? The hero stretched out his hand and stated that, as far as he knew, it should arrive in about 2 days. The man asked again. Su turned to Buck about where the visitors he was talking about were and received an answer that it was in the Blue Dragon building. The patriarch sparkled with magic, and announced that he would return after training to release and control his energy. The man trembled, wondering what their family had become. The inspector was sitting on the steps in the street. He held the branch in his hands, reasoning that he was thinking about the many problems that could arise when he found out that he was heading to Hufei, so he had prepared several possible solutions for each of them. But the state of superiority was too strong, so any attempts he made were useless. The guy remembered how the evil Wai looked, wondering if it was too much, and who would have thought that he was so strong, even though they were about the same age. The hero made notes on paper when he reasoned that he was only a businessman. He was not even a member of any clan in the world of Murim, and he also had extensive knowledge and was good at calligraphy, wondering if he was human. Un looked up, wondering how someone like him could exist. The inspector stood up when the main character was next to him. Wai was angry when he asked if he remembered how much he paid him for the design, 100 gold coins, 100, asking if he felt guilty about it, and how the inspector could have stabbed him in the back once he got a job in the union. Behind the building in the forest, something was happening. The hero waved his hand in that direction, saying that he should not worry about it, because he wanted to hear his excuses first. Lowered his head, answering that he could not make decisions on his own as long as he belonged to the union. He only did what the union wanted. The guy got angry, shouting that he knew that he would say so. Apparently, he planned to interfere with his business. The inspector asked to calm down a little, because he is still a representative of the union. The young man calmed down, thinking that an ordinary hired worker could not go against the order of his superiors. The hero stepped aside, ending the conversation about the fact that anyway, let him not be satisfied with even more problems and inform the union of his decision, and if he did, he would forget about everything, asking if he had thought about his proposal. Unclosed his eyes, saying what he thought. He had already said that he could not do it. Wai put his hand on his belt, asking why. After all, he would be able to receive 200 gold coins a month if he took the position of vice president of the Cho clan's business, asking if it was not more than the amount he received in the alliance. The inspector lowered his head, saying that money is not the main thing, the union and the Chaegao clan. The guy kicked the ground. Janho landed behind the hero, calling out to him. He said that he would like to learn from him. The guy turned, clarifying what it was for, and whether everything had already been decided. Janho drew his sword, exclaiming that since the head of the family had made his move, it would happen. In other words, he had the same authority as the elders, and the elders were supposed to teach the young. The patriarch's son blushed in surprise, saying that he still could not believe that someone of his age had already reached such a level, and he was delighted with it. Wai closed his eyes silently. Janho bowed his head, saying that in comparison with him, he lacked a lot, asked not to ignore his fighting spirit. A red orb lit up above the hero when he heard the request not to ignore the swordmaster's sincerity. The hero looked away, agreed. The son of the patriarch happily thanked the teacher. 2 people were standing in the square, surrounded by a crowd of people. The man took a sword in his hands. He raised his weapon, asking to teach him. The hero replied that he should attack. Janho swung his sword using the emperor's sword shape, a second straight cut. He made a swing, leaving a beam of blue energy, using the emperor's earthquake. The young man took a step to the side, walking away from the attack. The opponent clenched his teeth, thinking about moving. An illusion should have remained. The hero went straight at the enemy with a bullet. Janho said that once again, he swung his sword. The guys fought with swords, scattering energy around. The son of the patriarch tried to repel all the blows of his rival. Blood spurted from his mouth. He took steps back, thinking about how he had dissipated the emperor's earthquake like this, wondering how. The young man's eyes glowed with white light as he wondered if he was looking at his chi, wondering what was going on. He dispelled his technique just by looking at the flow of his chi. The guy was stunned, thinking that this was the only explanation. The hero, shrouded in magic, held a sword in his hand when Janho thought about whether a person was capable of it. Wai rushed forward to finish off his opponent. They fought, parrying each other's blows. The patriarch's son opened his eyes in amazement, wondering if the same attack was happening again. He thrust his palm forward. The young man clenched his teeth using the emperor's sword shape, the final slash, and the emperor's heavenly talent. Su clenched his fists as he shouted for his son to stop, because in his current state, he couldn't use this skill. The guy's eyes began to light up. His eyes emitted a white light. Janho looked inquiringly at what was happening. The hero slowly raised his sword. He held out his weapon in front of him when a blue light flashed from behind. The energy spread around. The young man was waiting with many magic swords for his opponent's attack. Janho put out his hand, trying to defend himself. Father and the people shouted as they called out to the younger sword lord. The clouds of dust and smoke dissipated around the silhouette. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth. He held his chest as he talked about the technique he had used, and asked if he could recognize its name. The hero's eyes were a different color. The bright light from his eyes disappeared. The young man put away his sword, saying that it was the heavenly sword flow technique of the galactic meteorite cannon. Chan began to cough up blood. Placing his hand on his chest, he asked if he could know the name of the technique that Y had used. The protagonist's face was serious. Putting the blade in its sheath, he reported that it was the heavenly sword flow technique, the galactic meteorite cannon. Spectators surrounded the arena. A dumbfounded Su clarified how such an unparalleled martial arts genius could exist, after which Gumsun added that MC is not a genius. In fact, they should call Chan a genius. Closing his eyes, the man noted that he was strong, and at the same time truly intelligent, and also incredibly young, after which his interlocutor wondered what he should call the one who defeated the genius with 2 blows. Looking at the guy, he asked why he didn't try to describe it. Frowning, Gumsun declared that none of them, with ordinary eyes, were able to explain or describe him. He glanced at Su and added that nothing would change even if the best warrior on the continent appeared. He was able to throw away the head of their family, one of the 7 greatest martial artists in the world, with just 1 blow. Therefore, it wasn't about his talent for martial arts. The harmony that Y displayed with his sword looked exquisite in its own way, but there was something about this sword that doesn't belong to Kanho. A yellow aura emanated from MC. Observing him, Su reported that Gumsun had spoken of him when he showed him the green sword almanac. He looked at the man and asked if he thought he could stand it and protect himself from him, to which he was told that he could not guarantee anything. The guy was taken aback by the patriarch's words that his sword was perfect. He was dumbfounded, reasoning that Su had always said that even the emperor's sword did not meet his standards, but now he called this person's sword perfect. The old man remembered how Y fought and said that this technique takes into account every possible movement that he is capable of. It completely controls the space and prevents the opponent from escaping the attack. Therefore, it is an ideal technique that forces the opponent to only defend himself. If he uses this technique seriously, he can become a sword god. He imagined a beam of blue energy. Gumsun, with a displeased face, said that such a person could not be called a genius. A genius described a person with immeasurable talent. Watching the protagonist, he noted that the guy reminded him of 3 immortals. The surprised stranger reasoned that Y was indeed a candidate for the next immortal, and their family shouldn't miss him. As he knelt, Chan thought that the heavenly meteorite sword, a sword that could reach heaven, was an arrogant name, but a blow that was truly worthy. There was delight on his face. MC looked at him in disgust. Putting his hands on his hips, he asked his opponent to get to his feet. Ung ran to him as long as he stated that he wanted to say something. First of all, he had no intention of returning to the alliance. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked him to stop. MC took notice of him. Standing in front of him, the guy asked who I was. The audience watched them closely. A sphere of energy surrounded them. Frowning, the guy said that even when the protagonist continued his father's work, taking over the forge from him, and even when he created all kinds of crazy businesses, he convinced himself that it was possible because he was wise and intelligent. Puzzled, Y lowered his gaze. Hyuk shouted with a furious look that MC was not his brother. After all, as an older brother who had spent his whole life with him, he didn't know about it. Smiling, the protagonist thought that Hyuk had become a confident fighter. Now he could even pick up how to see energy. Closing his eyes, he said that he was 10 years old then. That day there was a beautiful sunset. His brother beat wood with his fists. MC remembered watching him and said that he had started crying under the tree behind their house. Seeing the trunk covered in blood, he could only think about his brother crying because of the pain in his fists after training. He imagined how their father was beaten, after which he said that the older he became, the more he did not understand why Hyuk was crying then, because of his father, who was a victim of bandits, or because of pity for their mother, who fainted on the corner. The guy's face was puzzled. He said with a serious look that he wanted revenge, but that was not why he cried that time. Hyuk imagined his sister crying and told him that after 2 months of living in the woods, hiding from the bandits, Cho was getting weaker and weaker, and now, as soon as she caught a slight cold, she had to rest all day long. His face was furious. He saw a light from Y's body and claimed that his younger brother had a hole in his stomach. The guy remembered how the protagonist was wounded by a spear. Tears were streaming down his face. A tearful Hyuk cried out that he had not been able to protect his younger brother and sister. After that he did not miss a day of training. Closing his eyes, MC concluded that it was because of him. He showed his body and said that he was fine now, not even a scar remained. Spreading his hands, Hyuk clarified if it was his younger brother, after which the protagonist clarified if anyone else could know that embarrassing moment with tears besides him. Lowering his gaze, the guy asked what kind of martial art it was and how it was possible. Smiling, Y asked if he still understood. He emphasized the fact that he was a genius with a satisfied look. Standing in front of him, his elder brother replied that no matter what, he was coming back. Placing his hands on his hips, he asked if he was worried about so many enemies after having gone too far. to which he was told that MC would be relieved if he protected their home. Turning around, Hyuk called him a shameless child. Looking after him, MC wondered if his older brother was still the same. He shifted his gaze. Stretching out his hand, he asked for forgiveness and asked the guy to continue, after which Ung said that since the protagonist was a member of the Namgun family, he thought that they should discuss the matter with the head of the family as well. Sunlight enveloped the settlement. The guy folded his hands and turned to the master. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he was supposed to return and report to the Alliance the events of that day. But after seeing the duel, he changed his mind. He would like to join the Y warrior, so he asks to be allowed to do so. Holding his hands behind his back, Su said that if he didn't succeed, he would be severely punished, to which he was told that he would take responsibility. He asked with an interested look if Woon wanted to jump into the Huxiangliang region, and then asked what his goal was. Standing in front of him, the guy stated that although MC was incredibly talented in martial arts, he was still a new person in Gango. Unlike most of the warriors of the Namgun family, he still had a lot to accomplish and visit many places. Frowning, he added that he shouldn't look down on the Alliance Spies Association. He was sure that there was still someone hiding something from the Huxiangliang assassins. He was going to save them. Unstressed with a serious air that it would be better for them to get their hands on the information they had gathered, and if possible, he planned to reconstruct the spy association. Looking at him, Su wondered if the guy thought it was really possible, adding that he was heading to Namcheon. Looking at the protagonist, he wondered if it was useless if he didn't want to. Holding out his hand, Y said that they were bad people wanting to take his fortune. He asked furiously if they wanted to reconstruct the Union Spies Association. The puzzled guy said that the reconstruction had nothing to do with him, but the protagonist took advantage of the information they gathered. Pointing her finger at him, Ung added that they couldn't be sure that a spy wasn't already in their business, but that MC would be able to find out by doing so with him, so there was no need for doubt. Y said with a disgruntled look that he would cooperate. Looking at Chan, the man noted that he would have one condition. Closing his eyes, Ung replied that if he wanted to ask them to take his son, he would say bluntly that it was impossible. Looking down, he noticed that it was because Chan was too righteous. Standing in front of him, Su asked if the guy was like that and if the Che Gal family wasn't as righteous as theirs. Sighing, the man noted that the guy wanted to say that he was different. In his eyes, they both came from similar families and had no experience in Gango. He looked at his son and addressed him. The man with a calm look asked if he had received a great teacher who could give him knowledge about evil clans. Chan was taken aback by this question and wondered if he knew about Zhang and Long. The warrior was taken aback by what he heard. Frowning, Su emphasized the fact that there were many heirs of different clans hanging around his son, and yet he believed that he would be able to keep it a secret from him. Holding his hands behind his back, the man asked if his son had ever wondered why the impatient king of the forest had not attacked them for 6 years, and then asked them not to hide anything from him from that moment on. Lowering his head, the guy replied that he understood everything. Watching him, Su said that working as a spy surrounded by enemies means putting your life in danger. All of them should learn about the evil clans from the warrior Zhang. Evening came. The warrior put on his kimono. Looking at the guys, he said that he was busy, after which he clarified what they needed from him. He was suddenly taken aback and wondered if something had happened. Frowning, Chan said that they were there to learn manners, that is, the ways of the evil clans. The surprised warrior asked again. Standing opposite, Ung added that they wanted to say that they would be leaving soon. Zhang closed his eyes. He folded his hands. Looking at them, the young man said that he respectfully wanted to ask them to leave his chambers. The guys also folded their hands and accepted his request. He said with an enraged look that they didn't even know the basics. They just bowed immediately when the interlocutor showed politeness. Puzzled, Chan asked what the warrior was talking about, adding that he needed to show respect. Veins of anger appeared on the warrior's face, after which he shouted that with such an attitude, they would be immediately caught, with the same success to get a tattoo on the forehead, with the inscription, "I am from a righteous clan." Stunned, wondered if he had behaved exactly like Chan. The warrior folded his hands again. The guys instinctively began to bow to him. Y looked at them with a puzzled look. Sighing, Zhang suggested that they just give up. After all, the behavior of a typical representative of a righteous clan is already deeply ingrained in them. He doesn't think that it can be fixed in a few trainings. The embittered protagonist said that someone intends to take their business by force. They must stop these fools. The surprised warrior asked who would dare at all, to which he received the answer that it was Huxiangliang. His eyes began to glow, and he wondered how these vicious greedy fools dared to even think of such a thing. Stretching his fists, Zhang shouted that if they wanted to help their business, then he would fix everything in 4 days. He pointed his finger at Chan and added that he would fix him especially. The guy should never shout out the name of the technique during a fight again. Placing his hands on his hips, the warrior wondered why they were saying the names of the techniques in battle at all, and if they wanted to convey that the enemy would dodge their attack. Disappointed, Chan lowered his gaze. The warrior imagined a man who threw a dagger and said that if there was a vicious, deceitful fool, then his hobby was to throw a weapon at a person, pretending to greet him with a smile on his face. He was one of the best examples he could give. The surprised guy asked in his mind how a martial artist could be so shameless. Zhang introduced a man who was draining energy from a man and asked if they had ever heard the nickname, Affectionate Puppy, noting that it was said that he had the most pitiful face a child could have, sucking all the energy out of people who wanted to hug him out of pity. A picture appeared in his head of how the guy struck a blow on the sly, and added that they should also be careful with a person who pretended to be incapacitated. Hundreds of masters had fallen from his technique of suddenly striking an iron leg that crushed his head. Crossing his arms, Wai said that there were only psychos and not a single normal person. He asked with a satisfied look if the main distinguishing feature of their clan was a stab in the back, to which he was told that it was. An image of warriors appeared in Zheng's mind, after which he wondered if they now understood why the previous masters of the evil clan were so cold and cruel. If they didn't have this indifference, then they wouldn't be able to survive in that harsh world, where he only receives betrayal after betrayal. Was surprised when Zhang addressed him. The man put his hands on his hips and said that they should not hold their fan in such a strange way, and he should not show his education. The dumbfounded guy asked why he couldn't do it. Sighing, the warrior asked if he wanted to say that he was an aristocrat from a wealthy family. Frowning, he said that all those people live hard lives, and then clarified how Ung thinks those who struggle to get food and survive think of educated people. The man bared his teeth. With a smirk on his face, he shouted that they were stupid crybabies from the righteous clans, they wouldn't be able to behave properly, and they should just give up. The guys were furious at what they heard. Pointing his finger at them, Zhang stated that whoever unsheathed his sword after insulting himself had an 80% chance of being from a righteous clan. Glancing at the MC, he said that a true representative of the evil clan would never lose his temper over such a small insult. He would only coolly watch the eyes and hands of his opponent. Especially talkative fools were able to distract the enemy enough to strike an unexpected blow. Smiling, Wai assumed that he was born to be one of them. The man had a blade in his hand. Tossing the dagger, he noted that what he said would be perceived as a compliment in the other world, after which he asked if they were sure they could cope if someone mentioned their parents. Stretching out his hand, he ordered the guys to sit opposite each other and say all the bad things about the opponent that would come to mind. If they began to tremble, bite their lip or react in any other way, they would lose. Zhang sat on a chair and said that Wai was a pathetic merchant blinded by money, after which the protagonist asked if he was talking about his mother. The enraged guy screamed that he was a sucker, and MC asked if he was talking about his mother again. He was furious at what he heard. Zhang wondered with an interested look why such a talent was vegetating there, after which he said that he didn't think he needed his training, and Wai emphasized the fact that it was a piece of cake for someone who had read all kinds of insults from the internet. Frowning, the warrior wondered why they didn't just open their mouths. They shouldn't get involved in any fights, but could just hide their face behind a hat and pretend to be an ordinary passerby. Smiling, the protagonist said that he hadn't thought about it. Chan frowned. He closed his eyes and wondered why he was doing all this, since he had to come to this right away, and then asked when they were leaving. Wai calmly replied that they needed to announce that they were going on vacation first, and after finishing some small business, they would hit the road. Bowing, the guy asked to send him a letter, and he would immediately join them. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist said that he had heard that there were at least 8,000 martial artists in Hexianggryong. Holding his chin, he listened to the fact that it was so, and half of them were in Nanchang, and then asked how they, with their little experience, could track down Banriang and Nanchang when there were so many masters in Hexiang. Smiling, Ung stated that with the life energy tracking technique, one could even find a master of camouflage, or using the sound tracking technique to improve hearing at a distance. There was also X-ray vision, which could even see through the flesh. The enthusiastic guy emphasized the fact that he could fight with more than 100 masters at the same time, or more than 30 great masters, or 5 extremely powerful masters. They could use it to their advantage. Folding the fan, added that they also had immunity to thousands of types of poisons, immunity to cold, a steel body like a sword. Turning away, the protagonist asked him to stop. He thought with an irritated look that he was not sure of his immunity to thousands of poisons and cold. The puzzled guy added that all plans and tactics are nothing before his talent. This is what Che Gal is most afraid of. Uncalmly remarked that more importantly, MC would easily avoid danger unless his ally was in trouble. Along with that, they had enough weapons. If something serious happened, he would simply inform the Alliance or the Namgun family about the situation. Standing in front of him, Wai said that he was cheating, after which he wondered if he thought he was a ticking time bomb. Sighing, he emphasized the fact that he was being overrated, to which he was told that it was because he was an invincible master. The enraged protagonist wondered why An worshipped him as a god. Since the invincible master is not immortal, he is still human. He imagined a warrior standing on a pile of corpses, and remarked that a man was essentially immortal until he met someone as invincible as himself. The only one unfeared, that invincible master, no matter how good the plan or strategy, he could not be defeated. He imagined a sphere that said that this child had excessive admiration for his semi-invincible martial arts skills. He glanced at the boy. Woon was taken aback by the words that he had misunderstood something. Why was not an invincible master as he wanted to believe, and then replied that the best master, the head of the Namdong family, said that he was an invincible master. The protagonist imagined a person standing under a waterfall and noted that, to be honest, His invincibility is quite strange. Other inscrutable masters purify their inner energy and train their endurance with techniques to conceal their strength. They have been using this technique for many years to temper and forge an invincible creation out of themselves. A pink aura emanated from the warrior as MC reasoned that they should use external energy to avoid upsetting the balance, and at the same time keep their consciousness and will calm to prevent chi deviations. Their fighting philosophy must be morally justified. After all the hard battle and time wasted, once their strength reaches the peak, they move to the level of the unfathomable. Y drew his blade and emphasized that in his case, however, he didn't spend much time or effort, having reached an unfathomable level thanks to the sword tomb. At the moment, he had mastered 3 techniques: the red void obtained from the heavenly sword technique of God's speed, as well as the absolute body of the heavenly sword and the heavenly meteorite sword obtained from the tomb of the sword. Spreading his hands, he added that therefore, what unsaid about omniscience and invulnerability, as well as the mentioned life energy tracking techniques, sound tracking techniques, X-ray vision, and the like, did not mean anything to him, which in turn meant that he was only half at an incomprehensible level. Holding his face, MC noted that apparently their strategy is based on complete trust in him, and it will definitely fail. Taken aback, Y concluded that this misunderstanding was due to the senior members of the Namgun clan, so they could be blamed. Standing in front of the guy, he asked to keep their honored guest there. He needed to prepare something. He needed about a month. Stunned, Un shouted that this was unreasonable. The situation was an emergency. They did not have that much time. Frowning, the protagonist ordered to go straight to Nanchang in this case. The embittered guy said that the maximum he could give him was 4 days. His Cho clan's trading corporation could burn to the ground. Looking away, MC replied that he would do his best. The night sky surrounded the settlement. Su was standing in the garden. Y came to him. Bowing, he said that the preparations for the atrocities had already been completed. Smiling, the patriarch replied that in this case, he believed that he would not see him for a while. The protagonist was not one to be defeated, but that he had to be careful. He was suddenly surprised. The young man with a serious look asked if he really thought that his martial art was at an incomprehensible level. Furrowing his brows, Su said that his martial art was without a doubt morally justified. He didn't know what it was, if not an incomprehensible level. Stretching out his hand, Y said that even though such an impression might be created after the experience of emptying in the sword tomb, he would be honest with it. He had definitely reached an unattainable level by another method. But, sighing, MC admitted that he had never studied the scriptures, had never studied movement techniques. He didn't even know the basics. Approaching him, the man asked what kind of skills he had shown him during the battle. He remembered how he had stepped away from the blow and said that on that occasion he had only moved quickly and dodged the attack. Furrowing his brows, he said that he would explain it later. Su said that his position in the family was equal to that of the elders, and then clarified how many martial arts of the Namgun family he was allowed to learn. The patriarch said with a serious look that with the authority of the elder, the young man could learn all the available martial arts of the family, except for the secret techniques of the head of the family. Placing his hand on his chest, Y said that in such a case, he wanted to ask to be taught the martial art of the Namgun family. Holding his hands behind his back, the patriarch clarified what martial arts he would like to learn, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to learn everything, including the basics. He wanted to learn everything he was allowed to learn. The man calmly accepted his request, after which he thought that if he wished to wander around Gango with their martial art, he should rejoice as it would raise the glory of their family. Closing his eyes, the young man thanked the patriarch when he heard that he would personally teach him. Su began to move at a tremendous speed. He rushed across the battlefield and said that it was the heavenly wind tread, the first skill of the 5-stage technique. He rushed forward and added that it was a great wind. The MC Glaha began to glow. Stopping, the man said that it was the heavenly tread of their family's wind. The protagonist closed his eyes. He began to move like a whirlwind. The guy ran from side to side. A stream of energy swirled in front of the man. The surprised patriarch wondered if it could be the dodging wind, noting that the hallmark of this technique is illusions and skilled dodges, with which you can avoid dangerous situations by creating wind and plunging opponents into chaos. Puzzled, Su thought that this skill could also be used as an attack. The guy landed. He noticed the shattered ground behind him. With a sad look, he asked for forgiveness, after which the patriarch asked if it was really a deviating wind. Stroking his beard, he clarified why it was so different from what he was showing. Embarrassed, Y thought that he had gotten rid of all unnecessary movements and had added another method to bring the technique closer to perfection, but he wouldn't be able to explain it in words. He suddenly jumped to the side. Showing the technique, the protagonist thought that he would try at 1/10 of the original speed. Frowning, the man said that this could not be, as if he was observing a completely different skill. Watching him, he wondered if there were any techniques in the entire world as perfect as this. After all, he had been learning this skill all his life, but it had never occurred to him to move in this way. Looking down, MC thought that by bringing the laws of physics to this skill, the movements became similar to those that a skater does. He stepped to the side and added that there was too much energy being expended there. He thought it was better to avoid it if it wasn't necessary. Dumbfounded, Su thought that he shouldn't like the idea of changing the original skill, but he didn't want to stick to the old style at all. He was standing opposite and asked to show it again slowly. The protagonist began to show skill again. He began to walk at great speed. Stretching out his hand, the patriarch asked him to stop and clarified what kind of movement it was, how they could be connected, and whether it was not the connection of different spaces into one line. Taken aback, Y concluded that in order to explain this to him, he would first have to teach him the basics of physics. Smiling, MC emphasized that it is just a habit. A man can think about it in this way and teach him the next skill. 4 days later, daylight enveloped the settlement. The earth shook. The elders were shocked by what they saw. They followed the guy and discussed that the new style of Namgun was created on the basis of 400 years of traditional technique. A blade of blue mana hovered above him as they said that the sky had no end and no edge. But it was as if he could see the edge of it right here and now, that shining sword aimed at the sky as if it were the only thing that existed in this world. Gum-sun patted his interlocutor on the back and remarked that a person would never repeat this. Turning around, the man asked how he could call them, the oldest of this family, ordinary people. His friend with glowing eyes asked not to judge things by the standards of this world. He feels something from Y, something powerful, not of this world. The puzzled elder asked what he meant. Gum-sun imagined 3 people and said that there was something imperceptible to the human eye, something that violated their beliefs. They had experienced this 3 times in Zhongwan. The dumbfounded man asked if he wanted to say. Holding his hands behind his back, Gum-sun stated that he was now sure that the protagonist was indeed the next immortal. The guy sheathed the blade. Bowing his head, he listened to Song show him everything that was available to their family, including the secret techniques of the family head, after which he thanked him for teaching. The patriarch clenched his hand into a fist. Lowering his gaze, he thought that he wanted to show him the skill of the shape of the emperor's sword. He was sure that Y would be able to perfect it too, correctly and thoroughly. Gum-sun touched his back. Standing behind, he declared that this would not happen. An exhausted MC asked if he could walk, because he felt a little tired after 4 days of hard work without a minute to rest. Closing his eyes, Su wished him a safe journey. The blue sky surrounded the forest. The sun's rays fell on the building. The protagonist stood in front of the map. Un came to him. Holding out his hand, Y asked him to sit down. Smiling, he noted that now, before leaving, the guy had to tell him about his plan. They would take a look. How well he had thought of everything. Taken aback, Ung asked if he had said they would hunt down spies. MC smirked. Placing his fist on the table, he asked what was next after they found them. The guy replied with a serious look that there was a huge chance that they would have the information collected up to that point. They would not just find out how much money, people or general supplies they had. The protagonist could add to this the list of martial artists who were going to participate in their upcoming plan, as well as other data. This would completely change the approach of the Murim alliance to training. Looking away, MC wondered what would happen next after they sent all this information. Un imagined an army of soldiers and said that if Anhui province was lost, he would have to face the neighborhood of Huichongyang. He was sure that the alliance would immediately send its troops, and at least 3 or 4 groups of warriors would be sent to the province. The surprised protagonist wondered if this was too little and if the alliance did not have 13 such groups at its disposal, to which he received the answer that the Huichongyang were not the only opponents of the alliance. Part of the forces were concentrated on the borders with Honam and Guiju against Sekianhe, and many people would be sent from the Namgun family. Y began to talk thoughtfully about the 4 groups from the Murim alliance and the Namgun family. Sitting at the table, he wondered what would happen after the alliance won. Rising from the table, Ung said that based on the general's character, he thought that they would put pressure on their opponents, but would do their best to avoid entering the battle. Approaching the map, he noted that the best outcome would be to include the northern part of Kanso province in the negotiations, and then transfer them to the blind spot. Crossing his arms, MC emphasized that in the end, after so much effort and people involved, the best outcome would be to absorb part of Huichongyang. The dumbfounded guy thought that this man, known as the owner of a huge business, did not know how strong the opponent was, and even asked such a stupid question. Y's face was serious. Frowning, he said that he wanted to say that his company was going to refuse the union's help. Ung could return to them. The guy was shocked by what he heard. The protagonist's face was embittered. Getting up from the table, the guy shouted that he had just said that all the spies of the alliance had been killed. The union analyzed the situation and concluded that Huichongyang would attack Happy with a 90% chance of attacking Happy in a situation like this. Looking away, Y said that this would not happen, so he could not worry and return. Stunned, Ung clarified what he was going to do, adding that he understood that the Namgun family was behind them, from whom he could get help. Moreover, Y was an invincible warrior, so he could understand his confidence. The guy imagined a huge army and told that there were thousands of great masters on Huichongrio's side, and there were more than 20 masters who had come close to the status of invincible. Spreading his hands, MC replied that he was not going to share secrets with someone not from his team. At the very moment he told them his plan, they would be in the same boat, and he would not let him go to the union either. Surprised, Un asked if the protagonist was going to lock him up there. Smiling, Y said that there was no need to go that far, he would just have to participate in his plan, but at the same time, of course, leave the alliance. Grinning, the main character added that if his interlocutor was not going to listen to his plan, he could return to the Union. The guy was shocked by what he heard. He lowered his gaze. His cheeks flushed. Fell to his knees. Wai watched him with a satisfied look. Holding the documents in his hands, he said that he did not believe a single promise given in words. With glowing eyes, he said that it was only necessary to sign these 2 papers. The guy signed the papers and asked to tell him the plan. Standing in front of him, the protagonist wondered what would happen if the Cho family left happy. Looking at him, he noticed that he had never considered him a businessman selling items. Surprised, clarified what he would call all the activities up to that. MC raised his hand and noted that it was a sale of culture. The dumbfounded guy wondered what kind of businessman would make such arrogant speeches. He imagined various objects and thought that the culture ripened in people was irreplaceable: black water and iced tea, housing that existed only in happy, transportation that existed only in happy, messengers that existed only in happy, and frosty snow wine that existed only in happy. He imagined the shards of glass falling out of his hand and added that those who had already tried it would not be able to forget the experience. Those desires the wall that protects business, and that business is the only place that supplies the culture described above. These desires are the wall that protects business. Looking at the interlocutor, Wai said that he was going to sell these elements of culture in Ganso, but of course, contrary to his fears, they would not obey their orders. Raising his hand, he said that Hyekshionggryang's Slya was intimidating, but if they showed even the slightest sign of aggression, he would shut down his entire business in Ganseo. Leaning over, the protagonist wondered if the people of the province would withstand their departure, but above all, if the Hyekshionggryang craftsmen themselves would survive without them. As long as they controlled the culture, no one would dare to lay a finger on the Cho family's family business. Sitting in front of him, MC stressed that even the Murim alliance would not be able to lay a finger on him. Pointing his finger at his comrade, he said that he was going to eat all the space piece by piece. He would make the fools from Hyekshionggryang who wanted to take what belonged to him crawl at his feet and act like they were his dogs. Began to tremble with fear and said that if he intended to capture such a huge territory, then he thought that a fairly large amount of investment would be required. Standing up, the protagonist said that he was thinking about investing 100,000, after which the guy asked if he wanted to invest 100,000 silver. MC imagined gold coins and clarified when he was talking about silver coins. Was shocked by what he heard. He opened his mouth in surprise and wondered how much the protagonist earned each month. With a slight smile on his face, Wai began to reason that not only but also most of the people around him believed that his main business was a hotel and a restaurant. But this was not the case. Half of the income came from the forge in Anhui. He imagined various weapons and emphasized the fact that the Anho forge is the only place that provides all the weapons for the army of 30,000 people of Anhui. The total earnings from the sale of weapons for 6 months were 55,000 gold coins. Moreover, they received 20,000 gold coins for the quality repairs of the weapons they already had. This they all got by working for only one army in Hapai. And only for a year. He imagined a carriage and remarked that when you add to that transportation, hundreds of devices for farming, mining, and other activities, no one can imagine how much the Anho forge earns per year. A pile of gold coins appeared in Wi's mind, and he added that the reason his company had taken over all of Happy in just 3 years was because all those earnings went into investments in other businesses. He gave his friend his hand and told him that he intended to invest about 100,000 gold coins at the initial stage. If it wasn't enough, double, or even triple the amount, go all in. Since he decided to go all the way, he was sure that those creatures wouldn't be able to think rationally after using so much money, after which he asked why the guy didn't get up and start executing the contract. Surprised, cried out that he thought he would be the COO, even at half the salary previously offered. Smirking, MC replied that the cost depended on the situation and time. He had tried to get it that time, but today it was very different. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked if the protagonist could at least teach him his arithmetic. Bowing, the man announced that a young master had arrived at his master's house. Turning around, Wai assumed that he would teach him on the way to Namchang. Jiang asked for forgiveness for being late. Jiang folded his hands. Was taken aback by this. Laughing, the warrior reported that the guy had done well. Looking at him, the main character clarified that he was brought so early in the morning. Putting his hand on his chest, the man said that he had thought about everything for a long time, and could not find a place for himself. Imagining what they were getting into, no one knew those evil fools better than him, so he wanted to be taken with him. Wai was surprised. The warrior noted with a satisfied look that if he was worried about running the hotel, then they could start teaching Jumbo how to run business. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked if this was the guy who had not shown any progress, to which he was told that Jumbo was actually better at managing than selling. He had a sense for people's abilities. John was delighted with the answer that if he said that, then they would let Jumbo take over the management so that he could go with them. MC noted that they are like Avengers. Standing behind, unclarified who the Avengers were. As they were leaving, Wai asked if they were going to spend money like crazy. The girl was standing on the roof of the building. Raising his head, the stranger said that she was still the same, climbing onto the roof with her hair down, and then asked if she realized that she looked like a ghost. The sun's rays fell on her. She turned around furiously. She had a whip in her hands. The embittered man said that he also did not like to chat with her, she should stop acting like a woman and get off the roof. She jumped out of there. The girl was standing in front of him. The frightened stranger noted that he had asked to look at that cold, bloodless face. The girl waved her whip. She started beating him and asked him to do it again, her face veined with anger. Deflecting the attacks, the man gritted his teeth. The girl with glowing eyes asked just to say why he came. If nothing important, then she would deprive him of the last nut. A stranger with a serious look told me that the golden goblin had appeared in Poyanho. The surprised girl asked again. Standing in front of him, she clarified if he wanted to say that someone was disturbing Poyang Lake, to which she received an answer that he didn't know, just repeating what he heard from the elders. Anyway, that guy was buying a large area of land around the lake. Smiling, the stranger said that she was sure he would run away in fear. After he was robbed, it was not uncommon to see someone like him. As he toured the settlement, the man wondered if it was not uncommon to see someone buying 200 square kilometers. Holding her chin, she assumed that it was another person from the imperial family. Smirking, the stranger clarified who would want to go there after the great Dan Myung was thrown out. Laughing, the girl replied that it was funny and asked if they thought they could do anything after they bought a large plot of land. Stretching out his hand, the man said that in any case, the elders wanted them to meet with that person, because he had heard that this person wanted to buy their lands as well. She asked with an interested look if her interlocutor wanted to say that the man continued to offer them money for the lands of Hyukchongryong. The man noticed with a satisfied look that this was so, after which the girl asked if his brains had flown out of his skull. Frowning, the stranger asked how she could make such an expression when she said it. Putting his hand behind his back, he asked her to get ready, because they would be there soon. Taken aback, the girl asked if they would come there, to the central part of Hyukchongryong, to which she received a positive answer. With a mad look, she asked to be allowed to borrow the sickle later, because she wanted to open his stomach and see how the intestines climbed out. His eyes widened, and she suggested that the other boys should be summoned and voted for the more cruel and cold-blooded of the two of them. The enraged man cried out that the fact that she was calling it a vote already spoke of her madness and abnormality. Standing in front of her, he noticed that they would be waiting for them at the fish house. Sunlight enveloped the building. The guys were sitting at the table. Their faces were serious. The man came to them. He began to spin the sickle. He stabbed it into the table. The embittered stranger asked if the protagonist wanted to acquire their land. Raising his hand, MC replied that he could speak first. Grinning, the man said that he was brave. He paid attention to the guy who had a blue aura and noted that there was someone that Y wasn't afraid of. Squinting, the protagonist asked if the stranger wanted to listen to what he had to say. Sitting down at the table, he asked him to begin. Holding the document in his hands, noted that he needed to unfold the map, and then asked him to pull the weapon out of the table. The stranger pulled the chain. With a serious look, he asked if the guy was happy now. Put the map down on the table. Frowning, the man asked not to be told that the protagonist wanted to buy all the territories that were marked on the map. Smiling, the guy replied that he was right. John was surprised when he heard someone's voice. The distraught girl looked through the window. Frightened, Y wondered who the woman was. The dumbfounded man wondered if she really had to appear this way and why she liked roofs so much. She jumped into the room. Smiling, the stranger said that if they just killed him, all the money would be theirs. She didn't think she could do it alone, so she needed help. Sighing, her comrade clarified how she could plan murders right in front of the victims. She took a whip from under her sleeve. Breaking through the table, the girl screamed for him to just decide whether he was with her or not. Swinging his sickle, he asked why her weapon could not distinguish between an enemy and an ally. He destroyed the table. They pointed the weapon at the protagonist. MC caught their weapons with an enraged look and thought that these fools weren't even human. The dumbfounded man clarified whether he had been a real boss all this time. Y frowned. He let go of the weapon and ordered him to sit down. Drawing attention to the ghost, he noted that this also applies to her. His eyes fell on the waiter. The guy smiled and asked if he could take their order. Crossing his arms, the stranger stated that he wanted goldfish soup, fish jangyuk, and pale seonki as the main course, fish and meat pancakes for appetizers, and the waiter should bring booze. The enraged protagonist snapped his fingers. The blow hit the stranger's head. Holding up 2 fingers, Y told them to cancel the order. They only needed 2 bottles of bamboo leaf water, and then asked if the man had bought expensive food for those who had tried to kill him a moment ago, if he were in his place. Looking at the girl, he wondered why the ghost was still standing, to which he received the answer that there was no chair there. Sighing, the man stressed that she herself broke it. The very sight of her in the middle of summer makes you shiver. Enraged, John crossed his arms and shouted that this fool was talking too much, and then offered to finish him off. Y pointed his finger to the side. A chair appeared next to the stranger. Sitting in front of them, he asked to stop attracting attention and sit down. The man was surprised when the protagonist addressed him. Frowning, MC asked where the people who had left Hyukchongryong were now. The puzzled man asked if they belonged to a righteous clan. A smile appeared on the warrior's face. He showed his muscles and asked if they resembled them. He had a bear tattoo on his back. Smiling, the bandit concluded that they were from Nokrim. Frowning, he wondered why any of the Nokrim would ask about their people, and if they should be somewhere else, since the tide was coming soon. Imagining the ships, the boy wondered if he was trying to say that Nokrim would wait for the water to rise during the rainy season in midsummer and turn from mountain bandits into pirates. With a furious look, he wondered if Nokrim would sail along the widened river and attack the Namgun family in Ankoi. Smiling, he clarified what else he could do, because he was only doing what his elders instructed him to do. Sighing, the man replied that it was true, they only fought with each other, and then reconciled. It was really people of mood. Touching his foot, he said that if they were told to buy this land, he remarked with a satisfied look that he thought, could understand why, they had given them Danchianpo, a place they valued, to set up their camp and had mobilized 7,000 soldiers with 3,000 of their men. If they allowed them to help, he was sure that their seniors would allow them to sell these lands. The girl lowered her gaze. She calmly told them that their greedy boss wouldn't give up half of the lake without a battle. Frowning, Wai didn't ask about their warriors. Smiling, Wai said that they just wanted to check them out. It was hard to believe that they were one of the main ones in Hyuksongryang. The surprised guys looked at each other. The bandits turned away from each other and thought that everything was all right with them. The dumbfounded guy came to the conclusion that things were bad. He imagined ships and emphasized the fact that a total of 10,000 warriors would sail down the Chan River and attack Ankoi. A great battle awaited them, which would be remembered in history. Frightened, Un noted that he needed to bring them back into the alliance right now and warn them. With his eyes wide open, the guy thought that it was bad. The ships sailed forward, and he added that 7,000 warriors of Nokrim and 3,000 warriors of Hikshirin, a total of 10,000, and all of them would sail down the Jiang River and attack. A great battle awaited them, which would be remembered in history. The young man froze, thinking that he needed to return to the alliance right now and warn them. Closing his eyes, the hero said that since they were done with their acquaintance, why not move on to business? Sitting at the table, he asked that so, they had the authority to decide something on behalf of the head of the main branch, to which the man replied that since they were directed by the manager, he thought so. Frowning, the protagonist said that they had already seen the map, and then asked how much they wanted for this territory. Sitting in front of him, the guy replied that the manager had not said anything about the sale of land, to which Wai replied that well, let them just look at him. Gritting his teeth, Locke said that he was not lying, he had only said what kind of person he was, and said nothing about the sale of land. The hero looked at him angrily and asked that the two of them had power, but they couldn't even decide whether to sell him the land or not. It turned out that they were ordinary minions. The man gritted his teeth tightly and asked again. Frowning, he shouted that he didn't know how per Nokrim was, with which he was going to buy half of the territory of Lake Poyang, crazy bastard. Sitting at the table, he added that well, let him tell him, the Union is above them, and Sampishan is under them. How are they going to feed all these people with such an insignificant territory? He already knows that they don't even have grass to eat. They are just trying to fight back, as if there will be no tomorrow. Stretching out his hand, the man shouted that and how could a sucker from Nokrim like him so easily block their attack? He considered himself invincible, or something. He looked furiously and added that someone like him was in Nokrim for the first time. Even if they had to play along with him, there must be some logic. But who they thought they were? Frowning, the protagonist asked that this bastard had gone completely off the rails. Closing his eyes, the guy said that this was their order. Turning his head, he added that let them enjoy their stay. Smiling, the young man thanked him. Lightning appeared around his hands. People looked at me in amazement. The man and the lady opened their eyes in fright. As he ran away, he shouted that they were indeed from a righteous clan. A view of the blue sky opened up. A forest appeared. The man closed his eyes and smiled. Putting his hand to his face, John said that even in such a situation, they were definitely crazy, even they had a lot of crazy people. But this was the first time he saw such people, to which Locke shouted that he just wanted to stay positive because he felt like he was about to die. Looking at the girl, he added that and why, damn it, he was buried face to face with her, there was a limit to what was permissible. He wanted to freeze him with his cold gaze. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked how it could stink so much from breathing. She thought she was enjoying the situation. Kicking, the guy said that she was trying to get out, pretending to argue with him. Putting his hands on his side, the hero asked that she was not tired yet, did not know at all when to give up, to which she replied that this would not happen again, enough was enough. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had already lost count of how many times she had said it. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that they were running out of options. It would rain soon, they needed to hurry up and return to the Union. With his eyes wide open, he added that if things didn't go according to plan, the Namgun clan would have to face 10,000 enemy soldiers alone, deal with these people, and go. Looking to the side, Zhang asked if it would be the right decision. They said that they had come on behalf of Hyuksongryang, if they would send people to their souls if they killed them. Taking out his weapon, the young man replied that they had no time to think about the consequences. They could not waste a second. Wide-eyed, the man shouted that they weren't even human. They were deciding whether to kill them or not, right now, but they were bad guys. The protagonist removed his hand under his clothes. The man smiled. It was said that it was Locke, who would receive the title of Huxel when he was barely of legal age, one of the top 200 in Hyuksongryang, the secret protector of the main branch of Hyuksongryang. The girl raised her leg up, the thought arose that this poisonous red plum tree who, known as the Ghost Killer, is in the top 250 according to Hikchanryang, takes the position of a vicious secretive killer. The character could not be understood. Looking at the paper, Y asked why her character was not described. Frowning, Locke replied that he did not see it himself. She was crazy. Who had only sawdust in her head, by the way? Where did he get it? How did someone dare to sell information? They went crazy or something. Looking to the side, the hero said that they were only in the top 200, thinking that Hikchanryang would send his people to save these non-entities. Looking straight ahead, the guy replied that they had a low rank only due to their young age. In fact, their rank was much higher, since only their main one was able to cope with it. I was sure they would be searched for. The protagonist froze, thinking that if they let them go, they would reveal their plans and identities, and if they killed them, people would be sent after them. If it rained soon, the alliance of Hikchanryang and Murim would arrive in Manhwa along the filled river. Y looked away angrily. Turning around, he shouted that why the hell could he help himself? Let him just explain to him if it was really so difficult. Locke gritted his teeth tightly. The hero lowered his gaze. Kicking him, the protagonist asked how he dared. Closing his eyes, the man shouted that okay, he would not escape. Looking up, the girl said that she needed to go to the bathroom, to which Y replied that they should go out. Suddenly they jumped up. They landed in front of the hero. The hero smiled and said that he was a beast, to which Locke asked. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked that he should call him senior. What is it? To which Locke replied that it was as if he, a native of Hikchanryang, would address a member of a righteous clan like that. Suddenly, the hero's eyes lit up. Smiling, the man replied approvingly, to which Y said that it was nice. Closing his eyes, he said that he had a proposal for him, to which the man asked what was what. Smiling, the hero said that he would not kill him, to which Locke asked. Looking at the man, he added that but on one condition. Taking out a map, the protagonist said that he should mark on the map where the richest area of Hikchanryang is located, as well as the places where money, medicine, weapon storages, and everything valuable are concentrated. The young man opened his eyes in amazement, and asked if it was possible. Looking at him, Y replied that yes, he was right. Standing at attention, the guy thought that distraction from the back, since most of the Hikchanryang masters are now out of their base, is the most effective strategy. But, frowning, John said that the evil creatures are obsessed with wealth. He thinks they will leave these places unattended. They will definitely be under the protection of many masters. Looking to the side, the young man replied that he was right. He was sure that at least 1,000 people were probably involved in the protection of those places. The hero smiled and thought that they didn't know what it meant to rob an empty house. He would show them what high-end unit management was. Putting his hands on his side, he said that his target was not the warriors of Hikchanryang, to which the guy asked what and what then. Clenching his fist, the protagonist replied that they would ignore their people, and only destroy their wealth. The guy looked at them in amazement, and said that they would definitely protect them, as he could do it, ignoring the soldiers. Turning his head, Y replied that they had a strong unit, to which the young man asked. The sword flew out of its scabbard. He abruptly flew up, and the hero thought that after learning the martial art of the Namgong family, he finally understood why they are so incredible in battles against large groups of people. The attack of the sword of the emperor of the Namgong family. All the attacks performed with the sword have a wide radius of destruction. Stretching his hand forward, he added what would happen if this skill was used by him. A person who could use it from a distance. The weapon rushed forward abruptly. It flew swiftly through the air. There was a glow in the air. The man opened his eyes in amazement. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that it was a blue sky sword. Bright particles appeared in the sky. The sword began to fly in the opposite direction. The protagonist caught him sharply. Looking to the side, he asked what they thought. This distance was enough. People stared at him in silence. With his eyes wide open, John said that what nonsense, and then thought that how could it be? He was about his age. But why was there such a huge gap between them? Clenching his fist, the young man said that he thought it was more than a kilometer. An amazing levitation of the sword, just amazing. The girl came out of the forest. She flinched as she looked at the man, looking straight ahead, who asked if something had happened. The man froze, looking straight ahead. The man's eyes lit up. The thought arose that only 4 masters of the evil faction had reached the level of invincible. 4 evil kings whose strength is comparable to the 7 great martial artists of the righteous faction, the owner of the heavenly demon castle, the demon of the dark sky, the leader of Hikchanryang, the killer of the black sky, the leader of the Seishan temple, the best assassin in the world, the Blood King. This person in front of him is also strong, like those 4. Frowning, the girl asked what had happened. Let him answer her. Turning around, Locke replied that he had said the word invincible. Sighing, who said that his joke wasn't funny at all. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that he had just seen him load a levitating sword a kilometer away, with his own eyes. With her eyes wide open, she asked what the cranes meant. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that if they went to the Alliance and informed them of the situation, and then brought them to the army in Halby, how long would it take them? To which the guy replied that 2 or maybe a month and a half. Looking down, he added that but the rainy season would begin within 2 weeks. The ship sailed forward. The thought arose that it would take a week to fill the riverbed. Unlike the Alliance, they would arrive fully armed, so they would immediately launch an attack on Anka. The riders ran swiftly forward. It was said that the time before the rainy season began, the time it took to fill the river, the speed of the ships, considering all this, they would arrive at the same time as the Union at Happy. Frowning, the hero said that, but this is just a theory. If the water level rises faster than they expect, then they will need even less time. In the worst case, they will arrive in Happy 2 weeks earlier than the Murim alliance. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what and wasn't there any chance that they would attack without waiting for the rainy season. Stretching his hand forward, the young man said that such a huge fleet would not be able to sail through an area with so many trees without raising the water level. Ung sighed and said that if they had brought a messenger bird with them, he could have sent them a letter. Standing in front of them, the protagonist said that he wanted to know if they could stop their march on Happy if they distracted them from the rear, to which Zhang replied that compared to the others, they were very greedy. If they robbed their vaults and destroyed their property, they would have no choice but to return. The girl smiled and said that, of course, Happy was a fish that had yet to be caught, and that riches were already a catch. What man would agree to lose what he had acquired in exchange for something that was not yet there? Locke looked at him angrily and asked what the hell, why was he telling them this? To which Hu replied that he said that he used sword levitation. It turns out that he was stronger than her master. Raising her hands, she added that she knew what creepy and twisted eyes the old man had. She wanted to see how his face would change. Holding the paper in his hands, asked what in such a case could highlight the places that would hit Hyakonryang the hardest. The girl stretched out her hand to the side and said that she should name the price. Looking at her, the hero thought that let them look at this girl, she knows how to do business. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that 100 coins. Smiling, he added that it was gold. Sitting down, Who asked what was here, he saw this river, yes. Pointing to the map, she said that to the northwest of this river are the tombs of heroes, and they are the secret vault of the king of great strength and the blade. It is here that all the wealth obtained from the fish market is stored, to which the guy asked what else. Raising her finger up, the girl said that there is a mountain called the Five Lands of the East of Anhui. At the entrance to the valley of these mountains, you can find the Iron Fist King's manor, right here. Gritting his teeth, Locke exclaimed. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that he should also tell that he knew what the man had sent him to. Particles appeared around the sword. Looking at the protagonist, Locke shouted and then thought how could he use the legendary sword technique so easily. Looking down, Y said that since it was of no use, he must die. Stretching his hand forward, the man asked him to stop. With his eyes wide open, he thought that those creepy clear eyes, I was sure he would cut him in half without a doubt. Someone like him was indeed in the righteous faction, and then said that he would tell everything. Sitting on the ground, the girl said that at least she should earn money, and Locke said that there was a huge barn of the main branch. 20% of all the harvest from the Yanja plain was stored here. Stretching his finger forward, he added that he was not sure what was here, but this place was guarded by a fairly large number of experts. I was sure there was something there. Looking down, Y thought that there was a difference of 50 ranks between them and such a difference in knowledge. Turning around, Locke said 200 gold coins. The hero put away the weapon. He sharply stretched his finger forward. Several charges flew down the man's back. Yellow particles were flying in the air. Turning around, the man asked what the hell he was blocking his internal energy for, to which the protagonist replied that he should shut up. Y looked to the side. He lowered his gaze and frowned. The girl turned around in surprise, and the hero thought that he thought it was not entirely polite to touch the woman's body directly. Suddenly, the protagonist fired the charges. The charges flew down the girl's back. Gritting his teeth, Y asked her that she was making such noises on purpose. Yes. Smiling, she replied that no, she does it because she feels good. It's the first time she's experienced this, and it's pretty cool. The hero sighed heavily when he heard this. Standing still, he said that since these guys were quite useful, he would keep them with him for a while, let them continue to buy small plots of land from merchants. John put his hands on his side upon hearing the address, to which the protagonist said that he would go with him. Smiling, he replied that it was good. In fact, it was boring to play mind games with those sharp-tongued merchants. The guy frowned when he heard that they would be tied up first, to which he asked what it was. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that this was for a while. He blocked their internal energy, but he still felt uncomfortable. It was not so easy to control them. Suddenly he threw the rope aside. The man clenched his teeth tightly and shouted that it was so embarrassing. The rope flew aside. The girl looked to the side and exclaimed. As he was leaving, the hero said that everyone was leaving, to which Zhang replied that she was really strange. Let them walk. Looking straight ahead, Hu was smiling. She closed her eyes and sighed loudly. Standing in front of the hero, Zhang said that he couldn't. Frowning, he added that by the way, where he was going to go first. Y smiled when he heard this. Holding his sword in his hands, he said that to their huge barn. A view of the settlement opened. People walked along the street. People stood on the ledge. Lightning flew around the hero. Looking at him, Hu said that he had reached a level where he could give internal energy a physical embodiment. This is called the true flower of martial art. It was true that it was said that the true flower of martial art is the level at which a person forms all the blood vessels inside the core, which is the phenomenon of reaching an empty core. The hero silently looked ahead. The protagonist stood still. He looked at the settlement. Y was breathing heavily. A glow appeared around his weapon. The hero raised his sword in the air. He abruptly threw his weapon forward. The sword flew swiftly through the air. The guards stood still. The weapons were rapidly approaching them. Suddenly, a blow flew into the building. People flew aside. The protagonist suddenly caught a weapon. He put his hand out to the side. Y threw his weapon sharply. The sword flew towards the city. The hero used the blue sky dragon /skill. The buildings were hit. A powerful explosion broke out behind the people. The wreckage of the structures scattered to the sides. The protagonist stood still. Gritting his teeth, Locke said that it was unfair who could block such a thing. Looking at the settlement, he thought that the energy of the sword forged by the mind had suddenly fallen from the heavens to the earth. It was impossible to predict, and it was impossible to prepare for it. The girl smiled. The thought arose that such a level of martial art was completely unheard of. The leader of Hyukcheonggryang, whose martial art had reached the heavens, wondered if he felt like that when he saw a legend of this level with his own eyes. The person lowered his gaze. The thought arose that he was not surprised by his abilities, but rather by the way he solved problems. Usually the sublimity of the mind of a martial artist who has reached the level of invincible cannot be measured, so their pride is incomparable to the pride of anyone else. The warrior closed his eyes. It was said that, but still, even though he was able to use such a technique, how could he attack his opponent in this way? Thinking about how important pride was to a martial artist, it was something unimaginable. Lightning appeared around the sword. Waving his hand, the hero said that he thought 16 or 17 repetitions would be enough. The buildings were hit. The debris flew up. Gray smoke rose over the city. The man looked frightened and said that it was some kind of madness. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that there was some other important place. He hoped it was close. Locke gritted his teeth tightly. Looking straight ahead, he said that Mount Anhui, all the riches collected by the Iron Fist King, were stored there. The man stretched out his hand forward, and the hero thought that the king of the Iron Fist, the leader of the hill, he is one of the 8 kings of Hyukcheonggryang and, as the name suggests, rules the evil faction with his fists. Since his fame is on the same level as his martial art, sure that his wealth is extortionately high. The river flowed through the settlement, and it was said that due to the fact that he is the owner of the water dragon ship that controls the entire Poyang Lake, he also owns all the lives of the people who cross the Chan River, and he is at the top of the Hakunrian hierarchy. Smiling, Y said that in that case, it might be a little harder. Night fell outside. Standing on the ledge, the hero asked what it was here. People were standing on the wall, and it sounded that they must have already prepared. Well, since there is no place where messenger birds are not used, I am sure they already know what happened. The protagonist furrowed his brows. Suddenly he threw his weapon forward. A bright flash appeared in the air. The sword rushed towards the tower. Bright rays flew out of it. The rays scattered throughout the settlement. The building suddenly collapsed. Y stretched his hand forward. The hero frowned angrily. The spheres suddenly rushed forward. They began to fall to the ground. The archers pointed their weapons when they heard the command. Arrows flew through the air. A flaming arrow flew into the logs, and the hero said that they would quickly adapt. A fortress appeared. It was heard that he was a brat. How dare he call himself a sword master of the Namgun clan after such a thing? Lowering his head, the man turned to the king of the Iron Fist. Hitting him on the head, the protagonist said that, well, really, this bastard has no loyalty. Gritting his teeth, Locke asked why he would be loyal to him, to which Y replied that whoever told them about this place thought he was still on their side after that. Smiling, the hero said that he wondered what would happen to him if he told everything to the king of the Iron Fist. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that in any case, they mistook him for the head of the Namgun family. Well, since they had been enemies with Hyukcheonggryang for decades, of course, they immediately recognized the technique that hit them. The man furiously shouted that he was a damn rat. Clenching his fists, he added that as a sword master who aspires to the level of the invincible, can act so cowardly, has never experienced anything so humiliating. 7 martial artists, blue sky mastery, even a dog would laugh at him. Holding the weapon in his hands, Y said that he believed he was saying all this with the intent to insult, but saw no reason to fight him. Smiling, he thought that he had no reason to fight him. He had heard that there were more than 20 masters who had reached the level of nature. Since he had to fight to protect Zhang, he had absolutely no reason to engage in a battle that would lead him nowhere. Turning around, the hero said that he should take these bastards with him and first go to the hotel, where he was supposed to meet Mr. Chegal. Frowning, Zhang asked what he was up to. The man smiled. It sounded that the king of Iron Fist was known as a strong man as the emperor, confident that he would be strong in a one-on-one battle, but they were numerically superior. The protagonist grinned slightly. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, he said that there was no need to worry about him. Stretching out his hand, Y said his name. Smiling, the guy said that it was good, in this case, good luck. Holding the rope in his hands, John said that they would go. The hero jumped down. He was flying rapidly from the ledge. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. Waving his hand, he thought he was sure he was trying to work out a plan, but the firewood scattered to the sides. The man looked away in surprise. Frowning, the master shouted that they should stop him, immediately cover him with their bodies. People rushed forward and responded approvingly. They began to cut the burning sticks. Sawdust fell from the sky. Gritting his teeth, the man exclaimed, "Burning wood flew up." The master swung his fist. Suddenly, dragons flew out in front of him. Running past the wall, the protagonist said that he was strong. Waving his weapon, he shouted that they would see how long it took to stop him. The master flinched as he looked at the flames. Gritting his teeth, he thought that how could such a strong warrior be so petty? He belonged to the strongest swordsman family, the Namdong clan. Even the 4 kings of the evil faction wouldn't do that out of pride. Frowning, the man said that they must stop his destruction. Let them follow the head. People began to jump off the wall. Why look to the side? The master looked furiously and shouted that he was right there. Let them catch him. Suddenly the hero jumped up. He flew towards the hill. Rushing after him, the man asked what he was going to. They landed on a ledge of a hill. Stretching out his hand forward, the man shouted what was under them, to which the master asked. The protagonist was rapidly flying down. He rushed towards the fortress. Frowning, why thought that since he had to weaken his momentum. Suddenly he broke through the buildings. Powerful explosions broke out on the ground. Debris of buildings flew down. People watched the explosions. The king of the Iron Fist rushed forward abruptly. People jumped down, shouting that they would rather follow him. The warrior's eyes lit up. He froze and asked where he was. The man gritted his teeth tightly. Suddenly he looked away. A glow appeared at the top of the hill. The protagonist raised his weapon up. Frowning, the Iron Fist king shouted that he was directly above them. Wai smiled as he looked at him. Suddenly, a blow flew into the people. The man's eyes lit up and he turned. The entire settlement was ablaze with bright flames. Flames appeared. The thought arose that here, in this place, the ruler of the valley, who was under protection. A view of the sky opened up. The master looked furiously and said that this bastard. Artifacts appeared, and the hero thought that the statue of Buddha made of green stone, bought for 10,000 silver coins from a great monk, had melted. Treasures worth more than tens of thousands of coins turned to dust. The paper was torn, and he added that the best work of the best author of the imperial family had burned like a sheet of newspaper. The horse was lying on the ground, and it was said that the most precious horse, which had been cared for in the name of the general, had been burned alive. The houses came into view, and the thought arose that above all a place that had been built with great effort for 3 years, a place that had been a reflection of all that he valued in his hard life, all his 60 years. The roofs of the buildings were falling down. It was heard that now all this was destroyed. Blood flowed from the man's eyes and he shouted that he was a bastard. As he walked forward, he added that they were heading to the main building, to be quicker. A view of the palace opened. Sitting on the throne, the man asked that the large barn had been burned, to which he was answered approvingly. Chung looked at me angrily and added that the Kvaijin field with 20 tons of wheat was also present. Nodding his head, the fighter replied approvingly. Putting his hand to his face, the clan leader asked what about the fleet in Noxon port. On their knees, the people replied that it had sunk, to which Chen asked that some of the 8 kings had been defeated. Sitting in his chair, the old man said that judging by the way they were hunting for wealth, they were not mere rebels. Looking down, the guy replied that they had all sent a report that they had been attacked by martial artists from the Namdong clan. The man looked angrily when he heard this. Frowning, he asked again. Raising his hand, the clan leader said that he should bring the letters that the messengers had sent. The guy handed him the letter. The man opened it sharply. The buildings were on fire, and the letter said that 32 were wounded. There were no dead. The entire area of the large barn had been burned down. According to the testimony of wounded witnesses, the levitating sword technique was used, which fell under the category of shape-shifting chi. The Namdong family was suspected. A martial artist of an incomprehensible level took part in the attack. The main suspect is the Blue Sky Sword Master. The ship sank, and the report said that 75 wounded, 2 killed, 8 ships recoverable, all merchant ships destroyed, techniques of a supposedly incomprehensible level, shape-shifting flashing, a high celestial chariot, a wave of chi overcoming the irresistible, the levitation of the sword, the deliberate formation of sword chi. Lowering his gaze, the clan leader thought that this was without a doubt the Namgun clan sword techniques. The main suspect was the Blue Sky Sword Master. If these reports were not lying, then the news was large-scale. Images of people appeared, and the man thought that this was a low act even for them, the unorthodox clans, a dirty, immoral act. How could a master of the incomprehensible level do this? So threw away his reputation like garbage with this action. Smiling, the head thought that for these orthodox bastards, honor is paramount, so they are capable of even this. The Namgun family and their honor is going to hell. Looking to the side, he asked how much they had lost. Lowering his head, the man replied that 200,000 gold coins, the personal wealth of the 8 kings, could not be estimated, so it was impossible to say the exact number of losses. Frowning, Chen thought that 200,000 gold coins was enough to buy 3 or 4 valuable lands. He couldn't believe that only one person could cause such damage. Indeed, the power of the incomprehensible level lived up to its name. Suddenly he stretched out his hand forward. Standing up, the clan leader said that he should tell everyone to wait for the rainy season, and use the Hao clan along with the storytellers of all the regions to spread the rumors about the Blue Sky Sword Master. The sooner the better. to which the people replied approvingly. Smiling, he thought that yes, they had lost a lot, but for some reason it didn't feel like something bad. In fact, he felt great. Snapping his finger, the head added that he was much better at the thought that a loss of 200,000 was the price for destroying the honor of an arrogant bastard. The man was holding the weapon behind his back, and the thought arose that this money could be replenished in 6 months. It could be done even faster if they were even tougher on merchants and fishermen. Closing his eyes, Chin shouted that destroying the honor of one of the 7 greatest martial artists was priceless. Suddenly, someone burst into the room. Frowning, the man turned. Clenching his fists, he shouted that he was asking for a special group of dark assassins. He would wipe this Namgun off the face of the earth in the blink of an eye. Looking at him, the clan leader asked that he had also been attacked. Standing in front of him, the Iron Fist King replied that yes, he couldn't do anything due to Su acting like a sneaky coward, to which he asked what he had done. A view of the palace opened. Raising his head up, the man laughed, and then thought what a nightmare. How could such a strong martial artist do this in Murim? Looking ahead, he added that listening to how much these bastards could stoop was quite fun, but, standing in front of the master, Chin said that he couldn't give him a special group of dark assassins. It would rain soon anyway, their alliance would soon take effect, so they would deal with them. The warrior looked furiously and shouted that he would burn the Namgun family to the ground when they attacked. If not now, his house had been burned to hell, his most valuable estate. Frowning, the head asked that he was rejecting his order. The man gritted his teeth when he heard the question that he was crazy. The head's eyes lit up. Suddenly the man fell to his knees. He began to cry and then shouted that his manor had burned down. It contained the relics of his master. A bright light appeared in the room. Suddenly, a powerful explosion broke out. Frowning, Chin thought that it was possible. A hole in the ceiling appeared, and he added that it was the blue sky sword master. His hand stretched forward. The man opened his eyes in amazement. Black spikes appeared around him. Suddenly, they rushed towards the dragon. Looking to the side, the master shouted that at this rate there would be nothing left of the roof. Let them get ready. Spikes suddenly flew out of the building. People looked up silently. Suddenly they jumped in the direction of the hole. They landed on the roof. A building was burning in the distance. Looking at him, Chin asked that he had brought back the shape-shifting sword Shi. Frowning, he thought that it was more difficult than making a sword, only to return it, even he wouldn't risk doing it. The roof of the building exploded. The thought arose that but he hadn't even taken time to rest. He had immediately attacked the Black Sky Palace. No, the attack above his head must not have been real. Standing at attention, the clan leader thought that 2 actions related to changing his form were possible for him at once. But after that, he would lie down for 2 or 3 months. The sword suddenly rushed upward. The weapon was divided in 2. Swords rushed in different directions. Opening his eyes wide, the man wondered how this was possible. I was sure that after this he would not even be able to stand on his feet. But he attacked immediately after, even if he was at an unattainable level. But it was impossible. The swords flew swiftly forward. The thought arose that one was northwest, the other was northeast. Rushing forward, Chin thought that the arsenal was in the northwest. Flying forward, he thought that on the instructions of the emperor's relative, there were thousands of cannons there, and also gunpowder for the operation and maintenance of these cannons. If he was destroyed, of course, everything would have to be stopped, no matter what, even if it meant sacrificing his life. The man abruptly grabbed his weapon. He held out his sword in front of him. The attack rushed towards the sword. The blade shattered in the air. The head looked at him in amazement, and thought that it was another fake attack. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. Looking to the side, he shouted that the great palace of the Black Sky. Standing on the rooftop, Chung asked where he was. His eyes lit up and he shouted that where the hell was he? A view of the settlement opened. The hero was sitting on a ledge of a hill. Smiling, he said that he was so furious. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that the shaman clan's technique was amazing. A glow appeared around the person. The thought arose that the first person who put knowledge into the sword technique had devoted his entire life to creating it. It shared thoughts that allowed you to do 2 actions at the same time. Such a strong technique absorbed a huge amount of energy. Y bent his knees. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that it seemed that he still needed a lot of practice. Suddenly the hero rushed forward. He ran swiftly forward. The protagonist held out 2 swords in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he asked what the hell. He was already at the limit. Buildings appeared, and Y thought that the Dark Demon Palace, where the arsenal, gunpowder, and personal safe of the assassins are located, there are still important places that remain to be targeted. If he continues like this, he will reach his limit. He needs to focus and clear his mind. Frowning, the hero thought that first the arsenal. The man stood still, and he added that this was the best information broker in Murim. For 1,000 gold coins he had bought this information from the Great Night Butterfly. It was said that the arsenal was a fatal weakness of Hyukshanryang, and according to the information, these madmen were in contact with the emperor's relatives. The cannons appeared, and the protagonist thought that the cannons and gunpowder were strictly controlled by the empire. These resources were stolen by the aforementioned relatives and sold to Hyukshanryang. They risked their lives in case a war broke out against the imperial family. Flashes appeared in the air, and the thought arose that if the world found out about this, these relatives of the emperor would be accused of treason. As he flew forward, Wai thought that they were indeed cold-hearted villains, but the greater the risk, the higher the reward. The hero furrowed his brows and thought that destroying this place was the only solution. Looking straight ahead, he added that such a huge amount of gunpowder would lead to a powerful explosion. There would definitely be an investigation on that matter. If the investigators from Jiangxi came here, all these secrets would become known to the world, and if that happened, the imperial family might put pressure on Murim. Looking at the buildings, the hero thought that this should not happen. He should take advantage of this opportunity. The protagonist sighed heavily. Raising his head up, he offered to make a deal. The man looked to the side and shouted that he was going to tear him to pieces. Where the hell would he show himself? He shuddered in surprise when he heard that he should shut up. He wanted to talk to the chief, to which the master thought that he had just called him a subordinate. Yes, he was part of the Black Sky organization. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that where he was hiding, let him come out. How could he call himself righteous after that? At least he had a conscience. A settlement appeared, and the protagonist asked what he had just said. He was now being tried by someone who did dirty deeds like gambling, managing brothels, and killing people for money. Jumping over the wall, Wai asked how someone who had renounced humanity could say such a thing. Let him just shut up and bring his boss. Landing on the roof, he added that he should go out, behave coolly, because the boss, if he didn't come out, he would blow up the imperial gunpowder. The man opened his eyes in surprise and thought that he knew about it. Standing on the rooftop, the head of the clan asked what it was, to which the hero asked that if he continued to attack, would he have anything left? Chen froze, looking straight ahead. Holding the sword in his hands, the hero said that he should leave Jiangxi, otherwise he would tell the Lord. No, I am sure he was also on his side. He would just directly hand over everything to the emperor. The head gritted his teeth tightly and thought that if they were caught with gunpowder from the emperor's relatives, the promise of non-interference between the government and Murim would be broken, in which case he doubted that the imperial family would deal with the orthodox or unorthodox clan in front of them, and then asked that he wanted to die too. The swords flew into the air. The man looked at them in surprise. Frowning, he shouted that he should stop. The weapons froze in midair, and the hero asked that he would give up Jiangxi. The head's eyes lit up and he said that they were talking about the lives of 8,000 martial artists. Let them not try to make an impossible deal. The protagonist smiled and asked what no deal meant. Wanted to say that his 8,000 soldiers would remain unharmed after he blew up the warehouse, confident that he would cope with the consequences. Chen looked furiously and thought that he wanted to kill him, but whether he was really an honorary Su, his martial art was definitely at the same level. But the fighting methods were reminiscent of a third-rate bandit. He used the voice-changing technique, so he didn't even know what age he was. Stretching out his hand to the side, the clan leader said that he should show himself first, expecting him to make a deal with whoever was in hiding. Wai smiled and asked that he had an Iron Fist King and assassin on his side, expecting him to communicate face-to-face, thinking he didn't know people like him. Standing on the roof, people heard that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to find him, so let him not waste energy. It turned out that he was trying so hard to gain time. A glow appeared around the swords. Suddenly the weapons scattered in different directions. The man looked to the side and shouted that he was not. He rushed after the blade. Gritting his teeth, Chen thought that there was a high probability that this attack was a deception. It was an obvious trick, but he had no other option but to block the blow, because if the attack turned out to be real, it would be the end. Suddenly he let the dragon go in front of him. The blade suddenly vanished into thin air. An explosion thundered behind the man. He looked to the side and exclaimed. Standing in the midst of the flames, the clan leader shouted that okay, let's see what happens first. He runs out of energy, or their buildings burn down. Holding weapons in their hands, the people heard that they should gather all the people and go to the gunpowder storehouse, to which they replied approvingly. A view of the warehouse opened. People were standing around the building. The warriors looked angrily ahead. Looking around the corner of the building, the hero thought that meant they intended to guard only the gunpowder storage. They even allowed the ships to burn. Smiling, he added that the best outcome for the family's industry would be for Jiangxi province to be left without a ruler. But if that didn't work out, he would have to come up with something else, and then said that how complicated they were. Okay, he would lower the asking price. Frowning, the head said that he should go ahead. Sitting on the balcony, the protagonist said that the first was to disband the people and break the alliance with the Forest Kingdom. The second was to transfer all the businesses of Jiangxi to the control of the Zhou clan. The third was to sell the land to the Zhou clan. As much as they wanted, he would not ask for anything more if these conditions were not met, promising that countless attacks would fall on Hukumian. Chung looked surprised and thought that he knew everything, even about the alliance with the Forest Kingdom. They did everything to prevent the information from leaking. I am sure that even the Murim alliance does not know anything, but how does he know? A view of the buildings opened. The thought arose that the Zhou clan's industry, the size of the industry was the reason why they were doing all this. According to the information collected, the Zhou clan's industry had collected about 700,000 gold coins in a year. If their plan was successful, it would be like getting another huge province like Jiangxi. The objects appeared, and the man thought that he wanted them to allow the Zhou clan to set up their business in Poyangho. Wait, if you think about it, It didn't seem to interfere with Hyukchongryeong in any way. People stood outside. It was said that Hefei has now surpassed Soju and Hangzhou. If this strange world opens up in Jiangxi, shouldn't they celebrate? Raising his hand, Chung thought that even if they started a business in the sphere of influence of the unorthodox clans, the Murim alliance would definitely not like it. So he mentioned the industry of the Cho clan. I wondered how the Murim alliance would react if the Namgun family formed an alliance with Hyukchongryeong and started doing business in Jiangxi. Standing on the roof, he said that he was on the hands. The people looked at him in amazement and exclaimed. Looking to the side, the head asked that they had other suggestions. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that but if the Murim Union took over their business in Pwango, he should promise that he would find a solution. The man frowned when he heard that of course, if such a thing happened, he would punish the Murim alliance himself. Turning around, Chung asked what he would punish. He had just said that he would punish them, to which the warrior replied that he had also heard it clearly. Smiling, Chen asked that the Namgun family would punish Murim's union. It seemed that he had really gone mad, more and more interesting. Putting away the weapon, he said that it was good, agreed. The hero looked down and smiled. A view of the blue sky opened up. People were standing near the building. People were sitting at the table. Frowning, Locke said that he did not look like a child to him. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Looking to the side, he added that he had been talking nonsense since the morning. Raising his finger up, the man said that something did not fit here. He looked a little less than 30 at most. Wasn't it too much that a 40-year-old man called him senior? Or he had mastered a special technique? Or had found a way to rejuvenate? John gritted his teeth and asked what the child was, where. Stretching out his hand, Locke replied that he was talking about him. Why he called the young man senior. Gritting his teeth, the guy shouted that he was a creature. Sitting beside him, the young man said that he was 23. As he sat at the table, Locke said that he should not be joking. He looked at him in bewilderment, and asked that he was seriously 4 years younger than him, and then thought that yes, what a harsh life he had to endure. Who smiled and said that it was terrible, the face of an old man, but he was only 23. Looking to the side, John shouted that who else was creepy. She looked more like a ghost than a human. Looking at him, the girl said that she should be silent, to which he asked that at least blood was flowing through her veins. The man took a step forward. The guy looked at him in surprise. Standing up, he greeted the hero. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that enough was enough, but why couldn't he stop doing this? His day would be ruined if he didn't show respect all the time. Why put the papers on the table? To which Young asked what they were. He took the paper in his hands. The guy looked at him in surprise and exclaimed. Looking at the papers, thought that there were registration certificates for hundreds of lands, and these were all documents from Hyukchongryeong, and then asked if he hadn't left all the money to him. Smiling, the hero replied that Hyukchongryeong had given him all these lands for free. Looked at him in amazement, and wondered if no one who knew why could have done that. He must have caught the stupidest person in Kanho. A view of the settlement opened. Holding the scroll in his hands, the man asked what kind of nonsense it was. Sitting at the table, the master thought that he hadn't even left this place. What had happened? Of course, glad that Hyukchongryeong was not in the best condition now, but the problem was how it happened. A blow flew into the building. The thought arose that the legendary levitating sword technique, intentionally shaping chi into the shape of a sword, these legendary martial arts techniques were used to destroy their condition. Raising his hand, Su thought that just showing off these skills would be enough, but he had done everything by hiding in the shadows and then set a trap. Moreover, it was rumored to be the work of the Blue Sky Sword Master. He raised his head and sighed. A crowd of warriors appeared, and the man thought that 10,000 people, information about the alliance between the unorthodox clan and Nokrim that even the Murim alliance didn't know about. It was surprising that they had received this information, but they had also destroyed the alliance. If such a huge army went to Anhui, even the Namgun family would be in danger. Frowning, he added that for such a great achievement, even a hero title and a reward from the Murim alliance would not be enough. Standing in front of him, the guy turned, to which the master replied that he was fine. Su's gaze froze and he wondered what he should do. He didn't know if Hyukchongryeong was doing anything about it, but the rumor had already spread quite far, even reaching Anhui. The rumor about who pretended to be him would spread throughout Gango. Looking at him, the young man said that he still had a letter, to which he asked what it was this time. Closing his eyes, the master said that okay, let him show it, they will finish everything at once. Holding the paper in his hands, he heard that it was a letter from Chan. Su opened his eyes in amazement. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that this bastard was a petty one. A view of the buildings opened up, and the man thought that there was no one in Gango who did not know that the Cho clan was under the influence of the Namgun family. But using the name of the Cho clan, they bought all the lands of Gangseal for themselves. It seemed that Wai planned to get all the lands for himself, and turn Namchan into Hefei. Su frowned angrily and thought that the Namgun family was using the Cho clan's industry to do business in the heart of the unorthodox clan's territory. If they started doing business there, they would have to share their earnings with Hyukchongryeong. Let his father forgive him, it was his fault. It might be a reason to expel them from the Murim alliance. Leaning against the table, he shouted that no, he was going to Namchan, let them prepare his things, to which the guy replied that he should calm down. Frowning, the master asked how to calm down. He just wanted him to sit and watch. Looking to the side, the subordinate said that he should prepare everything necessary for the journey. They would go to the clan leader together. They did not need anyone else, to which the manager replied approvingly. A view of the city opened. Standing behind the hero, the young man asked what he was thinking about now, to which the protagonist replied that he was thinking about whether the people of the Central Plain could live close to each other. Un looked at each other in bewilderment, and asked what was close to each other, what he meant. Turning around, Y replied that he wanted to hear his opinion based on his knowledge of architecture, and then asked what was the maximum height and number of floors that modern construction technology available in the Central Plain could afford. Standing in front of him, the guy asked again what and how many resources he could count on, which the hero replied that it was infinite. Stretching his hand forward, the young man asked what these structures would be for humans, to which the protagonist replied approvingly. Putting his hand to his face, said that he thought the limit was about 5 to 6 floors, if he tried hard enough, maybe 7. Smiling, Y asked what if we used iron as piles instead of wood, and not just iron, but steel. The guy looked down, and thought that using steel as piles for the basic structure of all the pillars could not even imagine how much money it would take, but if it was possible. Putting his hand to his face, he asked that he needed to make calculations for a more accurate answer, but he thought that it was possible to build a building twice as high as on wood. The strength of steel was completely different, to which the hero asked what it meant that steel could be used to build 10 floors. Smiling, replied that yes it was. Looking at him, the protagonist said that it was great, a 10-story building with steel piles, let him start designing today. The young man closed one eye and said that why did they need it? Would it not be more rational to build several buildings with 2 or 3 floors? It was ineffective. He asked again in amazement when he heard that he was going to build more than 20 steel pile buildings along the lake. The view of the house opened up, and Y reflected on what a life in which one can enjoy the view of the lake at any time just by looking out the window, a great view of nature, an advantageous advantage, a view of the river and grass that welcomes from the outside of the house. Looking down, the guy asked what he wanted to say. He opened his eyes in amazement and added that just a minute, he wanted to say that he was going to build a residential building. Putting his hands behind his back, the hero said that he needed to look at the options he would offer him first, but for now, he had already figured out what the first 2 floors would be occupied with, to which Ung objected. A building appeared, and the thought arose that the first floor would house the Cho clan's inn and bakery, and the second floor would house the Cho clan's industry products. People were holding decanters in their hands. It was said that then the people who live in these 10-story buildings would not have to travel a long way for iced tea and a 6-layer sandwich. They would also not have to go out to buy alcohol. They would be able to see the products of the Cho clan as soon as they went downstairs. The young man exclaimed in amazement, and thought that he had never thought of such a concept of buildings. It was revolutionary. Standing near the hero, he said that he was sure that such houses would be in great demand. They would literally fight for them, to which the hero replied that the places in them would not be cheap, since the foundation of the building was steel. The girl looked at the settlement, and the protagonist thought that the view of Lake Poyan would also serve as a factor that increased the price. People have always loved lying next to the river. A person cannot help but love water. Looking to the side, Y said that the price of housing can be decided after construction. The only problem is the correct ratio of areas. Un opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that this man was the god of business. The hero stood at attention, and he added that there had never been and would never be like him. A great man brought the idea of a residential complex at that time. The man furrowed his brows and thought that his accomplishments, which he had observed for the past 7 years, could not be explained to him in a nutshell. The protagonist smiled. The thought arose that he started with a workshop full of debts. Sometimes he used charm. Sometimes he resorted to threats. Later he began to gradually absorb the Hefei market. Now he not only completely owns Hefei, but also the entire Anhui province. Particles radiated from the sword. It was said that this was not all. The events that happened in Jiangxi frightened him. A cold mind, unshakable judgments, impeccable elimination of auctions. The debris flew up. Su frowned, and the man thought that the most impressive thing in all this was that during this process, everything he received went to him and the Cho clan's industry, and he had dealt with the consequences only by using the name of the Namdong family. A completely pragmatic person, a composure that made him able to cast aside everything, including pride, for his own benefit. Definitely a talent worthy of a ruler. Images of people appeared. It was said that he liked the most, that there were many talented people around Y. They were like water and oil, the future of orthodox and unorthodox clans, connected at one point. The man stretched out his hand, and the master thought that it doesn't matter whether he is respected or feared. Everyone is amazed by his amazing flair and knowledge. Everyone is immersed in his being. A villain, a cold-blooded person, a deceiver. He was described in many words, although in most cases in a negative context, but in this world it is he who controls the most talented people. Smiling, the master said that he was the embodiment of Dak. Lowering his gaze, the hero asked what it should mean. He looked in surprise when he heard that he had no plans to form his army, to which he asked again. Standing at attention, the man asked what he thought. Murim was big enough for him, and then said that even if he achieved everything here, it was only a part of the vast world. Wai frowned and thought that he was offering him to become king. Raising his hand up, the master said that the more power he acquires, and the greater his wealth becomes, the more attention he attracts to himself. The only way to avoid the troubles associated with this is to stand on top of the world. Sitting at the table, the hero asked that he was referring to the Sama clan. The Sama clan was only a small part of the playground. A gate appeared. It was heard that as long as they were in the same world, the Cho clan would also be pitiful. The ascension of the Sama clan would definitely happen because of them. Frowning, the protagonist asked what and who the hell they were. A glow appeared around the man, and the man said that even the current king didn't know. Someone who wasn't human, someone who observed life, studied or played, or even decided, could be described in so many different ways, and everything would make sense. Wai stared silently ahead. A ball appeared. It was heard that this jade was also a legacy. It thought, it could be said that it was under their influence. Perhaps they were already watching it. Crossing his arms, the warrior said that even though he was at the natural martial arts level, he was nothing more than a child to them. People stood at attention. The thought arose that they should not allow themselves to be offended by the created standards. Being at the level of the invincible, he should never encounter them. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking that he had to run. No matter what, they could wipe Wasen off the face of the earth with one blow. But what about people of the same level as them? The guy went into the room. Putting the papers on the table, said that he planned to start implementing the plan. Could he help him a little? To which the protagonist replied that he did not understand this area. With his eyes wide open, the young man said that but he was better than him in numbers. That was already a huge help. First of all, he had calculated the potential power of the steel they intended to use, and he had done it with the help of a square shape. Putting his hand on the drawing, he added that no matter how you look at it, this is the only way to increase the size. Raising his hand, said that the main problem was water. It would be very difficult to deliver water to those who would live on the top floors. Wai looked at him in surprise and said that it was true, and then thought that there was no electricity or elevators in this world, so there was indeed a water problem. A tap with water appeared. I heard that he thought they could solve this issue by installing a huge leather tank with water and a system of thin pipes to each room. Frowning, the hero said that now the problem remained in the groundwater, and then thought that he would really like to install toilets with a flush mechanism. A toilet appeared and he added that he could just use the principle of pressurized toilets. But more importantly, whether there is a ceramic master in this world who can create a ceramic toilet does not think that there will be a problem. However, the protagonist frowned, thinking that if you think about it, temperature regulation is also a problem. Stoves appeared. The idea arose that if he was going to provide all 10 floors with warm water, then it would be necessary to put a tank with drinking and warm water and a stove for heating it upstairs. Pipes appeared under the floor. It was said that if you use a stone heating system, the room will overheat. With his eyes wide open, Wai thought that he didn't even have a rubber tube for the latter. A view of iron pipes opened up, and the hero thought that in this case they need to use iron pipes. But then they will face a huge weight and rust. Maybe it was worth entering the engineer's program. The protagonist put his hand to his face and said that they would continue later. He had to think about other materials that could be used, and he needed to weigh everything carefully. People entered the room. Putting her hand on her side, the girl asked what they should do. Sitting at the table, Wai replied that they didn't need them anymore. Let them go back to Hyukonrian, to which she asked again. Clenching his fists, Locke shouted that he should then promise them that he would not tell their clan in Nokrim that he had received all the information from them. The hero closed his eyes and replied approvingly. With his eyes wide open, the man shouted that he could not trust him at all. They were talking about the lives of 2 people. Let it be more serious. The protagonist looked at him and turned. Frowning, he asked if he had said with his own mouth that he had killed dozens of warriors, but that he heard the lives of 2 people. Locke looked at him angrily and replied that these bastards deserve their own. He clutched his head when he heard that he was like him. Wai crossed his arms and said that he should kneel then, to which the man replied approvingly. Frowning, the hero asked that he wanted to live. The warrior looked at him frightened and replied that yes, of course he did. Throwing them the papers, the protagonist said that he should sign. Looking at the paper, Locke asked what it was, to which Wai replied that it was a ranking system in their industry. On his knees, he added that this was a high rank, to which the hero replied that no, the lowest. The man gritted his teeth tightly. The protagonist smiled when he heard that 7 bronze and 17 iron coins a month. He was joking, and even the servant received more, to which he replied that let him read point 4, there were additional payments. Frowning, Locke shouted that it was too much, he would spend the money on 2 drinks. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist asked what he wanted to live or how, to which he exclaimed. Stretching his finger forward, Wai said that now he would go and bring him a famous carpenter, a mason, a potter, just all the famous craftsmen associated with design, and would offer a price 5 times his current earnings. The man looked at him angrily and replied that he understood. Raising her hand, the girl asked that she would not get the job. Looking to the side, the hero asked what and what she could offer. Who smiled and asked what to kill someone. The protagonist sighed heavily upon hearing this. Frowning, he asked if she was constantly climbing onto the roof and staring at the lake. Looking to the side, Locke replied that it was her hobby. Stretching his finger forward, the protagonist said that it was great, he could climb there every day, and observe if something strange was happening. Let him report immediately. If he found something suspicious, he would be able to. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that this was the easiest thing to do. A view of the building opened. Looking straight ahead, Chung asked that he had figured out what he was doing. The man stood still. The thought arose that after making a deal, a demon-masked man came. At first, everyone thought that it was definitely a blue sky sword master. However, his voice belonged to a man who was too young. The problem was that he could sense the spirit of a martial artist from him. It could mean that it wasn't the blue sky sword master who caused them trouble. Standing in front of the clan head, the subordinate said that all the invincible level candidates from the Namgun clan were in the blue sky building. Now they were inclined to believe that he was an unknown martial artist. Looking at him, Chung asked what if it was done by the young master of the Namgun family. Looking down, the man said that during the martial arts competition, his skills were at the peak level. It had only been 10 years since then. Even assuming he was blessed with great enlightenment or fate, it was impossible to reach such a level in such a short time. Frowning, he added that someone was suspicious. Looking at him, the head asked. Standing still, the subordinate replied that the person who had been taken in by the Namgong family was the owner of the Cho clan's industry. Looking down, Chen asked that he was a martial artist. Looking down, the man said that the household head of the Cho clan had never shown that he knew martial arts. He was just an ordinary merchant. The clan leader frowned and exclaimed. Standing in front of him, the man said that the merchant who had bought a huge plot of land near Poyang Lake was the same. Why? I was sure he had something in common with the masked man who came to them. They would deal with it. He lowered his head when he heard that he would then leave it to him, to which the man asked if he could ask him something to satisfy his curiosity. Looking down, Chung said that he rarely asked him questions. Let him ask. Frowning, the subordinate asked what about the free distribution of their clan's lands, why he had made such a decision. Looking down, the clan leader replied that he had promised him protection through telepathy. Standing in front of him, the man asked how long this offer was valid, to which he replied that it was 3 years. He looked at me angrily and said, what a daredevil. Chong's eyes lit up and he said that he must be making plans for the future, plans to tame Hikchongryang, confident that he would start making absurd demands as soon as 3 years passed. The subordinate froze and thought that he knew from the very beginning that this would happen, but why did he still give the land for free? Bending over, Chin said that he might try to rob their warehouses and houses if things didn't go according to his plan, but all they had to do to avoid that was to spend some money and move their wealth to another place. They should also change the current treasure guard system if they converted it into money and moved it to another place. It won't be a problem. Taking a step forward, he added that he couldn't wait to see what he would do when that happened. Smiling, the clan leader said that since he now had the land, I was sure he would invest a lot of money in it, and when this place became developed, he would make sure that it returned to them safely. The day they moved their wealth would be the beginning of his worst nightmare. A view of Hefei opened up. The carriage drove forward. Walking forward, the hero heard a greeting, to which he asked that everything was fine. Standing in front of him, the boy said that the warriors he had sent to the Northern Ocean had returned 4 days ago, to which the protagonist exclaimed. Wai looked at him in surprise and asked if anyone else had returned with them from the Northern Ocean, to which the young man replied that it was actually quite noisy because of this situation. The hero shuddered when he heard that there were some problems. Stretching his hands forward, the man said that the warriors had brought a man and a woman with them, but they were said to be so beautiful that many people tried to look at them. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked again. Smiling, the guy replied that yes, as if they were from another world. Wai walked slowly forward. He looked at the people in silence. Standing near the entrance, the hero wondered what these people do during working hours. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at him in surprise. The man took a step forward. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. She looked away. Behind her stood a man. Turning his head, he shouted that they were here. Stretching out his hand to the side, the man said that they were young Master Beck and Mrs. Han, to which Wai replied that he was glad to meet them. Looking straight ahead, Han asked that he was the master of the 10,000-year-old spirit of ice. Smiling, the hero replied that yes, it was he who created him, whether his subordinate had told him what they could do for them. Standing in front of him, the guy said that they couldn't answer a single question until they saw the ice spirit with their own eyes, to which the protagonist replied that then he would show it to them right away. Closing his eyes, Wai asked again what he thought, that he was some kind of bastard who didn't keep his word, and then said that he should go back to Mount Daesang, or whatever it was, which he seemed to love so much. The men jumped up sharply with a joyful exclamation. The hero froze in bewilderment, thinking that maybe it was worth feeding their team first. Looking to the side, he said that well, then they will go. Approaching the building, the protagonist said that it was here. Stretching out his hand, he offered to go down, to which the girl replied approvingly. A glow appeared around the object. People opened their eyes in amazement. Looking at the crystal, the young man thought that the 10,000-year-old spirit of ice was so desirable that many people wanted to get their hands on it. This was the reason for the considerable amount of blood spilled. He had dreamed of seeing it for so long, and this wish had finally come true. Gritting his teeth, he added that the reason why they had abandoned their ancestors, hid their last name, and suffered for so long, all for the sake of this day. He was in tears as it reminded him of his mother, who had only talked about the 10,000-year-old ice spirit until her death. How could they use such a valuable treasure of the Northern Ocean as an insignificant element of the ice vault? Looking at them, the hero said that he did not understand why people from the Northern Ocean lived such a poor life. Stretching his hand forward, he added that they knew about the funeral with ice, how rare and expensive the ice was in the Central Plain, how much silver they could earn by selling the ice from this vault. If they were him, he would collect all the ice from the Northern Ocean and rule the market with it. Frowning, Peck wondered what he thought of true ice. Bright particles appeared around the man. The thought arose that when the ice martial art appeared in the Central Plains, the people of Gango trembled, all because every time the legend of the ultimate ice man of the Northern Ocean surfaced, there was always a huge number of victims. Just one gesture of the hand could freeze all the mountains and rivers around. The people were covered in ice, and the young man thought that if he was the one who had seen dozens of masters turn into ice, he wouldn't say that. But what did he say? After learning ice techniques, they should create ice and sell it in the Central Plains. Didn't he have the slightest respect for such a great martial art? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked why they were looking at him like that. They hated him. Weren't they here to work? They frowned upon hearing this. Smirking, Why said that they would talk about business. He could lend them the 10,000-year-old spirit of ice for as long as they needed, but he wanted them to work for him. I'm sure they had already heard about it from the warriors who brought him here. Peck gritted his teeth and thought he was going to use them for work. Frowning, he shouted that he should shut his mouth. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero said that they could leave. Looking at him, the guy said that he was so bold when he was all alone here. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that it was magnificent. Rays flew around the hand. The thought arose that when the moisture in the air, which had been repeatedly compressed and condensed, became below the critical temperature, it instantly created many waves and became stronger. The mathematical perfection of the process of instantaneously compressing and condensing air to create extreme sounds was astounding with its highest level, above which only the martial art of wielding a sword. The attack rushed towards the hero. The blow flew right at him. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared. Smiling, Y said that he was bigger and stronger now, they could take him further. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he was not an ordinary merchant. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Peck abruptly applied the second technique, the true form of the north wind. The hero deftly dodged the attack. The blow flew into the wall. The protagonist grinned slightly. Peck looked at him in amazement. Turning his head, Y said that it took more than 3 hours to turn the water in this storage facility into ice, but they did it instantly with a single skill. Why the hell do they plan to waste such a beautiful skill killing people? Let them just listen to it. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero added that the skill he had just used works well in a fight with one person. That's right. Not only does he destroy something small, but he can also freeze 11 blocks of ice like he did now. He has another skill that allows him to freeze everything around, right? Frowning, the young man replied that of course, they use the fifth technique of the white ice palm, freezing the sky and earth with white ice. Standing in front of him, Y asked how many ice boxes he could freeze with this skill, to which the guy replied that there were about 50. Closing his eyes, the hero added that he could see how many times he could use this skill, to which Puck replied that it was 4 or 5. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that he must be expending a lot of energy. Anyway, one box of ice is worth 13 silver coins. Now they will calculate. Assume they can freeze 50 boxes at one time, and can repeat this 4 times at full energy, and then it will be 200 boxes. Looking at him, they asked again. Clenching his fists, Y said that they shouldn't pay attention to it. Anyway, he wanted to say, if they freeze 200 ice boxes, how many silver coins will it cost? 2,600, isn't that a huge profit? They froze when they heard that each of them was a walking merchant. Standing in front of them, the hero said that just think about it. The 10,000-year-old spirit of ice that they had wanted for so long was right in front of them. Let them freeze 200 ice boxes, rest to restore energy, then freeze 200 boxes again, and then rest a little more. Wide-eyed, he added that they should repeat it 5 or 6 times a day, as they thought they could get stronger. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked what they thought they would become if they did this for 5 years. Great masters of ice. People looked at him in amazement. Frowning, Y said that he would give them 10% of the proceeds from the sale of ice. Closing his eyes, he added that where else could they be offered such a good deal? He did not understand why they were so angry with this amazing offer. Looking at him, the guy asked what was the 10% he was talking about. The hero smiled when he heard this. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that it depends on how hard they work, that is, how much they train. Looking down, Peck thought that given how many relatives they had in the Northern Ocean, making money wasn't such a bad idea. Stretching his hand forward, Y said that but there was one condition, to which the young man asked what was the condition. Smiling, the hero replied that he had started a new business in Kansogu. One of them had to go there with him, which meant that only one of them would train with the ice. They could decide for themselves who would stay here. Frowning, Beck shouted what nonsense, and Han added that she couldn't part with her brother. The protagonist sighed heavily upon hearing this. Standing in front of them, he said that okay, there was one way to avoid parting, to which the young man asked what it was. Smiling, Y said that they could teach him the ice technique. The guy looked at him angrily and shouted, "What kind of rascal? No, they can't teach an outsider their family's secret technique." The hero smiled as he looked at him. A snowflake appeared above his hand. A glow radiated from it. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he only wanted to get their consent, but they could not refuse. Let them just agree. The brother and sister looked at him in surprise. The young man's eyes widened. Looking at the hero's hand, he thought that there was no ice spirit energy here. Did that mean? Frowning, Puck shouted how he had copied their ice palm technique after only seeing it once. Raising his hand up, Y replied that well, for now, it's just an imitation, not cold enough to compare to their icy palm. That's right. That's why people prefer original things. The hero lowered his gaze and added that but he still remembers every move. Let him decide whether one of them will follow him, or they teach him the technique and stay together. Peck pursed his lips when he heard this. Frowning, Han said that she would go. Standing behind her, the brother shouted that she would stay, he would go with him. To which she replied that no, he should stay. People stood in front of the palace. The thought arose that her brother was the last hope of the Northern Ocean, the one who would be able to restore the ice palace. Smiling, Han said that she should try hard. Clenching his fists, Puck thought that if the ice palace was strong enough, she would grow up surrounded by love, and the people of the Northern Ocean would treat her like a precious child. But she had come all the way here to leave with the ice merchant as if she had just been sold. It was all because of their helplessness. Suddenly he lifted his leg up. A glow appeared around the guy. Frowning, the young man thought that he would become an absolute ice martial artist and finish him off. Looking away, the hero thought that as long as she was with him, he should not worry about stealing the 10,000-year-old spirit. Smiling, he added that they would finally be able to make a huge amount of ice. Soon they would be able to double, or even triple their impact on people. A view of the settlement opened. The protagonist and the girl were walking through the market. Y suddenly grabbed her arm. He led the girl with him. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero said that this would not work. First they would change her clothes, to which Khan asked again. She looked at me in amazement, and said that she couldn't take it off. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he heard what a shameless man he was, trying to molest a woman in broad daylight. What kind of young people are going? They are destroying the world. Y lifted his leg up sharply. Stamping his foot, he asked why they didn't go their own way and stop poking their noses into other people's affairs. People fled to the sides in fright. The hero closed his eyes and said that while she was here, she should wear local clothes. She attracted too much attention. The image of a girl appeared, and Khan thought that these clothes were made by her mother before her death. It took her years to do this. Frowning, she added that after estimating how much they would grow, she had added 12 to 100 rare wolf skins. Her mother's love was encapsulated in these clothes. How could she take off something filled with their mother's love? Waving his hand, the protagonist asked if it was too hot to wear it in this weather, even if she liked clothes from her homeland. Very soon she would begin to smell foul sweat. The girl shuddered in amazement when she heard this. Looking to the side, Y asked that he had said something wrong. If she continued to be stubborn about her clothes, she would sweat to death in such hot and humid weather. And didn't she feel the attention of those around her? Was she an attention seeker? Standing in front of him, Han asked who the attention hunter was, to which the hero replied that he was a pervert who liked to be looked at, and he deliberately attracted attention to himself. Frowning, the girl said that okay, she would change her clothes, but she would never throw away these clothes. Let her keep them in a safe place. Looking at her, the protagonist replied approvingly. A view of the building opened. Raising his hands, the man shouted that he should come here. Stretching out his hand to the side, Y said that he asked to prepare clothes for this woman. Smiling, the seller replied that he was really a great person, such a beauty. This was for their wedding. Frowning, the hero said that this was not so let him just pick up something suitable for a martial artist as inconspicuously as possible. To which he replied that it was good, he would bring it right away. The man was holding clothes in his hands. Looking at it, the protagonist replied that no, not as white as this, something dark. Didn't he have cotton? To which the seller replied that he would immediately bring another one. He closed his eyes. Y looked at his clothes. Looking at the girl, he said that he should go and change his clothes. Khan looked down. A view of the building opened. The man took a step forward. They opened their eyes in amazement. Khan changed into a black outfit. Looking at her, the hero thought that the face perfectly complemented the outfit. The girl stared ahead silently. The main character exhaled. Y turned his head and asked the man if they had any clothes for a middle-aged woman and a hat to cover his face. Han looked at the protagonist indignantly, and said that she liked this image. Y looked at the girl and told her to put on a hat. Han agreed. The girl with blonde hair lowered her head and thought that it was the first time someone had bought her clothes. The light of the lanterns illuminates the street. The inn of the Chu clan. Lean stands in the middle of the room and greets the main character. The protagonist brought the noodle sticks to his mouth. A guy drinks from a bowl. The dishes are on the table, and Y says that the taste has not changed at all. The protagonist sits at the table and says that they did quite well, and he believes that a hotel without good noodles cannot be called a hotel, and adds that they use the same amount of ingredients as for soup. Men lower their heads and say that they will do it. The protagonist raises his hand. Lean stands in front of the protagonist, and Y asks if he has any complaints about having his salary cut because he couldn't handle the mess here, and the manager replies that he can only regret it, and adds that he's ashamed and won't happen again. The main character raises his palms up, and says that when two people make the same mistake, he cannot punish one and forgive the other, and continues that they are only following their rules, so you should not be upset about it. Y hands the clothes to the manager, and asks him to keep them for a while. Lean looks at the thing in surprise. The protagonist raises his head and asks what happened, and the manager replies that the people of the Northern Ocean are highly skilled in leather handling, and adds that the clothes in front of him are not ordinary. The man points to the thing and asks Y to take a look. Women's outerwear has appeared, and the steward continues to reason that there is damage to the skin itself, but the ties that connect the pieces and the holes are still in good condition, and goes on to say that if the people of the Central Plain had done so, it would have already been torn and could not be worn. A girl with blonde hair goes down the stairs. The protagonist picks up the coat and asks the girl who made her these clothes. The girl looks at the guy and replies that her mother made the clothes. The protagonist examines the thing and asks that her mother was a tanner, and Han replies that she does not know who a tanner is. The protagonist adds that they are those who work with leather. The blonde girl looked at the guy and replied that there were no people in the north with such jobs and all mothers sewed their own clothes. Y asked if all the women from the Northern Ocean could do it. Han looked up at the protagonist and said that her mother was better than many, and added that she had taught it to her as well. The guy put his hands on the table and asked that she could sew clothes from leather. The girl confirmed, and continued that she was not as good as her mother. Y abruptly got up from his chair and shouted that he wanted to sign a contract, and thought it was a great opportunity, and Han asked what kind of contract he was talking about. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and suggested that she share her knowledge of skin with his men, and added that they would reward her generously. The guy looked at the manager and exclaimed that he could build a tannery. Lean supported. The main character holds his chin and reflects that he treated her just as a replacement for ice boxes, and she has become a real treasure. A man with dark hair enters the room. He rubs his fists and says that he has brought 70% of the workers of the Anhui Iron Workshop. The protagonist stands in front of a crowd of people and thinks that this could seriously reduce the income of the iron shop, but he has no choice and continues that he needs to make them make an I-beam. Y raises his hand and says it's time to start now. The crowd is chanting that business rules the world. The guy's feet step on the floor. The protagonist looks forward. The carts are driving down the road, and the protagonist tells the workers to go to Kansogu. Clouds move across the sky. Sunlight illuminates Nulkan. People walk the streets. Chiol stopped in front of the building. The man has raised his hands and shouts for Elon to show himself immediately, as his master, the great king of Nokrim, Chiol Unbei, has returned. The man with the mustache opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would only appear after he had raised everything to the ground. Elon pushes the door open with his hand. He stops in front of the man and asks what he is doing here. The guy puts his hand forward. The great king grabs the guy by the clothes. The man with the mustache grits his teeth and says that there is a place in Ganho that Nokrim can't get news about, and adds that he was patient, but his patience ran out. Chiol looks at the guy and asks if he is a righteous person now. Elon looks at his opponent's fist and asks him to listen to him, and the man with the mustache says that it's great when a righteous person is going to beg for mercy. Elon opens his eyes wide and yells that he is really going to beat him up without even listening, and wonders why he is beaten every day. The emotion of anger appears, and Chul wonders if the guy really wants to say that his body in iron armor is useless, and adds that he can hit him on a weak spot that has not yet healed. The man with the mustache strikes with his hand, and says that he gave it to him, and he can take it. The girl with dark hair turned her head. It stands on the roof. Chul shifted his gaze. Men in sackkatas look forward. The mess sticks out from under his clothes. Su raises his head and turns to Chiol. The man with the mustache shifts his gaze to Su. The messenger looks at a piece of paper, and the great king Nokrima remembers that 2 weeks ago, Hek Jong Ru Yong suddenly announced his resignation from the army and continues that he was discharged when he didn't even board the ship. The military camp is located in the gorge. The man continues to say that 7,000 warriors were brought from Nokrim and they patiently trained for 2 months, waiting for the water level to rise, and continues to feed 7,000 people for 2 months. A huge amount of silver is needed and for this work they put their lives on the line. An image of drops of blood appears. The great king mentally says that it will be all in vain for Nokrim until they capture Anhui, but they are not going to carry out the plan. A man with a mustache is sitting in an armchair. An image of shock appears, and Chul goes on to narrate that while he was cursing in anger while listening to this nonsense, he heard the more shocking news of the breakup of the union. Chul looks ahead and yells that at first he thought he didn't hear, continuing to yell at the bellboy, and adds that they came to them for an alliance, and now they want to break it. The man folded his hands and continued that he wanted to tear Hekru Yun to pieces, but he had practically calmed down and sent his men to inquire about what had happened in Kansogu until he finally figured out the situation, and continued that rumors about Namgun's affairs had already spread widely. Su looks ahead and the protagonist muses that he can't believe this strange rumor, but he is sure that he is the cause of all the incidents that are happening. Chion punches Elon, calling him a vault robber, and Su says it's all a misunderstanding. King Nokrim gritted his teeth and protested. He lowers his hand. Chio clenches his fist. The Great King looks forward angrily and says that in this case, he believes that 2 misunderstandings will lead to Nokrim ruin, and adds that even a rat resists if cornered. The man with the mustache widened his eyes and asked if he had decided to destroy Nokrim at the will of the Murim alliance. The Heavenly Sword Warrior stared at the other person and thought that no matter what he said to him, it would still sound like an excuse. He took out a sword, and mentally said that words were not needed between a righteous man and the devil. Su held out his hand with the sword. Chul clenched his teeth and said that this is how he understands that Su is not going to answer. The Great King strikes, a true first martial art against the third heaven technique, 9 battles with the heavens. The patriarch of the Nangong family swinging a sword, the martial technique of a blue water sword warrior, a heavenly lightning stone. Warriors direct magical blows at each other. There is an explosion of energies. Chul puts his hand forward. Su raises his sword. Heavenly sword warrior strikes from above, imperial sword form, Great Emperor's third blade technique, destructive power, warrior strike. The Great King shrinks, and thinks that his inner energy is almost exhausted. He looks at his opponent, and thinks about his superior strength. Sparks of energy appear. Chul clenches his teeth and mentally asks if the sword energy has disappeared. Sweat runs down King Nokrim's face, and he muses that he is not respected as a master of art. Su sheathed his sword, and Chul continued to mentally say that there was only one reason why he put his sword away. He knew that the last attack could have killed him, and so he stopped, and continued that the opponent was still pretending to be decent. The Great King looks ahead and ponders that he feels empty, and why there is such a huge gap between them, even though he has given his best to become so strong, and he can't do anything against a martial artist who is still superior to him, and continues that a new fight right after defeat is a disgrace for a martial artist. Chul turns his gaze to the side and mentally says that there is another problem and that someday he will fulfill Nokrim's dream, and adds that he can no longer sit idly by. The king rushes forward. He grabs Elon by the hair, and the guy shouts that he got out of Mount Daesang and is not going to return. The blows rush to Chio. It flies aside. A dark-haired guy strikes. Elon opens his eyes wide and shouts that he does not understand how he became his student, because he cannot show at least a drop of love for him as a decent person, and adds that such an attitude is already too much. King Nokrima closes his eyes and mentally says that apparently he was not lazy in his training, and says that his iron body has reached stone level. Elon holds onto his shoulder and says that this is an absolute level. The guy stares intently ahead, and Chio reasoned that the absolute level, which corresponds to the 9th level of the iron body, and continued that it was completely unclear what he was doing 6 years after leaving Mount Daesang. The Great King raises his hand and asks how he did it, since he didn't have a no-kobo, and adds that he couldn't drink the bear's blood, which must be taken every day. The guy with the dark hair opens his mouth wide and shouts that it's all about the beatings, and he hasn't trained that hard since he left the mountain, and adds that he just slept well and ate well. That's how he got stronger twice as fast. Cho lowers his gaze and mentally says that in his opinion, training through punches is the most effective method of training the body in iron armor. The man with the mustache crosses his arms and remembers that his master has been beating him for over 10 years, and continues that it was a mistake. The guy bares his pumped chest and says that he still does not believe that his mentor deceived him. The Great King Nokrima grits his teeth angrily and muses that the beatings he endured from his mentor were useless, and continues, now it becomes clear why he had such a strange expression on his face. Chio throws his clothes on the ground and tells him to put them on, and return to Mount Daesang. The guy shakes his head and disagrees. The Heavenly Sword Warrior looks at Chul and remarks that it doesn't matter how his student reached the absolute level, and adds that his student is of sufficient level to be considered a martial artist. King Nokrim glances at his interlocutor, and shouts that he should not poke his nose into other people's business. Su touches his beard and says that the guy is a proud martial artist from Gun and the captain of their reconnaissance squad, and adds that that's why it's his business. Chul opens his eyes wide and shouts that all this is nonsense, because Elon is his disciple and future king, who will lead hundreds of thousands of people from Nokrim with him. The Heavenly Sword Warrior raises his head and states that this all sounds too loud. He points his finger at Chul and states that it is completely incomprehensible how the leader of such a large organization can be such a fool, and adds that, of course, he is responsible for his student, and continues that it is necessary to change his attitude, because how can a person who calls himself a teacher treat his student like this? Chio clenches his teeth in fury. The warrior looks at the interlocutor, and wonders how he can suppress the human will so much, and adds that the master must support his student, because everyone has only one life and you should not neglect it because of your own greed. Su turns to Elon and tells him to leave. The Heavenly Sword Warrior looks at the guy and says that his master showed his claws in alliance with Hekjong Ruyong and an army of 7,000 men, but he didn't kill him in front of the student, and adds that now he doesn't see that Chul is worth it. Chul looked at Su in surprise. The man hugs the girls, and Elon remembers that the evil spirits he met on Mount Daesang were just like him, and continues that they were angry when betrayed by a friend, they coveted women, they did not seek power and wealth. Swans fly over the earth, and Elon argues that the warrior of the blue sky is different. He has special movements, skills and words, and continues that he feels the authority and dignity that he possesses, and his faith and will, as a person walking the righteous path. The guy beats his chest and mentally says that he wants to live like him and concludes that he wants everything he has: martial arts, unshakable faith and dignity. Elon puts his fist forward and thinks that a person can feel a lot of emotions for another, but today, for the first time in his life, he felt respect. The guy clenched his fists and addressed Su that a disciple couldn't ignore the danger his master was in, and continued that if he was really going to kill his master, they should fight each other. The heavenly sword warrior closed his eyes and told King Nokrim to look at his apprentice. Chul looked up at Elon, and Su continued that the guy was already a great Namdam, and was no longer under his care. The man with the mustache narrowed his eyes. The great king turned away. He leaves. Su turned to the dark-haired guy and asked if he would regret his decision. Chul replied in the negative. The heavenly sword warrior stares at the other person and says that for the people of Kanho who study martial arts, life is closely related to relationships, and King Nokrima dared to oppose them, and continues that he is letting him go now, but next time they will punish him, and he is sure that he will cope with it. The guy nods his head. The guy with dark hair closed his eyes. Su looks furiously ahead. The dark-haired guy stares through the open doors, and the heavenly sword warrior says that the two of them should have stopped him, who raised his head and said that they were being scolded a lot. Locke holds on to his shoulders and says that in a situation like this, when he kills morally, it's better to just be beaten, and Elon adds that why, someone makes a mess, and they have to answer. The dark-haired guy raises his head and thinks that he will have to repeat the same thing over and over again, because it seems that the elder of the righteous has more than just good sides, and if the righteous decided to teach them a lesson, then it could ruin the deal, and continues to think that it is better to be beaten up, as Hu said. The main character stands in the doorway. Elon looks at him in surprise. Y enters the room. The dark-haired guy turns his gaze to Hu and orders him to hurry. Elon brings his palm to his face and tells the protagonist that he is in a complete ass, and he needs to go up to the second floor. The main character stands in the middle of the room and asks what really happened here, and the dark-haired guy replies that the head of the family has arrived and scolds them for 4 hours. Y lowers his eyes and thinks that he expected the Namgun family to be angry, but he didn't think that the head of the family would make such a journey here. The protagonist turns to the side and says to tell the steward to feed the horses, and with him many people have arrived who need to be accommodated in the nearby inns. Elon replies that he should not worry about it, and Y thanks him for it. The main character climbs the steps. He walks along the wall and hears the patriarch of the Nangong family saying that they are crazy, because when their friend does wrong, they must stop him, and why are they silent? Y opens the doors. The guy looks up and greets Mr. Su. The heavenly sword warrior looks at Y in surprise. Locke and Hu wave their heads. The protagonist enters the room. OK puts a card on the table. The guy turns his head and says that he thinks there is no better place for a branch of the Namgun family. Su furrowed his brows and thought that the place that Y was proposing, Yale Lake, the center of business activity of Poyang Lake, a branch meant a division separate from the main one. Until now, no small clan or family had created it. No one except for such large alliances as Murim or Chungma Palace had even thought of doing such a thing. A picture of the lake appears. All the ships that cross Poyang Lake pass here, so there is not a single person who does not know about it. Y took the document in his hand and said that it was information about a deal made between the Cho clan and Hyekchongryang, and suggested that they read it together. The patriarch agreed. The man lowered his eyes to the contract. He shifted his gaze. The protagonist raised his hands and said that there was no one who didn't know that the Cho clan and the Namgun family were working together, and continued that they would use it to their advantage and they could too, and added that he wanted to borrow the warriors of the Namgun family, and that he could hide behind the business. He shifted his gaze and said that they would start slowly, and asked Su if he didn't know the saying that you can't stop riding a tiger once you have become one, and added that since it had already happened, he wanted to capture Kansog. The heavenly sword warrior raised his head and thought about capturing Kansagi, that the land of Hyekchanryang that even the Murim alliance couldn't do anything about. He wanted to capture it using his small production. The protagonist looked at the man and asked if he had read the condition in which they agreed not to interfere in any area of business. He put his hand on the table and stated that everything was fine as long as there was Cho's signature that he had been helped in trouble. So now he was going to pay back the debt, and added that he would give the name of the Cho clan. Su asked again what the guy meant. A picture of a lakeside neighborhood appears in the sunshine, and the protagonist continues to tell the man to see how much land the Cho clan has bought in the last 2 months, which is 21 million square meters, and adds that he is going to sell a quarter of the land at the same price he paid when he bought it. Su looks up in surprise and asks why there are so many. Y shifts his gaze and asks why the warrior is hesitating, and adds that all they need is to put the seal of the Cho family, and goes on to say that Su should also use people related to the family, that if Hyekchanryang finds out about it, there might be trouble. The protagonist stands in front of the table. He throws up his hands in front of him and is indignant that the patriarch is one of the 7 great martial masters, and asks him why he still doubts, and proceeds to let the warrior think about his men who are on Yale Lake, and adds that he will earn much more than he could and that the shopping district is worth a fortune. Su brings his hand to his face and thinks. The protagonist raises his palm and shouts that the bastards from Hyekshongryang are separated from them so that they will not stick their heads in for a long time, and continues that although they are trying to use their brains, he is sure that the only thing they have come up with is to move their storages, and that there is time and they need to hurry. The Heavenly Sword warrior looks directly and asks that if you send martial artists from the Namdong family, then who exactly? Y pointed his hand forward and said that it was wrong to send leaders whose faces were known and asked to send those whose names were not yet known to Kensogu, and added that information was needed now, and that if the master sent people with strength and patience, the protagonist would distribute them himself. Su straightened his back and replied that he would. Y approached the man and said that the Namgun family could easily earn 100,000 gold coins a year from Poyang Lake. The dark-haired man looks in surprise. The sun rises over the square. Khan stares ahead. She gets out of the carriage. The air cuts through the sword. The girl recoiled in horror. A veil falls from her face. A man with red hair walks through the square, one of the 8 kings of the Black Sky organization, the king of the demonic sword. Young people look at him and whisper that he is a crazy old man. The king closes his eyes and says that the girl is beautiful, and that he has never seen such beauty in his life. Khan turns around, and the man says again that she is beautiful. A man in a green kimono walks through the square. This is one of the 8 kings of the Black Sky organization. The cruel king is a murderer. The man looks straight and says that he came to see the student, but he saw the beauty and offered that the girl become his concubine, that he would gladly give her his bedroom. Han stood up, and the king of the demonic sword said that the murderous king already had 8 concubines, and so that he would not be so greedy, and added that this time he would get her, and the man in the green kimono exclaimed that the interlocutor was not able to be near a woman, and that he would kill another beauty by strangling her. The young lady looked at the bald man. She threw out her hands. The red-haired man narrowed his eye and asked if she was from the Northern Ocean and using an ice technique. He opened his mouth and was indignant that a beggar from the Northern Ocean could dare to walk so easily on the central plain in broad daylight. The assassin king raised his hand and asked the girl not to worry, not all of Kensogu was Kensogu, and that it was the land of unorthodox sects, and added that he would personally protect the beauty until she reached the concubine's room. The building is illuminated by the rising sun. The protagonist walks forward and says that Lady Hyun is one of the Cho clan's rulers and asks what the concubine means. The girl looks up. She looks at the main character. The man with the beard opens his mouth and asks that Y is crazy. The guy shifts his gaze and says that he should be asking. The demon sword king runs his tongue along the blade of the weapon and asks if the guy knows who he is. The young man looks at him and replies that he knows very well, and continues that he is a huge weapon and a goatee. He is the king of the demonic sword. The man bows his head. Y opens his mouth. The red-haired man squints his eyes and asks that the guy is actually crazy. The protagonist walks through the square and says that the man seems to be from Mount Daesang and therefore he is not aware of what is happening here, and asks how he dares to cause trouble during an event that the Cho clan was hosting. Y unwraps the scroll and says that he is sure that the man will recognize the seal of the head of Hyekshiongryan and that the Cho clan is currently holding an event here, and adds that Hyekshiongryan cannot interfere with anything related to his clan and asks that he is going to violate the order of the head. The man narrowed his eyes. The kings bowed their heads to the treaty and asked what the great Hyekshiongryan had made such a promise to the obscure clan, and added what had happened while they were gone. The assassin king looked down and asked if he was getting old, and added that they had promised to give the center of the lake to the protagonist with no strings attached. The man's body wraps his whip around it. He raises his hand and exclaims that the guy was definitely using a trick. Y puts the document in his pocket and says that the man is unable to recognize his leader's seal, and adds that he is not pretending not to know. The protagonist sticks out his tongue and says that it is better for the king to make a wise decision, and adds that if he breaks the treaty, he will lose his head. The man attacks the main character and says that he is crazy. He continues to attack the guy. The king waves his arms. His whip flies swiftly towards Y. It cuts through the air. The assassin king throws his hand up and is puzzled that the guy used some kind of technique, but he didn't feel anything. A man with red hair swings his weapon. His sword flies at the protagonist. A fiery stream of magic crashes into the ground. The men look at Y, and the demon sword king asks that the guy dodge the attacks 3 times with a technique they didn't see. They raise their weapons and exclaim that the main character is strong. The warriors are approaching Y. Master Jung Il Rian has come, even the blue sky swordsman is here on the 2nd floor, and the masters have made a mess. And what kind of parents' meeting is this? The protagonist straightened his shoulders and thought that it was not worth using martial arts. They barely managed to switch their attention to the swordsman, and that if he gave himself away, then it was all in vain. The guy shifted his gaze and thought what to do, that the kings must be confused as he didn't show much, and continued to think that they were wondering if he was lucky or if he was a great warrior, and decided that he needed to talk to them to buy some time. Y raised his hand and said that the unorthodox sect was full of idiots, and so that they wouldn't try to kill him, and offered to talk. He shifted his gaze and thought that there were plenty of spies who were watching them and could be a problem. The red-bearded warrior stared at the boy and asked why this child was talking to them so rudely. The protagonist stood in front of the warrior and asked if he didn't want the righteous and unorthodox sects to respect each other, and added that his people even knew what respect was. And the bald old man added that this snot was really crazy. The warriors look at the protagonist, and the assassin king asks that why his tiny farm claims allegiance, and adds that he doesn't know who its leader is. The guy holds a rune in his hands and asks the men to pay attention to him. The bald warrior furrowed his brows and said that the guy was a subordinate of the Manhwa sword clan. The patriarch goes out into the square. The protagonist turns to him and says that he asked him not to come out, and the man exclaims that it's time to stop hiding behind him, and adds that the guy is excellent in martial arts, and why he is still trying to hide in the shadow of Namgun. Why brings his finger to his forehead. He raises his head. Streams of magic envelop the main character. The main character radiates magic everywhere. A warrior with red hair clenches his teeth and says what it is. The elders fall to their knees, and one of them thinks that he has dizziness and is most likely an illusion technique, and adds that his mind is clearer than ever, and the other reflects that he still feels the strong demonic fire energy that circulates throughout his body, and states that his life force is fine, but he is immobilized. The protagonist looks ahead and thinks that the spies from Hyuk Chung Ruyun are nearby, and that if he finds them right now, it will lead to big problems. Fire flashes in his eyes. The fluff of the sword of heaven and earth appears. The main character rushes forward. According to the sword god, no matter how strong the warrior is, the technique should not be used for more than 7 minutes. The guy is enveloped in the magic of a lightning discharge, and he remembers that if it is used for more than this time, it will severely damage the mind and the person will forever remain with white hair. A dark-haired man stands in the way of the protagonist, and Y remembers that the spies from Hyuk Chung Ruyun have a scorpion tattoo on their neck. He threw out his hand forward. The guy waved his hand. The man with the tattoo flew up. The force of the flow of demonic energy scattered the spies. The men fall to the ground. The clan kings look after the protagonist and exclaim that he scattered so many people with the help of levitation. Y lands. He pulls his hand aside and asks if the warriors know these people. The demon sword king leans forward and shouts that the guy is a vile guy, that he used invisible poison, and demands that the protagonist give the antidote. The guy looks at him. A clot of legendary deadly poison appears. Y looks ahead and muses that if it's not poison, then nothing else will explain the phenomenon because these are its known symptoms. The warrior bows to the protagonist, and the boy thinks that the old warriors have never encountered the meteorite sword of heaven, and that the older and more experienced people are, the more stubborn they become in what they think. The young man reaches into his pocket, and muses that it is not worth being grateful that they think it is an invisible poison. In the protagonist's hand there are pills that people with high status take so as not to get tired. Y tosses the pills to the warriors. He shifts his gaze and says that the poison lasts for a month, and adds that if the warriors do not take the antidote within a month, their organs will collapse, and they will die. The men look at the protagonist and reply that they know that this is a common trick used by villains to control their enemies by providing them with medicine. One of the warriors reaches out for the pill. The main character looks up at him and says that he will let the warriors take pills. The red-haired warrior throws the pill into his mouth. The warriors stand in front of the guy and ask him what he wants from them. The protagonist looks at the warriors and asks them to shut the spies' mouths first. The man shifts his gaze. He swings his sword. The spies' heads fly apart. Blood splatters are flying everywhere. Y opens his mouth. The warrior looks at him and asks if the guy has better ideas, and adds that they won't say anything if they're killed. The protagonist points the finger at the warriors and tells them to return to Hyuk Chung Ruyun immediately, and that he will send them a letter if they need them, and that he will pass the antidote through their apprentice, and adds that if they disobey him, they will not live, and adds that they should not meet with the students for a while. The warriors agree. They are rapidly soaring up. Y looks after them. People appear in the streams of magic. The patriarch approaches the young man and says that the warriors are really evil, and adds that he can't understand what the king of martial arts is doing when such scoundrels are walking around. The protagonist lowers his head and says that the moment they decided to become Hyuk Chung Ruyun's spies, their lives were already on a knife's edge, and added that even if they weren't martial artists, they couldn't escape their fate. Su approaches Y and says that the death of spies is on the conscience of the protagonist, and adds that they need to arrange a decent burial. The guy agrees. The man shifted his gaze. He looked at the young man and asked if he was really human. The protagonist turned his head to the master. The man closed his eyes and thought that he was mistaken, thinking that Cho Y would not be able to surprise with anything else. The main character radiates streams of energy. According to the theory of martial arts, in the center of the harmony of the universe there is something that controls the flow of the universe, something unknown to people, only to the gods. Su turns his head and muses that he is one of the 7 greatest martial masters and can only feel the energy slightly, and that he has never felt it clearly, and continued that Y knows the great ocean flow that he has uncovered can only be from someone who is at the absolute level, that his skill made everyone freeze, and continued that without knowing anything about the center, such a stream could not be discovered. and that he was surprised that the stream had plunged into its own stream. The patriarch stares intently and thinks that the strangest thing is that he himself barely felt the presence of the center of the universe, and that he was able to feel it only after 10 years of reaching the absolute level. A circle of energy fills space, and Su continues to muse that this flow was not directed at a specific place or person, but also at space, and that he would never believe if he did not see it with his own eyes, that only the gods could see the ability to see the flow of this place. He shifted his gaze and continued that the guy not only saw it, but was also able to turn it around, and that it was unthinkable, and mentally asked himself if this could be called a martial art. Su raised his hand and asked why if he had heard of the level of nature. The protagonist turned to the patriarch and asked that he did not know about the level of nature, and that he looked like a god. The old man raised his hand and asked the hero if he had heard of the level of nature. The young man turned around and replied that he had no idea. The highest level of nature that man could reach was the level of unity with all living things in nature, blurring the line between energies and God, and the legendary achievement of using the greatest power of nature in a mortal body. In the long history of Murim, only 3 martial artists had reached this level. They are called the 3 gods. The man raised his head and tried to understand what kind of martial art it was. After all, he had never seen anything like it, as well as no one else in the history of Murim. The guy raised his head and thought that he was right. After all, this martial art originated from an idea, and was created by the god of the sword. It was called the meteorite sword of heaven and earth. An image of formulas appeared, and the hero added that in the past, the sword god also received a white eye. But the young man was sure that he could not understand its physical formula, which meant that thus the destruction of the vector values of all dynamic movements and formulas was an idea that even the sword god could not understand. A white light emanates from a red orb, and the protagonist realized that he can no longer deny it, because after learning so much valuable from it, how can he be called his heir? After all, he continues to reject and ignore it. The hero put his hand to his chest and said that his great teacher was the sword god Zhong. Silhouettes stand in flames, the 3 greatest martial artists of all time, the god of martial arts, the god of evil, the god of the sword. The buildings stand against the background of the sun. The descendants of the god of martial arts and the god of evil now live in Murim, the clan of the Grand Marshal. The house stands, the dark lair of the evil god. The people who were called the direct descendants of the gods had great power and glory. The inhabitants of the Murim praised and respected them. The swordsman stands, the sword god, who was called the best among the 3 gods, did not leave any records of himself. The man stands on the skulls, the god of the sword. With just 1 blade, he wiped out the dark evil sect, which was much stronger than the heavenly evil sect. He was the dream and goal of all the swordsmen of Murim. He was the one that many aspired to, a legendary name. The bearded man bent down and tried to understand whether the hero was serious. The old man stood and began to say that what the protagonist called the heavenly sword, to which the hero interrupted him and continued that it was a martial art of sword wielding, which only the god of the sword knows. Wai took out his sword and mentally recited the names of techniques such as the heavenly sword and the sword that reached the heavens, and then noticed that he had once thought that the pretentious name was too much, but since it was the martial art of the sword god, now he understood, and the man noticed that he looked like the sword god Jung. The hero raised his hand and explained that Jung was the founder of their family. People were standing in the square, and the old man said that if it was true, then it was just fine for the righteous Murim sect, and added that it was necessary to inform the alliance as soon as possible and pass the check. The protagonist tilted his head and said that he didn't like the idea. The old man stretched out his hand and tried to understand why the hero thought so. After all, if the alliance confirmed that he was a descendant of the sword god, then you could found a clan, and there would also be many martial artists there, because it was a great opportunity to become the wings of a righteous sect. The young man looked down and replied that he wasn't so sure about it, and then tried to see if he would get more by creating a clan instead of continuing the Cho family's work. The man exhaled. The man looked confidently ahead and said that as someone who heads the clan, he understands the importance of money. But money is not everything. After all, there is honor and history of the clan. The hero raised his head menacingly and said that money, in his opinion, was all and thought that money was really the best. People stand opposite each other, and the protagonist remembered that his parents quarreled every day because of this damn money. The woman is lying on the couch, and the young man explained that due to the lack of damn money, his mother could not receive treatment in time and died. The guy stretched out his hand towards the girl, and the hero added that he was abandoned by his girlfriend because he was a worthless person who could not even rent a normal room. The protagonist puts on a shoe and realizes that he has lost all his friends since he couldn't even buy booze, and then reveals that his name was Shoelace because he always tied his shoelaces when he needed to pay. Hong stands with a cigarette in his teeth, and the hero explained that it was scary to receive an invitation from a close friend to the wedding, because he could not even buy alcohol, and when he smoked a used cigarette on the street, a tear made him think about what he was doing. Husband and wife are standing, and the protagonist said that people who got married in their 20s had one thing in common, because they were all at the top, and he was at least middle class, because only those whose parents could give from 20 to 30 million got married. The sun is shining on the street, and the hero is trying to figure out what to do for people like him, who have tens of millions of won in debt spent on college, which means he must first find a job. The girl folded her hands and asked when they would get married, to which the protagonist realized that it is very terrible when you turn a sweet and innocent question of your beloved into a joke. The guy stands with his back to the crowd, and the hero said that childlessness and chastity were due to the fact that he needed to end poverty. Unknown people kicked the young man, and the protagonist noticed that even in modern society this happens, and he is in the cruel Murim. A mother hugs her son. The guy is holding his head. The young man raised his fists. The building is still standing, and the hero said that as a member of one of the 5 families representing the Murim, how can a rich man like him realize the importance of money? A girl plays a musical instrument. The guy holds out a sword, and the protagonist adds that he can't even understand what kind of suffering money can bring, and how it can turn a person into a monster. Y looks down and thinks that as a civil servant, he knows this firsthand. The old man closed his eyes and said that there was nothing he could do. The man turned around and said that he was returning to the residence, and would later send a letter when he had trained martial artists. The building is standing. The hero sits and says that now he will introduce them to a new participant. A black aura surrounds the girl, and the protagonist explains that they are employees Locke and Wu. The men twisted their faces. The guy turned around and told the girl to at least tie her hair, and also put herself in order like a normal person, because she doesn't need to scare people with her appearance. The girl smiled and suggested that the hero liked braided hair. Y shakes his head and says that this is not the case and adds that it is uncomfortable with such a hairstyle. Who looks away and explains that she has been walking like this since childhood. Someone is coming. The blonde is standing in the aisle. The man looks ahead in shock. Who turned around and tried to understand what was happening. The 2 guys look away in embarrassment. The girl bent down. Hair blows through the air. Who raised her head and asked if the hero was satisfied. The protagonist raised his hand and revealed that it was Lady Han from the Northern Ocean. The guys look ahead in shock and assume that she is from the Ice Palace. Y raised his hand and clarified that hundreds of years had passed and there was no point in hating them yet, and added that in the workplace, they should put their personal emotions aside and also greet her. The guys raised their heads and said that they were Woon and Chan. The man came up and said he was Elon. The girl turned in embarrassment. The protagonist raised his hand and told Mrs. Han to sit down, because they were starting. His hands laid out his plans. The hero bent down and began to tell that the first thing they needed to do now was to build all the enterprises of the Cho family industry on Lake Poyang, and added that he had already selected several suitable places. They were marked on the map, and then asked if anyone had any suggestions or ideas. The mustachioed man turned around and replied that the situation there was very different from Hefei and tried to understand why they needed it. Y raised his finger and explained that there was no need to store ice in Poyang Lake, which meant they would make a small ice storage in every store, and when ice was needed, Miss Han would come and make it. The advisors sit in shock. The man leaned over and shouted that they would save a lot by doing this, because they were running out of money, which meant it was great news. The idea came to the counselor's mind. The hand points to the red dot, and Lin said that he doesn't think it's a good place, because it's too close to the transport station, and if they occupy it, they'll have a 100% showdown with the officials. Usadiai turned around and summed up that such a situation should not be allowed at the start. The man raised his head and tried to understand why the hero was so worried. The protagonist turned around and replied that he was trying to find a solution. Elon pointed his finger and noted that all the marked locations were on their territory, as well as the port was theirs. The guards are standing, and the hairy man explained that there must be officials and a port at the transport station, and if they come up with an excuse and close the port for a couple of months, then they will have no choice but to move to another place. Y looks forward in shock after hearing this. The hero turned and asked what Un thought about this. Sweat runs down the young man's face. The guy slammed the table and tried to understand what they were talking about. Y looks down and wonders if he should call Woon by a different name, and also tries to understand what kind of person this young man would grow up to be in a decent and respectable family. The man is standing, and the protagonist said that he has not yet seen the purpose of Chan and Yuan's potential, but he is sure that Elon is much more useful than them, because great wisdom is hidden behind these huge muscles. The guy looks ahead and thinks that it is not easy for him to imagine such a move, just by looking at the huge map of Lake Poyang, and then added that he has studied geography and military strategy for more than 10 years, but even for him, this issue is very difficult. The hero put his hands on the table and said that in any case, they needed to prepare the ports first, and added that they needed to start familiarizing themselves, and they were also not considering a plan to transform the Cho clan at the moment. Mustachioed bent down and assumed that this was the image of a steel column. The protagonist turned around and replied that the man was right. Y sits in front of the building and reveals that the wooden pole will be replaced with a metal column, and they will also do everything they can to make it strong, capable of supporting a huge weight, and summed up that all the steel mills focus on that. The advisor turned around and tried to understand what weight they were talking about, to which the hero replied that it was at least 6 tons. Lin raised his head and asked what the protagonist wanted to create. Y turned around and replied that it should be top secret until they set it up, but he wanted to build a house that would have more than 10 floors. People opened their mouths wide and could not believe that there would be 10 floors. An old man stands against the background of a building. 100 years ago, the old master of engineering Min Yonghak was praised as the best engineer of the builder of the Central Plain. Because he spent his whole life planning a 6-story building, the construction took 7 years. The man raised his hand and said that with a steel pillar, it would be possible. But where would they get so much money? And more importantly, they didn't have a person known as the great engineer of the Central Plain. The young man looked to the side and repeated the words of the counselor. Ung gritted his teeth and said that it was very rude to say such a thing in front of the Che-Gao family. The mustachioed man bent down and said that he was sorry. The hero closed his eyes and said that how could he say such a thing in front of the young master of the Che-Gao family? Because it was extremely unfair on his part, which meant that he had to take his words back. Lin folded his hands and apologized, because he was ignorant that he did not recognize him as the young master of the Che-Gao family, and the protagonist told him not to worry about the layout of the building, because he would also help Mr. Che-Gao, and soon they would see the best plan of the building in their lives. A trembling hand pointed to the plan, and the mustachioed man said that there was only one. Y raised his hand and added that he had thought to build about 20. The counselor sits against the backdrop of majestic buildings and realizes that 20 buildings with more than 10 floors, the construction of even one, is already a huge achievement, because one steel column will be expensive to build, and then he tried to understand how many such columns will be needed for one house, because according to his estimates, there are more than 100. And he cannot even imagine how much money they will need just for steel columns. The advisor looked down and asked if the funding was ready. The hero turned around and replied that he had a plan. The mustachioed man raised his head and thought that the protagonist would find a way to get enough silver, although he was even afraid to ask from where. The young man turned around and assumed that Chin would give them so much money. The protagonist raised his hand and said that they would not be able to cope with what awaited them. In addition, he would be able to negotiate with the owner of the palace. Y pointed down and explained that the owner of the Gansu Palace was a relative of Huang, a member of the emperor's family on his mother's side, and whether they were the head of Qin or the Gangsu Palace, they had worked together to steal gunpowder and cannons from the imperial family's arsenal, which meant they both had to go down. Red lightning comes from the eyes of the hero, who said that since they were talking about it, they should continue. The protagonist raised his hands and said that the emperor was the head of the Central Plain, and if they wanted to overthrow him, what would the others do? The mustachioed man raised his head and repeated what they were saying about the emperor. Y looked to the side and said that if someone was out of place, they would be stabbed in the back, and the emperor was no exception, and tried to understand how he could allow his maternal relatives to do this. The guy closed the hero's mouth and said that there were too many extra ears around. The protagonist turned around and explained that he treats the workers like family members and he doubts that there are traitors in this room, because they know how it can end. Advisors sit in fear. Y holds the package and tells them to study the picture first. The worker looked away. The man turned around and asked if the hero wanted to add anything else, to which the protagonist replied that the length, width, and weight should be changed, but the shape should remain the same. Y raised his head and explained that it should be able to withstand 6 tons. The head folded his hands and said that now they need to decide on the territory where they will build each building, and first they need to go to the specified places, and send a report to Mr. Lin with the resources they need. The hero raised his head and shouted that this was all. The counselors sit at the table and shout that they understand everything. Chen's building stands. 2 men are coming. The red-haired man raised his head and asked if the medicine king was here. The old man took a step forward and noticed that they had made a mess again and were freaking out, and then added that the blood pills were not ready yet, let them come later, because he had already told them that he would send a message that they were ready. The man approached and said that they had been poisoned with an unknown poison. The king raised his head and suggested that it was a formless poisoning, which meant that someone had used the long-lost Gango technique on him, and then said that he must have been mistaken, since this poison had disappeared hundreds of years ago. The bald man looked ahead and shouted that they had both experienced his symptoms. They had even been taking the antidote for half a month. The old man stands and says that it is too late, and the red-haired man asked for an antidote, to which the gray-haired man called him sick, because the antidote to such a poison is not easy to make. The king touched the man's hand. The old man leaned over and said that his 8 chi vessels and 12 streams were normal, and noticed that his internal strength had increased slightly, as well as his life force, and asked if he had taken any medication recently. The red-haired man pulled his hand away and shouted that he was a charlatan, because it was an unknown poison, which meant that it was asymptomatic and was slowly killing a person, and the king of medicines did not know about it. An image of sick people appeared, and the gray-haired man thought that he was right about something, but any poison in this world has symptoms, because the purpose of poison is to destroy the human body, and even the most insidious poison cannot but affect the 8 vessels of chi, because this simply cannot happen. The man stands there and shouts that they know they're poisoned, and like idiots, there's nothing they can do, because they can't even control their bodies. The bald man stands and remembers that it is indeed a strong poison because everyone around them has fainted, and added that he has never seen anything like this. The king leaned over and noticed that they had said that they had been taking medication for the past half-months, but there was a possibility that it was not an antidote at all. The old man raised his finger and began to say that if they were not mistaken that it was poison, and if this poison could not be felt anywhere in their body, not even in the HE vessels. People are standing. The gray-haired man raised his head and said that it was a poison that poisoned the mind. The king turned around and added that the energy had suddenly increased, but they still didn't understand, to which the man tried to understand what he was talking about. The king looked ahead and said that the antidote they were taking was actually a poison that made them gain terminal clarity. A black aura enveloped the people who repeated the doctor's words. The bald man looked down and noticed that they were all right. An image of a brain appeared, and the old man said that there was no antidote for mind-destroying poison. There was only one instance when the great Gosu treated someone by burning out the poison that had entered his mind, but it made him turn gray. The king turned and asked what they would call someone who had lost his mind after being cured. The men stand in horror and are told not to look at them like this, and also not to treat them as if they are dead, but to come up with a solution. The gray-haired man held up a finger and told them that what they were taking was not an antidote, but a poison that temporarily increased the potential of their bodies, and the only hope was to forgive the one who had poisoned them. The red-haired man looked down and repeated the words about forgiveness. A picture of poisons appeared, and the medicine king explained that the basic rule of a poisoner is to always have an antidote, because they can harm themselves due to the slightest mistake, and if they turn to the one who poisoned them, then he must have an antidote, and even if not, he can know how to create one. The men looked at each other and realized that in the end, it depended on him whether they would survive or not. The old man turned around and asked who it was. After all, to create such a poison was unbelievable, and assumed that it was a warrior from the Dan clan. The red-haired man raised his head and replied that they didn't know, and then asked him not to tell anyone about it. The gray-haired man looked down and said that unless he was a man who had come to visit an old man like him. Clouds are floating in the sky. A pink light illuminates the building. Chegal Manor. The head of the family, Chegal Hen, is sitting. The subordinate came in and said that his son had arrived. The young man stands in front of his father, who is trying to understand what is going on. The guy leaned over and said that it was about Una. The man holds the paper and thinks that as soon as he became an inspector, he suddenly began to act in his own way, ignoring the orders of the Murim alliance. Hyun looks ahead in shock. His hand slammed on the table, and the head shouted that even if he apologized immediately and assured them of his speedy return, it would not be enough. And then he remembered that he had almost died of high blood pressure due to his sudden dismissal, and now he was asking for 20,000 coins in debt. The man looks down and realizes that 20,000 coins is almost a year's income of their family, and he wants to invest them in the Cho clan, and added that the Namgun family's farm, even the alliance, is keeping a close eye on them. But why does he want to invest in this nurse? The son raised his hand and asked if he could familiarize himself with it. The guy looks at the paper and calls the author of this letter an idiot. The young man turned around and said that he would immediately bring Gong here from Manhwa. The man raised his head and asked his son to sit down. The head looks ahead of Un and reveals that he has never been interested in anything other than studying magic circles and engineering, as this kid left his position as an alliance inspector only to join the Namgun family's Cho clan, and as far as he knows, Ung is not one to act rashly. The father turned around and asked his son if he remembered what Woon said after the martial arts competition, to which he remembered that he had talked about a man named Y, to which the head replied that he was talking about that sleeping dragon. The protagonist stands in front of Jigel's youngest son, and Hen reveals that his son told him that the hero was superior to everyone he had met before in martial arts, knowledge, and skill, because he was a young man who had mastered almost all the sciences. The guy looked up and said that this was some kind of nonsense, because at this age anyone would be delighted with something new, and suggested that it was the first time he had met a person who had something that he did not have, which meant that he was exaggerating. His father raised his head and explained that he had left again to meet him, and was much more rational than the others, which meant there must be a reason why he was causing so much trouble. The guy lowered his head. The man turned around and told the young man to find out who this Y was. The head closed his eyes and said what he would say to the general manager, so let him take some gold with him. Hen looked down and said that this young Y had absorbed Huffei with his business in just a few years, which meant that his son should appreciate him as a businessman, and also allow him, not Un, to make an investment decision. The son folded his hands and said that he would fulfill his father's errand. A pink light illuminates the entrance to the building. The old man stood up and assumed that the ghost-masked man was here again, to which the subordinate replied in the affirmative, and added that he had come alone, just like last time. The man looks ahead and realizes that he is really impressed by his recklessness, because he comes to him as to his home. The head sat down and assumed that the dark assassin clan had failed to detect him again. Chin bent down and asked to be brought. Purple light illuminates the room. His foot stepped on the floor. The masked man took a step forward and asked how the head was feeling. The old man touched his beard and noticed that he hadn't changed at all, because that sarcastic tone had changed again, and then said that it was absurd, and if he continued to mock him, his head would part with his neck. The guy raised his hands and said that there was no need to scare the partners' business so much, because very soon their goods would appear here, and they did not need to wait to get their share. The head looks ahead and says that next time he made sure to follow the order of visiting this place, and also officially warned the assassins from the Clan of Darkness about his arrival and came with permission. The masked man tilted his head and replied that he could not do that, because then he would have to take off the mask, but he did not intend to do it. Chin looked down and said that he could rip off that stupid mask. A picture of a horse appeared, and the hero explained that every time he came, he would prepare everything to send a message to the imperial family, so if he didn't return within 4 hours, the emperor would know about it. The old man looked down and tried to understand why he had come. The guy raised his head and replied that he should lend him 100,000 gold coins, because as he knows, they have been spent a lot, so they need money now, but he is ready to assure that the profit will be sufficient. People began to point fingers at the protagonist and insult him, as well as his mother. The hero waved his hand and said that with the help of their business he would get very rich and let him think of it as an advance payment for goods, because if he was generous, he would give him more goods, including interest. The head raised his head and called out to the celestial dark assassin. Dark energy hangs from the ceiling. A black aura envelopes the subordinate's body. An image of energy appeared, a heavenly dark assassin, a person known as the Shadow of the Qin chapter. He is standing behind the Qin chapter. It is rumored that even the first Iron King is the head of the 8 kings, was afraid of him. The old man bent down and ordered the servant to assemble a squad of special assassins to seize the port, as well as stop anyone who would travel north. The guy looked to the side and assumed that he wanted to kill him. The hero tilted his head. A blue energy aura enveloped the protagonist's body, who tried to understand why he was unable to realize that his victim could become his killer as well. The hero's energy fills the room, the meteorite sword of heaven, the spirit of the sword of heaven and earth. People bent down from the pressure. The protagonist exhaled and noticed that the situation in the tavern was such that he was forced to show strength, because he believed that a small threat would work, but he did not expect that he would give the order to block all the ports, and whether he listened to him. The head looks ahead with horror and realizes that the reason for what is happening is not Namgun, but this man in a ghost mask. Shrouded in aura, the silhouette stands, and Qin cannot understand how to understand this situation, because it is difficult for him to even stand, because he is really a martial artist. A picture of people appeared, and the head noticed that this kind of technique was the Western renegade charm, or the heavenly demon spirit absorption technique, because they had simple tricks that summoned illusion and hypnotized people, but since he didn't feel dizzy and his heart wasn't floundering, it wasn't a trick. The old man stands with a sword and thinks that it has not deprived him of energy, but he cannot use his powers, and when he tries to move, an external force presses on him and reduces everything to zero, as if it were the work of a ghost. The head looks ahead and remembers that only once he was able to overcome such a force, when he strengthened his determination, that is, in other words, in this battle, only he, the one who has reached the transcendental state and has the spirit of determination, will be able to endure. Qin looks at the subordinates who believe they were poisoned, and he realizes that they don't understand why they fell to the floor. The man turned and tried to shout that it was not poison. The hero threw the balloon in the direction of the head. The object fell into the old man's mouth. Qin closed his mouth. A man looks at his hand. The hero turned and explained that it was an antidote, and if he wanted his subjects to get it, then let him do as he said. The chapter looks ahead in shock. The old man looked at the people and shouted that they should not believe him, because he was lying, and it was not poison. People turned to the man in disbelief. The subjects look at Qin with anger and say that their heartless leader does not care about the tens of thousands of poison rumors, and even orders them to attack the enemy when their lives hang in the balance. Since he is the only one who has taken the antidote, he does not think about them. The man looks ahead and thinks they're idiots. The hero raised his head and thought that if this was a place under the control of the Namgong clan, then by order of the head, a fierce determination would light up in the eyes of all the warriors. After all, this is the difference of an unorthodox sect. An image of the heads of sects appeared, and the protagonist explained that these people gathered only for their own benefit, and the organization that controls everyone with the help of power, the organization of the Black Sky, the weakest point in it is faith in the leader, because for such people, faith is not based on tradition, respect, affection or loyalty, but solely on money. Blood fell to the ground, and the hero summed up that when the benefit disappears, they become the most vulnerable. The guy raised his hand and asked what they still thought that he wouldn't be able to rob the Black Sky organization vault even though their lives were in his hands. The man looks ahead and notices the protagonist's cunning. A dark personality stands behind the hero, and the head notices that the flow of chi and the guy's determination contain a majestic, sacred, and elegant power. After all, it is the pure energy of a martial artist of the righteous sect. But if you look at his actions, they look like a confrontation with something superior to the bishop of the heavenly sect of demonic saints. The hero waved his hand and said that if he killed all his subordinates, then he wouldn't do anything, so he went. The head looked ahead and asked the guy to stop. The protagonist turned and asked why. The old man stands and says that 100,000 gold coins is too much. The masked man looks ahead and says that just one rent that he receives from the merchants of Lake Poyang brings him 30,000 gold a year. People are working, and the hero added that he receives a fee of about 50,000 gold from each trade and transport group. The man is standing, and the guy said that he receives an income of 130,000 gold from the sale of cereals every season of saving. The silhouettes are standing on the pier, and the protagonist has noticed that the profit is 100,000 gold from the sale of fish, as well as 70,000 gold for controlling and collecting fees for the use of the waterway of Lake Poyang. The merchants are standing, and the hero says that he receives 400,000 gold from the work of gambling houses and brothels. The guy leaned over and summed up that the information broker's income is about 800,000 gold, and he wants to say that he doesn't have 100,000 gold. The head raised his head and shouted that he had destroyed and burned everything. What could he do about it? The young man reached into his pocket and called Chin a scoundrel. The masked man holds the extract and says that 30,000 gold coins are from the mainland border, 30,000 gold coins are from the gold mine, and 30,000 gold coins are from the festival grounds, which means he has deposited a large amount. The old man looks ahead in shock. The hero looks at the paper and assumes that all this wealth of the Black Sky organization was in the vault, and adds that the man thinks he is a fool, and then asks if he hurt them well, addressing him as an emperor. Chin released violet energy into the protagonist's side. The purple mana approaches the hero, who understands that this is a flow of chi, which means that he wants to keep it a secret by any means. The head stretched out his hand and said that he would give 100,000 gold. The old man tilted his head and realized something. The man stretched out 3 fingers forward and explained that this was a condition for the start of negotiations, and the antidote for the emperor's uncle. Then the protagonist stopped and remembered that you can't say that, and summed up that in any case, people's feelings will be distinguished when they enter and leave the toilet, which means that he needs 300,000 gold. The old man closed his eyes and remembered that 300,000 gold coins were half of the annual income of the Black Sky organization, and even without this request, their warehouses were empty and the losses were significant. The man looked ahead and thought that the first thing to do was to shut up this dirty mouth that was chattering about the emperor's uncle, and then said that he agreed. The head tilted his head and asked for the antidote, to which the hero replied that of course he would give it, since he had paid him 300,000 gold. The masked man scattered the balloons. People catch the antidote. The man swallowed the pill. The protagonist stands menacingly and says that the antidote will last for 2 weeks, which means that they will deal with it themselves. The head turned and called the headmaster. The old man looked at his subordinate and asked for 300,000 gold coins to be given to the masked man. The man turned around and asked what about the item worth 300,000 gold from the Great Cho clan, to which the hero replied that he would give it and tried to figure out what exactly he needed. The head bowed his head and said that he would take 50,000 gold worth of Cho clan weapons first. The protagonist looked ahead and said that it would be problematic. A picture of a weapon appeared, and the guy thought that a weapon worth 50,000 gold was equivalent to a year's supply of the Anhui military headquarters, and if such a huge amount of weapons fell into the hands of the Black Sky organization, then it would be like giving them wings. Moreover, in the current situation, when most of the skilled masters of the Cho clan were moving to Poyang Lake, then there would not be enough strength for such an order. The hero stretched out his hand and said that he offered to transfer the Cho clan's restaurant to him for 3 years instead, and added that he would find out for himself how profitable the food business could be. The man looked up and repeated the guy's words. The protagonist waved his hand and suggested that he was trying to fool him, and then added that if he gives, then you just need to take it without objection. Since he is making an important decision, he will be frank with him. The head turned and hissed that since he had begun to speak informally, then let him continue like this, to which the man replied that he did not want to. The sunset lit up the port, and someone said that during this time it was involved in various troubles, and the merchants of Poyang Lake are conservative, so there were skirmishes in places, but after a visit to the Sky Organization, everything went smoothly. People are carrying boxes, and the narrator continued that after receiving a huge sum of 300,000 gold, he immediately bought a ship to transport iron ore, and for Y, who has the strongest weapon, namely the antidote, everything went smoothly, because by hiring the subordinates of the first Iron King of the Black Sky Organization, they solved the problem of manpower. The protagonist stands in front of the people, and the voice explains that after ensuring a stable supply of iron in Nanchang, a large ore workshop was opened on Lake Poyang, and the ruler of Jianxi, surprised by the grandiose scale, was shocked and arrived accompanied by an army. The hero stands menacingly with a paper, and the narrator adds that Y skillfully calmed down the officials by leading them through a dark and remote alley. The villagers looked forward. The Poyang people looked like they had seen a ghost when they saw the white face of the Jianxi lord, so they were once again convinced of the strength of the great society of the Cho clan, what measures they had taken, since even the Jianxi lord was under the control of the Black Sky Organization. The sun shines on the plaza with people. Once the Cho clan bought the land and it became available, it quickly began to house various shops as its reputation was well known in Poyang Lake. An image of soup appeared. The Cho clan's tavern was famous for its sweets and mild-tasting iced tea, combined with golden noodles cooked in a unique seafood broth. The bottle and burger stand. the refreshing taste of their signature iced tea, and the incredibly delicious 6-layer pork belly from the restaurant. The sincerity of the Cho clan brings pleasure like food from another world. An image of a vessel has appeared, the strong aroma of clear and cold distilled liquor from the Cho clan brewery, which spreads for 50,000 meters, is also popular. The carriage is stationary, but the most curious thing is the cloud carriage from the Cho clan's workshop. The seller points to the carriage. In addition to the iron workshop, they opened an ore workshop. Numerous merchants, representatives of the upper class and just wealthy officials were already interested in purchasing a cloud carriage. People are standing on the square. Gradually there was a harmonious development of the entire territory of Lake Poyang. The sun illuminates the building. The protagonist leaned over and repeated that the head of the Silver Oath organization had appeared. The hero looked to the side and remembered that when he was desperately looking for them, they hadn't appeared for a moment, and now they were appearing out of nowhere in this courtyard where everything was being watched, at the entrance of the Cho clan. Usagi looked down and asked what to do with him, and then suggested that we simply ignore him. The guy turned around and replied that they had no reason to do so. The young man looks at Y and notices that working with the Black Sky organization in this area and sharing the profits, and he greets the Silver Oath organization so casually. The subordinate bowed and said that he would bring him. The building is standing. An unknown person looks ahead. The young man crossed his arms and said that he was one of the Chaegao clan greeting the visitor, to which the man explained that he was the head of the Silver Oath organization. The head turned to the hero and assumed that he was Y, a representative of the great society of the Cho clan. Something is rapidly approaching. The opponent threw a hook in the direction of the hero and said that he, a member of the alliance and the head of the Silver Oath organization, would act as an inspector, which meant that Y, as a representative of the great society of the Cho clan, would accept the red rope. The protagonist grabbed the rope. The man raised his head and realized that he had blocked the whip of the Silver Oath, forged from steel and celestial silk, with just one hand. The protagonist turned around and asked if he looked like a member of an unorthodox sect. The hero holds a whip and tries to understand what kind of nonsense the inspector is doing here. The man looked ahead and explained that here is to confirm that the head of the Black Sky organization runs the local branch of the Cho clan's Sincerity restaurant, and this violates the principle that the righteous and unorthodox sect does not cooperate with their alliance, so it is advisable that he cooperates with their inspection. The young man raised his head in shock. The hero looks ahead. Y stands and understands that the righteous and unorthodox sects do not interact with each other, which means that the righteous sect did not force the non-orthodox sect to cooperate. That is, they cannot develop relations between sects. The hero took a step forward and asked why they were applying the rules of the alliance to the individual trader. The man tilted his head and assumed that he was denying that the Namdong clan belonged to the righteous sects. Y silently looks ahead. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and said that he had worked like a damn man for several months to help them in a difficult situation, and now he was being stabbed in the back. The man looks ahead and says that he is aware of the fact that he has given them the right to trade for 3 years. The young man raised his hand and shouted that the inspector had misunderstood the true goals of their head. After all, it was the poison with which the black organization had been poisoned, but Un did not have time to say what their true purpose was. The head turned around and, interrupting the guy, said that he was not interested in their goals, because at the moment it only mattered that they shared the profits with them. Jang took a step forward and revealed that he was from the Namgun clan, and also they did not deny the authority of the alliance, but there seemed to be a misunderstanding. The inspector's eyes began to glow, and he repeated the guy's last word. The young man raised his head and said that the Great Cho clan had completely destroyed all the vaults of the Black Sky organization, dealing them a serious blow. Moreover, the Cho clan had managed to obtain 300,000 gold coins allegedly stolen from them, and this did not harm the alliance, and it was actually a benefit. A smile appeared on his face. The inspector smiles and says that the greatest sword master of the Namgun clan speaks to both gold and profit, which means that he has become an ordinary merchant. An aura enveloped the young man's body, who said that no matter how much he said that he was a representative of the alliance, if he continued to tarnish the honor of the 3 clans, then he would no longer tolerate it. A fiery aura appeared behind the inspector, who noticed that the recent events of the Namgun clan had undermined the authority of the alliance. The protagonist took a step forward and addressed the head of the Silver Oath organization. The hero tilted his head and asked him to stop keeping the merchants under pressure, and also get out of here while he is still good, because he is not a member of the alliance, and does not plan to become one in the future. The man looked ahead and said that to him. These words sounded like a denial of Namgun's leadership in the great clans. Y put his hands on his belt and explained that the Great Cho clan was completely independent, and asked if he was tired of mentioning the Namgun clan all the time, to which the inspector replied that the hero was too stubborn, and then tried to understand if he really didn't understand what undermining the alliance's authority would lead to. A red aura enveloped the head's eyes, who explained that the moment he rejected the alliance, he and the Namgun clan would become enemies of the 10 prestigious factions and the 5 great sects. The city was engulfed in flames, and the inspector continued that all support and work with them would cease, and their honor would fall to the bottom, because if the head of the alliance made such a decision, they could even face complete destruction. The hero gritted his teeth and asked what total destruction would be for not listening to him once, and suggested that he wanted to commit murder. The protagonist stretched out his hand and shouted that he should just try, because then he would use all the money and power of the Cho clan to fight him. After all, he clearly adheres to the trade position and is not going to confront them as a personal faction of fighters, and he can also assure that the two generals will support him, and if everything goes smoothly, then even the imperial family will take action. The man silently looks ahead. The hero stands in front of the soldiers and tells him to carefully study the relationship between Anhui province, the army, and the Great Cho clan, since they are already firmly established in Jiangxi province, and if the so-called Silver Oath organization has such an impressive intelligence force, then they must have learned more about him. Jiang turned around and realized that Wei was threatening the organization of the Silver Oath. Blue energy envelopes the heroes' bodies, and the inspector noted that this determination he feels from him can only be explained by absolute confidence. An image of a mask appeared, and the inspector realized that this demon-masked guy was part of the Black Sky organization, which meant that it was the head of the Great Cho clan. Why? The protagonist looks forward. The veil darkened the pupil. An image of formulas appeared around the inspector, and the hero noticed that this was an amazing wave that he had already felt somewhere. The protagonist smiled and thought that this is amazing, and he is sure of it, because this is a kind of wave of internal force, a physical vector value, and he has definitely experienced something like this somewhere. Wei stretched out his finger and said that it was him. The hero laughed and said that the righteous sect of the Alliance is amazing and added what a man would do if he was discovered, because they would just send a subordinate to hell, and then assumed that the Combat Alliance was offended by the inspector, calling the latter a heavenly dark killer. People stand in incomprehension after what they have heard. The chapter looks ahead in shock. An image of the ninja appeared. The righteous sect of the Alliance had been preparing for about 10 years to infiltrate a spy into the organization of the Black Sky. After much deliberation, forging connections and risking lives, they created a celestial dark killer, with the help of risky activities. The servant sits in front of the old man. Finally, thanks to deception, they managed to subdue the heart of the heavenly dark killer. This is the greatest secret of the martial artist. People have their backs to each other. If it becomes known that the heavenly dark assassin is the head of the Silver Oath organization, it will not only put him in danger, but also tarnish the reputation and influence of the Alliance. The very existence of the Silver Oath organization would be in question. An image of a dark aura appeared, and the inspector realized that it was strange. After all, the internal energy technique he wielded was an ancient martial art from a past era. The black and yellow energy follows the hands of the unknown, and the inspector added that it is a secret technique created by the ancestor of the Scarlet Demon Immortal Clan, one of the 8 clans of the Heavenly Demon Path. It contradicts the transfer of technology within the clan, and it is impossible that there is anyone who possesses this technique that has stood the test of time. A blue aura envelopes the hero, and the head tried to understand who he was, since he knew her. The protagonist looks ahead and notices that his skill level is quite outstanding, but it doesn't look like he's using a normal technique against him. The young man walked over and asked who the Dark Sky assassin was, to which Wei replied that it was a hidden fighter raised by the righteous sect of the Alliance. He had been a confidant until he betrayed them in favor of the Black Sky organization as well. The hero raised his head and suggested that if the heavenly dark assassin was the head of the Silver Oath organization, then it meant that the righteous sect of the Alliance already knew about the plans of the Green Coalition, and this was much more interesting than he thought. The young man turned and shouted for the head to answer. Yuan's eyes widened and realized that the Alliance had poisoned him to the Namgong clan, knowing about the plans to organize a Black Sky. Someone was standing in front of the army, and the guy thought that the Murim Alliance knew about the difficulties of the Black Sky, but they did nothing, but instead took advantage of this to subjugate Cho's trading company, and assumed that the Che Gao clan must be behind this, because all the techniques and strategies of the Alliance come from Che Gao and the army that subordinates to him. Tilted his head and realized that it was his uncle's doing. Someone clenched his fist. Chan straightened up and shouted that brotherhood was the embodiment of loyalty, and how dare he use the difficulties of others to oppress them. The hero tilted his head and realized what he was striving for, because the brotherhood had crossed all boundaries and they had gone too far. The protagonist raised his hand and said that as soon as it became known about the Dark Killer, the Black Sky was already angry with him, which meant that they were even ready to start a war. A man with red eyes looks forward. Wei raised his hand and said that it gave him goosebumps when he imagined himself in his shoes. After all, the mere thought of Hyun or the head of the Che Gao clan being the head of the Silver Oath organization made him want to blow their heads off without a doubt. Red energy emanates from the inspector's eyes. Shrouded in a red aura, the antagonist took out his sword. The hero looks ahead and realizes that this guy in front of him is not only stronger than the Blue Sky Sword master of one of the 7 great warriors, but he can also defeat the heavenly dark assassin, because no matter how strong the demonic energy of this bastard is, it is not enough to defeat him. Wei grabbed his sword and shouted for everyone to run away. The man rushed to attack. The hero swung for a blow. The opponents crossed their blades. There was an explosion. The crack went along the walls of the building. The roof flew into the air. The protagonist exchanges blows with the enemy. The young man made a dash to the side. A red aura envelopes the antagonist's body. The inspector stands with the sword. The guy turned around and tried to understand what the hell was going on here. Y looks at his opponent through the formulas and notices that some strange symbols appear from the demonic energy emanating from him, which is pretty damn cool. An image of a point appeared, a mound of awakening swords, a stream of heavenly sword, the 8th technique. The circle began to expand, a void devouring everything under the heavens. The hero threw the void in the direction of the antagonist. The hole began to tighten the opponent's sword. The weapon began to fall apart in the man's hand. The inspector looks ahead in shock. The protagonist turned around and realized that he knew about this technique. The red pendant lit up and the voice said that he would take his body for a while, and the hero thought that he could not rush with this guy, which meant there was nothing to worry about, to which the voice assumed that the protagonist wanted to tell him something. The violet energy emanates from Y's body. The young man tilted his head and assumed that the man was a member of the Great Scarlet Demon Clan. The protagonist took a step forward and explained that the energy of a red dragon emanates from the antagonist, and this is the hallmark of this clan, and he is not a fool not to notice this. The inspector looked down and tried to understand what was happening here, because the hero's mood had changed dramatically. The protagonist looked at the weapon and said that it was just a damn good sword. An aura enveloped the blade. Blue energy passed through the roof. A piece of the building is flying. The roof fell into place, and the guy said that it was getting boring, and it was time to get down to business. The young man looked ahead and told the antagonist to ask questions. The man looks ahead uncomprehendingly. The hero took a step forward and suggested that they still serve the heavenly central throne and the divine throne. The man fell to his knees. The protagonist stands and thinks about the divine throne. The man bows, and the hero notices that the antagonist is very afraid of him, since the mere mention makes him bend in fear. The young man lowered his head and said that he did not need to answer, because everything was clear as it was. The image of a yellow thing appeared, the divine throne. This is a title that eclipses the reputation of the 3 gods who were considered to be the main ones in the history of Murim, and the one who observes, the one who wanders, the one who plays with fate, the one who decides, the one who directs, the one who destroys. It is impossible to find words to describe the power of the divine throne, it is so incredible. But at the same time real, that it cannot be ignored. The inspector breathes heavily and realizes that he is a descendant of the sword god and tries to understand how this is possible. Chung killed the opponents, the only person who ever existed who dared to oppose the divine throne. The story of the heavenly demon path says that he died a miserable death, but there are rumors that he single-handedly destroyed half of the heavenly path. An image of a slashed man appeared. The only one who was able to fight the forces of the divine throne turned out to be equal to them in spirit, because the era of his rampage ended when he was defeated by the secret technique of the dragon demon clan rebelling against the sky, sun and sea. It tore him into 1,000 pieces and scattered them all over the world. The man stands in the middle of the fire. After that, the heavenly demonic path wiped out the sword god from the face of the earth, the martial arts he cultivated, the relationships he forged, and all the traces he left in Jianghu. Everything was destroyed. A huge projectile swept away the mountain, and the antagonist realized that after all, the sword god technique remained a legend in the heavenly demon path. No one should possess such power even to a small extent, especially because of the void chi that this technique contained, but the fact that he could see the terrifying void chi of the sword boa with his own eyes, the space-destroying sword. A blue aura envelopes the body of the hero, who says that the law of cause and effect established by the heavens is so terrifying, but no matter how they try to avoid it, they will not succeed. The protagonist tilted his head and asked for what purpose the divine throne had appeared this time. The man silently looks down. The guy began to form a sphere and said that he saw no reason to continue their conversation, and the maelstrom of coincidences kept spinning, causing them to constantly intersect. If he looked closely, it all came down to fate, and then asked for forgiveness for his death. A black hole appeared. The hero threw a sphere of emptiness at the man. The hole sucked in the antagonist. The hole closed. A huge amount of blood appeared out of thin air. The violet energy emanates from Y's body. The subordinates entered the room. The young man raised his hand and asked what had happened here, to which the protagonist replied that it was all because of the hidden activities taking place in Jianghu, and he couldn't say anything else. The protagonist scratched his face and remembered that although Xiao had told him about them, it was the first time he had met them in person, but in any case, they wanted to convey that they were watching him. The hero stands in the midst of chaos and understands that it is worth giving credit for their ability to control the alliance and organization of the Black Sky, and tried to understand what the divine throne is, and whether this meant that this god really exists, and then added that there is no point in obsessing over unanswered questions, because only his head will hurt, and he still does not understand how he, an ordinary merchant, attracted their attention, and this already gives him the opportunity to find out who they are. There was an image of the hero's ancestors, who realized that he had the cold elder Xiao and the wise old man Sanjo on his side, and more importantly, that he had the great sword god on his side, not to mention that he came from the modern world, which meant that the rationality of modern man allowed him to see the big picture of politics. The scientists stand in front of a Chinese city, and the protagonist adds that living under the name of Y, He can hide skills and use them to secretly create such a powerful force that no one will look down on it, all because he has knowledge of modern history and tactics of the great strategists of his time. The crack spreads along the wall. The young man took a step forward and thought that why was starting to scare him. After all, he could use martial arts that no one had seen or heard in a long time, not to mention that his skills and strategy were getting better and better every day. But how easily he had crushed the organization of the Black Sky made him doubt whether he is a person. The guy looked down and realized that he didn't want to learn his dark side and became his enemy. Because if the Namgun clan broke with the Cho clan, then everything could turn out just terrible. The subordinates came in and tried to understand what had happened here. My foot stepped on blood. The man recoiled and tried to find out where so much blood came from. The girl put her hands up. Who licked her finger? The girl raised her head and noticed that this blood had a weak yang energy, and added that it was a man in his 40s. And most likely he was dead, the spirit art of the poison blood snake king. It is a kind of internal art, a mind technique that involves absorbing and assimilating blood. The man raised his head and shouted that she was crazy since she was aroused by a dead guy. The long-haired woman turned around and replied that after all, it was just human blood and asked to see how it spilled, and then asked why she couldn't give in to the urge to taste it, because it made her think about where the body was. The hero looks down and says that he realized this when he bought bear's blood with gold coins. The girl's eyes widened. Who raised her head in pleasure. Locke turned away and shouted that he had goosebumps from her, because this crazy woman gets high from the smell of blood, and she scares him. Who smiled and said that it was the first time she had encountered blood that had such a pleasant consistency, and then tried to figure out which realm he was from. The protagonist raised his head and realized why he did not allow the assassins of the heavenly demon path and the king of poisons to drink human blood, because those who have mastered the art of blood detection, as a rule, covet the blood of the master. Y walked over and suggested that the taste was excellent, to which the lady replied that it was simply unbeatable. Who looked down and thought that for some reason, the taste of even a small drop made her feel warm and excited. The girl dipped her head in blood. The subordinates looked at this scene in shock. The hero turned around and said that in any case, it was already lunch, so he would go to the hotel. The guy took a step forward and said that he had to hurry. People walk around the square. The light illuminates the protagonist's group. The man looks forward in shock. The man bowed as Y explained to him that during working hours, his only task was to be polite to everyone who came and left, and he was no exception, so let him drop the formalities. The squad is sitting at the table. The hero raised his head and shouted for 6 servings of ordinary noodles and 3 glasses of hanbinju. The long-haired man turned away and thought that he was already fed up with simple noodles. The protagonist looked at the girl and noticed that she had a new veil and said that it suited her. Y turned around and asked if she had checked the route he was talking about, and if they would be able to do so. Khan closed her eyes and revealed that she had personally visited all 32 places with the master, and added that it was impossible because they would not be able to cover even half of the seats. The hero opened his mouth wide in shock when he heard that less than half of it would be covered, which meant that at this rate, his plan would collapse, and they would not be able to include a large glacial cliff in it. The protagonist lowered his head and remembered that they had already blindly trusted Han and provided her with everything she needed, so the only way was to go with her and use her half-mastered ice arts skills. The girl looked down and said that she wouldn't be able to use the heavenly spirit of people like her brother. The young man raised his head and tried to understand what kind of heavenly spirit of ice it was. The young man stood up and shouted that he knew where he was, and there were a lot of them in the Tang clan. Y folded his hands and assumed that he was talking about the Tang clan in Sichuan. Un stood up and said that during the Great War behind the Great Wall, the Murim alliance had taken many things with them, and one of them was the heavenly ice spirit, and the hero wanted to know why he was in the Tang clan, to which the young man replied that he had heard that they needed him to research new poisons, and the alliance had given everything to the Tang clan, which means that they have entered into some kind of agreement. The protagonist looks forward. Y turned around and wanted to know if they had a heavenly ice spirit, then if they would be able to deal with matters at Poyang Lake, to which the girl replied in the affirmative. Bloody feet tread on the floor. People look away in horror. A raised her hand and maniacally asked where the corpse was. The sun illuminates the city. People are standing in the workshop, and the protagonist said that from the point of view of a modern person, the technologies of this era are still raw and asked to take a look at this laborious process of obtaining steel, where clay ovens are as tall as a man. The man tries to start a fire, and Y said that enough steel can be obtained when iron ore is mixed with charcoal inside the furnace and constantly blown by wind turbines, and there are about 70 such furnaces in the huge workshop, and despite such efforts, more than 10 kilograms of steel can be produced per day. A vat of molten steel pours the mold, and the hero said that the fuse is lost when, with 250 workers working shifts to maintain the wind turbines, the output is so small, which is even more frustrating after seeing metal pouring out of huge furnaces on TV, as if it were nothing special. The protagonist looks down and thinks what would happen if such inefficient processes were paid as modern labor. Then it would be scary to imagine how much the price of bullion has skyrocketed. Workers stand in front of the furnaces. The men break the furnace, and Y explained that then comes the most annoying step in making ingots, because every morning the workers destroy all 70 furnaces. A man carries buckets of clay, and the hero said that the main furnaces, which were heated to a temperature of over 1000 degrees, are baked and turned into ceramics, which cannot be reused, so the workers need to carry clay from the nearest source again, then fold it to human height, fill it with coal and iron, and then reheat it with a foot windmill, and this process takes half a day. Y stands there and thinks that at this rate, it will take decades to build a housing complex, because it takes a week to make one box, and then tried to figure out if it was possible to make this workshop work like a modern blast furnace. But he answered his own question by saying that it was impossible as long as they used coal as fuel. Workers are working in the mine, and the hero said that it is necessary to add coal, but with the available technologies, there is nowhere to extract coal, except for open pits, and if during mining you encounter even a small layer of stone, then there will be no choice but to leave the quarry, and to develop the mine, you need explosives, and it cannot be created only with labor. The protagonist raised his head and realized that they needed explosives. The monk made a lunge, and Y remembered that they wouldn't need explosives if the rumors turned out to be true. After all, it would be possible to use the secret techniques of the Shaolin Temple, such as the Thousand Steps Divine Fist and the Arhat Divine Fist, because in the Central Plains, many martial artists could turn a stone into dust with a single blow, and if it was possible to hire these arrogant people, then mines would not be a problem. The hero walks and realizes that if coal, a unique fossil fuel, can be mined in large quantities, then the dreams of a blast furnace can become a reality. An image of tools appeared, and the protagonist remarked that it was about the Shaolin Temple, which is located in seclusion miles from the Namdong clan, and whether it would be practical to ask so many famous monks to work in the mine. The monk struck, and Y thought that as soon as he mentioned it, the Buddha would come out and break his head. The hero looks ahead and remembers that the God of Swords said that he is not yet at the level of martial arts masters such as the 7 martial thrones. In fact, at the moment, the Grand Master of the Great Void is the best martial artist among the combat cartridges along with the martial emperor of the Murim Alliance, the Taoist of Primordial Clouds, and the holy sword of the Amethyst Mist of Manhwa. The man came in. The guy turned around and said that this muscular fool was here again. Elon looked at the hero and when he asked who he was talking about, replied that he remembered the Hebei guy with whom he fought in his arms, and added that this time he had come to talk about the refusal at the bar salon. The man is standing, and the protagonist remembered that this is the king of the Divine Blade, the youngest son of the monarch of the Boundless Blade Ping, and he has already been not allowed into the bar salon several times due to strict criteria. But usually fools are allowed, but there should still be a measure. And then Y added that he has an unpleasant appearance, and even in the modern world you rarely meet such ugly people. Someone stands in front of the crowd, and the hero added that even the sons of high-ranking officials complain about the strict selection of visitors, but they were not allowed to enter, because if they let in obviously ugly people, then, undoubtedly, there will be a rumor that they let everyone in. The protagonist exhaled and said that this man was still a thorn in the side. Y turned around and wanted to know where the prince was, to which the man replied that he was in the Zhou clan's inn, and the guy remembered that Han would be replenishing the ice there. The sun illuminates the city. Lanterns illuminate the sign. Jock took off his outer clothes in front of the girl and shouted that he was too strong. The man smiles. The hero stands and understands that he is very dirty, and when he laughs, he is even uglier. The protagonist took a step and shouted for him to stop. Pink pulled on his clothes. The long-haired man looked away. The weapon glitters on Y's belt. The prince held out his sword and said that the young man was also a useless swordsman, and explained that this should be a man's weapon, not his toothpick. The young man turned and assumed that he had come this way to talk about muscles and weapons. Peng raised his hand and shouted that the guy didn't dare to refuse the lord of the Great Hebei clan, and he had to let him enter the lounge bar at least once, and if he refused, he would turn everything upside down. Fire appeared in the eyes of the man, who said that he also wanted to go there and have fun with women. The hero looked to the side and noticed that this patient could see everything in his eyes. Elon stretched out his hand and shouted for the jock to move away, to which the latter tried to understand why he couldn't. The subordinate lowered his head and replied that the reason was simple and that Ping was a freak. The prince began to fall, and said in his mind that it was the first time he had been told about it head-on, for even his mother, when she said such a thing, slowly turned her head with a sad look, and this ignoramus said such a thing to a man with muscles. The prince took a step forward and challenged him to a duel. A subordinate ran up and reported that he had arrived. The hero turned around and explained that 3 floorboards had just broken, but soon, most likely, more would break, so let him make a claim for compensation against this person. The jock jumped and insulted the hero. The girl looked to the side and asked him to stop, because other people were eating. The hand hit the woman in the face. The girl is standing, and people around her call her beautiful. The man looked ahead and began to ask for forgiveness. Ping stands there and realizes that this is the first time his heart has beaten so hard, except when he swings his sword, and then he adds that if the goddess exists, then this is what she must look like. The protagonist picked up his handkerchief and reminded the girl that he had asked her to take care of her cotton yarn. Jock folded his hands and said that he was Lord Black Turtle of the Northern Ping Heavenly Clan, one of the 5 great clans, and he greeted her with all respect, and also asked for her name. Elon stood in front of Han and asked how such a dark guy dared to lay eyes on the lady, to which Jock shouted for him to leave. The man turned around and wanted to understand how he dared to ask her name. The girl folded her hands and said that she was the 17th generation heiress of the North Sea Snowstorm Ice Clan, and then gave her last name. Puck stands in shock and realizes that she is talking about the Ice Palace. The man began to cry and said that love is cruel. The jock looked ahead. He spread his arms and shouted that he challenged Elon to a duel, and if he was a real man, he would accept her, to which the long-haired man accepted the challenge. People stand opposite each other, and Peck said that he doesn't even need a blade to fight him, because he just uses the palm technique. The hero took a step and asked to wait, and then realized that the Pink clan also possessed fist and palm techniques. The man turned around and asked how a man who called himself a resident of Jian who had never heard of his clan's ancient palm and lightning. The protagonist tilted his head and tried to understand whether it was stronger than the divine fist of 1,000 steps or the divine fist of Arhat. The jock turned around and replied that no matter how strong the Shaolin fist and palm techniques were, they couldn't compare to his clan's ancient lightning palm. Wai smiled. The hero raised his hand and offered to accept his challenge. The young man smiled and clarified that this was not a challenge, but rather a bet. The man looks ahead and thinks that because of this pathetic sword, this dead man is looking at him, pung, with disdain, and then asked what kind of bet it was. Wai raised his hand and explained that it was a hand wrestling, and the prince realized that he dared to offer him a hand wrestling with such thin hands. The hero looks ahead and explains that if he loses, he will get unlimited access to the lounge bar. The jock is glowing with happiness. The protagonist raised his finger and added that if he won, he would sign an employment contract with him. The man took a step towards the table and asked if Wai would take back his words, to which the young man sarcastically replied that he wanted to ask him the same thing, and then tried to understand if he knew what an employment contract was. The opponent sat down at the table, and the jock said that the word of a man, to which the protagonist continued that it is more valuable than gold. Peck looked ahead and clarified that there was no internal energy. The hero turned around and replied that there would be no difference anyway, so let him do as he knew. The man put his hand and said that there was no dark energy then, and he thought that the guy had a thin hand, and it was not even a third of his forearm. Hands clasped? Jock looks at his hands and realizes that he has only grabbed it, but for some reason it feels like he has grabbed quartzite. The prince leaned over and asked if the young man was definitely not using his inner energy, to which Wai said that he knew the answer. The hero looked down and shouted that they were starting. The young man's hand knocked down the jock in an instant. The man looks away in shock. Wai raised his head and said that they could gradually change the treaty, and now they needed to make a sketch. People look at this scene and realize that there is a gentleman from the Pink clan who is engaged in physical martial arts. Ping sits and shouts that it is magic, and the young man did something, to which the protagonist replied that they can continue if he believes he can defeat him. The man looks ahead. Hands clasped each other. The jock presses on the hero's hand and tries to understand why such a dead man wins. The protagonist holds Pan's hand and says that he has sketched out his position, salary, bonuses and responsibilities, and he will have to read it, and then sign, and also added that this is only a preliminary text, so if there are any complaints, then he must say, and perhaps he will take them into account. Red energy passes through the eyes. The jock reached for his sword. Wai tilted his head and noticed that he himself had said that a man's word was worth more than gold, and he dared to grab a weapon. An aura enveloped the hero's body, and Ping realized that this was a true martial essence, an unbridled stage. The prince recoiled and tried to understand how this thin youth could be a martial artist who had reached the unbridled stage. After all, even he, who was called the genius of the northern heavens, had not yet reached it. Jock tilted his head and said that it was his fault that he didn't know that he was a martial artist, and asked what he should do. Wai looked down and told him to find the coal deposits with the prospectors, and then start mining coal with them. Peck looked down and whispered that he needed to add coal, and he realized that the hero wanted him, the heir to a famous clan who had been working on his body all his life, to dig coal and become a miner. The man leaned over and shouted that no one would send a martial artist into the mine, because he didn't look like a miner. The protagonist folded his hands and said that the man's words, to which Puck continued that they treasured gold, and then remarked that it was wrong. Wai closed his eyes. The hero turned around and replied that for every half-ton of coal mined or found, he would give him a pass to the lounge bar as a bonus. The silhouette approaches the man. The knife slashed Peck on the back. The girl cuts the uncomprehending jock, who stands and says that this is amazing human blood, to which Elon called her crazy, because she fidgeted a person. The maniac licks the knife and says that it is wonderful. The man looks ahead in shock. Beck folded his hands and said that he was a master from the Northern Peng Heavenly Clan, one of the 5 great clans, and he greeted her with all due respect and also wanted to know her name. The hero looks at this scene and realizes that he exactly repeated how Khan greeted, which means that it was hundreds, or even thousands of memorizations. The girl turned and said her name. Jock looks in love and realizes that it happened again, because the girls never told him their name, and assumed that it was a talent. Who turned her head and assumed that he was an outstanding martial artist, to which the man replied that milady had a keen eye. His hand touched his chest. The girl swiped her finger and said that he had a strong body, probably even stronger than a golden shield, to which Puck replied that the golden shield, this lousy external martial art, was not even close to the highest techniques of his clan. The lady bent down and noticed that his wounds were healing very quickly, because there was nothing left of the cut on his back. Who took out a knife and asked if he would mind if she cut him again. The jock raised his hands and gave the go-ahead, because wounds are not a problem for a man. The knife slashed Pack's arm. The girl began to lick the blood. The jock stands and screams in pain. The hero tilted his head and said that they had to return to work as soon as possible, because if they stayed here, they could lose their minds. People left the bar salon. The young man approached the protagonist and said that there was a small problem. Raised his hand and reminded him that he had once said that he wanted to invest in the Chamber of Commerce, and he had talked to his clan, and his elder brother had come in person. Someone is coming. The guy crossed his arms and said that his name was Chegal Yen, the head of the courtyard of the Chegal clan. The hero closed his eyes and realized that they were so afraid to invest some 20,000 gold coins that they sent the head of the courtyard to say hello. Y turned around and told him to show his brother around because he had a lot of things to do today. The elder brother looked to the side and turned to the protagonist. The hero turned around and replied that he had a lot to do today, so they would talk next time. The young man opened his fan and said that this was not quite a suitable place for negotiations and asked to keep him company, promising that he would not interfere with him. Y pointed to the carriage and allowed him to enter, but he thought he was very pushy. The guy looks around and realizes that this is incredible and quite strange, because he sees everything in the interior decoration for the first time. The hero turned around and said that he could go. The carriage started moving. The young man sits and tries to understand how this happens. The cart was driving down the street, and Che Galien noticed that even on the main road near Lake Poyang there were many stones, and judging by the view from the window, it was clear that they were moving, but nothing rattled, and he realized that it was an incredible feeling as if he was riding on clouds, because there was no such thing in any horse-drawn carriage. Y looked at his fellow traveler, and assumed that something was wrong, to which the young man replied that it was an unusual carriage. The hero turned around and replied that it was a heavenly carriage invented in their Anhui workshop, and the guy thought that was an appropriate name. The subordinate raised his head and said that they were there. Y stepped out of the wagon and called out to everyone else. The hero's group stands against the background of people who ask for black caramel water, and the protagonist asked Han to add ice. Residents eat food. The clerk turned and shouted that the chairman had come in. The cook stands and asks the guests to help themselves. The man stands in front of Y and realizes that the chairman is very fastidious. But today is a special day when Cho's Valve restaurant has expanded to Poyang Lake, so if he doesn't like it, then their business will burn with blue flames. A hand reached for food. The protagonist is about to take a bite of a burger. Y choose food. The young man drank from the bottle. The hero raised his head and said that it was wonderful and the taste had not changed much, and he thought that the black caramel water was only very similar to modern cola, but still very promising. The protagonist made a move and said that he wanted to order meat in bread and black caramel water. Y goes to his comrades. Y handed the bottle to the girl and said that she should not be hurt, and then asked her to drink it in one gulp. The hero looks down. Han drinks, and the protagonist realizes that despite her outstanding skills in the ice arts, she has very weak internal energy, so she needs to find a heavenly ice spirit for her at all costs. The servant handed over the order. The guy returned to the carriage and said that they would eat on the road. A fellow traveler bent down and asked to be the first to taste the food. The guy is holding a burger. Che Galien took a bite of a piece of food. An aura of taste enveloped the young man, who could not understand why it was so tasty, because this food had a rich, spicy taste with a slight sweetness enveloping the tongue, and then he summed up that this yummy would not leave anyone indifferent, because it was like a storm of taste in his mouth. His fellow traveler took a sip from the bottle. The guy started laughing. The young man bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. Che Gal-yung drinks and tries to understand how such a drink can exist at all. The sun illuminates the city. A fellow traveler drinks liquor, and the hero explained that in the end, the refreshing caramel water made Che Gal-yen shudder, and because of the ice liquor from the Cho clan's brewery, he completely lost his head, and when he tasted omics on the stones, he could not hold back tears. The guest is standing in front of the delivery men, and the protagonist said that when he saw the Cho clan's delivery cabbies synchronously dispersing in all directions, as well as their number, he was simply speechless. The long-haired man looks forward, and Y explained that he saw a surreal express delivery method, which was akin to a new world, and the guy couldn't believe that they were taking food directly to customers' homes. The brothers are standing in front of the paper, and the hero said that the same evening he found a drawing of a 10-story complex on the table, and the younger brother explained everything to him in detail, and Che Gal-yen decided to write a letter. The hand writes letters on paper, and the text of the letter said that the father should send all the money from their clan, because it was not about investments, but literally a revolution. The squad stands in front of Y, and the guy tells him that the hero is really an amazing person, which means you need to start cooperating with him as soon as possible, and in the meantime he will stay in the city to strengthen their friendship, and for now he asks his father to take over his duties. An image of the bundles appeared. Thanks to this letter, the true value of the Great Chamber of Commerce would be known to the whole of Jiangxi. Che Gaoyong's report included his entire trip to Poyang Lake. He could barely guess that his report would end up right on the negotiating table of the leader of the Murim alliance. The buildings are standing. The next day, the protagonist stands and says that he wants to send to the Sichuan Tang clan, so he asks to look after the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhou clan in his absence. Un turned around and said that the hero did not know what kind of people were there, and also, most likely, he would only get lost there, not to mention the ice spirit. And Chan added that nothing good would come of this idea, because those people could not be convinced, could not talk to them and did not bargain, which meant that everything would be in vain. The protagonist tilted his head and said that he had always tried to understand why in this case they were one of the 5 great clans, and also tried to understand the meaning of calling them an orthodox sect, because poisons and hidden weapons are more inherent in assassins. The guy looked ahead and replied that it was a forced evil. The young man raised his hand and added that the Tang clan was authoritarian because he himself was defending the front line of the orthodox martial sects. An image of warriors appeared, and Chan revealed that they had been fiercely fighting the descendants of the heavenly demons for centuries. The Sichuan Tang clan, the famous clan of martial arts located on the border of the heavenly demon castle, and fighting them alone. This fact allows them to be called an orthodox sect. The hero lowered his gaze and noticed that they were fighting alone with the castle of heavenly demons, which meant that they could get along on this ground. The sphere accumulates energy. The heavenly ice spirit, it can only be found in the eternal snows of the northern sea. Finding one of them is like finding wild ginseng on the mainland. It is like a great rejuvenation pill for the people of the North Sea. They even call it the purple resurrection pill, spiritual elixir. It is almost the same as a valuable treasure for practitioners of the white snow divine art. The girl turned around and tried to figure out how they could recognize the heavenly ice spirit. The protagonist looked to the side and replied that Lady Han couldn't leave Poyan Lake due to the small amount of ice, so he had no choice but to go to the Tang clan alone. After all, the fact was that he had never seen a heavenly ice spirit, and if the Tang clan decided to deceive him, then they would succeed. Han raised her head and said that she hadn't seen him either, and then added that only her older brother had seen him, and the hero realized that when every day counted, he didn't have time to return to Anhui for Salbeek. The girl raised her hand and said that she had heard the heavenly ice spirit responding to the ice chi. Wai turned around and realized that in this case, the problem was solved, because his level of ice technique would be enough to simulate the release of ice chi. The hero stretched out his hand and said that for the time being they would limit the conduct of affairs to 10 places, and added that he had already instructed the chief, which meant that they needed to take care of the ice storage under his command. The cloud-shrouded mountains stand. A month later, there is a well-known saying that Sichuan dogs bark in the sun, because the Sichuan Depression is surrounded by mountains. The humidity is very high, there are many clouds and few sunny days, so Sichuan dogs have never seen a clear sky, and begin to bark in amazement at the sight of the shining sun. The hero sits and notices that the body is as if in clay and added that sunlight is important for the body. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that the saying turned out to be true. The young man straightened his shoes and said that if it were not for the narrow road, he would have gone on a heavenly cloud cart. Wai walks across the bridge and says that they made an impressive road that only one person can walk along at a time, but it is not clear how they managed to do it with current technology. The hero tilted his head and realized that the reason was that they were martial artists. The young man walks along the road and thinks that if this incredibly difficult road was built by martial artists, then this is all explainable. But martial artists who have mastered mountain walking do not need to carve on stones, hanging on a rope and risking their lives. An image of workers appeared, and the hero remembered that if he hired people from Jiangwu, who had mastered the art of design, to build multi-story buildings, it would greatly reduce the time spent on construction. The protagonist tilted his head and thought that martial artists were sycophants, which meant that they should remain in the Dark Heavens Association, because it was not a problem to mobilize them, and a couple of threats could settle everything, because he had a lot of authority with the authorities of the association, and in the end he could terminate the contract. Wai looks at someone in front. The caravan was coming, and the young man assumed that they were shoe traders. The hero leaned over and greeted him. The protagonist raised his hand and told them that he had never been here, and happened to come across them, which made him want to wonder if he would cause them trouble if he went with them. The man turned around and explained that the fee for traveling with them was 10 silver coins. Wai gritted his teeth and called them petty swindlers, to which the merchant replied that they would not take him without money. The protagonist reached into his pocket and thought that he would consider this a payment for escort. The man raised his head and realized that the young man was from Jiangwu and apologized for his rudeness, and then added that the hero was now his partner, and explained that they had almost reached the Valley of Iron Blood, and also wanted to know if he could count on his help. Wai stands and tries to figure out where the Valley of Iron Blood is, and the merchant realizes that the guy doesn't even know about the Iron Blood village. An image of people with weapons appeared, and the bearded man explained that they call themselves a village, but in fact they are a fortress of iron blood, and they are also notorious as mountain weeds of the Sichuan border. The hero raised his head and suggested that Sichuan worship the clan, and then asked if they had tried to ask them for help. The merchant turned around and replied that the Tang clan didn't even listen to merchants, and the protagonist realized that there was no trade relationship between them. The man looked to the side and said that they sent their representatives to buy something from the merchants, but few had met the Tang clan members in person. The hero raised his head and realized that they did not communicate with anyone directly, although they lived on the same land. Wai looked ahead and tried to understand what was going on with the Tang clan. After all, they needed to keep an eye on their members. The merchant waved his hand and replied that he had no idea how it all happened, and he also didn't think they should know, because if you poke your nose into the affairs of the Tang clan unnecessarily, you can disappear without a trace. The hero looks at a man who said that most of those who praise the Tang clan are missing out on a lot, and he has no proof, only great faith. Blood runs down the ground, and the trader explained that this is typical of a faction that keeps people at bay because they use the same methods as North Korean autocrats. Wai took a step and tried to understand how these cold-blooded brutes from the 5 martial arts clans, the so-called orthodox sects, remained indifferent to matters in their sphere of influence, as well as why they were allowed to be called orthodox if they did not know how to. The people turned and shouted for him to watch his tongue. The hero looked ahead and assumed that the Tang clan was like Voldemort. The protagonist stands and says that if the clan calls itself orthodox, but turns a blind eye to the local merchants, instead enjoying life, then there is nothing to discuss here, because they do not deserve to be called an orthodox sect. The merchant looks at the young man in horror and thinks that he is so lightheartedly criticizing the Tang clan, although this is expected for an outsider. A green dot appeared in the sky. The dagger flew past the caravan. Wai caught the blade. His fingers hold the kunai. An unknown person stands on the bridge. Dust surrounds the man's body. The warrior took a step forward and said that while he was wondering if it was a dog barking, he had proved to him that he was even more capable. The man looked to the side in horror and realized that it was the Tang clan. The merchants fell to the ground and greeted the patron from the Tang clan. An image of the Tang clan appeared, and the hero remembered that from what Un had told him about them, depending on the rank, the martial artists in the front yard had 1 to 7 poisonous snakes sewn in uniform, and the backyard masters in uniform had 1 to 7 poisonous dragons, and the only one with 7 dragons in his clothes. It's from the elder of the Tang clan. The man is standing, and the hero understands that it is difficult to count how many dragons are in clothes until you put them on. The silhouette is standing on the bridge, and Wai said that in Jiang such people are called emperors. They pretend to be experts, based on some rumors. The protagonist raised his head and noticed that there was something strange about this old man, which made it difficult to determine that he was an impersonator. Wai looked at his hand and noticed that he had the all-powerful physique of a heavenly sword, so most physical attacks didn't hurt him, but he could feel the sharp chi and destructive power of the dagger he had thrown. An aura surrounds the old man's body, and the hero explained that it was an aura of superiority. An image of energy appeared, and the protagonist revealed that usually the caustic battle aura and poisonous chi are completely invisible, but he is indeed a member of the Tang clan. But it is not clear what with snakes and dragons in his clothes, which means that he may be higher in status as a clan elder. The guy looked ahead and summed up that he had tried to kill him anyway. The young man made a dash to the side. The fighter stretched his hand forward. The hero attacked the old man. The protagonist swings his blade. The blade is approaching. The man looks ahead. The fighter dodged Wai's attack. The soldier began to lift his cloak. Dozens of blades flew towards the protagonist. The man stood up and shouted that everyone should hide behind the donkeys. People are fleeing. The guy began to spin up, the secret technique of the Namdong clan, the steps of the divine wind. A tornado sucks in blades, a second movement, a fast spinning wind. The hero swung. Something flew past the young man. Something wounded the man. Wai stands there and says that he cursed his clan, and then tried to understand why he was trying to kill everyone. The man took out a bundle and said that no one would have thought that anyone would dare to rebel against the Lan clan, so it was time to take advantage of it. The hand is holding the object. The shell flew up. The fighter looked ahead and began to say that now, the 12 poison teeth of their clan would catch him, and the poison dragon would create a net from the rear to provide support, and the entire territory of the Tang and Sichuan clan would be cordoned off. The sphere lit up and explained that they had been banished, and added that the hero should look at his wrist. The young man looks forward. Scars can be seen on the man's hand, and the voice added that the meridian between the Les Ho Point and Yixink is sealed by fire, which is proof that he has poisonous blood because he has almost reached the poisonous body, and reaching a poisonous body is a dream of anyone who practices poisonous arts. After all, this is compared to the martial artists of the unbridled level Chan Wu, the higher demons of the demonic cults, and the icy body of the peoples of the North Sea. The hero looks ahead and notices that it doesn't look like it, but in any case, he is like Chief Chan or Brother Chang Ho, and the voice explained that the old man has no inner energy. The young man looked at the sphere, which asked if he had noticed anything strange in his movements. Wai looks ahead and remembers that the actions were a bit strange as his legs didn't work as they should. An image of an old man had appeared, and the ancestors had revealed that not only had his poison blood mastery sealed with fire, but that the veins in his limbs had been cut, which meant that the Tang clan had taken his martial art away from him. But if he could still move like this, then he had enough tenacity. The guy raised his head and shouted that his veins were cut. The sword god looked ahead and added that he didn't feel the martial art of the Tang clan in his movements, which was a characteristic of the exiles, and then added that going through the agony after taking all his skills away from him was incredible tenacity and self-control, which meant that he should be treated with leniency. God lowered his head and explained that his malice was just a defense, and he would like to look into his wounded soul. The hero looked down and realized that the sword had not asked to do his will until now, which meant that the old man had gone through a lot. His foot stepped on the boards. The protagonist turned around and assumed that the man had been expelled from the Tang clan. Wai hid the sword and revealed that the meridian was sealed with fire, which meant that he had reached poisonous blood, and the Tang clan must be full of scoundrels. After all, no one could have thought that they would expel someone who had almost reached the poisonous body. Poisonous blood, a state where all the blood in the body becomes poisonous by constantly injecting poison, a practice that is strictly forbidden in Chanwu. What did he do if he slit his wrists? And also, what good is it about the clan he protects so much? People are standing on the bridge, and the hero said that he heard that the alliance signal changes every 3 months, which means he used a fake one. The old man stands in shock. Wai took a step forward and repeated that since the Tang clan had cut the veins on all 4 limbs, then he should despise them. But what was so special about this place that he didn't even leave Sichuan? The man stretched out his hand and asked the hero to stop. The old man looked forward, and the young man explained that he had already used the chi barrier, and the fighter thought that if the young man could create a chi barrier, then he had reached an unbridled stage at this age. Wai put his hands in his pocket and offered the man a drink. The protagonist looked back. The guy crossed his arms and told the merchant that he wouldn't be able to go with them anymore, but he would never forget from the help. The sun illuminates the valley. People are sitting on the bridge. The hand is holding the bottle. Blue energy enveloped the vessel. The protagonist held out a bottle and told the old man to help himself. The old man looks at the bottle and realizes that when the deep, refreshing taste of the liquor is combined with iced chi, it produces a better taste, and then added that this is the first time he has tasted such a delicious and refreshing drink. The hero looked at the exile and noticed that he had drunk it all himself. The man is sitting. The protagonist turned around and said that looking at him, he felt sorry for him and asked to look at the wound, to which the old man replied that everything was fine, and this scratch was no longer considered a wound. The hand held out the object, and the young man asked the exile to use this medicine, because it helps well. The man bent down and after thanking him, asked the guy if he was familiar with the Tang clan, to which Wai replied that he was not familiar at all. Bearded man sits there and realizes that he knows about the existence of the poisonous body, as well as the greatest secrets of the clan, but says that he doesn't know anyone there. The hero turned around and said that he did not know them, but he needed to ask them for a favor. The guy looks to the side and says that he needs a heavenly ice spirit. The man turned his head in shock. An image of skulls and green goo appeared, and the old man explained that the heavenly ice spirit was the material used to produce the infamous soul-destroying poison, one of the Tang's 3 divine weapons. The exile looked down and assumed that it was impossible. The bearded man looked ahead and revealed that the man who had cut off his 3rd son's phallus and veins on all 4 limbs, and even sealed the poisonous blood for breaking through the poisonous wall long ago, was the grandfather of the current elder. The hero looked to the side and said in his mind that he understood if he had cut the veins on the limbs and sealed the poisonous blood instead of restoring the secret arts of his clan. But why cut off the phallos? It meant that they didn't want to continue his lineage. The guy smiled and called them a bunch of assholes. The old man turned around and shouted for him to stop, and the hero noticed that after being in the Tang clan, he still got angry when he scolded them. The man closed his eyes and told the young man to give up this idea, because it would be faster to go to the Northern Sea. The guy looks away. Wai smiled mischievously. The protagonist handed the bottle to the man, so the former contender for the poisonous body, who was called the most talented in the history of the Tang clan, who tried to break through the poison wall, told everything to Wai. The man with pigtails closed his eyes and said that his interlocutor should give up this idea in any case. It would be faster to go to the Northern Sea. The brown-eyed guy looked away. The protagonist grinned. He hands Tan another bottle, who thanks him. A picture appeared with the text that the Tang, a former contender for the poisonous body, who was called the most talented in the history of the Tang clan, who tried to break through the poisonous wall, told everything to the main character. The poisonous master frowned. A labyrinth has arisen. Everyone, when he reaches the age of awareness of the will of heaven, begins to consider his life a failure. Young Tang stands in front of his old version, but he, a virtuoso of poisons, really did not smile at luck. Green threads flow from the fingers of the dark-haired man. The amount of poison and hidden weapons that a master of poisonous arts can carry is limited. This is his disadvantage. For years the Tang clan has been looking for ways to deal with this, until they came up with the idea of reaching a poisonous body by poisoning their own blood. The man's body is covered with black veins. However, this method was not so simple. A person had to cope with the heat every day, endure unbearable pain, as if all the internal organs were rotting. This could not be endured for 10 years, without inhuman strength and will. Insects crawled on the floor. Another problem was money. Rare materials were needed to make suitable elixirs. Naturally the Tang clan, who was supposed to provide these elixirs, had no choice but to set strict standards. The clan limited the number of applicants to no more than 2 per generation. 2 masters appeared. Unfortunately, Tang was not one of them. His elder half-brothers Tangcho-san and Tangji-san were chosen to possess the poisonous body. Although everyone had high hopes for the younger brother, considered him the most talented in the history of the Poison Clan, he was removed from the list of contenders for the poisonous body due to the clan's internal political reasons. A group of people are walking through the forest, but the heavens have their own plans. The Thane has embarked on an expedition to the dark forest catacombs in the southern wilderness to obtain poisonous spider parts for the majestic Crimson, especially cruel potion of the Tang clan. The huge spider stood on its paws, but it was not a poisonous spider that awaited then, but a spider with a human face. When the poisonous spider was left alone for thousands of years, it evolved and acquired a personality. The face began to resemble a human, so it was called a spider with a human face. The spider pierces people with its paws. The deadly fight lasted about 3 days. The man screams. All the martial artists of the poisonous clan were killed. The Thane himself received non-healing wounds. Death breathed into the back of his neck, and only then the spider finally fell. On the brink of death, guided by instincts, the Thane began to bite into the back of the beast's head. The green ball glows. The internal energy and poisonous chi of the spider with the human face merged together and went into his body. The process of dissolution took 3 months. A man in a green kimono sitting on a rock, he reached the poisonous body and almost broke through the poisonous wall, followed by an absolute poisonous body. A dead poisonous spider is lying on the ground, but at this moment, the Tang clan martial artists burst into the catacombs to check if the members of the squad were alive. The first thing they saw were the corpses of the Tang clan martial artists, so disfigured by the venom of a human-faced spider that it was impossible to identify them, and Tang Ingsan was sitting in the middle of the cave in the lotus position. The elder brothers towered over the younger. Naturally, there was a misunderstanding. The Tang's half-brothers blamed him for everything. For them, he became a dishonorable person who did not bring the spider to the clan, but kept it for himself. A silhouette of blood splatters appeared, and even killed his blood relatives and committed his shameless deeds. A crowd of people is standing in the building. The Tang has denied it several times, claiming that everything he said is true, that he has reached the stage of the poison wall, ironically, but no one listened to him. He was accused of being blinded by his desires, killing his relatives and monopolizing the clan's property. The clan sentenced the most talented master to capital punishment, exile. The 2 warriors in green kimonos are laughing. Although he tried to rise to the level of the ultimate poison body, no one in the clan has ever confirmed his actions. The Tancho and his elder brother personally made the ultimate poisonous dragon robe, the symbol of the ultimate poisonous body, made the younger brother put it on and crawl away from the clan with the veins on his limbs slit. Y opened his mouth and said that the Tana brothers were idiots, no matter how full of jealousy they were. Instead of congratulating his comrade on rising to the poison wall, how could they slit his wrists and banish him? The hero's interlocutor holds a bottle in his hands. The protagonist frowned and said that it was possible to say such a thing to comfort someone who had almost reached the absolute poisonous body, but eventually lost everything. The hero added, "How the hell is the poisonous master wearing this robe anyway?" The master's braids hang from his head. Y adds that the outfit of his interlocutor symbolizes denigration, mockery, betrayal. Tang pours the contents of the bottle into himself, and says that if he gets rid of these clothes, then what will be the meaning of life? His outfit is the only thing left of the clan. The dark-haired guy frowned. He stood up and called the master back to the clan. The bearded man closed his eyes and grinned. The protagonist was surprised. The master looked away and said that Y must be expecting something from him, but he was an outcast and could not help in any way. The protagonist turned around and said that the virtuoso of poison did not hesitate to resort to cruelty in the name of protecting the honor of his clan, so he most fits the description. Tang opened his eyes in surprise. His interlocutor said that the old man was still in the clan. The master shed tears and thought that he was not seeking anyone's recognition. He put his hand to his forehead and added that the hero had made him look so pathetic. He threw up his hands and invited the man to come with him. The young man with glowing eyes put his fist forward and said for Master Tang to show that even exile would not destroy the honor and spirit of the poisonous specialist. Trees develop in the wind. The sun is shining over the settlement, the courtyard of the Tang clan. People are standing on the roofs of buildings. Y stopped near the cliff and said that there was a smell of poison here. He sat down on the rock. Tang asked if the guy was going to fight alone with the whole clan. He turned around and said that the effectiveness of his method had already been confirmed. He would see and understand. Yellow energy envelopes the protagonist. The guy in the white kimono glows with a bright aura. The man in red said that this is a true martial entity. Tang opened his mouth and thought that how had Y achieved such a thing at a young age. The hero smiled and asked the master what the collapse of which building would upset the clan the most. The protagonist, sitting in the lotus position, asked the Thane if there was a chamber full of treasures in the settlement, or a warehouse of poisons and hidden weapons, somewhere among the buildings. The interlocutor was surprised. The poison master turned his head and said about a valuable building. The dark-haired guy turned around and clarified about the poison dragon manor. The Tang replied that every poison and hidden weapon of the clan was made there. The protagonist opened his eye. Many buildings stand nearby. The building is glowing. Why spoke about the building with poisonous dragons on the slopes of the roof? He grinned. Blue streams of energy emanate from it. A ring of blue aura appeared above him. The old man froze in place and asked in his mind, could a person's chi really be so immeasurable and permanent? Why draws his sword from its scabbard? The Venom Master opened his eyes from the tension and concluded that this was the ultimate martial soul he had only heard of. The hero releases the sword from his hand. The sword rushed into the sky, a swift embodiment, a chi-controlled sword technique. The blade quickly approaches buildings. The clan employees were outraged by what was happening in the air. Bright blue circles wrapped around the sword. The building is cut into many pieces, the sword of the boundless sky, the final style of the duo. The warrior in white points at himself. The old man thinks that this is the step he only dreamed of, an absolute poisonous body. Is the guy really equal to that? One of the floors of the building flies down. The wreckage of the building explodes. Chaos reigns in the settlement. Tang smirked and said in his mind that where the spark of enthusiasm in his soul came from. A blue needle cuts through the air. Wai caught his sword and says that the Poison Dragon Manor is no longer there. What other important places are there? The Poison Master opened his mouth and thought that he didn't believe that such a young guy was capable of such a thing. Absolutely. Could he be an example of such a person? The old man pulled his hand aside and said that the next pavilion on the list was the Universal Secret Pavilion, where all the history of the clan and the secret arts was stored. The hero looked down. He threw his head back slightly and said that he knew where it was. Wai lowered the weapon down and thought that he had just understood. The building is smoking. The protagonist adds that since his first strike was unexpected, they couldn't figure out what kind of technique was used in the chi-controlled sword strike. But the second time is different. The man in green raised his hand. Wai adds that after all, the Poison Clan is one of the 5 great clans. Now the clan members will be ready to deflect his blows. And in the end, they will recognize the Namgun sword belonging to his clan. This is the same as bringing trouble upon themselves. The protagonist brings his hand to his chin and concludes that the meteorite sword is on a completely different level. But it should not be used recklessly. A dark-haired guy thinks about trouble. The sword flies among the buildings. The hero adds that the fastest way to achieve the goal is for the sword to fly everywhere. The incident in Jiangxi proved its effectiveness. Wai raised his brush and thinks that if I threaten them that I will destroy the buildings. If they don't give me the heavenly ice spirit, will they hold out? He sheathed his blade and said that this time the situation was not the same as when I attacked the Dark Heaven Association. There was no way he could attack one of the 5 great clans using the martial art of the Namdong clan. It was a pity. But it seemed that this method could no longer be used in Sichuan. The hero opened his mouth and said that there was nothing serious, and that the Thane could show him the nearest hotel. The old man folded his hands on his belt and asked about the hotel. The interlocutor said that he needed to think everything over. A tactical unit of the Murim alliances. A huge settlement stands in the middle of the forest. The man in blue robes is indignant. The chief advisor of the Murima alliance, Chegal Changwai. People are sitting in the negotiation chamber. The Chegal was sent to remove one's problems, not to cooperate with him. He refused to return to Jiangxi and put the responsibility on the head of the courtyard. Would have killed. The advisor is holding a scroll in his hands and thinks, what kind of nonsense is this? He wants the advisor to send all the clan's gold to Jiangxi. Does he really want to invest all our money in one trading company? The man in the hat looked away. The man with the beard examines the document and concludes that the activities of the Chou clan's Chamber of Commerce are indeed impressive. He has indeed taken over more than half of Poyang Lake, the territory of the Dark Heaven Association. Coins are pouring in. Chegal thinks that for the people in the association, literally demons obsessed with money, they would never share their rights and interests with others. White towers over the man with the tattoo. The counselor adds that in other words, there must be some kind of special head of the Chamber of Commerce of the Chou clan. He forced them to submit by force or negotiation. Until the heads of the Dark Sky Association have a reason to act, they won't lift a finger. Chegal pursed his eyelids and said that there was a big problem with the Namdong clan. He had definitely heard that the Chou clan's Chamber of Commerce was under the protection of the Namdong clan. The dark-robed clan leader outstretched his arms. The alliance advisor concluded that if the letter was true, then the great Namdong clan had invaded Anhui and captured half of the Jiangxi, thanks to the power of a merchant. The man in the blue kimono rolls up the paper and says that if this continues, Namdong can no longer be called a great clan, but only an association or alliance. This is a serious matter beyond their control. The counselor of the Chamber of Commerce knitted his eyebrows and thought that everything was somehow sinister. He put his hands on the table and said that he should go to the main palace of the alliance. A green glow filled the settlement. The wreckage of the building lies on the ground. The black and blue-robed man lowered his hands down, marveling at the destruction. Grand Elder Tang Jiangsan. The man with the scythes opened his mouth slightly and said that if it was an explosive, there would be traces of it. But they didn't find anything like that, Elder Moho. Tancho raised one of his eyebrows and asked if it was explosives, since the only thing that has the same destructive power as explosives is enhanced chi. He rubs his beard and thinks that why none of their men have discovered the enemy. No matter what their demonic art is, you can't go in and out of such a guarded place and go unnoticed. Moho raised his palm up. His interlocutor said that they had never had spies in the clan and what losses. The man in the hat replied that they were moderate. They still kept all the ready-made poisons in silver bottles. The only thing that had broken were a few bottles of poisonous water used to make a powerful crimson color. The bearded man opened his mouth slightly and said that all he needed to do was rebuild the poison dragon manor. His interlocutor, moving an eyebrow, replied that he also immediately gathered all the fighters. Moko, looking forward, said that if he was a spy, it was better to act secretly. He would take care of it. Tancho, gritting his teeth, says that how dare he disobey his father's orders. The son looked away. The father of the fly is covered in a green aura. The son adds that in his youth, he was one of those who laughed when he put the robe of the poisonous dragon on his all-expert Tang clan son. Tancho hugs two women. Moho says that when his father became an elder, nothing much changed. He treated his favorites with fanaticism. Moreover, he ignored the opinion of the council of elders and practiced cohabitation and used the property of the clan at will. Tancho lies on the ground near the gate. Moho explains that in the end, his father was forced to give up the position of elder by the council of elders. His reign was the shortest in history. This is due to a sense of inferiority. Although his position as a grand elder is honorable for all practical purposes, he behaves like an abdicated king. The red-haired man opened his mouth and said that how could he be the head of the clan, openly suspect his relatives and subordinates. If he did so, then loyalty to him would drop greatly. His father waved his hand and said that the clan's defenses had been broken through and the central building had been destroyed in broad daylight. If the issue was not resolved, then this could happen again, as a fly can be called an elder if he is afraid of criticism from blood relatives and the consequences from the council of elders. The elder frowned and mentally said that he couldn't bear the obsession with the elder's authority anymore. He leans the amulet against his chest. Moho pointed the amulet forward and said that with this sign of the 5 poisons he would annul the gathering of all the warriors. His father opened his mouth and asked how he dared to rebel with this trifle against his own father. The acolyte of the clan turned to the other and whispered that using the mark of the 5 poisons in the poison dragon's robes was tantamount to saying that you were not a member of the Tang clan. Moho straightened his back and ordered the people to take the grand elder away. The warriors grabbed Tancho by the arms, and he asked how they dared to do this to him. The clan fighter approached the elder and said that he had news. The warrior leaned his hand to his chest. The fly commanded to hurry. The servant lowered his head and said that the poisonous ancestor Tang was here. Tancho's eyes sparkled, and he repeated the news about his ancestor. Moho turned around. His father said that how dare a fighter call an exiled poisonous ancestor. He, who despises the hierarchy of the clan. The acolyte apologizes. Green threads are formulated in the palm of the grand elder's palm, and he says that he will personally teach the warrior the laws of the clan. The elder looked away and asked why the old man hadn't been dealt with yet. The men in green opened their mouths and obeyed. They grabbed Tancho, who shouts that how dare they grab a great ruler. Resisting, he shouted that the servants should immediately throw the outcast out of the clan's territory. The elder opened his mouth and said to meet his uncle. The Tancho objected to him. He knitted his eyebrows and asked how his son could bring an outcast back into the clan. Muklo folded his hands behind his back and asked to bring the exile to him. The servants obeyed. The building cast the sun's rays. Wai and Master Tang entered the settlement. The virtuoso of poison looked away. The well is bubbling. The master thinks that the rice field, created by cutting off the slope of the hill, poisonous plants are grown here, a wooden fumigation area, where those who return from training with poison are disinfected with smoke, from cozy moss. A bearded man walks on a stone tile and adds, decades have passed, but everything has remained the same. How he missed this place. Clan members stand opposite the protagonist and the Thane. Tancho frowned and asked if his brother really thought he could go back, why he was still wearing those clothes. The younger brother froze in place and said that the grand elder had personally sewed it for him. How could he take it off if it was an indicator of his love? Tancho grinned. Why stands behind the master, who says that he didn't come as a clan member anyway. His brother asked why then. The main character took a step. He folded his hands in greeting and said that he was a Wai from the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan, and it was an honor for him to meet them. The 2 elders remained standing where they were and thought of the Chamber of Commerce. The hero folded his hands and greeted the clan members. The elder spread his hands and said that his uncle understood how long they had been looking for him. Tancho grinned and concluded that the members of the Tang clan's poison bureau were fascinated by him. He resists the capture and shouts that according to the laws, now they should detain the exile, and not seize him. Wai looked away haughtily and said that the master had not come as a member of the Tang clan. The bearded man opened his mouth and explained that vagabonds were not allowed in the territory of the Tang clan. Wai turned towards the elder. He raised his hand to the man in the green kimono and asked if he could buy ore from their clan. An image of a quarry appeared. The Suchian lands are rich in iron. The discovered iron deposits of high quality are located throughout the province. The mines were originally under the control of the government, but due to the uneven landscape of Sichuan and the distance from Qingdu, most of the mining rights in the mines passed to the Tang clan in chess. The elder threatened his hand and said that no, it was impossible. They had never sold ore or ingots to merchants. Come back. Exclusively producing iron products for the imperial family and military headquarters is our long-standing principle. Wai tilted his head and said it was strange. He took out a red book from his kimono. Wai opened it, and read that during the autumn festival last year, they transported 2,000 iron swords and 42 tons of steel ingots to the Murim alliance. And what about 5,400 kilograms of steel shot in Shaolin? You are dealing with trading companies. He closed the book and said that 15,642 steel ingots had been sold to the Dujianyan Red Tiger Merchant Corporation. Moho narrowed his eyebrows and thought that their dealings with the corporation were highly classified. Surprisingly, he was not only aware of the sales, but also had information about the sales volumes. The elder closed his eyes and retorted that nothing of the kind had happened. The hero smiled haughtily and mentally said that he had received this data from a local information merchant for a lot of money, the probability that the information was close to zero. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if they were not interested in who made this fuss. The members of the settlement were surprised. Wai turned to face Muho and said that if the clan promised to trade with him, he would reveal the name of the one who attacked them. Tang thought of the hero's dishonor. The man in the hat looked at his subordinates. The servants turned to the leader. The guy in the white kimono turned to the side and asked what it was this time. The clan elder's face took on a menacing face. He added that the fact that Wai had started talking about the traitor when he looked at the ruined dragon manor showed that the master and interlocutor had two boots paired. The guy must have completely lost his fear. So bluffing while standing in the Tang clan's courtyard. Tang froze and said that he wanted to explain himself. Moho opened his mouth and asked him to continue. The poison master raised his hand and explained that the Cho clan was counting on a monthly purchase of more than 3 tons of iron ore, and the envoy would offer a price twice as high as the market price. The clan elder clenched his fists and concluded that 3 tons of iron ore per month, this amount would be colossal, 10 times more than they supplied to the military headquarters. So he also offered to buy all this at double the price. For the clan such a deal is honey. But the announced amount could not be sold without attracting the attention of the government. The poison master raised his hand up and said that the arrangement with General Jia Jinxian would also be the responsibility of the young man. Muho opened his mouth and said in his mind that the Empire General and the Trading Corporation would take it upon themselves to negotiate with the military authorities of Sichuan province. The main character smirked. The elders thought that Wai was not a human, because an ordinary person could not make a good friend out of a cold general in half an hour of conversation. A man in purple clothes stands near a golden ball. The hero found an approach to the general. When he found out that he was interested in collecting documents from the Shang dynasty period, by demonstrating knowledge of the culture and history of this period, the excited general praised the guy for his talent, surpassing the scientists of the Imperial Academy. The general holds a stack of documents in his hands. Then there was flattery and finally a request. The protagonist hooked the general with his eloquence, and without batting an eyelid, Wai handed him a stack of checks. Then the general broke into a smile and said that it is nice to find a like-minded person at least once in his life and pressed the checks to himself. This shows how one person can charm another. The man in the crimson robe comes forward and says that if they agreed, then he would like to receive a heavenly ice spirit as a sign of their friendship. This shows how one person can charm another. The bearded man frowned and thought that the heavenly ice spirit was an eternal treasure. The Tang clan had little of it. It was valuable and painstakingly distributed among the poisons, and the hero wanted to get it as a sign of their friendship if he knew what the clan was sacrificing to obtain the heavenly ice spirit from the alliance. The two interlocutors looked at each other. Moko asked the hero what he could offer in response. Master Tang opened his mouth and said that it was the fulfillment of the clan's main wish. The man with pigtails moved and was indignant. A green aura enveloped the body of a man with a bright bandage, and he said that this is a wish. This is the destruction of the demonic castle in Sichuan. It will be a gift as a sign of friendship. Moho's eyes widened in surprise, and asked if a tramp could do it. Why had they been shedding blood for the past 400 years? Wai looked away and said that people unite on the basis of personal judgment and views. He made his fingers at a 90-degree angle, saying that if the faith that guides the followers of the divine doctrine, the demonic occultists, lies here in Sichuan. The hero pointed towards the sun and said that the Sichuan branch of the Heavenly Demon Palace does not engage in any economic activity. It is here rather to maintain influence. So what is the point of the demon cult whose headquarters are located in Xinjiang to spread their influence to the remote lands of Sichuan for more than 4 centuries, if they are not going to derive any benefit from it, although everyone knows this? They struggle to distract attention, I'm right. The clan elder turned towards the sunset and said that they were waiting for the second coming. They believed that the setting sun of Sichuan would rise again and the heavenly demon would return. For them, Sichuan was the launching pad for the return of the heavenly demon, and for this they were shedding blood. Wai shifted his gaze and asked why Sichuan and not Qinghai were not more advantageous to be located in the central plains bordering Gansu than in Sichuan, where hills and mountains were everywhere. He opened his mouth and shouted, why did these cultists come all the way from Xinjiang and use Sichuan as a launching pad, even though it posed the risk of conflict with Tibetan martial artists? Master Tang frowned and said that the Poison clan was weaker than the Qinghai Kunlun sect. Moko turned around and called out to his uncle. The protagonist put his hand to his body and added that to be more precise, the reason was that the 9 sects were stronger than the 5 clans. When the demonic cult attacked the Kunlun sect, all the Dao sects that respected the heavenly Dao and the immortal Dao, namely Wudangame, Manhwa, would come to the rescue. Y clenched his fist into a fist and turned to the bearded man who would come to the aid of the Tang clan in such a situation. The guy from the Cho clan slammed his fist and palm and greeted the clan members once more. A strong blue aura enveloped him, and he introduced himself once more. Moho froze in surprise, and concluded that a minute ago he had been a vagabond with a vague idea of how the world works, how the aura can change so much. 9 major sect leaders appeared. The Yada elder added that, however, Protagonist Prav, Shaolin, Wudong, Manhwa, Kunlun, Ame, Kungtong, Zhongnan, Qingqing, Hingshan, all 9 sects follow the traditions of Tao or Buddhism. They all have their own history and traditions. They value history, traditions, honor Taoism, and feel unity and solidarity. They are so indivisible and strong that the 5 great clans cannot compare with them. The Fly Master froze in a fighting stance with a snake on his back. If the Heavenly Demon Castle trampled on the Qinghan Kunlun sect, the Murim Alliance and the 9 sects would unite to oppose. And what happened to the Sichuan Tang clan, an orthodox clan that resorted to poisons and hidden weapons? An image of several clan leaders has appeared, and the 5 great sects are more involved in worldly affairs and more eager for glory than the 9 sects. But he is a representative of the Namgong clan, offering the Tang clan an alliance. Elder Moho frowned and said that the Y meant that he was willing to shed blood for theirs in exchange for buying ore, and the guy was waiting for him to believe, not to mention that the Namgong were a self-proclaimed clan, and that was also suspicious. The dark-haired guy exhaled and said that the Poison clan had been deceived before. Why didn't they believe that he was from the Namgong clan? A piece of the building lies near a crowd of people. The leader of the Poison clan asked if the hero could provide evidence. He put his hand to his chin and thought about his business card. He put his hand in his kimono. Y pulls out a golden amulet from his pocket and says that it is a tablet of the Namgong clan's heavenly sword. The bearded man raised his hand and said that the heavenly sword tablet only expresses friendship and trust. This cannot be considered sufficient proof of membership. Y knitted an eyebrow and said what proof was needed then. Moho opened his mouth and added that if he looked at the real sword, it would be a different conversation. The hero looked ahead and asked the other person if he wanted to take a look at his martial arts. Poisonous energy flows from the leader of the Tang clan, and he says that for the protagonist's information, there is no such thing as friendly sparring in the clan, whether he is confident to cope with secret techniques, and whether he is ready to put his life on the line. Y smiled haughtily and thought that, as expected, those who use hidden weapons and poisons should not participate in sparring. The clan members turned to each other, and the Tang said that the Fly could use 3 divine weapons. Images of 3 weapons appeared: poison that drains the soul, a torch that blows up the sky, the technique of celestial hidden flying daggers. A person capable of controlling all 3 divine weapons is called the Monarch of Cunning. Tang's eyes sparkled. A green glow appeared in the pupils of the Fly. Master Tang turned to Moho and said that as expected, the elder had not yet reached the body of the Yeo Jovitogo. Because focusing on the heavenly cunning technique, without it, the poison that drains the soul wouldn't be as effective, so he allowed the use of 2 weapons. Moho looked at the protagonist and asked in his mind if this young man was really that good. Tang stands in front of Moho and declares to him that, as expected, he has not yet reached the poison body stage because he is focusing on the heavenly cunning technique, then adds that without it, the soul-drained poison will not be as effective, and then states that he allows the use of the other 2 weapons. The elder shifts his gaze to Y, thinking that this young man is really that good. The hero, along with many people, stands next to the destroyed building. Fly picks up an oblong object and says to himself that his uncle is not one to speak without thinking, and then adds that if he hinted at a divine weapon, then the young man in front of him is very capable. A man attaches an object to his right hand. Many members of the clan are watching what is happening, some shouting about a real torch that blows up the sky and weapons that will turn even the martial artists of the indomitable stage into a pool of blood. The elder puts on rings with strings extended to the object, and tells the hero that he will die. The protagonist pulls out his sword with a smirk, and asks about the fact that you just need to dodge 3 blows. Moho turns around with a laugh and silently tells what the guy notices so ordinarily, then inwardly wonders that he has never heard of the deeds of the Tang clan in Jianghu, then continues that a light touch is enough to turn a martial artist into a pool of blood, but the young man does not see anything to dodge all 5. The man turns around after a few steps. His body radiates green energy. He declares that he is ready. Y raises his sword with a smile and invites his opponent to come over. Moko opens his eyes sharply. Many blades can be seen from under its sleeves. He throws a huge number of kunai with a wave of his hands. The hero deflects projectiles with his blade. The guy throws a sword at his opponent, after several parries. The elder dodges the weapon, a celestial secret movement. The blade is covered with a blue haze. The man shifts his gaze to the thought that this is the withdrawal of the chi sword. The blade inflicts a wound on Moho's back. He looks at his blood. The elder lifts himself off the ground. A man spins in the air in front of Y. He launches a large number of knives at the young man. The celestial secret technique of flying daggers, the first half of the mirage of air blades slicing through the heavens. The guy's eyes are shining. A huge number of projectiles fly at the protagonist. The hero asks himself that they are all material. Y with a sword stands in front of a swarm of unleashed blades. he wonders to himself that they are all controlled by chi. A huge number of kunai appear. The guy says to himself that usually, to create one, a lot of concentration is needed. Then he is amazed at how a technique based on chi can allow you to control dozens and hundreds of flying blades. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, declares that this is a damn swindle. At the end of his sword, a dark sphere appears, a heavenly sword flow, an eighth movement, an all-consuming void. A swarm of knives flies straight into the black spot. The crater sucks in metal shells. Muho's palms are bleeding. He watches the blades gathered into a ball and notes to himself that the guy was able to cut through the sky camouflage silk, which is stronger than his silver version, after which he is amazed at the fact that the daggers made of iron have shrunk into a ball. The elder reaches for an object with rings on his right hand. He changes it to the other wrist. A man rearranges the rings. He raises his hand with new daggers on the line. Y smiles and states to him that he is not that simple, and muses to himself that it was just a dagger manipulation technique, then adds that who would have expected to see such a strange device here, and claims to himself that it is a perfect hoax. Muho stands in front of the guy and asks what this sword technique is, after which he aloud suggests that the Namgun clan has perfected their refined sword mastery. The hero clarifies that he is talking about his last technique. The elder gives a piercing look and claims that the young man is the first martial artist in his life who was able to stop the precipitation darkening the sky, and then asks to know what this damn technique is called. The protagonist makes a shocked face and asks about the opponent's infamous technique. The man launches a huge number of daggers. The hero declares to himself that this technique has an incredible reputation. The opponents stand in front of each other. The young man notes to himself that the destructive power of this technique surpasses even the technique of the chief assassin of the dark skies, who is on an unimaginable level. Y tells about his martial art of the Tomb of the Sword. The elder asks in surprise. The hero raises his hand and reveals that his master is the god of the sword. Muko makes a shocked face. John stands with his arms crossed. The protagonist's rival says to himself that the god of the sword is a legend and an invention of the masters, then adds that there is no proof of his existence, after which he is surprised that the young man claims the fact that he studied with him. A huge swarm of daggers flying into the dark wormhole. The man thinks that it would not be an exaggeration to say that his sword mastery is good enough to be called the Jianhu miracle. The fly makes a tense face, thinking that this is a sword technique that absorbs matter, then adds that even the infinity iron is powerless to deal with such a strong compression of space, then mentally wonders what would happen if there were a person instead of daggers. Tang stands aside and says if the guy is really a disciple of the sword god. Y turns around, apologizes, and asks why he is interfering with the exciting fight to the death, after which he asks if they need to stop, to which the old man responds with an awkward refusal. Muho looks at the young man and asks if he is really a disciple of the sword god. The hero makes a piercing look. He agrees. His hair emits a blue haze. The elder says to himself that the appearance of the protagonist is more significant than the great leader of the demon heavenly castle cult, then adds that he has sacrificed himself all his life to at least reach the top of the stage of indomitableness, and wonders how such a young guy can be on an unimaginable stage. The man brings his hand to his face and says that it is delightful, and silently notes that 1 on an unimaginable stage is worth 5 on indomitable, and as a rule, 1 martial artist on an unimaginable level can be compared to 5 masters on the stage of indomitable, then adds that, however, the secret techniques of the Tam clan simply cannot be classified by degrees. Muho, raising his hand, awkwardly asks to prepare daggers, then adds that he does not want to miss such an opportunity. The protagonist's eyes glow white. He wants to know what the man is talking about. The elder takes a piercing look. A green energy appears around his body, and he states that he wants to test his clan's secret hypothesis, which is unparalleled, which he has been training since birth for the sake of being effective against an absolute-level martial artist. Tang makes a shocked expression on his face and claims that although he doesn't fully understand the heavenly secret technique, he knows for sure that it is still beyond the capabilities of an elder, then adds that it is even more impossible with his hand. Muko clutches at his wounded shoulder. He frowns and declares to his uncle that he has no problem. Y watches his opponent and says he'll wait, and in his thoughts, states that it's a unique thought, then adds flying daggers that are controlled by absorbed chi through silver cloaking silk. Manhwa stands in front of the Tang clan members. The hero mentally says that in this case, it is more effective than a technique that is completely based on chi in terms of internal energy, psychic strength, and active use, but also covers dozens of daggers, then adds that he can't even imagine how strenuous the use of internal energy is to cause color rain, covering the sky. The elder joins the sleeves of the kimono. He, standing in front of the guy, thanks him for his favor and declares that he is ready, to which the protagonist asks him to approach. Blood bursts out of the man's mouth. A green glowing orb appears, a celestial secret technique of flying daggers. Fly sends even more blades at his opponent with a wave of his hand, the other half defying the heavens, a dance of myriads of invisible rays. Y's eyes leave white streaks in the air. He makes many swings of his sword. A swarm of blades flies towards the defending young man. Muko makes a cunning smile. A glow emanates from the device on his hand. The beam passes through the knives. The attack hits the hero. A mark appears on Y's leg. A green web spreads across the protagonist's knee. The young man looks at the place of the hit, thinking that it is poison. The guy nervously turns around to think that there are mechanical movements that cannot be detected with his heavenly sword abilities and white eyes, after which he notes to himself that the enemy's hidden weapon has such a high speed that with the existing skills, they cannot be detected. A lot of blades are flying. A young man spins his sword in front of a swarm of blades. He misses several knives. Y looks at the green liquid and notes to himself that even ordinary kunai are poisoned. The protagonist's neck trembles. He vomited blood. Moho raises his hand with the device. The guy makes a piercing look with thoughts that it is dangerous. He lifts off the ground. The protagonist hangs in the air in front of the enemy, and is mentally amazed that the exploding torch of the Tang clan will have such power. The young man raises his shining sword. Behind him appears a huge blue blade, a heavy sword. Y unleashes a vertical swipe on the ground, a blow from the conqueror of the world. An explosion from the attack appears. The hero lands. His eyes glow white. He asks himself if it was the same technique. The elder rises out of the smoke. It is moved to the roof of the building. The man stands on the edge of the tiles. The protagonist wonders to himself. With missiles on Moho's legs, Moho is inwardly amazed that he attached explosives to his legs and used them as rockets, and adds that he looks like Tony Stark. A man raises his hand with blades on a thread. He creates an insane number of daggers. The young man's opponent pulls the line in his palm with a smile. A swarm of knives flies to Y. His hand with the sword trembles. In his thoughts he states that he has lost. The guy makes a doomed face with thoughts about whether this can be considered a duel between two martial artists, then adds, the torch blowing up the sky and the device on his legs is too much. Tang stands there, and says to himself that this is the monarch of secrecy. The old man's face looks startled. He silently states that this is what the Tang clan is, then adds that it is the power of their poisonous qi, which has managed to unwaveringly fight off the demonic cult for 4 terrible centuries, and then asks to himself which of the 7 martial arts thrones would dare to underestimate him, the monarch of secrecy. The man happily clenches his fists, thinking that even though he is being laughed at in Jianghu because he uses devices, he still manages to protect the secret techniques of the Tang clan to the last, after which he adds that in this way he will even be able to crush the incredible martial artist who has comprehended the essence of divine swordsmanship. Y squints his eyes. He opens his eyelids. After being trapped in the righteous jade of heavenly blood for so many senseless years, Jung thought that he was no longer affected by all 5 human desires and 7 emotions, but the sight of his stupid descendant, unable to properly use even a third of his skills, awakened passion, ridiculous dodges, and desperate use of a heavy sword in his heart, when Y encountered a bright rain obscuring the sky. The Tang clan's stealth monarch was a real shame for the sword god. A white haze hovers around the ancestor. He notes to himself that if not today, then it would happen some other time. The hero stands with his sword in his hands. The protagonist was able to reach an incredible stage without training, as a result of which he collapsed in front of another Jianghu legend, the monarch of stealth. A spot with stars inside appears. A black vortex appears. In front of Zhang, a dark ring spins in the body of the young man. Y makes a shocked face. The sword master deflects daggers and asks why the sword of the one who has comprehended the void is always aimed at the enemy. He twists the blades with a black stripe, and states that all sword techniques are based on superiority over the 36 directions. A huge black tornado with daggers appears in front of Tang. Jung says that you need to study the style of behavior, not the personality. The ancestor in the body of a young man raises a glowing blue sword. He asks the hero what his intentions are. Y makes a surprised face against the background of the stone wall with markings. He replies to himself that it is something intangible, then adds that it is something like a ghost, then adds that it is unconsciously ingrained in his mind, in a moment similar to a mirage when he experienced the enlightenment of the sword tomb. Zhang in the body of a young man holds a weapon against the background of many ghostly blades. Muko makes a shocked face. He fires a green projectile. Above the protagonist hangs a huge number of blades, a heavenly stream of a sword, a wall of world supremacy. The ancestor in the guy's body swings forward with thoughts that the essence is in the realization of thoughts. A multitude of sharp weapons fly forward. A swarm of blades heads towards the elder. The protagonist's master silently asks if this set of swords can be thought to be real. Y makes a surprised face with a mental question about what his opponent thinks are real. The fly jumps frightened against the blades when something is imprinted in the human brain. It becomes difficult for him to overcome this ideological barrier. If someone considers ice cold all his life, then how can he suddenly consider it hot? An insane number of swords pierce a man, and even after overcoming this barrier, perceiving everything as real becomes a completely different problem. The fly's body is thrown away from the guy's blow. He falls to the ground. Zhang in the protagonist's body holds a blade against the background of many weapons. He asks why what is in his emptiness. The hero's eyes open with shock. He notes to himself that his teacher is right. The young man brings his hand to his chin, thinking that emptiness is a force capable of creating, manipulating, and destroying blurred space, then asks himself what it is if not a disturbance of the train of thought and a manifestation of intention. The ancestor in the body of the guy stands against the background of a huge number of blades. The protagonist wonders what makes this multitude of swords different. Y makes a surprised look. Behind it, a dark wall is covered with cracks. The naked hero stretches out his hand to a shooting star against the background of fragments. He notes to himself that he has reached his limit. The young man keeps his eyelids closed, his eyes open. The protagonist brings his palm to his chest, thinking that the god of the sword captures him too often. Jung stands with his eyes closed. The guy mentally says that if his ancestor continues to continuously suck out spiritual energy, then the quality of the soul will gradually decrease, then adds that once he loses all the energy, he will no longer be able to stay inside the blood jade, then explains that this is what Elder Chow told him. The hero states to himself that he needs to somehow convince the teacher to stop. Two people in green are sweating profusely. There are many members of the clan. One of them is surprised aloud that there is not a scratch on Y after the torch blowing up the sky. The other claims that this technique has such a strong poison that it can turn a martial artist on the stage of Indomitable into a pool of blood, after which he adds that the young man is completely calm, even his complexion has not changed. Tang furiously turns around at them to ask what they are doing, then reminds them that their elder has fallen. The old man stands in front of the defeated Moho, and mentally calls him an idiot, then asks himself why he spewed out so much of his true chi. The man in the green kimono raises his hand and tells the hero to postpone everything until the elder recovers, after which he offers to take the guy to the bank, to which he agrees. A city with a wide river appears. A lot of people are on the pier. The old man, observing the beautiful landscape, laughingly tells that he initially knew that Lake Poyang has an exceptional atmosphere, then adds that he would not lock himself in the cabin. Wu stands behind the elderly man and claims that this region is ruled by the Dark Sky Association, then says that he should try to keep his head down, to which he agrees. The pigeon flaps its wings. It flies over the port. The head of the alliance makes a satisfied face and says that people really live here. He walks on the wooden floor. The old man and Wu move along the pier. Jiang bows with a smile and asks where they are going, and then calls them gentlemen. The elderly man looks at the man with the carriage and asks who he is, to which he introduces himself and declares that he is an employee of the Cho clan's delivery office. The old man asks in surprise. Jiang pulls out a decorated map. He opens it in front of the gentleman and claims that he will not take them for a high price, then adds that the road to any place in the blue zone will cost only 50 iron coins, in the green zone 1 silver, and in the red 2. The inspector sighs and says that they don't need it, and the head of the alliance asks about the offer. The employee bows and states that there will be better service, to which the old man says that they will trust Cho's Chamber of Commerce, and Wu is surprised to call him the headman. An elderly man turns his head and asks if it's better to just hang out in the streets, then claims to admire the unique beauty of Jiangxi from the carriage. Jiang smiles as he gestures to the horse wagon. They move around the city in a carriage. The head of the alliance strokes the seat and wonders aloud at the comfort. The delivery bureau employee turns around with a smile and asks if this is the first time the men have ridden in a cloud carriage, then states that it is Anhui and Jiangxi's specialty, then adds that it is the best product of their Cho clan Chamber of Commerce. The old man strokes his beard contentedly, and Wu thinks to himself that he can't believe how a man who is constantly tired of state affairs, and who only watches the backyard with a blurred gaze from the window, can now smile so radiantly. Jiang turns around with a smile to say that they have arrived. The headman hands the employee a coin and says that it is silver, to which he thanks him and declares that he will be happy to give them a ride again. In front of the gentleman there is a large multi-story building. They notice Ping sitting against the wall. The old man looks at him and states to himself that he looks familiar, then wonders what he would look like if he were to imagine him being meatier and more muscular, and then calls him by name out loud. The warrior raises his head and asks who it is. Wu approaches him with his hand raised and asks what happened to him, and wonders aloud what the scars are on his hands. The scrawny warrior rises. He slams his fist into the palm of his hand and declares that this is nonsense, then greets the inspector. The man with the sword looks at him and says that as far as he knows, an important event is planned in Hebei, after which he asks what Ping is doing here. The tired man laughs awkwardly, thinking that he can't tell you that he came to enter the Barcelon and accidentally started working as a miner, and declares aloud that he just decided to help with the affairs of the Cho Chamber of Commerce. Wu frowns and asks why this young master of the noble clan has come all this way from the distant lands of Jian to help the merchants associated with the Nambon clan. The miner angrily squeezes his hand, thinking that he is the only one who has fallen under the bad influence of this asshole, and says aloud that the Lord of the Sword and respected Chegal is also here, after which he adds about the north. Wu asks again about the last part. Pun makes a nervous face and notes to himself that he almost mentioned Lady Han from the Ice Palace of the Sea in front of the inspector of the Murim Alliance, then adds to himself that there is no more unfaithful bastard than him. The miner claps his hands with a feigned smile and tells the gentleman to be careful during the season of northern winds, as they can catch a cold. He looks at the old man and asks who he is. Wu, leaning into Peng's ear, whispers to him that this is the head of the alliance, so he asks him not to make noise. The man is surprised aloud. An elderly man with a beard stands surrounded by fire against the sky. The miner silently says that he is someone who competes with the holy sword of the amethyst mist of Manhwa for the title of an unsurpassed sword, then adds that he is a respected ascetic who has the title of perfect Taoist, which may not be obtained by even an entire generation of disciples. and then adds that he stands on top of the 7 martial thrones, known as the heaven of orthodox sects, and tells himself that this is the warlike emperor of the Taoist primordial clouds. The elder stands with his hands behind his back. Peng is amazed to himself that this decrepit old man is the emperor of the current era, as well as the leader of the Murim alliance, who took half of Jianghu north of the Yangtze River. Then notes that judging by his gait and hands, it will be difficult for him to lift his sword. The miner twitches in shock. He then slams his fist into the palm of his hand and declares that it is an honor for him, after which Wu introduces himself with his hand raised and asks the guy not to make any noise. The old man holds out his hand with a golden glow. Yellow energy hits Peng's chest. The old man, touching his beard, claims that it was a sign of mutual respect, after which he inquires about the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce. The miner looks at the head of the alliance and asks if he is referring to Chairman Y, to which the old man agrees and asks where the young man is. Peng raises his hand with thoughts that the hero is a man, after which he is inwardly amazed that he caused a stir even among the non-orthodox faction and ended up angering even the leader of the Murim alliance, then says aloud that the protagonist went to Sichuan. The inspector, watching the guy, asks again, to which he says that he heard the hero go to the Tang clan. Wu wonders aloud at this. The old man keeps his eyes closed and laughingly states that he did not have time, after which he adds that he would very much like to meet this young man. The inspector, looking at the elder, states that the absence of the guy will not affect anything, and suggests that he meet with the heads of the Chamber of Commerce and talk to him, to which the leader of the alliance replies that he did not come for a formal greeting, then asks Peng where the heads of the chamber meet. The man, with his mouth wide open, replies that they are all in the lounge bar. An elderly man stands in front of the miner and is interested in this place, to which he says that it opened 3 days ago and suggests that it be considered a penalty shop. The old man makes a happy expression and tells how he heard about the Zhou clan's ice liquor being a local curiosity, then asks if he can taste it there. Peng closes his eyes with a smile and awkwardly says that there will be no problem with this, and in his mind asks that no matter how mad Il Ruyong is, he will not refuse the head of the Murim alliance. The miner makes an anxious look with a mental question, whether the warlike emperor is not an ascetic who himself chose the title of monarch, a perfect Taoist, then adds that he will be quite surprised if he enters the bar salon. The gentlemen leave. The old man tells the inspector to go, to which he agrees. A female silhouette jumps on the roofs of buildings. The red-robed girl lands and laughingly declares to Peng that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The miner makes a shocked face. He breaks into the run, shouting that he is leaving. Wu turns around and asks aloud what is going on here. The buildings stand against the background of a purple sky. A street appears with 3 points of light at the end. A large house with shining lanterns is shown. Wu and the head of the alliance look at the bright house. The young man wonders aloud which stuff shops are so big. The elder stands next to him and says that it is a truly delightful place, then adds that he wanted to meet Y even more. Elon notices the gentleman. He raises his hand in a stopping gesture and declares that the old man is not allowed to pass. The guy points his finger at a piece of paper near the wall and says that it says that those born in the Jiang era are not allowed to enter. Wu looks indignantly, thinking that in other words, the entrance is only until 35, then is amazed that the Stoff store is only allowed in at 20. The inspector looks angry and asks the guard how he dares, to which he replies that he does not want to mess with them, after which he asks them to leave. The inspector asks him who he thinks he is. Elon points his finger to the passage and explains that the old people are resting there. The elder adjusts his headdress. He looks up at the guard and declares that he really wants to try the ice liquor, then asks for an exception. The guy makes a shocked face with the thought that this deep look belongs to a master of unsurpassed level. He nervously clenches his fist, saying that this drink can be purchased at Zhou's Inn. The head of the alliance is watching him. He, standing in front of Elon, asks him if the heavens challenge the true fighting fist, then asks him if he has anything to do with the dominant Iron Bear. A spot of black and blue energy appeared. The guard is silently surprised that the old man recognized his technique just by looking at the internal chi, then adds that besides, he didn't even use the title, mentioning his master, thinking that they are either the same age, or this old man is even older. Elon raises his hand and asks if the old man is familiar with the Great Mountain. The man keeps his eyes closed and asks if he is a disciple of his friend Taoist. The guard gives an indignant look, wondering how this man dares to call him a friend, then adds that he is well aware that the Murim alliance has been chasing the bandits of the Green Forest. The elder touches his beard and asks him not to answer or be wary. Elon looks piercingly. A bearded man with a bare torso indignantly drops a dish of water. He claims that his father would tear off this short man's beard. The guard looks shocked, and says questioningly that this is a warlike emperor. Wu pulls out his sword and asks how he dares talk like that. A red-haired man with a beard looked in front of him, and shouted that God, his father would have torn off that short man's beard. Zhang opened his eyes wide and asked that this was a warlike emperor. Wu grabbed the hilt of his sword and asked how he dared to talk like that. A drop of sweat rolled down Zhang's face. He wondered what had brought him here. He tensed the muscles of his face and replied that why would he tell some bandit about the affairs of the alliance, and let him take them to the head of the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce. The guy looked at him and replied that he was not a bandit. The inspector asked him again. He grabbed his clothes. He pushed his cloak off his chest and revealed that he was Zhang, the martial artist of the outer court of the great Nangong clan, and was paying respect to the head of the alliance. The alliance leader rubbed his beard and noted that the Namgun clan fighters had learned the Bandit King technique. What an interesting young man. The young man pointed with his hand in the direction for the guests. He escorted them inside. Chan asked why it was his fault. Added that why no one thinks with his head when the port is blocked, where he thinks all the logistics will go. The two guys stood in front of each other. The first one added that everyone would accompany the agencies, and he knew about it. Naturally, the Cho clan's shipping industry should be on the banks of the Yangcheng River. The other replied that there was such a serious mistake in this. Zhang pointed his finger at his interlocutor and told him that he had done as the young warrior Y had said, and let him mean that he was just following instructions. He slapped his arm with a fan and replied that no, the situation had changed, so they needed to deal with it quickly, didn't he? He had any idea how much they would lose if they opened a branch in Lujiang County. It's like throwing 60 gold coins in the trash every month. Drops of sweat slid down the guy's face. He asked to himself that 60 gold coins. The alliance leader calmly looked at them and thought that these guys were young Sword Chang and young Master An. However, their words didn't sound like they were stingy merchants who had been doing this for decades. How did the ruler of Anhui, the inventive pious An, find himself in a similar situation? Locke crossed his arms over his chest and noted what else could be expected from a fool who spent his whole life swinging a sword, if not anger. Chan hit him on the head and told him he was an asshole. He bared his teeth and shouted for him to go, and asked why it was. He said something wrong. What else he could do but swing a sword, he answered here. And what was his sickle good for? To reap. The head of the alliance was climbing the stairs. Wu furrowed his brows and thought that the young sword lord of the Namgong clan used to be a paragon of etiquette, as if he had admired his politeness and outstanding manners at the Small Dragon Grand Conference only yesterday. Chan looked at the guests who had appeared. The inspector rested his hand on his hip, a man shrouded in mystery. The only thing known about him was that his name was Wu, that he studied martial arts and worked as an inspector. There was no more information about him in the documents. An image of a blue mist appeared. The guy thought that Wu was doing here. He had seen it a couple of times and nothing else. He folded his hands in greeting to the inspector and said that he greeted him. The young man lowered his head guiltily. The inspector said that his complexion had improved. Maybe it was because they were leaving the alliance. He replied that he was not. Wu looked at him and noted that he had heard that Y had left, and asked who represented the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce now. The guy with long hair replied that despite his unremarkable features, he, the inspector, asked him again, and added that it would be easier for them to work then, and asked if he could sit down. The head of the alliance sat down on a chair and said that he would be grateful if they would bring him a bottle of their liquor, cold. Replied that of course. He looked away. The guy opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought to himself that he was a short old man with a long beard. Drops of sweat slid down his face. He turned to the old man and asked that he was by no chance the head of the alliance. The two guys folded their hands in greeting to the old man, the first saying that he was An, from the clan of the wonderful strategists of the starry heavens, and greeted the Murim heaven. The second said that he was Chan, from the sovereign clan of the eastern heavens, and also greeted the Murim heaven. The old man rubbed his beard and noted that the adorable boys turned out to be noble men, and asked if he was the winner of the last Small Dragon Grand Conference. Chan nodded his head in confusion and said that it was pure luck. He added that there was only one way to achieve success in martial arts, and that luck was also a skill in Jiangu, so don't let them be poor. The old man turned his head to the stairs. He also turned his head in the direction of the noise. Two men stood next to each other. One asked what it was, if not a false promise. A drop of sweat slipped almost to the guy. He turned to his guests and asked what promises he was talking about, if they hadn't delivered the antidote on time. The red-haired man clenched his hand into a fist and replied that it wasn't about the antidote. Why the heavenly cloud carts he had ordered hadn't arrived at their association yet. The young man put out his hand and said that the heavenly cloud carts were not rice cakes that only needed to be hit with a hammer, and asked why they were so impatient. Let them wait another month. He asked again that another month. He bared his teeth and said, bastards, they told him to wait a month, and now he hears again to wait another month. They think he doesn't know their intentions to tame their association. The representative of the Chamber of Commerce looked at him and replied that good God, what a short temper he has. A heavenly cloud chariot. It is a luxury item that requires 3 months of production. How do they think they will deliver them to them if they don't have any? Tang looked at him and said that he found out when he found out that they were breaking the comedy. His comrade pointed his finger at An and said that 4 wagons for the Surreal Blossom Private Bank, 6 for the Dakin Commandership, 2 for the liquor shop. They had delivered 12 wagons in the past 3 days. After all, wasn't it a mockery of their association? Let them give at least one adequate reason. He looked at him condescendingly and replied what he was talking about. They had all made an order before the Dark Heavens Association. He continued to keep his finger out and added that he could understand the situation with the Dakin Commandership, but they felt that their association should give way to a private bank or shop. The guy put his hand on his heart and said that no, as it relates to the authority of the Dark Sky Association, it is the principle of their Chamber of Commerce. to deliver orders on a first-come, first-served basis. The man gritted his teeth in anger and asked, they had even forgotten about the ranks. Chan crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he did, and that if they wanted to be spoken to normally, let them try to be polite first. Elon clutched his head and asked how they could be so greedy for worldly riches with one foot in the grave. He asked what was in the grave. The guy added that he was wrong. Without taking the antidote every 2 weeks, they were dead. But they make a fuss every day because of their blind greed. He pointed his finger at himself and stated that he had had enough, and suggested that Un and Chan completely stop supplying the antidote. The man said that they were bastards. Human lives were at stake. They didn't understand. He scratched his ear with his finger and replied that he was talking such nonsense as saying that a Shaolin monk combed his hair. Let them clean their bloody sickle first, and then talk about lives. A crowd of customers stood inside the bar. The man opened his mouth and shouted, "Who dared to laugh? Who?" Locke covered his face with laughter. He opened his eyes wide and shouted again that it seemed that they had gone completely crazy when they sat on the neck of these bastards, and that today, he, on behalf of the head, Locke put the sack out the window and told them not to come any closer. He waved it around and added that he had their next antidote here, that if he destroyed it, they knew how hard it was to make it. A drop of sweat slipped down Elon's cheek. He thought that he didn't like their master either, but not so much. The man furrowed his brows. Who thought it was? The bald and gray-haired men were standing next to the other man. The first had Kusarigama-like hair. He had a gray goatee. The other was tall. He had a bloody steel chain hanging around his waist like a belt. One look at their distinctive features was enough to be sure. This was the king of the demonic sickle and the king of the taming poisonous tail of the Dark Heaven Association. The 8 kings of the Dark Heaven standing right behind the head of the association. A drop of sweat slid down the inspector's face. He thought to himself that they had poisoned people with a deadly poison in order to control everyone with an antidote. These were the young promising talents of the Orthodox faction. The man held out his hand in front of him and said that then at least let them increase the supply of ice liqueur and black caramel. The current volumes are negligible. Not enough to drink, let alone sell. Elon looked at him and replied that lovers die without him. Instead of drinking, it would be better to sell. But alas, it seems that they have already finished everything. He put his fingers to his forehead and explained that they were trying to settle everything. But so far they could not do anything. There were clay pots on the floor. Ung said that while they buy alcohol through Jiangxi, their unique construction method limits productivity. If the supply remains the same, the prices in the night market will instantly skyrocket. Now they can enjoy the benefits. But with time there will be inevitable difficulties. The guy put his hand to his forehead and thought that he needed to come up with something unusual. Why put his hands behind his back? The guy reasoned that the lack of which why suddenly turned out to be a big difficulty. Although he must be very glad that he had radically changed the world in Hefei in 3 years. How incredible he was if he managed to cope with every unpleasant situation. The man opened his mouth and shouted, "Why don't they stop supplying to trading companies, hotels and shops?" Elon pointed his finger at him and replied that he wanted to get the best for the association, and leave the crumbs for the rest. They could change with him. If they didn't like it, he asked how to change it. The young man tensed the muscles on his arm. He twisted his disgruntled face and said that this meant that if he continued to whine like this, their cooperation would end. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The Dark Heaven Association can no longer live without ice liquor, black caramel water, meat wrapped in bread and iced tea. The martial artists of the association are used to meat being wrapped in bread at dinner, while the king, Iron Fist, and executives held parties with booze and iced liquor day after day. Even the head of the association is furious and at the slightest indisposition orders black caramel water. He clenched his hand into a fist and realized that it was because the Dark Heaven Association was already completely dependent on the Cho clan's trade board food. Un put his hands on his sides and said that they had been entrusted with running the Cho clan's restaurant and avoiding anything like that, and that he had said to do business as usual. They understood, and what could they do if the associations of the Dark Heavens ate it all? There, he took out a stack of papers from his robe and said why they thought he couldn't foresee the situation. To be honest, he was frightening. Knowing everything in advance, he left it to the head of the association. The sheet of paper unfolded. The man bared his teeth and pointed out that in exchange for the redistribution of supplies intended for the headquarters of the Anhui Association, they had to withdraw half of their people. He looked at the documents and said that it could not be. Let them just not say that the head of the association would sing to the tune of this snot. Tang held out his hand and said that they were withdrawing half of the troops, but with some conditions. The man looked at him and shouted why they should agree to such conditions. It was really the leader's order. He opened his mouth and explained that all they wanted to do was indulge in women and drink like a pig every single day. They generally understood the situation of their association. He pointed his finger at the young man and added that perhaps the owner of these snotheads had foreseen everything. His deeds regarding the withdrawal of troops could not be a coincidence. The old man averted his eyes to the side and noted that the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan had already captured more than 60% of the Jiangxi shopping district and asked that they had never paid attention to the association's trading district, hotel, drinking establishments, trade organizations everywhere, not a single soul, only a fly. He looked at the man and added that everything was flocking to the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. Whether it was humans or silver coins, their martial artists were the worst. Most of them were unemployed slackers. Drops of sweat slid down the man's cheek. He thought that this meant that they couldn't even earn money, just remain freeloaders. On top of all this, the newcomers were absorbing more than 60% of the Jiangxi shopping district, except for 3 months had passed. He closed his eyes and added that it couldn't be. So far, everyone who had infringed on the association's interest had been defeated. Even the bandits of the forest members had to witness the destruction of 12 of the indigenous fortresses after a small invasion of their waterway. However, the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce was only made up of small fry, not to mention martial artists. What was so terrible about them? Locke put a bag of antidote out the window. He gritted his teeth and added a lot. Ung and Chan stood with each other. The former asked what their demands were. Tang stretched out his hand and replied that it was a panacea for invincible poison, and allowing their association to participate in the activities of the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce, through the Shadowless King. He furrowed his brows at him and thought that the antidote they were taking every 2 weeks was nothing more than a true vitality pill from the life and death medical sect that Y consumed as a common dietary supplement. Although the high price made it impossible for anyone other than high-ranking officials to consume it, Y instructed them to continue to consider the pill as a true antidote no matter what, as any change in taste can give rise to suspicions of the Dark Skies Association. He continued to stare at him and added that the boys should forgive him, but the longer they believed that they had been poisoned, the more of an advantage this situation would gain for them, since they could not miss the opportunity to manipulate the Dark Heaven Association and save a couple of coins. The guy stretched out his hand and replied that it was impossible. First of all, he couldn't provide them with a panacea when Y, the person directly involved in the poisoning, was away. He opened his palm and added that they were going to interfere in the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. He could already see them picking fights over every little thing. It was completely unacceptable. Tang turned around and replied that then let them forget about withdrawing half of the troops. The young man looked down at the floor and noted that Y had agreed to cut supplies to Anhui if the Dark Heaven Association withdrew half of its troops. There must be some kind of plan here. Why had he left him and didn't warn him about anything? The guy continued to hold his hand and said that it was possible to compromise. He would like to meet the Shadow King first, and he hoped that they understood that they couldn't just let a person discuss the affairs of the chamber and do something without seeing his face. The old man smiled and replied, 100 excellent. He lowered his hand and reasoned that his mention of the panacea was only for the negotiations to be successful. First of all, the true purpose of this conversation was to infiltrate the leadership of the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. There I turned to him and told him that he would come tomorrow with the Shadowless King. The second said that they were damn assholes. Someday they would meet their inevitable death at the hands of this king. Elon looked at them and told them to look at these old men who couldn't make a single complaint in front of Y, and now pierce the heavens with their arrogance. Ung rubbed his chin with his hand and pointed out that the unexpected situation. They were providing them with Anhui's materials and allowing them to participate in the affairs of the chamber. It was unpleasant. The two representatives of the Dark Sky Association walked towards the exit. Wu and the head of the alliance were sitting at the table. He asked him for the order that the alliance had prepared. The inspector handed him the papers. The head of the alliance took the order in his hands. The ashes from the paper flew up. Two guys went to their table. The elder looked at the inspector and said that whether there was some advisor in the tactical unit of their alliance who could bite off half of the Dark Heaven Association in Jiangxi, had anyone come up with such a scheme, or whether they were cutting back on business in the Jiangxi trading district, reducing their profits and weakening the power of the most non-orthodox faction on a macro level. Wu stretched out his hands and said that, the head of the alliance, but the order. He rubbed his beard and reasoned. On the one hand, the juniors who claimed that they were descendants of famous clans, regardless of the enemy, should never resort to poisoning and limit them with an antidote. The morality of a true man was constant. How could one do something like this without taking into account the principles of the righteous path? Drops of sweat slid down Yuan's face, and he replied that it wasn't. Chan clasped his hands and said that by doing so, he, a member of the alliance, had disgraced the name of his illustrious clan, so he asked the alliance head to temper his anger. The two guys looked at each other. Un also folded his hands and asked for forgiveness. Qualiance went through his beard and replied that if you sow, you will reap. The young man opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He looked at the elder. The guy abruptly ran away somewhere and asked to wait a minute. He returned with a tray. The alliance looked at him and asked if it was iced liquor. Ung and his assistant were carrying trays of liquor, who said that they were Istomix, the best iced liquor, and their brewery only produced about 100 bottles of it a year. He handed the tray to the elder, who said that he had an excellent reputation for iced liquor, and then there was a premium bottle. The guy lowered his eyes to the floor and thought that they say that the martial emperor loves alcohol with all his heart, unlike a Taoist with a monastic title. He took the cork out of the vessel. Alcohol poured into a cup. Un put the cup on the table. The head of the alliance asked to give him a quick taste. He brought the cup to his mouth and remarked that what a divine taste. The drink was undoubtedly suitable for a drunken immortal. The elder drank a little. An image of roses with fire appeared. He noted that a hot sensation flowing down his throat, his stomach seemed to envelop a mysterious warmth, and the aftertaste. An image of a blue flash appeared. He added that the spicy aromas and soft pleasure blooming in his mouth, and at the end a cooling and refreshing feeling as if every corner of his body was being cleansed. Sweat appeared on the elder's face. Wu looked into the cup and thought how such a drink could exist. The young man put 2 more vessels on the table and asked them to treat themselves to black caramel water, which is best used to knock down the bitterness of alcohol. The guests looked at the bottles and asked again about the black caramel water. They took a vessel each. The head of the alliance threw back his head and noted that what a coolness, a crazy feeling, as if the fatty meat stagnant in the stomach had finally been digested. The inspector opened his mouth in shock and thought that these drinks were made by humans. The elder pointed his finger at the drinks and asked them to send them to the alliance. He picked up the liquor jar and said that from now on, the Cho Chamber of Commerce would no longer be persecuted by the alliance. Let them just deliver their drinks. The 3 guys looked at them in shock. Chang thought that the martial emperor, Shanxi, was far enough away. A bead of sweat rolled down Uno's face. The alliance had asked them not to say that they could deliver drinks to the Dark Skies Association, but not to the alliance. His eyes lit up. He shouted that this was an order from the alliance. Drops of sweat rolled down Wu's face. Stars were burning in the sky. The courtyard of the Tang guest clan. The guy was standing in front of the building. Wei looked up at the sky and reasoned about what martial arts are. It's something that everyone, especially a man, dreams of and strives for. For him, martial arts are something like that. 2 large men stood next to each other. The main character noted that in modern society, power is gained through wealth, authority, fame, recognition, sometimes even appearance and eloquence. At the same time, martial arts are not so effective. It was inevitable, due to the absolute lawlessness of unofficial violence. The fighter with the belt raised his hands up. The protagonist added that the only place where fools were allowed martial arts was sports, so he considered martial arts to be one of the tools for achieving success. He looked down and realized that because he had never thought about his attitude towards him, such a worldview was a surprise to him. Thousands of daggers flew at the young man. He noted that the sword god's claim that he would not be surpassed by more than 10 art masters had been refuted by Jianghu yesterday, even though it had happened because he had learned all his skills for the first time. Hundreds of daggers flew down. He added that even though they both had experience in the sword tomb, he secretly hoped that he had an advantage over the sword god. He didn't have any knowledge of modern mathematics. On the other hand, he could understand that the physical and mathematical data possessed by the almighty physique of the heavenly sword was much more detailed. Yung's eye flashed. The guy added that however, yesterday, the sword god had confirmed that this physique was actually his snag and he had no choice but to agree to it. The sword god swung his blade. Wei thought that in terms of physics, the movements that the sword god used to block the sky eclipsing the bright downpour were not the most effective. However, he couldn't understand why he was moving like this, even though he could use many other effective trajectories. Daggers flew at the sword god. The young man noted that it turned out to be his in the end. The assumptions were wrong. An image of blue swords flying down appeared. The main character reasoned that these seemingly meaningless movements, first he struck, instantly mastering the space, eventually neutralized the downpour. He felt that he was a computer processor performing hundreds of thousands of operations per second, but still unable to understand human emotions. A black aura spread across the battlefield. The guy added that the eye of a modern person would never understand this strange scene, and these mysterious movements that could not be described. He lowered his head and noted that at this moment, he had clearly sensed it. In the sword tomb, he had not received a martial art, but a technique. The young man looked at his hand and thought that just 3 days ago, for him, the power of the void and the galactic power of the heavenly sword flow were neither a target nor a martial soul. He stretched out his hand and noted that it was about the mathematical perception of space, its capture, its curvature by waves, whether this process of perception and reflection in the physical sense could be a militant soul. The guy looked down and thought that he was a warlike soul, and said out loud that it was for him. Zhang stood leaning on his sword. The protagonist reasoned that this solitude of a lonely throne and a heart thirsting for immortality was the path he desired and hoped for, the spirit he had developed, and the soul born in these trials. Drops fell into the water, the path of a lonely heart, spirit and soul. Wei looked into the distance, and realized that if strength could be expressed in numbers, how powerful would a sword god be, and that a person could be so confident in his beliefs. The sword master looked at him, and told him to decide. He closed one eye. An image of the protagonist from different times appeared. He asked himself if he was a man of modernity or Jianghu. Until now he had always been both Wei and Yun at the same time. An image of the same city appeared in different time intervals. The guy added that this blocked his militant soul. He looked at the city, and thought that he had to make a choice. He stood on the ground and pointed out that the very fact that he couldn't answer such questions right away showed that he wasn't a true martial artist. He grabbed his sword and realized that he had to abandon his identity as a modern man in order to comprehend the deepest mysteries. The guy waved it, and replied that no, don't let him put pressure on him. An image of the protagonist's sword appeared. He thought that he doubted that the path of learning the deep secrets of martial arts was as simple as he said. He raised his sword and asked to himself that a lonely heart, he didn't want to live alone in the alcove of a cold heart like him, What was the point of reaching Uju alone and not sharing it with anyone? The protagonist brandished his sword and asked himself a willing and hopeful heart, did he have one? He put out his sword and said that life is the desire to live, repentance, it is deep regret about something in a past life, and progress is the desire to move forward. The sword god looked at him and asked what his answer was. He smiled slightly and added that it was excellent. The guy was practicing sword swings. Jung asked if he knew why he called the sword that he found in the sword tomb heaven because it is incredibly powerful. The purpose of this sword, at this time, the courtyard of the Tang clan's guest house became the place where the young sword god, a martial artist of unimaginable degree, was born. Leaves grew on the branch. Your servant went into the room and said that the elder had woken up. He gestured to the exit and said that he would be the first outsider to visit the secretive monarch's palace. Let him pass. The butler folded his hands and added that there was a poisonous ancestor here. An image of a poisonous ancestor appeared. There was a guy kneeling in front of him. Tang thought that his father, the man who had ordered the destruction of all his martial arts and didn't bat an eyelid, his father didn't bother to explain why he had come to see him after he had declared him a traitor to the clan. The man turned away and said that he would not go. The servant replied that he understood that he wanted to see him. He turned to him and added that as he had said, he was an outsider. Outsiders were not allowed to be in the palace of the secretive monarch. He would stay here. The butler handed him a scroll and noted that it was a letter from a poisonous ancestor. Tang took it in his hands. Wai headed for the exit and told them to go. The main character followed the servant. They were walking along a busy street. The protagonist and the butler approached the gates of the temple. They opened slightly. Two guys went into the church. Life-size figures of warriors stood against the wall. The servant touched the wall and said this way. Wai walked forward and asked if the security measures were too exaggerated. Shur looked at him and replied that he was a martial artist of unimaginable degree, single-handedly surpassing a stealth monarch. Wouldn't the lack of a guard of this level offend him? The young man looked away and asked what they still considered his enemy. The man looked at him and replied that to them, everyone except the members of the Tang clan were enemies, so they had held out until now. The protagonist walked inside the hall and thought that it was so arrogant and evil, all enemies except members of their own clan. In fact, the Tang clan had made a name for itself. Muho put his hands on his knees and wondered if it could be that there was a hidden meaning in their words regarding the demon castle in heaven. Wai stood in front of him and replied that why did they keep trying to interpret it? He meant what he said and nothing else. He stretched out his hand in front of him and added that it was his will to deal with the Sichuan part of the demon heavenly castle in exchange for trading iron ore from the Cho clan's chamber of commerce. The elder looked at him and asked if he wasn't in the red. The young man tilted his head and replied that he did not know, and thought that obtaining exclusive rights to the iron ore mined by the Tang clan was an advantage for them, since they wanted to diversify their iron suppliers, which directly affected their survival. The elder stated that if there were no hidden intentions, then he was ready to accept the offer. Wai stretched out his hand and replied that there was something else that needed to be clarified. Muho looked at her and asked him what he was talking about the heavenly ice spirit. The main character looked at him and replied that he had forgotten. A man ran into the room. The guy turned to him. He said that he had an urgent message. The servant looked at the protagonist contemptuously. He clenched his hands into a fist and stated that the Sichuan part of the demon heavenly castle had raised the heavenly demon saint flag. The elder jumped up from his throne and noted that it meant that the heavenly demon had returned. A man of large physique stood with his hands down. A heavenly demon, although his name was often mentioned around the world, it seemed that he had disappeared, the lord who ruled over all cultists, the monarch of destruction, capable of destroying the world at will. The young man rubbed his chin with his hand and thought that if it was true, in this era, the descendants of all three gods had appeared in Jianghu. Although they were the descendants of absolute beings from different eras, the fact that they all lived in one was something that could not be forgotten. The sword god opened his mouth and noted that it couldn't be, even their source, the myriad demon mound, had been completely destroyed. The severed head of the enemy flew down. Zhang revealed that he personally beheaded the 8 demonic elders, striking their hearts, the heads of the hidden sinister demon cult, and destroyed the mound of myriad demons, their root, and there was no one left. He clenched his hand into a fist and added that perhaps the current heavenly demon palace, which had emerged from the hidden sinister demon cult, had been relegated to one of the heavenly domains, and had been forced to settle in Xinjiang because after this incident, and resolutely stated that he had to see it with his own eyes, they were going to Xinjiang. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's cheek. He asked if the sword god was not the strongest of the three. What kind of anxiety? The crowd of people was on their knees. Jung replied that ignorance. The name of the heavenly demon is sacred, for hundreds of thousands of cultists. If these bastards who had dedicated their lives to serving and admiring their god could witness his rebirth, what emotions did he think they would experience? The guy put his head down and thought that first of all, he was not a religious person, but there was a lot of information in the news and media about the behavior of fanatics. The girl was holding a towel. Wai added that people who unconditionally believe that their leader is the second coming of Christ, who sincerely think that tomorrow will not come, and commit suicide by taking poison at the same time in one place, daughters of the church who offer virginity to a religious leader, torturing themselves for the sake of wealth. There were blood stains on the wall. The main character added that he knows too many cruel consequences of religious fanaticism. His eyes widened in surprise and thought that the thought of only a couple dozen fanatics in the modern world would give him goosebumps. But he was talking about hundreds of thousands of madmen. A crowd of cultists stood in one place. The protagonist noted that in addition, most demonic occultists practice demonic arts. They are fanatics who are ready to sacrifice themselves. The young man put his hand on his thigh and thought that the rebirth of a heavenly demon was not only the appearance of an absolute martial artist. He rubbed his chin with his hand and added that he still didn't understand why the god of the sword was so worried. The orthodox sect of the current Murim was now expanding more than ever. The Murim alliance had about 800,000 members. Zhang looked at him and asked that he hadn't yet understood the overly boastful nature of the people from the Central Plains. The horse pulled the cart behind him. The sword god added that there were 800,000, ranging from the 9 great sects, 1 alliance, and the 5 great clans, to many small and medium-sized sects, martial arts academy, every Buddhist, every family, and even honored guests and Buddhist pilgrims. The man was holding a bamboo cane in his hand. He asked that some tramps were already more than 100,000, but whether they were all martial artists. Wai's face twisted and thought that meant that the 800,000 included people of all kinds. The man held a spear in his hand. Jung said that among the members of the Alliance of Pure Martial Artists there would be almost 200,000, but among the demon cultists, it was different. Among them only those who had put the ashes of heavenly fire on their foreheads and became believers by taking the spirit of the eternal flame. An image of a purple aura appeared. The main character asked what the spirit of eternal fire was. He replied that it was the unquenchable flame of the demon, the seed of demonic arts. On the protagonist's cheek, a perforated drop of sweat, he asked to himself about the demonic arts family. He wanted to say that all these hundreds of thousands of fanatics practiced demonic arts. The elder was standing in front of his throne. He held a copper seal in his hand and said that it was a token of 5 poisons. His servants dropped to one knee abruptly. He ordered the secretary to immediately send a carrier pigeon to alert the alliance, the heads of the hidden dragon chamber and the legendary dragon chamber, to summon all those involved in poisons and allowed the poison dragon manor to be fully opened, and that the hidden dragon chamber accepts the order of 5 poisons. The legendary dragon chamber accepts the order of 5 poisons, the poison dragon chamber to open under the order of 5 poisons. Muho held out his hand and stated that when everyone gathered, the legendary dragon chamber, let her equip everyone with a hidden snake firearm container, and let them wait and be ready to attack immediately. The elder narrowed his eyes and noted that who would have thought that a heavenly demon would appear immediately after he used his inner chi. He looked at Wai and asked him if he could hope for his help. He looked at him and replied that he was going to scout for the time being, and would check the Sichuan part of the heavenly dragon castle. The elder folded his hands as a sign of respect and stated that the Tang clan would never forget it. The servants also folded their hands and reiterated that the Tang clan would never forget it. Sparrows were sitting on the branches. The evening sun illuminated the village. The protagonist remarked that it had been 3 days since he had left the empty demon cult in Sichuan and headed towards the demon heavenly castle. The young man rode on horseback and added that his heart trembled in the face of the unknown. He looked to the side and thought that he felt a subtle fear and a strange anticipation. The closer he got to Xinjiang, the more these feelings boiled in him. An image of a red sparkling sphere appeared. The sword god remarked that it must have been where the demon god's advent ritual had begun. An image of the book appeared. The guy asked if he could ask what the ritual of the advent of the demon god was. He had read about it in the Murim Chronicles. It is a traditional festival full of blood, where adherents of demonic cults praise, worship and swear allegiance to the incarnation of the god who descended into the mortal world. The man held a knife in his hand. He added that it was a horrific scene of cruelty and human sacrifice, those chosen for the sacrifice screaming with joy, the bloodshed on the altar of the demon god symbolizing eternal slavery to the returned heavenly demon. An image of a human heart appeared. The young man noted that the festival lasts 15 days, during which time several hundred people are sacrificed. A drop of sweat slid down his face. He said that this meant that there were no demonic occultists in Sichuan due to it. Jung replied that of course, if the heavenly demon had really been reborn, then the demon god's advent ritual should be performed. A crowd of people was walking through the desert. The guy noted that here are madmen, so all of the demonic cultists are feverishly flocking to Xinjiang to sacrifice themselves, leaving the places where they fought with enemies. This is definitely fanaticism. The sword god said that it was necessary to check if the advent ritual was really carried out and leave immediately. The servants are not so important, but you can't engage in battle with the leaders. The guy was riding a horse and asked why. He also wanted to test the demon cultists. Zhang held a sword in his hands and replied that he had destroyed a hidden sinister demon cult, destroyed a myriad demon mound. Who else could be their blood enemy? The guy looked ahead. He rubbed his chin with his hand and noted that careless interference could reveal him. Most likely, these fanatics would find him in the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhou clan. Even if they had to search the whole of Jianghu, then the chamber and his colleagues might be in danger. The sword god opened his mouth and replied that he couldn't personally meet the heavenly demon until he was at the stage of self-actualization. That was his order as a master. Wai sat on his horse and asked how it was so easy to talk about the degree of self-actualization. He himself said that in 1,000 years, there were only 3 of them. If the stage of life of death was so easy to reach, didn't the earth and heaven collapse? Jung crossed his arms and noted that he was an idiot. From the very beginning of this world, he was most likely the first martial artist who had reached an unimaginable level before 30, and he could discuss martial arts in the spirit realm with him in detail. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He bared his teeth and asked what he thought would ever be in a state of chi deviation. He wanted to miss a sudden enlightenment like a lightning strike, and that he wasn't moving along a lonely path like the sea. The guy looked in front of him and asked why he treated him this way. Zhang smiled slightly and replied that he had forgotten. The guy was calmly sitting on his horse and asked him again. The sword god stretched out his hand and replied that he was his master. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Longloha border, Qinghai province. A lonely horseman walked through the desert. Exhausted, Wai tilted his head. An image of a black spot appeared. The guy thought that the abstract martial arts masters he had read about in books in the past were able to survive a month without food and sleep. This is such nonsense. Only 6 days without water, and he had the feeling that all his internal organs were on fire. An image of a human figure appeared, adding that with the exception of basic elements for sustaining life, when substances such as water, electrolytes, and nutrients enter the body, energy continues to decline. Sweat was dripping down the guy's face. Jung replied that it was internal energy. He heard the flapping of the wings of flying pigs. The young man bowed his head and realized that no matter how one consoles oneself with the supreme divine heavenly sword technique, what is the use of it if basic physical strength is lacking? And besides, the body can deteriorate while a flawless mind only makes it even more unpleasant. His eyes widened. The protagonist took his sword out of its sheath and thought that even he would fall soon, as would his friends who came with him, and that it would be okay to be a good boy even if he had blood. He threw his head up sharply. The main character clutched his head and thought that he almost fainted from thirst for a moment. He thought about killing this blessed black horse that had been driving him all this time. Saliva flowed from his mouth. He put his hand to his forehead and noted that this was the dehydration mania that the sword god had warned him about. Dehydration mania, also known as drifting ship fever, referring to the symptoms of sailors on a drifting ship who could not bear to be thirsty, went insane, and killed each other. Chung crossed his arms over his chest and told him to continue to stimulate the Tiandong point with internal energy. This promotes the production of saliva, and rolled his tongue, pressed it to the roof of his mouth. The thirst would not go away, but it would help a little. Wai clutched his head and shouted that he couldn't hear him. Now even if Sir told him that he had made fermented beans without beans, he wouldn't buy it. He clenched his hand into a fist and stated that just a couple of days ago he had tearfully begged for his master's gratitude. The guy exhaled heavily and replied that his only mistake was to believe him, so who else could he blame? The sun shone on the sandy valley. He noted that the great god of the sword was not perfect, a desert, a place where the soil changed dozens of times a day. Dust rose from the ground. He added that hundreds of thousands of sand dunes are constantly rising and disappearing under the influence of sandstorms, so it is impossible for them to remain the same as the sword god remembered them hundreds of years ago. In fact, the sword god has only been to the Xinjiang lands once. People from the central plains don't just come here. Clouds flew in the sky. The main character noticed 4 camels in the distance. Riders were sitting on camels. The horse immediately rushed in their direction. The 3 camel riders looked at the protagonist. The girl stared at him. She raised her finger and noted that the horse was in the desert. The guy galloped up to the people. He looked at them with displeasure and asked to himself that everyone knew that the camel was the ship of the desert, and that if it had not been for the great, beautiful, wise god of the sword, who had hurried him to set out, he would not have been in such a hurry. The girl got off the camel. She took the knife in her hands. The girl poked it at the horse of the main character. The horse fell dead. The guy asked what it was. The girl replied that he did not see his pupils. He would not have lasted until night anyway, so they would collect blood while fresh. The guy opened his mouth and screamed that it was nevertheless his property. She picked up a flask of water and told him to take it. The young man drank greedily from the flask. He wiped his mouth. She asked that he did not know that he could not drink much at once, and that he thought that he would survive this way. The girl sat down beside the horse. She turned to the guy and told him to collect blood faster. He looked at her and asked to himself what was wrong with them. He was grateful for the water, but wasn't killing someone else's horse and collecting its blood madness? The sword god noted that the sacred fire marks are demonic cultists. The guy slightly opened his mouth in surprise and asked if the sacred fire mark was what it was. He asked him to look at their foreheads. The 2 men stood next to each other. Jung revealed that this is a sign of accepting the spirit of eternal fire. Demonic cultists call these scars a sign of eternal fire. The girl lowered her pants. He added that women receive the spirit of eternal fire on their navels. While men dedicate their minds to the demon god, women dedicate their wombs. Giving birth to a child with a demonic aura is the greatest blessing and honor for believers. Wai looked at them in shock and pointed out that even pregnancy, which is supposed to be a blessing received through love between a man and a woman, is exploited in religion. Zhang held out his hands and stated that although they were inferior cultists who were unable to join the core of a demonic cult, They were still demonic cultists, so he should finish them all off. The guy replied that he was telling him to kill a young girl who hadn't even matured yet. An image of a female figure with a sword in her stomach appeared. The young man noted that killing people is a component of bad karma, which I inevitably accumulate into powerful people in Jianghu wandering around the world. But killing people, regardless of rightness or lying for good, is still murder. The fish was lying on the cutting board. He added that besides, the mind of modern man complicates everything, and frankly, he is frightened even by the thought of chopping off the head of a fish. In college, on a camping trip, none of his friends could kill a live chicken, no one except an innocent girl. The sword god opened his eyes and replied that he was a fool. He still hadn't understood how dangerous demonic bastards were, and what was great, he would experience it himself. One of the cultists approached Y. He put his hands on the sheath and said that if he walked straight, he would reach Xinjiang, which made him walk this way. He replied that he was heading towards the heavenly demon palace. The man took out his sword and shouted, "How dare an unbeliever like him mention the demon heavenly castle, seeking death?" The guy gritted his teeth and asked again about the unbeliever. He stretched out his hand in front of him. The young man raised 2 hands above him and asked that he was not a servant of the demon god because he had not been able to accept the spirit of the eternal flame. He fell sharply to his knees. The young man bowed and said that, "O venerable lord of darkness, the flame of demon fire eternally blazing, these people deny his scarlet soul. Why didn't he hear the voice of this sincere humble servant?" Zhang looked down in shock and asked what could be. He was persistently interested in the ritual culture of demon cultists, and had planned this from the beginning. He lowered his head under him and replied that even after watching him, he still did not understand him. The man held out his hands in front of him. He added that killing was not his option. If these people could make a breakthrough through eloquence and cunning, this body would already be at the stage of self-actualization. A man with a beard folded his arms in the shape of a triangle. Another man with a beard and a tattoo on his forehead was rubbing his beard. Y noted that so far he had obtained the Heavenly Sword Memorial Plaque, began to rule in Hefei, absorbed half of Jiangxi. Had any of this been achieved through martial arts? The girl looked at him in shock and asked what these ice arts were. She pointed her finger at him and thought that snow-white chi formed in both hands, an ice expert bowing to Mount Tianshan in Xinjiang, following the ritual rite of the ancient divine cult. The black-haired guy was floating in the air. Y thought that in the distant past, when the divine cult was known as the hidden sinister divine cult, it was said that there was an incomparable extreme Yin demonic art that had eclipsed even the Northern Sea ice art, the 9 Yin demonic scripture. Once it was the demon art of the 9 Yin demon clan, one of the 8 great demon clans of the hidden sinister divine cults. After the fall of the hidden sinister divine cult against their mortal enemy, the sword god, another demonic clan returned to the bosom of the divine cult. The girl fell to her knees and said that she was Yunxiang, the blood flower of the ghosting chamber. In the name of the divine demon, she honored the return of the 9 Yin demon clan. The rest of the cultists also fell to their knees in front of Y. The sword god opened his mouth in shock and remarked that it was incredible, with only a superficial knowledge of the art of ice, that he had come up with such a trick. 4 camels were standing near the halt. The guy sat in the lotus position and thought that now that his physical strength had returned, he could continue to use the ice arts. The girl came up from behind and said that it was a great honor to witness the cultivation of the 9 Yin demonic scripture in person. Another cultist came up to him from the front and said that the venerable saint of the 9 Yin demon clan, could it be that this mortal body, this incredibly cold demonic defensive wall? The protagonist's eyes bulged out and thought that it was interesting whether they were sincerely admiring or just flattering him. Zhang reached out and revealed that the lesser cultists remained silent even when they went on a mission and came face to face with death. As long as they believed that he was a venerable saint and from the 9 Yin clan reviving the 9 Yin cult, they would hold on to this connection to the last. In a demonic cult ruled by the logic of force, they did not see anything wrong with creating bonds with a venerable saint. The guy lowered his eyes and realized that all this meant only to survive. He closed one eye and thought that, however, how could they so easily believe that he was a venerable saint, just because of some ice arts and demon cult ritual that he had demonstrated? How could one obtain the title of honorary saint without addressing the cult head, the elder, or at least the members of the demon cult? The sword god furrowed his brows and replied that he was a fool. Did he really think that he had to say that? Someone who had demonstrated his enhanced chi for self-defense. He stretched out his hand and added that to others, he was a martial artist of an indomitable degree. In the classification of the demon cult, it was equal to the highest demon level. So if he accepted the spirit of the eternal fire and officially entered the cult, he would ascend to the rank of a venerable saint in their hierarchy. Besides, didn't he consider himself a descendant of the demon clan? The girl knelt down and told the venerable saint to treat himself. An image of the protagonist's horse appeared. He stretched out his arms in disgust and told her to take it. The girl opened her mouth slightly in amazement and thought that she was actually well aware of the legend of the 9 Yin demon clan from the ancient times of the hidden sinister divine cult. It was said that the martial artists of this clan were all heartless, and without exception had a bad temper. The incredible cold of their demonic cultivation was strong enough to completely freeze the formidable bastards from the Central Plains with just one stroke of the gentle soft power of his palm. She looked at him and noted that he was a venerable saint, but quite different from the followers of the divine cult. He even had a gentle manner of speech, and it was cute how frightened he was of the flesh of the horse he was riding. Yunxiang looked away and added that just like her, before entering the divine cult, it was possible that once he let the spirit of eternal fire into his soul and absorbed the sacred fire of the divine demon in his heart, all this purity would immediately disappear like melting snow. She opened her eyes wide and noted that there were disrespectful thoughts again. The girl fell sharply to her knees. She bowed and said that the sacred fire, her humble servant, harbored perverted feelings for a moment. 3 cultists stood behind her. They tore off her clothes. Daggers plunged into her back. The guy looked at this in shock and noted that they not only tore the girl's clothes without hesitation, but also began to stab her with knives. Blood was flowing from the girl's back. Wai stood up and thought that there was nothing divine about this cult. They were mad. That must be why these bastards associated themselves with the demon cult. It was necessary to stay close to them until they reached the heavenly demon palace, for the sake of covering it as a descendant of the 9 demon clan, but it could be dangerous further. The young man threw his cloak on her and told her to put it on. She looked at him and said that she was fine. He replied that he was not, so let her shut up. The protagonist noticed a figure in the distance. The girl looked in that direction and said that they were fellow followers. He put on his hat and said that he would deal with them later, and let them keep quiet about the fact that he was a descendant of the 9 demon clan. When they talked to the other followers, they replied that it was as he ordered. Lights were burning in the hut. The guy sat in the lotus position and thought that ordinary cultists were easy to fool. But what about their leaders? He would need demonic art to fool them. The sword god crossed his arms over his chest and thought that based on the excellent acting he was showing, he must have a great strategy. But demonic arts. He put his hand to his forehead and pointed out that once even the throne had tried to study the demonic arts in order to comprehend the innermost secrets of martial arts. However, the problem was that the higher a person's skill in the demonic arts, the less humanity he had admired the demonic arts, immersed himself in this distorted world, and had a difficult experience. Wai's eyes lit up. He added that this fool had already focused his void realm, and although he was still new to martial arts, he was an unimaginable master who could control martial intent. He wouldn't be easily consumed by destructive fire, after all. Zhang looked in front of him, and noted that it was because he only knew one demon art, and asked him if he wanted to learn the demonic divine art. The young man opened his eyes in shock and asked, "Demonic divine art," not missing the word of heaven in the beginning. Looking directly at the dark sky, Wai wondered if it could be that the demonic cultists called the lessons of the demon god demonic divine art. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy reasoned that the people from the Central Plains were using their own nomenclatura for the same legendary way of cultivating internal energy as the heavenly demon divine art or the amethyst demon art, and immediately received a positive response from the teacher. Sitting in the lotus position, the protagonist remarked that it was not surprising that he had taught him on Manhwa about the demon flower and the flower of splitting the primordial constitution, and asked if he had already mastered this martial art, to which Jung replied that a part of it was part of his heavenly supreme divine sword technique. Looking straight ahead in a dumbfounded way after hearing this, Wai asked how this was possible. Smiling smugly, the sword god said that he had destroyed the hidden sinister demonic cult, crushed myriads of demons with his own hands, and the boy asked if he had mastered it at that moment. Turning away in displeasure, Jung explained that it was just the curiosity of a martial artist, and besides, cultivating a demonic divine art was something that only someone who had surpassed the martial soul and become limitless could possess. Remembering himself using the amethyst divine art of Manhwa, the lad pondered that even it had destroyed the demonic energy as much as possible, and created such an astounding impression. With a puzzled expression on his face, the protagonist reasoned that it was frightening to think that the demonic divine art was real. Sighing heavily after hearing this, Jung called him an idiot and asked if he didn't need a simple demonic energy that could disguise his heavenly supreme divine sword technique, and suggested that he simply not tell him that his cultivation base was below the indomitable stage. Hearing this, Wai was delighted, remarking that he was going to learn it. Releasing a huge amount of violet energy, the sword god asked to listen carefully to the need to enter the cycle of reincarnation and face the renewing circle of heaven and hell. Continuing to emit his own energy around him, Zhang added that he had to give up his soul in order to find a world unbridled and boundless, and find himself in a solitary emptiness. At this time, the boy moved away from the camp into the desert. The protagonist spread his hands to the sides as his teacher told that when taking the sacred fire, one needs to know the cyclical nature of the universe and explores the renewing circle of heaven and hell. Their souls circulate endlessly, and for the sake of the forgotten world, one needs to tear apart one's soul tired of this cycle, and also let all the rules disappear so that only the infinite demons remain, so in the end, not only the true essence of the demon and experience disappear as if he were in an endless abyss. Feeling a cluster of purple energy within him, Wai asked if it was a sacred fire, and mused that the sword god had accurately called it a demon flower. However, He did not feel any evil or destructive energy in this purple glow. Looking at the blob of violet-colored energy, the boy wondered if this demonic technique was accurate. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the protagonist didn't understand why it wasn't called a sacred divine art, but a demonic divine art. Noticing this, Jung was extremely dumbfounded and couldn't understand who he was and how he had missed all the steps and immediately made a breakthrough to the heaven-manifesting non-earthly soul stage. At the same moment, his mind was reminded of the description of the stage of demonic divine art, in which the unearthly soul manifesting the heavens was the sixth stage. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the sword god reasoned that it was already amazing for him to light the divine flame of the amethyst soul as soon as he began to cultivate. But as if it wasn't enough, he still jumped all the steps, obtaining the stage of an unearthly soul manifesting heaven. Looking straight ahead, Chung wondered how this snot, who hadn't even mastered the cycle of eternal transformation or divided a flower between heaven and earth, could contemplate the endless abyss. Visualizing himself meditating on a dark technique, the god of the sword said that two parts of amethyst color, separated between heaven and earth, unite after a long meditation, during which we are subjected to constant despair, madness, bursting joy, anger, sorrow and pleasure. Imagining in his head how the inner demons came out of him, the great swordsman said that in the end, it was possible to get rid of all worldly desires, and even after that, the refined amethyst flower needed decades of devotion to reach the stage of an unearthly soul. Visualizing a huge number of people being drawn to violet energy, Chung claimed that it was the ultimate demonic color of the demon god, a sacred fire worshipped by every demonic cultist. Imagining the bright sparkle of an unknown power, the sword god explained that the sacred fire is the highest stage of existence that a person can reach, and it is equal to the Buddhist enlightenment and the state of transience of the Taoists. Watching directly his disciple who was meditating on the technique, Zhang pondered that despite being human, he was now only one step away from reaching the demonic divine stage, which was actually the divine world, and didn't understand if it was even possible. Looking ahead seriously, the sword god thought that even he, the venerable and most eminent martial artist of all time, had devoted more than 4 decades to the study of the demonic divine art, but under such circumstances, it couldn't be an accident, but a pressing problem had to be solved first. Suddenly, as Y continued to release the violet energy, he heard the master's voice telling him to continue quickly, because if he stopped now, there would be no way to stop the soul transfer. At the same moment, the protagonist's spirit burst straight out of his body, and did not understand what to do. Dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening, Chung said to develop the idea that he wanted to reunite with the demon flower. Screaming loudly in pain, Y said that he was thinking about it. Immediately after that, the boy's soul began to return back. After a moment, he looked at his sweaty palm. The protagonist examined herself with great admiration. At this moment, an unknown energy enveloped the bloodstone. Suddenly, it changed its color from half to blue. Then the artifact was completely repainted in a new color. Noticing this, Y was extremely surprised. The ancestors were also surprised by everything that was happening, with their mouths wide open, and the old man said that it was karma that had accumulated blood jade, and Myonyak remarked that he was originally an unworthy heir to the clan, while Man stated that it was a great job, and Jung realized that it meant that now he would put an end to all troubles. Suddenly, blue lightning struck right in front of the boy. At the same moment, he felt a strong pain in his head. Holding his head, the protagonist screamed in pain. At the same moment, an incomprehensible sound came directly from the blue stone. From the void space, Y called out to his elders and the sword god. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the boy shouted the name of Mendak and Man. A moment later, the protagonist fell directly to his knees. Looking ahead with his frightened gaze, Y wondered why he couldn't hear the sword god's voice anymore, and he didn't understand what was happening. Remembering how happy he was when he was enveloped in blue energy, the boy wondered what this demonic art could change in blood jade, and reflected that the phenomenon he had just observed was momentarily similar to ecstasy and 3 years of enlightenment in the tomb of the sword. Unleashing his violet energy, the protagonist reasoned that, however, the heavenly supreme divine sword technique had been forcibly hammered into his body by the sword god, and before all he had to do was unleash the power and use it, but he had gained demonic divine art through the enlightenment of the Gujiel texts. Suddenly, Y grabbed his blade. Holding the sword right in front of him, the boy knew that this technique was ultimately his. Releasing several blobs of dark energy from the blade, the protagonist called it the void that consumes everything on Earth. A moment later, his attacks destroyed the ground. Looking directly at the craters formed by his impact, Y noticed that it was very simple and completely unlike the divine aura of the sword god that he had seen on Mount Hua. Looking directly at his demonic sword puzzled, the lad pondered that this was the true way to cultivate the internal energy in the gods, and the difference between the external way of cultivating the internal energy and the one realized through initiation was very significant. Looking forward, the protagonist realized that he had immediately mastered the texts of the Google Heavenly Supreme Divine Sword Technique and the principles of chi and blood from the sword god, so he was able to reach this stage quickly enough. Looking directly at the night sky, Why mused that although he was not familiar with the birth of a heavenly demonic force, it seemed to him that he would not lose no matter what, and wondered what was this emptiness in his soul. Then the narratives of the story are transferred a month later to places where a huge crowd of people passed right between the mountains. Why sat on top of the camel, asking if he had really lost touch with his ancestors, saying that he missed the sword god's battles, Mendok's many teachings, and man's soft voice. Suddenly, the hooded girl pointed her finger forward, telling the venerable, or rather her brother, that they had finally arrived. Looking directly at the huge gate leading inside the demon cult, the boy thought that this was the heavenly palace of demons, and couldn't believe that it was called a door, not understanding how they opened and closed it. Looking around, the main haven of the demonic cult, the protagonist reflected that they were clearly underestimated, because there are 100,000 demonic cultists, and the people from the Central Plains were clearly wrong about the number of their opponents. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, Why noticed that demon cultivation was said to last 1,000 years. Looking directly at the people around him, the boy wondered that if the group had preserved the culture for many years, then what potential force could come out of old traditions and long history, because what he was seeing now could be just the tip of the iceberg. At the same moment, a voice in the form of purple symbols resounded throughout the entire territory of the demon palace. These very symbols appeared because of a woman who used her magic. Noticing her, Wai was very surprised and asked if it was a heavenly demon. Smiling broadly, the hooded girl explained that she was their goddess. Watching the woman in the white and purple dress right away, the boy couldn't believe that their goddess was a woman, and assumed that it was because of the different symbols on her face, and her appearance was clearly masculine. Looking directly at the purple symbols spreading around the area, the protagonist mused that the demonic cultists treated her as a goddess, which meant that she possessed something unusual, but there was no sign that she had martial arts, and then he didn't understand what she could do. Looking directly at his cultist friend, Wai asked what this goddess could do. Hearing this, the hooded girl seemed to sparkle with rage and said that she heard Aramin's voice, which surprised the boy. Imagining a huge demon in his head, the protagonist recalled that the god of the sword told him about such things, and this is an absolutely high demon among demonic cultists and literally a legendary creature. So they say that Aramin is the dark spiritual essence of the deity of light who created the universe, the fiend of hell, born to destroy the world. Looking ahead, Wai couldn't believe that she could hear his voice, and besides, he really existed, remembering the people who heard the voice of the god. Visualizing the man standing right at the table, the boy reasoned that even in modern times, there are many religious leaders who claim such things, and he could not believe that those who talk such nonsense have been ruling over so many demonic cultists for 1,000 years. Imagining in his head the image of a man from the past, sitting in the lotus position, the protagonist thought that if all of them had been deceived for so long, then it was too sad and hopeless. Glancing furiously straight ahead, Wai remarked that he had originally intended to make sure that a heavenly demon had appeared, but with all these huge desires concentrated in one place, if they used this power to trample on Jianghu, the Zhou clan's chamber of commerce might also be in danger, so it was necessary to prevent it from happening as much as possible. At the same moment, the demon goddess soared into the air. Spreading her hands to the sides, the girl with an unknown symbol on her face asked to listen to all the followers of the divine cult. Surprised after what happened, the boy realized that she was not an ordinary woman. At the same moment, the demon goddess looked menacingly straight ahead. Suddenly, she began to exude bright purple energy, and stated that at this moment, and now, he was condescending to them. Turning back abruptly, Wai thought that the one the goddess was talking about was undoubtedly a celestial demon, in other words, a demon god, and didn't know where he was. Raising her hands above her head, the girl with unknown symbols right on her face addressed the powerful lord who must punish the world in full, namely the demon god, the lord of the palace of myriads of demons, speaking of the moon's shadow of the 500-year-old prophecy at its zenith, and asked him to listen to the pleas of his humble servant. At the same moment, all the cultists began to bow to the demon god. Pointing her finger directly in front of her, the goddess of demons declared that he was chosen to be swallowed up in the embrace of the sacred fire, and told him to stand up and raise his head high. She pointed directly at a man standing in the middle of the crowd. Looking at his joyful cultist friend, the protagonist could not believe what was happening while she said that she was the one chosen by the prophecy. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, Wai thought that she would be burned in the arms of the sacred fire, and as the god of the sword had said, the chosen one was sacrificed, and the heart was cut out, the blood was squeezed out, and the sacred fire was sprinkled with it. Then the boy silently watched as the hooded girl slowly walked forward. Looking furiously straight ahead, the boy couldn't understand why he was feeling angry. Watching the cultist girl come right up to the bridge, the protagonist realized that this was a passing acquaintance and analysis, a follower of a demonic cult, so it was pointless to attach importance to her death. But for some reason it was all burning, as if in illness. Clenching his hand into a fist, Wai couldn't believe that she really didn't care that she was going to die. As the hooded girl walked right up to the altar of sacrifice, the boy realized that this was madness, and there was no point in it, because she was still an immature girl, and wondered what this young girl at the dawn of her youth, dreaming and full of ambition, knew about death. Immediately after that, the cultists lay down directly on the altar. They say that she was ready to burn in the sacred fire. At the same time, the demonic goddess took out a small dagger. With a deft movement of her hand, she thrust it right into the girl's chest. After all that had happened, Y was completely consumed with rage. He releases all his discontent. Suddenly, the boy brought his hand directly to the dagger. With a deft movement of his hand, the protagonist destroyed the blade of the sword and asked if their god longed for a miserable human life. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, Y asked that if their god was so narrow-minded, didn't that make the lives of hundreds of thousands of people present insignificant? Hearing this, the demon goddess was greatly astonished. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. Then the girl with the symbol on her face began to bow to the floor and said that she obeyed the words of the master, because everything in the divine cult happens as the demon god commands. Standing directly in front of her, Y declared that he was not their demon god at all, and the demon stated that what his humble servant had caught a glimpse of was undoubtedly the demonic jade of the sacred fire, and asked how he could deny his greatness then. Looking directly at his artifact, the boy wondered if it was the demonic jade of the sacred fire, and the sword was definitely saying that demonic jade was a unique gift of the demon god, an item that symbolized the divine demon cult itself, and realized what it meant that the legendary treasure of the demon cult, whose power only the demon god could possess, was blood jade, or azure jade. Clasping her hands together, the girl with the symbol directly on her face explained that the perfect sacred fire could only be awakened by the sacred fire of demonic jade, and asked the demon god if he hadn't already revealed his divine aura through the demonic divine art. Hearing this, the cultists began to bow and beg the demon god to have mercy while they were ordered to bow down before the true owner of the sacred fire. At the same moment, people crowded around an unknown monument. Upon noticing him, Y was extremely dumbfounded and said that it couldn't be, because it was some kind of madness. Looking directly at the huge number of mathematical equations drawn on it, the boy thought that it was a stone slab with drawings embossed on it, and next to it were mathematical notations in Korean, and this manuscript was a stone slab that belonged to the creator of the sword tomb. The demon goddess stood right in front of this monument, and announced that they, the servants of the divine cult, were offering the triple sword of the heavenly demon to the demon god of the prophecy. Imagining a man using a blade in his mind, the protagonist reflected that a one-of-a-kind sword technique, as the legends say, a legendary demon god technique that even the sword god had only heard of and never tried, and the demon god was a martial artist who lived a full 300 years before the sword god. Walking right up to the stele with inscriptions, Y did not understand what kind of stone slab it was, and reasoned that the handwriting was very clear, as if a stencil had been knocked out, and it was definitely modern Hangul, just like in the tomb of the sword. Stretching out his hand directly towards the slab, the boy realized that the sword technique was completely different from the flow of the heavenly sword, and asked if a person could do such a thing. After all, it was flawless madness, focused solely on attack and destruction. A moment later, the protagonist's eye sparkled with a purple glow. Stunned, looking straight ahead, Y pondered that this demonic divine art and heavenly demon triple sword technique could only be used by someone who had engraved eternal sacred fire on his body. Imagining the accumulation of violet energy in his mind, the kid was aware that without any support from the inner energy of the demonic divine art, all the chi and blood would get mixed up, which would lead to death. And as the two parts of the transfer picture, the heavenly demon triple sword was perfect for the demonic divine art. Unleashing a huge amount of violet energy, the protagonist was talking about the heavenly demon triple sword based only on calculations of destructive power, which should surpass the flow of the heavenly sword god's sword, and noted that, however, this maneuver was short-sighted, because even with the power of the demonic divine art, he was not confident in his ability to fully unleash the heavenly demon triple sword. Raising his blade directly above his head, Y assumed that a demon god could be devastated with just 3 blows. At the same moment, his energy was concentrated in one point. At the same moment, an accumulation of purple energy appeared right in the middle of the demon palace. The boy concluded that the power of the heavenly demon triple sword was without exaggeration unprecedented. Noticing this, the cultists began to cry with joy. A bright purple light from the use of machinery wafted right around the area. The violet-colored energy was destroying everything around him, and the protagonist mused that this martial art undoubtedly originated from the sword tomb, and in other words, the remains of the tomb were much older than he had imagined. Creating a cross of violet energy with a swing of his blade, Y wondered if the eras when the sword god and the demon god discovered these relics of modern humans were different. After all, then the roots of the martial arts of these two came from modern man of ancient times, and did not understand what modern man had done for the history of Murim in general. Imagining the demon god of the sword in his head, the boy asked who he was then, assuming that he was just another modern person who was lucky enough to learn the same martial art as the protagonist. Looking directly at his blue stone, Y wondered if he was destined to be there, and he had made this path to the distant heavenly demon palace not of his own free will, but by some supreme force of fate, and even the mere wish to save the young girl was predestined for him by some divine being. Remembering how his parents from his real world argued with each other, the boy reflected that if fate existed, he would first of all be born as the son of a tycoon in the modern world, and his past life was only upsets, failures, a life without a shred of happiness. Imagining a posthumous portrait of his own mother in his head, the protagonist realized that when it seemed to him that life was still worth it, his father died, and as soon as he began to consider himself an adult, his mother also left. Visualizing himself walking straight down the street of the city, why reasoned that he had been suffering for 7 years while running between construction and delivery work, but had never been able to pass the lowest level civil service exam. Remembering the girl who happily looked straight ahead, the boy thought that the girl and even all his friends left him. Imagining in his head how he was driving down the street of the city right on a scooter, the protagonist understood that only fatigue and longing for his family remained. Visualizing his dinner with the current family from Murim, Y reflected that even after being reborn in this world, he didn't plan to live an interesting life at first. Remembering how he had figured out what to do in this new world, the boy reasoned that there was only a desire to make every effort to earn more money. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered that he also had a business in a huge city. Holding the family's artifact in his hand, Cho Wai refused to be chosen. Waving his hand, the boy addressed the fanatics of the demonic cult, saying that he had nothing to do with the demons of the god they were waiting for. Hearing this, the cultists began to weep with grief and asked for mercy and punishment for their servants for their stupidity, as well as to destroy their servants with sacred fire. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after their words, the protagonist noticed that he was frightened by these fanatics, and the goddess was turning to a celestial demon. Looking menacingly at her, Y ordered her to shut up. Pointing his blade directly at her, the boy said that this was the last warning, and asked him never to look for him again, or rather, not to go beyond the Xinjiang lands, so that he would not even feel even a hint of their deeds in the Central Plains. Unleashing his ominous violet energy, the protagonist said that if they disobeyed, he would gather them at this altar and kill every single one of them with the heavenly demon's triple sword. Hearing this, the girl with the symbol right on her face bowed to him and stated that they would do whatever their demon god wished, adding that worthless rumors were listened to. Immediately afterward, Y used his magic directly on the sword and called her insane. Then the boy jumped directly on his flying blade. Looking menacingly to the side, the protagonist ordered her to be released. Kneeling right in front of the altar of sacrifice, the goddess of demons said that she would do as he wished. At the same time, Y was flying away from the demon palace at great speed. After everything that had happened, the girl with the symbol right on her face raised her head. Standing right next to the altar, she declared that from that day on, their cult was renamed a divine cult, and all those present could become members, and if anyone did not agree, then they should simply leave, while the cultist noted that this would entail a lot of expenses. Glancing menacingly directly at him, the demon goddess asked if he wanted to disobey the heavenly demon's order, and if there was a way for the high priest to control the junior cultists without closing the castle doors. With an expression full of rage, the girl with the symbol right on her face said that it was the divine word of the heavenly demon, and wondered if there were any divine words in the history of the divine cult that did not come true, and whether they wanted his will to be fulfilled or not. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after hearing this, the man wondered who did not know about the greatness of the divine world, and understood that this would mean the destruction of the divine cult. Fixing her menacing gaze straight ahead, the demon goddess noticed that it was obvious that the demon god despised the current divine cult, and asked if the high priest wanted to know the reason. Lowering his head down, the man gave a negative answer. Spreading her hands to the sides, the girl with the symbol right on her face explained that everything was according to the will of the sacred fire, and the high priest repeated her words. After everything that had happened, the man gritted his teeth, just as satisfied. At this time, Y was flying at a tremendous speed on his sword and pondered that since he had learned the demonic divine art, no matter how much he immersed himself in understanding intention, his internal energy and mental abilities did not seem to be depleted. As he continued to fly straight through the sky at great speed, the boy remarked that he sincerely felt sorry for the authors of martial arts novels, because, desperate because of the vast geography of the Central Plains in the early days of his rebirth, he reproached these authors for creating protagonists who could quickly fly from Sichuan to Anhui, and said that they were terrible. So now he himself flew like that and asked for forgiveness. Imagining as if towering over a huge metropolis, the protagonist really wanted to return and noticed that at this speed, the path from Seoul to Buin would take only 30 minutes, and if he could return, he would enjoy life and not envy people with expensive cars. Smiling broadly, Y stated that the martial arts were weakening. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is moved to a week later, when clouds were floating in the sky. The boy was right in front of the Tang clan building, approaching the gate. After bowing to him, the guard greeted the young warrior and told him his name, explaining that he was the outer patrol of the courtyard, and the protagonist said that he would like to see the elder, to which the elder remarked that he was waiting for him and begged him to come quickly. A moment later, the man escorted Y directly to the elder's room. At the same moment, Tang Muhua was sitting with his eyes closed. He poured his energy directly into the needles. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Y mused that if he was a martial artist in the final stage of the unbridled stage, he must feel his presence. Pushing the needles a little to the side, Moho said that the young warrior must have discovered another oddity in the secret techniques of the Tang clan, which greatly surprised the boy. Looking ahead seriously, Elder Tang explained that their secret techniques were based on interacting with poison and hidden weapons. They were martial arts that required incredible concentration, and anything that harmed him and the opponent was naturally useless. Imagining the use of poison daggers in his head, the protagonist reasoned that it reminded him of a bright rainstorm obscuring the sky. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, Wai asked what one of his secret techniques was that increased the processing power of the brain, and Moho wondered how this was possible. Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy told that the human convolutions are full of secrets, and if one aspect is developed too much, the other can disappear, and in a certain area he can be invincible, but outside of it, the senses are dulled. Sighing heavily after hearing this, the Tang clan elder replied that it didn't matter, and he felt completely defenseless. Immediately after that, the protagonist took out a red book. While writing something in it, Wai noticed that it was unexpectedly ironic, and his clan was very vulnerable to assassins, even though they used hidden weapons, and Moho wondered why he was recording. After a while, the boy slammed his book shut and asked for forgiveness, explaining that it was just a habit of taking notes. With his menacing gaze fixed on him, the elder of the Tang clan asked what it meant that the heavenly demon had really appeared and what had happened in the castle. At the same time, he greatly surprised his interlocutor, saying that there was no heavenly demon, and it could be assumed that they had all been exterminated, and there was not a wet place left of it, and Moko asked how the castle of the heavenly demon was destroyed. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the man couldn't believe that the castle had been destroyed. Inserting a huge crowd heading straight towards the demon palace in his head, the elder of the Tang clan wondered if the Murim alliance had done anything during this time and where they thought the heavenly demon castle was, musing that they would definitely have heard rumors if an expeditionary party was mobilized through the harsh Qihai province, a dry desert, and went to the far west of Xinjiang, to the Qilin Tianshan mountains. With a snide grin, he noted that this was not a war and that the entire castle could be considered to be in a state of liquidation, or even sealing, asking if he believed it. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Moho asked to stand in his place and asked that didn't it seem absurd. After all, he had experienced the cruelty of these bastards of the Sichuan branch of the demon cult countless times, and now he was being told that they had been destroyed, those who had stood as strong as a rock for 1,000 years. Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy clarified whether it was true that he had been conducting reconnaissance of the Sichuan unit all this time, and whether there was at least one soul in sight. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist asked why he didn't take over this part of the heavenly demon castle and plant the Tang clan flag there just to see if there would be any reaction from the scum of this demon cult or not. Imagining the flag of the Tang clan fluttering in the wind, Moho asked if he could really capture this part. Looking directly at him haughtily, Wai asked if the clan's unsurpassed poisonous mouth was trembling in fear of the possible consequences, and was simply frightened. Taking out his notebook, the boy remarked that otherwise he could raise the Sichuan part to the ground, because there was nothing to worry about if they had not done anything for months. Puzzled, looking straight ahead after hearing everything, the clan elder wondered how someone who had disappeared for 3 months could be so knowledgeable about the situation in Sichuan, and asked if he could trust him. Taking his hand with the book aside, the protagonist clarified that he was really used to the fact that everyone around him was trying to deceive him, to which the man explained that he was an elder, so his decisions determined the fate of the clan. Opening his notebook, Wai said that the destruction of the Sichuan part now depended on him, the Lord Elder. Looking directly at his book, the boy would go to the next on the list and ask when and how much iron ore they could send him, and they would offer to make a contract, and Muko would say that he would tell the manager about it so that he could discuss the matter with him. Sneering mischievously after everything that had happened, the protagonist mused that he, like Nam Gun Su, was a martial artist with no power in such things, and it was simply reckless to entrust the matter of thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins to another, so it would be even better if he stayed away. After all, it was a very unwise decision to put a wolf to guard the sheep. With a big smile on his face, Wai said that he understood everything, and then he would discuss it with him, asking what was going on with the heavenly ice spirit. Putting his hand forward, the elder of the Tang clan said that he had already notified the poison dragon manor to take action, and more than 5 nons was impossible. So if he understood the price, he had to admit that they were expressing an extreme degree of honesty. Folding his hands together, the boy explained that his clone never forgets gratitude or resentment, and he knew it better than anyone else, saying that he would send him a gift later. Sitting on his throne, the man replied that he would wait impatiently. The narrative of the story took place right in the territory of the Tang clan. Suddenly, we are transported to another coastal city. The narrative then begins to take place in a large area with many houses in the Nanshan part of the Zhou Chamber of Commerce. Right in the meeting room, a huge number of people were arguing with each other. The steward shrugged his shoulders to the sides, saying that this was impossible, because Hefei could no longer be removed from the inventory, and even now the residents associated with him were making a mess. Holding out his hand in front of him after what he had heard, explained that he had barely satisfied the appetites of the soldiers, and he said that it was impossible. Looking down in puzzlement, he wondered if the price of caramel water and meat wrapped in bread was not 5 to 6 times higher than for decent dishes, and asked how much money an ordinary soldier needed to afford to eat like that every day. Glancing menacingly to the side after all she had heard, John noticed that it was all because of this mad General Yuckweeman. With his hands folded to his chest, the green-robed man said that he had seen him after a couple of bottles of ice-cold liquor, boasting that subordinate soldiers could enjoy their food for a month, and the general was a man of his word, so he would never back down on what he had said, and perhaps he himself was bitterly sorry now. Looking straight ahead dumbfounded after what he had heard, the heir to the Chagall family remarked that this was not surprising, because even for 100 officers there was too much food, and now it turned out that they were asking for food for the soldiers as well. Closing his eyes in despair, the man said that in any case, the general had personally sent them a letter of demand, and it was checkmate, because they had no choice but to agree, and unbelieve that there was nothing to be done, and the share of the Dark Heaven Association should be reduced by a third. Hearing this, someone struck his hand sharply right on his leg. Jumping right up from his seat, the Shadowless King said that they could not do this. Looking directly at him with displeasure, Zhang asked that maybe they should stop supplying the antidote altogether. Falling directly to the floor after all that had happened, the old man declared that these immortal scum could stop whatever they wanted, but what difference did it make if he died from poison or at the hands of the head of the association? Looking at the guy sitting next to him with displeasure, the man in green clothes noticed that the old man was crazy again. Immediately after that, 2 guys grabbed him right by the legs. The Shadowless King floundered on the floor and asked to be released, calling the guys the most shameless and immortal scum in the world, asking if they didn't know that the elders should be respected. With a snide grin after hearing this, John remarked that they were talking to him about such a thing. After all, he was a pathetic old snarl who had spent his whole life hiding behind someone's back. At the same moment, the Shadowless King began to shake his head from side to side. A moment later, he disappeared into the darkness, surprising the members of the Cho clan. Creating his shadow clones right all over the room, the old man asked if they really considered a weakling without the Shadow King, and asked them to open their eyes and try to find him. Puzzled by all this, amused that this old goat wanted to sneak into the meeting again and report to his leader, and then 8 kings with their pawns rushed there, threatening to put a spoke in the wheels of their business. At the same moment, Wai walked right into the meeting room. Noticing him, the manager immediately called out to the chairman. The boy looked straight ahead seriously, going inside. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side. He then waved his hand, releasing energy. A moment later, a palm of blue energy rushed forward. With his power, Wai was pulling the Shadow King straight out of the darkness. Seeing this, the guys were extremely dumbfounded, asking if he had used telekinesis on a person, and not an ordinary one, but without a Shadow King, whose divine exalted ghostly steps and invisibility technique were enough to make him one of the 8 kings. Looking menacingly directly at the old man, the boy asked who his grandfather was and why he was hiding there. At the same moment, the heir of the Chagall clan, standing right behind him, explained that he had been sent by the Dark Heaven Association, so he could calm down and let him go, and the protagonist was thinking about this association. Holding the old man in his hand, Wai asked if he was tired of living, and he asked for forgiveness. Throwing the Shadow King aside, the boy told him to disappear. While the old man was running away from fear, the protagonist offered to continue the chairman and briefly report to him on the latest events. Puzzled, looking straight ahead after all that had happened, Un accepted the order, and the guy standing next to her reflected that they had previously seemed to be friends of the same age, but now it felt like he was in front of the high authority of Murim. Holding a huge number of documents in his hands, Wai stated that he did an excellent job. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, the boy noticed that some moments were disappointing to him, did not ask that Elder Namgun must have sent unknown martial artists. Looking directly at the chairman with displeasure, the protagonist stated that there was not a word about it in Yuan's report, and with their help, he could greatly reduce the damage from the local bullies, not even suspecting the groundless jealousy of the Dark Heaven Association. Hearing this, the heir of the Chagall clan remained silent and looked away guiltily. Looking directly at his deputy, Wai asked what had happened to Brother Namgun's insight, and Brother Namgun explained that nothing, and just the Dark Heaven Association always used its 8 kings, and since he was away, there was no influential expert with them to match them. Looking ahead seriously, the boy said that he wasn't asking about the Dark Skies Association, but why they hadn't been able to reduce the damage caused by petty conflicts while Un was begging for forgiveness. Smiling slightly, the protagonist remarked that on the other hand, it was highly commendable that he had completed the exploration of the coal deposits and started mining. After all, it was just in time, so a great job had been done, and the head of the Ping Corporation must have done a good job. Looking straight ahead, puzzled after all he had heard, the vice chairman thanked for the praise and clarified what he meant by being on time. Suddenly standing up from his seat, Wai asked everyone to come to him. Immediately afterward, the members of the Cho Guild walked directly to the window. Right on the street, they saw a huge number of carts with iron ore and asked where so many came from. Joyfully watching all this, Ung reflected that there was no end to the line of carts, and they were not carried by horses, but by mules, and that this was iron ore from Sichuan. Looking directly at his subordinates, the boy explained that such a volume would come in every month, and they would start producing I-beams, that is, steel frames, and asked if it was really too much to realize because, as far as he remembered, they complained about the lack of iron, while the manager noticed that it was too much, and such volumes were a little embarrassing. Glaring angrily at him after hearing this, Y asked him to continue, and Y said that everything would be done. With a look full of rage, the boy added that it was necessary to stop deliveries, and the man with the mustache asked what he meant. Taking up his blade, the protagonist stated that they were cutting off all their supplies to the Dark Sky Association, and since they were acting like rabid dogs, they would be trainers. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story shifts directly to the coastal town as the sun rose. Y was in his office talking to Woon. Looking seriously straight ahead, the vice chairman said that all shipments of their goods to the Dark Sky Association had been cancelled, but unlike the previous time, when they had gone into a rage and excited at the slightest decrease in volume, this time there was no response from them. Looking at him thoughtfully, the boy assumed that they were preparing something, and ordered the martial artists to be tightly placed on each route from the Namdong clan while his subordinates took orders. Looking directly at the documents, the heir to the Chaegao clan stated that now that they had received a large amount of coal, the manager and he had discussed the huge house project with me, because by supplying everything needed to the military headquarters of the Dark Sky Association, they would be able to further strengthen their position in Jiangxi. Thoughtfully looking away, the protagonist said that another issue was the delivery of iced omics and black caramel water to the Murim Union. Wondered that even if you turn a blind eye to black caramel water, what will be with the obligation to provide iced omiki for free? Hearing this, Un suddenly drooped and begged for forgiveness. Waving his hand, Y explained that everything was fine, and if one bottle of alcohol could go to the highest official in Jianghu, it was a good investment. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the boy noticed that the most difficult thing was that they faced a situation where there was not enough iced liquor and black caramel water. Imagining a huge number of lines of binary code in his head, the boy stated that in order to mass-produce meat wrapped in bread and black caramel water, as well as translate its quantity, it was necessary to ensure a constant supply of pre-prepared ingredients. But at the same time, the Cho clan's brewery would be renamed Cho Clan Liqueurs and take over the distribution of labor of the steel mill. Looking thoughtfully straight at the floor, the protagonist added that by increasing the production of iced liquor by dozens of times, they would be able to take a dominant position in all of Jiangxi, and if there was a surplus, they would be able to open new trade routes in the nearby province of Hubei. Looking at him puzzled, the vice chairman realized that he was up to something again. Looking ahead seriously, the heir to the Chaegao family asked if he knew he had said all this out loud and if he could also find out the details. Grinning snidely after his question, the protagonist stated that, of course, he would tell the vice chairman. Immediately after, the story is transported directly to an inn in a coastal town. Right on the table there was a huge number of snacks with alcohol. John would point his finger forward and tell his elder brother Namdun if he knew that it was most pleasant to go out with Y, and Y would ask if he was tired of repeating it. Smiling broadly, the green-robed man explained that he could pour high-end iced liquor for free whenever he wanted, and asked how many people in Anhui and Jiangxi could enjoy such privileges. At the same moment, a man with a beard was going to drink alcohol. Suddenly, his hand was intercepted by Zhang. Looking furiously directly at his ally, the green-robed man asked if he was putting down his glass too quickly, remarked that it was not for him to speak, and asked him to leave behind. Glancing at him haughtily, Zhang asked if he had confused the shores, and asked him not to compare where the boss was and where the hard worker was, and if something didn't suit him, then he should get promoted. At the same moment, a girl in a red dress grabbed a jug of wine. After a moment, she began to drink directly from it. Noticing this, the men were very dissatisfied with this behavior of their girlfriend, who then placed the jug directly on the table and asked where the young Peng warrior was. Hearing this, the men silently looked away. Grinning mischievously, the girl asked if he really got on the first level with him. Pointing his finger upwards, Zhang asked if she understood that it wasn't a matter of level, while Locke wondered how this weirdo could give in to women like that. At the same moment, the guy brought a cup of alcohol to his mouth and asked that, in addition, it was not strange to perceive her as a woman. Hearing this, who stared directly at him furiously. Looking menacingly to the side, the man asked what was the point of accumulating power by harming people, and they were abandoning their humanity for the sake of such an inhuman, heretical martial art. Grinning snidely after hearing this, the girl asked not to talk nonsense, and wondered what was so inhuman and heretical about a little bloodshed. With obvious displeasure in his eyes, the guy explained that there was nothing in this area, but if it were Namgun territory, there was no doubt that he would personally escort them to the casemates of the Murim alliance. Continuing to smile mischievously, who couldn't believe that he would do this to his comrade. Fixing his menacing gaze in her direction, Chan declared that they were not comrades. Abruptly standing up from his seat, the heir to the Namgun clan was about to clarify the situation, stating that in his eyes she, who thirsted for human blood, was no different from the blood demon of the southern prison. Starting to laugh at his words, the red-robed girl noticed that she was flattered that someone had mentioned her in the same line as the blood demon of the southern prison. Watching all this thoughtfully, Locke called her abnormal. Abruptly turning his back to her, the guy declared that he was in no mood and he was leaving. Then the other two guys also left their seats. Looking menacingly directly at Hu, Zhang remarked that she had gone too far and should calm down, because he didn't know much about him, but it could be dangerous to continue pouring salt on the wound of Namgong's elder brother. With a look full of contempt, Hu couldn't believe that this pathetic spellcaster was dangerous to her, a poisonous seductress. At that time it was night outside. 3 guys were walking right along the night street of the city. Suddenly, the guy looked away. The men were extremely dumbfounded as Chan stated that it was a murderous intent. A moment later, a huge number of people headed in their direction. Wars approached them from all sides. The ninja stared furiously straight ahead, saying that they had to be killed. Then, right in front of the heir of the Namgun clan, opponents appeared. He swung his blade using the Imperial Sky Splitter. With the help of his attacks, the guy managed to destroy several opponents. Enveloping his fists in red energy, John explained that it was just an illusion and asked if he could stop shouting the name of his technique. After all, for that matter, he just had to attach it to his head and walk around telling everyone that he was the young master of the Namgun clan. Suddenly striking with his fist directly in front of him, the green-robed man declared that he would destroy them all, and used the heaven-defying true martial arts fist, the third form of 9 strikes. With the help of his technique, he managed to destroy a huge number of illusions. A moment later, the shadow clones returned again. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after what he saw, John noted that these were also illusions. Suddenly, the wind swept right down the street of the city, and loud laughter rang out. Hearing it, the guys were very frightened. A moment later, the unknown warriors released their daggers at them. The guys immediately began to cover themselves with their hands. One of the daggers plunged directly into Chan's leg. The heir of the Namgun clan pulled out this dagger, and realized that it was poison. At this moment, the ninja standing right on the roof stated that no matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain. After a moment, Locke felt a shiver all over his body. As he continued to be on the roof, the warrior noticed that the brat was also there, and the man with the sickle spread his hands to the sides, asking if they were elders because of the Black Moon Special Squad. Looking at Locke standing in front of him, Chan mused that the guy who had even pressed on his master, the demon king of the sickle, was now trembling. Stepping forward with his allies, the heir of the Namgun clan told them to retreat. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the young man reasoned that he was addressing the disciple of the demon king of the sickle so disrespectfully, so he was a celestial assassin, and if the others were like that, then they were definitely finished. Surrounded by a huge number of assassins along with his friends, Chan reasoned that in order to reach the rank of celestial assassin, one had to be at the transcendental level, and moreover, it was said that some of them had even reached the unbridled level, and he had already counted 20 figures. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Locke noticed that they were serious, and it was a good thing that with eternal iron armor he could cope with poison. Looking directly at the Namgong clan heir standing in front of him, Zhang told him to call Big Brother Y as soon as possible. Holding his blade out in front of him after hearing this, Chan declared that this was outrageous, and could not believe that he, a sword master who had mastered the sword of the sovereign, needed to flee from the enemy. Gathering white energy in his sword, the heir of the Namgun clan said that they could run away if they wanted. A moment later, he rushed forward with great speed. Swinging his blade, Chan used the style of the sovereign's sword, the first half of the sovereign's dance, shaking the heavens. The blow destroyed a huge number of opponents. The assassin grabbed his blade, noticing that his clone had become famous for a reason. After a moment, it seemed to evaporate in the darkness. Then several clones appeared. Looking frightened straight ahead, Locke told him to be careful. After all, these are special troops of the Black Moon, which are formidable opponents not only because of their great strength. Suddenly, a lot of illusions gathered right at the assassin who was heading towards Chan. Releasing a huge amount of violet energy, the killer used the death dance, the movement of the moon. Immediately afterward, several beams of energy were directed directly at the guys. Locke shielded himself from them with his hand. A moment later, several attacks fell directly on him, dealing damage. At this moment, an unknown red energy was flying down the street at a tremendous speed. She suddenly found herself right in front of the guys and protected them. Then someone landed directly on the ground. Turning back, the guys were extremely dumbfounded. It was Hu Hu, with a snide grin on her face, noticed that her older brothers were very weak. The guys were surrounded by a huge number of warriors from all sides. Looking back in puzzlement, the heir of the Namgun family wondered if she was even in her right mind. After all, there were at least 20 assassins who had reached the adjacent stages. At the same moment, the red-robed girl began to unleash her inner strength. Her entire body was covered in red energy. A moment later, Hu was swinging her whip. Seeing this, John was extremely dumbfounded. Locke was also very surprised, calling her abnormal. Looking straight ahead, Zhang wondered if they were saying it was a real martial entity, and mused that while he hadn't experienced as much pressure as Y, it was a clear, if initial, sign of an unbridled stage. Looking in surprise directly at the red-robed girl standing in front of him, the heir to the Namgong family mused that she was certainly promisingly talented, but not particularly well known in Jianghu and even in the Orthodox sects, wondering how this girl could be on an unbridled stage where even he could not enter. At this time, Hu looked to the side, wondering what that blank look was. Imagining herself bowing to the floor, The red-robed girl mused that he didn't seem to know about the specifics of the blood snake's spiritual art, and the memories of the blood of the unbridled martial artist that she had drunk back then still caused ecstasy in her body. A moment later, violet energy appeared right on the roof of the building. Then there was an assassin who asked if their minds were clear, and stated that resisting the special forces of the Black Moon was a mortal sin that equated to treason. Hearing this, Locke looked straight ahead with displeasure, just kept silent. At the same moment, the red-robed girl grinned mischievously, asking that it was not clear that she already knew all this. Looking menacingly directly at her, the assassin called her crazy. Gritting her teeth in displeasure after hearing this, who didn't understand why everyone was constantly calling her crazy. Immediately afterward, the red-robed girl swung her whip. She made several swings of her weapon, using 7 viciously poisonous whips, 6 strikes. A huge number of attacks of red energy summoned by the spinning wild whip were directed in different directions. Bouncing with red energy, the man noticed that she was a newcomer. Hearing this, who was very dissatisfied. Then, the red-robed girl jumped into the air, breaking the links of her whip, who used 7 viciously poisonous whips. Pointing her weapon forward at great speed, she used 4 strikes, 8 flying lines of whip. Noticing this, the assassin was extremely dumbfounded that it was an illusion. After that, he had to dodge the enemy's blows at great speed. Suddenly, the red-robed girl waved her whip. At the same time, a huge flow of red energy headed forward. With her attack, she managed to destroy several opponents. Watching everything with displeasure, the main thing the assassin reflected was that it was still 7 viciously poisonous whips, and this whiplash technique was best suited for fighting multiple enemies. Waving his hand, the man declared that he needed to kill this creature first. He then channeled a huge amount of violet energy directly into Hu using the moon movements, a death dance. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after what he saw, Zhang thought that their joint technique had an unreal speed, and it was really dangerous. Immediately afterward, he jumped out in front of the red-robed girl and knew that the best way to block the blow was with his technique. Seeing this, Hu smiled happily. A moment later, she was climbing right onto her ally's shoulders, saying that he should lend her a shoulder for a second. At the same time, its whip again gathered its links together, soaring into the air. Hu brandished her weapon. Directing her shoulders forward, the girl in red clothes used 7 viciously poisonous whips. With a swing of her whip, Hu activated the 5th strike, blocking the blood-light whip. Immediately afterward, a barrier would appear right in front of her, blocking the violet energy. The attacks of the assassins fell directly on the magic shield. They struck directly at the barrier with great force, while a man in a green robe standing directly behind the girl admired everything that was happening. Looking straight ahead, the assassin leader mused that this was why he was worried. Watching the red energy barrier block all of their blows, the assassin reasoned that the 7 vicious venomous whips were a unique defensive technique, and it maximized the whiplash's advantage and served as an excellent defense against the flying blade technique. Looking directly at Chan, who was staring menacingly straight ahead with a blade in his hands, the assassin realized that this Namgun snot was also holding back the poison of his inner energy, and watching the situation with burning eyes. Looking directly at Locke, who was holding the sickle in his hands, the killer noticed that this bastard looked as if he was ready to jump at any moment. Seeing Zhang straining his entire body, the assassin reflected that the steam emanating from the muscular guy was an indicator of the use of external martial arts, and finally the insane poisonous seductress who was able to appear in the world related to his master. Immediately afterward, the leader of the assassins waved his hand and gave the order to retreat. Then, all his subordinates hid right in the shadows. A moment later, the voices of people could be heard right along the ruined street, not understanding where the noise was coming from. After everything that had happened, the man with the sickle fell right to the ground and did not understand what was wrong with his life, because now he had also become a traitor. At this time, Hu joyfully held a whip in her hands. Suddenly looking to the side, the red-robed girl asked if they were definitely not comrades. Smiling with the last of his strength, Chan announced that her voyage to the casemates was cancelled. After a moment, the boy began to cough up blood. Then he completely lost consciousness. At the same time, the heir of the Namgun clan fell directly to the ground. Noticing this, Zhang ran towards him and said that he needed to be taken to the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. The parting of the story is transferred directly to the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan. Wai opened a box with jewels inside. Seeing this, Han was greatly delighted. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked if that would be enough. Glancing happily straight at him, the white-haired girl gave a positive answer. As she began to cry with happiness, Han pondered that considering how violently the divine energy of the white snow reacted to even the slight touch of cold air, such an amount was truly huge, and there was a 0 chance that the Tang clan had provided them willingly. With a bow, the white-haired girl swore by the name of the Ice clan that she would repay such a favor. Looking away in embarrassment after hearing this, the protagonist replied that she didn't have to worry, after all, it was part of the deal, and asked if he could not worry about the ice now. Placing her hand on her chest, Han explained that of course she could, because with so many, she would definitely be able to reach the stage of the ice body, which made Wai very happy. Holding out the jewel box right in front of him, the boy declared that he would protect her while she did this, and offered to strike the iron while it was hot and start as soon as possible, to which the white-haired girl agreed. At that time it was night outside. Han sat down directly on the floor and began to absorb the energy from the gems. The energy inside the magic crystals began to be released outward. The white-haired girl continued to meditate on the frosty energy. A moment later, the force of the ice spread around the area. The entire room was frozen due to the sheer amount of energy. At the same moment, someone was running swiftly down the corridor. They were guys who had recently gotten into trouble, and they were going straight to the Chamber of Commerce. Looking frightened straight ahead, John called out to Brother Y. Directing his dumbfounded gaze forward, the boy wondered what had become of them. Then he showed them to be quiet. Putting his hand directly in front of him, the protagonist reflected that now the line between life and death was being reached, and if he missed it due to the chi mutation, he would regret it for the rest of his life. A moment later, Han released a huge amount of frost energy. Looking straight ahead, frightened, Y told them to go back. At the same moment, a huge hurricane broke through the roof of the Merchant Guild. A girl with white hair was standing right in the middle of the ruined room. She was enveloped in a huge amount of blue energy. Han looked at her body in surprise after cultivation. Noticing her progress, who turned away in displeasure. Looking happily directly at the white-haired girl, Y congratulated her on her great achievement, and she thanked him. Then the boy looked away with displeasure. Directing his furious gaze forward, the protagonist asked if it was the association of the dark heavens. Y then continued to look at his subordinates with displeasure, who didn't say anything in response. Understanding everything and without words, the boy looked sharply to the side. His gaze was directed directly at the huge manor in front. After a moment, the protagonist released his dark purple energy. He was staring directly at the Dark Heaven Association's abode. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transported 3 days back to the hall of the Hyuk clan's wills. The purple-robed man stared straight ahead, puzzled, saying that the antidote to the invisible that he took every 15 days was the pill of true health. Clenching his hand into a fist of displeasure after hearing this, Tang asked if it was really a supplement from the medical sect, and his ally noticed that they had survived so long from an ordinary supplement. At this moment, the old man with the beard smiled broadly. Furiously staring straight ahead, Chin stated that from now on, they would cut all ties with the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce and take over the entire market. Introducing the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce headquarters, the assassin clan leader mused that from the very beginning, giving land next to the lake to the Chamber of Commerce was part of their strategy, which was that they would eventually take over the developed trading district that they had worked so. Visualizing the image of Y with the document in his hands, Chin reasoned that, in addition, the Cho clan was the first to violate the exclusive rights agreements. Looking forward with his snide gaze, the head of the assassin clan thought that the agreement hadn't even lasted a year, let alone 3, and it was very foolish to give the opponent the opportunity to act as the world's first Jianghu, as well as an incredibly stupid way to work with their company that held power in the 3 heavenly domains. Visualizing the image of the masked protagonist, Chin conceived that all the warehouses of the Dark Heaven Association were mixed up in Zhujiang, and the only one who believed it was the masked freak. Suddenly laughing happily, the head of the assassin clan knew that even if this not claimed to be an unstoppable realm martial artist, he wouldn't be able to do anything now, because even if he tried a strategy of hitting and running, there was nothing to hit. At the same moment, a ninja ran right into the meeting room. The assassin fell directly to his knees and told his master that the special forces of the Dark Moon had returned, but they reported the failure of the mission. Looking menacingly at him after hearing this, Jin couldn't believe that they had failed. Sitting right on his throne, the head of the assassin clan asked only not to tell him that they couldn't defeat 3 or 4 youths from the Orthodox sect, and asked why the hell they had failed. Bowing his head to his master, the killer said that everything happened because of the unexpected appearance of a vile sickle and a poisonous seductress. Looking straight ahead in surprise after his words, Jean thought about the vile sickle and the poisonous seductress, wondering if they weren't the disciples of the poison whip killer king and the demon sickle king, and if these idiots had conspired with the snots from the Orthodox sects and gone mad in the end. But nevertheless, they should be on an incredible level at best. Looking directly at his subordinate, the head of the assassin clan asked what it mattered, and whether the Dark Moon's special forces had left just because of their appearance, and how it even made sense, and the assassin said that the seductress in battle had demonstrated the power of the unbridled stage. Hearing this, Jin was greatly surprised by the power of the unbridled stage, and asked if an ordinary fool who was just a secretive assassin could match the power of 8 kings in one night. At this time, the clan elders standing aside were also greatly stunned. A bald old man with a look full of displeasure noticed that she had apparently drunk the blood of a martial artist. Taking a step forward, he declared that he had dug a hole for himself. With his menacing gaze forward, the head of the assassin clan announced that he was handing over the control of the ghost squad to him. Placing his hand on his chest after the order, the bald old man pondered that the combat unit under the direct command of the leader, consisting of the best fighters of the Dark Sky Association, was now his, and thanked the master. Immediately afterward, he would go outside and gather all his new fighters. The narratives of the story are then transported directly to the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho Slope during the present events. Chan was lying right in bed, breathing heavily because of the pain. Looking directly at his subordinates who were lying in their beds after their injuries, Y mused that it was a serious and severe poisoning combined with an overuse of internal energy. Looking sharply to the side, the boy asked if there was any answer from the doctors. Looking down guiltily, Un replied that he had sent a messenger and that they should receive an answer soon, suggesting that they wait a little longer. Rising abruptly from the bed in displeasure, Locke asked if this bastard was the only patient, and stated that he was in pain too. Looking directly at him with contempt, the protagonist explained that he was detoxifying, and asked why he would make such a scene when he was only injured externally. Looking forward with his disgruntled gaze, the disciple of the demonic sickle asked if this wasn't discrimination. Continuing to look menacingly directly at him, Y ordered to be silent and asked if he had done anything useful, except for unrestrained alcoholism in 4 days, and he denied everything. Pointing his finger directly at his own foot, Locke asked if he could see these calluses, and claimed that they showed that he had walked for the last days and had recruited no less than 60 stonemasons and carpenters. Hearing this, the boy simply turned his back on him. Slowly walking forward, the protagonist wondered why the lady was digging there for so long. Looking straight out the window, Y mused that it had already been 12 hours since she had filled the warehouses with ice, so they should have returned by now. Who was sitting right on the roof of the house when suddenly the boy called out to her. Hearing this, the red-robed girl abruptly peeked out of the window. Looking directly at Who hanging down, the protagonist would say that the mistress had not returned, and would ask if she could see where she was, to which he would not be told. Hearing this answer, Y sighed heavily. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the boy said that he would let him drink his blood. After his words, a girl in a red robe abruptly jumped into the house and asked if it was true. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist stated that he would share a quarter of a pint. Smiling broadly with joy, Who said that she would do whatever the boss said. Then she suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Y sighed heavily. After that, he turned sharply to the side. Kicking Locke with his foot, the boy told him to, and he asked why he was so rude to him. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transported directly to the forest, when it was already night. Right between the trees was a cart driven by Zhang. Suddenly, the man in green clothes noticed something. Jumping right off the wagon, he told whoever was inside not to get out. Releasing his inner energy, Zhang asked who they were. Immediately after that, only silence came from the forest. Suddenly, dark purple energy burst out from there. Noticing this, the green-robed man clenched his hand into a fist. With a wave of his hand, Zhang declared that he would not be able to hide, and assumed that they must be in the crown of the tree. His attack destroyed everything in its path. Immediately afterward, 2 assassins jumped out of the woods. Noticing them, the green-robed man rushed forward. Deftly swinging his legs, he managed to neutralize his opponents. A moment later, he landed directly on the ground along with his opponents. At the same time, Zhang rushed forward again. He made his way through the trees in the forest at great speed and asked where they were hiding. At this time, a bald old man who was nearby was watching the destruction of the forest, and noticed that it was really terrible. Glancing sharply to the side, he summoned a special squad of ghost assassins. Immediately afterward, the assassins jumped out of the trees. Then, with great speed, they headed straight towards the wagon. One of the assassins threw spikes right in front of him. A moment later, the carriage was surrounded by a huge number of shadow warriors. At the same moment, the green-robed man turned back abruptly. Looking directly at his opponents with displeasure, Zhang noted that today was apparently not his day. At the same time, the enemy came out directly to him. It was a bald old man who took out his whip and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Gritting his teeth in displeasure when he saw him, the green-robed man knew that he couldn't do it alone. Looking directly at the violet energy-shrouded elder of the Hyuk clan, Zhang knew that he had a way out. Clenching his hand into a fist, the green-robed man asked if the idiots from the non-orthodox sect, representing a third of the 3 heavenly realms, were only good at setting up ambushes, and told them to get their asses ready because they would be kicked today. Hearing this, the bald old man waved his whip. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the elder of the assassin clan stated that the reason for such boasting to the enemy was obvious. Pointing his weapon forward, the bald old man added that he definitely wanted to buy time. With his blow, he managed to destroy everything around him, and the elder stated that it would not work on the king. Immediately after that, the grounds for telling go straight to the building of the Cho Merchant Guild that night. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, Y asked what he had just said. Looking directly at his subordinate, the boy asked him to repeat it, and he explained that their branches had been attacked by a suspicious group, and even the Namdun martial artists who had secretly protected them had died. Looking straight ahead in surprise after what he had heard, the protagonist asked what the losses were. Trembling in pain after losing his arm, the man stated that according to confirmed reports, the head bricklayer, Nam Chongmael, and the owner of the brewery, Yanseo, were dead, as were many other workers. With a frightened expression on his face, Y asked if there was anything else. Imagining the manager Leong in his head, the man added that they could not find him, so his condition was unknown. Clenching his hand into a fist after hearing this, the boy could not believe that such an important person had disappeared. Remembering his work with him at the beginning of the forge's development, The protagonist reasoned that this man had managed to expand the steel mill tenfold even in his absence, and he was the most valuable leader who had contributed greatly to the establishment of the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. Visualizing his conversation with the man with the mustache working out a plan, Wai mused that it must have been a mistake to rush. Sadly lowering his head down, the boy reflected that his strength did not matter, because he was alone. Being directly with all his subordinates in the room, the protagonist realized that there were only 6 people who could be considered martial artists and protect the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan, so it was worth contacting the Namgong clan much earlier, weakening the Dark Heaven Association and only then acting. But what was the point of regretting what he had done? As his hand trembled, Wai mused that if the Dark Heaven Association was suppressing with its excellent martial artists, then they only had one way out. Suddenly, putting his hand right in front of him, the boy announced that the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan was suspending all its affairs, and it was necessary to gather all the survivors in the chamber immediately. Looking at An standing in front, the protagonist added that he needed to send the paybill as soon as possible, and he immediately understood everything. Looking menacingly ahead, Wai reasoned that when a pack of hungry wolves began to hunt, the sheep must immediately gather together to survive, and in the end, when all the sheep were intact, the shepherd drew his pistol and went out to hunt the wolves. Looking sharply to the side, the boy called out to the deputy chairman, and he immediately turned back. Imagining a protective barrier around the guild building in his head, the protagonist gave the order to gather the best in line when everyone gathered. Hearing this, the heir of the Chaegao clan looked down sadly. Remembering the image of his elder brother with a fan in his hand, Ung stated that he was still at Poyang Lake. His step was much higher, so he would ask him for help. Putting his hand directly in front of him, the vice chairman added that he would definitely help them. Smiling broadly, Ung remarked that it would be quite expensive. Immediately after that, the heir of the Chaegao clan ran away to carry out orders. Seeing him off, the boy reasoned with a serious expression that if he could save the lives of thousands of workers who supported the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce, then he would not mind the gold. At the same moment, Chan suddenly woke up, trembling all over with pain. Getting up from the bed, the guy turned to the chairman. Running up to him abruptly, the protagonist told him not to get up, saying that the poison he was fighting could spread. Waving his hand aside, the heir to the Namgun clan claimed that he had heard everything and asked to go to Lady Han. Looking menacingly directly at his friend, Wai begged him not to overdo it. Immediately after that, the guy grabbed him right by his clothes. Holding his boss with the last of his strength, Chan asked if he really wanted to say that a person from a sovereign clan should become a burden to his brethren. Hearing this, the boy looked away. At this time, the heir of the Namgun clan was looking at him with full seriousness. Noticing his efforts, the protagonist suddenly smiled. Looking directly at the wounded Chan, Wai asked if he was being familiar with a representative of his clan, and he replied that he had to go urgently, noting that even in such a state he was able to defend himself. With a look full of seriousness, the boy said that the Chaegao clan formation would set off any minute, and within 3 days, they would receive a response from the medical sect, adding that Big Brother Namgun must survive or die at his hands. Hearing these words, Chan sneered. With a look full of seriousness, the young man claimed to be a young sword master. After his words, Wai also smiled. Happily looking directly at his friend, the boy noticed that it was much better than it surprised him. Turning his back on him, the protagonist stated that it is much better when Big Brother Namgun does not look like an ossified orthodox botanist. A moment later, Wai jumped right out of the window with great speed, heading forward. The story is transported directly into the depths of the forest on a dark night. The bald old man was directing his magic whip forward. His blow caught up with Zhang, causing him damage. Right in the middle of the man's chest in the green robe there was a hole, and he thought it was the force of the click. Looking menacingly directly at his opponent, the elder of the assassin clan noticed that he was a tough guy. Swinging his whip again, the bald old man declared that even after being struck by the bloody whip, his arm was still there. Holding out his hand towards the opponent's weapon, Zhang reflected that the whip controlled space and was distinguished by the ability to move sharply, but had the disadvantage that its movements were easy to restrict. Immediately after that, a man in a green robe grabbed this very whip with his hands. At the same time, his hands began to bleed. After a moment, Zhang let go of his opponent's weapon. He then began to cough up blood from the damage he received. The whole body of the green-robed man was trembling with fatigue. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Zhang said that he would finish him off. Unleashing his red inner energy, the green-robed man stated that he could call himself an indomitable martial artist as much as he wanted, but he shouldn't devalue the great spirit of the mountains. Stopping his subordinates with a wave of his hand, the bald old man told them to be careful. At the same moment, Zhang took a step forward. He would swing his arms using a true martial art fist that defied the heavens. Making a huge number of blows, the man in the green robe used the 6th form of the supreme limitless destruction. With the help of his whip, the elder of the assassin clan created a barrier right in front of him. The blows of his opponents fell directly on the magic shield. With the help of his barrier, he managed to repel the opponent's attack. Suddenly, the bald old man noticed something on the side. There was Zhang, who was already approaching him to strike. Noticing this, the assassins pointed their blades at him and were about to stop him. Their swords pierced directly into the body of the green-robed man. No matter what, he continued to head straight towards the elder of the assassin clan. With a deft wave of his hand, he managed to grab the enemy's whip. Zhang gritted his teeth in pain, but continued to hold the whip in his hand. Immediately afterward, he collided heads directly with his opponent. Unleashing his fiery energy, the green-robed man used the heaven-defying true martial arts, fist form 2. Zhang then performed several punches with his fist, using 7 continuous slashes of the turtle shell. All his attacks fell directly on the bald old man. After taking damage, the elder of the assassin clan jumped back. Holding onto his chest, the bald old man assumed that he seemed to have at least 3 broken ribs, and on top of that, such a huge explosive force had caused internal injuries as well. Looking frightened straight ahead, he knew it was dangerous. At the same moment, Zhang just stood motionless. Suddenly, blood began to flow directly from his mouth and nose. The man in the green robe held on with the last of his strength not to fall. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, the bald old man realized that he, too, had overworked. Smiling happily, the elder of the assassin clan mused that now that the asshole had used up all the chi completely, he was definitely finished. At this moment, Zhang was smiling broadly. Directing his silent gaze forward, the bald old man did not understand why this snot was smiling. Suddenly, a frosty energy appeared right behind him. Noticing her, the elder of the assassin clan abruptly turned back. At the same time, he noticed that this same blue energy emanates directly from the carriage. Smiling broadly, the green-robed man told these idiots to eat ice. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transported back 15 minutes, when Zhang saw that the carriage was surrounded by assassins. Wiping the blood directly from his face, the green-robed man thought that he had heard the sound of Han's transformation 15 minutes ago, which meant that she had reached the final stage, and it was more difficult to fight when it was necessary to calculate everything and win her these 15 minutes. Immediately afterward, blue energy burst out directly from the carriage. After that, a girl with white hair appeared from her. The assassins who were there were greatly frightened by the approach of the frost chi. The bald old man was also staring frightened directly at the blue energy approaching him. Standing her hand directly in front of her, Han used the divine palm of white ice. Pointing her finger forward, she activated the first explosion. Directing the frost energy directly in front of her, the white-haired girl used white ice to freeze the heavens and the earth. At the same moment, everything around was wrapped in frost. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts directly to a coastal town. Wai swept through the street of the city shrouded in explosions at great speed. Looking seriously straight ahead, the boy wondered what Han was worried about, because if something happened to her, and the grandiose plans to expand the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce to Jianxi could be flushed down the toilet. Looking away in fright, the protagonist reasoned that she had boarded a celestial cloud chariot, so she should definitely be somewhere near the Imperial Road, but the more she thought about it, the more dangers she saw around her. Observing the city, which was on fire, Wai mused that the signs of life were not only found within his range of perception, and he was sure that the workers of the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce were dying one after another. Stopping right on the roof of the house, the boy realized that everything was planned as if he was forced to make a decision. Realizing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward again at great speed. Imagining the images of Hannah and Zhang in his mind, Wai thought that there was nothing to be done, and the girl was a valuable talent, but with a man in green clothes, and besides they were both people from Jianghu who had mastered deep martial arts, and on top of that, Han had reached the stage of indomitableness. Watching people run away from the bandits in fear, the kid reasoned that at the same time, in the shopping area of Poyan Lake, thousands of company members were desperately waiting for salvation, and considering the number of lives that could be saved, it was a sin to even torture himself with such thoughts, so he had no choice but to pray that Han and Zhang would be fine. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the protagonist really wanted them to survive. He then continued to advance down the street of the city directly past the bandits attacking his subordinates. At this time, the robbers, armed with blades, were going to kill another innocent man who begged for mercy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Wai appeared, who, deftly wielding his sword, destroyed all opponents. Noticing the appearance of the chairman, the Zhou clan workers were overjoyed. Turning sharply back, the boy asked his employees if they were hurt. With clearly frightened expressions, the guys explained that they were lucky thanks to him, and asked to check the stores as soon as possible, because, alas, many of their colleagues died. Hearing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth. Suddenly turning away, Wai told him to immediately enter the main office, because he would be protected by Chagall's squad. Then it instantly disappeared from its place. The boy was heading forward at great speed. Delighted with the conversation with the chairman, the workers said that he had an incredible martial art and asked him to kill these assholes. At this time, an explosion occurred right in the middle of the huge city. The bandit gave orders to his subordinates, saying that they had dealt with these bastards, and then the Zhou clans in, so they had to hurry up. Suddenly, one of the bandits noticed something next to him. After a moment, he realized that it was dark energy. Immediately afterward, all the bandits were destroyed by an unknown attack. This same dark energy left only a splash of blood behind them. After the cleansing was completed, the entire ground was wrapped in blood. The combat commander, the lawless soul destroyer Murim, stared frightened straight ahead. His gaze was fixed on the man on the roof of the building, and he said that it was the art of intention, noticing that this man in a ghostly mask had appeared. Raising a signal fire directly above his head, the rogue mused that today's goal was purely tactical and aimed at luring the ghostly mask out of the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce, noticing that the task was finally completed. At the same moment, a small explosion broke out right in the sky. Turning back, the blond man was ordering his subordinates that he would deal with the head of the association and the 8 kings, so he needed to retreat and deal with the remaining ones. At the same time, dark energy headed in his direction. Noticing her, the leader of the bandits was greatly stunned. A moment later, the dark energy attack was coming directly at him. In the end, she left only a splash of blood from him. The bandits who noticed this were extremely frightened, thinking that the lawless soul slayer sent to the battlefield by the main hall was a martial artist of the unbridled level and an assassin who had the privilege of discussing matters personally with the head of the association, and someone so imposing had turned into a pool of blood before he could even draw his sword. They were all looking directly at the man standing on the roof of the building. It was a step that stared menacingly straight ahead. Noticing his frightening gaze, the robbers trembled with fright. A moment later, they all threw down their blades. Immediately after that, people knelt down and bowed. Looking furiously at them, the boy asked what was the meaning of the signal fire he had just fired. Lowering his head down, the bandit explained that it meant the appearance of a ghostly mask. He looked thoughtfully straight ahead. Why asking about the ghostly mask? Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the boy declared that they had killed so many just to lure him out. Closing his eyes in impossible fear, the man begged for mercy. Immediately afterward, the protagonist swung his blade. Then, a blob of dark energy appeared directly above the bandits. After a moment, he began to suck everyone inside and left only a splash of blood. After the destruction of all opponents, the street was shrouded in blood. Holding the blade in his hands, Wai mused that although his soul was boiling with the desire to kill, somehow it seemed that killing was just routine, and it was as if something he had been doing for a long time had awakened again. With a look full of seriousness, the boy reasoned that it had been disgusting to him not so long ago, and it was supposed to be the influence of demonic divine art. Turning sharply to the side, the protagonist declared that so be it, and he seemed to get rid of weakness. Suddenly, something in front caught his gaze. Wai stared directly at his business building, shrouded in fire and strewn with corpses, calling his opponents swindlers. At the same time, the boy noticed something behind him. An unknown man was standing right in the middle of the street. Suddenly, he rushed forward with great speed. A moment later, the protagonist was surrounded by the strongest warriors of the assassin clan. Chung held a signal fire in his hand, announcing that he had an object in his hands, signaling the cessation of the retreat and the continuation of the attack on all organizations of the Cho merchant clan. Hearing this, Wai just continued to silently stare straight ahead. Looking menacingly forward, the head of the assassin clan explained that they could not be stopped unless his body was cut into pieces. Looking away, the boy asked where the 8th person was, because there was now the head of the association and only 7 kings. Standing right on the roof of the building, Chen stated that they had tracked all his movements, and the essence of the tactic was to complete the task and not create any potential problems. Looking menacingly straight ahead after hearing everything, the protagonist mused that by tracking movements, he must mean an external attack, and it couldn't be Woon, Yung, or Hu. After all, they were nearby. Imagining the images of Hannah and Zhang in his head, Wai reasoned that he was either talking about the two of them driving along the Imperial Road, or Locke who had decided to drink in a fit of anger. Visualizing the image of a man wielding a sickle, the boy realized that he thought it was still Lady Han, because it was a waste of energy to assign one of the 8 kings to Locke. Looking directly at the rooftop of the house without the Shadow King, the protagonist mused that he, who had spied on many meetings, must have reported to the head of the association how important Han was to the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. At the same moment, Chen, looking menacingly straight ahead, noticed that it was just a surprise, and who would have thought that the martial artist hiding behind the ghost mask and the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan himself, and he had become a martial artist of an unimaginable level at such a young age, so they were in a situation where it was worth rewriting Jianghu's history. Immediately afterward, the head of the assassin clan took out an unknown roll of paper. As he forwarded the documents, Chen remarked that he was not enthusiastic about the idea of killing a representative of the Namgunda clan, and it was too early to talk about an incident with their bastards. At the same moment, Wai was taking the pact into his own hands, and the head of the assassin clan was saying that one signal and the massacre would continue, so his ice princess would also be in danger, and this was an ultimatum in which he had no choice but to accept the terms. At that moment, one of the 8 kings joined the conversation with his hands clenched into fists, telling the head of the association that they needed to kill this snot, because he would become a huge threat to them. Imagining Wai in the form of a dragon in his mind, the elder of the assassin clan wondered if he couldn't see how this freak had absorbed Jiangxi, so he was the best in terms of competence and cunning. Visualizing the huge coastal city from the side, the man with chains around his neck reasoned that considering his advancement to an unimaginable stage, his combat skills were simply impeccable, so he couldn't be left alive. Imagining the image of a boy with a huge amount of wealth and people, the elder of the assassin clan wondered what would happen to Murim when he was 20 years older, and he became Sangrim with him at his head. Looking directly at the king standing behind him, Chung asked if he was sure that half of them would have to die to kill him. Hearing this, the elder was greatly stunned. Imagining in his head the image of the head of the clan of murderers, behind whom the road of corpses spreads, our man with chains asked if these were really the words of their master, the head of the Association of Dark Heavens, whose incomprehensible technique of destroying souls, crushing into dust and dismembering the heavens had turned into a legend about non-orthodox sects. Visualizing the falling skulls, the Dark Sky King had noticed that he was a martial artist of unimaginable level who had single-handedly destroyed the Mao Mountain Valley, and was now saying that the Dark Heaven Association was not sure of winning. Looking directly at Y standing on the roof of the house with displeasure, the man with chains around his neck couldn't believe that this man was so strong. Trembling with uncertainty after all he had heard, Chung thought that honestly, the only one who had goosebumps running down his spine was him. The sight of such a divine aura could only be radiated by masters of unimaginable degree. Looking directly at the boy who exuded a huge amount of purple energy, the head of the assassin clan knew that he was not at all untamed after all. After all, this young asshole was showing such an impressive presence in front of them. Fixing his serious gaze directly on the documents, the protagonist said that an immediate payment of 300 gold, a written oath to never mention the connection with the imperial family again, and hand over the jobs to the Dark Heaven Association and disappeared to Hufei again. Sydney smirked as Y added that besides he needed to reveal all the recipes of the Cho clan's restaurant and brewery, that there was no mention of the foundry, and that was the last glimmer of conscience. Immediately after that, the boy summoned a spark with his magic. Then he burned these papers in his hand. After a moment, the protagonist released his violet energy. Feeling it, Chin was very frightened and didn't understand what it was. I'm surprised that the colossal energy wasn't his maximum. At the same moment, the head of the assassin clan was about to use a signal fire. This was immediately noticed by Y with his magical vision. At the same time, the boy used the energy of his eye. Immediately afterward, a small blob of dark energy appeared near the signal fire. A moment later, the dark energy was consuming the space next to Chen's hand. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transported directly to the space wrapped in snowflakes. Han unleashed her icy energy as she pondered that in the long history of Jianghu, some martial arts had deviated from conventional martial practices, and the martial arts of the three gods were at such a legendary level that they needed no comparison, and also, apart from them, the most impressive was of course the White Ice Divine Palm, also known as the North Wind Divine Ability. With her hands out straight in front of her, the white-haired girl sent her magic forward. At this time, the bald old man was repelling her attacks with his whip. After a while, his whip began to freeze. His hands were also enveloped in cold. Frightened as the ice began to form, the elder of the assassin clan didn't understand what was happening. The bald old man noticed that his entire body was covered with ice. The elder of the assassin clan concentrated his own energy within himself, and thought that the icy essence of chi was penetrating him, and he could only gather all the inner energy and resist the supreme goal without success. Realizing all this, he looked sharply to the side. Seeing the elite assassins, who were already like blocks of ice, the bald old man noticed that this was incredible. At the same moment, Han abruptly pushed right out of the ground. It flew up to Zhang, who was standing in the middle of the battlefield. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl with white hair asked if he was okay. As blood poured out of his arm, a man in a green robe said that everything was fine with him. He watched everything that was happening around him in surprise. Seeing all of his opponents who were completely enveloped in ice, Zhang didn't understand what kind of martial art of destruction it was. Looking directly at the snowflakes wafting around, the green-robed man couldn't understand how it was possible with such a slender body, gentle hands, and handsome face to freeze such a crowd of Dark Heaven Association masters to death with a wave of his hand. Suddenly crying with sadness, Zhang remarked that this was a great pity, and it seemed that he did not deserve to be her friend. After all, a brief moment of admiration was enough to bring honor to the clan. At the same moment, Locke and Hu were running right through the forest. They jumped right out onto the battlefield and wanted to kill everyone. Using their weapons, they managed to destroy every frozen enemy. As Zhang watched everything in a daze, he mused that the harmony between the two was breaking the ice with dynamic movements, and it was truly dazzling, as if they had been training for ages, wondering if their punches seemed too measured. At the same moment, he was very angry when he realized that these guys were watching them. With a snide grin, the green-robed man remarked that this was proof that they were bastards from the non-orthodox faction. At this time, the frozen bald old man was trying to break free from the shackles of the ice. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and started screaming. A moment later, the elder of the assassin clan managed to break free from the ice. The guys, noticing this, were very surprised. They would immediately attack as their opponent began to run away. Noticing this, John was very surprised that he was just running away. Scratching his head awkwardly, the green-robed man pondered that one of the 8 kings of the Dark Heaven Association, who had suppressed him with a godlike divine aura a few moments ago, was now running, and asked if these idiots had any pride. At this time, the bald old man continued to run away at great speed right through the forest. Suddenly, the assassins appeared right in front of him, shrouded in ice. Noticing them, the elder of the assassin clan was greatly frightened. At the same time, he swung his whip, striking a blow. With the help of his weapons, he managed to destroy the ice on his subordinates. A moment later, the assassins were freed from their frosty shackles and wondered how their master had broken the layer of ice without harming his body, noting that the poisoned slashing whip king's technique was truly unmatched among the 8. Turning back, the bald old man ordered his warriors to leave quickly. The narration of the story continued to take place in the same forest. Locke and his companion found their allies, and he asked who was so torn apart. Looking directly at him with displeasure, Zhang asked what would happen to their spirits when they hid like rats and watched their comrades being blown to smithereens. Looking at him in a puzzled way, Locke asked if he knew what happened to those who mindlessly acted in the treacherous Jianghu, and explained that they were waiting for the right moment. Looking directly at his bloody hands, the green-robed man asked if they were acting just like these cunning non-orthodox foreigners. Showing his hand to his ally, Zhang said that their comrade was torn to pieces, and they sat in the corners, with their tail between their legs, while the warrior with the sickle begged him for forgiveness. Throwing his hand over his shoulder, the man in green robes asked to be allowed to show him what the orthodox spirit is. Looking at him with displeasure after what had happened, Locke sent him away and asked him if he wasn't a bandit rat himself, to which he was told that he had given it up a long time ago. Smiling straight ahead, who begged to be spared, because he rushed in without even finishing his drink, because he could be in danger. At this time, all the guys were dumbfounded, and Zhang asked what she was doing, while Locke called her bloodthirsty. At this time, their ally soaked her handkerchief in the blood of the enemy. With a wide smile on her face, the girl in the red robe declared that good should not be wasted. Sighing heavily, the warrior with the sickle noticed that she was about to break through directly to the incredible level. After a moment, his expression changed to a more serious one. Closing his eyes, Locke stated that everything around Lake Poyang was on fire, so he had to get out. At this moment, Hu began to drink blood. She rinsed her mouth to fully enjoy it. Turning sharply back, the girl in red clothes called them cowards and said that they had lost her appetite, and offered to follow her. At this time, a brightly shining sun appeared right in the sky. It lit up a huge coastal city. Blood began to pour directly from the severed limb. Chung stared dumbfounded directly at his destroyed hand and didn't understand what had happened, because he didn't even feel anything. A man with chains around his neck watched in fright, asking what it was. At the same moment, Wai continued to use his magical gaze. Immediately afterward, the boy held out his blade in front of him. Suddenly, blobs of dark energy appeared right behind the assassin clan warriors. At the same time, everyone began to scatter to the sides, and the head of the assassin clan explained that this is the art of intent of that infiltrator, so they need to dodge. One of the blobs of dark energy was destroying one of the 8 kings. Another elder of the assassin clan had his leg chopped off. Watching everything that was happening, Chin was very frightened. Waving his hand, the head of the assassin clan asked if it was the Sword of Emptiness, the sword that commanded space, saying that he was the successor of the Sword God. Hearing this, the warriors of the assassin clan were extremely frightened, saying that this could not be. Gritting his teeth in fear, the man with chains around his neck couldn't believe that he was the successor of the strongest of the 3 gods. Immediately afterward, all the clan members began to flee in fear, having received the order to retreat. Seeing this, the protagonist soared into the air. A moment later, he was right next to a man with chains around his neck. Wai then swung his blade, creating a huge amount of dark energy, and told them all to die. Then the boy directed his attack directly towards the opponents. One of the 8 kings was frightened, putting his hand right in front of him. He pushed the clan leader away from the bundle of energy behind him. At the same moment, he himself was sucked right inside. Looking sharply to the side, Chung used the earth-shaking and heaven-slashing technique. While collecting a clot of purple energy, the head of the assassin clan used the 9th move. Immediately afterward, Chin released his dark purple energy, activating suppression with a celestial cataclysm. The dark purple energy began to cover the clumps of dark force. Chin continued to unleash his power. At the same moment, Wai activated his magical vision. Immediately afterward, the boy raised his blade directly above his head. Then, a huge accumulation of dark energy appeared directly above him. Directing an attack directly at him, the head of the assassin clan declared that it was too late. A moment later, rays spread directly from the cloud of violet energy around the area. They spread in all directions of the city. Beams of energy destroyed everything around, even near the protagonist. The dark purple energy overtook each king, destroying them. The man stretched out his hand forward and screamed loudly in pain, caught in a flurry of attacks. Trembling with fright, the shadowless king stared directly at the ball of energy approaching him. A moment later, the attack caught up with him and destroyed everything around him. At this moment, the man with chains around his neck was also running away in fear from the impending attack. Chung watched everything with an expression of complete incomprehension. Right in front of him was Wai, who exuded a sinister power. Suddenly, the boy looked directly at him. Noticing this, the head of the assassin clan fell into a stupor. Suddenly stopping in place, Chung declared that they were all finished. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist mused that even after using the heavenly demonic divine art, he couldn't kill them all at once, and after all, the mighty 8 kings weren't weaklings. Looking forward with his disgruntled gaze, the head of the assassin clan said that they would dissolve the Jiangxi assembly, so they could take over their affairs, and stated that he had to save the remaining kings, because if everyone died there, then the core of the Dark Heaven Association would collapse. Looking directly at him seriously after hearing this, Wei asked how about the next steps in Zhejiang, and whether those who had gorged themselves would be able to survive the sudden famine. After his words, Qin stared straight ahead, puzzled, just kept silent. Pointing his sword at his opponent, the boy claimed that he could see through his intentions, and suggested that the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce be destroyed and the Jiangxi divided, or that they would rush to the nefarious Heavenly League or the Green Forest Bandits, offering them such alliances. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the head of the assassin clan was about to announce this to Jiangxi on behalf of the leader of the Dark Heaven Association. Grinning mischievously, having received such an answer, the protagonist noticed that these were empty words that could be taken away at any time. Focusing his energy directly on the edge of the sword, Wei said that he had killed too many of their people. Hearing this, Jin put his hand inside the kimono. A moment later, he began to run away, firing a signal fire into the sky. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after what had happened, the boy asked if they really thought that he would let them escape. Suddenly, the protagonist heard loud screams right behind him. Without turning sharply back, Wei was aware that even now the screams of his men could be heard, dying in agony. As he continued to stand right on the roof of the building, the boy thought that it was not the time to track down the enemy. After all, he had to take care of the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce first. At the same moment, unknown people were making their way right on the roofs of the city. These were the protagonist's allies who landed right next to him. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, who asked if all the 8 kings were there. She was looking directly at what was left over from the battle with them. Seeing the piece of clothing of the leader of the Dark Heavens, the red-robed girl asked if it was the kimono of the head, and if it had fallen. Realizing this, Hu began to lick her lips happily. Looking menacingly at her, Wei asked what about Mr. Chan, and the girl replied that he was already on his way, but was badly injured. Directing his serious gaze forward, the boy wondered how she was. With a look full of seriousness, Khan replied that she was fine. At the same moment, Hu hid her happy gaze directly from the protagonist. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Wei said that you can't play vampire, because you need to get down to business first. Standing right on the roof of the building, the boy said that they would check the establishments on the eastern side of Lake Poyang, and they should go north, asking Lady Han if she could look for the wounded in the west, to which he received positive answers from his subordinates. Immediately after that, they all moved in their direction. The harassment of the story is transferred directly to an unknown building, near which a member of the Special Alliance Murim Lian Shirlan was standing. Heading towards the roof of the building, the man couldn't believe that the leader of the Dark Heaven had lost in 3 seconds, and moreover, he had accurately mentioned the legendary Sword God, and if the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhou clan was indeed a descendant of the Sword God, it would become a matter of primary importance for Jiangxi. As he inspected the site of the recent massacre, the member of the Special Alliance reasoned that if he came to think of it, hadn't he been sent there to monitor the movements of the Zhou clan Chamber of Commerce, which was causing a commotion in Jianghu, and wondered what if, in addition to the massive collection of gold and people, Anhui and Jiangxi decided to use the powerful reputation of the descendants of the Sword God. Looking down in fright, Lang asked himself if there had ever been a case in the history of Murim when someone had such authority in these circles, and what would happen if this influence spread beyond Anhui and Jiangxi to the north. Imagining the images of Muho, An, and Chan in his mind, the brown-robed man pondered that moreover, all the sects associated with him are part of the 5 great clans, and the iron reserves come from the Tang Sichuan clan, and the wards next to him are the heirs of the Che Gale and Nam Gong families. Visualizing the image of Ping staring menacingly straight ahead, Gaka Lan reasoned that he was using his connections with these young geniuses to rally his grand plans. Rushing forward at great speed, the member of the Secret Alliance thought that if they were careless, the association's plans might fail, and one wrong move and the alliance would be split, and the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce was clearly a threat to the alliance, so he should report it as soon as possible. Immediately after being identified, the Gnarl is transported directly to the main building of the Zhou family's merchant guild. Peng, holding a pickaxe in his hands, declared that all this could not be. Looking straight ahead with great displeasure, the yellow-robed man asked who all these bastards were and if the Dark Heaven Association was, saying that he would kill every single one of these creatures. At the same moment, someone came right up to him. It was Zhang, who was behind him and asked him to move. Noticing the man in green robes, Peng was very surprised. His entire arm was covered in a huge amount of wounds and blood. When Wei saw this, he was very frightened. The boy watched the conversation of his 2 subordinates with displeasure, saying that it was all because of those freaks. Looking down, the protagonist reflected that although Zhang was good with a spear, he was more into hand-to-hand combat, and for a martial artist whose main weapon was a fist, such severe injuries were like a death sentence. At the same moment, a man in a green robe approached the healer, who asked for a look at his wounds. Then the guys sat down, and the doctor began to examine Zhang's body. The green-robed man waved his hand, asking why he was treating him like a disabled person and if anyone had died, saying that he would survive all this, so there was no need to make such facial expressions. Looking directly at him, the healer explained that no matter how good the medicine was, it was useless, because it would soon begin to rot, so it was better to amputate the arm, and the boy asked if his healing technique was not the best in the world. Hearing all this, the protagonist ran directly to his ally. A moment later he grabbed his arm. Holding Zhang's hand, Wei told the doctor that he was willing to give as much gold as he wanted, and asked him to tell him how to save him, while he remarked that this did not mean that he was not in pain at all. Looking away, the healer explained that as a man of medicine it is somewhat absurd to say this, but there is the so-called land of the Tathagata, about which there are legends. Stunned, looking straight ahead after what he heard, the protagonist asked what kind of land it was. Imagining a dark forest in his head, the doctor told me that during the demon rebellion, a badly wounded warrior had fled, but was trapped deep in the mountains. Visualizing the man smearing himself with mud, the healer added that his injuries were so terrible that all the bones were visible as if after acid dissolving the flesh. But this man found the earth emitting a strange chi energy on which no plants had grown, and when he wiped his body with it, new skin grew on the site of the wounds. Wei threw his hands to the sides in surprise and asked where this place was. Imagining the Buddha statue in his head, the doctor said that the doctors who had heard the rumors had searched for the warrior but had never been able to find him, and even more absurdly, when they eventually discovered the place where the warrior had entered, strangely enough, there was only a carved wooden statue of the Tathagata. Waving his head from side to side, the healer noticed that the legend of 100 years ago could not be true. Looking thoughtfully to the side, he asked if he happened to know anything about the Lunar Society. Surprised after what he heard, the protagonist asked what exactly. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, Wei asked if this wasn't one of the two main secret information organizations along with the Night Moth. Sitting right in front of the wounded John, the healer explained that according to one version, the head of the Lunar Society was the same warrior, and the boy asked if this was really so. Imagining an old man in dark green clothes in his head, the doctor explained that it was actually most likely just a rumor, and the nickname of the head of the Lunar Society was Han Jin, and everyone who saw him said that his skin was smooth and pink, like a child's, which seemed strange, which was really surprising, considering that he was over 70 years old at that time. Hearing this, the boy suddenly began to think. Visualizing the statuette of the Buddha around the neck of this old man, the healer added that, in addition, people were even more suspicious of the fact that he always wore a necklace with the Tathagata. Imagining in his head the image of an old man standing right on the roof of the building, the doctor said that he was said to have acted only at night, so people thought that he was trying to hide his secret, and hence the nickname of the head of the Lunar Society. After thinking about his words, Wei thought that at that time, such behavior was indeed suspicious, and the fact that he retained such skin even in old age could be explained by Cho Dangong's mastery of martial arts. The boy wondered why he would wear a Buddha necklace in front of people, and what it might mean for someone who didn't really care about other people's opinions and only acted under the cover of night, because it didn't make any sense at all, so there was definitely something else behind it. At the same moment, the healer shrugged his shoulders, saying that somehow because of this incident, the tribesmen had nicknamed this mysterious land the Shrine of the Buddha Tathagata, and those who were interested in tribal legends had heard this story at least once. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist spoke about the Lunar Society. Imagining images of people working under the cover of night in his mind, Wei mused that it was one of the two main secret organizations, but unlike the Night Moth that he had managed to make contact with, the Lunar Society had never been found. With his serious gaze forward, the boy asked if he knew how to contact them. Looking menacingly to the side, the healer explained that he was a simple man and could not be associated with such a mysterious society. Looking directly at Shang's wounds, the doctor added that even if they were lucky in the lands of the Tathagata, it would take too long. Upon hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head down while the doctor explained that the bones would begin to decompose, and if his arm was not cut off within 3 days, it would rot completely. Hearing this, Lady Han stepped forward. With an air of confidence, the white-haired girl declared that she thought she could solve the problem. Looking dumbfounded directly at her after what he had heard, the man asked what she meant. With a look full of seriousness, Khan told me that the influence of magic is not so felt in the North Sea, because no one wants to visit the lands of the North Sea because of the weather conditions. Spreading her hands to the sides, the girl with white hair added that therefore, in the event of a serious injury, they always had to take the wounded to the master, and the distance was very long. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy noticed that this could not be. Holding her hand out directly in front of her, Khan claimed that people in the North Sea use the soft ice technique to prevent the affected body parts from rotting. With a look full of fear, the protagonist stated that this was unthinkable, because then he would simply die from it. Imagining a person walking straight through the snowy terrain in her head, the white-haired girl explained that most people die from this technique before reaching the master, but if he can withstand it with mental training and physical strength, he can survive. Smiling broadly after her words, Zhang asked if it was just cold water and what was wrong with it, stating that he was one of those men who had been fighting his way through the ice on Mount Dansan for half a day, and for him it was like going to an ice bath. Very angry when he heard his words, Wai asked if this psycho thought it was some kind of joke. Continuing to smile broadly, the man in the green robe noticed that he had nothing to lose, and it didn't matter if it was a week or a month, because he would definitely be able to hold out. At the same moment, a man came right into the building, calling out to the young master. Looking to the side, the boy saw Un and asked if he had taken care of everyone, to which he replied that only the members with the head of the fortress group remained, and they would arrive soon. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist asked what about the plan and how far they had progressed. Imagining in his mind the huge magic array being erected right around the main building of the Cho Merchant Guild, the vice chairman said that judging by his skills, everything would be ready in half a day, and they had started in the morning, so they should finish soon. Looking seriously straight ahead, Wai asked how much food was left. Pulling his hand aside, the heir to the Che Gao family claimed that they were from the older group, so he was surprised that, as the leader of the organization, he asked such questions. Hearing all this, the boy suddenly thought that there was grain stored in the group's warehouses, so he thought they could easily hold out for a few months, but it was better to be on the safe side anyway. Looking directly at Un standing in front of him, the protagonist wondered if Hyun's plan would be able to overcome the heavy obstacles, and Hyun replied that if he meant the leader of the Dark Heaven Association, then he would dare to say yes. Opening his fan, the vice chairman declared that he and his older brother would do their best to show these bastards what they were worth, whether it was a day or a month. Standing right next to his allies, Wai stated that they were asking for their help then. Immediately afterward, Khan rolled up her sleeves and the green-robed man asked her to be faster. A moment later, the white-haired girl released her icy energy. Holding his hand out directly in front of him, Zhang stopped her, saying that he wanted to try something. Looking at him in surprise, the boy asked what exactly he wanted to try. As if sparkling with happiness, a man in a green robe declared that he wanted to rule and drink. Looking at him dumbfounded after hearing this, the protagonist mused that this madman was trying to imitate Guan Yu even in such a situation. Denying, shaking his head from side to side, Locke noticed that there really was no one adequate there. At the same moment, Hu sighed heavily, remarking that he was the craziest of all, and the man asked if this damn bloodsucker had lost her fear. At the same time, Wai looked directly at Han standing behind him and told her to hurry up, and she immediately understood. A moment later, the white-haired girl released her icy energy. She then brought her hands directly to Zhang's injured limbs. As his hands were covered in ice, the green-robed man screamed sharply in pain. Watching this in fright, the boy called out to the captain, and Han told him not to lose control. Continuing to use her ice mana on it, the white-haired girl said that she needed to regulate her internal energy, face the cold, and increase her energy. Dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening, the protagonist wondered how many weeks he could endure this agony, and noted that it was impossible even for Zhang. Immediately afterward, Wai threw down his blade. Jumping right on it, the boy said that he would be back soon. Then the protagonist began to fly forward at great speed. He abruptly flew straight out of the Merchant Guild building. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Chan asked what it was. At the same moment, was extremely delighted, saying that he could only hear about it. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, Locke remarked that it was simply amazing, and he had become even stronger, and was now flying on a sword while Hu was fascinated by it all. With his dumbfounded gaze forward, Peck called him the young god of the sword. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when clouds were slowly floating in the sky. We find ourselves in the vast territory of the Namgun clan 3 days later. An old man in a red robe was lying right on a deck chair and sunbathing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, noticing something in front. A moment later, the elder of the Namgun clan was extremely stunned to see Wai flying a sword from above. At the same moment, the boy went down to the ground and noticed that everything was just as beautiful there, and asked the master how he was doing. Holding the blade in his hands, the protagonist asked where the head was, and Gumsun wondered that there was something more important. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the red-robed old man wondered if he had really reached a new level during this time, and if it was possible for a person's combat skills to develop so quickly. Imagining in his mind how Wai was flying directly on his sword over the forest, the elder of the Namgun clan thought that when the state of the highest sword technique reached its limit, the spirit of the swordsman and the sword would merge into one and eventually create the spirit of the sword, and at that moment, it was the flight of the sword technique that even Grand Master Namgun had never been able to achieve. Visualizing flames rising upwards, Gumsun reasoned that when both people achieved absolute mastery in martial arts, depending on their specialization, the techniques were divided into 4 stages. Imagining the images of several people shrouded in different energies in his mind, the red-robed old man explained that this was the ultimate martial arts stage, the absolute sword art stage, the absolute limitation stage, and the infinite mastery peak stage. Sitting upright on the deck chair, the elder of the Namgun clan thought that he had barely reached the martial arts stage, and the all-powerful patriarch Namgun Su was between the stages of soul art and spirit art. However, Y's ability to fluently wield the flight of the sword indicated that his stage had already overcome the limitations and was approaching the peak of infinite mastery, and did not understand what it was. After all, the martial arts emperor of the alliance Murim with the Amethyst and the master of Manhwa are competing for the title of the best in the world. Imagining the image of an old man wearing a straw hat in his mind, Gum-sun reasoned that excluding the immensity of the heavenly realm, the only person who had achieved infinite mastery in Jianghu was the great master of the void from Shaolin, and in other words, the protagonist on an equal footing with the great masters who held the highest positions among the 7 great kings. Visualizing the images of the other strongest people in the world, the red-robed old man realized that when he first saw him, he had quite a strong inner energy, and he was an ordinary boy who didn't even master basic techniques. But within 10 years, he had surpassed the limitation stage and almost reached infinite mastery. At the same moment, memories of his younger brother standing up for Y and his older brother popped up in his mind. Then he remembered the first time he had met the boy. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the elder of the Namgun clan couldn't believe that what the patriarch had said was true after all. At the same moment, the red-robed old man's mind flashed back to Su stating with a smile on his face that Y was the heir of the sword god. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the elder of the Namgun clan knew that there really were only 3 gods in the long history of the martial arts world, which meant that the divine footprints were so amazing. Looking straight at him, Y asked if they would leave these stories for later. Abruptly getting up from his seat and walking forward, Gum-sun declared that the head of the clan decided affairs, so he needed to see him before starting, and the boy agreed with this. Immediately after this, the stories are transported directly to the clan garden, where the man was. It was Nam Dong-su, who turned back and asked if it was the protagonist. Looking directly at Y standing in front of him, the clan patriarch asked why he had come unannounced, and Y explained that he had asked the elder to come as a guarantor. Looking at him in surprise, Su wondered if something urgent had happened. With his hands out in front of him, the protagonist asked if he had not received news from the soldiers of Namgun, and the patriarch of the clan wondered if something had happened in Jiangxi. At the same moment, someone was running up to them. Opening the gate, the messenger ran straight up to the gentleman, saying that he had urgent news, and the latter asked for a message to be given to him as soon as possible. Immediately after, Su began to read the information written in the scroll. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the patriarch of the Namgun clan denied everything he had read. Looking directly at him seriously, Y noticed that he could see that the Dark Heaven Association had attacked the Cho clan, and the situation was serious, and not only for the Namgun warriors, but also for them considering the number of casualties. Hearing this, Su turned back and asked if they had driven them into a dead end, and the boy only remained silent in response. Imagining the main headquarters of the assassin clan in his head, the protagonist reflected that he didn't actually expect such a major attack 2 days after the supply to the association stopped, so they relied heavily on the security of the agreement. Visualizing the image of the Mad Chen, Y reasoned that it was impossible to imagine that they would dare to take such drastic measures. Clenching his hand into a fist of displeasure, the boy knew that retribution would sooner or later overtake them. Looking forward seriously, the patriarch of the Namgun clan declared that constant success led to thinking only about the future, and, as the ancients had said, the fate of one who had never known defeat was the most frightening. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his gaze down and simply remained silent. Standing directly in front of Y, Su stated that his determination to move forward without looking around was not so bad, but with the fates of so many people on his shoulders, he should stop hesitating. With an expression full of displeasure, the lad mused that the hasty decision to cut off the supply must be due to the overconfidence he had gained from the martial arts, and this false firmness in the agreement caused a mistake, and he underestimated the Dark Heaven Association. Closing his eyes in rage, the protagonist reasoned that he should have been more meticulous and thoughtful, no matter how strong he was, because a person cannot protect everything at once. At the same time, the patriarch of the Namgun clan declared that no matter what, his family's wars were dead. Hearing this, Y's face changed to a sad one. Taking a step forward, Su stated that it was now time to respond. Looking at him in surprise after such words, the boy wondered if it was the place. Unleashing his inner golden-colored energy, the patriarch of the Namgun clan said that hopefully this occasion would give him a boost to growth, and he should always remember that with every decision he made, hundreds and thousands of lives were at stake. Bowing to him, the protagonist declared that he would keep this lesson in the very depths of his soul. Closing his eyes, Y was thinking about the association of heavenly swordsmen, and when you get acquainted with all this yourself, you begin to understand why they bear the titles of heroes. After all, his moralizing is like a balm for the soul, as if a heavy burden fell from his shoulders and a strange feeling appeared out of nowhere, and wondered if the teachings of the Chang Ho clan really resonated like this. At the same moment, Su looked at the Dragon Spear Squad commander standing aside and called out to him, who greeted the leader. Raising his hand up, the patriarch of the Namgon clan declared that their great clan was heading to Jiangxi, so they needed to prepare to meet the Dark Heaven Association. Hearing this, Y was very surprised, asking if it was possible without the support of the clan. Putting her hands on her belt, Su asked who said she wouldn't be there, which surprised the kid even more. who mused that it was because the association had rejected the order that the great Namgun clan had become an enemy. Looking directly at the real surprised protagonist in front, the patriarch of the Namgun clan explained that a great master had recently visited their places, and he said that he had come from a meeting of the 12 kingdoms. Imagining the image of an old man wearing a straw hat in his mind, Su said that he had obviously seen something in Jiangxi and had suddenly decided to offer them full support, so he had given up full control of the celestial body of the dragon guardian of the Hanam branch of the martial arts clan so that they could summon him at any time. To line up his hand right in front of him, the patriarch of the Su clan stated that his uncle, he and Y are the 3 indestructible pillars of the clan and the elite forces of the house, so if they also have a guardian dragon with them, that they have a chance of winning the battle. After all, he is not as imprudent as some. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, Y mused that he liked this guy, but he was painfully grouchy. Putting his hand directly in front of him, the boy said that he would not be able to participate in battles for a while, and Su asked what kind of business it was and whether associations were not in greater danger than Namdong. Standing right in front of the clan head, the protagonist explained that in fact, there was a misfortune with leader Zhang. The pressing of the story took place right in the inner garden of the Namdong clan. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the old man asked if it was true. Standing directly opposite of I, Su tried to think of what to do, and he asked if he had any information about the land of the Tathagata. Looking down thoughtfully, the patriarch of the Namgun clan said that he had heard about the head of the Lunar Society, but it was just a popular story. Looking dumbfounded directly at him, the boy noticed that it meant that the head had really been saved, prostrate on the shrine of the Buddha. Imagining a statuette of Buddha in his head, Su said that this was only a rumor, and it could not be said that this was the same person. Waving his head in denial, the patriarch of the Namgun clan remarked that this could not be said just because he wore a necklace with Buddha around his neck, studied martial arts, but he was the most famous. Standing directly in front of him, the protagonist asked how he achieved fame, and Su said that Han Jin was the greatest patron of the arts in the history of Shaolin, and the temple sent monks to meet him when he was supposed to pay them a visit. Surprised after hearing this, Y asked how much he had donated to respected Shaolin monks to be treated like this. Pointing his finger directly in front of him, the patriarch of the Namgun clan explained that it cost 1 million gold. Looking seriously at the boy in front of him, Su noticed that there were rumors that he had donated 1 million in his entire life, and the boy opened his mouth in surprise and said that it was impossible to pay that much. Looking forward, the patriarch of the Namgon clan stated that if he was knowledgeable enough, he would have an idea of his income, and he had donated almost all of his fortune to the Shaolin Temple. Imagining a huge army of ordinary people in his head, the protagonist thought that 1 million gold coins would be enough to support the local troops, and when he learned about the donation of all this money to the temple, he suddenly felt the power of their power. Standing directly in front of Su, Y asked why he needed such a huge amount of sacrifice, to which he replied that the reason remained a mystery, only that he had a deep connection with Shaolin. Hearing this, the boy suddenly began to think. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered if he knew how to contact the Moon Society. Visualizing the building of the destroyed clan blazing with fire, Patriarch Namgun said that although more than 30 years had passed since the Alliance had persecuted them, they had managed to completely hide from prying eyes, and legends began to circulate that they had been destroyed. Stunned by his gaze at his words, Y couldn't believe that they had been destroyed. Scratching his beard thoughtfully, Su noted that it was best to go to the Shaolin Temple, because in Jianhu they had covered all their tracks, and the boy asked why so. Imagining a monk sitting around a smoldering corpse in his mind, the patriarch of the Namgong clan would say that although it looked like a silly rumor, it was said that the lord of the temple, who had transferred all his power to his successor, had attained nirvana in Shaolin. Visualizing the Buddhist disciples, Su added that their monks and masters are highly respected, and Shaolin is proud of the fact that all the martial arts in the world come from him, and he already has a headache dealing with these serious, tough, gloomy, and proud people. Looking straight ahead, Y asked if the Shaolin leaders would like to meet him. Turning his back on him, the patriarch of the Namgun clan announced that he was their leader, who had the highest power, and was the head of the Zhou Chamber of Commerce, causing a stir in high circles. Holding a small pouch in his hands, the old man added that Wu Li did not reject the guests who had arrived. Looking directly at him with displeasure, the protagonist wondered why the monks were so interested in money, and Su explained that most of them were practical, and this was a characteristic of ancient sects, such by nature. Sighing heavily, Y remarked that this could be considered a waste. Remembering how the healer examined Zhang's hands, the boy thought that when a human life was at stake, there was no need to talk about money. Imagining in his head how he stood up for his subordinate, the protagonist realized that if the Shaolin monk already wanted to spend money, then he would give it to them. Looking after the departing patriarch of the Namgun clan, Y asked if he was leaving, and he replied that avoiding battle was not the way of a true king. Putting his hand directly in front of him, the boy asked if he could avoid the conflict before he returned to Jiangxi, and began to beg. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead after hearing this, Su reflected that he knew that if he was personally present on the battlefield, he would save a lot of lives, and it was easy to get carried away with his exceptional skills, but it was difficult to realize responsibility, so this could be another opportunity for him. Standing directly in front of the protagonist, the patriarch of the clan said that he understood everything, and the protagonist stated that he wanted to ask for something else. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, Y explained that they had an officer named Lion and he was missing, and Su asked if he was in charge of the fortress. Standing directly in front of his disciple, the patriarch of the Namgun clan declared that he understood what he meant and personally found out about everything, and the boy thanked him. Immediately after that, the protagonist took out his blade. Jumping directly on the sword, Y said that then they would see each other in Jiangxi. Then the boy flew away at great speed. Dumbfounded, Su watched this and asked what it had just been. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Su noticed that no other was expected from the receiver of the sword god, and it was not yet clear whether this unusual duo would bring Namgun happiness or misfortune. At this time, clouds were floating right in the sky. The narrative of the story is transported directly to the moment when Y flew on his sword to the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song, Dangfeng County, Hunan Province, and reflected on the impressive way pilgrims flock there all year round. Looking at the huge crowd standing near the gates of the Shaolin Temple, the boy reasoned that how it was possible not to pay attention to how mainly the poor gathered there in order to pray for the peaceful afterlife of their deceased fathers, for diseases to leave their mothers and blessings to overtake newborn children. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist noticed that his conscience would not allow him to get in without queuing. At the same time, Y stood in a huge queue leading to the temple. Suddenly, the old woman was very frightened when she noticed the boy's sword. Looking frightened straight at him, she asked him to go to the gates of the monastery, and another old man asked why such a famous gentleman should stand with them. Waving his hand, the protagonist reflected that it was now clear how Jianhu's people behaved, and gratefully refused, saying that he would wait with everyone. Looking frightened directly at him, the old woman noticed that he should not do this. At the same moment, the two Shaolin monks saw him. Coming closer, the young man greeted him and asked if he could find out where the young warrior and their benefactor came from, and Y replied that he came from the Namgun clan. Looking at him in surprise, the monk asked why the sword master from the Namgun clan was standing in line instead of going straight to the entrance of the monastery. Holding out his hand directly in front of him, the boy explained that these people had arrived much earlier than him, and they had traveled all this difficult way up the rocky mountain to light incense for their own reasons, so he could not go ahead of those who had waited so long, no matter what the need was for him. Suddenly, a man appeared right behind the monks, greeting the guest as they remarked that a warrior from a famous clan should not do such a thing. Turning straight towards the senior, the Shaolin Temple members greeted Grand Master Bom Song. Looking seriously straight ahead, the red-beaded monk laughed, asking if he could find out what had brought his benefactor to their temple. Folding his hands together, Y explained his name and introduced himself as the chairman of the Chou clan's Chamber of Commerce. Stretching out his hand in his direction, Bom told the hero of the Chamber of Commerce that this humble monk had long admired him, and greeted him cordially, to which the boy expressed his gratitude. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the red-robed monk noticed that this was very unusual. He immediately released his golden-colored energy. Bom directed his power directly towards the protagonist, and thought that every time he tried to sense him by increasing his perception, his internal chi would inevitably dissipate, and he didn't understand why it felt like he was dealing with an elder. Looking directly at the protagonist, who was exuding dark purple energy, the red-robed monk did not understand if such a thing was even possible. After all, how graceful was the disposition of the great master of the empty heavens, the Shaolin abbot, and he was the head of one of the 9 great sects, whose development rivaled that of the throne family, and in general, such a level would be unattainable for a person in front of him, who seemed to be not yet 30. Looking directly at Bam with displeasure, Y did not understand what this monk wanted to know, sending waves of chi head on, and noted that he had certainly dissipated them. Looking at him in surprise, the boy asked the respected monk what he was doing. Taking his hand aside, the red-robed man explained that he had done nothing at all, and the protagonist reasoned that he was simply unscrupulous, and had studied it without hesitation, while he himself read the scriptures with a straight face. A moment later, Bam was very surprised when he said that they were asking to forgive him for his impoliteness. At the same moment, he noticed a medallion hanging around the protagonist's neck. Pointing his finger at it in fright, the red-robed monk spoke of its decoration. Taking it in his hand in surprise, Y asked if he knew what it was. Imagining a blue bloodstone in his head, the boy couldn't believe that he recognized it. Visualizing the demonic sect's hideout, the protagonist mused that it seemed that more and more people were aware of blood jade. Thinking back to the image of the demon god's priestess, Y realized that it was like when he had stumbled upon a girl from a demon cult, and he didn't understand why he was so puzzled. Holding the blue stone in his hands, the boy asked if he knew where this pearl came from. At the same moment, Bam silently lowered his head down. Holding out his hand straight in front of him, the red-robed monk asked if he could go with him to the abbot. Turning sideways to the guest, the man noticed that this was not the most suitable place to discuss business with people of his status, so he needed to climb the mountain, with which the protagonist agreed. Immediately after that, the narratives of the story are transferred directly inside the Shaolin Temple. Right in front of the martial arts school, the students were honing their skills. Watching them puzzled, Y wondered what the martial arts of these Shaolin jerks had to be practiced with such strange screams. At this time, the bald guy deftly used his weapon and shouted loudly with every movement. Continuing to look away in surprise, the boy reflected that the building was small, but the volume was not inferior to a modern megaphone. After some time, the protagonist approached a small building, near which the guards were standing. Noticing Bam's approach, the guards greeted the Grand Master. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the red-robed monk asked if the abbot was there. Looking at Y, who had come with him, the guard said that he could enter, but this benefactor seemed strange. Standing right in front of him, Bam explained that there was no time to argue about strangers, and took full responsibility for it. Immediately after that, the guys went inside. Making a bow, the monk in red robes greeted the elder. At this time, a man with a cane was sitting right on his throne, and the boy was thinking that this was the great master of the empty heavens, the abbot of Shaolin, the elder brother of the master of the great void, one of the 7 thrones of martial arts, a man who, with his Buddha's mercy and wisdom that had reached heaven, represented the current Zen Buddhism. Looking straight ahead, the bald old man greeted the guests and remarked that it was rare enough to see the head of the reception hall, asking what had brought them there. Standing directly in front of the empty heaven Grand Master, Bam was explaining that he would like to leave his position temporarily, and he didn't understand why he was saying that. At the same moment, a monk in a red robe took out a rosary. Noticing them, the old man jumped up from his seat and said that they were the silhouette of the Asuras leading the demons, and the Sakra leading the maidens and fighting them in the lower courtyard. Imagining the image of a Shaolin monk with an unknown weapon in his hands, the master of the great void reflected that the lower courtyard of the Dharma protects Shaolin from darkness, and it is a power that does not appear in calm times. Immediately afterward, the bald old man bowed and greeted the lower courtyard, remarking that he did not know that the head of the reception hall was related to them, and asked what had happened in Shaolin. Looking down in puzzlement, the red-robed man explained that he was a shadowless monarch and the lowest-rank secret monk in the lower court, so he was tasked with observing the world and gathering information, and he wasn't even someone who killed demons and mastered secret martial arts, so the elder's deference to him was not justified. Looking directly at him seriously, after hearing this, the empty heaven master stated that no Shaolin disciple could claim power in the presence of the lower court protecting the 1,000-year Shaolin, and asked to simply say what was the matter. Directing his menacing gaze forward, after hearing this, Bam stated that in the 1,000-year history of Shaolin, there was only one case when they faced the threat of extinction. Imagining the image of a heavenly demon in his head, he said in a red robe that among the turmoil that took place in the history of Jianghu, the largest massacre was the uprising of the heavenly divine cult. However, despite the scale of the disaster, Shaolin never gave the monastery to the demonic cultists. Frightened, remembering the vast army of demonic teachings, the empty heaven master asked if there was some kind of massacre unknown to the empty heavens. Standing directly in front of the elder, Bam explained that this incident was not known as a massacre. Lowering his sad gaze down, he explained that this incident happened because of a single person. At the same moment, memories of a bright glow that appeared right in the middle of the Shaolin temple arose in his mind. A man with a halo behind his back stretched out his hand forward and asked to give the treasure of Sakra Dharma. Opposing them, armed with his weapons, the Shaolin monk declared that the treasures of the Dharma of the Sakra, the Lord of the Maidens, was the main jewel of the lower court, which could not be transferred, so they would never obey. Hearing this, an unknown person with yellow hair took out his blade, saying that then on this day, Shaolin will be destroyed. With the help of his sword, he managed to destroy everything around him. Recalling how the Shaolin monks attacked him despite the fear of death, Bam said that naturally, the 18 demon slayer monks practicing the ancient Buddhist esoteric martial art that was legendary, the secret art of the Sakra, spared no effort to resist it, and rushed into the decisive battle. Noticing this, the unknown man with yellow hair grinned mischievously. He then swung his blade, destroying everything around him. After his blow, the flames began to overtake the 18 demon-fighting monks. A moment later, they were all burned to ashes, and the red-robed monk was telling that the legendary secret martial art that had once confronted the Asuras and the demons they led had fallen hopelessly before one person. Imagining the remnants of the yellow energy floating in the air in his head, Bam stated that it was an unheard-of creature, and because of the godlike aura, his martial art could not be attributed to any of the existing ones. After all that had happened, the remaining monks looked dumbfounded at the corpses of their allies around the intruder. The senior monk stared straight ahead in fear, saying that even the demon slayer monks couldn't handle it. At the same moment, the yellow-haired man was sneering mischievously, asking what he would do next, and could it be that the Shaolin monks would fight until everyone died out, or would they obediently give up the treasure of the Dharma Sakra? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a dark purple energy appeared. With the help of his hand, the intruder managed to repel this attack. Immediately afterward, the yellow-haired man sharply looked to the side. At the same moment, the silhouette of an unknown person appeared, and a man in a red robe said that while all the Shaolin monks were reading the scriptures and waiting for their destruction with a heavy heart, the god of that era appeared. The demon god, looking menacingly straight ahead, asked this immortal scum who he thought he was, what was interfering with the meditation of the Zen elders, and Bam stated that it was surprising that he was none other than the instigator of the rebellion of the heavenly demonic cult that had occurred about 10 years ago. A huge amount of debris scattered around the area, A red-robed monk declared that the fight was fierce. Right in the middle of the Shaolin temple, there was a clash of two strongest energies. The Shaolin monks dodged the fragments flying in their direction. At this time, the demon god held out his hand directly in front of him. A man with yellow hair swung his blade. A moment later, the man with the yellow energy made several swings of his sword, and his opponent deftly dodged. After that, the demon god waved his hand, releasing energy outward. He then stretched out his hand directly towards his opponent. A moment later, the demon god managed to grab his opponent by the chest. At the same time, with great force, he moved his hand to the side. The demon god slammed his opponent directly into the wall with great force. At the same moment, the yellow-haired man pointed his sword directly in front of him. He created blade projections with his yellow energy. Noticing this, the red-skinned man smiled broadly. Immediately afterward, the demon god would create a blob of dark energy right above his head. A moment later, he shot his energy directly at the opponent's attack, using the demonic wall of the fiery sky. At the same time, a huge explosion occurred right on the territory of Shaolin. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth in pain. At the same moment, his entire body was covered with a huge number of wounds. With his last breath, the intruder used a huge number of magical symbols, activating the life-sealing technique. At the same moment, these most unknown magical symbols enveloped the demon god. The red-skinned man stared straight ahead, dumbfounded. A moment later, a seal was placed directly on him. At the same time, he began to lose consciousness. After all that had happened, the demon god would fall directly to the ground. Imagining an unconscious man with red skin lying on the ground in his head, Bam said that the demon god died before he could last 10 seconds in his highest form. Stunned, looking straight ahead after hearing everything, the Hollow Heaven Grand Master pondered that the demon god with the highest level that a person whose strength was drawn from nature could reach hadn't lasted even a minute. As if plunging into the abyss of darkness, the old man wondered what was possible. Looking ahead with his puzzled gaze, the red-robed monk noticed that, however, when all the bloodshed was over, something had happened. Remembering the bright glow emanating directly from the unknown stone, Bam explained that a figure had begun to emerge from the necklace that hung around the demon's neck. Imagining in his head how a man with yellow hair was running away from this light in fear, the monk said that he did not know the reasons, but at that moment the deity was frightened, jumped up and ran. Wai stared straight ahead in surprise, thinking that he had won, and when he looked at the demon necklace, he gave a fight without even turning around. At the same moment, the red-robed monk looked directly at the protagonist's blue stone and claimed that he had the same necklace hanging around his neck. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded after hearing this, the senior monk asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and wondered how he could immediately recognize the treasure from the legend. Holding the blue stone in his hands, Wai apologized for interfering, and assumed that they seemed to have misunderstood everything. After all, this was the jewel of their clan. Imagining the image of a demon god with this necklace in his mind, the boy thought that it couldn't be. After all, it had been passed down from generation to generation for many years, and therefore it must be ancient. But the demon god couldn't belong to the Cho family. Visualizing the formidable image of Mendok, the protagonist thought that if this were the case, he would be among the ancestors, or they would mention him in their hands. Looking directly at Wai standing next to him, Bam stated that he could not be wrong, but Wai said that he still insisted. With a menacing expression on his face, the red-robed monk declared that his body was still in Shaolin. Looking at him in fright after hearing this, the boy asked if he was talking about the body of the demon god, to which he received a positive answer. Abruptly jumping up from his seat after such a statement, the Hollow Heaven Grand Master asked if he meant that above the line were the remains of the demon god, and Bam replied that it was so. Placing his hand on his chest, the red-robed monk explained that there was a necklace along with his remains, and it was exactly the same as he was holding in his hands, so he was willing to test it at the risk of his life. Task. Looking directly at the Shaolin Temple member, the senior monk said that he knew about all the places related to Shaolin, and asked where his remains were, to which Bam replied that they were in the Dharma Cave. Hearing this, the old man was extremely surprised, clarifying that wasn't this the place where monks went for their practices. Standing directly in front of the elder, the red-robed monk explained that it was also somehow strange to call the demon god's body the remains. Imagining a red-skinned man meditating in his head, Bam claimed that he had been preserved in the same form as he had been in life. Saying all this, the red-robed monk was completely serious. Hearing this, Wai stared straight at him in puzzlement, and just remained silent, wondering if when did this god live. After all, his human flesh had been preserved in the same form, despite the fact that several hundred years had passed before the Empty Heaven Grand Master had noticed that this was very strange. Looking ahead in surprise, the boy asked if she could see this place. Looking sharply directly at him, Bam explained that that was why he had come to the elder to bring the stranger to the Buddha's cave, because it was not so easy. Old man Shaolin was extremely stunned when he heard about the Buddha cave, and thought that no one was using it now, and it was a secret area within the Dharma Dong, where apostate monks who had fallen under the influence of evil spirits were imprisoned. Looking directly at Bam standing in front of him, the Hollow Heaven Grand Master asked what it meant that the remains of the demon god were in that cave, to which he received a positive answer. Putting his hand directly in front of him, the senior monk wondered why. As soon as he saw this man, he immediately decided to take him to the cave of the closed Shaolin place, and Wai just listened to him silently. Suddenly closing his eyes, the red-robed monk explained that it was the will of the demon god. The old man who heard this was extremely surprised. Imagining the image of the demon god in his head, Bam said that he should be brought to the remains of the demon god who would be wearing exactly the same necklace as him. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the Hollow Heaven Grand Master asked if he would be able to take the place of the senior in the monastery. Stretching out his hand, Bam stated that the Bodhidharma Temple is the only union in the history of martial arts that knows the true nature of the demon god, and the demon god was not originally that demonic, and in general, whoever is a servant of the Bodhidharma Temple must definitely fulfill the last will of the demon god. Hearing this, the old man abruptly grabbed her cane, hitting it directly on the floor. The senior Shaolin monk stated that he then gave his consent to this young man to visit the Buddha cave, and Wai thanked him for this. Immediately after that, they went outside the building. Then the guys went straight to the entrance to the cave. Looking around, the boy saw a huge number of different drawings and thought that in such an ominous place, monks had to train for 3, and sometimes 9 years, suppressing hunger only with grains. Looking frightened directly at the monk practicing there, the protagonist understood those who were locked in there for breaking the rules, but those who came there of their own free will seemed to be a little crazy. At the same moment, Bam suddenly stopped right next to the wall. After a moment, he opened the passage right in front of him. Immediately after, dark purple energy burst out from there. Looking anxiously directly at Wai standing next to him, the red-robed monk said that it was ink gas, and it wasn't too toxic, but it depleted a person's mind and body, so if you used the internal energy and let it out, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Moving forward through the cave, Bam said that in this place you need to follow him strictly. Directly from the depths of the cave, more and more dark purple energy was wafting out. Stopping near a high cliff, the red-robed monk told him to jump after him, and the protagonist wondered if he was offering to jump into the abyss, the end of which was not even visible, and if he was completely mad. Suddenly, Bam jumped straight into the abyss. Then he began to fall down rapidly. The boy standing next to the cliff was very frightened as the senior monk explained that he was the head of the temple, so he could be trusted. Immediately afterward, the Empty Heaven Grand Master also jumped down, and the protagonist called them idiots. A moment later, Wai also followed suit and jumped into the abyss, thinking that let it be as it should be. Flying swiftly down, the boy thought that it was very deep there, and he could use his techniques and hover in the air, but there was no threat to his life, so he would not want to show his skills in Shaolin. The cave around it was very dark. Suddenly, something unknown appeared from below. At the same moment, the protagonist landed directly on an incomprehensible network. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, Wai asked what was wrong. Looking around in surprise, the boy asked if these were threads from silkworm cocoons. Wai was taken aback by the fact that he landed on a spiderweb. With glowing eyes, he asked what was the matter. Looking around, the guy asked if they were threads from a silkworm cocoon. Turning around, Bohm said that the protagonist was shrewd, after which he wondered how much he could get if he sold it. Looking at the many passages, the man emphasized that this is the Buddha cave. Looking up, MC thought that once he went in there, and there was no way out, if he managed to reach the level of the flying sword technique, he would be able to get out. But it wasn't that easy, especially if he was imprisoned in such a place. It was impossible not to hurt his internal energy and muscles. There could be no thought of escaping. The man lit the torch and told them they could go. Wai began to follow them. His eyes fell on the aisle. Dark energy wafted from it. The guys were taken aback and said that there was a strong demonic energy there. The puzzled protagonist emphasized the fact that he does not feel any of this, but on the contrary, it is a very pure, strong and familiar force. Taken aback, he concluded that it was a demon god. He was sure that this energy was exactly the same as his. Turning around, Bohm reported that at the end of the cave were the remains of the demon god, after which the abbot added that it was the first time in his life that he had encountered such pure and terrible demonic energy. Holding his chin, MC reasoned that he could understand why he had called it pure but it wasn't terrible, and then clarified if that meant that his heavenly sword technique was closer to demonic, and why he was the only one feeling strange. With a wary look, he noted that the man was talking about the body, after which he thought that it was the energy that emanated from a living warrior who controlled internal resources. Bohm, with a wary face, said that it was impossible to explain it in words, he had better see it with his own eyes. The guys came to the gates. The monks began to tremble as the mana increased. The dumbfounded man asked them to come in as soon as possible. Watching him, MC wondered why he was in pain. He opened the doors. The demon god was meditating in front of him. The guy was shocked by what he saw. Looking at it, the protagonist wondered if this was Hanjin, the same warrior that healer Sovi had described. He imagined a man in a dark forest and noticed that he was the head of the legendary Lunar Society, the story of a warrior who was wounded during the rebellion of the Heavenly Demon Order and was trapped in a strange valley. Naturally, that warrior couldn't be a demon god. Surprised, Baum assumed that he remembered something. Frowning, Wai asked if this was the master of the forest. The puzzled man said that this was true. He was both the master of the forest and the god of demons. Standing opposite, the protagonist stated that something did not add up there, because the owner of the forest, as you know, was wounded during the uprising, to which he received the answer that BOM could not tell the truth so as not to reveal the secrets of the temple. MC looked at him with a serious look. He walked over to the demon god. The dumbfounded guy noted in his mind that this energy was similar to his, but the result was like the difference between heaven and earth. Looking at him, MC emphasized that he had a feeling that Hanjin had gone far ahead. This was the true level of deity called the demon god realm. The aura around the forest lord began to intensify. Trying to stay on his feet, the guy thought that even with his level close to the ultimate state of absolute perfection, he felt such a strong pressure. Their energy collided. The necklace around the demon god's neck began to glow. He suddenly disappeared. Puzzled, the protagonist looked at the necklace. It radiated a brilliance. The dumbfounded guy emphasized that everything matched, the same shape of heavenly jade, not the slightest bit different from his necklace. Disappointed, Baum lowered his head. The pendant fell to the ground. Wai walked over to him and wondered why the demon god, who had looked like he had been alive for so many centuries, had disappeared like a vision now. He picked up the necklace. Orange mana emanated from him. The pendant began to disappear. Blue mana reached out to the protagonist. The jade absorbed the energy. Holding his head, the guy noted that this feeling was similar to the one he experienced when he first woke up after returning. Holding his hand in front of him, the man began to pray. He imagined the god and Hanjin and thought that unlike what was said in the world, the demon god was the greatest benefactor in the history of the Bodhidharma temple. He did not understand how to put into words all the emotions he felt when he saw the final appearance of the secret monk of the temple. Disappointed, Baum noticed that these were the last instructions of the demon god. He kept an old promise. The abbot calmly assumed that Wai was indeed a descendant of the demon god. He was sure that something had happened now, and wondered if the boy felt any changes. Turning around, MC replied, there was no change, except for a sudden headache. As he inspected the jewelry, he thought that after seeing another demon god with the same necklace, he hoped that he would be able to get at least some important information. He had only wasted time, had spent so much energy to look at the last days of some demon god. Standing opposite, the protagonist asked if they knew about the Tathagata. Shaking his head, the man replied that the temple did not know anything about this, after which the guy noted that they themselves had just said that the demon god was the master of the forest. Bohm, with a calm look, said that rumors were often distorted under the influence of legends and overgrown with new details. He had also heard about the Tathagata, but did not know for sure whether the intrigues were true. The protagonist's face was irritated. Holding the torch in his hands, the man asked if he could hear the reason why he was asking. Wai remembered how his comrade had been wounded. Leaving there, the man noticed that if this is the problem, then he can look around. Turning around, he added that there were many traces there, hiding the answer in them. Shining a torch on the wall, Bohm said that the very moment he found refuge in Buddhism, he began to live there to humble his spirit. MC unsheathed his blade, from which a glow began to emit. The monks were shocked by this. The guy with a thoughtful look began to try to read the writings on the wall. Standing behind, the old man wondered if he was using this sword as a torch, and if it didn't affect him in any way. With a dumbfounded look, he asked if the guy had reached perfection. Looking at Wai, the guy noted that manifesting strength for a short time and maintaining it permanently are completely different things. Such a long-term manifestation of strength is impossible unless he has reached perfection. Imagining Su and Gumsun, the monk thought that MC had introduced himself as the son of the Namgun clan. It was rumored that the elder of this clan had reached the level of the Heavenly Eye. They had already reached power recently, and there was also a warrior with an absolute level. Frowning, the abbot noted in his mind that they could rightly be called the strongest clan in the world. MC was shocked by what he heard. Taken aback, Bohm thought that the monks had been studying these demon god footprints for a long time, but had achieved nothing. Sighing, the guy asked what he should see there, because these inscriptions were of no use, after which he emphasized in his thoughts that these were just sword marks, and the rest were nothing more than stupid inscriptions on the wall. The man looked at him and said that the healing power he was looking for was one of the demon god's abilities. That was all he knew. Looking at it, the protagonist clarified about the demon god's ability. Frowning, the guy asked if this meant that all the stories about his healing in the valley were nonsense, and if he was just regenerating. Bohm replied with a calm look that it was so. His unattainable healing power was noted by all the monks of that time. Touching the wall, MC introduced his comrade and noticed that at that moment, John was dying of excruciating pain. If only they could find the key to the demon's healing abilities. He knelt down. The guy was suddenly taken aback. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist thought that this was definitely a drawing, and not writing. A glow began to emanate from his necklace. The aura began to spread, after which Wai noted that he did not understand where he was and what the agony of soul transfer was. He was suddenly surprised. The guy noticed the drawings on the wall. The embarrassed protagonist asked if it was the same demon. Looking at the image of the girl, he thought that his face was burning. He tried not to look, but could not look away. It depicted a naked female body, but it did not look vulgar or immoral. MC with a thoughtful look emphasized the fact that this picture could not be completed without perseverance and the finest skill. He does not understand how it is possible to create such a thing with a sword. If the person who drew it was born in their time, he could easily become the author of webtoons for adults and make a lot of money. Voices came from the necklace. The dumbfounded young man touched his chest and asked if it was the voice of the elder of the Cho family, and what someone else meant if his ancestors were there. The surprised spirits asked if he could hear them. Smiling, Hanjin cried out that it was finally thanks to the power of the spirit of the heavenly jade. In the end, he succeeded. Lowering his gaze, Wai noted that the spirit power of the heavenly jade is the name of the gemstone, after which he asked what kind of necklace it was and why it had so many names. The elder from the Cho family called it the blood jade Yuichion, the followers of the heavenly church called the jade of the sacred fire, and now also the power of the spirit of the heavenly jade. Crossing his arms, the demon god declared that he had said that virtue would come in the form of a living person. Frowning, MC noted in his mind that he couldn't think that the spirit of heavenly jade, descendants of Yuichion's blood jade, were all sealed there. His necklace was a motel for them. Puzzled, the spirits said that the guy had some strange memories of the world. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if his ancestors were there. Looking at the sealed ghosts, Hanjin reported that they were all bound by powerful spells. Looking at them, he added that their spiritual powers were sealed. Smiling, Wai concluded that whatever it was, he was very glad that the ancestors had not disappeared into oblivion, and then asked who they were. The demon god said with a satisfied look that they were the Dako clan. The young man imagined the Burn Manor and asked if it was the same long-vanished Dako family, noting that the family had died out so long ago that there was no record of it. Only one thing was known for sure: the clan played a big role in politics. But that was not what the demon was talking about now. Puzzled, MC wondered if it was true that they had learned a technique capable of healing people. Turning around, Hanjin assumed that the protagonist was talking about the art of healing Jianuju's harmony. The guy was surprised. Turning around, Wai asked how he could get out of there now, to which he was told that it would be difficult. The puzzled man said that first he needed to go through the gate. He imagined stakes sticking out in the hallway and noted that he would have to wait until midnight, when the lunar energy would be at its zenith, to open them. BOM imagined a pit of traps and revealed that if MC said that if he passed through the gate, he would be waiting for a demonic cavity filled with spikes that could not be passed. Looking at the blade, the protagonist suggested that it was not so difficult. He jumped up suddenly. Standing on the blade, the guy said that the monks helped him a lot, he would go. Surprised, the abbot shouted for him to stop. Flying away from there, the protagonist said that they would see each other again. Watching him, the monks discussed that the same divine dragon had appeared, his martial prowess similar to that in the legend of the sword god. Holding the staff in front of him, the old man thought that he had the feeling that Shaolin had missed the most valuable treasure. Moreover, he had come on behalf of the Nagong family, but had not donated a single coin. Holding his hand in front of him, he wondered if any person had ever endured mental anguish before. Steam rose. A haze rose around the manor. Smiling, Woon said that this was what was expected of Wai, and then thought that there were many secret techniques that he had no idea about. Looking at the pole, the guy noted that, for example, he did not know about the complex illusion that causes the enemy to hallucinate. He himself cannot bypass this technique, because in a short period of time, endless changes occur. The bells on the pole began to tremble. Taken aback, Un shouted that it was an invader, and then thought that this must be a sign that an intruder had entered it, and not one or two, but a whole group. Stretching out his hand, the guy came to the conclusion that he needed to strengthen the illusion. He was taken aback when he heard a voice that he should stop. After all, they were the masters of the Nagong family. Currents of wind hovered in front of him. Sighing, the guy wondered if they really did it so quickly. He still had to study and learn. Looking at the crowd, the guy noted that only by the sounds of footsteps you can feel all the severity and discipline. Su walked towards him. He stopped in front of him. Smiling, the patriarch said that he was glad to see him. The guys ran there. Chan folded his hands and reported that his father had come a long way. Looking at him, the man asked if his son had encountered difficulties while living away from the family. The upset guy thought that he had a lot of problems. In fact, he does not even know why he is in trouble. The warrior bowed and said that he greeted the head of the family. Frowning, he wondered if it was true that all the warriors of the Namgun family had returned, adding that everything would need to be checked, but it seemed to him that other people had entered as well. Su said with a serious look that they were the heavenly dragon guards. Taken aback, the guy asked again. They suddenly noticed gusts of wind. Wai flew to them and shouted that he would need raw chicken, garlic, and stale sticky rice. Frowning, he loudly asked if they needed to save Zhang. Sunlight fell on the building. Standing over the wounded man, the protagonist wondered if raw chicken, garlic, and glutinous rice were the ingredients of Korean samjitan, adding that while the ingredients weren't quite suitable for such a grand energy recovery technique, he was glad that they were at least easy to obtain. The girl ran there. So was shocked when she saw him. She began to cry. Stunned, Chan wondered why this was the way it was, why this smart and beautiful little sister was of the same blood as this muscular pig. Khan held the tray in her hands and shouted that she had found everything. Taking notice of her, Seo asked who she was. Pushing the girl away, Wai asked her not to interfere. Taking the plate, the protagonist thought about relying on them. They could occupy his body and save this young man. The necklace began to glow. The elder asked with a puzzled look why he needed this. Taken aback, MC asked how an elder could do this. Sighing, the man replied that he had never promised him such a thing. The surprised guy said that it was true, but after hearing about the harmony restoration technique, he found it strange that he did not want to use it. He thought that the elder was strong enough to help him. Pointing his finger, the man asked if it was madness, how why could ask an incarnated spirit to give him a spirit body, and if he understood how dangerous it was. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he had heard that spiritual force was gradually decreasing. The angry elder said that this meant that his interlocutor was well informed, and then asked if he knew what was happening when it happened. Lowering his gaze, MC listened to the fact that the more spiritual force he used, the more his soul status would decrease. Crossing his arms, the man shouted that if the status dropped to critical values, the soul itself could disappear, so I must understand what cruel things he was asking for. He remembered himself in his youth and said that he did not hesitate to beg his ancestors to give him strength, and they always answered his requests with a smile. The dumbfounded protagonist said that he had to save his comrade. Frowning, he said that he understood what the elder was talking about. Stretching out his hand, the man asked to wait, because the guy could change his mind after hearing his demands. With a puzzled look, he said that he had never been able to see the original sutra about Jyotian, so I had to find them and bring them to him. Imagining the scroll, the protagonist thought that it was not known if this book even existed. It was the legendary sutras that all monks were looking for, the Jyotian goddess that was mentioned in myths and legends, so he didn't know how he needed to find these sutras. Annoyed, MC reported that the elder was one of those who would make a deal if he saw a benefit in it, and then wondered how he would be able to find them if no master before him had been able to do so. The embittered man said that there are clues that he has been looking for throughout his life. It will not be impossible if the guy uses them. Looking down, Y emphasized that he was a man with a lot to do, and the elder was asking him to risk his life for his whim. With his mouth wide open, the man shouted that the guy was treating him as if he were an insignificant and scrupulous old man. He would give him enough time, and would not rush him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was not bad, then they would make a deal. The elder moved into his body and asked him not to forget his own. With glowing eyes, he thought that the life force was flowing throughout the body, and these sensations were transmitted through all 5 senses. It had been a long time since he had been in a human body. He imagined a seal. An aura swirled around him as the man in Y's body cast spells. His eyes fell on the food. They suddenly began to disappear. A multitude of seals swirled around him. Stunned, Chan thought that this was the man who had suppressed Kabi and Kanso, a writer who showed himself from time to time, a thinker and a famous calligrapher who had defeated many scientists, a man who had achieved absolute mastery in martial arts, and who also possessed Taoist practices. MC held his hands in front of him. A sphere of mana appeared in his hands. A bundle of energy was directed at Zhang. His hands began to heal. They recovered in the blink of an eye. The surprised guy shouted that this could not be. From the beginning I cried with happiness. Smiling, the girl thought that this man's hands had become as delicate as a woman's. Zhang woke up. He looked at his hands with a dumbfounded look. He turned his attention to the protagonist. The warrior was embarrassed. He fell to his knees. The guy bowed his head and thanked the rescuer. Surprised, Su wondered how Y was able to use Songdo's move. The protagonist closed his eyes. Puzzled, the patriarch reasoned that he was a warrior who had been able to reach the highest level and learn to fly a sword in less than a year. Now that he had mastered a new technique, he had managed to restore a person's hands. The higher the heights MC reached, the more he felt like a fool. Frowning, the guy said that now they could move forward. They needed to kill these heavenly fools. Looking at him, Su remarked that this was true. He was going to teach them a harsh lesson and show them what the Namgong family was all about. Clenching his hand into a fist, John emphasized that he would turn them around like mutts. Clouds floated across the sky. The army began to move out of the settlement. Looking back, the patriarch reasoned that Ganso tended to look down on merchants. Now he realized how wrong his values were. He realized this only when he experienced Chog's strength and power firsthand. As he inspected the warriors, he pointed out that Zhuangdang was directly subordinate to the head of the Changyangdang family. The Huiryangdang had their own inner circle, and so on. If you count all the swordsmen of Namgun who are on Poyang Lake, there are about 300. Ban has provided all the swordsmen with expensive dragon armor. Looking at the equipment on the person, Su added that it was good because with long-term processing, it was possible to obtain high-quality dragon steel. It was incredibly durable. Thanks to the dragon scales, the armor could boast of durability, but only a few craftsmen were able to smelt it. Paying attention to the legs and arms, the man thought that this valuable shield made of steel protects the forearms and shins of all the warriors of Namgun. They also have an excellent supply of weapons in their arsenal, including spears, medicines, flares, smoke bombs, sharpeners for the care of blades, and more. The army marched in several ranks, after which the patriarch stated that these warriors were much more powerful than ordinary soldiers from the Murim clan. They more resembled the imperial army. Imagining the two soldiers, Su said that they had a lot of money, high-quality equipment, and supplies always boosted the morale of the warriors. Glancing at Y, he asked if that would discredit the others. The protagonist with a calm look did not ask if the man still understood his intentions. There are rumors that if you become a Namgun warrior, you can get high-quality armor and supplies, which means that all the masters will gather at them. Smiling, MC revealed that Jay had done a great job spreading rumors. The patriarch could just trust him. Puzzled, Su thought that even in the midst of the battle with the association, they were using the supply gap as a means of whitewashing Namgong's reputation. Turning to the side, Y said that then they would head to the headquarters of the Dark Sky Association, and the man asked them not to worry about Taikaken, because he would complete his task in half a day, and then come to his aid. Smiling, the protagonist stated that they would be faster than him. A blue sky surrounded the area. We were transferred to Taikaken. The wind raged near the fortress. The guards were frightened. Su raised the blade above his head. The warriors drew their swords. The man with glowing eyes shouted that he, as the head of the family, ordered to start a war. The warriors must kill everyone and stay alive. Evening came. We were transported to the headquarters of the Dark Sky Association. There was a crowd of people on the mountain. Un held the fan in front of him. Turning around, Gumsun asked if he should already call the boy a soldier, adding that whatever it was, he did everything as Un asked and asked. Standing in front of the map, the guy said that the enemy had 8,000 units, and they had several hundred in reserve. They clearly had an advantage in terms of skill. But if a war broke out, they would suffer heavy losses. Moving the chip around the map, the guy said that first he and his brother would set up a camp there. If one of their comrades could not fight back, they should join the battle with them. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that the two of them had a higher chance of fighting back and escaping. The main task of this battle was to lose as little as possible. The soldiers listened to him and accepted the order. Pointing to the map of the battlefield, Un remarked that it would be most effective to take the strongest and send them to this area. If they could break through there, open the shortest path to the shrine, so that they could penetrate the heart of the enemy and completely confuse them. Squinting, the son of Gumsun said that it was necessary to train swordsmen. The man suddenly frowned. Slamming his hand on the table, he cried out that he thought they would be entrusted with the role of the vanguard. The man looked down, saying that he needed to train the swordsmen. The interlocutor looked at him nervously. He slammed the table, declaring that he thought they would be entrusted with the role of the first squad. Gumsun's son was calm when he replied that they seemed to have more strong warriors. Un put his hand on the table, arguing that the celestial dragons were in charge of the group fight, and the Namgun family was taking command of the vanguard, and since Chankandam had entered the battle, it would be best if the Namgong family took over the matter. The gentleman closed his eyes, agreeing. The guy sneezed as he stood at the table. Chan looked at the manager, advising him to rest more. He replied that no way, it was a matter of life and death, and how could he stay away? Zhang wiped his nose, wondering what the smell was, maybe because he was insanely hungry, but could clearly smell the aroma of fried chicken, or a fantasy. The guy blushed, remembering the chicken, asked again what he was talking about, told him to concentrate on the meeting. On a sword, someone was rushing from the direction of the mountains. The main character flew to the characters. He put a bunch of objects when the manager clarified what it was. The young man looked to the side, talking about the black snake Chantang. The men were surprised, asking that this was the same Chantang, and whether he had conquered the heavens there. The inspector was dumbfounded, wondering when the guy managed to visit Sichuan, and how he managed to get Chantang. Y looked at the weapon in his hands, saying that of course not, and no matter what, they have it. He tried to use this thing, but the recall is just crazy, so they are mostly supplied to the Changchan swordsman. The master stretched out his hand forward, angrily asked about the fact that he was going to give it to the Namgong family again. If it was too much, if everything went to them, what would happen to the others? The young man picked his ear, saying that he did not know anything. The main character threw a sword in front of him. He stood on top of him, clarifying that in any case he would take what was left. Why make such a fuss? The faces of the master, Namgun's brother, Captain Chan, and Lady Hyun were shown. The guy pointed to the fortress, saying that the warriors from the advanced detachment would have to stand there, at the main gate. The elder looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant, whether he should wait at the gate. The hero looked back, noting that it was necessary to block the entrance, block it, asking if it was clear. Zhang spread his hands to the sides, asking to express himself in an accessible language, clarifying what he was going to do next. The young man replied that he did not want anyone to get hurt, so just let no one pass. Y on his sword rushed forward, balancing. The smoke in the sky was clearing. The main character rushed to the gate. He pulled his sword from his holster. The guy raised the weapon above him as the magic ball released energy in different directions. Gumsun watched what was happening inquiringly. The dark portal was getting bigger. A flood of magic passed beside Y as he screamed for death. A black stream of energy rushed to the side. The black ball was destroying everything around it with its energy. People looked up in horror, not understanding what was happening. The warriors fled, fleeing when explosions occurred around them. The survivors ran away from the destruction screaming. At the end of the sword's edge, there was a dark ball. The soldiers saw several dark balls in front of them, asking what else it was. Dark magic balls sucked people into them, dismembering them into pieces. There were blood splatters everywhere. They screamed in horror at what was happening. One guy waved to the other about leaving. The warrior looked at the destruction in the wall, in fear. The survivors tried to escape from the magical attack, saying that there was no one at the exit and they would be able to escape. The soldiers rushed into a crevice in the wall. Someone watched in horror, asking again. At the exit, Namgun soldiers were waiting for them. They began firing their guns at the opponents. The manager clenched his fist, rejoicing at how much fun it was. The inspector thought that this was not his strategy. The young sword master raised his weapon above his head. The boy pointed his weapon in their direction, shouting at the Chonin and Hviron squads to go forward. The warriors ran to the attack when they heard about the order. The fighters inflicted crushing blows on the enemy. The man was angry, exclaiming. He raised the axe above his head, attacking the enemy. Chan clenched his teeth as he flew into the attack. The sword master blocked the blow of the weapon that the unknown person struck. He held a sword in his hand, wondering if it was a heavenly murderer. Chan moved from side to side, striking at the enemy. The limbs of the fighters flew to the sides with blood splashes. Locke put his hands on his belt, commenting on what he was giving, defeated the celestial assassin in an instant. The guy looked back, telling Locke and Hu to stop chatting and quickly go into battle. He looked at Hen, commenting that if she didn't mind, then the masters would be on her. The man looked at the girl, talking about discrimination, thinking about idiots. A large number of warriors ran to the attack after Chan, who reported that it was necessary to pass the gate. The detachments of Chonin and Hviron should follow him. A crowd of fighters was heading towards the burning wall. Burning sparks flew over the building. Chung looked ahead, thinking. He asked the men if they were going to watch people die. The man paid attention to him, saying that they had 3 options. The head of the assassin clan looked in front of him, wondering about the options in such a situation. The interlocutor folded his hands, saying that the first was to use the numerical advantage of the warriors to design the future, and thanks to this method, they would order a full-scale war so that the head and his assistants could leave, that is, move to Zhejiang and wait for the right time. Chen put his hands on his knees, asking if he was suggesting that they leave his men and run away, musing about how he could watch them destroy everything while he flees to Zhejiang like a coward. The man spread his hands to the sides, talking about the second option, a bloody war without concern for the consequences, where not only the head and subordinates, but also the heavenly assassins, they should involve everyone, regardless of level or position. He frowned, trying to add. Large-caliber weapons were depicted when the man explained that it was necessary to add all types of guns that were in the arsenal. The old man opened his eyes wide, asking again. Chung sat silently, pondering what this deranged man was talking about, chasing away thoughts in his head about using the cannon of Huang Yuhian, a relative of the imperial family on his mother's side, to take a risk for the sake of the Dark Heaven Association. The man held out his palm in front of him, repeating that the second option was a big bloody war with no thought for the consequences, which meant that they had to prepare for an unprecedented battle. Something like this had never happened before. 2 clenched their fists, exclaiming. Chin frowned, clarifying which was the third way. The interlocutor fell to his knees. He banged his forehead on the floor, saying that the third was a complete surrender. It was the worst option, but this way he would be able to keep all his people alive. The old man thought, touching his face with his hand, that it was not that he had considered this choice, but that it was the only way to save the lives of 8,000. The protagonist looked at the documents when it was said that the reason why the grandfather doubted the choice was a man named Y. Someone who has a break in composure and resourcefulness. You never know what he might demand from the Dark Heavens Association. The henchman clenched his hand into a fist and shouted menacingly to follow the second option. Let him be torn to pieces. But he refuses to flee or surrender. The audience supported him by saying that this is true, and they must kill everyone, and the option of surrender is not even considered. The soldier raised his severed hand, saying that they were waiting for the command of the head, and asked, please, to make a decision. Chung stared aside, wondering if they had a chance to win. The man frowned, answering that if they used the cannon from the arsenal, the chances of victory would be great. The head of the association bowed his head, thinking that the cannon was a time-tested new weapon that changed the way warfare was waged, and moreover, the Yunghua cannon was created by a member of the imperial family, who invited famous artillery engineers to create unique technologies. The old man's eyes lit up red as he speculated that there had never been such a weapon in terms of range and lethality. Grandfather stretched out his palm, ordering to prepare the cannons of Yunghua for battle. The people bowed, obeying. 2 men from the crowd were staring ahead, saying that it was time to shake up the old days. The second said that he would gather the veterans of the Senate. Soon they would join the battlefield. The fighters knelt down, beating their chests, shouting that a squad of Black Wind was waiting for the order of the leader, and a special squad of ghostly assassins was waiting for the order of the leader. The head of the association stood in front of the henchmen when there were exclamations that a squad of Black Wind would accompany the artillerymen. A special squad of ghost assassins was coming with him. Not far from the building where people gathered, flames were visible. A lot of people crowded at the entrance. The main character on the sword stopped in the background of a puff of smoke. An army of soldiers lined up in front of the command. It was said about the head of the Dark Heaven Association, the Demon King, that this was a real elite of martial artists and their disciples, 2,000 warriors. The number didn't seem to be that big, there were a lot of them. There was fear in the young man's eyes as he thought that no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to neutralize them all. If even a quarter reached the main gate, the swordsman of Namgun would be in danger. The guy moved on his sword, cursing. He held out a weapon in front of him, from the tip of which energy emerged. A stream of magic rushed forward. It was infinite heavenly power, the power of the demonic sword. A bundle of energy flew in different directions in front of the fortress, talking about the shattering heavenly power of the martial art. The old man was surprised, shouting about the unbridled power of the sword. The head of the association, with its representatives in the person of Gyup, Mak, and Guk, rushed to attack. The old man's eyes changed color. They raised their weapons upwards, emitting dark magic. The energy ball in the sky collided with the dark heaven magic block. Y clenched his teeth, wondering if they had blocked the blow, and it was not for nothing that they said that if the 5 Hangen masters were together, then they didn't care. The young man opened his eyes wide, noticing something. The soldiers loaded the cannons with loud exclamations. A battery of guns struck from the wall of the fortress. The young man was surprised by this picture. A large number of cannonballs were heading towards him. He knew that no matter how many heavenly air daggers he fired, he would not be able to repel all these projectiles. The hero raised his sword to the sides, creating magical daggers in front of him. Sharp weapons lined up one after another as it became clear that this was the greatest wall of swords. The beams of energy met in large fiery explosions. The guy fought off the blows that provoked the explosions, not understanding what was happening. Cannonballs flew at the Namgun warriors in large numbers. The explosions destroyed everything around, scattering the fighters to the sides. Locke flew away from the shockwave. He ran, stretched out his hand to Hu, asking for help, shouted how he could run away without even looking back. Cannon strikes continued to be inflicted, increasing losses. Chan put his sword aside, ordering everyone to leave scattered. The soldiers obeyed, fleeing. A powerful explosion destroyed a large house. One of the warriors of the dark skies stood on the wall, watching as the power of the cannons had baffled them. He turned to the soldier loading the cannon, ordering them to continue firing. The battery of guns again fired at the enemy. The cannonballs flew into the target, destroying the opponent. The pile of balls continued to hit the targets. Hyun rushed to attack. The girl stretched her palms forward, using magic. A cannonball flew to her head as she cast spells. A powerful explosion thundered near her head, and she screamed. The young man turned around, noticing what was happening. The wounded girl lay unconscious on the ground. The guy's eyes lit up lilac. He looked down from above as dark magic rose behind him. Powerful energy enveloped the main character. Chung held a weapon in his hands, while shouting that he needed to dodge, wondered about it. That he, who had achieved great mastery, could still be afraid. Y raised his weapon in the air, and a huge portal appeared above his head. The old man looked at what was happening with surprise, wondered. The guy was calm when the first phase was announced. The head of the association put his hand aside, shouting that everyone needs to leave, disperse, run away from here. Magic swirled around the guy, talking about the demonic dance of destruction. The young man had one eye glowing as he held out his sword in front of him. The 3 henchmen opened their eyes wide in surprise. A powerful stream of bright light pierced through them. Darkness was beginning to consume the fortress. The bright light was destroying everything around him. A deep sinkhole in the form of a cube formed in the ground. Chun was very frightened, thinking that this was the end. The head looked back, seeing a huge cliff into the depths of the earth. He fell to his knees, shedding tears. The old man stared at the protagonist floating in the air on a sword, thinking about how the Dark Heaven Association was no longer there. Y looked down tensely, saying that not only did they brutally kill innocent people, they also used the imperial cannons in the conflict between the two states. If the emperor found out, they were all finished, asking if this was what he wanted. The frightened old man cried, saying that this was a massacre, what he had to do. The guy towered over the others, saying that all the outlets of the Dark Heaven Association were transferred to the Cho clan. The young man added that all the survivors would be sent to the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce, and would work to rebuild everything they had destroyed. Chin bowed his head, agreeing. The hero spun around in the air, ordering them to follow him. The guy landed on his own. He took the girl's hand, bowing his head. Y frowned as he looked at Hyun. The young man was on one knee, telling the sword master that the internal injuries were much more serious than the external wounds, and she needed to be brought to them as soon as possible. The young man asked again about where he was going again. The hero got up from his seat, answering about the warehouse, because it is necessary to do everything to minimize the damage. Zhang spread his hands to the sides, telling Brother Y that he had become quite an adult, clarifying whether it could definitely be called a martial art. Drops of sweat appeared on his face as he thought that the hero was capable of wiping out 8 kings, dozens of Wajen celestials, and about 2,000 warriors with a single stroke. The young man turned his gaze to the side. The guy pointed his finger at Locke and Hu, noting that they looked the most intact, so let them deal with the wounded as soon as possible in return. There was nothing to do. The young people accepted the order. Gumsun approached the young man, offering to talk. He asked if it was important. The old man looked at him, declaring that the hero was thinking that at that moment the warriors of Namgun were dying in the warehouse. There was no time. He used magic, reaching out his hand. Energy formed around them, and Y reported that his grandfather could speak. Gumsun, looking at him, wondered if the young man was connected with the world of the ancients. The guy closed his eyes, chasing thoughts about the world of the ancients in his head, and whether he was talking about his ancestors, he replied that he had never seen them. The old man looked at his interlocutor menacingly, saying that although he was his teacher, he hadn't taught him much, and still wanted to give him advice, no longer need to manifest divine power in Jianghu, as he had just done. The guy was serious, asking why. A huge square crater was shown. My grandfather said that he would not ask where this power came from, but he knew for sure that it had an inhuman nature. The hero crossed his arms. It was said that people who gain power that surpasses the laws of nature in the past, those who worshipped the god Murim, also possessed such power, but they all went missing. The silhouette of Hanjin was shown. It was explained about the sword god who single-handedly defeated the cult of the dark demon, the god of demons who turned Chungwon into a bloody field. Tang is depicted as a warrior who put an end to the Great War. Gumsun stretched out his hand, saying that they all disappeared from Jianghu as soon as they showed divine abilities. All the famous writers of Jianghu unanimously assert that it could not be an accident. They put forward a theory that was not without the intervention of the ancient world, asking if he could promise. The man's silhouette glowed with bright energy. Why mused about what he had once heard from his ancestors, the deity and his followers, not knowing if it had anything to do with the other world, but he was sure that they were secretly ruling Jianghu, and judging by the fact that the sword god had single-handedly killed Un Bang Ryong, it could be understood that they were not a glorious group of good people. The hero folded his hands, agreeing that he would restrain himself if circumstances did not require it. The old man closed his eyes with a smile. Gumsun looked at the guy with interest, asking that this was the sword god's martial technique. Wai lowered his head, thinking about what to say. This is a combination of the heavenly sword and heavenly demon 3-sword techniques, so it is definitely different from the demon god style. Stone said that he was a brat, wondering what he had done with his 3 heavenly demon sword technique. The hero raised his head, answering that yes, it is. The old man remembered the young man shrouded in magic and reasoned that he had clearly seen Wai's body burning with demonic fire, wondering if this was the most incredible power of the sword god there. Gumsun put his hands behind his back, saying that he understood, and told him to step quickly. The guy bowed in response. The hero's hand rushed to Chin. The young man grabbed him by the clothes, flying away on a sword. The fortress burned with fire from battles. Su held out his sword in front of him, trying to defend himself against the attack of the 2 enemies. He moved from side to side, killing rivals one by one. The soldiers scattered to the sides of the patriarch. The new soldiers surrounded the heavenly sword warrior. He thought that there were only 5 of them. They had good combat skills. Su looked away. The man watched the battles on the sidelines, thinking that most of the dead warriors were from the Dark Heaven Association, but hand-to-hand combat could not be avoided due to the numerical superiority. Su brandished his sword, realizing that one swordsman of Namgun could slay 5 or 6 warriors of the Dark Heaven Association, and he had to deal with them as soon as possible, and join the others on the battlefield. The enemies were advancing rapidly. The heavenly sword warrior swung his weapon, dealing damage to everyone around him. The trail of the sword passed through the enemy when he reasoned that these weaklings knew perfectly well how to fight the masters. Su ruined everything in his path when it was said that the problem was with the Wajen masters who showed themselves from time to time. Now there were 3 to 5 swordsmen, and if they were not dealt with, they would not be able to break through. The patriarch looked away, thinking about how sorry it was that he didn't have time to complete the royal sword technique. The man put his hand up, and his sword flashed with bright energy as he thought about what if he hadn't mastered it. Su brandished his weapon to defend himself against the enemy, reasoning that he would surpass his current level of Absolute Sutra and comprehend the highest martial technique. A cloud of dark energy was dissipating not far from the fortress. The man watched as the main character rushed past on a sword. The young man held the old man with one hand, watching the enemies from above. He unclenched his hand. The head of the association fell to the ground, and the warriors ran towards him. Wai jumped down. The guy landed on his grandfather's back with a powerful kick, exclaiming that if they didn't want to see their heads crack open, they had to drop their swords. The young man stepped on his head. His eyes lit up purple as he shouted for those bastards to drop their swords. The warriors were terrified, silently watching. Wai pressed his foot against Chen's head. All the opponents around threw their weapons to the ground. The patriarch sighed silently as he watched. He looked at the old man lying on the ground, reasoning that he was the head of the Dark Assassins, that he had mocked the Namgong clan for more than 30 years. But his pitiful appearance made his soul irritated instead of relieved. Su looked at the hero's back, turned to Mr. Cho, who asked if the man had really decided to ask him to treat him courteously, and hoped that was not what he was going to say. The guy looked menacingly to the side, stating that 247 of their people had died on the orders of this freak. He had massacred merchants who didn't even know martial arts. This time don't forgive him for showing humanity. The young man swung his sword. He swung his weapon, gathering a large amount of energy. The structure in front of them shattered into pieces. Wai closed his eyes, shouting that from that day on, there would be no more Dark Heaven Association in Jianghu. The guy stared menacingly ahead, exclaiming that let everyone who belongs to the Cho clan kneel, those who wanted to leave right now, but in return, they would forever lose the chance to join the Cho Chamber of Commerce. The young man had one foot on the head of the association, shouting that they would not be segregated according to the level of martial arts, everyone would be given equal opportunities, and he would be paid according to their abilities and achievements. They would not have to shed their blood to earn tribute to the guild, and there would be no life-threatening tasks. The warriors lowered their heads sadly. Sadanchin stared at the ground. One of the soldiers fell to his knees. The hero approached the man, asking what his name was. He replied that Churing. The guy looked at him, saying that he would give him the first task. He needed to return all the rice from the large barn to the merchants at the same price for which he was bought, ordering him to do it today. The man obeyed. Everyone around fell to their knees. Wai turned to the patriarch, assuming he was done. The sword master opened his eyes wide, smirking, and thought that now Jiangxi, which is famous for the largest market among the southern provinces near the Yangtze River, is in the hands of a certain businessman. The building behind the hero lit up as he thought that from now on, the Zhou clan and the name of Wai would be known throughout Jianghu. The sunset painted bright colors in the sky. A magical pillar of light fell on the building. The guy stretched out his hand, starting to say that first of all, it was necessary to transfer money to the families of those who died at the hands of the Dark Sky Association, and also let them promise them jobs. Un stood next to the hero, saying that this was a considerable expense. The young man objected that it did not matter. Let them do as he said. Wai stared forward, stating that Jiangxi would be listed in the general ranks, and he would also reorganize, directing the construction of 2 palaces in the style of the Che Gao clan, divided into inner and outer. Large trees grew inside the courtyard. It was said that some of them should be closely connected, while others should be separated and remain independent. The inspector was surprised, answering that they would put it word for word, wondering what my father would like. The young man thought that in addition he would create a new organization. An unknown person sat in the dark on the roof as the hero reasoned about what he understood. The information coming from the outside alone is not enough for him. If they knew in advance about the attack of the Dark Sky Association, they would be able to prepare properly, so they need to organize their own information guild. Un was surprised when he listened to the guy say that it would be called the Mysterious Pavilion of the Zhou clan. He would make sure that it would not be inferior to the Jianghu Information Guild, and replied that he also felt a strong lack of information. In fact, all major clans have their own information guilds. Warriors were shown standing in a row, as the young man stated that he would also create an army called the Heavenly Warriors of the Zhou clan, and it would consist of 12 squads under the auspices of the Association Warriors, and the subordination to them needed to be put by high-level masters. The 2 swords crossed each other, as he explained that the salaries of each squad would be different. With the help of competitions, everyone would be able to move to a higher rank squad at any time. Wai smiled, saying that he would develop their skills through constant competition. The inspector was surprised by this methodology. The guy frowned as he thought about the latter. He was going to establish the Zhou clan's construction guild. All of its members would be warriors below the highest rank of the Dark Heaven Association. The interlocutor asked him again. The protagonist was walking across the bridge when he talked about how during his trip to Seishan, he personally saw a waterway that could allow people to move freely in the mountains. Then he came up with a brilliant idea. He thought about what if he hired warriors as employees of the construction guild. A large silhouette stood in front of the tide box as it was explained that they were capable of lifting far more than ordinary people. People climbed the mountain, with loads in their hands and behind their backs. It was said that in this way they would freely climb the walls, using combat techniques, whether it would not be more effective. The inspector touched his chin with his hand, wondering about the Chamber of Commerce, and whether they would agree. After all, they had military honor. The hero raised his palm, saying that they need to give them a salary twice as high as in the Dark Sky Association. They won't have to risk their lives. They will have a vacation and a bonus for achievements. Asking about what dissatisfaction there can be. If they don't want it, let them leave. Wai began to walk away, turning around, adding to get rid of all the dirt, brothels, and gambling houses of the Dark Heaven Association, all the lewd people that were among them. Un looked after him, answering that he was obeying. The hero, exhaling, thought that without a manager, there were many times more worries. The sun was shining on the roof of the house as the young man reasoned that if everything worked out, he would be able to solve several problems at once, and a guild would appear in Jiahu, the likes of which had never been seen anywhere else. Wai walked past the tree down the street. A girl suddenly appeared in front of him, landing. The hero tensed, saying that she frightened him, asking a question about why she does not walk normally on the roads, but moves only on rooftops. Who looked upset when she asked why he didn't keep his promise. The young man put his hands behind his back, clarifying what he was talking about. The girl shouted that he promised to give her half. Wai raised his hand, following on, thought that she still remembered it, replied that he was busy now, so let him come later. Who clenched her fists, loudly asking why he was acting like this in front of the Dark Heaven Association. The guy turned around to clarify what else. The hero silently turned around as he listened to Nam Gun, Zhang's deputy, Hyun, asking her to wait at the main gate, quoted her. The girl put her hand on her chest, exclaiming that he called everyone by name except her, clarifying that she was from another family, and she also suffered from that damn bomb. Who blushed, cried, wondered why he only cared about Hyun. It turned out that she was a lady and that girl. The young man protested tensely. The girl shouted at the top of her lungs, spreading her hands to the sides, that she was the one who saved her. She saved his lady of ice. The guy closed one eye, swearing, whose eyes changed color to red. She rushed to drink his blood from his hand. The girl opened her eyes wide, continuing to drink blood. The hero said that it was more than half. Blood poured from whose mouth as she screamed. Why wondered what was wrong with her again. Her eyes burned red as she didn't stop screaming. The young man was quite surprised, thinking what kind of stupid situation it was, ordering him to pull himself together. The lady licked her lips with her tongue, saying that his blood was so delicious. She instantly rose to the 9th circle of the heavenly blood technique. The hero was surprised, asking again about the 9th circle. He reasoned that she had only one left until the 10th. The young man was surprised to ask what it meant that she would soon reach the absolute level, who replied that she did not know. They said that it took more effort to go from the 9th to the 10th than from the 1st to the 9th, but in any case. The girl put her hand on her chest, adding that she had definitely become much stronger, and therefore. The lady lit up with happiness, saying that she thinks that if she drinks just a little of his blood, she will become the strongest. The hero clarified whether she is crazy, saying that he is busy and let him fail. Who grabbed him by the shoulder, asking him to wait and listen to the end of what she had to say. The young man was annoyed. The girl blushed when she touched her face with her finger, said that he was good for nothing anyway, clarifying whether he could give it to her. The hero looked into her eyes, asking who he was talking about, who crossed her fingers as she spoke of the dark killer, blurred in embarrassment. Why wondered that it wasn't enough for her to just eat, she wanted to make him her slave to drink blood. The young man raised his hand, answering that no, you can't. The girl clarified why. Because he is of no use, he just drinks money. If he is good for nothing, just let him give it to her. Why clenched his fists in anger, stating that he couldn't say it, and if there were rumors about them that the Cho clan was drinking the blood of the Dark Heaven Association assassins, would she take responsibility, adding that the guys from the association would serve them loyally. Who stood opposite and shouted, asking if he couldn't do it for her, since she also knew what he was doing in Seishin. The hero came close to the lady, clarifying what she was talking about. The lady replied that they said that he had to try hard to give her an ice palace, asking about the fact that he had even been hit by the head of the Tang clan, who leaned closer to him, wondering if he had gone on a reconnaissance mission to the Heavenly Demon Castle to please them, hadn't who clarified when he had done this. The girl put her hands on her belt, talking about how impudent he was. Crowds from Seishin come to the Cho clan's chamber about iron, asking if they were all telling lies. The hero closed his eyes, raising his hand, wondered why she was comparing incommensurable things. Without hen the production of iced tea and ice cream would stop, and how he could relate to her, calling that girl the most important person from the merchant guild, who frowned, saying how he felt about her. The guy angrily stretched out his hand, asking what she thought it would be so easy to share her blood if she continued to treat his kindness in this way. In anger, he pointed to the side, exclaiming that he would not remain silent, he would have to use force. The lady looked innocently, asking again about her strength. The guy asked what was wrong with her face, who lowered her gaze, clarified how he was going to do it. He asked to move away from him. The girl came closer, while shouting for her to move away in a good way. The lady put her hand on her breast, asking for something to do. A great bird's-eye view of possession was shown when Hu reasoned about how Che Gal is the deputy and head of the Heavenly Squad, and this Zhang, a piece of muscle, is the manager. Peng also works for the Cho clan. Han, that is, this girl is in charge of the ice garden of the Cho clan. Even Locke has become the deputy of the secret squad. The young man looked at the girl intensely, thinking about how she had such an emotional and unpredictable character, wondering how he could trust her with people. She was not interested in money, and as San Roca, she would not take over the merchant guild. She had no abilities at all. Wai held up a thumbs up, thinking that he still had to give her something to do. If left like this, she could explode at any moment. It was just a ticking time bomb, and asked her what would then be able to manage the money for the Dark Heaven Association. Who beamed, asking again about what to manage. The guy clarified that in fact, it was more of supervision than management. The leaders could not be allowed to escape. The characters drew attention to the top of the building when he explained that the girl just loves roofs, and thinks this business will suit her perfectly. The lady clenched her fists, in anticipation, replied that it was good, she would try. The hero silently looked ahead. He was shocked by what he saw. Wai rushed on, explaining that it was time for him to go. Sunlight fell on the territory of the house. The sword master brandished his weapon as he did his training. He looked around when he realized that someone had entered. The unknown people were interacting with each other. Chan was watching them closely, thinking that they were idiots. Not snooping on the techniques and training of other martial sects was a rule of etiquette, even in the order of things. The guy opened his palm to hide the sword in his holster. Putting away his sword, the master walked away from there. He sat down on the bench, closing his eyes. Chan looked away, thinking that in 2 years he would return home and begin to learn the art of management from his father, and for the time being he would develop his abilities. The guy bowed his head, reasoning that he was now inferior in strength to Hyun, and even Hu. He closely watched the training of other fighters. Chan turned away, closing his eyes. The warriors noticed that the sword master was sitting with his back to them. One of them put his hand on his belt, asking why he wasn't watching them train. His partner turned his head to the side, saying that it was clear that these guys from Namgun were always turning up their noses as if they were the best, and yes, their equipment was not worth seeing. Chan jumped up from his seat, clenching his fists, asked where they came from, behaved like idiots, and were they really not aware of the main law of Jianghu, that it is forbidden to spy on other people's equipment. The warrior smiled, saying that he had heard a lot about such correct ones, and now he also saw live that their principles did not fit into the laws of Jianghu. The man put his hand on his belt, smiling mischievously, said that they have so many rules that it becomes clear why they do not want others to follow their techniques, outwardly seem so confident, and they themselves are afraid that someone will destroy their skills. The master cast a serious look. Zhang raised his sword, claiming that it was an extremely stupid idea to pester the swordsman Namgun, threatening that he would now understand it himself. The opponent took out 2 swords, and said that he liked his enthusiasm. The guy opened his eyes wide, wondering if he had 2 swords. 2 blades were depicted crossing each other. The master reasoned that with the help of this technique you can achieve excellent techniques, but it also has many drawbacks. Chan looked straight ahead, saying that his opponent was brave. The opponent smiled, saying that he would now show why they were called heavenly assassins. The guy tensed, paying attention to something. His opponent was spinning from side to side, brandishing his weapon. He swung sharply, striking at the master who blocked this attack. Chan clenched his teeth after the blow. His sword flew near the opponent's head. The enemy smiled, brandishing his blade. He enthusiastically performed circular actions with his sword, trying to attack. The guy blocked another tight blow to him. Sparks flew into the opponent's face as he grinned. He crossed 2 swords that were shrouded in magic. Red energy flashed from the opponent's eyes. Chan clenched his teeth, wondering if his opponent had managed to achieve the appearance of chi energy. The scoundrel rushed forward, brandishing his weapon. He swung his sword, leaving a red trail. Chan tried to deflect the energy blows by clenching his teeth. His pupils became small as the energy enveloped his head. The sword master exclaimed as he held a blade blazing with magic in front of him, invoking the Emperor's power. The enemy looked away, noticing something. Chan struck a crushing blow with his sword to the ground, his opponent flying away from the blast wave. The guy watched, clenching his fists, wondering if he was running away right during the fight. The warrior smiled, throwing one sword over his shoulder, clarified that he was unauthorized to reveal his own techniques. What an idiot. The master's hand glowed when he held the sword in it. The guy remembered what Chan said at every opportunity. Chan closed his eyes, lowering his head, chasing away in thoughts that he was imbued with etiquette to the core, and such behavior was unacceptable in Jianghu, but he could not fix it in himself. The guy furrowed his brows, wondering if this was a real fight. Pride in following the laws of ethics alone would not save the lives of his comrades. Sunlight fell on the swordmaster's face. In front of him was an opponent with the sun shining behind him, reasoning that these guys were saying the same thing. Such a method was contrary to common sense. They used strange techniques that he could not even imagine. Chan recalled how his opponent carried out an attack, flying as fast as he could, asking himself how it was possible not to prepare in advance for the opponent's blows, and how a person who called himself a warrior could simply run away without fighting to the end. The guy lowered his hands, looking down, reasoning about how he also called him a jerk. The question was brewing about how he didn't have the slightest respect for another warrior, right, and why he was. A particle of magic appeared above Chan's head. He opened his eyes wide, thinking to himself, wondering why the guy remembered himself as a teenager who trained and studied, realizing that he was holding himself back. Memories cracked in Chan's mind as he stared at a single point. Shards of glass were above the head of the young man, who was shrouded in energy while holding a sword in his hand. The adversary was surprised, asking questions about what was going on and what was going on. The sword master clenched his fists, raising his head upwards, passing through him a huge amount of energy. His hair stood on end as he reasoned about how all 5 senses and everything around him were beginning to expand, asking himself how the human body was capable of learning such forces. He held out his palm, through which the magic passed, banishing thoughts in his head that the blue flames and smoke emanating from him were so dazzling and beautiful. The guy clutched the weapon in his hand, screaming and thinking about this flame. A powerful energy beam rose above the arena. The warrior tucked his swords behind his back, addressing Namgun. The guy calmly looked away, inviting him to start talking. He gritted his teeth, saying that if he had a conscience, he would treat him to a drink. Apparently he was his benefactor. Chan holstered his sword, replying that he could not deny it. The opponent said that it was the same. The guy walked aside. The warrior clenched his fist, asking what it was and where he was going. The sword master replied that to the inn of the Cho clan. The soldiers began to cackle, rejoicing. Chan turned around and asked what his name was. The opponent gave a thumbs up, replying that his name was Fire Visa. The guy remembered how the fighter twisted his swords, thinking that this was a worthy name. His many blows were like waves of fire. Chan smiled, saying that he would treat him. One of the fighters put his hands on his belt, declaring that Chan was from a large clan after all, and it seemed that there was money. Visa pointed at himself, exclaiming that then he had a snack, and he should not underestimate the heavenly assassins. The guy put his hands behind his back, asking if they could talk without swearing. Chan looked at them, smiling. He walked forward, reasoning that it was not in vain that he left home and went to Jianghu. Clouds are floating in the sky. Stars shower buildings. The protagonist bent over the model of the city block and said that in the east there are completely different living conditions. Master Woon hands Wei a document and says that there are suggestions for solving the problem from the masters, and adds that they have amazing potential. The protagonist holds the document in his hands, and continues that there is a dispute about what to use as a facade shell, which will be attached to a steel I-beam, and the protagonist says that carpenters insist on pine wood, masons on granite slabs, and potters on cohesive soil. The workers hold the slab, and Wei continues to say that when it comes to layout, costs, and time, each has its own pros and cons, and argues that a structure made of granite slabs on a steel frame will be the most durable. The young man shifts his gaze and continues that it will take a lot of time and money, which is also a significant disadvantage in the event of a natural disaster. It will be difficult to replace sections of the structures, and Wei asks what is wrong with the wood. Replies that if they work with wood, they will be able to erect the walls in the shortest possible time, and adds that there will not be much cost. But wood is not durable. The builder took the beam in his hands, and went on to say that even the slightest crack or breakage could lead to the destruction of the entire building, and that wood reacts especially badly to water. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that it would not be possible to build from wood, that this material would not be suitable for a building 10 stories high. The young craftsman shrugs his shoulders and says that he believes that the most suitable would be the combined soil offered by the potters, that the method of construction using is ideal in time, and that the strength is also excellent, although not the same as that of stone, and continues that from the point of view of maintaining such a structure, it is an excellent option, because partial repairs are possible if necessary. The main character folded his arms over his chest and suggested that they would first experiment with different materials using a model of this scale, and added that the scheme of the structures would be finalized later. He raised his head and asked if the young man remembered about the lifting device. Looked at the protagonist and replied that it was difficult for him to solve this problem alone, and that even with the excellent materials of the Chaegao clan, it was impossible to overcome the wall with a lifting device. A picture of the trap device appears, and imagines that the rock that rolls out when you step on the trap looks like spikes that suddenly appear in the floor, and that most of these devices are disposable, and thinks that the device cannot be made to go up and down from the 10th floor without any lift. Wei turns his head and thinks that there is no such infinite power in this world, and says that he wanted to build an elevator so much, and adds that he can't invent electricity. He shifts his gaze. The guide turns to the young master and says that human labor is available to them. Is surprised. The protagonist looks at the young man and says that there are enough people in their guild who can pull the cables, and adds that the principle of movement of the lifting device is quite simple, and he is sure that it can be built. Woon opens his mouth in surprise and asks why that he is going to use the guild members of the Dark Sky Association, and the protagonist replies that they are only suitable for this kind of work anyway, and adds that it is worth raising their wages and agreeing on their duties, and the expenses will be covered by the residents' fees. The young guy closes his eyes, and the main character declares that he is going to hire people for money. Shrugs his shoulders and says that they are warriors after all, and Wei asks, because nowhere does it say that warriors should fight every day, and adds that on normal days, they should also work. The foreman squints his eye and says that he will try to make a plan for the development of a lifting device, and adds that the structure is quite simple, and that in 2 days Wei will receive a diagram. The main character raises his head and says that with the help of manpower, you can solve any problem, for example, fill a tank with water, and adds that you need to hire people who will carry water. Wei claps his hands and says that 3 strong warriors will be enough to move large rocks in 3 days, and that no crane is needed, because you can do it quickly if everything is done by a human. Uncloses his eyes and calls the protagonist a demon. A dark-haired man rushes into the room and says that there is urgent news. He opens his mouth and says that Manager Lee has returned. The protagonist raises his head and does not believe it. Elon raises his hand and says that there is a small problem, because Lion did not return alone, and Wei asks what is wrong with whom. The man tilts his head and tells the main character to come out and take a look, and adds that it turns out that there are people bigger than him. Clouds appear in the sky. The protagonist enters the square and greets the manager. The guy stretches out both hands and the man greets him. The manager brings his hand to his face, and the young man asks who is with him. The man raises his hands and introduces Ping Yeljong. Yo raises his dagger, and the protagonist thinks that this is the same Ping Yeljong, the head of the Ping clan and a warrior of absolute perfection, one of the 7 warlords. The protagonist bows his head and greets the head of the clan, and adds that his name is Cho Wei of the Cho clan. Yel shifts her gaze to the guy. He throws his hand forward. The head of the clan grabs Wei by the kimono and asks what he did to his son. The protagonist says that he does not understand the man. Yel points to the side and shouts that this is what a normal man looks like, and exclaims that Wei, the one who boasted about his body, has changed so much. The protagonist bows his head and thinks, because he cannot tell the head of the clan that his son fell in love with Jean Gahi, who sucked all the juice out of him. The girl is grabbing Hook's hand with her teeth, and Wei thinks that he is too afraid of the leader's reaction, and that suddenly the man will beat his son to death, considering him a disgrace to the clan. The main character draws his eyebrows together, and thinks that Pingak himself is afraid of his father, that he cannot admit it. The warrior grabbed the guy by the chest, and Y states that Hook is undergoing tests. The man clarifies that it has nothing to do with his appearance. The protagonist shifts his gaze and tells the man to look at his son's sharp gaze, and goes on to say that he has a strong determination to overcome the wall, and that the more suffering the body endures, the stronger the spirit becomes, and that this is called the fighting mood of a true warrior. The head of the clan looks at his son, and demands that he come up to him, and the protagonist reflects that he did not lie a word, but in vain blurted out about the sharp gaze, because no matter how you look at it, the guy's eyes look like the pupils of a rotten fish. Hook rushes forward. The clan leader straightened his back and asked that it was true that he was doing spirit training, and the guy thought that if he didn't confirm, then he was finished. He spreads his hands to the sides and replies that any man must educate his spirit. The main character takes Hook by the hand and asks the head of the clan to look at the traces of his son's strength, and continues that what does it take to go through to leave such scars on his hands, and thinks, because these wounds appeared because he dug the ground and broke stones every day. The man closed his eyes. Y raised his hands and asked Yell how he knew the steward, and Lion replied that the magnanimous head had saved him when he was in danger. The warrior looked at the man and said that Lion was badly wounded, but he was much better now, and the manager added that all his insides fell out from that wound, and that if Yell hadn't called a healer and healed him, he would have died. The protagonist bowed his head and thanked the man for saving their manager. The warrior shifted his gaze to the guy and thought that it was some kind of unpleasant feeling, but the young man was familiar with etiquette, and decided that he was not a bad boy, and asked how Y knew his son. The guy put his hand on Guk's shoulder and said that they were friends, so close that they had known each other for 100 years, and the young man confirmed that he had made a good friend. The warrior raised his head and asked his son that he had befriended the swordsman, and thought that a man who was proud of his dagger technique, and who had never taken swordsmen seriously, had suddenly become his comrade. The protagonist looked at the young warrior and replied that although the dagger and sword are different from each other, in the end, they are part of the martial arts. The clan leader closed his eyes. He put his hands on his belt and asked where the Namgun clan leader was, and Y thought that if Su had defeated the Dark Heaven Association, he should go back. The patriarch of the Namgong family shifted his gaze and thought that the errands did not stop, and that soon he would have to ask permission to sleep. The guy raised his hand to his chin and said that he didn't even know where the man was. Su put his hands behind his back. He put them on his belt and exclaimed that he was Yeoljong, and the warrior replied that the patriarch looked good. Y grabbed the manager by the sleeve. Su turned to the protagonist and asked where he was going, and the guy thought that the patriarch was unaware, and that his hands were itching to give him a beating. The main character looked around and said that he did not want to interfere with the men, and Su said that he did not interfere. Clan leader Ping shook his neck to the side and said that the Namgun clan had smashed the Dark Heaven Association with the Heavenly Dragon Squad, and that they had really lost their strength. Su looked at the warrior and replied that the man was thinking correctly, and Yell said that there were a lot of rumors, so he decided to check everything personally what was going on. He shifted his gaze and assumed that his question would seem pathetic, and asked it, because this huge pit is the trace of the battle. A picture of construction appears, and the head of the clan Pep ponders that it is impossible to dig such a deep pothole with human hands, that the cut is too clear, and adds that only a transcendent force could do such a thing, and that it is not clear to him how a human military technique managed to leave such a mark. Therefore, he does not know for sure. Yo raised his head and thought, after all, it was in Jianghu that the rumors were born that the Namgong clan had defeated the Dark Heaven Association along with the Heavenly Dragon Squad, and continued that if the clan leader didn't know, then who would answer him? The patriarch closed his eyes and asked Y to stop mocking the man and reveal his secret. The warrior furrowed his brows and remembered, after all, he had heard talk about the son of the head of the clan Cho being called the God of Swords, and how this gossip seemed so unthinkable that he didn't believe it, and what Su was talking about secrets now, and added that this sucker was hiding incredible abilities. The patriarch shifts his gaze and tells Julius to ask the young master about this himself, and the soldier is perplexed. Su looks at the warrior and says that the guy is the cause of the trail he wants to know about. The man looked at Su with fury. He shifted his gaze and thought that the huge pit was actually the result of a man's military technique, and that this scar could have been left by this young man. The man turned his head and asked the patriarch if he could be crazy, and Su replied that he did not want to be an old man and empty talker. The main character lowered his head. An energy field enveloped him. The warrior raised his head and was surprised that there was a huge force that resembled an ocean, and thought that he had only taken a step, as if he was covered by infinite energy, and that it felt like he was fighting a great swordsman. The patriarch threw out his hand and demanded that the protagonist stop. The young man bowed his head. Yo looked at the guy and made sure that he had a high level equal to Ja's swordsman. He looked up and wondered where such a warrior came from in Jianghu. The man clenched his fists and asked that the young man worked for the Nambong clan, and Su confirmed it. Clan leader Peng looked at the man and asked, after all, He said that he had given his daughter in marriage, and Su replied that the rules had changed. Yul turned his head and asked that the patriarch had changed the rules for the sake of some worker, and added that this could be understood by the level of his techniques. He shifted his gaze and said that the master was lucky. Clan leader Namgun closed his eyes and replied that heaven itself had blessed his clan, and that it was all thanks to the mercy of his ancestors, and added, after all, for the swordsman clan, a sword master is a rare piece of luck. The warrior approached Su and asked him again what he had said about the sword master. The patriarch replied that it was so, and that the manager Cho would be the one to whom he would hand over the martial techniques. Yul looked at his son and thought that he looked shabby. He turned around. The patriarch looked after him and asked where he was going. The man replied that he was going to Hebei. Hook looks after his father and thinks that this is a chance to get out of this hell. He holds his head and tells his father that he wants to return home. The young warrior clenched his fists, and Yul asked that he had sworn to endure the hardships he had been sent, and that now he wanted to give up everything, and the boy replied that he could train in the clan, and added that his father should take him away. Clan leader Ping opened his mouth furiously. He grabbed his dagger and exclaimed that for a young man, the Ping clan was an inn where he could come whenever he wanted, and added that until he reached the level, so that he would not even come close, and continued that he had left without warning at first. Now he wanted to go back. The warrior's eyes flashed with fire. He thought that soon his son would conquer the world, and that the connections he had made could be useful to the entire clan. A tear rolls down the guy's face, and he says that his father does not even know how he lives. The protagonist puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and turns to Julia that when a friend refuses to eat and sleep, saying that he wants to reach the highest level, he cannot stand aside, and adds that he will make every effort and help him achieve his goal. A look of horror appears on Guk's face, and he exclaims that it is all a pretense, and that a freak is worse than the devil, and asks to take him with you. Y bows his head, and Yul says that since the guy said so, then he can be calm. The protagonist says goodbye to the warrior. He closes his eyes and thinks that he has sent another parent. Y turns his head around and asks Hook that their contract hasn't ended yet, and he's already sharpened his skis home. He points his finger at Hook and declares that he will do 1,000 more per day, and the guy replies that he is still barely alive. Master Su puts his hand on the guy's shoulders and tells him to hold on. Hook throws up his hands. Stars appear in the sky. The main character brings his hand to his chest and thinks that he would like to take a closer look at the technique of the sword master. He clutches a weapon in his hand. Y throws the sword forward. The third technique consists of starlight and star power. The second is the power that owns space. He moves his hand to the side. The guy raises the sword in front of him, a two-move defensive technique in the form of an absolute wall of swords. The demon god looks at the protagonist and says that he is now convinced that Y's technique shows his footprints. The young man puts his hand on the sword and says that when he saw the heavenly demon three-sword technique, he immediately knew what was going on. Hanjin crossed his arms over his chest and said that the level of the protagonist was far superior to the one who had spent his life researching the meaning of that tablet, and that such a thing was beyond the power of a warrior who was barely 20 years old, and continued that according to his memories, the guy was not from here. Y straightened his back and said that it was true that he had come from the world of the man who had left behind the tablet with the heavenly demon three-sword technique. The man shifted his gaze and exclaimed that he thought that there was no other way to explain the guy's abilities, and added that it seemed that both had found the sword of rebirth. The main character closed his eyes and replied that he had arrived in the past, not reborn. Hanjin looked at the guy and asked how he could explain that he was in the past. A man hovers in zero gravity. It seems that he has the ability to control time. The demon god spreads his hands, the period when the tablet was created, long after the creation of the master's sword. He looks ahead and shouts that such a thing is impossible, that no matter what level a warrior has reached, it is beyond the power of a mortal. The guy shifts his gaze and says that the three swords technique was a martial art that had brought everything else to a new level. He lowers his eyes and thinks that the tablet with the three swords technique will someday be seen by a person who has experienced a new level of martial art. Y looks ahead and says that it is written on the tablet. The demon god looks at the protagonist and asks what exactly it says. The young man clenches his fists and says that he must come to a sacred place. The guy looks straight and says that the tablet is summoning him. Hanjin stares in front of him. He turns his head and says that sealing a living soul requires a time management technique, and that if Y managed to master it, he could very well learn it. The guy looks at the demon god and asks what it is to seal a living soul. The yellow-haired man stretches out his hand forward, and Hanjin remembers that in the past, there was a follower of a sacred place in the Shaolin Temple. His name was Jiam Zhang. At that time in Jianghu he was called a demon god, but he managed to finish off Hanjin in 10 seconds. He used the technique of sealing a living soul, placing him between life and death. The man raised his head and remembered that Jiam had decided to let him live to prevent the accumulation of evil karma. The protagonist lowered his gaze and asked that this technique stops time, and went on to say that it crashed when it met his heavenly blood technique. The man closed his eyes and replied that it was so, and that as soon as it happened, his life was over. Hanjin raised his head and said that there might be a mistake in his words, that there were originally several relics of the sacred place in Chunwol, and that if the sword master found another era, then the theory of his ability to manipulate time would be disproved. Y puts his hand on the hilt of the sword and remembers that as soon as he saw the tablet, he thought the same thing, but his opinion changed when he created a new technique, combining the technique of a sword master and a sword demon. He raises his sword in front of him. Hanjin lowers his head and asks that this is the heavenly demon slaying technique that the guy used before. The protagonist points the sword forward and says that it seems as if only space is distorted, but not everything is so simple, and adds that you need to try to feel space, and that this is completely different from the technique of celestial soaring. A magic ball appears. Hanjin looks at him. The ball tends to the flower. The protagonist points his sword at the cloud of magic and thinks that the celestial demon destruction technique is capable of distorting space and time at the same time. The magic ball strives for the flower, and the protagonist says that it leaves no trace of the object behind it, and that time begins to pass faster, and objects are either destroyed or deteriorated, and continues that if you add the pressure of space, it will not even leave shadows behind. The man raises his head and says that this is real magic, and that this is beyond the power of a person. The protagonist hides the sword and says that he thought so too, because such a technique cannot be a martial art, and says that he has one question for a man. He looks up and asks what if his skill level compares to the time when Hungin's powers were in their prime. The man crosses his arms over his chest and replies that the level of Y martial arts can be called close to the absolute, that he has almost reached infinity, and that he cannot be compared with the laws of nature. It is a stage of coexistence between heaven and earth. The guy lowers his eyes and says that the man is right, and that he personally saw the power of nature, and added that there is a common ground between the sword master and himself. The protagonist holds a sword and says that the men have both learned the laws of nature and reached its level, and that no matter how strong his technique is, he will never reach such a level. Hanjin shifts his gaze and tells the guy that he doesn't understand what he's talking about. Cho lowered his eyes in front of his interlocutor, saying that he was quite right, and added that he had seen the greatness of nature with his own eyes, and that there was something in common between the sword master and the spirit, and the spirit asked what exactly they had in common. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room and said that, in his opinion, both of them managed to reach the level of nature by learning its laws, but added that no matter how powerful his technique was, he would never reach such a level. The spirit named Hanjin looked at the guy puzzled, clarifying what exactly he was talking about. The spirit, looking away, said that if he reached the level of nature before the age of 40, he would be able to rewrite the history of Murim. Cho walked forward through the traditional temple, saying that the ignorance of the Middle Plain stemmed from Buddhism and Taoism, which promoted the concept that the great nature was in line with the principles of non-desire and non-action, and suggested that perhaps it was due to the specific perception system of the people from the Middle Plain here. The protagonist sat down and explained that in fact, the only ones who had reached the level of nature were the three gods, and remarked that they both received the inheritance of the deity, and added that if a logical parallel was drawn, then there was a high probability that the god of battles had also received the inheritance. The guy bared his teeth and stated that the three gods had learned the level of nature through him, that is, its laws, because science did not exist for them, but he emphasized that he was different from them. The spirit, looking at the main character with interested eyes, asked how exactly he was different. The man in the orange jacket walked forward and the protagonist said that in his world, giving up desires and not acting is synonymous with natural selection and ineptitude. The cosmonaut walked on the surface of the moon. The main character added that to surpass and conquer nature, explore the moon in the sky, touch even the endless universe, this is what the perceptual system of a modern person looks like. The blonde guy, looking ahead with surprised eyes, asked again and clarified whether it was really possible to explore the moon and touch the universe. Looking ahead, Cho declared that he seemed to be the only one capable of correctly interpreting the deity's legacy, since he had a predatory, insane desire to conquer nature, to break its laws, and not the martial truths of its knowledge and adaptation to its rules. The protagonist, flashing his eyes, said that therefore, if his martial prowess reached the top, perhaps the nature level would no longer be called that. Hanjin looked ahead, puzzled. Terrible eyes looked into the frame and the protagonist said that even he, having reached an unimaginable stage, is able to distort time, and added that even more so the one who was called the deity could do it. The monster swung his weapon forward and the guy said that even if he was told that he was tearing apart space and time with his sword and walking through other dimensions, he would be able to believe it, because, in fact, he was a god in the true meaning of the word. Cho raised his hand in front of him and said that despite his knowledge, he wouldn't be able to use the heavenly demon three-sword technique as he pleased. Cho continued his complaint and repeated that despite his knowledge, he wouldn't be able to use the heavenly demon three-sword technique as he pleased, and said that he didn't know exactly how to put its spiritual force, but he felt as if he had lost some of his spiritual abilities that were not related to the power concentrated in the physical body. The spirit, dumbfounded looking ahead, asked if he had received a karma limitation. Cho, looking into the distance, asked again what the limitation of karma was. Hanjin, turning his head to the side, said that when someone awakens abilities that are beyond what is permissible in the human world, the heavenly benefactors put spirit beads on them to control the power. The spirit turned its head on the hero and exclaimed that he was not wearing beads, but he was still losing his spiritual strength. Hanjin, widening his eyes, shouted that his great spiritual ultimate had already reached the state of a great one. He clenched his fists and shouted that this was why they couldn't recognize him, and added that in their minds, he was no longer human. Cho, looking ahead in bewilderment, said, "Is he already great?" An image of a monster appeared, and the hero said that the ancestors in Blood Jade were also surprised for the first time that his spiritual limit had reached heights, and the spiritual force did not allow even the celestials to track him. The symbol shone brightly with a magical glow, and the guy asked if becoming great was something so outstanding. The spirit, looking ahead in bewilderment, stated that they had naturally reached the great stage themselves and could not perceive a soul equal to them as an ordinary person, but added that if so, it was strange, and he could not explain why his spiritual forces were being spent. Cho looked at his hand and said that then where did this strange sensation come from every time he used the heavenly demon three-sword technique? Hanjin crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was better to seal this technique for a while until they could figure out the cause, as spiritual energy leakage was a serious problem. Cho nodded and agreed that he would do so. The spirit turned back and the elder asked that if the soul had achieved greatness, it could exist in the void, and why he did not think to save the ancestors. Cho, looking ahead in surprise, exclaimed that it could not be, and asked if he could really go there and see them. The old man, looking up, said that of course, Cho should be prepared to expend some spiritual force, and added that, judging by his memories, he treasured it very much. Cho, sitting on the surface, said that he had said that the ancestors were sealed by an unknown spell, and until they found a way to dispel it by entering the space of Blood Jade, he would only waste spiritual energy. The bearded man looked ahead and explained that he had thought so as well until he saw Cho's sword, and added that it seemed that Cho still hadn't realized how powerful the three heavenly demon sword technique he had mastered. Cho jumped up from his seat and asked what the technology had to do with it, and what the old man meant. The elder crossed his arms over his chest and said that no matter how powerful the spell was, it would not withstand the force that distorted space and time, and added that there were no restrictions on karma in the spiritual world. Cho, looking at the magic ball with enthusiasm, exclaimed that if space was unlimited, then what did it take to get into the Blood Jade? The old man, throwing his hand forward, said that Cho was not connected to Jade by a thread, so he would not be able to cope with it on his own, and added that he would help him, but his physical body would fall into lethargy, and advised him to at least install protection. Cho, looking ahead with angry eyes, replied that it was nothing, and asked to be sent there as soon as possible. The elder, waving his hands, said that the liberation would be quick. A pillar of energy slammed into the ground. The young man clutched his head and complained that he had spent much more spiritual force than when he had used the heavenly demon's slaying technique, and added that it was as if dozens of times more energy had been sucked out of him. The man, seeing the hero, exclaimed that now he began to understand why he did not hear his voice for a long time after it entered his body. A group of figures approached the hero. The guy looked at the crowd of magi. Looking ahead, he said that it was unusual to see an ancestor with his own eyes, and added that he was glad to meet the elder. The elder, appreciating the appearance of the descendant, said that this was his real appearance. The character swung his weapon. The hero looked ahead dumbfounded. The warrior stared at his sword. The blonde spirit laughed, and said that he had always been a freak. Cho, gritting his teeth, replied that the ancestor was not handsome either. The guy turned his head and asked where his ancestors were, and the hero replied with displeasure that in his youth his face broke the hearts of many women. The elder conjured magic with his own hands and said that the liberation would be quick. The old man, approaching the guy, said that there was no need to be afraid, as this was the magic of the art of moving in space. The man's body crumbled to dust. Figures began to appear in space. Cho, assessing his hand, said that in fact, the technique looked very impressive. The old man looked at the hero and exclaimed that this was the true art of compressing the earth to CUN, and added that all the earth compression techniques that the Taoists boasted of so much were nothing more than a pitiful imitation, and the young man clarified if it was really a complete version of the famous earth compression technique. The protagonist stared ahead, puzzled. Figures of spirits appeared in front of the main character. The elder levitated in front of the hero, and the hero said that the elder was a dragon among people, the strongest warrior in the middle plane, who commanded millions of people in his own person, and from him emanated the aura of a creature of a completely different level. The blonde warrior appeared in front of the protagonist, who said that he was the god of the sword, and added that he recognized him at a glance, and wondered how wrong he was about his skill level, since the greatness of the god and his level reaching to the heavens were fully felt, and asked if he could even resemble him in the slightest. The wise old man looked at the young man and he said that Elder Choyu is his deep eyes, in which all the wisdom of the world is concentrated, and just a glance is enough to understand what is on your mind, and added that the same applies to the other ancestors. The figures of the warriors were levitating in the air, and the guy added that he clearly felt that their cultivation and merit were at a level that an ordinary person could not reach. Cho, noticing the spell in front of him, asked what it was. The mages levitated en masse in front of the protagonist. The elder, looking ahead, replied that if he had known, he would have freed them long ago, and added that even he had seen such sorcery for the first time. The spirit, pointing his finger, said that the only thing he could say was that the net was shackling their immortal bodies and did not react to any physical interference. Cho, standing behind Hongjin, said that they had tried it for a long time, and he replied that naturally, even the demon god technique had not left a single scratch on it. The warrior stared into the distance, and the protagonist exclaimed that she could not be damaged by the martial art of the demon god who had reached the level of nature, and added that he was breathing from the overwhelming force, even when he was just standing next to him. The guy drew the blade of his sword. Cho, throwing his weapon up to attack, said that he was using the heavenly sword style, the seventh stance. The main character, jumping forward, said that he is the lord of many worlds. Stones flew in different directions. Figures levitated in the distance. Cho, seeing the ineffectiveness of the attack, exclaimed that it was crazy because even the strongest stance of the heavenly sword style didn't work, and added that he didn't know that a spell was such a powerful thing. The spirit angrily shouted that what the hell would these warriors do, and explained that the fact that he slashes with a spell only makes it stronger, and asked what he could teach if he didn't understand a damn thing. The young man looked ahead, then said that the elder would forgive him. The heroes stood silently facing each other, and Cho mused that he seemed to be more of a worship for the strongest than a mere respect for the elder, and concluded that the Taoist Jianija possessed more power than the demon god. The elder looked ahead furiously and said that in order to break the spell by brute force, one had to aim at the core that served as its source, and added that even he could not find it, and asked where they were looking. The guy looked into the distance. Magical symbols appeared in the air. Cho pointed to the object and asked if it was the round thing he was talking about. The spirit, looking ahead, asked again what it was about. The elder returned to the main character and demanded to explain what exactly he saw. Pictures of mathematical equations appeared, and the guy said that a person who was not familiar with mathematics would understand him, and said that when he was in the Tomb of Swords, he saw the world in this way. The sky was covered with purple clouds. The spirit, throwing his hand at the protagonist, asked if Cho could really see the world with arithmetic symbols, and he replied that he did. The ancestor, looking ahead, asked if Cho really saw the world in symbols, and said that he wasn't sure if he could accept the fact that everything was made of numbers. The elder, turning to the hero, asked what Cho had seen meant then. The protagonist furrowed his brows and replied that it was a great number of infinity. An image of the number of infinity appeared, and the hero said that the great number of infinity is the largest number that exists in the system of the middle plane, and the word for infinity, and added that there is no more suitable explanation for infinity for the inhabitant of the middle plane. The spirit, looking forward in shock, cried out that it could not be. The magician levitated among the flames, and he said that the power that nourishes the core of the spell is infinite, and added that such a thing could not exist if the spell was created by a person, and said that the force that filled the core of the spell was directly proportional to the power of the spellcaster's teachings, and added that this was possible only if the spell was cast by a transcendent, a creature close to God. The old man clasped his hands, and the hero said that then this spell carries the power of teachings that are not inferior to the teachings of Jiutian Suanyu that are legendary. Cho put his hand to his face, said that even though he said it, it sounded like nonsense, and added that until now, everyone, even the strongest martial art, had an absolute magnitude, and it was the first time he had encountered the infinity symbol in a world where the sword had power, and asked if he could destroy this infinity even if his three-sword technique was incredibly powerful. The main character, looking ahead, said that it seemed that even his sword could not cope with this. The spirit, looking at the other person, replied that it was not, because the number of great infinity was a quantity that existed strictly within one world, and added that Cho's sword was capable of distorting time and space, breaking laws, and it would certainly be able to damage the spell. The guy closed his eyes. A dark aura began to emerge from his sword. The hero stared ahead. Han Jin looked at the hero and said that it was necessary to purify the idle soul and direct his gaze to the sky. The protagonist pointed his sword forward. The main character held a sword in front of him. Dark orbs appeared in front of Cho. The mages were levitating in the air. There was a magical explosion. A dark aura shattered in the sky. The magus, observing what was happening with his eyes, said that they had studied some tablets, but did not understand why Cho could use a technique of another level, and asked where he got such energy, and added that they were not even sure if it could be called the power of teaching. The shock wave of the explosion flew away from the epicenter. The protagonist looked ahead and shouted that they needed to be careful. The hero rushed forward and activated the heavenly sword style. The weapon scattered to the sides. Cho, looking ahead in surprise, asked why the spell broke so easily. The spirit waved his arms and said that he was using the secret martial art of protection quick release. The blonde magus swung his sword. The spirit, having created a barrier, exclaimed that it was a wall of heavenly flame rings. The heroes stood in front of magical barriers. The symbols from above began to split. An explosion occurred in the air. The elder looked ahead and said that Cho was a monster, and added that of course he had assumed his strength, but he didn't think that he would seriously break the spell created by such a power with a simple martial art. The guy sheathed his sword and said that they did it anyway, and the spirit confirmed that Cho was right. The mages began to descend to the ground. The protagonist rushed to them and began to shout if they were all right. The magician stared at the hero and asked who he was. The character's eyes widened. The warrior pounced on the protagonist and asked if he had any idea what this place was. The elder looked at the hero and said that it was him. The warrior looked ahead. The mage looked around the space and thought that he had reached the ancestral limit, after all. Hanjin looked ahead. The man's eyes flashed and exclaimed that it was unbelievable, and added that this man was worthy of being called the god of the sword. The magician raised his hand and said that it was nonsense how one who was called upon to put the Cho family out of suffering could waste spiritual power so thoughtlessly, and said that Cho had been chosen as Chion's successor to save humanity from the impending threat, and added that the fate of everyone depended on him, but asked what he had done, and exclaimed that spiritual power for Cho, apparently, some kind of joke. Spreading his arms to his sides, the protagonist thought that the grumbling of his ancestors, which he had only heard, made him tremble with fear, but at the same time he felt their deep love, and added that he really missed them. The ancestor, looking indignantly at the hero, said that Cho was destined to be a tyrant, and reproached him for dismissing the Nuni, and added that he also found Xian De a fool. The magician looked ahead and the hero said that among all the historical figures of the three kingdoms, he did not digest Liu Bei the most, and clarified that the ancestor had compared this stronghold of indecision, this icon of uselessness with him, and recalled that he had spent so much effort to save them. The ancestor, looking at the protagonist, asked if he really seriously hated the brat Liu Bei, and the guy clarified that the ancestor could hear his thoughts even here. The spirit, pointing to the sky, replied that in this world, the souls of the great are connected with each other, and added that this is the spiritual world, and he hears them even louder, and called Cho a dullard. The ancestor, scratching his beard, asked what the three kingdoms was, but immediately added that there was no need to explain, and said that he would look for information himself. An image of joyful magicians appeared. Cho, looking indignantly at the hero, exclaimed that it was impossible to delve into his memories without warning. The elder, throwing up his hand forward, shouted what the hell was this, and asked who dared to reveal his sick fantasy to the world. An image of ships appeared and the hero said that it was unacceptable to depict the Battle of Chibi in such a way, and clarified that the southeast wind was begging Guan Yu for mercy, and asked where this psycho had just come from. The warrior was riding a horse. Cho, looking cautiously at the elder, said that it was necessary to stop, and asked if it was important now, and he exclaimed that what could be more important. The ancestor, frowning menacingly, said that it was unfair, because this new Liu Bei got all the honors of the world, and he said that he was a hunter of married maidens, and the protagonist clarified that even in the official history this was so. Clenching his fist, the old man shouted that this was nonsense, and added that in an age of battle, but he would console poor widows who had lost their husbands. The hero walked forward. The spirit, looking at the visitor, said that this Taoist in Jianghu was nicknamed Kanuja, and greeted him on behalf of the Dakuo family. The old man threw up his hands and the storyteller explained that Kanuja was a son of the Celestial Empire, and since ancient times there had been a legendary Taoist clan representing the Celestial Realm, and added that it was a celestial clan, although for most of the Jianghu masters, even its name was a mystery shrouded in darkness, and said that in the entire history of the heavenly realm, most of the upper heaven celestials came from this clan, and its head was Kanuja. The spirit, looking to the side, said that he had heard that the power of the Tao and Kanuji's magic had eventually pierced the heavens, and added that he himself had been able to rise to the rank of a celestial of the upper heavens, and asked what had brought him here. Kanuja, looking modestly at the mages, said that there was a famous lord and great masters called gods, and added that there was nothing outstanding about him. The spirit, raising his hand in objection, replied that he was the highest celestial, representing the heavenly realm, and people from the mortal world would not dare to stand on a par with him. Kanuja, looking at the elder, said that as long as he could not enter the higher heavens, it could be said that this soul belonged to a person, and asked him to refrain from dividing by status, and the spirit added that his words did not carry selfish intentions, and it was foolish to refer to the status from a previous life. The magician turned his gaze to the heroes and said that they should stop bowing, and added that in the spirit world they were all nothing more than great, and reproached that the spirit was going to establish a hierarchy here as well. The protagonist stared at the spirits with displeasure and said that a respected ancestor, anyone would say that he had taken the highest step here, but he was behaving like a bully. The mage stepped forward. Hanjin, turning to the elder, said that he asked for an audience with the owner of the blood jade, and he said which master. The elder furrowed his brows and said that he understood he was talking about the owner of the jade, and clarified that the first great one was actually considered to be the master of the Zhou family, and asked if he wasn't the master. The guy threw up his hands and asked if it turned out that he did not know what power and ability the owner possessed the first great. The elder, turning to his comrades, exclaimed that he really had no idea, and added that how could he know. The magus looked at the guy angrily and said that if by master he meant the first great one bound by fate to the blood jade, then it was him, and asked what kind of power and ability he was talking about. The warrior turned to the elder and asked if he had never really perceived himself as the owner of the jade, and the hero replied that this was the first time he had heard of its existence. Hanjin looked at the hero and said that if so, he had never had the power of jade, and the elder asked how to understand this. The warrior clenched his fist and said that the jade was not rightfully his, and said that if Cho did not possess the power of the owner of the jade, then the creature that created him had not given him the right to possess it, and asked from whom the elder had taken it. The elder closed his eyes. The warrior, looking ahead, replied that he had not taken it away. Hanjin, looking at the hero, said that, be that as it may, there was no doubt that he did not get the right to own it. The elder closed his eyes and said that honestly, this was the first time he had heard about it. The hero, turning to the spirit, said that the mentor, after all, was the master of heavenly jade, and asked not to push everything on him, but to explain it himself. The spirit, standing with his arms crossed over his chest, said that someone had said that he had some important business, and asked to give him the rights of master, and added that in one way or another, he was the only one who had personally met with the creator of the celestial jade, and now he was shifting the responsibility to him. Kanuja, looking at the hero, said that he had no idea what trouble he had brought upon himself by mentioning their secret, and said that wasn't the divine power that had captivated these great ones a direct confirmation of this. Cho lowered his head, replied that he didn't understand if the sorcery that had captivated the ancestors had arisen suddenly when he had mastered the art of the demon god, and added that it was only the art of fighting mastered by one person, and asked how it could be related to the imbalance of the world's laws. Jianuja, looking at the hero, said that Cho did not take the three gods seriously, and said that the level of nature inspires fear even in the heavenly realm, the so-called sky above the sky, and said that Cho cannot even imagine how negligible the probability is, according to the laws of karma, that one person will master two powers at once, equated to the divine level. The character looked at the hero silently. The spirit, looking at the interlocutor, exclaimed that this guy had also manipulated the law of karma, when he literally took away the power of the master from him. The young man smiled, and the man reflected that the fact that he had learned the demon god art from the sword god and mastered the heavenly demon three-sword technique was the result of the manipulated law of karma. The hero spread his arms and said that this defies logic. The warriors rushed forward, and the guy said that the power that could fake his and the sword god's will and mind, as well as many followers of the demonic cult, was something incredible. Cho, looking at the old man in amazement, exclaimed that only a true god could do such a thing, and asked if it wasn't, and the old man replied that he saw that Cho had finally understood how incomprehensible power was concentrated in the jade. Kanuja turned to the mage and asked how much he knew about blood jade. The man raised his hand and said that it was a Buddhist treasure not made by man, and added that it had been created to confront some danger. That was all he knew. Kanuja, shaking his head, said that this was too superficial knowledge. The sky cracked, and the hero said that at some point, the people of the realm of chaos discovered that there were many ways to crack the human shell, that is, the Tao, the negation, the demon, the power of Dharma, and so on. The warrior was standing under the full moon, and the protagonist stated that one man towered over all this Bodhidharma. The elders looked around, and the narrator added that having reached the heights of the universe, Bodhidharma paved the way to the new world, and he was followed by three seekers of truth who threw off the shackles of the human limit, the great Chion, the demon of chaos, and the Taoist Mujang. The figure stood, and the narrator said that the three seekers of truth had the utmost respect for Bodhidharma and were filled with faith that by following him they would be able to reach the same level. But very soon they realized how much they had been mistaken. The man opened his eyes, and the guy said that he had already exhausted his humanity, and his humanity, which followed the Buddhist teachings about the salvation of all things, disappeared, and instead endless emptiness and idleness settled in his soul. The ball lit up, and the hero said that Bodhidharma's jade was the first spiritual jade born from the power of Bodhidharma's teachings, and added that he dropped it in the realm of chaos for fun. The heroes rushed up after the ball, and the narrator explained that Bodhidharma's jade became a kind of toy for testing human greed and the desire for self-destruction. He endowed a person with special abilities, but in return doomed their souls to fall and absorbed them with the help of the power of his teachings, and added that in this way merits and disasters continued to accumulate in Bodhidharma's jade. And he himself transformed their powers by the power of his own teachings, until one day he suddenly disappeared. The baby was crying, and the boy said that the three truth seekers who had followed Bodhidharma had discovered traces left by his teachings that could not help but shock them, and he had renounced all the teachings and accumulated knowledge, and having erased his memory, he started a cycle of rebirth, and this was his last gift to himself, which in Buddhism was called rebirth. The man looked ahead and asked if it turned out that their blood jade was the same. Kanuja, looking down, replied that it was so, because each of the three disciples of Bodhidharma had used the power of their teachings to create spiritual jade, but their jades had not been completed because they had not reached the level of Bodhidharma. The magician stepped forward and asked how exactly they were not completed, and the elder said that the original soul of man and the spiritual force that fills his nature are subject to the universal law, which states that another creature cannot obtain the spiritual power of a person, but the jade of Bodhidharma transgressed through this law. Kanuja looked up and said that nevertheless, the three seekers of truth, although they knew the spell that corrupts a person through greed and captivates his soul, did not know how to transform the accumulated spiritual power into his own, because Bodhidharma had never taught his disciples this wisdom. The mages looked ahead puzzled. Kanuja put his finger to his temple and said that, as expected, the three truth seekers had failed to be reborn, and in return, they had left their cherished aspirations to the original owners of the spirit jades, and added that he carried the memory of the chaos demon. The old man looked at the warrior and asked if it turned out that Kanuja was the same demon, and the old man replied that he was not, because his true identity was Kanuja, and he had only absorbed the demon's memories and will. The Magus, looking ahead, said that the true purpose of the blood and heavenly jade was to stop the reincarnation of Bodhidharma. The red ball hovered in the darkness, and the hero said that the reason for the creation of the three spiritual jades was to influence the rebirth of Bodhidharma with the accumulated experience and power of the greats, and destroy his self-consciousness. The warrior looked ahead and asked what was strange, and wasn't Kanuja saying that Bodhidharma erased all memories before respawning, and then it was supposed to destroy his evil nature? Kanuja, laughing, exclaimed that he must have thought that Bodhidharma's goal was only to sow evil in the world, and said that the realm of chaos was Bodhidharma's great testing ground, where he studied the will of the distant heavens, destroying and distorting the world order. The guy silently looked at the hero. Spreading his arms, the man said that the laws of the world were woven from the will of creatures so outstanding that the common man could not even dream of, and offered to imagine what would happen to the kingdom of chaos if the actions of Bodhidharma distorted and destroyed these laws. The mage, looking ahead with horror, said that it was really so serious. The magician pulled the strings with his fingers and the hero replied that it was so, because the whole world could be destroyed, and added how terrible Bodhidharma was, and said that in order to satisfy his intellectual interest and curiosity, Bodhidharma had experimented on the lives of more than 100 million people. The man stood behind and laughed. Kanuja, looking at his interlocutors, said that, among other things, the three seekers of truth knew better than anyone about the limitless power of Bodhidharma's teachings, and added that it could not be assumed that he had never been able to remember his true identity. He could see the light at any moment and throw off his human face. Cho, putting his hand to his chest, asked that perhaps he was the one who should stop the reincarnation of Bodhidharma. The mage turned his head to the protagonist, and said that he could not say that it was impossible for a human to calculate probability from great infinity. But so far Cho was the only reincarnation revived thanks to Jade that he had come across. The guy threw out his hand and said that, to sum up, the most likely contender for the role of Bodhidharma's reincarnation was a deity. Hanjin, furrowing his brows, exclaimed that definitely the power of the teachings that could stop the streams of time in living souls and physical bodies was a mysterious energy that even Master Kanuja, who was called the High Celestial, could not destroy, and added that it was undoubtedly Bodhidharma's tricks. The young man looked at the warrior and said that when he died and appeared in the spirit world, he begged to be handed over the rights of the owner of the jade, and added that the ability of the spirit jade was to absorb some of the spiritual power of the great ones and attract the rest of the jade with the help of the law of karma, and since the heavenly jade was sealed, they had no other choice. Cho, throwing up his hands, said that because of this, he had to drag himself to Shaolin. The young man wiped the blood from his face and the elder said that, like Bodhidharma, the three truth seekers had unimaginable abilities, and added that the wounds on Chang Il Ruyong's hands were the result of juggling the law of karma and the abilities of the chaos heavenly jade, and he exclaimed that it was not and asked how this was possible, and added that even his compassion for Chang Il Ruyong was caused by the fake law of karma. The earth began to shake and the hero asked what these vibrations were. Kanuja, looking away, said that this was the way it was going, and added that it was expected when they started talking about the secret of Bodhidharma. Flashes appeared in the sky. The sky lit up brightly. The guy, looking up, exclaimed that everything was really so serious. Figures descended from the sky. Jiam Zhang Zhong, levitating in the sky, said that it was he who was John. The man, looking at the enemy, said that he was the same as he had been 700 years ago, and added that he remembered his head falling off his shoulders, and asked how he managed to keep alive for so many years. The mage, looking at his opponent, said that the young servants of the deity had taken on an unbearable burden. God looked at the heroes. The mage was approaching the heroes. Cho, looking at the energy, reasoned that he clearly felt that this energy did not belong to a person, but it did not inspire much fear. The god was approaching the heroes and the guy said that, how to put it, a little unrealistic, and added that, of course, he could not be defeated with one blow, but looking at him, he seemed to be looking at a picture. A movie was playing in the cinema, and the warrior said that, for example, Thanos from the Avengers is a creature close to God, capable of erasing half of the universe, and asked if he frightened at least one viewer, and explained that everyone in the audience understood that Thanos was just a fictional character from the film, and added that Jiam Yungjong gave rise to the same feeling. The protagonist mockingly said that from now on he was Jumnos. God was looking ahead. Jiam Zhang looked at his opponent, and said that it was him. Cho, raising his head, asked again what he was. The magician looked at the main character, and said that they would not defeat Jiam Zhang even if all the greats here joined forces, and added that there was no guarantee, and he went completely crazy. God looked down and declared that one who had not ascended the throne but possessed its spiritual limit had become a hot topic of discussion in their circles. The servants, looking at Cho, said that he was special and added that it didn't look like he was still human, and one of them suggested that he try him first, and the other girl shouted that she had lost the bet. Cho, looking ahead indignantly, exclaimed that they wanted to eat him, and added that the assholes had become cannibals, and reproached him for being rude to his elders. The mage, throwing his hand forward, shouted that Cho should not be so rash, and reminded him that they were servants of the deity. The guy looked ahead. The girl laughed, and the character said that this little thing is not inferior in strength to the god of the sword, who has reached the level of nature, and laughed, adding that he does not know about GM Yungjong, but they clearly do not inspire fear. Cho looked at the girls and said that they didn't look like they were anything. The warrior turned to the main character, asked if Cho could not feel their impressive strength and did not feel their martial prowess that had reached the level of nature, and added that Cho was an absolute level possessor. Cho scratched his head and said that it was strange, and the hero asked what exactly. The guy looked ahead and asked why everyone was so afraid of the deity's servants. The girls levitated over the god, and the man said that in his eyes they were nothing more than a processed picture. The warrior turned to the protagonist and said that Cho had called them a processed picture. GM Yungjong looked at Cho and said that as expected of someone with the grandeur of a throne, he was a truly frightening creature. God took the sword in his hands. The god, looking ahead, shouted that Cho needed to be chopped before he understood their nature. The hero waved his weapon. The pillar of energy slammed forward. The character grabbed a weapon. The warrior raised his sword and said that he was creating the greatest wall of swords. The spirit, throwing out his hands forward, exclaimed that it was a demonic wall of fiery sky. The blow pierced the shield. The heroes rushed forward. The mage, throwing up his hands, shouted for everyone to stand behind him. The elder conjured with his hands. An explosion occurred in front of the heroes. God, turning to the servants, said that the three great ones who had been delivered could also connect. The heroine took out her sword. The servants, waving their swords, replied that there was. The heroes struck their swords. An explosion rang out in the sky. The sky shook with a bright flash. The ancestor, looking at the strength of the enemy, said that he did not understand how to resist this. The guy looked ahead. Cho, looking at the mathematical symbols with his eyes, said that there was no doubt that it was an unlimited power. There was an explosion, and the hero asked what were the mathematical principles that emerged inside the space of touch, and added that it was a virtual displacement, and reasoned that in contrast to the enormous physical size of the golden sword, there was always another parallel force, and concluded that the amount of the virtual displacement that occurred was always zero, and added that in this case, he was going into battle. The heroes marched forward. Cho, analyzing the situation, said that in this case, he could use this principle. The spirit, looking ahead in alarm, shouted for Cho to step back immediately. The blow fell in front of the heroes, and the guy exclaimed that it was necessary to incinerate their souls. The man held out his hand and said that the occurrence of a virtual displacement of an infinitesimal magnitude would neutralize the effect of the force, and asked how he could harness the forces of the physical world if the vector magnitude was zero. The protagonist put his hand forward. The hero held back the blows with his hand. God, looking at the threat, said that Cho understood everything. The god lowered her head and said that it was impossible to defeat an opponent who perceived them as emptiness, and saw deep into their true nature, and added that until now, the only one who had been able to define their power as emptiness was Lord Deity. The servant of the deity, frightened, said that she was scared because Cho knew about them, and added that it was as if she was looking at her father. The servants, turning to flight, shouted that they had to run. An image of the figures of girls appeared. The warrior looked at the hero and asked how to explain what Cho had done, and the protagonist replied that he recognized that their power was a fiction. The warrior stood in a circle, and the hero said that fiction means a false phenomenon perceived as real, and the guy clarified that this is exactly so. The man furrowed his brows and asked how to explain the golden sword that had destroyed the greatest wall of swords and the demonic wall of the two gods' fiery sky, and added that it couldn't be fictional. The god looked ahead, and the protagonist said that perhaps these were illusions, empty shells without a soul. Jianuja, looking at Cho, said that it is an art called spirit summoning magic, which is capable of sculpting a fictional creature according to the will of the caster. The protagonist glanced at the interlocutor and asked how it was possible to create a fictional person and what was the limit of this technique. The magician was blazing in the fire, and the man explained that the magic of summoning a spirit has one fatal drawback, because in fact, it is the magic of charm, which is able to pass off the non-existent as the real, but as soon as the opponent realizes that it is a fake, it loses all power. The spirit, throwing up his hands, exclaimed that he had been killed by a creature sculpted by magic, and asked how this was possible. Kanuja, closing his eyes, replied that he simply did not understand the great power of spirit summoning magic, and the young man asked how to understand this. The magician turned away and said that as far as he knew, there had never been a single Taoist in the history of the Tao path who had made the magic of summoning spirit a reality, and even Bodhidharma had not managed to reach the required level. The protagonist looked ahead dumbfounded and asked again what this meant, and said that the level of magic was so great that even Bodhidharma could not touch it, although he threw off his human face and rose to universal proportions. The mage held the planet in his hand, and the warrior said that the magic of summoning spirit was not some ordinary spell, although it was a fictional creature, until the opponent realized this. It could be called a human to some extent, and said that this magic was close to the divine power of creation, and added that it was at the level of a god. The protagonist scratched his chin and exclaimed that this was indeed the case. Jianuja, pointing at the hero with his eyes, said that it begs the question of who Cho is. Jianuja, looking at the hero, said that Cho's ability to recognize fiction in creatures created by god-level magic in the blink of an eye was incomprehensible, and asked how the hell he could do it if he wasn't on the same level as the caster. Cho shook his head and replied that no, that wasn't the case at all, and explained that his so-called almighty sword physique allowed him to do so. Jianuja, menacingly attacking the guy, exclaimed that if it was not a matter of divine abilities, then how else to explain it, and added that he himself did not believe that Cho had achieved this on his own, and asked how human eyes could see the fake. The god spread his arms, and the guy said that when he came to the spiritual world, his worldview was shaken. A deity had come from somewhere, sorcery, capable of creating fictitious personalities, and all these strange things caused complete chaos in his head, and said that he was not at all interested in any reincarnations of Bodhidharma, and added that he just wanted to run his own business, eat delicious food and live well, and asked not to try to hang anything on him. The man, turning to the hero, said that he had a request. Cho, looking back, thought that in less than a second, he asked not to interfere in his life, and he was already rolling out appeals. The magician closed his eyes and asked if Cho could find Guan Yu's descendants for him. Cho, looking ahead, said which descendants of Guan Yu. The elder waved his weapon and the hero said that he asked to find his great-grandchildren. The protagonist turned to the hero and asked what he should do with them, and he replied that he just needed to convey his words that he wanted to help them through Cho. Cho nodded and agreed that it was good. The mage stepped on the ground. The spirit, putting his hands on his hips, said that he also had something to say about the cult, and the man said what exactly he would like to know about the cult. The spirit, looking at the protagonist, explained that he had scoured Cho's memories and saw that he had done business in the cult, and the warrior asked again what he meant by doing so. The mage looked ahead indignantly, and shouted that he had gathered everyone in the castle and left. The protagonist scratched his head and stated that he had no choice. The mage raised his hand and asked how he had left hundreds of thousands of followers in the castle to starve to death. Cho covered his face and said it was his fault. The hero looked ahead and said that he had an idea. The next day, the sun shone on the city. The heroine was sitting on the roof. The girl jumped down. The heroine looked ahead and asked what was happening. The protagonist stopped and asked to call the king, and she called him with abusive words. The guy looked at the girl and said that the king was already old and deserved respect. The sun shone on the city. The mage approached the heroes and asked what was the matter. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and said that it was time to work off everything they had drunk. The warrior looked at it and asked how. The protagonist went ahead and said that he would open a branch of the clan, and they would go there. The man raised his hand and was indignant, but the protagonist calmed him down, and said that he would give them his testimony. The hero turned his head and asked who he was. A warrior approached the protagonist, and said that he was the leader, and he said that if Cho was the leader then who were they? Cho, smiling, replied that they were laborers. The man, looking menacingly ahead, exclaimed that they were great masters, not laborers. The warrior grinned and added that they also had to obey this Churyang. Cho took out his sword and said that he was the first to voluntarily join the ranks of the clan meeting. The man leaned over and said that, in addition, Churyang had made a great contribution to the destruction of black market gambling houses and usury. The protagonist pointed at the leader with his hand and added that he was much more useful than them. Cho clenched his fist and warned that if they dared to touch the head, he would kill them, adding that he would be informed of their every move, and asked if they understood him, and they replied that it would never happen. Cho, satisfied with the answer, exclaimed that it was excellent. Cho, looking at the warriors, said that they could leave immediately. Wai put his foot on the old man and revealed that Churyang was the first to voluntarily join the ranks of the Cho clan's assembly. The man is on his knees. The hand points to a person, and the hero added that he made a great contribution to the destruction of gambling houses, the black market and usury, which means that he is more useful than them. The protagonist raised his fist and threatened the Stark that if they dared to touch the head of Churyang, they would immediately kill him, and then added that he would be informed about their every move, to which the bald man replied that this would never happen. The hero looked ahead and told them to leave immediately. People are standing. The girls came in and apologized for being late. The man looks forward in love. Someone pinched him. So turned around and realized that Elon was unable to control his gaze and was staring at his chest, to which Elon replied that she misunderstood. The girl looked to the side and assumed that he took her for a fool. The guy crossed his arms and said that he looked like a decent girl, and didn't put a finger in his mouth, and then added that she should apologize to Lady Han. So closed her eyes and asked for forgiveness. Who grabbed her friend and said that it was the fox's own fault for circling its tail all over the area, and the hero thought that hatred for Han could bring loyalty and vice so close. The protagonist turned around and asked why the deputy head was so late. Un took a step and apologized for being late. The man is standing. The group leaned over and greeted the commander of the supervision. Wai looks and remembers that he visited the Cho clan in his absence. The hero bowed and introduced himself, to which the man noted that an interesting company had gathered. The protagonist raised his head and tried to understand what he was talking about. Wu raised his hand and explained that the rising stars of the righteous clans were the heir to the sword and the heir of Chegal, as well as the disciples of the renegades, namely the 8 kings of the dark skies, and also the pride of the northern sea. Wai looks ahead and realizes that he knows who Han is, but this makes sense, as she has created so much ice, shuttling from shop to shop, but he would be more surprised if Murim's supervision did not know about her, with their degree of knowledge. The man tilted his head and added that the head of the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan himself, although it would be more correct to call him the heir of the sword god, was not a righteous man or an apostate anyway. The squad turned when Wu revealed that for the first time in the history of Jianghu, such different unique talents had joined forces, but they were used to the endless confrontation of good and evil, combined like water and oil. But this place had become a safe haven for Murim, who had been waging wars for hundreds of years. The man raised his head and explained that this was solely his personal opinion, but even if the whole of Jianghu condemned them, then he, Wu, saw them as his future. The young man turned around and remembered that Wu was usually stingy with praise. The guy stands behind the man and added that he is not one to throw compliments, which means he is trying to win Wai's interest. The guy looked to the side and realized that this was not a bad idea, but he knew the chapter too poorly because he would not buy his words. The hero took a step forward, and then thanked for the praise, and wanted to know what brought him here. With a satisfied expression on his face, unclosed his eyes. The young man opened his eyes in shock when he realized that he felt like a servant who praised the greatness of his master, which meant that he, the heir of Chegal, already perceived Wai as a master. The man raised his hand and replied that he was here for the iced tea of the Chamber of Commerce, and the hero noticed that Poyang was not a passage yard, but he was trying to convince him that the commander of the supervision of the Murim alliance had come from afar for no apparent reason. The protagonist turned around and asked the inspector to speak directly and assumed that he had been given an order, to which Wu replied that he was only there for tea. Wai turned and asked for iced tea. The hero tilted his head and told him to drink tea and return to work, and they were forced to leave him on business in the ward. The protagonist stood up and shouted for everyone to go to the negotiating tables, because they were starting the meeting. Wai turned around and noticed that Wu didn't look well, and the guy replied that he hadn't been able to sleep even 4 hours lately. The hero touched his chin and said that he did not remember putting much stress on it. The guy exhaled and realized that the head did not know that the chamber was overwhelmed with requests and appeals, and then said that the Chamber of Commerce had achieved great influence, and had already occupied 2 provinces, and their commercial zone was as large as a small state. People passed through the gates, and Ong clarified that there is a queue of officials, Jianghu clans, and representatives of wealthy lands who want to enter into a partnership with the chamber, and they cannot ignore their appeals, because even if they receive guests selectively, it is still at least 3 dozen people a day. The guy raised his hand and added that most of the appeals are proposals for deals, but the main headache is the officials, who quite often confront them with the fact that they have to deliver the goods, and he sweats 7 times while he chews everything up with them. The hero gritted his teeth with rage and thought that they were scoundrels, but there were still influential families, because there were only narrow-minded warriors in the family, but the families of scientists also made a living in such robbery. An image of the separation of people appeared, and the protagonists remembered that they already have a great example, which means that from this day on, the Chamber of Commerce also introduces the division of guests into categories. Un raised his hands and said that the Namgun clan with its indestructible reputation could do this, but not them, as long as they were listed as a trading company, and the nobles and masters of Jianghu did not like merchants very much, because they had not yet proven themselves so well. Wai leaned over and reminded him that they had freed Poyang from the tyranny of the dark skies. The guy closed his eyes and said that the hero seemed to be smart, but sometimes very stupid. The guy turned around and explained that in fact, the Dark Heaven Association was not a collection of fools. After all, they had ruled Jiangxi for half a century, and that was impossible without any talents, and the protagonist had suggested that they were threatening with force. An image of the heads appeared, and unexplained that they were many times more adept at courting honorable officials than the righteous clans, and the bureaucrats would welcome illegal groups even more than the righteous clans under their command. The young man raised his hand and shouted that, unlike the righteous clans, they didn't care about their own faces and didn't beat around the bush, and if they did take on a business, they could guarantee a profit. That was what the fervor of the criminal clans meant. The man took a step and assumed that he had deliberately spoken in such a way that he would hear. The guy stretched out his hands and explained that he only wanted to show how cunning and skillful criminal clans are. The hero looked away. The protagonist grabbed Chan's arm. The young man pulled his hand away and said that if there was nothing else on the agenda, then he would go. Wai looked ahead and thought that he wanted to encourage him in some way, but he didn't know what this righteous fanatic would like. The protagonist raised his head and asked what he was doing lately, to which the guy replied that he was honing his family martial art. The hero raised his hand and said that he could help with this. Jang turned around and asked to evaluate his technique, and Wai interrupted him and said that he had a condition in return. The protagonist looked ahead and told him to try to convince the patriarch. The guy raised his head questioningly. The hero stretched out his hands and said that in the transmission of the Namgong clan. But anyway, there was something to profit from Poyang Lake now, and Hafei had become their branch, and he thought that if the reputation of the Cho clan was not enough, then he would borrow it from the Namgong clan. Un stood up and realized that he had decided to take over the Namgun clan with a history of several hundred years, just not to bother with receiving guests. The guy stands in shock and thinks that Namgong is not some ordinary organization, but a huge family that dominates Anhui. And how did his tongue turn to announce the transfer? But if Wai will mentor him in martial arts. The sun illuminates the city, and the hero told Chang not to make such a face and pacify his anger, and also weigh everything properly, and then added that he had handed over the land to the patriarch, which was no more and no less, and the sunny shore itself, the great son of Nanchang. The young man tilted his head and noticed that the sunny shore was considered the largest gold mine in Poyang Lake, but he still couldn't believe that Wai had given up a tasty morsel. The hero stretched out his finger and asked if the Namgun clan had managed to unleash the full potential of the Sun Shore. After all, they had built one residence, and all because they lacked human resources. The young man tilted his head. People are walking down the street, and the protagonist said that if you invest enough work, you can open military embassies, inns, taverns, red pavilions, trade guilds, security agencies, and much more, and then explained to Chan that this gold mine will bring a lot, at least twice as much as Hafei. The hero stands and says that it is time for the Namgun clan to divide the main residence and ramifications and turn from a clan into a power, and then asks how long he is going to play the kings of Anhui. The man looks ahead and understands that he is calling for branching out as if nothing had happened. An image of the chapters appeared, and Wu added that he was completely unaware of what would happen if the clan took over, as it would be like announcing his withdrawal from the Murim alliance, which would never leave it like that. The man stands and reminds that they are thinking about dangerous things, because they are discussing the seizure of power at the top of the Union. The hero stretched out his hand and explained that they wanted him to hear this. The protagonist turned around and said that if the Cho Chamber of Commerce was going to lead Jiangxi, then it could not be done without seizing power, because the forces of one clan and guild would not be enough to cope with the land dominated by the three heavenly kings. Wai looked down and added that if they did not claim power, they would be harassed by the Murim leaders like them day by day, and no matter how difficult the path was, they would have to assert their influence. Wu looked ahead and explained that even if they increased their military strength, there would still be a squad formed from the rabble of the Dark Heaven Association, and then tried to see if one squad of heavenly warriors of the Cho clan could seize and maintain influence. The inspector stands and wants to know what they will do with the Evil Heaven Association on the border. After all, the Dark Heaven Association has fallen because it was unable to properly strengthen the defenses. But now the others have begun to find out the weaknesses of the Chamber of Commerce and will certainly try to seize it. The hero raised his head and asked if he could be allowed to speak. Wai raised his hands and revealed that he would take full advantage of the glory of the sword god given to him, and that he planned to gather all the swordsman clans of Murim every year for a swordsmanship contest, and that he would grant the clan with the best results as the strongest sword clan of the Murim swordsman as the god of the sword. The man opened his mouth in shock and tried to comprehend what he had heard. Wu stands there and realizes that he has literally announced that he will take control and influence of the sword god all the swordsman clans. The hero leaned over and added that he would also give all the clans a chance to know the deep meaning of sword god swordsmanship, and each school came from the rising stars who showed great promise and asked what would become of the whole of Jiangxi. The inspector is shocked. The sun shines on the swordsman, and the protagonist said that all the clans wishing to inherit the will of the sword god will flock to them like clouds, and this place will have an influence comparable to the Murim alliance. The man raised his head and suggested that he wanted to start a war with the Union. The hero turned and asked what about the reason. Wai waved his finger and explained that it was a great luck for the swordsmen of the Middle Plain to get hold of the teachings of the sword god, but if the alliance wanted to stop it, it had to have a reason, and the hero couldn't understand why they were forbidding them. The inspector looked down. A red aura envelopes the sinewy hand, and Wu understands that the young talent that shows promise is just a shell, and he, like no one else, knows how deeply thinking and creepy a person he is, which means that he must be stopped. Orange energy envelopes the body of a man who realizes that he needs to use the power of union. The protagonist looks forward. Wai slammed his finger on the table. The sphere exudes a purple aura. The hero stands against the background of the starry sky. The man can barely stand on his feet and understands that it is difficult to imagine how great a force it is. The protagonist tilted his head and asked for forgiveness, because his body was used to immediately reacting to hostile intentions. The inspector stands there and realizes that he has completely forgotten that he is an absolute level master who is not inferior to the head of the alliance. The man crossed his arms and said that he had behaved unworthily. The hero looked up. Wai smiles and says that he was just curious about what the Union's position was on the matter. Wu stands and tells the guy to reconsider his intention to unite all the swordsman clans under the name of the sword god, because 2 hasty gatherings can wreak havoc in Jianghu. The protagonist sits and wants to understand what in this case the alliance can offer him as a payment for not inciting the swordsman clans. The man turned and asked what he wanted. Y raised 3 fingers and explained that he needed 3 things. The hero touched his chest and said that they were always free to get up and leave if his conditions seemed impossible, because he saw no point in investing in something that would not benefit them. The inspector closed his eyes and said that he was listening. The protagonist stretched out his finger and began by saying that he wanted an absolute alliance between the Chamber of Commerce and the Union. A man stands and tries to understand what an absolute alliance means. Y sits and explains that this is an indefinite contractual relationship that cannot be terminated unilaterally, and the inspector remarked that it looks like a simple military alliance, or they must be together in life and death, in sorrow and joy. The hero raised his head and replied that this was the second option, because they should eliminate threats together and make a profit in half. The inspector turned and tried to understand what it meant to share the benefits. Wu made a move and added that if the revenue was divided, then the Chamber of Commerce that manages the exchange of goods in Anhui and Jiangxi would suffer heavy losses. The protagonist raised his head and replied that they should not fly Anhui from Jiangxi, because they had done this together with the Nambong clan, and added that he should not covet someone else's property. The inspector looked at the hero inquiringly. Y stands in front of the map and reveals that we are talking about the provinces of Hubei, Honan, Shaanxi, and Shaanxi under the administration of the Union, because he would like to discuss the issue of expansion with the Union. Wu took a fighting stance and realized that he had planned to expand the Chou Chamber of Commerce, which was already huge, which meant that his goal was to fill the whole of Jianghu with the shops of their chamber. The protagonist raised his hands and explained that he was also offering to share the profits, and noting that the man was a coward, because let him judge for himself that it would not hit them in any way. An image of people with the hero's food appeared, and the inspector thought that this would still hit them. Maybe now they would share the huge profits, but in the future, the Union would have nothing left but to submit to the Chamber of Commerce. The man looked down and thought that the first requirement was unthinkable, but what would happen under the second and third, and then asked what the next conditions would be. The protagonist smiled and replied that it would be necessary to find the descendants of Guan and the painting of Xiannu. The old man stood up and tried to understand what kind of cruel nature he was, who kept the benefit for himself, and threw the trouble on the Union. Wu stands and thinks that the hero decided to test him, because to crush Anhui and Jiangxi, and then covet the possession of the alliance, sounds quite logical, but one thing is not clear: that he first led it into a corner with grandiose plans and oratorical skills, and now suddenly asks to find descendants and a painting, which means that it has to do with the alliance. The sun illuminates the valley, and the man muses that there are few ancient villages with the same name, and if he asks, it will not be difficult to find the descendants of Quan, but why borrow the powers of the alliance if it is enough just to spread information networks? And then Wu assumed that there is some hidden meaning in this. The warrior was standing, and the inspector thought that among the famous masters wandering around Jianghu, there was someone named Guan, which meant that he wanted to criticize the separate policy of the alliance. But as soon as they returned to the alliance, it would be necessary to check once again whether all the worthy had received awards. The man stands and tries to understand what kind of Xiannu painting it is. An image of the elders appeared, and Wu remembered that finding her was a long-cherished desire of the Taoists, and it was no secret that the Union gave great preference to the Huashan and Wudong schools. Wu holds out the painting and realizes that they must find the map that all the Taoists pray to, and believes that there is some kind of catch in it. The hero waved his hand and suggested that the inspector was looking for a double bottom, but there was none, because the protagonist did not have enough opportunities, and the Union had a serious staff. The man looked at Y questioningly. The guy leaned over and explained that he meant that the Union was much more than a chamber. Wu raised his head and realized that the second and third conditions were simply his personal wishes, but the alliance was not some kind of Hao clan doing all the small errands. The hero crossed his arms and said that if they wanted, then that's fine. The man raised his head and realized that under no circumstances should he show outbursts of emotion, and he could not believe that he had managed to confuse him, the man nicknamed the Stone Buddha of Supervision. The inspector covered his face and explained that the Union is not some ordinary organization, because the alliance is an important step, and he, for some reason, sets conditions in the form of personal desires. The protagonist threw up his hands and said that if the alliance thinks so, then he just thanks them for their work. An orange aura of rage enveloped the inspector. Chan grabbed Wu's hand and asked him to keep his composure, while Ung added that the commander would lose if he drew his sword. The girl turned around and added that if he shared the master's blood, she might be able to convince Y. Elon raised his hand and said that men solve problems either with a good fight, or mentally over a drink, and why do we need these arguments at all? Locke looked ahead and noticed the level of pusillanimous hucksters. Maybe he was a monster. You can't hide the nature of the businessman. The hero accumulates energy and calls him a scoundrel. The man took off and said that this was not a reason to use telekinesis, so raised her hand and shouted that her brother was wounded and that they should stop. Chan turned around and thought that out of everyone here, she was the most careless. The protagonist waved his hand. The man flew into the wall. Locke took out his weapon and told him to prepare to become a civ, for he would not tolerate such a blow to his pride. Y raised his hand and replied that he didn't even need to strain to defeat him. The man rushed to attack. The girl looked away. Khan used the skill. Ice spikes filled the room. Han raised her hand and told everyone to stop before she froze everyone. Locke looked away in horror. Locke fell to the floor. The hero stands next to the girl. The brother turned and shouted to his sister that he was sad. The inspector stands and realizes that they dared to attack the Murim alliance as well as him, Wu. The man turned around and irritated that they did not respect the union, and also had the right to look down on him. The protagonist sat down and offered to see when it would be better to hold a competition between the clans, because there was a lot to prepare, but he believed that a month would be enough, because as they say, you need to forge iron while it is hot. But first they will send invitations to all the clans of swordsmen to Jianghu. The young man turned to his head, unsmiled and said, "Why don't they do that?" The hero raised his hand and added that it was possible to send invitations in groups, because in their case it did not matter whether it was good or evil, because the main thing was to gain a foothold on their territory, and Hunan and Guizhou were good trade zones. The inspector looked back in fury. Wu angrily slapped the table and shouted that they would see how far Y could go, so they should do it again. The protagonist smiled and noticed that he had finally shown his humanity, because all the cards were revealed, which meant that he could pour out his soul to each other. The man stands in shock. Wu looked down and realized that everyone had been dancing to his tune from the very beginning, as he had completely seized the initiative, so these negotiations had failed. The sun illuminates the courtyard. The guy stands there and realizes that this was a play, and Locke adds that he was sitting there without touching anyone, and suddenly he mentally connected with him, as well as with Wu. Chan turned and assumed that it was only with them. Elon smiled and shouted that he had also been contacted. Un raised his head and tried to find out what Y had transmitted. The guys turned around and shouted that it was a fuss. The bearded man smiled and said that as soon as he heard these 3 syllables, he immediately understood everything, because it was obvious that it was necessary to unbalance the master from the alliance. The guys are standing with sad faces. The man raised his hand and asked what they were offended by, because they, the intelligentsia to the core, were making a fuss in front of Murim's mentor. Locke turned and assumed that Maiden Han had also been contacted. The girl shook her head and replied that she had not heard anything, to which the bearded man realized that she was going to kill him seriously. The girl blushed. The man scratched his head and realized that she liked Y so much. Locke turned around and asked who to date, because she had become prettier as she began to drink blood, to which the sister asked her brother to shut up before she beat off the remaining egg for him. The man lowered his head dejectedly. Locke looked up and remembered the lines that a lonely dove, in the high sky, one rising sun, and one high hill, and they were loners on all sides, and whether he was destined to live alone. Han looked to the side and said that she thought he really wanted to hurt the hero. Locke turned and shouted that he wouldn't let him attack, and she was worried about the guy who would send him flying with one punch. The girl leaned over and asked for forgiveness. The man closed his eyes and mentally told her to frown with his beautiful eyebrows, because such an expression should not overshadow such a cute face, which meant that he made her suffer. Locke tilted his head and shouted that he had made a mistake and was also deeply guilty for upsetting Maiden Han. Elon turned around and said that he had been kind of strange lately. Who raised her head and explained that it had started since Y destroyed all the houses of tolerance, so he was going crazy without female attention. Locke came up and said that he had given up a long time ago. Silhouette went outside. The man smiles and realizes that their brother has won. The hero waved his hand to the inspector and wished him all the best. Un approached the protagonist and asked how it went. Y raised his hand and said that the Murim Union would open a branch in Jiaxi. The protagonist raised his finger and explained that this was not an attempt to make Jiangxi a territory of the Union, but simply part of a plan to confront the evil Heaven Association, and he was even willing to pick up the banner of the Murim Alliance that would contain them. The men raised their hands and said it was amazing. The hero looked ahead and declared that the alliance had approved of their competition. The guys are in shock. Chan turned. An image of a star appeared, and the young man explained that the junior sword god in less than 10 years of his reign would ascend to the top as the ruler of Jianghu. Clouds flowed across the scarlet sky. The building is standing, and someone is calling the protagonist. A silhouette appeared in the opening, and Y assumed that the news had reached him as well. The old man exhaled and tried to understand what kind of competition between the clans could be, as well as why the Chamber of Commerce of the Chou clan was so eager to win the championship in Jianghu. The man looks ahead and thinks that Namgong runs the Chamber of Commerce, and in Jianghu they will start gossiping that the clan is trying to gain power, which means that the competition cannot be allowed. The hero holds a sword and says that everything has already been agreed with the alliance. The protagonist sheathed his sword and revealed that they had received approval from the alliance, and the alliance had also promised to send 2 squads to open a branch that he would manage. The old man stands and says that the young man will be running the branches, to which Y asks him not to worry. The bearded man stands and tries to understand what the alliance is thinking about, because if they have given unlimited power to someone who crushed Jiangxi with one sword and shrewdness, then it means that they understand what it will lead to. The hero sits and says that he has no connections with the 9 schools or the 5 great families, but he wants to have a grand reception, so he wants the patriarch to help him, because he needs the strength and reputation of the Namgong clan, and the old man understands that the one who has contact with the isolated Tang clan says that he has no connections. The man looked ahead and asked what his grand plan was. Wai looked up and tried to figure out what was so big about it. The bearded man stretched out his hand and explained that it was not so easy to seize power, and tried to understand what his truth was, as well as his moral principles, what his subordinates saw in him, what followed him. Let him show him his beliefs, if he really decided to rise to the top of power. The hero is sitting. The protagonist stood up and thought that he had no incredible plans, nor the beliefs and plans of the ruler. Wai goes and says that first of all, he will not turn away from the tears of the common people, and he will not throw big words around, that he will not tolerate immorality, because he will live according to justice, because even if he passes off fiction as beliefs, it will quickly be revealed by his actions, but there is a nuance. The old man raised his head and tried to understand what this nuance was. The hero raised his hand and explained that he would certainly take care of his family, friends, comrades, subordinates and employees, because if someone tried to harm them, he would lay down his bones, but he would stop him, and he could guarantee it. The man stands and understands that he would be disappointed if he declared that he would conquer Murim, or eradicate all evil, and then said that youth is a pure time. The patriarch bowed his head and hoped that the protagonist would retain his values for a long time. The old man raised his head and explained that his comrades, he sincerely hoped that he would be ready to support and protect them to the last, to which the young man replied that it was not even up for discussion. The man looked ahead and asked the hero to guess how many relatives he lost before he rose to the patriarch. The protagonist's eyes widened from what he heard. The patriarch stands against the background of the skulls and, without waiting for an answer, said that he had lost more than 100 of them. But what was so special about the title of patriarch that he had to eliminate more than 100 relatives? Wai opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that the Namgun clan had about 600 members, but a whole 100 of them remained in the struggle for the position of the head. A picture of the family appeared, and the old man said that despite the elders' endless arguments about the need for more sons, Chan and Seo Jr. were enough for him because he was afraid that tragedy would break out because of him again. The hero looks ahead. The dark silhouettes of his comrades are standing, and the man explained that the older they get, the more they cling to the hierarchy of wealth and fame. Friends and subordinates will not always remain clean. People argue, and the patriarch added that turmoil and a struggle for power will begin everywhere. The protagonist tilted his head and thought that it was difficult for him to imagine how his comrades would get involved in a shadowy struggle for the main position, and the heads of the merchant guilds would start a feud for key trading rights. The man turned around and said that the human soul always strives for one thing, but the desire to dominate entails rivers of blood, but one should not get too close to everyone, or vice versa, push away, because loneliness and suffering will be his eternal companions. An image of emptiness appeared, and the old man summed up what it means to be a ruler, and whether the hero is sure that he will not regret it. The protagonist looked down and thought. A picture of the guys appeared, and Wai remembered that Jang fanatically follows all the rules of Namgun, and his serious appearance causes laughter, or for whom mathematics and diagrams are all life. The men show muscles. The hero thought that Elan and Pak are constantly showing off their muscles. The brother and sister are standing, and the young man said that Locke has ridiculous jokes and his knees are constantly trembling, and who is a lover of the blood of masters. Khan looks away, and the head remembered that she always looks like she is confused by something and cannot face his gaze. Wai stands in the background of blood and cannot believe that these careless guys will enter into a shadowy struggle for power, because now such a thing seems something unrealistic. The patriarch looked to the side and said that the hero was still young, but one day he would begin to live with his head, not his heart. The protagonist tilted his head and said that it was too expensive, and he wanted to continue to live cheerfully and carefree, as he did now. The man raised his hand and replied that he wanted the same thing, but let him look at him now, for he had rushed at breakneck speed as soon as he heard of the coming contest, fearing the reaction of the Murim alliance. The patriarch lowered his gaze and said that his heart no longer trembled in search of heroism like his. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that Su somehow seemed to him to be a sad and feeble old man, but it couldn't be that the great swordsman Jianghu, who had ascended to the throne of the strongest family, and the head of the Namgong family, looked like a pathetic wreck. Wai raised his hand and shouted that the man was on his deathbed. Let him cheer up. The hero smiled and said that a smile attracts good luck. The protagonist raised his hand and said that they would show these noble Shaolin, Wudong, and Huashan righteous women their courage and martial prowess, because his last name might be different, but he was still half Namdong, and he would not do anything to disgrace the honor of the family, so let him not worry about anything. The man tilted his head and thought that he was jealous of the young man and his dreams. The sun illuminates the street. People are sitting at the table, and one of them asks if his comrade has heard of the Cho family Chamber of Commerce, to which the other replied that they destroyed the Dark Heaven Association and crushed Jiangxi. The man put his hands on his chest and said that they were holding a grand competition between the clans, to which the interlocutor was surprised to note that the Murim Union allowed this, and the guy added that the merchants do not know their place. The man with the armband noticed that the interlocutor did not know what was going on in the world due to his useless training, because the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce was a junior sword god and an absolute master. The old man was standing in front of a burning building, and the man explained that he had shown martial prowess during the Battle of the Dark Heaven Association, showing the technique of controlling chi with a sword, flying a sword, and walking on the air, and how the Murim Union would dare to object. People turned around and repeated in shock that he was an absolute master. An image of the chapter appeared, and the narrator added that the head of the alliance had announced their participation first, and then Shaolin, Wudong, Huashan and the rest of the 9 great schools had announced their decision to participate all over Jianghu, and they had already been joined by other martial clans, including the 5 great families. The man raised his hands and invited his comrades to attend the competition as well. The man with the armband raised his fist and, when asked why they should participate there, explained that there was a rumor that the Chamber of Commerce lacked combat organizations, and their abilities should be enough to knock out a place for them. The comrade turned around and remarked that it sounded good, and the former merchant guild would pay well. A pink light lit up the houses. The lamps are hanging. The hero raised his head and shouted to the worker that he had told him that fireworks could not be placed there. The protagonist turned around and shouted to people that it was forbidden to hang fireworks on pavilions decorated with fabric. As the elders sit at the table, Y realizes that since they are having a contest, they can't lose face, as this is a rather large-scale event in Jianghu. The spectators stand near the arena, and the hero explained that the more magnificent and rich the banquet, the better the atmosphere, and the image of the Chamber of Commerce depends on how the competition between the clans goes, which means that they are not in a position to save money. Un runs to the protagonist and asks him to wait. The young man held out the picture and asked him to look at it. An image of a map with a white tiger appeared, and Y realized that there was a clan with the symbols of a white tiger. The guy raised his head and shouted that the Sima clan had come out of seclusion. The young man turned around and added that they were heading to the Chamber of Commerce. The hero is shocked and realizes that Sima will take part in their competition. An unknown person stands among the dead bodies. If there is a demonic sect of the heavenly demon, then in contrast to it, there is a heaven of righteous clans, namely the Sima clan. Flames surround the door, the clan of the great warrior of the god of battles, single-handedly who put an end to the Great War. No one knows the reasons, but after the Great War, the clan chose seclusion, which lasted for hundreds of years until now. Y looks ahead and realizes that the great clan has stepped out of the shadows, announcing Jianghu's return. The hero holds his head and does not understand, because during this time, threats, which were serious and not so serious, have been written to Jianghu many times, but they have never interfered. But now, when the Murim alliance has gained the greatest stability, the clan of the god of battles plays the role of protector of the righteous path, and then wanted to know the reason that could attract him in their peacetime. The ancestor stood up and said that it wasn't just about attraction to jades. Y lowered his head and tried to understand the exact reason. After all, going back was one thing, but they immediately joined their competition as if they were just waiting for it, to which the voice replied that he didn't know either. People are walking, and the hero understands that so far their eyes have been riveted on the competition between the clans, but it is obvious that now the attention will switch to the Sima clan, and no matter how you slice it, this is an attempt to ruin his events. The ancestors raised their hands and started shouting that they needed to kill them all, as well as that they were scoundrels. The protagonist looked ahead and realized something. Y smiled predatorily and realized that the situation was not so hopeless, because he already had a couple of plans to turn the Sima clan's huge reputation against them. The old man stands and shouts that he is crazy. The sword god holds a weapon and suggests that it is better to strike at their pride by being superior in martial arts. The hero smiles and says that he does not want to act in this way, because they are the ones who plan to frustrate his plans, and he cannot use a merciful way, and most importantly, this is the clan of the god of battles. An image of a formidable man appeared, and the protagonist suggested that there was a high probability that they had a warrior stronger than the martial arts emperor or the purple swordsman, and if he suddenly recklessly rushed into battle and lost, then the competition between the clans of the Chamber of Commerce would come to an end. The ancestor raised his head and realized that Y was so unsure of his own abilities. The hero turned around and added that he had barely reached the pinnacle of the absolute stage. Y stands still, and when Jung said that many warriors who have devoted their entire lives to the path of battle cannot even reach the unbridled stage, let alone the absolute one, he replied that he should not compare him with an ordinary person. The man stretched out his hand and noticed that his current knowledge of martial arts was so unique that it was pointless to divide them by level and let him just believe in his strength. The protagonist smiled and thought that he would take note of this. Y turned around and replied that the participation of the Sima clan did not change anything, and that they would proceed according to the plan, to which the young man added that the main problem had to be solved first, since they had expressed their intention to participate, which meant that they needed to send them an invitation. The hero shook his head and said that they wouldn't send him, to which Jung reminded him that this is the Sima clan, the strongest clan in the world, and he doesn't want to invite him. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was so, and let them settle the matter. The guy raised his hands and shouted that he didn't know anything, and that he would do as he was told, and let them not think of blaming him later, and Y offered to notarize it. Un ran and said that he didn't care and had to go. The hero smiles. The protagonist raised his head and realized that they were done here, which meant it was time to visit the people he loved. The buildings are standing. The sun illuminates the structure. The hand accumulates ice energy. The man used some kind of technique. The guy stands and realizes that he was able to reach the top of the fifth combination of the divine palm of white ice, namely Snow White Majesty. The long-haired man looks at his hands. Someone slipped a tray and reminded me about eating. The man stands and understands that these are just another mandu, and he has already eaten boiled mandu, steamed mandu, fried mandu, battered mandu, fermented mandu. The guy picked up his plate and said that he would like something special. The door opened. Khan took a step forward and called her brother. The sister hugs her brother. The girl turned and asked how she should understand this, because he did not say that he had locked her relative here. The hero stretched out his hand and replied that it was his idea, because he himself said that the training should be serious, and asked to lock him up, and most importantly, to be fed. Han looked at the man and asked if this was true, to which he replied that he was the initiator. The sister put her hand on her chest and asked why he did this, and she remembered that her brother could be called the last descendant of the North Sea, and she knew how obsessed he was with the idea of reaching an absolute ice body. But that didn't mean he had to torture himself. The guy raised his head and noticed the energy of pure ice. The long-haired man bent down and realized that it was an icy body, and she had reached the unbridled stage. The man dropped his plate of food and realized that too many tears, sweat, and blood had been shed along with the 1,000-year-old glaciers, and he went to great lengths to take revenge on the enemy, and she was on the same level as him. Han put her hand on her chest and explained that Lord Y had given her heavenly spiritual ice. The guy stands and realizes that it is surprising not only that he shared such a curiosity, but also how much it absorbed. Once in the blink of an eye rose to the Iceman. The brother turned around and told the hero that his sister owes him an unrepayable debt, and he, as the eldest, expresses gratitude instead of her, to which the protagonist added that he should not take it into his head, because this is all for the good of their society. The long-haired man tilted his head and added that the heavenly ice was a real treasure that even the people of the Middle Plain were hunting for, and he had no idea how hard it was to get it. Y took a step towards the exit and said that Hannah could talk for the time being, and he would visit an acquaintance. The blushing girl looks after him. The brother turned and noticed that she was inflamed with feelings for him, to which she shouted that this was not so. The man tilted his head and noticed that she was already quite an adult. The long-haired man stepped away and said that they had seen each other, and that would be enough. Let her follow him. The guy raised his head and said that he wasn't going to leave here until he reached an absolute ice body. That's when they would talk. The long-haired man stands and says that he must devote himself to training so that he is not ashamed to look into her eyes, and he will not repeat it again. Hannah lowered her head. The girl goes to the exit. The sun illuminates the street. People walk past the buildings and notice that it resembles the scale of the past Huffei. The hero tries to pass and notices that this small suburb has grown to a huge size and is now teeming with guests. In a word, he has found himself in another world. The woman looked away. The protagonist raised his hands and asked how she was doing. The mother approached her son and noticed that he was just skin and bones, which meant that a lot of things had piled up on him, which Y did not understand why she thought that he had lost weight. The woman turned around and said that day by day he was becoming more and more beautiful, and she practically did not see him. She could not even understand whether he had lost weight or gained weight. The mother wanted to say something, but noticed someone. The girl stands and at the words of Yen, "Where did such a beauty come from?" explained that she is Han. The woman stands and says that she is glad to meet you, and then added that she is Y's mother. The girl stands and calls for her brother. The children are running. The young man stands and says that his sister scolded him behind his back, and when she saw it, she rushed to hug him, shedding tears. The girl turned. The sister looks at Hannah and says that she is cute. Hyuk turned around and realized that Y was a merchant, a martial artist, and now a womanizer, and tried to figure out if this man had a limit. The young man stood up and greeted his daughter-in-law. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and said that everything was not as he understood. The guy turned around and said that he had never been interested in girls, and then suddenly for the first time in his life he brought home, and said that they were not together. Y stretched out his hand and tried to understand what it meant to bring him home, because everything was wrong, and added that they each had their own things to do, but now the plans had changed, so they came together. Relatives stand and understand that something is clearly unclean here. The girl looks away. The mother pointed with her hand and said that now was not the time for this and let them pass as soon as possible, because it was still necessary to greet the father, and added that the girl should also pass. The sister grabbed her brother's hand and asked why it was necessary to embarrass her, but Hek did not understand what he had already done. Cho raised her finger and revealed that he was still alone for this reason, and explained that the couple had not yet decided. The guy turned around and replied that either they like each other or not, to which the girl said that they love each other, but have not yet confirmed the relationship. The young man raised his hand and said that he liked her, let him tell her so, and he only endured, to which his sister told Hek to remain alone until old age. Smoke rises from the chimneys. The man walks and does not understand why they cannot work faster. The worker turned and replied that everyone was already busy, working tirelessly, and asked him to stop grumbling. Song raised his fist and asked him to repeat what he had just told him. The father pointed his finger at the guy and said that he knew that they had been drinking late into the night. The worker looks up and tries to understand how he found out, because they deliberately did not go to the inn so as not to get caught, but gathered at the house of a fool from the Jing family. The man gritted his teeth in anger. A drop runs down the face of the young man, who thinks that their comrade has messed everything up. Song lowered his head and shouted that the UN took pity on them, gave them work, although according to the rules of the forge they should have been fired a long time ago, and they could not resist, and arranged a binge. The man pointed his hand to the side and shouted that they should all be swept away, and production would be suspended. The guy stands and understands that the owner will disperse all the workers again, and then he will knock with a hammer all night, saying that he does not need them, and that he will do everything himself. The young man knelt down and shouted that he was wrong and asked to give them another chance. The man tries to move away and tells the brat to let him go. The woman put her hands on her belt and shouted that this gentleman was back at his own, and then added that everyone should get back to work alive. The mother looks ahead and tries to understand why it is impossible to spend at least a day in silence. The man raised his hand and shouted that she was a grumpy woman, and added that she liked to get involved in men's affairs, to which Yen remarked that he had said that these were men's affairs. The father looks away. Song turned to Y and addressed him. The man goes ahead and tries to understand what he was thinking, because the Chamber of Commerce has orders growing and growing, and then asks what he is going to do if he is going to take all the workers of the forge in Jiangxi, to which the hero replied to hire new ones. His father raised his fist and shouted that it was not easy, because it took a long time to raise one decent worker, and there was a lot of work to do, but he wanted him to teach someone along the way, and the protagonist reminded him of assistants. Song raised his head and said that he had taken more than half of his assistants to Poyang Lake, and now he had the conscience to say so. The man turned away and asked him not to talk to him anymore, and Y reminded him that he hadn't seen his son for almost a year, and that was all he could tell him now. The father hit his son in the face and shouted that the hero could go to the whole neighborhood to dishevel, that they threw him out of the house and that he was a negligent son. The protagonist touched his head and said that he was wrong. Song smiled and noticed that he hadn't completely forgotten about respecting his old people. The man turned to the girl and said that it was good that, unlike his narrow-minded brother, he would be the first to give his father grandchildren. Hannah waved her hands and told the elder that they were not in a relationship, to which Song replied that she could call him father instead of elder. The girl blushed and repeated the man who said that it was correct to call him father. Hannah stands in shock. The hero took a step to the side and asked his father if he could find a suitable candidate for him, and the old man tried to understand what he was talking about. Y closed one eye and explained that he wanted to ask if there was anyone who could head the forge in Anhui, and added that he wanted to look for him among the assistants, to which Song shouted that he was sending his father, who was still in his prime, into retirement. The hero scratched his head and replied that he meant it, he just did something here. The man raised his hand and tried to understand what his offspring had already done. The protagonist stands in front of a lit building and reveals that Cho's Chamber of Commerce has gained influence in Murim, so now they cannot live apart. Y raised his hand and added that more and more Jianghu experts would want to come after his head, and if his father stayed here, it would be difficult for him to guarantee his safety. The man raised his head in shock. The woman opened her mouth in surprise and tried to understand with Song how it was that the Chamber of Commerce had become part of Murim. A murderer stands with a sword. Martial artists have long hesitated to go to certain death to defend honor and justice, and at the same time did not shy away from murder when it came to reputation, because they are people of an uncertain, cruel world where good and evil spit together. The man raised his head and mockingly said that one would think that his son was a martial artist. The protagonist looked to the side and answered in the affirmative. The guy was sitting at the table, and his father remembered that he was more of a scientist, and in his youth he could lock himself in a room for 3 days, burying himself in manuscripts and memorizing all the texts that he saw. The light reflected off the hero's scabbard. An image of a sword appeared, and Song noticed that it was an iron sword of the Cho clan, and then added that it was an order that was intended as a gift to some general. The father stands and asks his son to show him his martial skills. The protagonist raised his sword without hands. The young man jumped onto the flying blade. Y flies on the sword and reveals that it is called sword flying and adds that it is the technique of the legendary sword god, and then remembered that his father does not know that the sword god Chung is their ancestor. The worker dropped the hammer from his hands. Y flew high into the sky. The hero cuts through the blade and reveals that in the entire history of Murim, only 3 swordsmen could use this technique, and in modern times, only him and perhaps a purple swordsman. Y descended from the sword and said that he was a real swordsman. The father stands and understands that he is not just a swordsman, but a genius of the sword. The man turned around and offered to pack his things. Song tilted his head and explained that he had called them bales, and in order not to be a burden, they would get there on their own, to which his mother tried to object. The father looked to the side and realized that he couldn't leave any doubts even after seeing his son flying on a sword. The mother approached Y, and the man realizes that his dream, namely the happiness of their family, he has fulfilled all this. Song stands against the background of the forge and realizes that if he died now, he would do it without regrets. The woman looks ahead and turns to her husband. The father stands and says that he wants to be a stumbling block. The hero looks away and understands that because of him, they will have to leave their native land, which keeps valuable memories. But it is better this way than to wallow in despair due to the inability to fix everything and mentally asked for forgiveness. The protagonist touched his stomach and said that he was hungry and added that the second son had come from far away and had not yet been fed. The mother runs and asks the girl if she is hungry. The man scratched his beard and realized that the legendary sword god warrior was Jung. The hero turned to his father and said that he had no equal in luck, and he could not help but take the chance. So he was not a native of Jianghu. Blue particles rise into the sky, and the protagonist began to tell something. Clouds are floating in the sky. 2 silhouettes stand outside the city. The girl turned around and noticed that Y had a great family. The hero's mother holds food. An image of Hannah's mother appeared. The blue-eyed woman looked away. The girl lowered her gaze. Hannah began to cry. The protagonist looks away in embarrassment. The guy raised his head. The young man took out a sword and invited the lady to fly on it. Y goes and reveals that he couldn't get used to it at first, but over time, he realized that there is no better means of transportation than a sword. The hero gave his hand and asked to climb. The girl put out her hands and realized that the 2 martial artists would experience sword flying, and this was a real event, but she would have to stand up to each other tightly, and said aloud that she would rather use qigong in the old-fashioned way. The protagonist exhaled. A man's hand grabbed a woman's. Y pulled Hannah with him. The couple flies on a sword. The sun illuminates the city. People are walking down the street. Soldiers in green clothes walk and shout that they are the one and only Tang clan, which does not forget either benefactors or enemies. The soldiers are coming. Silhouettes with yin-yang flags appeared. The group goes and shouts that they are noble men, namely the Wudong clan. The old man stretched out his hand and said his name, and then added that it was an honor for him to meet the heroes of Sichuan, the true son of the Buddha Hua, the elder brother of the martial arts emperor Chong'an, and the current head of the Wudong clan. The man took a step and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which the old man remarked that as expected from the soaring dragon emperor, their martial prowess had increased. Moko raised his head and explained that it was an accidental coincidence, and he was just lucky. Bearded man looks ahead and realizes that until now, the only weakness of the Tang clan was the patriarch, who was young and too weak compared to the impressive fighting prowess of the clan members, but now, he had greatly succeeded in gaining respect. The silhouette of the hero appeared in the crowd. The protagonist smiles and calls out to the patriarch. The girl crossed her arms and greeted her benefactor. Y walked over and told her that it was their heavenly ice that was meant for her, as she was studying the techniques of the Northern Sea. The man crossed his arms and replied that it would be more correct to express gratitude to Mr. Y because this was not a gesture of goodwill, but a condition of the deal. The elder pointed at the guy and revealed that he was Mr. Y, from the Cho Chamber of Commerce. The old man raised his hand and realized that this boy was the heir of the sword god, and said aloud that his name was Hua, and he was playing the role of the head. The hero turned and invited the man to chat. Moho stands and realizes that the head of Wudan himself greeted him, and he is looking for a personal conversation, and the protagonist at this time said that the Tang clan does not forget either benefactors or enemies and added that they will stand there, leaving their savior alone. Silhouettes go to the side. Wudan's members stand and notice that this was rude on Y's part, as no one says hello like that. The old man looks ahead in shock. The hero exhaled and remembered that Wudan was the clan of the jealous martial arts emperor, which meant there was no point in being friendly to them. The sun illuminates the building. The protagonist entered the room, and the employee realized that it was the chairman himself, but that he had forgotten with them when he had his own inns. Y stands and mentally tells that this inn is located on the outskirts of Lake Poyang, occupying the best location, and the cooks in it are excellent. But unfortunately he does not own it, and if he were the owner, he would not sell it to anyone either. The hero took a step forward and noticed that the head of the Tang had arrived alone, and then asked what happened to the other family members, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and so they would all get together. To which the man replied that it wouldn't work because he had poisoned everyone to the Chamber of Commerce. Moho turned around and reminded that it was the head of the great Wudong clan after all, and whether the hero was sure that he should be treated like this, to which the protagonist sarcastically replied that one would think that Taoists do not eat or drink. The man sits and tries to figure out what that means, to which Y replied that he doesn't look like someone who loves bragging and big banging. The protagonist raised his hands and asked why he was gathering people, asserting himself in power, and holding a clan competition. The man looks down. Head Tang looked ahead and understood. The hero clenched his fist and said that during the competition, every corner of the Cho Chamber of Commerce property would be decorated with food, booze, wagons, weapons, and other goods that the chamber was so proud of. An image of the goods of the Chamber of Commerce appeared. A yellow aura surrounds the weapons, and the protagonist explained that for them, everything is a cultural innovation from another dimension, and he wonders how they will react. Y holds a sword and reveals that the clan contest has several goals, but the main thing he put his heart and soul into is the gigantic product placement. The old man is standing near the cart, and the hero explained that the clan competition is the largest event in all of Jianghu, but what will happen if you conduct a loud advertising campaign? The protagonist stands against the background of a red silhouette and adds that it will rip their heads, because even the righteous Taoists of Wudang will not be able to keep their composure after tasting black caramel water, ice liqueur and iced tea, because they are not able to leave here with nothing after riding on the cart as if on clouds and holding high-quality, but inexpensive weapons in their hands. Which means they will fall to their knees and grab the hem of their robes, begging for a deal. The man looks ahead in shock. A picture of the clan members appeared, and the Tang leader realized that it would undoubtedly be as he had said, for he was also dizzy with the viands and booze of the Cho Chamber of Commerce sent in gratitude for the iron ore. Moho drinks the caramel water and adds that the water and liquor have magical powers, because from the first sip he felt a chill wash over him from top to toe, and he will never forget this typhoon of magical taste. An image of a freezer appeared, and the man added that even now, the Tang clan drains all the profits from the sale of iron in the Cho clan Chamber of Commerce, and the caramel water, iced tea, and iced liquor need to be stored in the Qi of Frost Ice, but Sichuan is too far from Jiangxi, so they have to be transported in specially designed ice boxes, which is why the Chamber of Commerce has asked for a huge amount for transportation. The fighters ran to the wagons, and the man explained that there was nothing to be done about it, because the members of the Tang clan could no longer imagine life without the goods of the Chamber of Commerce. After all, this was wise insidious plan, and they knew that they would end badly, but they couldn't help but buy it. The hero is standing over the territories of China, and Moho added that he has now announced that he will spread his evil influence throughout Jianghu and through clan competitions. And what will happen if Jianghu caves into the taste of the Chamber of Commerce? The man looks away and realizes that he is even scared to imagine how much his power will grow in 10 years, and his ability to manipulate people is even more frightening than the absolute stage. But it does not negate the fact that Wei is the savior for the Tang clan, who stopped the conflict that has dragged on for a long time. The head raised his head and said that he wanted to ask him something. The man looked down and asked what was going on with the demon cult, and assumed that he had indeed gone into seclusion. Moho sits and tells that they have changed their name to the divine cult of the heavenly demon, and do not leave Xinjiang at all, and this worries him even more. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and revealed that he was actually a celestial demon. The hero raised his head and added that he had ordered them not to leave the lands of Xinjiang, and also said that he would kill everyone if even one crossed the border, so they would never disobey. The man looked ahead and realized that the young man looked extremely serious. But even jokes had a limit, but he would not believe in this nonsense, and said aloud that he was not in the mood to joke. Wei turned around and replied that there was no fun. Sweat runs down the face of the head of the Tang, who thinks that this is nonsense, because the heir of the sword god cannot be a heavenly demon, and he, the head of the great clan, does not look like a stupid youth who would believe this. The hero looked up and said that he would guarantee it to him, and then added that he would have to clarify relations with them once again. But until then, nothing would happen, and if Sichuan suffered damage, then the Chamber of Commerce would cease all activities and throw forces to help the Tang clan, because for him, Sichuan ore was of great value. Wei looked out the window and added that although he had given the order to keep a low profile, he was also uneasy because he had provided them with food and a roof over their heads. An image of people appeared, and the hero said that even though they had captured the Silk Road leading to the west and were making huge profits, Xinjiang alone would not be enough for them to feed more than 10,000 followers, and when the provisions ran out, they would use explosive force. The head of the Tang raised his head and assumed that the young man was really crazy, because he imagined himself to be who knows who, and this was the last stage of megalomania. Wei held out his hand and said that he couldn't remember them ever regretting following his advice. Moko exhaled and replied that he did not regret it, but he could not do anything about the feeling of injustice. The hero turned around and wanted to know what kind of injustice he was talking about, and the man said that the Chamber of Commerce is of great benefit from the Tang clan. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he did not expect to be miserly. The man looked down and tried to understand what was happening. Wei slammed the table and shouted that this was not allowed, and then asked who reconciled Senior Tang with the clan, or whether he would deny that he was the one who cleansed Sichuan of demonic followers and assumed that he had decided to exchange all spiritual values for a couple of silver coins. The head turned away and noticed that there were more than a couple of coins. The man bowed. The employee smiled and asked what the chairman wanted. The hero turned around and said that he wanted to order only one. The bearded man closed his eyes and wanted to know what he meant, because in this case he would choose all the freshest products and cook them. The protagonist raised his head and asked how much they would pay for it, and then asked how much the great darkness in was worth. The man looked away and realized that he was talking about it again. The owner closed his eyes and said that he would pretend not to hear anything, and the hero offered 3,000 nangas in gold. The bearded man looks ahead in shock and tries to understand if he heard it. Wei turned around and said that he had to think about it, because he knew that they had heard rumors about the collapse of the business of a certain clan of swordsmen named Hua. The hero looks at the trembling man and says that he will help him simply change the sign and become subordinate to the Chamber of Commerce. An image of the innkeeper appeared. The main reason why Y was so eager to conquer the Inn of the Great Darkness was not so much because of the merchant's ambitions, but because this man depended on the Dark Heaven Association and made a living as usury, sucking the money earned by sweat and blood from the common people. The hero looked menacingly ahead and realized that it was time to deal with him, and shouted that he was giving him 7 days, and if he did not make a decision before then he would show what he was capable of, because this time he would not be able to survive. The bearded man bowed and whined what he would sell. Y silently looks ahead. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was the right decision and that the manager would visit them soon. The hero turned and ordered 3 plates of noodles, as well as a bottle of flower wine. The owner looked down and thought irritably that the chairman, the manager of a huge chamber of commerce, had ordered some kind of noodles with wine. Y raised his head and asked them to carry quickly. Clouds are floating in the sky. The sun illuminates the square. Bald guys are walking down the street and can't believe that this is a great clan competition, because it looks more like a huge night market. People look around in shock. Someone got out of the carriage and said that he was greeting everyone because they had the Anhui Forge with them, the soul of the Anhui Forge, the pinnacle of inventive skill, as well as the first-class ride quality, as they would feel as if they were floating on clouds, and then added that they would have a one-of-a-kind chance to make a trial run and summed up that they were recruiting 50 people in the order of stay. The girl holds the bottle and tells them that if all the drinks seem the same, then let them taste their ice liqueur made at the Cho clan's distillery, and then they will change their minds, as well as feel the invigorating freshness of the northern blizzard, experience a new level of hops, and for those who like it stronger, they have prepared the wine of the snow deity. The guy stands there and shouts that he remembers how their first guest burst into tears when he tasted caramel water and meat wrapped in bread, because this is the miracle of the taste of hissing in the mouth, a revolution in the cuisine of the Middle Plain. But he won't delay, because they will understand it when they try it themselves. The man stretched out his hand and greeted the brave Jianghu warriors, and then asked if they found solace for body and soul after exhausting training, and if they had ever thought about what quality of life meant. The agent pointed to the model and said that right in front of them was a confirmation of their thoughts, because they could take a bird's-eye view of the Cho clan's buildings, and only today, only now, he would show them a breakthrough among the dwellings. People look forward in shock. The girls approached the man and asked if he had tasted a glass of liquor, or maybe he had already ridden in the cart, to which the bald man replied that he was a novice and was forbidden to drink. The girl raised her hand and offered to try caramel water instead of liquor. The guy tries to break free from the grip of the ladies and asks to let him go. The worker holds the bottle and says that it is possible to lie down from abstinence, and the young man asked him to try it. The novice pressed his lips to the vessel. The bald man exhaled. People are sitting in the carriage and remark that it is very soft, and the agent added that they can run the roof and enjoy the fresh air. The old man looks ahead. The novice looks away. Someone is coming. The hero's friends stand and say that they greet the elders from Jianghu, and Elon greets him vulgarly. Chan slapped his comrade on the head and asked what this vulgar greeting was. Jock smiles and remembers how as a child he dreamed of fighting with Shaolin diamonds. The mustachioed man stands and says that the glory of the young swordsman, the pride of the Namgun family, thunders on all 4 seas, let it continue to be so. The tutor took a step forward and asked where the successor of the sword god was, to which the guy replied that he should arrive soon. A green flag flutters in the wind. The crowd is approaching. The hero stands with the head of Tang and Han. Bohm looks ahead and notices that the woman's snow-white hair and blue eyes remind him of the high witch who once stirred up the middle field. The protagonist leaned over and sincerely thanked them for coming such a long way. The mustachioed man raised his head and said that they should not consider it rude, but he wanted to know where this maiden came from. The masters look at each other in silence. The girl stands against the background of the empress, and the hero said that because of his blue eyes and snow-white hair, Hannah is almost an exact copy of the High Witch of the Great War, the Empress of Pure Ice, and he expected such an attitude, but it cannot be let down. The protagonist raised his head and replied that this maiden held a high position in the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan, but he was interested in her lineage from the doorstep, showing no respect, and this was not at all in the spirit of Shaolin monks. The man took a step forward and tried to understand where the disrespect was. After all, a follower of the path of Tao must first reveal his status, and how dare he get a noble monk from the Fan clan? Y smiled and said that there was hardly anyone here who would surpass him in status. The hero put his hand on his chest and explained that he was a direct disciple of the sword god. The man stands in shock and thinks that this cannot be, because a direct student inherits traditions from the teacher personally. The bald man stands and tries to understand how his tongue turned to say this, and how the long-deceased god of the sword could accept him as a student, to which the protagonist replied that he was quite alive. The monks stand in shock after what they heard. The girl turned around and asked why to stop, to which he asked her to hide behind him. Hannah took a step forward and revealed that she is a 17th-generation descendant of a North Sea blizzard with the surname Ha, and her icy name is the Wisdom of the Snows. People look at the girl in shock. The old man stands and repeats that she is a descendant of the blizzard. The man tilted his head and clarified that she directly said that she was a descendant of the Empress of Pure Ice. Hana stands and adds that there are no clans in the North Sea capable of revealing an icy name. The leader stretched out his hand and said that for them, the people of the Middle Plain, enmity with the outside world is boundless than the sky and deeper than the seas, and of course, that different times, they are different people. But in the North Sea, they also believe, and their plain has not existed for hundreds of years to bend under the Han clan's gene again, so let her retreat, after all. It is not too late to renounce the icy name, and live a simple life. The witch is hanging, the Empress of Pure Ice was chained like a dog, her servants were torn to pieces, and then hanged in the street, starved to death, so that she would be severely criticized by historians of the next generations. A man of the Northern Plain kills a member of the North Sea. Besides, even though the god of battle put an end to the Great War, the people of the Middle Plain who poured into the North Sea slaughtered all the nobility of the North Sea who couldn't even resist. The hatred of the North Sea is as deep and wide as the wound of the Middle Plain. The girl looks forward menacingly, and realizes that she is being asked to renounce her last name. The man shook his head and explained that following the path of Tao would not force someone to give up blood relations, because the problem was in her statement. The old man stands and tells that she revealed the ice name, mentioned the Han clan again in the presence of the masters of all 9 clans, and this is no different from stirring up an old feud, because by proclaiming herself after the blizzard, she will turn into the universal enemy of Murim. The girl stands and thinks that the universal enemy of Murim, namely the Empress of Pure Ice, died with this brand a long time ago. Hana took a step forward and revealed that the people of the Middle Plain had broken into the North Sea and destroyed the Eternal Shadow Cave, and that cave was where the disciples of the Eternal Shadow clan named Soul, the strongest of the 7 great clans, were hiding. She looks ahead and explains that at least 80 people have been trapped without food or water, forced to die one by one, but in the end they have made the decision that the oldest are donating bodies to their children. The old man raised his head and assumed that she was proposing to discuss the pent-up hatred again, but the same horrors were happening in the Middle Plain. The man stretched out his hand and added that they had all lost loved ones to the Empress of Pure Ice, and they were the ones who started the war. Hana closed her eyes and replied that she did not propose to discuss the feud. The girl put her hand on her chest and added that she was a descendant born out of the desperate desire of ancestors dying in hatred. After all, the ancestors of the North Sea had sacrificed hundreds of years. Blue Eyes looked ahead and said that after that, she didn't dare deny being a descendant of the North Sea. The old man looks ahead and says that this is the desperate desire of the ancestors, namely the restoration of the Ice Palace. The girl closed her eyes and thought that if she agreed, she did not know what kind of persecution she would have to endure. Hana stands and understands that she can understand what he is thinking without words, but if he were in her place. The blonde took a step forward and replied that he was right. After all, as a descendant of the Northern Sea, she was willing to do anything to restore the Ice Palace. The man stands and understands that he did not expect that she would announce the restoration of the palace for all to hear. An aura surrounded the hero's body. The particles rose into the air. The light illuminated the area. Men stand and try to understand what is happening. People fell to the ground, and someone noticed that this is an overwhelming force that can trample the spirit. The protagonist stretched out his hand and stated that there was an unbreakable alliance between the Chamber of Commerce and the North Sea. The man tries to stand up and says that he must be aware that his statement will turn all the righteous clans against him. White turned around and assumed that they had already conducted research on how the Dark Heaven Association had fallen, and the man wanted to know how to understand it. The hero lowered his gaze and replied that he was so easy to throw words around, so he asked? Because he was just curious because they were so brave that they talked loudly about their enemies, standing in front of the one who defeated the 3 kings. An image of the heads of the Dark Heavens appeared, and the protagonist revealed that there were more than 60 unbridled stage masters in the Dark Heaven Association, which is about one average-sized clan. Jin stood there, and Wai explained that the great slayer of the Dark Heaven was one of the 4 kings who was at the absolute stage, and apart from that, among the heavenly and ghost assassins alone, there were 3,000 masters who had reached the first stage. An image of a cannon appeared, and the hero said that the cannon, together with the rest of the forces, the army numbered 6,000, and this is not counting huge financial resources. The protagonist looks furiously and adds that he was alone. An aura surrounds Wai, who explains that the man who almost single-handedly destroyed the Dark Heaven Association is standing in front of them, and they continue to instruct that he, Wai, is not worthy of becoming the patriarch of the clan. A huge stream of energy gushed out of the hero's body, who furiously added that he had told them about the unbreakable alliance with the North Sea, and they dared to call him an enemy. The man is on his knees. The protagonist raised his hand. Shrouded in an aura, Wai stands. The hero closed his eyes and said that the martial arts emperor would soon announce, but the Cho Chamber of Commerce had made an unbreakable alliance with the Murim alliance, so they made a big mistake, and with their statement, they denied that they were subordinate to the Murim alliance. The old man got to his feet. Wai looks ahead and realizes that most of the 9 clans' masters can't recover due to the side effect of boosting morale, so it's no wonder that he represents the 9 clans now. The representative bowed and wanted to know that the union was true, and the hero replied that the head of the union would soon arrive, so he would be asked. The man raised his head and thought that if the head decided to make an alliance with the Chamber of Commerce, then it was not an easy matter, because the descendant of the North Sea had publicly announced the restoration of the Ice Palace. A picture of the clans appeared, and the old man added that it was obvious that all the righteous clans would flare up with rage when they heard the news, but the alliance was obliged to declare the descendant of the North Sea a universal enemy and order persecution. Gray-haired looks ahead and realizes that the Murim alliance has made an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce, declaring an unbreakable alliance with the North Sea, as even he, the head of the Wudong clan, was unaware of what was happening. The silhouette of a woman appeared from the crowd. The head stepped forward and said that it was a great honor for her to see firsthand the divine power of the heir to the sword god, which she had only heard of. But despite his great strength, he was too cruel. The hero closed his eyes and replied that maybe it could have seemed so. Fan stands and says that one way or another, the righteous clans, namely the power of Jianghu, and therefore they revere strength, but nevertheless, the power based not on trust, honesty, reputation, is treading the path of apostates, and now his appearance resembles an apostate. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that if he hadn't shown strength, he wouldn't have been able to protect this maiden, his man. The girl blushed from what she heard. Wai stands and continues to be amazed by them. After all, this happened hundreds of years ago, and if they have been harboring hatred all these years, then why not arrange the Great War of the Middle Plain again before it all goes down in modern history, since the ancestors of the 9 clans fought among themselves? The hero straightened his arm and assumed that they had either forgotten about the enmity that enveloped them, or this was the common sense of descendants, to which the woman replied that it was 1,000 years ago. The protagonist raised his hands and added that 1,000 years, or 300, during which time in both cases the warring ancestors had turned into white bones. Someone is coming. The flag of the white tiger is waving in the wind. People turned around and realized that this was Sim's family. The crowd is coming. The man came out and shouted for the heir of the sword god to show himself vividly to the protector clan. An image of energy, a powerful clan appeared. From generation to generation, this honorable title was awarded to families who made a name for themselves in Murim. Each of these clans had a unique feature. A man holding a sword, the Pink clan of Hebei. This is a black warrior of the northern sky. The old man looks forward, the Namdong clan. This is the emperor of the eastern sky. The man looks away, the Chaegao clan. This is a brilliant strategist of the western sky. Moho is holding a weapon, the Tang clan from Sichuan. It is the evil dragon of the southern sky. An image of a red-haired old man appeared, each with a separate role in Murim. These are bright representatives of righteous clans, accumulating reputation and wisdom for many years. But one clan was the core of the mighty clans, most precisely Murim. This clan was the Sima clan, the Sema clan. This is the protector of the middle heaven. Flames enveloped the gate. He was the only one who could say that he was protecting Murim, the center of attraction of all Jianghu and a direct descendant of the god. People are standing with a flag. Either Shaolin could crush their reputation, nor Huashan, although his influence is now in its prime, so special and integral was their position in Jianghu. A white field surrounds the hero. 2 shields of energy collided. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that his Dao will has taken the form of a shield, bouncing and dissipating, which means that he is the minimum of his level, and maybe even stronger. Purple energy enveloped the sphere, and the god of the sword declared that they spit on the oath of eternal duty, dare to push his successor around. The man tilted his head and said that he wanted to take shape, to which Wai replied that the god could no longer be possessed. The hero is standing in front of a purple ray, and the protagonist explained that until now, the sword god had used his body too much, so much so that due to the huge expenditure of spiritual force, he began to feel how his soul was being depleted, so he couldn't. The old man bowed his head and declared that these creatures were not humans, for one who was familiar with the principles of the Dan, one who had sworn to serve faithfully, could mercilessly exterminate an entire city by waiting for him to visit the tomb, all in order to ask for an audience with the past king. Wai smiles. The hero touched the sphere and said that the ancestors should just watch, and he would try to figure it out on his own, because they had been around for so long and still did not know that he was Wai. The ancestors stand and understand that with his eloquence and tricks. The man looked down and asked if he was sure he could handle it. The hero stands and understands that one way or another, they are still medieval Chinese, which means that as soon as they taste the fruits of modern ingenuity, they will not be able to remain sane. The old man stretched out his hand and said that he would convey all his hatred for the Sima clan to him. After all, he had the reputation and dreams of the Chou clan in his hands. Wai took a step forward and thought that he didn't really care, but it was enough for them to try to disrupt his competition, which was more than enough for the Sima clan to become his enemy. The hero took a step forward and said that they were looking for him. The man stretched out his hand and called the protagonist a scoundrel. The red-haired man swung for an attack. A red shell flies towards Wai. The guy jumped to the side. The hero attacked the opponent. The man put his hands up. A bunch of attacks collided with the defense of the red-haired man. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that it was a shield of radiant chi. The enemy is looking forward. There was an explosion. The man made a dash in an unknown direction. The red-haired man swung for a shot at Wai. The energy repels the protagonist. An aura envelopes the fighter's fist. A bunch of shells flew towards the hero. The young man dodged the attack. A cloud of energy flew past the protagonist's head. Y landed and realized that his physical strength surpassed his special physique. The elders stand and understand that this is what was expected of the Sima clan. A man walks through the air and notices that the guy has a higher beginning at this age. The hero stands and says that it is exciting to hear such words from a warrior who has reached the level of limitlessness, which is called the pinnacle of the absolute stage, and then he realized that the gap between infinity and the higher principle is comparable to the distance between heaven and earth, which means it will not be easy. Y turned around and asked why they were so hostile to him, since he had never crossed the path of the Sima clan, and there was no hatred between them. The man looked ahead and assumed that the hero was denying belonging to the Cho clan. The protagonist smiled. Y turned around and told him to look for the ancestors of the So family, not the younger sword god, and then tried to understand why he was misleading people. The fighter raised his head in shock. The guy stretched out his hand and said that he didn't know the details, but he had heard that the hatred between his clan and the Sima clan was as deep as jade. But he wasn't asking for respect, which meant they didn't need this feud between the families. The hero scratched his ear and said that he suspected, but did not think that he was really such a simpleton. The man looked ahead in shock and repeated that he was a simpleton. The protagonist thought on his finger and continued that he didn't need to add the Cho family in each branch, instead of the loud and lofty names from the creators of the names. Y stretched out his hand and added that it wasn't because they were descendants of a huge family with a rich history, but because he was curious to see their reaction. After all, until now, they had suppressed any attempts by the Cho clan to strengthen their influence. The hero lowered his blade and summed up that judging by the fact that they had bought into a blatant ruse, they would now have to say goodbye to the title of the best. The man smiled and replied that a statement not backed up by real force was nothing more than chatter, but even so, he couldn't defeat him. The guy exhaled and said that he was already starting to get tired of this one-sided thinking of the people of the Middle Plain. The red-haired man looks angrily ahead. Violet energy filled the hero's eye. The protagonist's silhouette vanished into thin air. The man looks ahead in shock. The field enveloped the body of the fighter. Y sits on the roof. A black hole appeared in the air. Many void spheres formed out of nowhere. The soldier looks away. The red-haired man looked forward and the voice explained that these were the heavenly voids. This was the sword god's technique, which meant that he could feel the destructive power of each of these circles. The man tilted his head and realized that this was the legendary god's authentic technique, and then tried to figure out what to do with it. The opponent looked back, and the god explained that even if there were 5 more people like him, they would not be able to stop the voids, because it takes at least a third of their entire clan to find them all, which means that this will destroy all the clan members behind it. The fighter clenched his fist and realized that having a high level, he didn't even try to fight him, but hid behind the will of the Tao, and he couldn't leave it, and then assumed that he didn't have a competitive spirit at all. The hero turned around and explained that there was one way. After all, his Tao will was within a radius of 300 yen, which meant that he would be at a disadvantage if he could use the destructive Tao for more than 30 yen, and then added that as soon as he used it, he would activate the heavenly voids. Blood gushed onto the ground. The young man asked which of them would be faster. The red-haired man looked up and thought that even for the Renegade Alliance, the threat of hostages was the most brutal method of pressure, but as he had said, he couldn't use the will of the Tao, because as soon as he did, he would release the heavenly voids without a shadow of hesitation. An unknown pressure began to emanate from the wagon. Someone stepped on the ground. The man is standing. The light shone on the bearded man's eyes. The unknown person raised his head and noticed the heavenly voids. The hero sits and realizes that he has overheard the transmission of thoughts hidden by the will of the Tao. The old man scratched his beard and replied that it was called heavenly hearing, and then noticed that he was so surprised by the 6 magical powers. The young man sits and realizes that he has read not only his thoughts, but also his soul, which means that the legend of the 6 magical abilities may be true. The god of the sword stands and understands that this is the level of nature, and he is on the same level with him in his best years, and perhaps even stronger. Y gritted his teeth in horror. The hero sits on the roof and realizes that the presence of a warrior who has reached a state of nature is in itself difficult to describe and incomprehensible. The man walks and the Y thinks that this old man with black eyes seems like an ordinary person, as if he has not studied martial arts at all, because there is either an overwhelming giant sword like a mountain, nor the power of a demon that can overshadow the world with demonic energy. The god looked to the side and replied that there was nothing strange about it, because it was literally a natural state, and at the moment it was just empty. It did not attract natural energy, so it seemed to be a mere mortal, because he did not awaken the will, it was just emptiness. Hanjin took a step forward and added that such emptiness at this level was surprising even to him, because he instantly felt that he had devoted many years only to free himself from himself. The old man raised his head and noticed that the hero could communicate with the lords of the spirit world. The ancestors stand and notice that this is an incredible degree of psychic unity, for he is a real divine man, but it is amazing that he can still live in the mortal world at such a level, and his spiritual power on a par with them. Y sheathed his sword. The hero descended to earth. The protagonist waved his hand. The old man stands in front of the spheres and says that this is indeed the rarest achievement of the art of intention, extremely rare even in the history of martial arts, and then added that he suspected, but did not think it was true, after all, the common heir of the sword god and the demon. The master is standing. The man turned around and realized that the common heir of the sword god and the demon, and then tried to understand how warriors from such different eras were able to leave a common heir. After all, these are the words of the great founder of martial arts, the absolute founder, and to doubt him is a great sin. The old man stretched out his hand and offered to take a walk. People are coming. The hero's comrades look after them. Clouds are floating in the sky. The sun illuminates the battlefield. The founder raised his head and said that he wanted to see the power of the sword god and demon in him, which meant they needed to fight. The ancestors turned around and replied that they would give him all their strength, and the sword god added that he also wanted to test his martial arts against him. Wai turned around and said that the sword god couldn't descend again. After all, it was just a duel, which meant everything would be fine. The god took possession of the protagonist's body. The young man lowered his blade and said that as the eldest, he would give him the right to begin. The old man opened his eyes wide and said that he would not hesitate. A monstrous energy surrounded the founder's body. The man rushed at the hero. The protagonist blocked the attack. The bearded man swung his leg to attack. The man kicked him. The protagonist dodged the blow. The hero blocked the lunge. The founder turned around and said that if that was all, he was disappointed. The guy smiled and noticed that he was strong in close combat. Wai swung and asked what about his art of intention. A black hole appeared. The old man began to concentrate energy and clarified that martial arts are based on absorption and destruction. The man released the energy. Monstrously strong auras clashed. The opponent waves his hands. Auras try to break through each other. The yellow vortex of energy became larger. People see yellow rays. The protagonist raised his hand with the sword. The hero looks ahead. The young man lowered his hand with the black hole. The dark aura began to shatter. The old man looks ahead. The ancestor approached Wai and said that he was fighting alone, which meant it was time to give in to the others. Hanjin stretched out his hand, and the guy asked him to stop. A purple aura enveloped the hero's body. The protagonist smiled maliciously. The descent of the heavenly demon, 10,000 demons worshipping God, and Wai stand irritated. Violet energy surrounded the void. The demon waved his hand. The young man uses the flaming demon circle wall skill. The guy jumped back. The hero flew up. Chi had accumulated at the end of the blade, and the protagonist said that it was a demonic circle. A black hole of violet energy surrounds Wai's body, the fire of sin's destruction. The old man raised his head and said that he was trying to control the energy so that he wouldn't hurt the Orsing, and it didn't matter to him. Hanjin smiled and replied that he didn't need to worry about that. The founder concentrated power in his fist. An orange beam flew towards the void. A stunning explosion rang out. Wai looks up in shock. Comrades look at the flash. An explosion thundered. The fire fell on people. The roof of the building split in two. The protagonist raised his hands and shouted for them to stop, because if this continues, then his entire guild will be destroyed. The demon looked down and told him to stop being greedy, because the guy was rich. The hero stood up and shouted that if they continued, he would not allow them to move in again. Hanjin looked away irritably. The ancestor took a step to the side and said that all the excitement was gone. Wai landed on the ground. The old man looked ahead and assumed that the battle was over, and the hero said that if they did not stop, then not only the merchant guild, but all the guests would be in danger. The man closed his eyes and said that he had seen his abilities, so he was satisfied. The founder looked down and added that he could now put it in good hands. The hero looks ahead and tries to understand what he meant. An orange aura enveloped the old man's palm. The man struck his hand. The limb fell to the ground. Wai stands there and doesn't understand what is going on here. A man's hand is bleeding. Wai makes a surprised face and asks what it is. Sima stands in front of the protagonist with a severed limb. He looks up at the hero. Behind the guy are many of his ancestors. The red-haired man falls to his knees. He bows his head and asks for forgiveness. Sima hits his forehead on the ground and states that in order to live to this day and hold on to this cruel life, he had to sever all ties not only with the clan but also with the world, then adds that for this reason, he was unable to stop the descendants from oppressing the Cho family. One of the hero's ancestors makes an indignant face and wonders aloud how all this can be forgiven, including the grave sin of a servant who renounced his eternal oath of honor, losing only his arm, as well as all the sins of his descendants. Sima looks down and tells the great conqueror that he knows that his clan's broken oath has brought him endless suffering. He raises his remaining hand, saying that, however, compared to the general threat facing their people, family grievances are as trivial as dust, and then asks if it is not understandable that he is risking his own life by standing here. The great conqueror looks at the red-haired man and wonders who he really is. Sima, still on his knees, reveals his name and adds that he is the one who was once called the god of war in the martial arts world. Wai makes a surprised face and mentally pronounces the man's title and mentally asks how this is possible. Sima stands on the stones. The hero thinks about the fact that the era of the god of war was 300 years ago, and wonders how a person could live for more than 3 centuries. Hanjin frowns and reveals that when one reaches the level of natural mastery, The spiritual essence rises to the level of the higher, and human life transcends the limits, and then adds that there is no need to be surprised. A young man stands in front of a red-haired man in the middle of the ruins of the arena. The young man wonders to himself that the true abilities of those who have achieved natural prowess and were called a god in the history of martial arts were so extraordinary. Jung and the demon god stand behind Sim. The protagonist silently says that if they transcend the human limits, then it is not strange that beings called deities are afraid of them, and adds that the three divine beings may be pretenders to the throne. Y stands in front of a stone wall with marks, thinking that he feels the interest of great beings, star constellations directed at him, then adds that it seems that the people of antiquity have already surpassed natural skill in their sword art, and have gone beyond it by reaching the throne. A long-haired man sits on a mountain of skulls with swords. The hero talks to himself about another competitor and notes that if they do not want a new throne, then a precaution and an attempt to destroy the trio would be a typical reaction. Y stands with his back to the stone with formulas, thinking that when he remembers the phrase written on the heavenly demon's three swords plate, everything changes again. The young man frowns and thinks that it was the divine throne that sent his followers to destroy the sword god and the sword demon, then is surprised that he is now calling them and notes that this is completely illogical. A sky with gray clouds appears. Zhang, making an excited look, demands that the god of war immediately remove the natural energy. The red-haired man raises his hand with tongues of fire and declares that it is too late, then adds that he has been ready for this moment since he returned to the world. Hanjin keeps his eyes closed and reveals that Sima erased himself for 300 years to avoid attention, then is amazed aloud at his patience. Y looks at the black vortex in the sky and thinks about what an incredible divine power it is. The young man raises his hand to the man and shouts that they must leave. The god of war keeps his gaze calm. He slowly raises his hand with flames. A bright red sphere appeared in his palm. A wave of fire bursts out of his fingers. Leaves fall from trees. The hero looks around. A crowd of people looks up in shock. Blackened leaves fly to Sim's hand. The young man notes to himself the overwhelming power and incredible size of the vector. The god of war clenches his fist. A huge column of flame rushes towards the vortex in the sky. Y looks up in amazement, wondering if the martial arts of someone who has reached the level of natural prowess can resist the divine power. The red-haired man keeps his eyes closed. He rises from his knees. Simu raises his palm with some object. He hands it to the guy, saying that there is not much time left, then adds that he will soon lose his life and asks him to hurry. The protagonist looks at the golden sphere in his palm and asks why the man is handing it over to him. A yellow ball crumbles in the hero's hand. The god of war declares that the collection of all spiritual jades is the purpose of the young man. Simu looks up at the black vortex in the sky and laughingly states that all the preparations have focused on them, then adds that the divine throne will never find rest now. He lowers his eyes. The man declares that his clan is lonely and pathetic children, then adds that he hopes that the hero will be able to get along with them. Lightning rushes from the sky. It hits a man. The body of the god of war crumbles into dust. Y makes a shocked face. A flash of light on a black background is shown. The protagonist clutches his head in pain. 3 multicolored balls hang next to each other. They begin to spin. A bright light shines. A golden sphere appears. The hero looks at his hands. The elders of the Sima clan greet the guy. He is mentally surprised by this. The old man in the red kimono makes a disgruntled face and says that this is a demonic surprise, then asks why if he really wants him to live here with them forever, after which he loudly declares that he can't. Sima stands with downcast eyes. A man with a mustache next to him calls the disgruntled man Manga. The old man furiously opens his mouth and loudly calls the hero names, then adds that after his death, Sima was elevated to king and immortalized with a temple name placed on the altar next to him, after which he is surprised that they are now on the same level, outraged that he was called Manga. Y sighs in the midst of the devastation. Someone comes to the ruins of the arena. Kong stands in front of the young man. He raises his fist tensely with a question about where the great ancestor has gone. The dark figure of the man stands in front of many people in red robes. The red-haired man silently tells himself that just 3 months ago, the great ancestor of the Sima clan, the god of war, suddenly appeared to the family again, then adds that when he returned for the first time in 200 years, he left them in order to seal the clan, then adds that the family was full of joy. Then notes that now the great ancestor has disappeared again. Y looks at the other party, and declares that his ancestor has died. Kong makes a shocked face and asks what he means. The young man points his finger down. He, pointing to the ground, claims that he died right here. The red-haired warrior looks in surprise. He furiously spreads his fists and calls the guy a scoundrel. Red flames stream around Kong. The hero looks at the enraged warrior with the thought that he will lie if he says that he does not understand his anger, then adds to himself that anyone would be angry if he was told that the elder of the family, who went for a walk, suddenly died, after which he adds that he is unlikely to believe if the guy begins to explain all sorts of deities and blood jade. Khan looks away. He, standing opposite the hero, notes to himself that he does not feel any traces of the elder's presence. The man angrily raises his head up and thinks that he really died, then adds that if he died, it means that the young man has some kind of ace up his sleeve, after which he mentally swears. He watches Simu on his knees, musing that there has been discontent in the clan since they set out when an ancestor suddenly visited the clan and ordered them to be released from prison, then added that he insisted on participating in a contest between the clans that they had never heard of and forced them to cooperate with them. Khan puts his hand to his forehead, thinking that they would never have done this if it hadn't been for the Elder's order, then added that it would harm the reputation and prestige of the Protector of the Midheaven, and asked aloud what had happened here. Y pulls his hand aside, stating that Simu has long surpassed the human age, then says that Simu just chose this place to accept the will of heaven, to which the man asks in surprise why now. The guy raises his hand with a sigh and tells him that they say that on the eve of the holiday you should not go to the house in mourning, then asks why the god of war decided to end his life in a competition between the clans and asks if he wanted them to burn incense for him, or something like that. Khan makes a furious face and calls the young man a scoundrel. The hero frowns and suggests that he observe decency, after which he asks what they arranged at someone else's feast, and says that he also regrets the death of the elder, but if the man represents Sim, he will no longer tolerate such rudeness. The protagonist points the finger at the warrior and asks if you should respond in kind when you are affectionate, or if it is better to let off steam through battle, then declares to Khan that if he wishes, he will give him a fight. The warrior clenches his fist, thinking that he can't remember being treated like this once in the entire life of the patriarch of the great Sima clan, then adds that even the head of the alliance, Murim, wouldn't dare to be rude to him. Y makes a frown. The man notes that there is not a shadow of hesitation in his transparent eyes, and if something does not please him, he will immediately arrange a brutal massacre. Kong raises his hand and is amazed aloud that the guy dares to be defiant in the face of the Sima clan, and asks if he is genuinely not afraid of death. The ancestors behind the protagonist's back make indignant faces. The young man is surprised by the warrior's words and claims that, judging by the development of events, even before the god of the sword intervenes, the god of battles will possess him and pile on Kana. The hero smiles slyly, thinking that he does not think about losing the battle with him. Y raises his palm with a smirk and states that no matter how outstanding the level of infinity is, they won't be able to kill him. His eyes turn purple. He notes aloud that if he is curious, the man can take a risk. The hero stretches out his hand, surrounded by dark purple energy, and declares that he will wipe out the Sima clan from the face of the earth. Khan watches the guy and says that this is a heavenly demon's spiritual technique. The young man touches his chin and claims that if the demon god heard this, he would clearly be upset and indignant at what he turned his technique into. Khan looks piercingly at the protagonist, thinking that he is definitely not all right with his head. Y makes a move with the question of whether there will be a battle. The warrior watches the young man and says to himself that if he has mastered the martial skills of the sword god and the demon god, he cannot guarantee his victory. He leaves the hero with a grunt. The protagonist smiles and notes out loud that this gentleman is boring. A large number of lanterns hang under the sky. Y watches a lot of people, thinking that it doesn't seem like Han will have to stand up for him anymore. The guy looks into the distance and says to himself that, one way or another, the Union has announced an alliance with the Cho Chamber of Commerce and adds that it is no longer in their competence. He shifts his gaze to someone in the crowd. A man holds outerwear in his hands and asks if he can buy it right now. Another person also buys one. The hero makes a surprised look with thoughts that they were so fascinated by leather clothes. It passes between two men. The young man raises his hand and thanks the people for supporting the Cho clan's leather shop, and then regretfully reports that there are not many goods in stock yet. Y smiles brightly and reveals that if there is a desire to buy, then let each clan leave the amount of goods to be purchased and the buyer's measurements, then adds that the employees of Cho's transport company will deliver the goods in person. A man from the crowd looks at a guy and asks how much one thing costs. The young man smiles and declares that it costs 39 niangs in silver. In response, someone is amazed aloud. The girl makes a surprised face and notes to herself that, even if we are talking about high-quality cow leather, which has been tanned for more than a month, hardly anyone will dare to pay more than 5 niangs for it. The hero sticks out 3 fingers and claims that he cannot take the full price from the respected masters of Jiangsu, and adds that it would not be honorable, after which he claims that he will make a huge discount of 27 niangs in a special manner, then states that such high-quality leather is given away almost for free. The man opens his mouth in amazement. He notes to himself that for such a price you can buy a suit made of silk of the highest quality, and asks aloud if it is possible to try it on. The guy smiles and agrees, then adds that you can try it on at any time, to which the man thanks the young man. The girl bows to Y's gaze. It helps a person get dressed. The reconciler happily examines the jacket. Someone from the crowd declares that it immediately added to his greatness. Another claims that this is the most elegant outfit he has seen. The man puts his hand in his pocket with the words that this is expected. He smiles and happily claims that if you put things in your pockets, you can no longer worry that they will be robbed, and adds that it is much more convenient. The man in the jacket stretches out his hand towards the protagonist and says that his clan will order 30 pieces, to which the hero reveals that it is not for nothing that Yangwon is considered a representative of the people, and adds that his generosity knows no bounds. The muscular man furrows his brows and declares that Jumwa will order 60 more. An old man, standing near the crowd of people, says that the assembly of elders from Kunlun wants 100. Y makes a surprised face, thinking that there are no more than 20 of them, not 100, and asks aloud if he made a mistake in the order, to which the old man replies that they will distribute them to the clan disciples. A large number of people begin to place orders loudly. A man in a jacket with a bright smile is standing on a rock. Then Y did not yet know that he would introduce a new trend without a sword on a leather jacket. You cannot be called Master Jianghu. This is how Gucci Murima was born. A large number of people are walking down the street. Khan watches the crowd of shoppers, mentally wondering if those who live in the land reclaimed by the Sima clan have already forgotten about his exploits, and adds that he understands the fact that the cultural innovations of the Cho Chamber of Commerce attract attention, but states that they don't even look in the direction of the Sima procession. The man sighs and thinks that he didn't think his clan would have to endure such an attitude. The warrior begins to turn his head mentally, saying that, after all, Sima is a sacred place for them, so it is difficult for them to approach a clan with a high reputation. A flag with a symbol appears. A group of people in black clothes are walking with a raised banner. Khan looks back at a member of his clan. Many members of Sima watch the men in black walking. The head of the alliance points his finger at the carriage and declares that this is the same cloud cart he told about. The elder turns to the counselor and asks if the department's budget is enough to buy one, to which he replies that it is an unaffordable luxury, then adds that they keep records of all expenses and income, and then adds that they do not even rely on the military department, and asks how such a claim can be made in the presence of supervision. Wu raises his hand and says that he controls the personal spending of the governing body for fun, to which the old man asks in surprise if it looks like that. The head raises his fists indignantly and asks if they imagine how his lower back aches due to frequent travel. He indignantly turns away and declares that he has only verbally wished health and long life, then tells how they say that Jianghu will prosper while he is awake, after which he continues that it would be better not to stutter at all, and calls them cruel people. The old man points his finger at the inspector and asks if he has tried a ride, then claims that he offers him to suffer from lower back pain all his life. Chegao looks at the elder and suggests that they take a regular wagon instead of a cloud one, as the budget will not be able to afford it. The head of the alliance looks at him furiously. He looks angrily against the background of the man with the chariot, and muses on the dem that even Su has a cloud chariot, when he is only the head of the Murim alliance in words, but in fact he is inferior in level even to the Namdong clan, after which he angrily says aloud that he will buy it with his salary. The advisor watches the chapter with the thought that it will take a long time for him to thaw, then adds that he is almost completely sure that he will refuse to participate in the union's activities under the pretext of feeling unwell or training. Chego bows his head and says that they will buy a cart. The old man makes a happy face. Wu makes a doomed face with the thought that Chegao would not waste his budget on personal things, and adds that he will certainly use the family savings or his own. Khan approaches them. The old man notices a crowd of people. He goes to her with the words that there is some kind of curiosity again. The counselor shifts his gaze to the approaching red-haired warrior. Khan gives a frustrated look around his clan members. The elder deftly passes through the crowd. He looks at the folded clothes and wonders aloud how unusual their shape is. A lot of people bow in greeting to the head of the alliance. Y takes a piercing look. The old man stands against the background of the stars. The guy notes to himself that he is worthy of this title. The elder takes the jacket in his hands. He puts his hand in his pockets, declares that this is the first time he has seen them on the outside, then wonders how anyone is able to work rough leather so skillfully and adds that these are amazing abilities. The head of the alliance, holding a jacket, asks why the pockets were taken out. The protagonist replies that it is for reasons of practicality, because in most outfits of the middle plane it is inconvenient to carry personal belongings with you. The hero raises his hand with a smile and says that, however, this leather product will allow you to put items in different pockets, from where it will be convenient to take them out. The old man makes a long face and says that these are amazing thoughts, after which he asks if things will not fall out in a sudden movement. Y reaches for the jacket and replies that it is possible to connect the edges of the material with buttons, the elder wondering aloud. The head of the alliance makes a startled face and declares that the young man has performed a miracle and adds that he feels the incredible wisdom of the person who came up with such fasteners. The old man looks at the hero and asks who this brilliant master is. The girl next to him replies that this is all the fruit of the wisdom of the chairman. The elder comes closer to the guy and asks if they are talking about him, to which he agrees. An elderly man looks into the eyes of the protagonist. The old man's pupil turns dark red. Behind him, black and blue energy appears. Y makes a surprised face. He nervously averts his eyes from the man's gaze, and in his thoughts he notes a power that goes beyond human understanding, in which heat and cold are intertwined, in which life and death also intersect, and then asks himself how such incongruous qualities can be harmoniously mixed. Zhang frowns and says that this is the most universal primordial chaos of the level reach, then adds that this was expected from a Wudong Taoist, who rightfully received the title of the perfect sage. Han Jin raises his hand and tells him that he has never admitted that Bond's level is lower than his own, then adds that if he had not been attached to the world of the living, he would have long ago taken his place among the gods. The hero makes a tense look and is surprised to himself that the old man is so strong that he can compare with the gods. A man appears against the background of a blue-red spiral, The demon god remarks that even the martial prowess he left to Wudong will allow him to feel how great his true level is, then adds that his primordial chaos martial doctrine is the closest to knowing the level of nature. The protagonist makes a startled look. The elder's eye shines white. A black fire appears on a red background. Bond opens his eyelids in shock and wonders aloud that this is the Purple Dawn divine technique. Y, standing in front of him, asks what it is, to which he says that it is definitely her. The young man raises his hand and claims that the head of the alliance thought he was just a swordsman who inherited the will of the sword god. The elder makes an angry face. He opens his mouth furiously, and shouts that he felt the ripples of the Purple Dawn in the soul of the warrior boy, then asks if he is trying to deceive him. Y makes an excited look and replies that it is not, and mentally says that it is purple and demon fire, then calls the old man cursed. Bond's eyes glow with blue flames. He states that the holy sword has no other disciples, then wonders how the one called the junior sword god mastered the secret technique of the Huashan sect, then claims that it is an important matter that cannot be lied to. Y lowers his head with thoughts that he can't reveal the secret of blood jade, but adds that the martial arts emperor is too serious to change the subject. Someone takes a step down the road. Yan walks in front of a crowd of people. Someone says that it is the holy sword of the Purple Dawn, after which someone claims that he is the strongest in the world. Bond turns to the sect leader. He bangs his fist on his palm. Yan repeats the movement, the elder mentally noting that he does not feel his soul, which could mean that he has reached the level of nature. The sword saint turns to the protagonist. The man makes a welcoming bow to him and says that he welcomes the Taoist founder. Bond is surprised aloud by what he said. The hero smiles awkwardly and asks the holy sword how his health is. The old man turns around and mentally asks how else to understand this. Yang makes a piercing gaze with the thought that this is the great celestial, who warned Huashan about the demon particle in the Purple Dawn, then notes that his entire body is shrouded in such a purple dawn. Y stands surrounded by violet energy. The holy sword silently declares that it is different from the one he has, after which he adds that it is fierce, but at the same time pure, swift and all-encompassing, then adds that it is bubbling like a flame, fleeting, overwhelming and at the same time magnanimous. He mentally states that this is the first time he has encountered a divine technique, shrouded in such a bizarre energy. Bang Yang and Y stand in front of each other. The sect leader silently wonders why the young man hides his real strength and shows off himself as an ordinary Jianghu master, then mentally asks why he is the organizer of this competition in the first place. The protagonist makes a devastating swing. Yang says to himself that right in front of his eyes, the guy used the technique of the legendary sword god, and this alone is enough to claim that he is either the sword god, who stepped into the human world with the help of the power of heavenly teachings, or a celestial closely related to the sword god, who specifically took his name to send him teachings. The holy sword makes a shocked face at the hero's blow. Yang reflects on how somehow the guy is still a great master who personally taught him a lesson, then adds that it is enough for him to lead Huashan on the path of the Tao. Bond makes a startled face, the strongest man of the plains. The holy sword bows before the hero, suddenly showing respect for Y in front of everyone, calling him the Taoist founder, is like receiving a respectful reception from the supreme elder Murim. The young man makes a cunning smile against the background of gold coins. He is already good at skillful deception, as he is now that he has received recognition from the shining deity of the plain. The head of the alliance stretches out his palm towards the guy and asks if he is really a direct disciple of the sword god. The sect leader looks at the protagonist in surprise and wonders to himself at the elder's words, and mentally asks how someone whose skill is enough to erase Mount Huashan with one blow can be a simple disciple. The holy sword stands in front of the chapter, thinking that if Y has such a legend, then he only plays along, then declares aloud that it is true, then adds that he is speaking this on behalf of the Huashan swordsman clan. Bond furrows his brows, and thinks about what this now means that the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Zhou, will become the most powerful person in the Murim. The elder raises his fist and asks loudly how the hero could have directly mastered the knowledge of the sword god who lived several hundred years ago, unless the sword god had risen from the dead. Yan looks at the old man attentively and replies that the path of inheriting the master's traditions does not mean that he must necessarily be alive, then asks if the invincible sword emperor did not reveal the records of the supreme Tao to the people in the past, thereby confirming that he was a disciple who entered the path of inheritance hundreds of years ago. Bond turns to the young man and asks if there are any witnesses who can confirm that he is a disciple of the sword god. Y furrows his brows, thinking about whether it is okay to talk about the Tomb of Swords in Jianghu. Zhang gives a piercing look and states that if swordsmen who come into contact with the grave of swords break themselves to a new stage, it is, on the contrary, great luck for Murim, then adds that, however, not everyone gets an epiphany by touching the grave. Y stands in front of a large green tree. He says to himself that in any case, the inhabitants of the plain do not know the modern alphabet, mathematics or physics, and therefore there is a limit to the knowledge that they can absorb, after which he tells aloud about Shanxi, Ganquan County, Chihui village, and that in that place, in one of the hills, there is a cave called the Tomb of Swords. The hero stands against the background of a rock and claims that there he received the revelations left by the sword god. Yang and Bond make shocked faces. A lot of surprised people stand in front of the guy and repeat his words aloud. A map appears, and the elder is surprised that the young man, as if nothing had happened, has revealed where the revelations of the sword god are kept. Two warriors fight over the corpses of people. The head of the alliance mentally says that why seriously does not understand how much blood has already been spilled because of the treasure map, which indicates the secret teachings of the masters of the last century. Ban makes a startled look and wonders if it's true. The hero looks at him and replies that he wouldn't lie in front of so many Jianghu masters. A lot of men are fleeing, one of them declaring that it is necessary to tell the clan about it as soon as possible. The other says that it is necessary to immediately move to Gangguan County. The elder furiously opens his mouth with the thought that a real hell will soon unfold in that place, then curses in his mind. The old man opened his eyes and asked if it was true. The protagonist spread his hands and said that he would lie in front of so many Jianghu masters. A crowd of people in blue kimonos rushed to the side and said that they should tell the clan everything and move to Gangguan County now. The man with the gray beard leaned forward and said that a real hell would soon unfold in the county. A person lights up with a bright aura in the middle of the street. The old man, threatening with his hand, said that from now on, all members of the righteous sects are forbidden to enter the territory of Nanquan County. This is the order of the Union and the official statement of the martial arts emperor. Anyone who violates it will be punished according to the law, so do not act rashly. The crowd of people froze in place from what was said. The head of the alliance turned to face Y and said that it was unlikely that the guy would pretend to be a disciple of the sword god in the presence of the head of the Murim alliance. But if this was a lie, he would not look at any agreements. The man would personally gather all the combat units of the alliance, and leave no stone unturned from the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhou clan. Y, opening his mouth, replied that if the tomb really existed, what the head would promise him then, the emperor confirmed. The man in blue crossed his arms behind his back and added that the status of a hero would be recognized on behalf of the alliance, and that the leader would personally witness and spread the news throughout the Murim, of course, with personal respect. The protagonist, shrugging his shoulders, retorted that this was not enough, since he was putting every last stone at stake, and in return he only received respect from the old man. The interlocutor, opening his eyes, was surprised. It was, by the way, the head of the Union himself. The emperor closed his eyelids and thought that if Y gained the highest status in the Murim, he would gain the influence and prestige that accompanied the title of heir to the sword of the god, which no amount of money could buy. What did the hero want? The guy stretched out his hand and replied that for that matter, let him be given the right to make a profit. In any case, the head is worried about the Heiso in Jianghu. If he is given the right, then the guy will settle everything. The interlocutor frowned and clarified about the right. Y smirked. The protagonist stands in front of the decorated mountain, saying that he will turn the tomb of the sword into a historical scenic place, yet it is filled with traces of the divine presence. People will flock there in droves. A control system is needed. A small leaf swept past the emperor. The main character grabbed his chest and shouted that of course, if you do not control the influx of the crowd, a lot of blood will be shed. You need to introduce a system. Besides, Y is the heir of the god of the sword, logically and in status. This should be entrusted to him. The head, turning to the guy, clarified about the mutual favor. The Y replied that management is a costly business. Why not introduce a fixed fee for visiting the grave? The old man, frowning, concluded that the hero wanted to turn the cave, where the traces of the legendary sword god were preserved, into a landmark, and also take payment for it. The blond man, clenching his hands into fists, turned to the hero. The dark-haired guy, opening his mouth, said that there was nothing to think about. The head would be able to lift the cruel ban. It was for the best. He, frozen in place, said that many natives of the Jianghu would be happy with the new picturesque place and the emperor would stop the bloodshed in the Murim in advance, kill two birds with one stone. The man in the white kimono turned back and asked if he had done all this at the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword frowned and explained that everything was fine. The guy raised his hand to the body and replied that besides, the county is next to Huashan. When tourists flood in, they will have to join forces. For the Huashan sect, this is a chance to try the innovative products of the Zhou Chamber of Commerce. Y rubbed his hands together, wondering if he could make a contract with the richest of the 9 sects. The old man wondered how a celestial could be fixated on money. The head, stepping back, added that their sect follows the path of Tao. It is not appropriate to put the individual in the first place. The interlocutor said that the Taoists do not need to eat, or they do not wear clothes. The emperor frowned and replied that of course not. The sword lord shook his head. The hero explained that they were not underground merchants offering illegal medicines or poisons. The protagonist had a better opinion and a man in a white coat. A carriage drove up. Y glanced to the side. He pointed his finger at the old man and said that if he gave him the right to trade, he would give him 1 cloud cart. The interlocutor, opening his eyelids, asked again. The protagonist turned around and said that he would make a new one for him with the utmost comfort. The old man, spreading his ears, specified. He grabbed the guy's hand and said that he accepted the offer. Several acolytes of the sect shrugged their shoulders and said that the hero had sold his master's will for money. A light shines through the protagonist's clothes. Y concluded that, to be honest, the sword marks in the grave do not belong to the god of the sword and the followers do not know anything about it. The man in blue gritted his teeth. The demon god raised his palm and addressed the crowd. A screen with the image of the main character appeared. He writes hieroglyphs on the ground. People carry heavy loads. 2 men arrange household equipment. Several people are pulling the cart. The guy is standing in a demon mask. The fly lit up with a green aura. Why dodge the passing attack? Inspector Wu joined his palm and fist. The god of war opened his eyes and said that it was madness to turn a secluded corner of the mentor into a landmark. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The old man, turning to the hero, asked that all the profits would be taken by the Chamber of Commerce. The interlocutor replied that 20% of the profits would go to the union. The head's eye flashed. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that 30% but no more. You need to take into account the empty pockets of the Jianghu people. He will take the minimum price for entry. The old man showed 5 fingers. The hero, narrowing his eyebrows, realized that it was not impudence to be such a thief and give all the menial work to the Chamber of Commerce, and half to the sect. The head strokes his beard and says that the merchant is talking about conscience, like a drunkard reproaching a scientist. Whether the guy knows what the emperor trusts most, the merchant who says that he has nothing left. Wise smiled and agreed. Stark, leaning over, thought that he only wanted to get on his nerves, and the guy agreed. He raised his fingers to himself and said that this was the request of the union, that a weak trade fee could only make concessions. The protagonist pulled his hand aside and replied that minus all the purchases, there was almost nothing left of the net income, so they were digging in like a partner merchant guild. Since the union that owned half of the revenues played a key role, then the entrance tickets should also bear the emperor's seal. The old man twitched an eyebrow. 2 fighters stand at the entrance to the cave. The head thinks that the Y directly says that if the union takes half of the profits, then he takes responsibility for turning the tomb of the sword god into attractions and receiving visitors for money. But that there is a Murim alliance, the heaven of the righteous Murim, the defender of justice. Coins are falling from the sky. The old man adds that after all, the noble alliance will be embroiled in rumors that he is selling the grave of the great master of the past era for money. The sect will stop at 20%. The hero, smiling, agreed. A man is running down the street. The man with the sword leaned against the ear of the head of the alliance. He opened one eye and asked if there was a descendant of the Northern Sea. An army of fighters stands behind the protagonist. He looks at the crowd of warriors. The Khan stands opposite the Khan. The red-haired fighter clenched his fists and said what Y was doing, brought the descendant of the Empress of Pure Ice to the middle plane. The guy replied that it was not the business of the interlocutor whose descendant was here. It was the head of the department of our Chamber of Commerce. The warrior with the red beard gritted his teeth and asked if the hero was not a native of the plane. Even if it was a peaceful time, how could one not know what had happened between the North Sea and the middle plane? The dark-haired guy, opening his mouth, replied that it was really about the case when the girl was tied up like a dog and left to starve to death on the main street of the city, or about the exterminator of the people of the North Sea, who did not know martial arts. The fire warrior grinned and said that judging by the fact that he had not mentioned the robberies and murders that took place on the plane, the guy was also one of the overseas henchmen. The emperor is gripped by dark energy. The protagonist adds that Kong is the most immature in nature and character of all the masters, the absolute stage that he has met, but at least in terms of aura, he is not inferior to the head of the Dark Heaven Association. At the same time, his actions resemble those of a child, which is why homegrown Lu Bu are the most terrifying. Y put his hand forward and told him to leave the Chamber of Commerce. The Kong was indignant. The hero opened his mouth and asked why a person who had not received an invitation from the Chamber of Commerce was still flashing before his eyes. Fire streams from the Khan's body and concluded that they would hint at the invitation, despite the name of the sim. An old man in a red kimono approached the flame warrior and told him to calm down his ardor as soon as possible. The man in the white coat turned to the Khan and added that he wanted to protect the Sima clan. Khan knitted his eyebrows and the head voiced that the warrior should not be a fool and would not judge by appearance, since the guy was a celestial who had mastered a natural sword of the true sword god level. The man with the beard frowned and said that the great Buddha, who had reconsidered his decision, was able to wipe the earth off the face of the earth with one blow, but if he wanted to get such an enemy, he would not stop the Havai. Khan turned around and clarified that the guy had cut down a huge mountain with one blow. The old man confirmed. The red-haired warrior froze with an evil expression on his face. He turned to his army and ordered a retreat. The protagonist approached the head of the alliance. The emperor frowned and concluded that the alliance could not reconcile itself to the North Sea. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that they were retreating. The hero looked at the head. Frowning, the master said that after all, the alliance could not reconcile itself to the Northern Sea. The protagonist turned his head and asked what was wrong again. Waving his hand, the old man said that he should either send this maiden to the North Sea or hand her over to the alliance as a criminal. If the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan did not choose one of the two, he would have to forget about the agreement with the alliance. Y frowned angrily upon hearing this. Images of people appeared, and the hero thought that backward senile people from righteous sects stuck to someone else's competition, stuck their noses where they could and could not. He would not understand. They came to congratulate, or to wash the bones. He gritted his teeth and said that they would end here. He was starting to get angry. If he continued, he would not hold back. Looking at him, the master replied that he was colossal self-confidence. Stretching his hands forward, Y asked if the problem was self-confidence. why the position of the alliance was so changeable. He himself promised a partnership, and now he was breaking it off because of some trifle. Standing in front of him, the man asked what he thought. The mercy of the alliance would accept even the Northern Sea. The wounds inflicted on the plain by the Great War were still deep. Frowning, the hero said that then let him offer his own way. He certainly needed a maiden, what he must do to make the Union accept her. Looking straight ahead, the old man said that he should come under the wing of the Union. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked if the commander of the supervision had not told him what they had agreed upon. Stretching out his hand, the master replied that his will had been conveyed to him, but it was too disadvantageous for the alliance. Raising his hand, he added that there had been no official agreement between the Union and the Chamber of Commerce, or that he was wrong, so it was inappropriate to complain about termination when there had been no agreement in the first place. Smiling, Y replied that he thought his subordinate was an idiot. Okay, then he would show why a commander who lived only for the alliance had to accept the terms of such an agreement. The head looked at him angrily and asked what this could be understood as a declaration of war on the Murim alliance. Standing in front of him, the hero replied that no, the power of the alliance spread throughout the Celestial Empire. He looked like a madman to wage war with them, to which the man asked that didn't that mean that he would unite with the Evil Heaven Association. Smiling, the protagonist asked what about the evidence that the Chamber of Commerce was working in concert with them, if the alliance could get it. With his eyes wide open, the old man asked how to understand this, if he really did. Holding out his hand, Y said that if he was going to chase him away from his place in the sun, he would have to hide in the shadows. The head opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that he had openly stated that he was choosing the path of the black market. The hero pulled the strings. The thought arose that if he, with his exorbitant ambitions, closed the Chamber of Commerce and went underground, the entire underside of the Celestial Empire would fall under his control. The protagonist looked to the side and said that they would pretend that there was no competition. Suddenly the head jumped up. He grabbed the hero by the face and said that he was a brat. Removing his hand, Y asked that he had now decided to use physical violence. The master grabbed him by the clothes. Looking at the hero, he asked what he was offering him. He thought the others would follow the alliance if he accepted a man of the North Sea. Did he have any reason to forgive? Closing his eyes, the man said that the great Buddha, the Taoist, was the founder. Standing at attention, he asked what he knew why the fox claw which had freed herself from Jianghu's hatred in the distant past, to which the hero asked. An image of a girl appeared. The thought arose that he remembered. It was mentioned in the annals of Jianghu, a werewolf of the apostate sect who had brutally killed many masters of righteous sects. She struck at the people, and the protagonist thought that it was unlikely that at that time in Murim there would have been an equal opponent to her demonic claws. The image of the guy appeared. It was said that the whole Celestial Empire turned their hatred on her, but there was someone who saved her life. It turned out to be the valiant warrior Vian. The young man held the girl's hand, and Y thought that he was a member of the Murim Alliance's punitive squad and had been given the mission to find and kill the fox claw witch. But the longer he pursued her, the more imbued with her miserable and sad past, and in the end they fell in love. The guy was on one knee, and he added that in the end, the valiant warrior announced to the whole of Jianghu that the fox claw witch had become his wife, and cut off his right hand, showing a determined attitude. Despite Jianghu's heartlessness, his unspoken rule was not to meddle in family affairs. Besides, the former hand-to-hand martial artist himself cut off his hand to prove his determination. The righteous sects had no choice but to accept her. Frowning, the hero asked that he did not offer him to marry her, and cut off his hand. Looking at him, the man replied that marriage for a maiden meant renouncing the family name and joining her husband's clan. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that he was married to Han. Y was standing beside the girl. The thought arose that if the swords were pointed at her after that, they would not be turned to the North Sea, but to the wife of the heir of the sword god. Hatred for a maiden who had entered her husband's family and her children for the deeds of her family 100 years ago was contrary to morality and logic, for such a short time to be known as a tyrant, or oppressor of the weak. Smacked of the Middle Ages, but you need to use all the cards. Clenching his fists, the hero shouted that he was officially asking for the hand of Maiden Han of the North Sea Blizzard clan. The girl opened her eyes in amazement, and then thought that this was the proposal in front of hundreds, thousands of people. She raised her hands and mumbled. Suddenly, Hu jumped up. Frowning, she shouted that even if she did not think of agreeing, she would immediately refuse. Han's eyes widened. She knitted her brows. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that she agreed. She accepted the offer of her hand. Hu looked frightened and exclaimed. She fell to her knees and began to cry, and the hero said that he had given him the reason he wanted. The head closed his eyes and sighed. Raising his hands, he said that since the one with the blood of the North Sea in her veins had become the wife of the heir of the sword god, she was now a person of the Cho clan, thus the alliance would no longer persecute her. The girl's eyes widened. She began to weep, thinking that she, the heiress of the icy name, could deny belonging to the Northern Sea. Could she turn the precepts of her deceased ancestors into dust? Putting her hand to her face, Han added that but then her actions would be a stumbling block in his path, whether he was so sincere. The protagonist stood still, and she wondered if he was just acting according to the circumstances. Y stood in front of the people. Suddenly he jumped on the table. Smiling, the hero shouted that 1,272 years according to the military calendar, he, by the name of Cho, in front of the Celestial Empire, announces the opening of the competition between the clans of the Cho Chamber of Commerce. People began to blow into the pipes. The soldiers marched forward. The wagons moved forward. The girls were holding trays in their arms. Raising his hand up, the protagonist shouted that the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan, and he would bestow a boon on Jianghu. He would certainly prove to him that even in the trade route, it was possible to find great things. Fireworks exploded in the air. The master raised the bowl. The man smiled broadly. People were sitting at tables. The hero looked at the man and thought that this was the monk. The man brandished his weapon, and the protagonist thought that a martial monk bursting with energy like a locomotive, he was the one who had to master the lion's roar of the 72 Shaolin arts. In other words, he was the perfect contender for the position of the loudest mouthpiece in Murim. Closing his eyes, the protagonist greeted him and asked that they had already seen him, to which the guy greeted him in return. Smiling, Wai asked if he could find out his Buddhist name. The young man looked at him and replied that his name was Hyun. Standing in front of him, the MC asked that they were not allowed to travel the world to collect alms for the time being, to which the guy replied that he would be able to go out into the world as early as next year. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero said that when the time comes, if he wants to work. Hyun looked at him in disbelief and asked again. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that they only collect alms in words, but in fact they go from house to house, begging for food. Collecting a sacrifice to the Buddha is not an easy thing. The monk frowned and shouted that it was irreverent, and then thought that to put alms food into the patra was to entrust the patra with the life of the Buddha's son, and he denigrated the deeds of the obedient son of the Buddha, calling it gathering food. Looking at him, the hero asked that it was disrespectful. But if you think about it, he told the truth, where it was seen that an eminent Shaolin monk went from house to house for one bowl of rice. The young man was sitting at the table. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that they would move to a quieter place. Hugging him, Wai asked that they really were not so simple. It was not for nothing that Shaolin training was considered the best in the world, to which the guy thanked him. The hero took the decanter from the table. They were walking down the street. A view of the sky opened up. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that it would take only 3 years to train to carve the spirit of the Buddha into the heart and hone the precepts, another 7 to get a monastic name and rise to the rank of martial monk, and to reach an arhat capable of fully mastering Shaolin treatises. This is what he knows about Shaolin, or he is wrong. The monk looked at him silently. Frowning, Wai said that it would also take so much effort to become one and enter the Arhat's temple, and that he would end up with the Arhat's breathing practice, to which Chung asked what was wrong with it. The hero clenched his fist and shouted that he had heard they were not even allowed to hand off, to plow like a horse in order to embark on the path of abstinence, where a small stain on pure thoughts would deprive him of everything. Wasn't it too cruel? The monk looked at him in bewilderment. Taking him by the shoulder, the protagonist said that no, even if the path of abstinence is most effective in building up inner strength, it is like pushing students into hell. They have never done it in their lives. The monk looked at him in surprise and asked again. Looking at him, Wai thought that it was clear from the look that he did not understand anything. Standing in front of the guy, he said that he should forget they had spent decades in order to master the martial arts of Shaolin and finally go out into the world. They would really go to beg for food, when on the contrary they needed to show everyone what work they had done, also to him, the strongest Shaolin. Raising his hands, Hyun replied that he should speak quietly. Wide-eyed, the MC shouted that Wai, wasn't he right, to which the youth asked him again. Wai took the decanter out of his sleeve. He began to drink. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he should treat himself. Smiling, he asked if it didn't make him angry in the slightest, let him wet his throat. Hyun gritted his teeth tightly and thought that sometimes there were drinkers, calling drinking tea from cereals. But for a righteous Shaolin monk, such a thing was unheard of. A martial monk always had to strictly follow the commandments, as he could take a sip. Standing in front of the hero, he shouted that alcohol was prohibited, to which the protagonist replied that there was no one here anyway. Clenching his fist, the monk said that the Buddha's teachings lived deep within this humble monk. Even if no one was watching, how, as the son of the Buddha, he could go to such an audacity? Looking directly, the MC asked that impudence. Booze is also food, maybe the problem is in the commandments themselves. Holding the bowl in his hands, he added that he should say that wine is made of meat, but from rice, or for Shaolin to mow rice with a sickle is also murder. Wai stuffed the decanter into the monk's mouth. A powerful splash of water appeared. The guy raised his head up and thought that an amazing taste, which he had never tasted. Pure water poured into his stomach with fresh coolness, and at the same time burned with warmth, like lava. The whole body was pierced by the current. Hyun closed his eyes and smiled. Holding the burger in his hands, the hero said that he should have a snack. The young man bit into a burger. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was a crazy combination of sweet and salty, the noble taste of beef juice. The protagonist smiled as he looked at him. Stretching out his hand, he said that when he went to collect alms, let him go to the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan, help as much as he could, and did his best to make his pilgrimage comfortable, to which Heian asked. Looking at him, Wai replied that yes, he would provide him with an endless supply of meat wrapped in bread, caramel water, and iced liquor, but in return, with a thumbs up, he added that they had one seat left in the publicity department, and he wanted them to take it for the duration of the pilgrimage. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he was bound by the commandments of unselfishness. He was not allowed to engage in trade. Smiling, the hero said that this was all solved by a wig and a face mask. Why complicate everything so much? The monk looked at him in surprise and asked what the wig and mask were, to which the MC replied that of course, their face masks were masterful. Smiling, he added that even experienced Jianghu masters wouldn't be able to recognize them the first time. Besides, wasn't the purpose of their pilgrimage not to gain as much experience as possible? The young man sighed when he heard this. Holding the book in his hands, the protagonist thought that it could be said that it was already in his hands. Looking at the guy, he said that he would not offend with a salary. Let him sign here and put his name, to which the monk replied approvingly. He signed the document. Taking him by the shoulders, why called him deputy, to which Hyung asked. As he was leaving, the hero said that over time he would understand everything, then they would see each other later. A view of the sky opened up. A building appeared. People were lying on the floor. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the street. He drew his weapon from its scabbard. Looking at the sword, Wai said that it was a magnificent blade, and then thought that it was a long, sharp sword that modern people have only seen in the movies. Raising his weapon in the air, he added that it had been almost 10 years since he had fallen into the world of Murim. After all the torment, he had inherited the knowledge of the sword god and the demon god. But even so, he was still not used to the iron swords that could be found on every corner. The hero raised his head up. As he looked up at the starry sky, he reflected that in this vast universe under the protection of mighty nature, man was but a small bug. No matter how much he went out of his way, he was just as human as those who had cut themselves off from the drink. The protagonist smiled when he heard the question, what kind of dull look. It didn't look like him, it didn't suit him, to which he asked him again why they didn't like him so much. Closing his eyes, the man said that he should stop talking nonsense, let him go to bed, and then thought that a soul demon does not necessarily come from a cruel soul, or something that is filled with a dense desire for murder, much more terrible than self-reflection, which begins with a slight internal contradiction or a simple feeling of loneliness. Therefore, the most important thing for a warrior is to maintain clarity of spirit and sobriety of thought. The man began to cry. The thought arose that an empty soul is the shortest way to a waste of spiritual power. If he had a physical body, he would gently press on the sleeping spots. But to his great annoyance, this is impossible. The man stood at attention. The hero looked to the side when he heard the address. He smiled, thinking that the founder, after all, he was just the owner of a failure in the exam for a civil servant with 7 years of experience, and then said that it seemed that he had drunk too much. He wanted to be alone. Closing his eyes, the master said that he had checked 200 glasses beforehand and found no traces. He definitely should have known about it, so why was he making him fuss? Stretching out his hand, he added that until now, no matter how lofty his ideals seemed, he hadn't dared to approach him, holding back his curiosity. But judging by his observations, his Chamber of Commerce had the power to influence Jianghu, no, the whole world. The man closed his eyes and said that since he had accepted an ignorant like him as a companion on the path of Tao, and had given him a teaching, he asked me to bring him to reason this time so that he could understand his intentions. The master furrowed his brows. He clenched his fists tightly. The hero turned around and turned around. The man put his hand to his chest when he heard that the karma of everything is such that it moves endlessly, but eventually returns to its place, which makes him hurry. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was overwhelmed with feelings. He longed for the teachers of the Huashan sect. Yan looked at him in amazement. Standing in front of him, Wai said that he had stirred up the memory of the past in him. Well, the strongest swordsman of the Huashan sect wanted to treat himself to training again, to which he replied that he did not at all. Yan held the weapon in his hands. The thought arose that by the age of 50 he had become the best plum blossom swordsman in the Huashan sect. Since then there had been decades of complete loneliness, the path of a lonely sword, and just when he thought that the melancholy that was eating him had been dulled, the hero's eyes lit up, and the master thought that the Taoist founder, the god of the sword, had appeared. With one energy he neutralized all his inner strength, trampling the Huashan sect with a simple blade. The man looked up and thought that he had made him renounce decades of cruel training in the Purple Dawn, just by illusioning the true scent of plum blossoms. Looking down, he said that he would not deny it. The hero sat down on the ground. Looking at the man, he said that he should show him then. He also wanted to see his sword technique. The master closed his eyes. He began to brandish his weapon. Frowning, the protagonist asked that it wasn't the 24 plum petal sword technique, but the 6 meridian sword. The man continued to brandish his sword. Sitting in front of him, Wai said that enough was enough, let him stop. Looking straight ahead, he asked why the swordsman clan leader of the Huashan sect was copying his sword. Jan sat down on the ground. Sitting in front of the hero, he said that he was primarily a swordsman, not the head of the clan. Of course, being a swordsman, he wanted to learn from God. How could such principles be called wrong? The hero looked at him angrily and shouted that he should be silent. He frowned and added that he was the face of all the swordsman clans of the Middle Plain. How could he chase after a foreigner's sword? Although his level was high, how could he consider himself worthy? The master opened his eyes wide and asked again. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that he asked him, as his follower, not to chase the false path of the three gods, to make the martial art of the Middle Valley flourish. Frowning, Yang thought that it was impossible to call the martial art of the three gods false. His words sounded like a mockery. Closing his eyes, Wai said that his emptiness did not match with the Huashan swordsman clan. A bright spot appeared, and the hero thought that the highest level of the true space of the sword, before which the conquest of other spaces fades away, is emptiness. How can one not respect the crushing sword of nature, which wiped out the Huashan mountains with one blow? The protagonist stretched out his hand. A tree grew from his hand, and he said that the Huashan sword was the first plum blossom to bloom, surviving the long winter alone, the spring that gave birth to all things, the trail of light fragrance that attracted the celestial, and the sword of virtue that resurrected the universe. Yang's eyes widened in amazement when he heard this. Sitting in front of him, the hero said that here is a fool, a sword to the study of which he must give his all, not his emptiness, but goodness and life. Has he not yet been able to comprehend this simple truth? The man raised his head up. Pink rays flew in his direction. A drop of water fell directly on his forehead. The protagonist grinned slightly. Lowering his head, he said that he himself still did not know what fate awaited this child. Looking to the side, Wai asked how one person alone could withstand all adversity. Closing his eyes, he said that when the time came, let him help him, as the head of the Middle Plain Swordsman clan, as the swordsman Huashan, he would be able to make a promise to him. Lowering his head, Yang replied that he was putting the Plum Blossom Divine Sword on the line. The hero stood at attention. The thought arose that this was the last moment he saw him. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared. Gritting his teeth, Wai asked if he didn't. Where did this old man get his strength from? Moved in again and made a mess. Lowering his gaze, he added that he couldn't wait to die. If he wasted all his spiritual strength and disappeared, he wouldn't be able to enter the cycle of rebirth. From the sphere, I suddenly heard that I should fight him. The hero looked at it in bewilderment, and thought that this is still how to understand. The man looked to the side and said that his level of nature had already reached eternity. It was not easy to meet such a master. Stretching out his hand, he added that he must reach the level of nature before difficult times come. A duel with him will make him see clearly, so let him offer him a fight. Lowering his gaze, the MC thought that he himself had lost all the power to exist, but still cared for him. The man stood still, and it was heard that how he could stop a gang of deities that even three gods had not defeated. Wai looked at him in surprise when he heard that he was different from them. The foreman's eyes widened. Particles appeared around the sphere. Looking straight ahead, Ian said that it was true. There it was. There were a huge number of souls in this pendant, an amazing relic. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was using Abhijna to watch over them. Sitting on the ground, the swordsman said what he had assumed. But could it be that the souls of the three gods were really connected to his? Frowning, he added that the energy and level of the other souls was not inferior to the three gods, and maybe even surpassed them. The legends of Jianghu told of many fateful encounters, but he had never heard of such great heroes. Looking at him, the hero replied that the elder god of the sword had told him to fight him. Closing his eyes, the man replied approvingly. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if he could use his power, to which Ian said that everything was fine as he wished. Holding the weapon in his hands, Wai said that he would then rely on them. Waves flew around the hero. A bright beam struck in the middle of the settlement. People rushed forward. The thought of an energy incomprehensible to the mind appeared. Residents were rapidly running away. They stared ahead in amazement, unfroze and turned to the hero. The protagonist turned his head and said that they should not worry. This is just a friendly duel, to which the guy thought that he could not even stand because of the power overwhelming everything around, and he said that this was a friendly duel. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. The man jumped up sharply. The elder landed on the ground. Looking straight ahead, he thought that if he had known beforehand that he was at this level, the Dark Heaven Association wouldn't even dare to poke their heads at him. Swinging his weapon, Wai said that he was attacking. Suddenly, he used the eighth form of heavenly voids. The elder opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that he had absorbed the space in thought. The swordsman stretched his weapon forward. Pink particles appeared around it. With his eyes wide open, the old man thought that the ancient legend of Huashan had finally returned. Pink particles rushed forward. They tore apart the dark spheres. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. He stood silently in front of the master. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the heavenly voids were a form of absolute sword that could destroy even the core that had imprinted the divine laws. But Huashan's life force was the exact opposite of the heavenly sword-style void power. Even though he didn't use the heavenly demon technique, he would still destroy them in this way. Smiling, the man asked if he had seen. These were the Mid-Valley Swordsman clans. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he was on whose side he was at all. Frowning, he added that it was definitely a matter of lack of ability. If it was the void power of a sword god that had reached the level of nature, the outcome would be completely different. The rivals stood in front of each other. The thought arose that but with the current level, he was not a rival to the vitality of the plum blossom. He would like to use the strongest trump card from his arsenal, but he couldn't in front of the crowd of disciples of the righteous clans. The swordsman furrowed his brows. Looking straight ahead, Wai heard that if he had the intention of using the teachings of the demon god, he would help to calm down the hype. The hero's eyes lit up purple. A bright glow appeared around him, and he thought that if the Great One was saying so, he would have to trust. People began to run away from the purple smoke. The men writhed in pain. Looking at the hero, the head asked what it was, and then thought that he had overcome the supreme principle and reached the level of infinity. But even he would be electrocuted by such a flow of energy. He would not envelop himself in a fighting spirit. Holding the weapon in his hands, Yan said that his level was unquestionable, so freely to handle the purple dawn of Huashan. The protagonist looked at him in disbelief and asked again. Smiling, he thought that if the sword god's martial art is emptiness, then the demon god's martial art is oblivion that destroys worlds. A view of the settlement opened. Wai abruptly pulled out his weapon in front of him. A glow appeared around the sphere. A purple star appeared on it. Jan stood still. A dark beam struck the ground. Wide-eyed, the elder shouted that it couldn't be. The hero watched the attack. The thought arose that how could such a phenomenon happen? It was not some Taoist magic, or the power of Buddhist teachings. Could it really be the martial skill of an ordinary person? Suddenly, the sword cut through the dark wall. Frowning, the head shouted that it was the Plum Blossom Divine Sword. Flames appeared around the dark beam. Looking straight ahead, Ian said that it was an interesting technique. The protagonist smiled as he looked at him. Closing his eyes, the swordsman said that he had shown him his fighting spirit. Standing in front of him, Wai pondered, which is interesting. He read that the recent heavenly demon spirit destruction is the strongest technique that his level allows him. It seems that there is no point in continuing. Clenching his fist, he added that but how had he managed to repel the destructive spirit of the heavenly demon? How had he been able to destroy the space of destruction with a simple sword, where even time and space were distorted? A glow appeared around the sword, and the thought arose in the hero's mind that the heavenly demon spirit destruction was a version of the art of destroying the heavenly demon perfected with the help of sword chi. Its pressure force was palpable, and its density was amazing. But So Yang cut it in half, without making any effort, no matter how great the level of nature was, to stop the attack with a simple swing. Looking straight ahead, the swordsman turned to the Buddha. Standing at attention, he said that he would never reach the level of nature. The protagonist lowered his gaze and sighed. A sphere was flying above him, and Wai thought that at first it seemed so far away, but now reaching the level of nature had become one of the main goals in life, that it was the will of the god of the sword that was more important. No, perhaps it was the cherished dream of all the great, but he said not impossible, but never achievable. Putting his hand on his side, the hero said that there should be a limit to everything. Why on earth would he say such a thing? Looking at him, Ian replied that his fighting spirit was strong, and had a will that had not been seen in all of Murim's long history, but at the same time, that he had besides that. The protagonist frowned and thought that the martial spirit, or the Tao of thought, can be said to be for an absolute level martial spirit master, is everything, so he could have a martial spirit besides a martial spirit. The monk was training. It was heard that there was no martial path in his body. A master who could not carve his martial path had no right to exist. People were fighting with swords, and the man said that there was a high probability that it would result in major problems in the future. Moreover, the fact that such a controversial master had reached the absolute level already sounded like a mockery of the gods. Frowning, Wai thought that the battle path, in Korean, is the way of fighting. Despite the proud name, for him it was nothing more than a battle strategy. The hero raised his leg up. The thought arose that so that the combat path is just information from the field of physics, received through a special physique. He represents optimal movements with equations, materializing them into a tangible form, feelings or thoughts. Standing in front of the hero, the swordsman said that his fighting spirit was not like a self-consciousness born from a martial master's life experience, but rather like a mechanism. The protagonist looked at him in disbelief and thought that he was now beginning to understand why he said that. A bright glow appeared around him, and the thought arose in his head that but this was a feature of the physique that he had acquired in the Grave of Swords, due to the fact that he had introduced modern mathematics, that is, the ability to count physical phenomena, into the martial art of the middle plane. It would naturally give rise to a feeling of unnaturalness. Raising his eyebrows, Wai thought that it was unfair. His martial art, seasoned with calculations, was alien to them only because they were not familiar with mathematics. Holding the weapon in his hands, he asked that in his opinion, the heir of the sword god had no battle path. He would not say that he did not understand what he was talking about, but he was a little, even very hasty with his conclusions. Frowning, Yang said that although this Taoist was a simple person, he was nicknamed the Saint of the Sword in the boundless Jianghu, so don't let him look down on his intuition. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that he would fight him once more, throwing aside the powers of thought and the power of Negan. Yang opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that he dared to propose a simple duel to the head of the swordsman clan representing Huashan. A view of the mountain opened up, and the thought arose that the Huashan sect was a sect of swordsmen who were fluent in the strongest sword of illusion on the plain. The warrior cut the petals. It was said that even the exam to become a plum blossom swordsman consisted of the disciples having to chop a pile of petals falling from the roof of the northern sky palace in 1 second. The man brandished the weapon, and the master reflected that this was possible only after mastering the last technique of the sword technique of 24 plum blossom petals, 1,000 open buds. In order to freely master the spectacular techniques of the righteous, the disciples of Huashan literally worked to the point of exhaustion all their lives. Holding the weapon in front of him, he added that he was calmly offering a duel to the man standing on top of the plum blossom swordsman. Even the martial arts emperor wouldn't recklessly challenge him, and then replied approvingly. The hero took a fighting position. He rushed forward abruptly. The man raised his sword in front of him. The protagonist dodged his attack. Their swords collided with each other. Y jumped up sharply. He landed on the ground. The master looked at him in amazement, and thought that the fragrance of the plum blossom in the blink of an eye deals 128 blows. To resist an illusion of this speed on an equal sword means only one thing. Standing in front of the hero, Yang asked how he felt about the 24-petal sword technique. The hero smiled when he heard this. His eyes lit up, and the MC thought that it was his special physique abilities that allowed him to replicate the Emperor's Namgun sword, even though he had only seen it once. Y brandished his weapon and added that it was the same as the Huashan illusion sword. The man struck. The thought arose that in the eyes of ordinary people this is an ornate sword of illusion, but on the contrary, he receives enough physical information, which makes it much easier to counterattack. The hero deflected blows with the thought that to distort the angle of upward movements, increase the displacement, and weaken vertical blows, the variable speed penetrates inside, preventing him from accelerating. The protagonist dodged the attacks and thought that in this way he could devalue all the vector values transmitted to the brain to zero in order to resist openly. But such an ability of a special body causes the inhabitants of the middle plane to feel the so-called killing technique. Closing his eyes, Y thought that but the fact that he was able to perfectly master the technique of one clan swordsman meant that he fully understood that swordsman. Frowning, he said that he would dare to speak on behalf of his master. He swore that today was the first time he had learned about his reception. Looking at him, Yang thought that the junior sword god wouldn't lie when he mentioned the name of the sword god, so his words were undoubtedly true, then that killing technique was accidental. He lowered his head and shouted that this was meaningless talk. There was only one excuse for a swordsman, his techniques. Suddenly, the man used the Scarlet Chaos technique. As he waved his weapon, he thought that Crimson Chaos was the most violent move in the Huashan arsenal. It was so powerful that it was often mistaken for a renegade clan because of it. The protagonist raised his sword in front of him. He sharply deflected all the attacks, to which Yang thought that it was not with the blade of the sword that deflected all the attacks, but with its edge. Their battle appeared. With his eyes wide open, the master thought that this was impossible, unless he knew in advance about his movements, and then exclaimed. He knitted his brows. Y looked at him. They repelled each other's attacks. Yang held out his sword in front of him. He deftly parried from the attack. The hero looked forward attentively. They struck at each other. Looking straight ahead, the man exclaimed. He swung his weapon sharply. Red particles were flying around the sword. MC deflected all the blows in an instant. Suddenly the master jumped up. He swung his sword several times. The Y will continue to repel his attacks. Yang raised his sword above his head. The hero furiously swung his weapon. He blocked the opponent's attack. The protagonist jumped up. Looking at him, the master asked what the hell it was. Stepping his foot to the side, he thought that there would be 1,000 sweet aromas and a whirlwind of flowers. The swordsman looked furiously in the direction of the hero. He made a sharp swing of his weapon and thought that starting from 7 wild plums tearing at the heart, to rise to 1,000 open buds, this is what lies at the heart of the 24 plum blossom petals sword used with the determination to part with life. The swords struck each other. With his eyes wide open, Yang thought that but he had parried every sword point blow perfectly. The protagonist grabbed his sword tightly. Frowning, Yang thought that the Huashan demon sword, which had betrayed the sect in the past and moved to the heavenly demon, had spent a lifetime trying to destroy the attacks of the plum blossom sword, but even his crushing rage sword was not that strong. Y grinned slightly. After putting away his weapon, he asked that he still had no battle path after that. Closing his eyes, the swordsman thought that all that remained was to admit that it was not his path that had no way, but he could not see it. Memories from the battle appeared, and the man reflected on the fact that the styles he used were the 8 martial techniques of the 24 plum blossom petal sword, but he deflected them all with the point of the sword, which meant that he was not just familiar with the plum blossom sword. Looking straight ahead, Ian thought that he had really repelled his attacks on an intuitive level. The hero deflected the blows, and the thought appeared in the master's head that the Huashan sword is the supreme illusory sword, although it is believed that this style does not require accumulated inner strength, but it makes the sword bloom, leaving countless illusions. How in a fierce battle, he managed to repel every attack of the Huashan illusory sword with the tip of the sword. Strictly speaking, the field of vision of a person and the power of calculation have a limit. The protagonist brandished his sword, and the man thought that if such a battle path really existed, the one in front of him must know literally all the techniques that destroyed the martial prowess of the swordsman of the middle plane. Frowning, Yang added that how such a thing is possible with a person's combat ability. Lowering his head, he thought that even he could not read his talent, and then said that he did not deserve to be taught. Closing his eyes, the elder said that it was true, he had done a good job. After all, the sword of the middle plane would not defeat the sword of the deity. Standing in front of the hero, Ian said that he would retreat at this point, to which the protagonist replied that he had done a good job. Looking to the side, the swordsman said that he was wrong to reject the opponent's level, although he couldn't see him himself. May Hwa-shan forgive his ignorance. Smiling, Wai thought that his reputation as a holy sword wasn't just due to his martial prowess, and then said that he was grateful for the guidance from the Hwa-shan swordsman clan. The head looked away and replied that he would always be waiting for him. Waving his hand, the hero thanked him and asked him that he could consider himself to have accepted his offer of a deal. He would soon visit him with a contract. Frowning, Ian thought that he was so carried away by the duel that he completely forgot that he was the standard of a merchant, who confidently declared that he would make the tomb of the teacher into a landmark. The man began to leave. Stretching out his arms to his sides, laughed and turned around. Standing behind the hero, the head thought that he was a real monster. The protagonist suddenly turned around. Stretching out his hand, he said that it could be considered that they had signed an alliance. Now they would draw up a permit to do business in Gangwon County, and then thought that in words, everyone was willing to cooperate, but without proof, they could quickly change their minds. Frowning, the old man asked if it was an alliance. He was really going to do it with the county. Closing his eyes, Wai replied that no, he thought he looked like a local jester. He was the chairman of the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce, to which the head replied that he was a cruel person. Standing in front of him, the hero asked that had they not agreed at the moment when he had decided to accept the carriage from him, who would have thought that the Murim alliance had a dirty habit of twisting words. Holding the contract in his hands, he said that here, let him read and sign. Holding the paper in his hands, the head asked what kind of nonsense it was, to which the protagonist asked what exactly was where. Pointing his finger at the paper, the man said that he was talking about the 5th clause of the contract. In the 5th paragraph, it was stated that the Murim alliance would no longer declare the North Sea heiress Hanan an enemy of Murim until her death. In case of a violation, the Murim alliance would make an offering to the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce in the form of 10,000 bundles of gold coins or the equivalent amount of the gift. Turning his head, the hero said how big-eyed he was, and the elder shouted that he hadn't already confirmed it in front of all the Jianghun masters gathered here today, or he didn't even recognize the authority of the head of the Murim alliance. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist replied that it was better to have confirmation in everything, especially when it came to him. The emperor looked at him angrily and thought that especially when it came to him, it could be regarded as an insult. Holding the contract in his hands, he asked if it was an offering from the Union to the Chamber of Commerce, or he misunderstood the meaning of the word offering. Raising his hands, Wai replied that well, they were in an alliance with an alliance, of course. An alliance was when everyone was on an equal footing, which was unusual about using a respectful syllable in all documents to show respect to each other. The man silently lowered his gaze. Turning around, he said that okay, they would allow it, but at least he realized what a huge amount of money it was when he made this crazy list. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that he wanted to ask a counter question. If he was not going to break his fiery speech, then he would not have to pay. He was right. Did he not say that he would forget about his promise? The emperor looked at him in amazement and asked again. He began to fall back sharply. Hitting the guy with his elbow, the head shouted that he should let him go. Great, they would try. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was the right decision. Wide-eyed, the man said that he had made it clear that 26% of the profits would send an inspector from time to search all the ledgers. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he was entrusting the supervision with examining the ledgers of the Cho clan Chamber of Commerce, to which the guy replied that he obeyed and obeyed. Looking at him, Wai asked that they would see each other often from now on. The documents appeared, and the hero thought that the main accountants of the Chamber of Commerce had already studied modern Arabic numerals. No matter how much the inspectors of supervision poked their noses into the documents, for them the contents would still remain strange unreadable letters. Turning around, the head said that they were leaving. Putting his hands behind his back, the head of the supervisor asked what he could know, where he was, to which the emperor replied that it was like where, to the alliance, of course. Raising his hand, the guy said that but they had not yet prepared, many subordinates had not come to their senses, to which he replied that they should come back later, and he would leave immediately. Smiling, the protagonist said that let Zhang escort the guests, bring one cloud cart, to which he replied approvingly. Closing his eyes, Wai wished him a safe journey. The hero looked at Zhang happily, asking him to escort the guest and bring one cloud cart. The manager replied that he understood. The young man cupped his palms in a gesture of respect, and wished him a good journey after the evil old man. The sun was shining on a large mountain. It was Shaanxi Province, Gangwon County, Jiuhui Gorge. A light burned brightly on a high stone pillar. The heir to the Twin Sword clan was looking away. Ryan was the last to stand in the big line. The man stretched out his hand in surprise, asking about 10 yangs in gold, so much. The manager crossed his arms, answering that this was still the legacy of the sword god. In this cave there were traces of the swordsmen of all times and peoples. He replied that even if so, it was still expensive. John looked away, asking if he was blind, and how his tongue turned to say such a thing after what he saw, and they had all encountered such a thing at least once. A brand new cage with a chain was standing to the side when he clarified that it was, by the way, a real elevator designed by the Chaegao clan, asking if he had any idea how difficult it was to hang such a huge mechanism on a mountain piercing the heavens. The lift hung on the same mountain when the manager said that it took 3 months to install it. The fighters looked tired when Zhang took notice of them, saying that they were exhausted, wondering if he felt sorry for them at all. The man was surprised, repeating that 10 nyangas were gold. The manager pointed his finger at the worker at the mechanism, asked that, in his opinion, an ordinary person who did not have combat skills could drag such a heavy pulley, because with the naked eye it is clear that all the workers of the pulley are masters of the transcendental stage, and does he not know how much money it costs to hire one such master? The guy behind him in the queue put his hand to his chest, said that then he would not go on their lift, and would climb on his own. John held out his palm in front of him, wondering what he saw. He had reached the divine level in wall walking, then they would definitely not have to look for someone to remove the corpse that had fallen off the cliff, exclaiming that it was forbidden to enter without a fee. People in the crowd were dissatisfied, saying something. Each of them obediently took out a bag of money. Ryan poured out the contents of the bag, wondering about 10 yongs in gold. Even if you take into account the money for the return trip, he would not even have 10 yongs. Then he would return empty-handed, having traveled a long way to Shangxi. If he saw the traces of the great sword god with his own eyes, he would not be able to sleep for the next month. The guy was saddened, realizing that if he had known in advance, at least he would have prepared. The manager stretched out his hand and talked about 10 yongs in gold, and if he agreed, then he was the last in this group. The guy silently looked at him when he added to decide faster, otherwise he would have to wait a long time for the lift to move 20 people, and if not, then the next one. Ryan held out his hand, asking him to stop. John looked at the guy thoughtfully, clarifying that he saw that he did not have gold. The young guy lowered his head and asked if he could accept the relic. The manager stretched out his hand, saying that he would list a list of permitted goods, rare swords, gems, banknotes issued in the Central Plain over the past 3 generations, and the last if he had a nameplate that would prove that he belonged to the 9 sects, or the 5 great clans, as well as the disciples of the clans under their wing, thus allowing him to take credit. Ryan looked at the man with animation, asking if a disciple of the dual sword clan would be suitable. The manager wrote something down in a notebook, saying that he could not be sure. John closed his eyes, agreeing to a loan at half price, saying that he had 5 yongs in gold. The guy puffed out his cheeks, reasoning that if he gives, then let him give for the entire amount. What is another half? The manager closed one eye, starting to talk about his swords, that they looked quite good. Ryan looked at them, thinking that he was a scoundrel. He looked at the guy attentively, clarifying what surprised him. He could keep them, and later buy them back for gold. Ryan stood opposite, asking a question about whether to give as a pledge. The man answered, exactly, and this is also possible. The guy was upset, holding the weapon in his hands, said that he would try to return it as soon as possible, asking to take care of them. John pointed his hand at the elevator, noting that it was a great decision, wishing him to see the light in the Tomb of Swords and come out of there as the god of the twin sword. Ryan entered the elevator last, smiling as he thought of the god of dual swords. The workers held the chain, exclaiming that they were pulling. They clenched their teeth from the weight, cursing. The guy looked away, as if resigned to the situation. The lift slowly rose higher. A bright light was visible from above. The gate of the cage opened. People went to the exit. The men fell to their knees, shouting about the great god of the sword. In front of the people who had risen again, there was a crowd. The men had swords in their hands. Ryan looked intently in front of him, wondering what it was in their hands. From the rock came a loud exclamation that they were welcome. The seller walked in his hands with objects, shouting about the canvases depicting the image of the great sword god during his lifetime, worth 5 nongs in silver, and the wooden swords of the sword god, made in the image and likeness of the favorite sword of the sword god during his lifetime, 20 nongs in silver. The young man, walking forward, exclaimed that moreover, they would find the sword god's favorite trinkets and armor here, and let them quickly pass and look around. Ryan stood with bulging eyes, motionless. The main character followed the seller. The young man raised his hand and reported that they had come a long way, suggesting that they first have a drink. Wai watched as the girl brought the drinks to the people, talked about how they must have heard rumors. This was the black caramel water of the Zhou clan's Chamber of Commerce. The guy exclaimed about the black caramel water. The hero, closing his eyes, said that he would drink to the bottom. The guy agreed. Ryan continued to drink from the bottle non-stop. Everyone around opened their mouths. Wai began to unwrap the scroll. He showed a portrait of a man when others began to exclaim about the god of the sword, and the real heroic spirit. The hero closed his eyes, clarifying what he felt. Ryan asked again. The young man held the portrait in his hands, saying that they were looking at the lifelong creation of the greatest artist Jiangxi Chouyu, wondering if nothing resonated in them. The guy silently looked at the image. Wai added that it was all due to a lack of intelligence. The main character closed his eyes, talking about imagining that in the swordsman's house hangs the image of the god of the sword during his lifetime, wondering where this good energy will be directed. Ryan came closer, asking about the energy. The young man replied that it was still a real image of the sword god, specifying that wouldn't noble energy fill every corner of the house. The guy turned around. At the moment when Y asked the man that he had a son, he confirmed. The hero showed him the portrait, saying that if the young swordsman could spend his childhood looking at the home altar of the sword god, would he understand what a brave swordsman he would become? Y was smiling as he said that whether it was your life or that of his son, with just 5 nyongs in silver, you could change the fate of a single swordsman. The young man stood in front of the crowd with a portrait, clarifying once again that they could imagine that for just 5 nyongs in silver, they could buy a work by the best artist of Jiangxi. The workers were drawing at the table when it was said that it was a replica of a painting by the best artist in Jiangxi, and if they sold it for 5 nyongs, they would get 4 nyongs of net profit. The man raised his finger up, asking for one. Someone from the crowd asked for another. The hero was delighted, exclaiming that this was a wise decision, thinking that it was immediately obvious that this was the most profitable group of all that had climbed into the tomb. There was nothing else to rip off from them, now only speed remained. Y waved his hand, saying that they should get together, and now they would go to the Tomb of Swords. They had 15 minutes to inspect. The crowd was angry, discussing that 15 minutes was impossible. It was impossible. The guy thought about what kind of nonsense it was. They laid out as many as 10 nyongs, and only 15 minutes to see it. The young man closed one eye, explaining that all groups without exception were given 15 minutes, asking how many people flocked to the Chiohui Gorge. Ryan was surprised when he noticed the hourglass. The hero announced that time had passed. The guy ran to the side to make it. People rushed along the narrow gorge. There was darkness ahead. Ryan was dumbfounded, wondering what else it was. People stood in bewilderment, looking up, and thinking how it was. Formulas were written on the ceiling and walls, saying that he had imagined a sword tomb with traces of the sword god in all sorts of ways, but there was no such landscape among the countless fantasies. The young man imagined that the secret techniques of the sword god or some knowledge of swordsmanship would remain in the cave, but only the sword scars that entangled the cave like a spider's web caught his eye. Ryan looked at the images around him with surprise, thinking that they were so heavily layered on top of each other that it was difficult to make out which one was left earlier and which one later. Some small squiggles resembling letters were still carved, but his knowledge was not enough not only to decipher them, he could not even understand what century and what dynasty these writings were from. The man pushed the young guy away, demanding the way. He put the blank sheet against the wall. An unknown person began to move a bag filled with something along the sheet. Ryan stood behind him, asking if a brave warrior could lend him a leaf and dry ink. The man turned his head, clarifying how many silver coins he would give. The young guy asked again. The young man looked at the 3 coins, reasoning that Jianghu's morality was irretrievably lost. Everyone was turned on money, declaring that this was all. Someone from the crowd began to push the guy, shouting for him to be given and pay more than him. Ryan objected, asking to follow the queue. The man looked back, saying that only 2 would share with 2, and they had to hurry if they wanted to copy all the traces of the sword. People crowded behind him, asking for a chance, and saying that they were paying in gold. The guy expressed dissatisfaction when he said that he asked before them. He was pushed away, shouting to get out of the way. The stranger grabbed a sheet of paper. He tried to snatch it from his hands. The observers tried to stop what was happening with a gesture. Ryan raised his finger up, realizing that it was most likely impossible to copy. Someone was ringing a bell in his hands. The main character enters the dungeon, asking if they had time to enjoy the beauty. The cave is very crowded, and you need to follow the queue at the exit. The guy could not stand it, putting his hand forward, shouting that he was a damned swindler. After the young man asked again, received an answer that the man dragged himself so far for the sake of these scribbles on the wall. Ryan was very angry, inquiring about the 10 nyongs of gold, dared to gather all the Jianghu swordsmen to pull off a grand scam, calling him an arrogant huckster. Y grabbed his sword in his hand, thinking that it was because of such images that he could not leave the tomb. The young man wielded the sword, asking about the writings on the wall. He jumped on his weapon. The hero stood on his sword, asking if Ryan was ready to take responsibility for his words. The young man, using a gesture of respect, bowed, realizing that in all of Murim, there was only one person who cut the Jianghu with a sword, and that was the heir of the sword god, stating that he had behaved disrespectfully, apologizing. The young man frowned, saying that it was obvious, but he was a clear proof of it in front of them. In 3 years here, the guy had been able to master the sword god technique. Ryan looked at him in surprise. The hero pointed his hand to the side, inviting everyone to go to the exit, to which they agreed. We could see the next batch of people standing at the elevator. The guy with the crowd came out of the dungeon. Ryan, smiling, walked by, thinking that let the simpletons experience it on their own skin. The magic stone lit up with energy above the people sitting next to the man. He was lying on the ground, tears flowing from his eyes. Y looked away sadly, thinking that the reputation of the sword god was suffering more and more. Since this was the case, he needed to squeeze money out of it without taking it personally. The man did not move, reasoning that it would be better to be silent. The master stared into the distance, thinking that all that remained was to marvel at his incredible business skills, because these sword god goods he had invented were selling like hotcakes. A portrait of the sword god was shown, when it was said that almost 1,000 portraits were sold per day, and sales amounted to as much as 500 yangs in gold. Just one portrait of the sword god brought in 500 gold per day. Wooden swords, a jacket, and other items are depicted. It was said that adding to this other goods, toys related to the sword god, jewelry, wooden swords, scrolls, and even leather jackets, adding up all the income per day comes out to almost 2,000 yangs in gold. The jewels were in the air against the background of the sacred mountain. It was explained that in 10 days it was 20,000, and in a month as much as 60, wondering what would happen if the income from the tomb remained for at least 3 years. The man frowned, chasing away the thoughts in his head that if you imagine that this is 300,000 a year, in 3 years the amount will approach the astronomical number of almost 1,000,000, and what is more surprising is that he did not calculate the entrance fee to the tomb. The young man smiled, turning to the demon god in his mind if he happened to know where the tomb of the myriad demons was. Hanjin turned around, thinking that it would give him goosebumps when he presented his face on the many scrolls, how they scattered throughout the apostate sects. He had a hand in imagining the objects, talking about these swords, the sword god hieroglyphs clearly carved on the hilt. He knew that he was ashamed to look at this. He would simply exchange the hieroglyphs on the cheap swords for the demon god, and they would also be sold. The hero touched his chin, answering that he should tell if the god of the sword had leveled this place to the ground, and let him not worry. It was unlikely that there were any demonic techniques left there. Hanjin ran forward as fast as he could, reasoning that his concern wasn't about the spread of demonic prowess across Jianghu, but that he would trade his face like a man. Why smirked as he asked again about being called the Lord God of Battles, or Elder. The Tang clan man thought that he wasn't sure if his people would be happy to entrust his clan's aspirations to such a person. He frowned, thinking that if he thought about it, the Sima clan's cherished wish was for him. The man clenched his fists as he talked about blood, heaven, and earth jade. While the 3 spirit jades are combined into one, what's the point of separating the Cho clan and the Sima clan? In the spirit world, everyone already coexists together. He was replaying in his head about whether he liked it or not, but his life was connected to why. The hero lowered his head, turning to the Tomb of Battles, why they were silent, and whether the Sima clan had anything like that. The elder looked to the side, reasoning that even if there was, he would never tell him, and asking how much one had to be obsessed with money to behave like this, if he wanted to turn the graves of all 3 gods into a landmark. Zhang barely opened his eyes, declaring that he knew where the tomb of the myriad demons was. Hanjin ran in their direction, shouting about what they were doing. He stopped at the body of the swordmaster, who said that he had to visit her at least once one way or another. The demon god was angry, wondering that this was a desperate attempt to drag him underwater. The man ran to the side, using the great step technique of the god of battle, and thinking that the main thing was not his. The starry sky is depicted. The tent stood at night at the lift to the mountain. John and the hero rejoiced at the large amount of gold on the table. The guy understood that with such an income, it was not surprising to become the richest man in the plain in just half a month. The hero looked at the manager, asking if he wanted anything. The man clenched his fist, exclaiming that he wanted to build a palace, take his father, mother and everyone, including the youngest Zhou Riyang, to live together. Wai smiled as he clarified what would give him ownership of the Zhou clan's multi-story pavilion, asking if his house would be suitable. A mansion was depicted. This is a multi-story pavilion of the Zhou clan. They talked about fabulous decoration, starting with a toilet bowl that surpasses imagination, and ending with an insulated floor, with laid copper pipes through which water flows, which retains heat. Pokong, a multi-story building, which was said to be decorated with luxurious overseas glass here and there, was in no way inferior to the Imperial Pavilion. Zhang thought that such a house was definitely worth a fortune, and he was given it for free. The manager was surprised when he asked if he was joking. The hero asked if he had ever talked idly. Tears came to his eyes as he gave thanks. The main character looked away, saying that he was an adult man, and you can't burden yourself like that, because it's a trifle compared to his efforts. Zhang continued to cry, saying that this was not the case. The guy asked again what it was, to which he received the answer that it was just sadness. The man approached the mother with the child. The manager recalled that he still could not forget the face of his mother when the king of robbers came to their family, and said that he would take him to the mountains. The young man's eye was staring in front of him. His mother smiled. Zhang said that then a shadow of fleeting relief flashed on her face. Of course, she would become one mouth less. She would not say that she could not understand, but a drop of tears flew down as he talked about how those memories had become an unhealed wound that brought him to tears every time he got drunk. The hero tilted his head, claiming that he would raise his salary so as not to offend him. The main thing is that he must continue to work as he does now. The girl appeared at the entrance, who told the chairman that they had a guest. The young man looked on in surprise, exclaiming that they were closed, wondering how he would order guests to be received in the middle of the night. The lady crossed her arms, declaring that the master had not come for the tomb. He asked who could have come late at night. The girl stood at the entrance, saying that she did not know for sure, but it was someone from the union. The hero asked again about what was wrong with all of them, what kind of life they had, since they burst into other people's rooms at night, and that they could not sleep at all. Wai grabbed the coins, asking Chief Zhang to move the coins quickly. The manager took the money, saying that he understood him. The guy stepped aside, inviting me to come in. A silhouette of a man appeared at the entrance. The young man looked at him in surprise, recognizing someone. The hero saw a young man in front of him, thinking that it was the younger dragon Huashan, right? The guest greeted, gesturing to introduce himself as Junior Inspector of Supervision Chun Unseo, saying that he had arrived on the orders of the Union to inspect the Chamber of Commerce. Wai was thinking of the Junior Inspector. Last year the rank belonged to Che Galan, which meant that he had passed to the Junior Dragon. The hero pointed to a chair, inviting him to sit down. The young man quickly took a chair. He put his hands on his knees, demanding to see the ledger of the Chamber of Commerce. The young man pushed the magazine aside, offering to check it. The inspector was surprised, holding the notes in his hands, thinking that this was not Sanskrit, and not an ancient language. Wai smiled, explaining that the Chamber of Commerce kept records using a unique computing system, and it was unlikely that he would understand anything. Chun looked upset when he asked if he could have copied one copy in the language of the plains. Two were sitting at the table. When the guy asked again about what it was for, the young man clarified that with such a ledger he could not do his job. The hero looked at the interlocutor, asking if he had read the contract between the Union and the Chamber of Commerce before the visit. The inspector hesitantly confirmed. The young man stretched out his hand, saying that then the conversation would go faster. The contract says that the Chamber of Commerce undertakes only to provide the ledger at the request of the Union, and as far as he knows, its interpretation is not part of their duties. The hero raised his head higher, adding that besides, even if they translated the ledger into pinyin, the Union would never believe a document rewritten by their hand. The man pointed the finger at the two when the young man realized that he was right, because the basic principle of supervision is urgency and secrecy, and the sudden receipt of a ledger would help to expose the true nature of the object of supervision. A stack of magazines and gold was shown. Chun looked down, reasoning that if the object rewrote the ledger, he wouldn't be able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Wai remained silent with a serious face, thinking about what the head of the alliance was only thinking about. The experienced commander of the supervision fled with his tail between his legs, wondering why this boy had been sent. The guests reasoned that they had prepared in advance for the visit of the supervision. He got up from the table and said that it was already so late. Proposing to continue the check tomorrow, the hero replied that he wished. A bright light could be seen in the sky. The rays of the sun fell on the tent. The inspector stood at the entrance from the street, mentioning the great Buddha, asking if they slept well. The young man silently left the tent. Among the blossoming trees, there was a young man who held a weapon in his hand. It was talked about the talent of Chang's talents, how hatred for the best among the rising stars, the junior dragon Huashan, was carved into Namgong Changhua's heart. The man sat in the lotus position among the books as it was said that everyone who had the nickname had the appropriate talents and abilities. A special physique is the foundation of martial arts geniuses, and most of them have unique minds, including reaction, memory, and the like. Martial arts genius as a synonym for ingenuity. Behind Zhang stood Inspector Un. The hero reasoned that if he took the manager of the genius Lulin, for example, although he had a dull appearance and speech, his ingenuity was not inferior to Rome. He had repeatedly proved that if you give him the appropriate education and the talent of the new generation will shake the whole world. The inspector stood with a sad face as Wai reflected on how somehow he couldn't quite consider the genius of the righteous Chun clans, and as far as he knew, he was more famous than Namgun Changho, Che Galan, and Zhang, but the guy couldn't see any special talents in him. The main character grabbed his chin, reasoning that because of his ambiguous abilities, all that remains is to probe the employment contract. Wai stepped closer and asked what he owed early in the morning. The hero frowned, asking that if he called, then he had something to do with him. The young man bowed his head, beginning to say that he had examined all the other places during the previous night. The young man knitted his brows, clarifying that he now wanted to check their tent, but this was the very first place he had been. The inspector remembered those wooden boxes. The main character smiled, asking about the boxes, said to watch to your heart's content, inviting you inside. The inspector reached for the magazines. Chun opened the boxes one by one, as Wai chased away the thought that Zhang had already hidden all the boxes filled with silver. The guy turned to the woman, asking to serve them 2 cups of iced tea. The hero threw up his hands, saying that working for the good of the Union is hard and tiring. He means that it causes inconvenience to so many people. The young man apologized in response. Wai raised his finger up, clarifying whether he was interested in the Tomb of Swords, would not believe that he, as a swordsman of the Huashan sect and the symbol of all the plain sword clans, was not at all curious. The inspector explained that he was now on duty, and did not plan to be distracted by personal matters. The young man smirked, asking that he was interested in the tomb. The young man was in a bad mood as he thought that as a swordsman of the plain, he might not want to see the feats and footprints of the great sword god. The hero grabbed him by the arm, talking about what he was about to show. He replied that he did not have so much silver. The guy wondered if they were strangers. Wai led him by the hand out of the tent. In front of them was the entrance to the cave. The haze swirled in the darkness. Chung was surprised as he looked up. The inspector looked around with his mouth open when the young man asked him if he understood the essence of the traces left. The young man touched the wall, exclaiming that this was definitely one of the stages of spiritual training, marking imaginary points on the wall, trying to embody them alone with simple physical strength, wondering what if it was not the result of hard training, then what it was. On the face of the main character, you could read surprise when he reasoned that he understood this without any prompting, just once looking at the wall, which is chaotically dotted with stripes. Chun ran his hand along the wall, saying that a trial of a myriad of days, the likes of which were unimaginable, if he could complete such a detailed training, it would be possible to achieve perfect control over the body. The inspector was stunned by what he saw. Looking at him, the hero wondered what was going on. The young man guessed that it could be traces of the variability of speed depending on the weight of the sword. Y opened his eyes wide, thinking that these were traces of mathematical formulas dividing the amount of internal force to realize the motion of a certain vector using the acceleration of gravity. This guy simply did not know the concept of acceleration, but he understood it correctly. The inspector ran his fingers along the wall, saying that the swordsman's obsessive thoughts would be embodied in truth, and that was perfect. People sat in a circle as he mused about how even in Huashan, which was not subject to rules and the freest in expression of the 9 sects, they could not even imagine the existence of such training. The warrior brandished the stick. The hero reflected that most of them had succeeded in studying the shape of the sword and its trajectory, but for some reason, no one thought about the movements and fencing in general, believing that everyone would figure it out on their own. The old man raised a stick above him. It was said that each person has a unique muscular and internal strength. It is obvious that everyone's movements will be different. The man held the sword in his hand with his eyes closed, as he reasoned that it could be said that using his body to the limit was in line with the purpose of martial arts. But no one would dare to do so until his body adapted to the shape of the sword. Chun aimed his sword in rage as he reasoned that it was therefore the direct and fastest path to madness. The inspector opened his eyes wide, thinking of the devil's sword. Y looked at the young man, asking about the devil's sword, what he meant. The inspector looked away, claiming that he had made a mistake. The hero came closer, clarifying that he had such blind faith in the Huashan sword. Chun wondered if there was a plum blossom swordsman who didn't believe in the Huashan sword. Chun opened his eyes wide, claiming that he was going too far. The young man looked at him with tension, saying that he had barely looked at the footprints left by the sword god and had called them a devilish art, wondering if it wasn't the pride of the plum blossom. Then what? The inspector threw up his hands, saying that at first he was also filled with admiration and surprise. Perfect control over the body is the cherished dream of every warrior. But the guy asked again. Chun clenched his fist, stating that if all the swordsman's training was fixated on the spiritual practice of the movements, people would become obsessed with this technique, which would narrow their sword path in the future, and they would bury themselves in their heads, unable to reach even the level of the sword idea. The young man smiled as he spoke of the idea of the sword, remarking to himself that he was right. The demon god looked away as Y speculated that the mathematics and obsession of a modern man of the past, who had deciphered all the techniques of the middle plane, could be called a psycho. The young guy held a camera in his hand when he wondered from the other side. It is not for nothing that they are frightened by ardent fans who are fixated on one area. The man programmed the robot when it was added that the middle plane did not even dream of their level of involvement. The inspector closed his eyes, saying that besides, if these traces were left by such training, he couldn't understand the sword god's combat path. Y pulled out his sword, exclaiming that he would show him then. The young man raised his hands in fear, saying that he was in no way denying his martial prowess, just saying that he could not know him. It was because of his insufficient level, asking him to change his anger to mercy. The young man stared silently, pointing his sword forward. He jumped higher, using the fragrance of the plum blossom. His sword burst into flames after activating 1,000 sweet scents. The guy circled with a weapon, using a flower vortex. Chun was dumbfounded, exclaiming about these techniques. The young man clenched his fists, wondering if these weren't the styles of the first half of the 24 plum blossom petal sword. The hero showed his technique in jumps. He spun the sword, forming a bright energy. With a serious face, Y continued to hone his movements as the instructor thought about how he couldn't read the entire sword path used by the heir of the sword god. But one thing was clear, something had been erased from the authentic Huashan technique, and something had been added. The guy took his sword to the side, asking if he could see it. The hero raised his weapon, saying that he would slightly reduce the speed of the sword. He continued to demonstrate technique as he moved forward. Chun was stunned, reasoning that it was definitely the fragrance of plum blossom and 1,000 sweet fragrances. But all the key points were different. The young man looked to the side, clarifying what he saw now. The young man stared with his eyes wide open, thinking that right now he was seeing the pinnacle of the art of swordsmanship Huashan. The protagonist stopped, noticing that it was the fencing of the Tomb of Swords. A warrior in a blooming garden was doing training. 1,000 sweet scents were being talked about. This style was considered special for plum blossom swordsmen, and it was the first thing that a Huashan disciple should master when he began to learn the sword, blossoming power, as well as the illusion sword core of the Huashan swordsman's symbol. The man sat with his back as it was said that even the greatest swordsman in the history of the Huashan sect, Sage Punyano, had said at the end that the truth of Huashan was not in the purple dawn, but in 1,000 fragrances, after which he ascended. His disciples looked at him, and it was explained that everyone knew that the truth of Huashan was dissolved in 1,000 aromas, not inferior to the purple dawn, but the path along which this insight led was akin to the ocean, and therefore the swordsmen of the Plum Blossom Leagues watched him from afar. The warrior struck with his sword shrouded in magic. The young man said that looking at the 1,000 sweet fragrances of the air of the sword god, he momentarily mistook it for the supreme light of the flowing illusion. The 1,000 sweet fragrances were the supreme light of the flowing illusion. The Huashan legend says that only the sage Punyan can freely wield them. Chong looked surprised when he asked if he could not cherish it and show 1,000 sweet flavors in full force. The hero stretched out the weapon in front of him, saying that he could do it by itself. The sword mark multiplied by several. A large number of magic swords were illuminated in red. The inspector stared at the whirlwind of sword strikes, and wondered about 1,000 scents, and whether he would be able to sense all 1,000 in a series of endless changes. Drops of sweat appeared on the young man's face as he spoke about how such a sword of illusion was. There were 4 blades in front of him. The hero smiled, saying that it was the power of mathematics. The instructor asked again, wondering what he was saying about the art of divination, whether the great truth of the sword of illusion came from the art of divination. The young man lowered his sword, explaining that there are many problems in middle plane fencing, primarily the records left by the ancestors, which are the most confusing for the disciples. The question was raised as to why the records are a problem. Why closed his eyes, saying that most of the ancestors had tried to describe a moment of epiphany, but more often than not, the words that popped up resembled scattered fragments, so that only the author could decipher them. Sadness appeared on the young man's face. The instructor remembered how he had trained in front of Su, reasoned that this was his experience, even when he had inherited the martial prowess of the Namdong clan, had shed a lot of sweat while studying all these records. But that didn't mean that studying the records had necessarily helped him progress in the martial art. Young's eyes glowed blue as Chong remembered that the sword god had also said that he was in nirvana when he was writing notes, causing the smooth lines of the sword's simple trajectory to resemble the movements of swallows, turning into the chaos of the swallow arc. The bird circled over the training hero when it was explained that if you explain the etymology, then chaos means the phenomenon of dizziness, and the arc of the swallow is a swallow that writes arcs in the sky, then the swallow circles in the air, then suddenly makes an arc and flies away. This is also used in the style of fencing. The warrior waved the stick along the trajectory in one direction, then in the other. It was said that this is why everyone inevitably interprets knowledge in their own way. On the pages of the books, martial arts techniques were depicted. It was said that therefore, most clans first teach students from illustrations, and illustrations are also divided into 2 types: illustrations of movements, where a swordsman is depicted, revealing the style of the sword, and schematic, depicting the form of the style with the help of lines, dots, and other geometric shapes. The guy stood there with a weapon in his hands when the thought dawned on him that it was time for the clans of the Middle Plain to become more honest. They were in awe of the records of their ancestors as if they had a deeper meaning. But in fact, this is complete crap, and of course, sometimes chance and genius merge together, and young scientists are able to read the shards of the soul left by their ancestors. However, the probability is too low. The young man was indignant, wondering if this was complete crap. Wai looked at his interlocutor with a serious face, stating that he had heard Huashan's recordings are complete amateurism. Wondering if he was wrong, the inspector threw up his hands in response, summoning the Buddha. An unknown man was sitting in the lotus position. It was said that in fact, the eminent clans famous for pathos and confusion of records are Huashan and Wudong. Especially their first records have no equal in terms of entanglement, but they had no choice, because the peculiarity of Huashan fencing is in the sword of illusions. Wai put his hand on his belt, saying that swordsmanship fencing focuses on illustrations. It seems to say that there is no longer a need to rely on the knowledge and advice of ancestors, but will use the cursed records as auxiliary literature. Chun clenched his fists, silently thinking that the traditions and laws of the righteous clans were alive and thriving, and he suggested ignoring the teachings of his ancestors. But the young man could not ignore his words, because these instructions were left by the god of the sword. The young man pointed his sword to the floor. Geometric shapes were drawn there in a chaotic order. The 2 characters lowered their heads, looking down when the hero inquired about what these are. Thousands of sweet flavors of Huashan, right? The entrance to the sect was depicted when the question arose as to how the heir of the sword god knew such details of the Huashan sect's illustrations. It was literally a scheme of 1,000 sweet fragrances without a single error. The open book was in the air. It was said that it was as if he were looking at a manuscript with illustrations of the sword of 24 plum blossom petals, stored in the deepest hall of the Huashan Three Heavens Pavilion. The guy pointed his tip at the center of the circle, asking him to take a closer look. The young man silently stared at the illustration, listening to the question of whether he understood now. His eyes opened wide as he realized that the heir of the sword god had supplemented and changed the illustration. Not such a big change among the numerous steps of 1,000 sweet fragrances. He had only erased and added a couple of dozen lines. The instructor reasoned that even seeing it with his own eyes, he could not believe it. This was a completely new technique. Chun fell to his knees, closing his eyes, realizing that as soon as the unnecessary dots and lines that only confused 1,000 sweet fragrances disappeared, the style had undergone a big change. and the lines he had added seemed to awaken something that had been dormant for years, as if he had been wandering in a fog, but suddenly everything was illuminated by light. The inspector grabbed his sword, asking for a second. The point of the weapon appeared. The blade lit up with bright magic. The young man directed forward a stream of energy, intertwining swords. Chong stopped, holding his sword in front of him, and thought that Sage Pun Yang was undoubtedly right when he said that 1,000 fragrances are as good as a purple dawn. Wai laughed, closing his eyes, thinking that, to be honest, he had literally spoon-fed him, but it was still extremely rare to see those who would immediately fake the illustrations when they saw them. The smile did not leave the young man's face when he thought about his talent for a comprehensive study of fencing. The hero put his hand on his chest, announcing that he could teach him the fragrance of plum blossoms. The interlocutor asked if it was true. The young man smiled, clarifying that this style did not belong to Huashan. On the contrary, he did not express himself correctly when he said that he would teach. The inspector bowed, saying that he would not consider it impudence. The protagonist frowned, stating that he could teach him other styles as well. He wondered if he was referring to the flower vortex and scarlet chaos. The guy smirked, confirming, said that he had a small condition. Chong bowed his head, wondering what the condition was, and thought that all of Jianghu knew about the greed of the heir of the sword god, and that he would not be able to do it if he voiced an unheard of amount of silver or demanded some kind of madness. The hero raised his hand, clarifying that Taoists also go to Jianghu to spread ideas when they reach a certain age. The young man replied that this is so, but Wai held up a thumbs up, telling him to believe that he was asking to do something for their Chamber of Commerce as soon as the time came. Chun stared, not understanding, asked again. The young man threw up his hands, warning that everything was within reason, and he could be sure of this. They would immediately start training as soon as the inspector gave a positive answer. Questions flew through the young man's head about what he could not even say, what kind of matter it was. But he himself demanded an answer, and what kind of unheard of behavior. Chong stretched out his hand, saying that the Taoist Huashan only follows the righteous path. He does not care about worldly riches and is not going to leave the sect, and hopes that the hero will always remember this when his help is needed. The guy looked at him with regret, saying that this wasn't what he had thought, pondering the question of why he would trust a martial arts fanatic with the trade. Chong stretched out his palm, asking what a Taoist like him could do in the sword air competition. Wai was surprised, asking if he didn't seem to want to learn from him at all. The young man replied that he didn't mean it at all. The young man turned around, reasoning that such a chance to learn the sword of 24 plum blossom petals supplemented by the will of the sword from the Tomb of Swords, asking but who was he to stop him, so as not to let him miss such a chance. The instructor tried to stop the heir of the sword god. The hero smirked, reasoning about what was expected from a naive Taoist. The guy held out a paper, saying that he would pay him 20 nongs in silver, asking how to think about where else to find such conditions in the midst of an economic crisis. There were illustrations on the ground under Chun's feet. When he clarified about the economic crisis, Wai replied about what there is, clarifying whether he agrees. The young man put his hand on his chest, declaring that by all means, but he dared to ask him not to entrust anything that harmed the Taoist duty. The main character, closing his eyes, shouted that it was good, and hand in hand, a signature appeared on the edge of the sheet. The guy hugged the interlocutor, calling him Deputy Chun. It was said that this was the birth of Deputy Chong, who in the future would become the battle mentor of the new Golden Dragon Squad, the second battle squad of the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. The city was bathed in sunshine. It was Hefei. Near the entrance to the building, someone was calling for a maiden. The girl put her hand on her chest, greeted her, and said that she had come to see her brother. The man bowed, saying that since the young master had gone into seclusion, they could not open the doors at will. The lady clarified when they would open again. The servant looked ahead, saying that if you think about it, they open once a month, the next only after 10 days. She lowered her head, explaining that she needed to discuss an important family issue with him, clarifying if he could open. The man said that if the matter was important. The girl blushed, looking away, asked what he must have heard, what happened at the competition. The servant put his hand on his chest, exclaiming that she should wait here while he called the caretaker. The sky was in the clouds. The man ran forward, saying that he was Seo Bok Kong, and acting as the caretaker of the ice house, and it was an honor for him to meet her. The overseer looked back without turning around. The main character was standing on the sword, saying that he and Mr. Zhang should now be racking their brains over the drawings of new houses. But something is not very busy, the man greeted with a gesture in return. The guy was serious when he reasoned about how most of the managers were focused on the Jiangxi military headquarters, which left Hefei unattended. And with the naked eye it is clear how lame discipline is. Ordered to step and convey to all the stewards of Hefei the news of his return, and the order for a general assembly. Khan asked again about the general gathering, looking at the young man, who asked if he should repeat it. The caretaker ran as fast as he could, saying that he understood. The girl turned to the side as Wai landed, calling her name. The guy reasoned about how for the past few months, Khan had avoided him in every possible way, unable to even look into his eyes. The hero exhaled, grinning, asking about the fact that she would run away again today. The girl blushed, standing in half a turn. Wai raised his hand, thinking that she had such a thin neck. The young man understood that the marriage proposal was a temporary measure in order to avoid a threat in the moment. On the other hand, he was sincere, wondering how it happened that he could not tolerate even a scratch on her body. Khan crossed her fingers as he reflected on how he was used to approaching everything with a cold heart, but for some reason, this time he couldn't help but lose his temper. The hero remembered how he ran past her, looking in the other direction, thought that he himself did not understand when feelings arose in him. The young man frowned, chasing away thoughts in his head that asking for marriage and heart because of awakening interests, simple liking and ardent love, are still different feelings. He looked at the lady's back, asking what she thought of him. Why held out his hand, adding that he personally had a liking for her. The hero was calm when he explained that he was not sure that his feelings could be called the love of a man for a woman, talking about the fact that he dated a girl in his student years. That's all his experience. Han turned, wondering what he wanted to say that he loved her. The guy lowered his head and said that he didn't, and he hadn't had a chance to know what the feeling of love was, realizing in his thoughts that, to be honest, he was embarrassed if the lives of Cho Young-hoon and Wai were to be almost 40 years old, and in all that time, he had never experienced such a fundamental feeling as love. The lady stood half-turned, beginning to tell about what her mother had once said. She clasped her hands together, continuing the story of how the thought of him warmed her soul warmer than the sun. Her heart pounded at times, and her lips broke into a smile, and she talked while she waited for him, always mending his clothes, cooking food, and preening herself. The hero listened silently, attentively. Khan closed her eyes, saying that when his face was darkened by heavy thoughts, her day was also not going well. She could cut her hand while sewing, or, sometimes, she often cried in secret when her heart was tormented by anxiety about him. She blushed, starting to talk about what he was. The lady clasped her hands together, talking about what was already commanding her. Han blushed, stating that she had long ago realized that her feelings were love, wondering that everything was wrong for him. The guy, embarrassed, pronounced her name, thinking that the ruler of his heart, so confidently call it love. He began to talk about how he was, on the contrary, furious. Wai clenched his fists as he said that when she was injured, he felt a splash, as if blood was gushing in the other direction. When he was being harassed by Master Jianghu, he was so angry that he was ready to trample them into the ground. The hero frowned, saying that he could not be sure that these feelings were love, reflecting that this confusion did not feel much different from friendly love. He remembered how the lady froze Zhang's hands, and mused that perhaps these feelings were even similar to what he had experienced when the trouble happened to the manager's hands. Han looked down, stating that her father had said the same thing. The girl approached a man in the forest in winter. She recalled that as soon as men glanced at their mother, her father immediately got into a fight. On days when the snow covered everything around, he dropped everything he was doing and rushed to his mother with a huge cape in his hands. The lady looked down, saying that her father did not hesitate to call the man's desire to protect the maiden love. Wai's eyes widened. They hugged each other tightly. The doors to the building opened abruptly. An unknown person came out of there, saying that he was sick of their chatter. Chan gritted his teeth with anger, realizing that it was not for nothing that they said that there were devils in a quiet whirlpool. They knew only nothing, and they were already whispering about shameful things early in the morning. The guy shouted furiously at his sister that she was planning to drive her brother to madness, wondering if it was necessary to come here to shamelessly glue each other. The girl apologized. He looked down, remembering that she had been called the flower of the northern sea, that she had grown up in love and care. The hero lowered his head, talking about what he knew. His brother turned around, saying that he approved of their marriage, and let them no longer interfere with his training. The lady opened her mouth in surprise, trying to justify herself to him. The guy continued to walk without turning around, saying that she had come to ask permission from the head of the Ice Clan. She got it. Asking if she had any other business, Han said that she wanted to hear at least a couple of kind words of farewell. He stood with his back to the side, looking away. The brother looked at Wai, asking about what heights he had reached in Jianghu. The young man replied that he had reached the 8 highest thrones in the Celestial Empire. The man asked to show him all his strength. Bright energy flashed around the guy. His brother looked at him attentively, saying that on the day he finished his private training, he, as the owner of the 8 thrones of Jianghu, would give him a name. The young man smiled silently. The guy laughed, calling him an ice god. The entrance to the building was empty. Night covered the city, uncovered her ears in fear as she lay in bed. Who was kneeling on the roof? He told me that for the 3rd month he had been listening to this heartbreaking howl at night, covered himself with a blanket, plugged his ears. But because of these damned sobs, which did not care about anything, his body was about to freeze through and turn into ice. She ran away from the men when he said that in the first few days, his comrades had walked around all the rooftops of the military headquarters and finally found who, but her Qinggong, which had reached unimaginable heights thanks to the blood of various masters, was a real divine gift, which made it impossible for anyone to catch her. The man opened the door abruptly. He pointed his finger at the instructor, said that today they would finally finish with this girl, otherwise they would all be screwed. Zhang was angry, saying that he would definitely screw her head off, because it was impossible to live like that. Un was alarmed, asking to call the junior head of the Sword Clan, and with him, they would have at least some chance. The man clenched his fist, shouting that this asshole had fled to the Namgong residence to save his own ass. Wondered what he would order him to do. The inspector tilted his head, asking what could comfort her by giving her blood. The guest clenched his fists, asking again about the fact that he offered to voluntarily repeat the fate of the idiot from the Pin clan. Replied that there was no other way. John put his hands on his belt, remarking that this was the only decision that was born in the head of the heir of Chegal, the greatest strategist of the Celestial Empire, adding that Liang was now weeping in his tomb. The inspector replied, exclaiming that then let this mountain of muscles show ingenuity again. The manager closed his eyes, saying that it didn't matter if she was grabbed or drunk with blood, it still wouldn't solve the main problem. The young man clarified which one. Zhang raised his finger up, saying that only a man would help him forget another man, suggesting that he split up and look for the main handsome Jiangxi. Locke looked at him casually, remarking that it was his style, and wondering if he had never understood her nature. The man threw up his hands, explaining that although she seemed insane, her reverence and obsession with martial arts pierced the heavens, wondering if he thought she liked Wei solely because of her appearance. If he wasn't the heir of the sword god, she wouldn't even look at him. Locke smirked, suggesting that he tried to find a young and handsome master of the same stage as his brother. Someone appeared behind the man's back when he realized that something was wrong. Locke and Zhang turned around abruptly as one of them shouted about the ghost. Some cursed at seeing her. The girl looked upset, unclosed one eye, exhaling. The inspector looked at her carefully, clarifying what exactly was wrong. The girl put her hand on her belt, stating that she had not seen a couple of people from the department and employees for several days. The young man sat on the bed, answering that everyone was naturally busy after the competition. The branches did not even have time to sleep. The lady asked about what he did not know, and that was not the point. Who looked attentively, noticing that there was no one who was as tireless as he was to track all the changes in the courtyard. A person always adhered to a certain pattern in his work. The habits of the body do not change so easily. The lady spread her hands to the sides, telling that without visible prerequisites, a group of people radically changes their work route in just a couple of days, and then disappears altogether. The inspector touched his chin, speculating about the changed work route and the subsequent disappearance. Jumped out of bed, ordering Chief Zhang to gather all the managers, immediately. It was dark outside. The man asked Mr. Zhu why Master Saw hadn't come. The inspector was furious, asking to be told quickly. The man bowed his head, saying that to be honest, he hadn't seen him for several days. At first he said that he would spend the night with the winemakers at the distillery, so he didn't pay attention to it. The guy clenched his fist, ordering not to pull and tell. He continued that he had not appeared for 3 days. He went to his house. He thought he suddenly fell ill, but he was not there anyway. Was furious when he asked about the winemakers, if they had disappeared too. The man looked away, not knowing how to say it. People walked past large barrels. He said that when he came to the Cho clan's distillery, it turned out that several winemakers had disappeared with him, and moreover, they were the main experts who knew the recipe for ice liqueur and snow wine. Zhu was already going to report everything at the upcoming meeting. The instructor put his hands on the table, inquiring about the fact that the head of the inn, the owner of the bakery, Ho-san, and the cooks were also missing. The man stretched out his hand, saying that it was true. He had not seen them for 3 days either. He looked at Zhu, asking if he had studied the circumstances of the list of names of the missing cooks. The man handed him a paper, unclosed one eye, looking at the documents, realized that all the names on the list were the bakery's chief chefs who knew the signature recipes. The kitchen workers were depicted behind the crowd of silhouettes, as it was said that more serious was the fact that there was also So Guang Jin in charge of the secret of making black water, all the missing key figures in charge of the secret of the branch, and now the entire top, which could be called the pillar of the Chamber of Commerce, was gone. Gritted his teeth in anger at the thought that someone was muddying the waters in their room, and that was not a betrayal. The main character stood with a sword blazing with magic. It was said that human greed is truly frightening, but those who know how Wei dealt with the traitors in Hefei would never go for it. Besides, now he is known as the heir of the sword god and is mentioned as one of the 8 gods of the martial art of Murim. The probability of betrayal is almost zero, at least out of fear of consequences. It was remembered how the young man laid the enemy to the ground. It was said that anyone who saw the boundless faith of Wei and his people and cared during the battle with the Association of Dark Forces. People crowded around. It was said that they could no longer commit treason for moral reasons. The inspector held his chin, thinking about who, and realizing that no matter how much he thought, the enemy did not come to mind. A street decorated with lanterns was shown. It was said that this was the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan and the new ruler of Jiangxi. The question arose as to who would dare to do such a thing when the glory of the Chamber of Commerce thundered throughout the Celestial Empire. The assistant chairman turned to the manager, looking at him. The guy put his hands on his knees, asking a question about whether there were potential traitors inside the ward. The old man replied that he was sure that there were not, and would have noticed the prerequisites long ago. Untensed, asking what was wrong with the remnants of the Dark Heaven Association. Li Yong pointed his hand to the side, saying that they had mobilized the full power of the mysterious pavilion to monitor their movements, and there were no such signs. The assistant chairman put his hand to his chin, Thinking about what was happening, the pavilion's strength was not yet enough to solve the problem, indicating that it was necessary to leave the task to the moths. Someone entered the room. A guy and a girl entered the hall. He asked everyone if something interesting had happened. Wai and Han stood in front of them. The men bowed, greeting the chairman. The hero smiled silently. Un was excited, reasoning that he didn't understand why he was so idle, that they either had a traitor or were plotting the remnants of the Black Heaven Association. But the most serious thing was that it might be a third force they didn't know about. In front of the crowd of people, someone bowed his head, saying that now that the heads of the branches and the chief masters had disappeared, an unprecedented threat loomed over the Chamber of Commerce, and the initial problem was to match the delivery dates of the contracts concluded with the clans and trade guilds of Jianghu. Closed one eye, banishing the thought that a merchant who had lost confidence no longer had the right to be called a merchant, and that the existence of the Chamber of Commerce was at stake, and he was brave, told the chairman that this was not the time to chill. The deputy put his hands on the table, explaining that they were already in debt due to the disruption of the shipment to the True Heaven Merchant Guild and the Kunlun sect this week, and they needed to take action as soon as possible. Wai turned around half-turned, replied that of course. Un wondered if it was time to enjoy the maiden's company, jumped up, slammed the table, shouting his name. The main character closed his eyes, smiling, thought that this is the rising star of one of the 5 great families of Chegalan, became a real noble assistant to the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. The young man was smiling as a silhouette appeared behind him, asked the heir of the swordsman clan to come in. Zhang raised his hand, saying that in fact, strange signs began to appear several months ago. Un was dumbfounded, asking again about what they knew. The young man was standing at the table, clarifying that he hadn't said that reaching the absolute stage was like becoming a god. Wai stretched out his hands over the city when it was said that he was able to cover hundreds of houses with the power of his thoughts. If he wished, he would envelop the entire courtyard with it. The owner of the pinnacle of absolute martial art who could recognize even a rat, and such an incredible person, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhou clan, the heir of the sword god. Un was surprised, asking that if they had foreseen everything, then they had managed to track them. Chang clenched his fists as he said that not yet, but the swordsman of the Azure Sky Secret Guard had already moved on to the task, and they would receive news soon. The assistant chairman opened his eyes wide, wondering about the swordsman of the Secret Guard of the Côte d'Azur. The warriors held swords in their hands when it was said that this was an extremely mysterious organization of the Namdong family, which was resorted to only if a great danger loomed over the clan or Jianghu was mired in chaos. If the Namdong used swordsmen of such protection, they perceived the chamber as an equal. Un held out his hand, noticing something strange. If they knew in advance about the suspicious behavior of the tops, they could take preventive action, asking why they were brought to such a state. The young man walked forward, declaring that it was going to happen someday, explaining that human greed was as wide as the vast sea and changeable as floating clouds. It was said that there was a fierce headhunt between organizations, theft of company secrets, aggressive marketing, and so on. People carried boxes that refused to accept. It was clear that a fierce war of talents had unfolded between modern enterprises in the shadows, and that to speak of a middle plane where there was no right of monopoly, it would be surprising if no one coveted the wealth of the chamber. Was excited, asking if there was a mass takeover. The aide pointed his finger at the desk, reasoning that such a decision was not easy for the head of an influential organization, but waiting until all the traitors were caught in the nets and arresting them at once sounded like the most logical strategy, asking what about the damage and confusion suffered. The hero looked at the swordmaster, ordering them to be brought. People entered the room. The young man smiled at the newly arrived faces. Wai introduced them to everyone, saying that they were people from a side branch of the Namgun family. Living outside the main residence, he had passed on all the basic secrets over the past few days. They could immediately start working without training, so it wouldn't affect the production. The assistant asked again in surprise. The main character pointed to his head, explaining that the main recipes of the ward, such as black water and ice liquor, or rather, the methods of production, were born in his head, and of course, he does not have the same skill as trained workers, but he will not lose the recipe for making in any way. Yuan's mouth didn't close when he asked what he wanted to say. The hero silently stared with serious eyes, reasoning that Che Galan had joined after they had already absorbed Hufei. Because he didn't know the details of their growth, he hadn't even thought that he had taken part in the product development of all the branches. The guy was surprised, asking how this was possible, reasoning how much of a genius it took to be. Objects such as burgers, decanters, carriages, weapons were depicted, when it was argued that a person can have a brilliant idea, but turning an idea into a commodity is another matter. The abilities of one person combine so many types of goods, their detailed invention and methods of creation, and they want to say that this happens. The assistant sat down on a chair, exhaling and realizing that as long as Wai existed, no matter what happened, the Chamber of Commerce would be able to get up from its knees again. The swordmaster stared to the side. A warrior came up to him and said something. Chan looked at the hero, clarifying that all the confidants present received a positive answer. The swordmaster was serious about how they had fled to the Lu settlement, located on the very shore of Poyang Lake. The hero frowned, clarifying about the settlement of Lu. Wai looked away, wondering if there was such a place among the residences on the shore of the lake. Chang looked menacingly ahead, saying that usually when the lake overflowed its banks, the Lu settlement was flooded at the first opportunity, so their residence was considered abandoned. But not so long ago, a young man of about 20 years old bought it and named the residence Lu settlement. The hero looked at the sword master, clarifying about a young man of 20 years old, received an affirmative answer that yes. The young man touched his chin, thinking that even if he was young, there was a question of how ignorant he should be in the general state of affairs, because he was not an idiot to buy a residence that could go underwater at any time during the rainy season. Chan was standing beside the soldier when he reported that the swordsmen of the Azure Sky had already surrounded the place, wondering if he could give them a special order. The guy looked dismissive, notified that it was not necessary, let them guard it for now. Wai turned around, holding his hands behind his back, claiming that he would go there himself. The assistant asked about what he was doing personally. Un looked away, talking about taking with him at least the heir of the swordsman clan and the chief of Chan. The protagonist looked to the side, retorting that Brother Namgun wasn't a good idea, saying that he would take Locke. The sword master was furious, saying that he was an asshole. The young man frowned as he looked away, asking about how he exuded too strong an aura for a street cat, a gentleman from a righteous clan and collected bows from all sides, and besides, he still had other things to do. Two guys were shown below. When Chan said that he should take care of them, the main character asked again, recalling that until recently he begged to entrust the matter to him. The sword master silently crossed his arms. The guy walked away. Wai looked at the man, taking out his sword, reasoning that there was no mercy in betrayal. The point of the mouse was pointed at the stone. The servant exclaimed from the side of the magic. He turned his head to the side, shouting. The young man held him by the head, explaining that he was acting as a messenger, even lured him to his side, reasoning that then it was necessary to get out. How fearless he was that he decided to stay, asking how much he was promised for espionage. As he held the man's head, blood splattered in all directions. The guy, frowning, asked about it. Who is this young man from the settlement of Lu? The old man held his chest. It was said about the innkeeper of the clan Cho Li Wook, and along with the head of the transportation of the Cho clan with Pingshim, his scope of activities in the Chamber of Commerce was very wide. The special feature of the inn and transportation business was that he had a wide reach and comprehensive awareness. In this case, Li Wook was most suitable for the role of a spy. Wai narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was something he didn't understand. The man stood there using a gesture of greeting when the question arose about who had poached Li Wook, one of the most active people in the ward to look for, and as a former innkeeper in Hufei, he had eaten a dog in the management of inns. His achievements and experience were truly impressive. The young man recalled how a box of gold stood between them, reasoned that he valued his rich luggage, so he offered a monthly fee of 10 yangs in gold, and he also promised the right to independent ownership of the business and additional incentives if the amount of profit exceeds a certain level. The girl cried, holding hands. The guy said that most of all he was angry, that when his daughter received a severe burn, the hero urgently sent a doctor to her, who healed Namgun Chang Ho, despite the fact that there were other serious patients. The girl lay unconscious as he recalled that he had even sidelined Khan, even though her injuries looked dangerous, and sent a doctor to him. Li held on to his shoulder, trembling in pain. The man covered his mouth with his hand as he watched. Locke and Zhang stared at the scene in silence. The hero looked at him from above, thinking that he was just curious. For a huckster, betrayal is a guarantee of higher profits, but a high salary, the right to independently conduct business, and additional payments. The question was brewing about what such a thing must exist to force him to give up such privileges. Blood was coming from the man's eyes. He called for the chairman. Wai's eye shone pink. He held his hand over the offender, who begged for mercy. The young man leaned over him, asking if he was still not going to cook. Lu said that he would tell. The guy stretched out his hand, offering to speak. The armless man leaned on his side, began to talk about having received a marriage proposal between the eldest son of the Chan clan of Hon Chan Murim and his daughter. The hero looked down, asking again. He was standing next to the man, talking about how the Chan clan was an ancient, famous clan firmly established in the Shanxi government. Wai wondered if the family that raised the greatest officials in the Celestial Empire would marry their firstborn son to the daughter of some innkeeper, and what kind of fool one would have to be to believe in this. Lu held the paper in his hands. The hero unfolded the package, reading the contents. The young man stared sternly at the paper, realizing that this was indeed a letter of prenuptial agreement, and moreover, the seal of the Chan clan was clearly red. There were questions about whether this was true, and it simply could not be. The hero thought that power, status, prestige, and rank ruled in the middle plane. The men stood in the courtyard as the boy talked about how he had seen many scholars and martial artists who had belittled and ridiculed the merchant who only had money behind him, and now the most respected clan of scholars was proposing to marry the eldest son to the innkeeper's daughter, which was impossible in the world of the middle plane. Wai looked away, wondering if this was the work of the same young man from the Lu settlement. Lu held on to his severed arm, saying that even he had never seen him. The silhouette of the guy was shown. When the hero reflected on the fact that promising a simple merchant a wedding with a traditional clan would not be clouded in his mind, wondering what about the rest. The rival is clearly an outstanding personality. The chairman turned to the side, ordering to lock him up in prison, and trusting him with all the activities of the Chamber of Commerce. If he skillfully used to replace the managers, the business would not suffer great losses. Un was worried, asking him to be careful. The young man smiled, thanking him for his concern. The clouds were illuminated by the sun at sunset. The settlement on the banks of the river caught the sun's rays. The man wondered if he did not see the masters. John put his hands on his belt, saying that everything was as he said. He didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, except that the residence had been restored, getting rid of all the junk. He tensed up as he talked about the fact that the leaders of the Cho clan's influential Murim Chamber of Commerce had been kidnapped. Why they hadn't put a single guard. The hero grabbed the door handle, inviting them to follow him. A silhouette could be seen in the half-open doors. The child was glad that these are the heroes of the Chamber of Commerce. The boy smiled, saying that he was Lu Sogang, curious that the heir of the sword god had come to see the head of their settlement. Wai followed him, answering that this is exactly the case. The guy called to follow him inside. The head is waiting for them. The young man was surprised, asking what he was waiting for. Sogan replied that yes, and for a long time, for 4 hours he had been warming up tea. The gazebo was built on the water. The 3 guests were heading to where someone was waiting for them at the table. The girl smiled, noticing that even when the glory of the heir of the sword god had spread throughout the heavens, she was in no hurry to believe it, adding that now it remained to admit that her intuition had failed her. The young man frowned, saying that he would ask a question. The girl smiled, saying to ask, and what she meant. The hero looked annoyed, saying that if it was a matter of wanting to get the secrets of the ward, then you couldn't think of a stupider thing to do. It was worth being a little patient, and since they got a spy, they had to steal the technology and quietly infiltrate the ward, wondering what to kidnap the crowd at once. The boy stared forward, telling them that they knew he would react immediately, asking if it was too naive for those who had the skills to win over the leaders of the chamber, and what the reason was, after all. The girl sat opposite and said that first of all, he was mistaken in the original motives. The young man asked again. She closed her eyes, explaining that they had never encroached on the secrets of the Chamber of Commerce. His words confused them. Wai was sitting at the table when he asked if she was taking her for a fool. The girl replied that she was telling the truth and they had never even thought about it. The young man was perplexed, asking questions about what was the point, why they lured away all those responsible for technology. The lady touched her face, smiling, and replied that if they hadn't done so, could she, Lu, have thought of meeting the heir of the sword god in person. The hero looked at her, asking what she wanted to say, that she had done all this for the sake of meeting him. She replied that not only, but the main reason was this. The young man looked menacingly in her direction, asking her to say, warning that she had underestimated the consequences of what she had done, and if she could not convince him, he would wipe the settlement of Lu from the shore of the lake. The girl held out a mug of tea, saying that he should not forget to drink tea. They had prepared the first grade, he would definitely like it. Wai's eyes lit up red. He nervously talked about her giving up her tricks and getting straight to the point. If it wasn't a matter of stealing the secrets of the chamber, then it was a matter of negotiating with the hostages. The lady put her hand on the bench, saying that he had better talk to Sogan about it. The boy put his hands behind his back, saying that it was impossible to rush things. Sogan's eyes lit up as he announced that he was in fact the head of the settlement. Wai looked at him attentively, thinking about what he had been told that the head of the Lu settlement was a young man of 20 years old, and this boy was 12 to 13 years old at best. The boy came to the table, offering to drink tea first. The evil hero put his hand forward, exclaiming that even jokes have a limit, how they dare the heir of the god of the sword. A bright light appeared from the mug. He took the glass in his hand, realizing that it contained coffee, and there was no doubt that it was definitely a coffee aroma. Sogan was smiling. The boy stretched out his hand, asking if there was now a desire to communicate. A bag of beans was depicted when the hero was thinking about what coffee, the existence of which in the middle plane I do not know about, is making here in the settlement of Lu. Wai held the mug in his hands, talking about the followers of the deity. The boy stared in surprise, asking about the deity and followers, what it meant. The young man frowned silently. The hero looked at the man, reasoning that take at least the follower of the deity of the head of the Silver Order, who fell at the hands of the god of the sword. As soon as he mentioned the deity, he collapsed to the ground in a bow and trembled. That's how much they idolized him. The guy knew that this boy looked like he really didn't suspect anything. The young man was surprised, reasoning that he was not a follower of the deity. The boy asked about the deity, saying that he was hearing for the first time, and could it be that a new god had appeared in Jianghu besides him? The hero clenched his teeth, saying that this asshole should decide whether he was you or you. The guy thought, looking at one point, that he had already heard this manner of speech. In front of his eyes there was an elder who was talking about how he was now the Dark Heaven Punisher. John kept his hands on his waist, thinking that he was just as eloquent as his elder brother, and this guy wasn't simple at all. The hero raised the mug to his face, thinking that his manner of speech definitely showed natural disdain, as if he had been giving orders to his subordinates for a long time, saying that judging by the fact that he did not know martial arts, his family was not from Jianghu, clarifying whether they were an influential people. The boy put his hand on his chest, answering that there was no doubt in him, asking the question that if he was not from the Lu family. The hero wondered if he was not an aristocrat but a member of the imperial family. That was too much. Wai continued to drink the drink, asking why he showed him the coffee. Sogen tilted his head, asking about coffee, if he meant the most fragrant tea. The old man was sitting on his knees when the question arose about the most fragrant tea. The beans spilled out of the sack when it was said that the aroma of coffee is deeper, more unique and more bizarre than all the aromas of the plain, and it is no wonder that the inhabitants of the plains call this smell the most fragrant. The guy put the mug on the table, began to ask questions about how he learned about the fragrant tea, and where he got it. The boy replied that he did not understand, because he asked questions here. A lady was standing next to the child. When he began to talk about the hero judging himself, all the masters were taken away from him, and now it will be very difficult to trade. Wai jumped up from his seat, thinking about how he was using the hostages to hold the lead in the dialogue, suggesting that Sogen didn't seem to have fully studied it. The young man walked aside, thinking that he simply did not need to be provoked by this fox. The boy crossed his arms and legs, telling him that in general, this would also suit them, since he had got the famous masters of the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce, he would put them to good use. The main character's eyes lit up red with anger. He wondered if he could tolerate anything, but whether he would find a good use. Wai held out his weapon, exclaiming that he didn't seem to understand the words. Sogen began to clap his hands, saying that for some reason he knew that it would be fun. He occupies a truly curious place in the trading system of the Middle Plain. The boy was smiling as he said that there had never been a person who belonged to Jianghu and the world of trade at the same time, and of course, he was not as familiar with this system as he was with the name of the great heir of the sword god, but he still had a lot of work to do. The hero wondered. A map was shown, and it was said that the influence of the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan had spread beyond Anhui and Jiangxi, and had begun to spread throughout the Murim alliance in the north of the Yangtze River, making the Chamber of Commerce one of the 3 largest guilds in the plain, on a par with the Heavenly Flowers Guild and the Golden Merchant Guild. The young man wondered about the effort. The hero silently raised his sword in front of him, shrouded in energy. His eyes widened, realizing something. Someone teleported right in front of him. The hero thought that he appeared out of thin air. Wai looked intently at the opposite, reasoning that he had only one explanation, that only the Tao of Thought could know emptiness and manipulate it as he pleased. And was it really a fighting spirit? The guy furrowed his brows, thinking that no, the absolute step is not a yard dog, jumped out of nowhere, wondering that he was a magnet for the absolute step. A large masked warrior stood in front of him, the young man thinking that he could not guess either his age or his clan. The fighter burned with energy when he realized that he had scoured his thoughts, but did not feel the trace of any sex, and his fighting spirit was fundamentally different from the dominance of Namgun and the flavor of Huashan. The unknown fighter clenched his fists, as the young man wondered if it was possible to hone his fighting spirit to the point of not being considered his intuition, which meant that his fighting spirit was above the higher principal stage, and wondered what it was possible to keep an absolute level master worthy of the 7th martial throne level among his subordinates, treating him like a mere guard. Sogen laughed, saying that the hero was indeed a celestial, but at the same time such a fool, he certainly suspected, asking if he had decided that he had not acquired any power to oppose the heir of the sword god. Wai stared menacingly in his direction, asking if he was using the absolute stage as a mere guard, wouldn't remember such a person in Jianghu, wondering who the hell he was. The boy closed his eyes, exhaling, clarified that they had returned to the verbal dialogue again. He was already in the mood for the conversation with his body. Annoyingly, the boy threw an object on the ground. There was an object lying on the ground. Sogang said that it had been a long time since they had shown Jianghu the secret master token, and let him consider it a great honor. The guy was stunned by what he saw, asking questions about the secret master's token, and whether he was referring to the secret dynasty. The boy opened his mouth in surprise, asking if he knew about the dynasty of the secret master. It was said that this name belonged to the lord of the underground market, and the main representative of the shadow traders of the plains, a legendary figure that almost no one knew in reality. The yellow-robed man sat on the throne, as it was said that only a few, like a part of the imperial family, the aristocracy, and the heads of the strongest clans knew the ancient history of the secret lord dynasty, although the heir of the sword god had risen to the head of the family at the absolute level. As the leader of a completely new force, he couldn't, no, rather shouldn't even know this name. The hero looked at him with anger, saying that the dynasty of a secret master, so he would not be tempted. The warrior stood at attention when the boy remained silent and began to talk about how this was the case. The guy had raised the entire plain market on his ears, and had committed quite a dangerous act. Sogen held out his palm, telling him not to be frivolous. This was not a joke for him. All the shadow traders of the plain had his sights, because before his appearance there was no one who would risk stirring up the market. It was very risky to act behind the back of a secret master. It was worth being more reasonable. Wai was very angry, saying that in the end, the secret lord felt sorry for killing him, wondering if that was why he wanted him to join him. Sogen showed his fist, exclaiming that if he refused, then the Chamber of Commerce was finished, and what had happened was just a clear example of this. The hero stood still, thinking about what he would do to him. Beads of sweat appeared on the boy's face as he thought about the fact that he had secretly poached all the masters of the Chamber of Commerce. It should have made him realize the power of the secret master dynasty, wondering why he was so relaxed. Hands, jewelry, utensils were shown when it was said that if in the world known to Jianghu there is a union of Murim and a divine cult of the heavenly demon, then the world of underground trade is united in the hands of the dynasty of a secret lord, hidden hands ruling the celestial empire from the shadows. A map was shown when it was told that the secret master of the celestial empire, the true ruler, even a rude ignoramus would understand this, so the boy could not understand where the frivolity in the guy came from. The hero smiled as he asked if Elder Mengda was there. He was told to wait. The old man stared at the flash, silhouettes in a flash of magic. Chao smiled when Wei told him that when he had just fallen into Murim, he and Elder Chao had made a deal. In order to confront the Sema clan, he had been promised unlimited support from the ancestor of the Chou clan, and coincidentally, among the ancestors was a great man known as the Legend of the Ancient Underground Market, a child. The elder bowed over the head of the protagonist. The young man, closing his eyes, smiled mischievously. It was said that the name was filled with mystery. The absolute lord of the underground market in the past, nicknamed the Secret Master, the true ancestor of the Secret Lord dynasty, Chou Gang, would eventually make his contribution to history again. The guy smiled as he asked about what had become of the Red Lotus henchman. The boy gritted his teeth in horror, realizing that he was now convinced that this man had even studied the world of dark traders. He reasoned that everyone could vaguely guess about the existence of black markets, but if he knew about the existence of a secret lord and a Red Lotus, then the question was an order of magnitude higher. Sogen got up from his seat, heading towards him, warning him that he had stepped onto the bridge one way. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that if he allowed himself to choose a bride for the eldest son of a high-ranking official, then they should get their hands on the imperial family occupied by the Red Lotus dynasty. Right. The boy grinned, tilting his head. Sogen and the warrior were facing each other as he talked about how not only had he suddenly changed his way of speaking, but also his strange behavior, as if he knew everything that was going on in the world of the underground market, and how he dared to put himself on a par with the lords of the underground trade. Sogen got angry, pointing his finger, exclaimed to the heir of the sword god that even if he was the head of an entire clan, another provocation and his chamber of commerce would cease to exist in the Jianghu world if he continued like this. Wei smiled as he walked towards him, asking if he was a descendant of his sister, in the sense of Lu, what had become of the other 7 mysteries. Un Zhang, Ge Fu Saping and Wei Yong Zhang was sure Wu Gang had created families. The boy opened his eyes wide, asking again. He pointed his finger at the main character, wondering how he knew the names of the progenitors of the dynasty of the Secret Master, and who he was in general. The young man raised his hand to the side, thinking that if this boy was a descendant of Sister Lu, he deserved his boundless love. Above the hero, the sky played with bright colors when it was said that the 7 rainbows were united by a mystery. Darkness and hunger retreated, and the celestial fell at their feet. Sogen was horrified, his eyes wide, realizing that this song of the anthem of the Secret Lord's dynasty, passed down strictly from generation to generation, was known only to members of the 7 clans of the dynasty and the most powerful shadow merchants. The boy fell to his knees, asking who the hell he was. Sogen looked at his rivals, reasoning that if he knew the song of the 7 rainbows, then he was a man of the dynasty of the Secret Lord. It was said that the Secret Master is an illegal organization of shadow trade with complete anonymity. The members of the organization will not find out about each other if they do not reveal their identities themselves. Wei touched his chin, asking if he had forgotten that the members of the Secret Lord's dynasty did not reveal their status to each other. The boy bowed his head, saying that he had not at all, and asked for forgiveness. The young man closed his eyes, specifying that he would ask again what had become of the Red Lotus dynasty. Sogen stood quietly in front of him, wondering why he was so interested in the Red Lotus that had disappeared on the margins of history, being suppressed by the Secret Master, because any of the Secret Lords knew that the Red Lotus had been destroyed, and he replied that the Red Lotus had disappeared 200 years ago. But if he was the merchant of the Secret Master, he could not help but know. Someone had cut off the head during a fire when Wei wondered that the mighty Red Lotus dynasty had been destroyed. The Red Lotus was pure evil. He reasoned that his ancestors had brought to an end the work that he did not have time to carry out, which cannot be expressed in words. How his pride burst with him. The young man closed his eyes, commenting that it was brilliant and a great job. The main character raised his hand, clarifying how he got such a rare fragrant tea, and why he showed it to him. Sogen opened his eyes wide, telling him that he was only a secret executor and did whatever the shadow traders told him to do, for the executor to reveal a secret errand from the top, like signing a death warrant. The shadow traders should know this better than anyone, asking why they were sending him to his death. Why, without opening his eyes, remembered that he himself had established these rules. The warrior quietly watched the main character. The guy, thinking slowly, said that if he was guarded by a ghost, then he was following the order of the current secret master, saying that he had to meet him. There were thoughts that even among the most important shadow merchants of the secret master, only a few knew who the ghost was, It was the secret lord himself, the head of the dynasty and his entourage. The fighter clenched his fists, flashed with magic, and asked who he was. Wai opened his eyes, asking about how his clan of dark souls wanted to return to a miserable life in the canopy of murder. The soldier was dumbfounded, asked again, wondered how he knew the secret of the first secret master and the murderous canopy. The hero looked at them, and calmly told him to return and tell the current secret master. The warrior asked again what to convey. The young man burst with energy, saying that the secret master Uil Rak had a dark plan, explaining that he needed to convey these words, and the current secret master would rush to him himself. The warrior tensed, answering that he understood, and that it would be done. Sogen raised his hand, trying to stop the ghost. The boy clenched his teeth, wondering what kind of person he was, and with one word he made the ghost disappear. Wai winked, telling him to go as well and relay his words to the clan, and if it was the true Lu clan, his patriarch would find the guy himself. Sogen bowed, saying that he was listening. Zhang raised his finger behind the young man's back. The hero closed his eyes, imagining that he saw an elder in the flow of energy. The manager asked standing next to me if it was him or not. The guy asked who else. A bright light descended behind the roof of the building, which was crowded with people. The young man looked at the paper, thinking. He carefully looked through what he had written, commenting that it was an impressive fortune, 3 houses the size of palaces, 20,000 gold nyans in storage, plus a field with cattle was about 20,000 on top. Wai turned to the man, talking about giving the go-ahead to use the Sky Warriors to confiscate everything. The steward fell to his knees, exclaiming that he had committed an unforgivable sin, asking that his life be taken away. The sun shone behind the standing guy when he noticed that he had let them get away with a lot, closed his eyes when they stole ice liquor with jugs, and even when they stole snow wine. The old man cried, trembling in fear, thinking that no one knew about it, wondering who would have thought that the chairman knew everything. The servants took the steward's arms when the young man explained that there was a limit to everything, and that he was finished. Let him fail. The hero raised his hand to the side, saying that the rest would also lose their property and be expelled. People shouted for the chairman to have mercy. Wai tensed, looking away, thinking that he had put all his strength and soul into them, and they suddenly turned their backs on him, realizing that a man by nature cannot live even in wealth. Zhang looked away, saying that a person's soul is like water, and there is no need to grieve for those who have turned away from him. The hero, thinking about the god of the sword, stood in the square. The man closed his eyes, saying that if he had a physical body, he would have had a drink with it, and it was a pity that it was impossible. The hero narrowed his eyes, thinking that every word from the elder's instructions enveloped his heart with warmth. The young man lay down in bed, reasoning that until now the god of the sword had believed in him without complaint and helped. Zhang slammed his fist into the palm of his hand when he realized that the god treasured him as a teacher. Memories from the past related to Jung were shown. The hero understood that he was a mentor. Climbed the steps to the chairman. The guy stretched out his hand, offering to arrange a viewing. The young man asked again about what at such a time. The assistant smiled, saying that melancholy is banished with a smile, and troubles are covered with triumph. A crowd of people talked among themselves when he realized that if he did not change his mood, it would greatly shake the management of the Chamber of Commerce. Wai frowned, announcing that it was good, they would have a show, lavish and large, so that the entire Chamber of Commerce could take a walk. A city with a river was shown from above. People were standing near the carriage. The girl exclaimed, asking if it all belonged to the second brother. The characters walked down the street, looking around. The man walked along the road, speculating that he had a vague idea of a pavilion for the Chamber of Commerce, but that was beyond imagination, grinning at the sight of such a place. The boy looked at his father, exclaiming that the heavenly swordsman was already waiting for them. He replied that okay, there was not a second to lose on a day like this. The woman grabbed his hand, saying that they should go quickly. Hubby. The father wondered if this stubborn woman would call him hubby. He laughed, exclaiming that it was time, suggesting that his wife go and see his youngest son. Cho blushed, talking about the goosebumps. Song hugged his family, saying that this holiday would make them forget about all the hardships of life. The girl asked to let her go. Zhang walked towards him with his arms outstretched to the side, exclaiming to the elder. Song was surprised, reminding him that he had told him to call him father. The manager scratched his head, laughing. The father asked if he was making him swear an oath to his stepfather, adding that he was just like a son to him. They needed to get to know each other better. Zhang smiled, reasoning that he would again offer a glass in broad daylight, and then rub in what the life of a blacksmith was like, and in the end he would definitely smile generously and ask if he would like to learn blacksmithing. The manager held his head, telling his father that he could not study. The man asked how you can know that you will never change your mind. There are turning points in life. Zhang raised the hammer above his head. Song reasoned that how he would imagine that this rough palm was clutching the hammer. Ideally, it was the very embodiment of a blacksmith from God. He imagined the hammer in his hand, talking about sinewy and agile hands. Song angrily asked what had become of his hands, realizing that this woman's graceful hand did not fit at all with an impressive build and a pile of muscles. Zhang was frightened, replying that this was the case. Hyuk raised his hands in fear, shouting that with the hands of a brave warrior, Reasoning that his idea of an ideal warrior was, the question arose as to what kind of divine punishment had overtaken him. Zhang crossed his arms, replying that he would once again call him a brave warrior, and he would have to fight him. The manager pointed his finger behind his back, saying that his brother had already been waiting for them. In the reception hall, the silhouettes of people were visible. The main character spread his arms to the sides when he saw his father. The man bowed to Su, who congratulated him on the fact that his son had grown up and become a real man. And this is a great happiness for the clan. The father thanked him for his words. The patriarch raised his hand, saying that Mr. Cho could consider himself part of their clan. His parents were elders for Namgun as well, and now he would have to get used to his new position. Song closed his eyes, answering that he understood. The sword master showed a gesture of greeting, introducing himself as Chang, and asked about his health, saying that he felt guilty for the long separation, and apologized. Locke rushed into aggression, asking the hero's father why he did this, and he asked him again. Smiling, the young man said that he should be allowed to be greeted. He was Chan, and asked how his health was. He felt guilty for the long separation, and apologized. Locke looked angrily and shouted why he did this, to which the elder asked what exactly. Frowning, he asked why he had given birth to why in the first place. It would have been better if the devil had been born. Hitting him on the head, the guy said that it was such a significant day, and he was going to chatter his tongue today. Clenching his fist, the man replied that he had told him not to hit the back of the head, to which Chan asked that it was better to crack on the forehead, and he added that maybe he would just go to the apostates, also the emperor to him. Putting his hands on his side, the elder said that both of them should grind with their tongues, let them be more restrained, to which the young man apologized. The man looked to the side when he heard the appeal. Who smiled broadly. Song opened his eyes in surprise and thought that who was she to call him son-in-law. The guy rolled his eyes, hearing that the tin in this outfit sparkled with new colors. The color of the mood was a ghost, to which he replied that not at all. In his opinion, today at least looks like a person. Gritting her teeth, the girl shouted for them to shut up. She would kill anyone who stood in her way. Looking at the man, she said that she was Y's future second wife, to which her father asked. Frowning, Song thought that even if he claimed to be a hero, he had brought 2 wives at the same time, and the hero said that he should not look at him like that. Standing in front of him, the protagonist added that honestly, this had nothing to do with him, she was just crazy. Let him feel sorry for her and forget what the man asked again. Stretching out his hand to the side, Y said that he should not think about it, sit down in their seats. Smiling, the man said that Mr. Peak had arrived. The young man took a step forward. Walking towards him, Zhang said that he had heard a lot about him, and was very glad to meet him. Stretching out his hand, he added that they should get acquainted, a direct descendant of the Blizzard clan, the god of ice. The hero turned his head away, thinking that he would not understand whether it was a show or a stand-up. Stretching his hand forward, Peck thought that the god was a prefix to the names of the greatest masters in history, who knew no equal. What kind of ice god was he if he had not yet reached the absolute stage? And then said that it was unheard of, that was the joking name he was. Let them stop, he was not worthy of this title. Raising his hand up, Zhang asked what he didn't know about the determination of the Lord of the God of Ice, how not to praise him. He knew that he would continue these terrible trainings in solitude, and the absolute stage was not far away, his respect, to which the young man replied that he had overpraised him. Looking straight, the man said that on such a great day only good parting words should sound, so he looks and rejoices. Let them pass quickly and sit down. Gritting his teeth, Beck thought that he could feel with his whole body exuding the divine power of the 7 martial thrones and powerful chi. He was on a different level than the heir of the sword god. A view of the settlement opened. People were sitting along the aisle. The girl looked at her in amazement, and asked what he would really do to her. Closing his eyes, Su said that there was only one name from the woman. How could she be so frivolous? Let her be escorted to the exit. The guys grabbed her sharply. She opened her eyes wide and shouted that let them go. Jackals, that's how she would get the whip. Looking to the side, Su said that the main issue is the choice of date. The approaching Double 9 festival should be avoided. Stretching out his hand, Song said that it was true, any day would do, but not the holiday of the 9 or the memorial days of both families, to which Beck replied that he did not mind. A view of the room opened up. It was heard that then was the date, the scope of the wedding and the dowry. A bright glow appeared. Smiling, the elder said that it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a lively viewing. The hero stretched out his hand to the side and said that then they would go to the table. They had prepared a lot of viands so that all the employees of the Chamber of Commerce could relax. The people looked at it happily and exclaimed. A view of the decorated street opened. A settlement appeared. Sitting at the table, the man asked what was going on with the Lu clan, to which the guy replied that there was no progress. John looked to the side and said that of course, as he had said, he had organized surveillance, but none of the traitors had returned to the Lu clan. The hero put his hand to his face and thought that he would like to get the coffee route of the dynasty of the Secret Lord and the secret of its preparation. It was a pity. It would have scattered no worse than black caramel water and ice liqueur. The man stood still. He heard what and who exactly. If he showed him coffee with sugar, trying to confuse him, this could mean that he knew about its origin. Frowning, the protagonist thought that rather so, he was shown a cultural innovation, just to annoy him. He did not think there must be a reason why they flaunted a product of modern civilization that could not be obtained by the Chamber of Commerce. The guy looked at him angrily and said that he couldn't understand him at all. He could send a celestial squad to destroy them. What was there to think? Although it would be more correct to say that even alone he could raze them all to the ground. Frowning, Chang said that he would agree here. They had remarkable abilities, since they had poached the important people of the Chamber of Commerce, and they could do it again. So why should they turn a blind eye? They couldn't give up if they were at the head of the clan. Sitting at the table, Wai asked how much they knew about shadow trading, to which the guy replied that he had heard that they were extremely slippery types. Didn't they run the mid-plane market from the shadows? Gritting his teeth, the hero said that this is too superficial knowledge. They are able to control even the influence of the emperor. They have the power to overthrow the monarch. Looking at him, the guys shouted that it was impossible to change the ruler, as simple merchants could do. The protagonist looked at them angrily and said that the outcome of the largest battles in the history of Jianghu depended on them. During this time, a force that did not enlist the support of shadow traders had never been victorious. The young man abruptly stood up and shouted that it could not be. Clenching his fist tightly, he wondered what nonsense. The spirit of the fallen warriors lived and breathed in the hearts of the warriors of Murim, but the winner and the loser were determined only by the support of the merchants, which devalued the entire military history of the righteous clans, all the great victories. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what he thought. This was not true. Standing in front of him, Jiang replied that of course, his words belittle all the brave warriors who gave their lives for a just cause, to which Wai said that he would also like the war to preserve this romance. But the reality is completely different. The man was standing near the gold. The thought arose that he had heard from the first secret lord that the incredible skills of the shadow merchants were turning the world upside down. He wouldn't have said that if he knew how much effort the most prominent patriarchs in history had spent to enlist the support of the underworld, including the martial arts emperor of the Murim alliance and the celestial demon of the demon sect. Frowning, the guy thought that although they were shadows, they were still the same merchants. Could it be that the absolute rulers of the martial world of Murim went out of their way to support ordinary merchants? With such great power, wouldn't it be easier to punish everyone? Stretching out his hand forward, the hero asked that and how he would defeat them. It is not for nothing that they are shadow, those who do not exist in reality. They do not have a stronghold, without which no power can exist. Chan lowered his head. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist asked that he should judge for himself what would happen if an open confrontation unfolded between the Murim alliance and the shadow traders. They would immediately get their hands on all the rice in Shangxi, where the alliance's residence was located, and understand what would happen next. Objects appeared. The thought arose that even this, if we take into account only rice, in addition to it there are many things necessary for life: salt, alcohol, bark, fabrics and so on, not to mention luxury items such as silks and spices. With his eyes wide open, the guy wondered what if he was right, and they really controlled all the resources mentioned. Frowning, the hero said that he should have no doubt, ruining one province is not even a matter for them. Although at first glance Jianghu inspires all, he cannot defeat the world of the underground market. Chan looked in amazement when he heard this. Looking to the side, Zhang asked what, but even if it was a shadow trade, there had to be some guild in the outside world to carry it out. Raising his hand, the protagonist replied that this was why they were trying to lure him away. Smiling, he added that who knows, maybe the Heavenly Flowers Guild and the Gold Merchant Guild are already working under their command. John frowned when he heard that the largest guilds that ruled the world of trade on the plain were actually third-party organizations of simple shadow traders. Smiling, Wai said that the question was why go to extremes to recruit them who had just begun to spread influence in the north of the Yangtze. The answer was obvious, that they would join their dummy trading firm. Sitting at the table, the hero heard that he had a guest, to which he asked who was there. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that Gaong, to which he asked that he was a gold merchant. The man stretched out his hand forward, and Wai thought that the gold merchant Gaong, the head of the Gold Merchant Guild, is the master of the largest trading guild dominating the plain next to the Heavenly Flowers Guild. They are like the three gods in Jianghu, only in the world of trade. Frowning, the hero said that he should be invited, although he would meet him himself. Standing at attention, the man said that there was no need for this. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he was glad to meet him. He was from the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce, to which he replied that he would ask directly. Looking at the hero, Gaiyan asked how he was related to the first secret master, to which he asked again. Wai looked at me in amazement, and said that it was so. Frowning, the head of the guild said that it was the current secret master in front of him. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought that, to be honest, he had entertained the idea that the Heavenly Flower Guild and the Golden Merchant Guild could be a cover for the Secret Lord's dynasty. But who knew that this was really the case? Gritting his teeth, Gaiong said that he would ask again how he was related to the first secret master. Standing in front of him, the MC replied that he was his descendant, to which he asked again. The image of the protagonist arose, and the man reflected that wasn't the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, the rising star Jianghu, who had become famous as a direct disciple of the sword god. Now he called himself a descendant of the first secret master, the legend of underground trade. Closing his eyes, he added that it was possible, and then asked that he was not joking. Smiling broadly, Wai said that he was not brave enough to make idle jokes in front of the gold merchant who had taken over half of the plain market. Frowning, Gyeong thought that logic refuses to accept this, and at the same time, only the first master could mention this password, and then said that let him tell it then. The first secret master had indeed conveyed his will to him. Looking at him, the hero asked what kind of will he was talking about, to which the man replied that he had not conveyed the order of the first secret lord to abandon the dreams of the flourishing of the secret dynasty, and suspend all activities. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he, originally the first secret lord, together with 7 secret elders nicknamed the 7 Rainbows, had set out to subjugate the underground market in order to destroy the Red Lotus dynasty that had taken over the imperial palace and plunged the celestial empire into chaos. The guild master frowned when he heard that the first secret lord would be extremely happy to know that the Red Lotus had finally been defeated. Raising his finger up, Wai said that if he were alive, he would see the imprint of a red lotus in his actions. The man gritted his teeth tightly and asked again, and then thought that how dare he compare this real incarnation of the devil with the dynasty of a secret master. Stretching out his hand, the hero said that using gold to seize the imperial family and government, oppressing successful merchants by sending secret executors to them, these are typical techniques of the Red Lotus dynasty. Moreover, frowning, he asked that by chance, he had not sent spies to all the ruling powers to cause conflict and provoke war. Burning houses appeared, and the protagonist thought that for merchants, war is an unprecedented opportunity. Fomenting wars for personal gain and ignoring the blood spilled by the people is the handwriting of the Red Lotus. Everyone who is at least a little familiar with the world of underground trade says that shadow traders stimulate war, sowing discord between the ruling forces. The man pulled the strings, and Wai thought that the problem was that with the coming of the Secret Lord's dynasty to power, these rumors did not stop. Looking at the moss for information about underground traders, one could hear that they were running wars from the shadows not only in Murim, but also between countries. Frowning, the hero said that he would ask once again how the current dynasty of the Secret Lord differs from the Red Lotus, which in the past plunged the entire celestial empire into chaos. The man looked furiously and shouted that he had any idea what a terrible price he had to pay to defeat the Red Lotus. Of course not. That's why you quote lines from cheap publications. The ideal is always beautiful, but reality is rivers of blood and torn flesh. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he was the idealist. Sealing the Secret Lord's dynasty was the elder's will, not his. If he could, he would have joined the dynasty to the Chamber of Commerce. Standing in front of the man, he asked why he did this, to which Gyeong asked what exactly. Frowning, Wai added that why had he tried to kidnap the best masters and recruit the heir of the sword god by sending an ordinary secret executor, how much he had to disrespect him and the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan. The guild master gave him a spiteful look and asked again, and then said that he was offended, he was a potential future secret master. Smiling, the hero said that then the dynasty was doomed in any case, and then thought that he could not even study the nature and mindset of his opponent. Let him not laugh. Putting his hand on his side, the man asked that he was not afraid of death at all. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist replied that it was his question. He was not afraid to reveal himself to the heir of the sword god, which in his opinion the Chamber of Commerce, cooperating with the Murim alliance, would now do to the Golden Merchant Guild. Standing in front of him, Gyeong asked that he was definitely a descendant of the first secret lord, to which Wai asked. Smiling broadly, the guild leader said that if the underground merchant had revealed himself, then he was determined not to leave his rival alive. Let him be sure that he and his Chamber of Commerce would lose this power anyway and sink into oblivion. Looking at him, the hero replied that it was funny, it was better to take care of their guild. Pointing at him, Gyeong said that he was now convinced that he was not a descendant of the first secret master, to which the protagonist asked why. As he left, the man said that the shadow merchant would not use his disguise twice, to which Wai asked. Turning around, he added that from that moment on, there was no longer any golden guild in the Celestial Empire. The man closed his eyes and said that damn, he should have told him in advance, let him forgive him. Lowering his head, the hero thought that no, it was he who should have remembered everything that they had told about the dynasty of the secret master, his mistake, that he took it lightly. Sitting at the table, the guy asked how it was possible. John looked at him in surprise and asked that closing the Gold Merchant Guild, no, it sounds like fantasy. Even the Chamber of Commerce would find it difficult to hide all traces of existence, even though they had settled in only 2 provinces. Raising his hands, he added that how many outlets they had in each branch, how many subordinates and their family members were assigned to them, not to mention what would happen to the huge number of their customers. And what about the trust established with officials, to drop everything as possible? Unlowered his head and said that unlike them, the Golden Merchant Guild had an impact on the entire Celestial Empire. It was at least 5 times larger than them. Especially it was hard to believe, to which the hero replied that it was possible. Frowning, the guy said no, let him think about it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that an undercover shadow trader is always preparing ways for himself to escape, and they are too naive. Standing at attention, He added that when he said that he would get rid of all the cover, he said that the name of the Golden Merchant Guild would cease to exist in the Celestial Empire, which meant that he could sell the guild or change the name to another one. Putting his hand behind his head, Zhang replied that he should stop. They were not blind. Gritting his teeth, Wei said that if they did, he would sell the Gold Merchant Guild to the Heavenly Flowers Guild, and then asked that they would be able to attack them. On what grounds? Come and say that they would punish them because they could be another cover for the Secret Lord's dynasty. Gritting his teeth, the young man shouted that damn why the strongest planes love to fight so much. People stood in front of each other, and the hero thought that all those in power are like this. What kind of face will he have if he learns that modern political society is a den in which conspiracies, betrayal and lawlessness rage? There are such people in the middle plane, which does not differ much from modern hell. Zhang looked to the side and asked what was required of the Namgun clan, to which the protagonist replied that it was to deal with the infiltrators. Frowning, he said that it would be done. Putting his hand under his robe, Wei said that the alliance, the Murim alliance, must also have their people, to which Zhang replied that he would send a message to his elder brother. Holding the book in his hands, the hero said that there are no messages. Let them go themselves and take it. Tearing off the page, he added that the password system of the dynasty of a secret master, to each of which he added meaning and decryption, they would crawl out on their own if he wrote in a conspicuous place. Standing in front of him, the young man asked where he got this, to which the protagonist said that well, he was just a genius, and the guy thought that it was possible thanks to genius alone. Closing one eye, Zhang asked that he needed to visit the alliance, to which Wei replied approvingly. Zhang looked away in amazement when he heard that Chief Zhang would temporarily take over the management of the Chamber of Commerce, to which he asked what he said about him. Wide-eyed, he asked how he could. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero said that he was the second person after the deputy, whom he trusted the most. Let him be brave, he believed in him, let him use the chance to get promoted. Sitting at the table, the guy asked what was true, to which the protagonist replied approvingly. Frowning, Zhang asked where he was going. Wei smiled broadly. The man closed his eyes, and the hero thought that there was one thing that the lord of the underground market and gold merchant Guiying could not even think of in his dreams, the first secret master. Looking straight ahead, the MC thought that his soul coexisted with him until he knew about it. His fate was defeat. Looking to the side, he said that a mask? No, it wouldn't be enough, and then asked who was the best master of Jianghu transformation. Leaning against the table, Locke shouted that he had found someone to ask, he should be asked, to which Wei asked what was anyone in mind. Stretching his hand forward, he added that every successful renegade knows the heiress of the blood of 1,000 changes, to which the hero asked who the heir to the blood of 1,000 changes was. The girl smiled. It was heard that yes, there was one, the main one who had been repulsed from the apostates. The protagonist flew through the air, thinking that the face mask would not work on an absolute stage master who was able to control the Tao of thought, because the martial spirit of the absolute stage allowed him to look beyond the boundaries of the visible world. He landed on the ground and added that in order to penetrate the world of underground trade, he needed something stronger than a mask, that is, a transformation technique, not some screen that changed the appearance with the help of an outer shell, but a martial art that controlled the internal power to change the skull itself, and then asked what was it somewhere here. Frowning, Wei thought that he still couldn't believe there was a crazier woman than her. Looking down, Locke asked how anyone could exist even more repulsed, and then said that let him believe it, he might not even doubt. The girl was standing in the middle of the street. I heard that in the south of Jiangxi, in Chongyi County, the heiress of the blood of 1,000 changes suddenly appeared. Let her not ask why, this girl is simply elusive. Putting his hands on his side, the man asked that he would ask how to recognize her. Let him think that she was a walking barrel of honey for her, and since she was a bee, she would not be able to pass by, to which the hero asked what it meant. The girl smiled, and Locke asked that it wasn't obvious what a mad renegade girl who had mastered the technique of transformation would do. Most of all, she liked to have fun with young masters, to walk at someone else's expense, and especially to suck the inner strength and energy out of martial masters. Gritting his teeth, he added that he shouldn't look down on her. There was a princess in her title for a reason. She was on an unbridled level, although it wouldn't work with him, but still. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist asked what he wanted him to use male charm. Stretching his hand forward, the man replied that to be honest, he was a little infuriating, a handsome devil, and there was also an immense amount of money. To add to this the legacy of the sword god, it would be strange if she did not bite him. Let her prove herself, she would pounce on him herself. Taking a step forward, Wei thinks that he should be the one to flirt. He offers him to become a host. A view of Chongyi County opened. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he was welcome. Thank you for visiting the Wine Forest Inn. He led him to the coziest table. Sitting at the table, the hero said that the wine forest means they will see if the drink corresponds to the name, to which the man replied that they will serve him the best wine and the best dish of their court. Smiling, he added that they would not disappoint him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that if he spent money for 2 weeks in a row, rumors would spread throughout the county. Stretching out his hand, the man said that golden pheasant soup, marinated pork with spices and stewed fish with garlic, their cook put his whole soul into these dishes. Lowering his gaze, Wei replied that fatty meat is the key to indigestion, there are not enough vegetables. Bowing, the man thought that the dishes he had brought alone cost a few nangas in silver, and he asked for more, and then said that he asked for forgiveness, and that a side dish of vegetables would be served immediately. Sitting at the table, the hero asked what the name of booze was, to which he replied that a girl's happiness is pride from the art. Pouring the drink into the cup, the protagonist thought about what he had heard. This wine is buried in the garden when a girl is born in the family, and drunk in honor of the holiday. Only when the time comes to marry her, it is curious if it is inferior in quality to snow wine. Looking at the cup, he added that this delicate aroma matched the snow wine, worthy of being called a girl's happiness, the pride of the middle plain. Grinning, Y said that it was really good alcohol, he liked it. Let him bring more drink and food. People were sitting at the tables, and it was heard that it was unbelievable. Truly a god of wealth. How much silver he had, what kind of noble gentleman he was from. People were standing in the street. Smiling, the girl said that she had heard, a connoisseur of entertainment appeared in the wine forest. What a noble view. Sitting in front of her, the hero said that he should sit down, to which she thanked him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked that she was the heiress of the blood of 1,000 changes, to which she asked again, and he said that he guessed right. They sat in front of each other. Y lowered his head and smirked. The lady opened her eyes in amazement. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that she was still unrestrained, to which she asked again. Standing in front of him, the girl heard that she should sit down, and then thought that it was crazy what a master of the 7 martial thrones level was doing in this wilderness. Suddenly she took off her jewelry. Frowning, the heiress of the blood of 1,000 changes asked what the puppet of the alliance was. Then she felt that something was wrong. A handsome man with money could not suddenly fall from the sky. Damn. Sitting down at the table, she added that yes, so what? He once again came to sit on his ears about the dead of Murim. She did not stick out, to which the hero thought that she was crazy. With her eyes wide open, the lady asked what to give him. Last time she had paid more than the bounty on her head, it had just passed, and he had come to rob her again. Now he had coveted her body. Frowning, the protagonist thought that which of the Murim she was referring to. He thought that all the masters from the 10 sects and the 5 great clans were righteous, and they were playing tag with this girl. Looking straight ahead, he spoke about the technique of transformation. Gritting her teeth, the lady shouted that he was carrying. She did not know that there were such repulsed ones that asked the warrior Jianghu to give up his entire fortune. The righteous sect, the Murim alliance, would already be called a demonic sect. Clenching her fist, she added that the more she thought, the more infuriated she became, to which Y replied that 1,000 yangs were gold, and the girl shouted that even the first scum of the Celestial Empire had more conscience. Sitting at the table, the hero said that the check is valid all over the continent, washed clean, can be used, to which the heiress asked that he would really give 1,000 yangs. Frowning, the protagonist spoke about the technique of transformation. The girl looked at him angrily. Stretching her hand forward, she asked if he had ever had his eyebrows or lips twitch against his will, to which Y replied that of course. Leaning against the table, the lady said that she should try it now, to which the MC thought that he did not seem to complain about the lack of potassium or magnesium, in the sense of trying. Smiling, the heiress said that there are 20 muscles on the human face: the orbicular muscle that opens and closes the eye, the zygomatic major muscle that creates a dimple, the orbicular muscle of the mouth that clenches and opens the mouth, and so on. An ordinary person has the entire set of so-called voluntary facial muscles, but there is also a dead muscle. Looking at her, the hero asked again, to which she replied approvingly. A human face appeared. It was heard that the trembling of the eyelids necessarily means the presence of a muscle. The human body cannot move without muscles, but the problem is that it is not voluntary, which can be controlled. But dead, in the face of a person there are at least 8,000 such dead muscles that do not obey the dominance of the facial nerves. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and asked again, and then thought that he had not read modern medical books, but logically it was not possible for his face to be completely stuffed with muscles. With a grin, the lady said that of course he did not believe it, so she asked the question whether it had ever happened that eyebrows or lips twitched against will. Although dead muscles cannot be controlled, a person still lives with the awareness of their existence. How can he move the muscles of organs like the heart? Sitting at the table, Y said that her transformation technique was the ability to control all the dead muscles of her face, to which she replied that he was savvy. Looking straight ahead, the heiress said that complete control over dead muscles looks like this. Suddenly her face twisted. The hero looked at her in amazement, to which the girl asked that there could be a face or expression that she could not create. With his eyes wide open, he thought that this was some kind of height change technique. 1,000 yangs in gold, he was ready to learn even for 10,000, and then he shouted that he should teach him. Crossing her arms, the lady said that she had changed her mind, to which the protagonist asked that they didn't agree on 1,000 yangs. Raising a finger up, the heiress said that she had lived like a courtesan for 7 years, exchanging her virginity to learn the cursed creation of 1,000 faces. Some 1,000 would not cover the torment she had endured. Frowning, Y thought to himself she had almost choked when she heard the amount, singing a song about the master, the bastard, and then asked what she wanted. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she should kill the head of the Evil Heaven Association, or let her forget about martial arts. The hero looked at her in surprise and thought that she was going crazy. She asked to kill the head of the evil emperor, whose reputation was worse than the head of the Dark Heaven Association. The man's eyes lit up. The thought arose that the emperor ruled over the apostates. His skill was an order of magnitude higher than that of the head of the Dark Heaven Association. He was the most apostate clan legend. Looking straight ahead, the heiress said that he could do it. For an absolute master from the Murim alliance, this was a great chance to take an important position. Besides, since the Dark Heaven Association had been destroyed, the alliance would switch to the Evil Heaven Association. Sitting in front of her, he said that the head of the association for martial arts technique, to which she replied that he shouldn't talk like it's a simple technique. Creating 1,000 faces could be a gold mine if he knew how to use it, so he asked him to kill this devil. The man was standing in the midst of the flames, and the protagonist was thinking that according to rumors, there was not a drop of humanity in the crimes of the evil emperor. Of course, it would be nice to eliminate the leader of the underworld, but the problem was in his army of more than 20,000 people. Closing his eyes, Y said that he would consider the proposal if there was nothing urgent, to which the girl asked what was true, and he replied that he was not of the Murim alliance either. Putting her hands on her side, the lady asked where it came from, to which the hero said that it was the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan. Leaning against the table, she shouted that she was the heir of the Sword God. Smiling, the heiress said that she had indeed fallen right out of the sky. Crossing her arms, she added that she had changed her mind, to which the protagonist asked that how could one be so fickle, that this time, if she wanted more money, he would add. Showing her heart with her hands, the girl said that she loved him, to which Y asked. Raising her leg, the heiress asked what was not allowed, and the hero shouted that in her opinion it was possible, and less than half a day had passed since they met. What the hell was love? And the lady asked that where was his bedroom. They would do it now, and he added that she was already going to do it. The protagonist gritted his teeth tightly when he heard that he loved more. As he was leaving, he said that no matter how much he wanted to learn the technique, it was too much. They would pretend that this meeting had not happened. The lady suddenly grabbed his hand, to which Y said that she was crazy. Smirking, the heiress asked that such a face would suit him, to which the hero replied that she looked like a creepy android, in a good way. Let her get off. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed. Raising her finger up, the lady asked if she didn't want to learn her technique, to which Y replied that he should let him go, then they would talk. Turning around, the MC said that they would watch her give a lecture. Stretching her finger forward, the girl said that the essence of the technique was to take control of the dead muscles, stimulating them with an imperceptible impulse. Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that he assumed that this would happen, but in order to subdue the dead muscles, you first need to realize their existence, and he does not think that this is possible, to which the heiress said that it is natural, so the muscles will need to be awakened first. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked that she was sure she could stand it, to which he asked again, and she added that the process of awakening dead muscles was extremely painful. Frowning, the hero thought that what did he care if he could learn the creation of 1,000 faces, and then asked what the training plan was, to which she replied that there was no training. Looking at him, the lady said that she should relax everything, both inner strength and thoughts, and not try to resist. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had no idea how it would be, but she was teaching herself, he would have to endure, and then he said that he had done as she said. Waving her hand, the girl said that she should scream if it was completely unbearable. Y froze in bewilderment. Suddenly it struck him in the face. MC looked at her in amazement, and shouted that she was crazy, and then thought what nonsense. In broad daylight, a strange woman slapped her in the face. Standing in front of him, the heiress said that the fastest way to wake up dead muscles was sharp and unbearable pain, to which he asked again. The girl put her finger to her face and replied that it depends, of course, on the person, but it takes at least 1,000 slaps in the face for the muscles to begin to awaken. But he can feel them earlier. The main thing is to catch this moment and fix it. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement and asked again. Spitting on her hand, the lady said that since they had started, they would finish faster. Stretching his hands forward, the MC shouted that he should wait. He needed time to think. The hero looked at her frightened. Hearing that let him cut the enemy. If he took out a knife, the longer he pulled, the more painful it would be. Frowning, the protagonist thought that if he took out a knife, then let him at least chop a radish. Isn't that what they say? The comparisons are dubious. Deserves the title of apostate. Which is more important? The cheek burns even from one slap in the face, and here a whole 1,000 go crazy. People looked into the room. As he was leaving, Y said that they would find a quieter place to begin with. There were too many eyes, to which the girl replied approvingly. A view of the sky opened up. Standing in the middle of the forest, the hero asked that there was no other way. It was necessary to whip the cheeks to awaken the muscles, to which she replied that there was not, although there was still one. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked if there was another way. Really? A spider appeared, and it was heard that according to the secret teachings of the creation of 1,000 faces, it was possible if a poisonous spider of the 1,000-year-old face, a spirit beast from legends that lived in the south, a poison of such strength helped to strengthen and stimulate human muscles. But of course, he would have to fork out for an antidote. Y sighed and said that in other words, a slap in the face was the only way out. Let him start. The hero clenched his teeth tightly when he heard that he would beat with all his love, to which he replied that he had stopped chattering. Suddenly they both disappeared. The protagonist was hit by blows, to which he thought that where was he? Why writhed in pain, wondering who he was. The heiress waved her hands, and he added that why he was being beaten. Closing his eyes, the MC shouted loudly. Putting her hands on her side, the lady asked what the hell. She wanted to throw everything to the wind again. If she had already started, she had to strike 1,000 times without a break. The protagonist began to cry and asked what she was even a human being. The heiress put her foot on his back, and Y thought that he could no longer endure. Beatings are a strange thing. At some point he got used to unbearable pain and could even endure. But the crippled psyche cannot be restored. He seems to have become a wild beast tamed with a stick. It seems that they stopped at the 500th. Looking away, the hero thought that at some point he realized that he himself was turning his cheeks to make it more convenient to beat them. And goosebumps ran all over his body. Is it really right? Looking at his hand, the protagonist asked what was wrong with his face. The lady looked at her in amazement, and shouted that she had finally succeeded. Let her concentrate. Remember what she was feeling now. Closing his eyes, Y replied that he understood. Stretching her hand forward, the heiress asked what she remembered what she had told him. First point now who, let him imagine drawing a circle starting from point now who, then by Hui and Tai Yang, let him release all the inner strength he can. A human body appeared. The thought arose that the points now who, by Hui and Tai Yang are located on the head, that is, with hasty stimulation they can become deadly points. The Bai Hui point at the intersection of the anterior median and posterior median meridian is especially important. The process of mastering it is akin to balancing between life and death. Sometimes it is called the gate of samsara. Closing his eyes, the MC thought that now he had to draw a circle through dangerous points using all his inner strength. This was not a joke at all, one oversight, and he would either die or remain disabled. Clenching her fist, the girl shouted that she should not doubt and believe her. A sphere suddenly appeared in the air. People looked at me in amazement, and someone said that it was so reckless. Frowning, the elder said that he would intervene if the flow of energy was distorted. Looking to the side, Hanjin said that his spiritual strength was running out, he would go. Frowning, the girl shouted that let him continue to accelerate. By inertia, the internal force will try to break out. Just at this moment, he will be able to feel all the dead muscles that began to move with the release of force. Let him remember, there is only one chance. The protagonist lowered his head down. He raised his eyebrows and shouted. A glow appeared on the hero's face. Looking at his hands, Y said that surprisingly, it was as if an infinite number of new channels had opened up in his face. This new sensation, channels of internal energy that controlled dead muscles. Smiling, the girl replied that yes, but until he mastered them perfectly, at first they would live their own lives. The hero lowered his gaze. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was capricious. Standing in front of him, the heiress said that he had now reached the first stage, the scarlet face blossom, and had just begun to master the dead muscles. There were 3 more stages ahead, to which the protagonist asked that there were 4 in total. Closing her eyes, the girl said that yes, she hadn't even mastered the last stage yet, and Y asked again. Lowering her gaze, she added that 1,000 changes in 3 steps. When he could cause 1,000 changes in his face in 3 steps, then it could be said that he was able to truly master the creation of 1,000 faces. To which the hero replied that he was crazy. Putting her hands on her side, the lady said that then she would talk about the key points of the next stage. A view of the tree opened. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was grateful to her. Looking at the checks, the heiress asked how many were there, to which he replied that it was about 20,000 yongs in gold. The girl smiled and thought that she didn't know that someone could actually walk down the street with enough money to buy a small county, and yet 20 times more than the initial amount. He would realize the true cost of creating 1,000 faces. Then she should teach him the joys of a man. Closing her eyes, she said that it was not necessary, to which Y asked that it was 20,000, and also gold. Standing before him, the lady said that she wanted something else, to which he asked. The heiress straightened her hair and asked what about right there, she liked it better outside. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero asked what was his own again. The girl shuddered and asked what was floating in the void. She opened her eyes in amazement. Looking at the weapon, the lady said that let him wait, go crazy, this is not soaring in the void, but a spirit's sword, then his sword flights are true. She thought it was nonsense embellished by chatterboxes. The protagonist jumped on the sword and replied that he promised money as payment. She would not interest him in strange offers. Looking down, she asked what else, to which he replied that he would get married soon. Let him not stand in the way of his married life. Smirking, the girl asked what she thought if he covered himself with a shield, it wouldn't hurt him, and Y replied that she was crazy. Stretching her hand forward, she added that he would not even ask for the name of the mentor, to which the hero asked what her name was. Standing behind him, the lady shouted that her name was Wa, to which he replied that it was beautiful. Flying on the sword, the hero heard that they would see each other at the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhou clan. A view of Hunan province opened. Gioel looked away. Putting his hand on his side, he asked what the hell, they still don't show his nose, or he came to the wrong place. People walked around the city. The thought arose that no matter how you looked, this was the right place, the time was right, and the place too. But why was there none of Kaifeng's newcomers? It wasn't a couple of people. All the rising stars of the noble blood squad numbering almost 60 heads appeared. It simply couldn't be. No, it shouldn't have happened. The man stopped suddenly. Taking a step forward, he asked what kind of pandemonium it was. The man opened his eyes in amazement and asked what nonsense it was. He had just left, taking all the rising stars with him. Gio frowned and replied that it could not be. Stretching out his hand, he thought that someone had pretended to be him and stolen information about the noble blood squad, and then shouted that all the newcomers should split up and find the villain, and he would stay for a minute. Wide-eyed, the man thought that this was the worst moment in the history of the noble blood squad. All the information that had taken more than half a month to gather was gone, and then asked what the hell happened. Someone looked exactly like him. Standing in front of him, the old man replied that he was sure that it was him. Besides, he knew the salutation of the squad and the password, to which Gaul asked that even their password. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that he could too. Showing his scar, the man said that this mark on his chest, reminiscent of a burn from a soldering iron, is an undeniable symbol of successors. Frowning, he added that there was no time, he needed to expose it. That's right, damn it, and then asked what the voice was. Stretching out his hands forward, the old man replied that he was one-to-one, even in gestures and habits. Gritting his teeth, Gioel thought that okay, he would imagine that this was the highest art of embodiment, capable of deceiving even the members of the noble blood squad. But how he managed to repeat his voice and even habits, it turns out that someone originally knew him and had been following him for a long time. But he could not say that he felt being followed. Wide-eyed, he exclaimed. The hero was sitting at the table with him. The thought arose that the other day he had chatted with a stranger, and they got drunk to the point of unconsciousness. He spoke so well that he could talk anyone into it. Taking a step forward, the man shouted that they should find a tall and slender man, white skin and a pretty face like a girl's, to which the old man replied approvingly. He looked to the side when he was asked that he wanted to find the dossier. Clenching his fist, the man shouted that where was he? Let him not hide like the last coward and show himself, to which he was told that he should stop giving himself away before he burned everything. Let him go wherever he says. He gritted his teeth when he heard this. A view of the building opened. The hero was sitting at the table. Gioel looked angrily and thought that until recently he had drunk with him until he lost consciousness, and then shouted that he was a brat. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he did not know about the trace of the soldering iron. Thanks for the information. Stomping his foot, the man shouted that he was a bastard. Why sat silently in front of him. Suddenly Gioel fell to his knees. Gritting his teeth, he thought what kind of pressure is, he can't count the level of his martial art above the unbridled stage. The man looked frightened and asked what he was doing to him, what he had done to him, asked to return the dossier. Looking at him, the hero said that of course, he needed to return them, otherwise the head of the noble blood squad would be beaten with a stick by the tramp, to which he asked what he even knew about the tutor. The protagonist, holding a baton in his hands, thinks that the tramp's stick is a relic of the head of the beggar clan. He knows that the head of the beggar clan uses the status of the head of the squad as a cover. Smiling, he said that he also had a secret. Let him go around a couple of information guilds, and here was the answer for him. Looking to the side, Y asked that he didn't understand that no matter how great the glory of the noble blood squad was, it was only one of the 36 squads of the beggar clan, so why all the information was flowing to them. Putting his hands on his knees, he added that whoever holds the information organization and has all the information of the beggar clan, there is a high probability that he has all the power in his hands. It is obvious that he cannot be a simple head of the squad, and there is another guess whether it is possible that the main government of Hunan province does not mean a special place. But the status of the head of the noble blood squad, he is right. The head of the detachment governs the province. Looking at him, the man asked what he wanted from him. Sitting at the table, the MC replied that the role of a binder, to which Gioel asked that he wanted to meet with the clan elders. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that no, he alone would be enough of the tramps. He almost became dumb during these couple of days, while learning all his manners and habits, to which he asked what then to bring him to. Frowning, Y said that with the Golden Merchant Guild, someone of the rank of executor, who would be easy to lure, best if he inherited in the guild. Everything should be strictly secret, gives 3 days. The man stretched out his hands to the sides. The thought arose that the Gold Merchant Guild was a huge guild intermediary even in international trade. The holders of the rank of executor were influenced by at least the nearby counties. People were walking down the street, and the man thought that how he could lure him. Smiling, the hero asked that he had scoured the guild from start to finish. He knew that they had even got to the bottom of the records of income and expenses from turnover, and the balance of goods in the warehouse. He did not know why the clan of beggars was interested in this, but they had already figured out the dishonest ones. With his eyes wide open, Gioel thought who he was, that he knew all the intricacies of the clan, and then said that he could not do it. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist said that he was the successor, to which the guild member replied that although the mentor accepted him as an apprentice, he did not officially become the successor. He did not have the authority to dispose of the information. Looking at the bowl, Y thought about what was also true. While he was watching him, He was only collecting information and reporting, he was not in a position to use it, but he hoped that the successor was somehow different. For example, he had some secret duties, or he was on secret missions. Closing his eyes, the hero asked what the hell, that is, he was good for nothing, to which the man replied that it was better to talk to the mentor, he could help with this. Smiling, the protagonist added that he would introduce him personally to the head of the beggars, and then thought that the head of the beggar clan, who was also a drunken immortal, was the mystery of Jianghu, which was more difficult to see than the emperor, and he was ready to arrange a meeting. It was not for nothing that he noticed Gol putting his hand under his clothes. Why wondered if he could change his mind at any moment. Gol looked at him in surprise and asked him that he did not believe him. Stretching out his hands to the sides, the hero said that it was obvious that he would lead him to the very lair of beggars. The followers of the clan were about 100,000. He should be on the alert. There were no daredevils against the crowd. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that but if he didn't return it, the mentor would kill him even earlier. He looked at him in surprise when he heard that usually everyone who is called immortal is good guys, to which Gol asked what he did not think why the prefix was drunk. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that maybe he was falling into madness as soon as he got drunk. He would not achieve anything if Gol got the dossier and disappeared, and if it were not for the dossier, he would not have gone so far. Particles appeared around the sphere. The question was heard that maybe he was mistaken. Closing his eyes, the man said that it was all because he was still not used to his image. Let him take another look at his earlobes. Y opened his eyes in amazement and thought that his earlobes were his ears. Dots appeared on his ears. The thought arose that the moles in the shape of a big bear, even having risen to the absolute level, he could barely see them. He heard what miracles this young man was. Smiling, the hero asked that he was their big boss. Gol opened his eyes in fright when he heard that he wanted to say that he had nothing to do with the dynasty of the Secret Lord, when he himself flaunted with a big bear on his lobe, another symbol of the 7 rainbows, and he was the successor of the shadow trading dynasty of the Secret Lord, but they had gone mad. He gritted his teeth tightly. The protagonist dodged his attack. He waved his hand. A powerful explosion broke out in front of the man. The man jumped up. The elder looked at him in amazement and said that aside from the level, he had an excellent vision of the clan's martial prowess, as if he was looking at the young beggar dragon emperor. Y bounced off the rooftops. Frowning, he asked what he dared to run away from him. The man suddenly jumped up. The hero abruptly appeared in front of the man. With his eyes wide open, Gol asked how he was, and then thought that the path of the dragon driven by the wind, the strongest secret weapon of the beggar clan, one of the 3 Qigong techniques of the plane. Was there a Qigong in the world that could outrun a dragon driven by the wind in no time? Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked what he was going to which the man shouted that he was clearly one of the shadow merchants of the Secret Lord's dynasty. Why he was doing this to him. Lowering his head, he thought that only a few knew the name of the secret master, especially since he recognized the symbol of the 7 rainbows, which meant that he was the shadow merchant of the dynasty himself. But there was an unbreakable rule between merchants, to pretend that they did not notice each other. Why he oppressed him. Smiling, Y asked that he was a merchant and not a secret executor, a big catch. Frowning, the clan member shouted that he did not know which of the 7 rainbows he belonged to, but asked not to break the law. Grabbing the weapon, the hero said that if he was not nice and did not answer all his questions, he would stop having fun. The first question was what his code name was. Gol clenched his fist, thinking about going crazy, wanting him to reveal his code name. What nonsense, and then replied that he told him so. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and asked me to stop. MC abruptly threw out his sword. The blade rushed towards the man. Looking at the weapon, the man asked who the hell he was. Frowning, Y replied that he would ask again what his codename was. Closing his eyes, Gol replied that he had better kill him. Particles appeared around the sword, and the MC said that he would start by destroying the Dantian, to which he shouted that not that. Smiling, he asked that martial prowess was more precious than life. Unexpectedly for a merchant, maybe he was an outsider, recruited by the dynasty of a secret master. The man lowered his head down, raising his finger up. Y asked why flaunt his complexes. Then he was right. He was not a direct heir to the 7 rainbows. It turned out that they did not raise him from birth. Smiling, he added that then it was a matter of money, an obvious contender for the successor with great talent and potential. How much did it cost? To which the merchant shouted that money had nothing to do with it. The hero looked at him angrily and thought that he was strong in spirit, and immediately reacted to an ordinary provocation. Such a person cannot be a merchant, and then asked what they promised him. Standing in front of him, Gol replied that if he was a real shady trader, he should know how to lure them, to which he asked. Clenching his fists, the man shouted that his mother would not be able to survive without the Jasper Lotus pills they deliver once a month. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what kind of medicine it was. The man was holding his chest. He heard that it soothes heart pains. Stretching his hand forward, Y asked that if he solved his mother's treatment problem, he could count on his cooperation. Closing his eyes, the merchant replied that all the healers said that her heart pains could not be cured. The only way out was to drown them out with medicine. Standing in front of him, The hero asked if at least one of these healers was an immortal healer from the line of those who raise from the dead, to which he mumbled. Frowning, he added that he would arrange for his mother to be examined by an immortal healer, and of course, he would cover all the expenses. Looking at him, the man thought that an immortal healer could only be met by the will of heaven. How did he know him? And then asked how he knew the heavenly healer, to which Y replied that he was his longtime client. With his eyes wide open, the merchant shouted that he did not believe that he knew such a figure. He flinched when he heard that he was the heir of the sword god. Closing his eyes, the MC said that the heir of the sword god from the Cho clan's chamber of commerce was him. The protagonist jumped upstairs upon hearing that it was true, to which he replied that he had no proof. Standing on the sword, Y asked that but maybe that would be enough. The man looked at him in amazement, and asked that he was indeed the heir of the sword god. Smiling, the hero asked that he had been deceived all his life. The clan of healers was an old client of their chamber of commerce. Even an immortal healer would not be able to refuse the request of the heir of the sword god. Well, now he was ready for a deal. The merchant froze in surprise and asked how he could help. It seemed that he knew more about the dynasty of the secret lord than him. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he should sell him 6 months of his life, of course, including the code name granted by the secret lord's dynasty, and the assigned tasks, as well as all methods of communication. The hero's face began to transform. His face suddenly transformed. Looking at him, Joel asked why he was really so terrible. Smiling, Vi said that now let him tell everything he knew, his lucky ticket. A view of the settlement opened up, and the hero thought that Joel's daily routine turned out to be ordinary. A special moment is his mission. The man was on his knees, and the thought appeared in the protagonist's head that he was tasked with keeping an eye on the clans under the subordination of Shaolin. The beggar clan was spying on the indestructible Jianghu mountain. His task defied common sense. The merchant furrowed his brows, and Y wondered that since he was spying for the dynasty, she, not the beggar clan, was covering his rear. The man was sitting at the table. It was said that despite the big name of Shaolin, most of the clans under his command were small martial schools. Even a handful of their reputation was able to learn no more than a couple of dozen martial masters, did not understand what reason to keep an eye on the small clans, to harness the successor himself to engage in such nonsense. The woman entered the room. The man took off his mask and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He scratched his head, and the hero thought that the drooping gray eyebrows about 3 chi long, 2 bulging moles in the center of his forehead, disheveled unruly hair and impressive crooked teeth. This was exactly the drunken immortal that Joel had described. Looking at it, the protagonist said that here is chrysanthemum wine. Standing in front of him, the old man replied that it was commendable. He had indeed obtained this rare booze, to which Y said that next time he should give money if he instructs anything, and then asked that he knew how much he had spent. Gritting his teeth, the drunken immortal shouted that his master had shown a worm like him boundless kindness. What ingratitude! Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero said that he did not even have enough money set aside for black deals. Besides, he was pleased to see that the student was begging instead of an errand. Standing before him, the old man shouted that a vagabond collecting alms is as natural a phenomenon for people as gassing, to which he replied that he did not let gasses. The man began to drink. Smiling, he said that the eminent booze was an order of magnitude higher even in aroma. Next time let him get snow wine. Putting his hand on his side, Y asked if it wasn't the alcohol of the Cho Chamber of Commerce that had slammed up the surroundings of Jiangxi. How would he get such an expensive alcohol? To which the old man replied that if the teacher said then let him do it, and then asked why he was so talkative. Looking at the papers, the hero thought that he knew how much a bottle of ice wine cost, and still instructed to get it. A drunken immortal, well, rather a drunken devil, and then asked what to shake the air for. It would be better to get to work. While drinking, the man said that he was leaning against the table. He said that all right, let him report what he had there. Holding the papers in his hands, the protagonist replied that as he could see, there was nothing special. The records from the checkpoint did not differ from the previous report. No suspicious movements of key figures were noticed, but they bought a little more grain than usual. He believes this is for supplies for the winter. Frowning, the old man said that everything was as usual, except for routine, to which Y replied that there was not. Looking at him, the man asked what then and why he missed the report at the last appointed date. Raising his hand, the hero said that there was progress in combat skills. He needed time to figure it out, to which the drunken immortal asked that he had advanced again. Crossing his arms, he added what kind of progress it was, to which the protagonist asked what he thought about the awakening of the mad dragon of heaven and earth. The man stretched out his hand forward. The thought arose that the mad dragon of heaven and earth, the 15th style of the 18 palms of the flying dragon, was one of the strongest and most ferocious styles of all the 18. The old man looked at me in amazement and asked again. Stretching his arms forward, the protagonist thought that if the stage before using the style is called the preparatory stage, then the awakening is the first step that comes after the preparatory stage, and then said that the basis and logic of the flying dragon is striking blows, continuous attacks, and gradual advance. Gritting his teeth, he added that if they could say that the 2 dragons were drawing water was an inseparable extension of the dragon living in the field, then due to the mad dragon of heaven and earth awakening too ferociously, the gradual advanced technique that was at the heart of the flying dragon was not preserved. Looking at him, the drunken immortal wondered when he had managed to climb so high. Standing in front of the hero, he asked why he had found the solution. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he had devoted all his time to spiritual practice, but as a disciple, he couldn't find a way, and then thought that although the sword god had already told him the fatal weakness of the flying dragon's 18 palms, and he had made up for it, but he had no reason to help the beggar clan. The old man laughed and said that it was still commendable. He did not remember that in the entire history of at least one clan leader in the years of the successor had encountered a wall of a flying dragon, to which Y asked again. Crossing his arms, he added that the imperfection of the successive attacks he had mentioned was the only weakness of the 18 flying dragon palms that their clan was so proud of. Many clan leaders had tried to overcome it but had never found a solution, hence the name Flying Dragon Wall. The hero exclaimed in surprise, and then thought that from the point of view of physics, the solution is very simple, but it is presented as if it were a question of the millennium. Stretching out his hand, he asked what but why should they keep an eye on the property of the 9 sects, isn't that the inspection inspector of the Murim alliance? Gritting his teeth, the master replied that this was the judgment of the alliance of the 10 flying dragons. Even he, the head of the clan, did not doubt their authority, as he, a mere executor, dared to express doubt. Bowing, the protagonist said that he did not dream of heroism, but spying on clans in subordination to Shaolin did not bring him confidence at all. As a Taoist, whose heart was filled with courage and high principles, asked to entrust him with another mission. Standing in front of him, the man shouted what nonsense, he himself begged to be made an informant, and now he is rubbing something about high principles. Gritting his teeth, he added that if there was anything to look into the very depths of the Celestial Empire, it was the eyes of their clan, how one who had dived into the thick of hatred and conspiracies dared to talk about the ideals of martial prowess. Frowning, the teacher shouted that he was the same. Taking a step forward, he asked what he didn't want to tell him. Closing his eyes, the man said that among all the candidates for succession, he had the most amazing abilities. Years later he would even be able to bring the legend of the ultimate flying dragon to life. But he knew why he couldn't call him his successor. Y stared at him in disbelief. The old man looked furiously and asked if it was time to tell his master everything. He still didn't know how terrible their clan was. The apprentice tilted his head. Y thought that the drunken immortal already knew that Cho Gol was a spy for the Secret Lord's dynasty. The guy looks at the teacher, and he says that he is stupid. The master looks up and says that in the place of a true shadow merchant he should have defended himself to the last, and why he so easily disowned himself, and continues that after all, his treachery is the main reason why he did not become a receiver. The student raises his head. The main character continues to think that the deeper he digs, the more mind-blowing information there is. The protagonist looked up and thought that this situation was not the best. The man holds a pole in his hands, and Y continues to reason that the drunken immortal, although he is not one of the 7 rainbows, is the head elder of the illustrious righteous clan, which is almost as good as them, and continued that could such a great man be a spy influenced by the dynasty. The main character put his hand to his chin and thought that the entire clan of beggars could be called the information property of the dynasty, and continued that, after all, how did this drunkard find out about Cho Gol's betrayal? The drunken immortal holds a jug and says if he wants to know what caused it. He drinks from a jug and says that he was the one who recommended him to the shady trade, showering him with praise for his talent, and added that he personally placed in it a fragrance that haunts 10,000 li, because it is not easy to join a secret master. The student looks at the interlocutor in surprise. The master turns his head and asks who extracted the aroma that haunts 10,000 li from it. The drunken immortal squints his eyes and says that only the chosen ones know the methods of their dynasty, and asks if he was lured away by moths or the surviving remnants of the Red Lotus, and continues that it is completely unclear what plans are hiding in his head. The guy looks at the teacher thoughtfully, and Y mentally thinks that he did not think that one of the 10 great sects of the whole clan would be in the power of the dynasty, and continues that the drunken immortal thinks that Cho Gol betrayed them by dealing with a dubious organization by getting rid of the enemy. The young man closed one eye, and Y thought that he had played Cho Gol perfectly, and the master had no reason to doubt. The drunken immortal threw out his hand and asked why he was laughing, if he still didn't understand how serious it was, and the student replied that he was laughing because it was funny, and continued that if the teacher admitted that he personally pushed the student into the pit with snakes, how could he not laugh and turn away with disgust that the old man was called the immortal? The tutor pulls his fist back, and the young man continues to say that he had a reason, his mother's illness, and asks what could have pushed the head of the great clan to desperate measures. Is the so-called carrot a laudatory martial art? The drunken immortal looked at the guy angrily. The student knocks on his head and says that the reason is to receive the teachings of the 3 gods. The teacher replies that the guy's impudence knows no bounds. The young man closes his eyes and exclaims that not all righteous sects are the same, and adds that the old man should try to become at least halfway like the oldest heavenly swordsman. The guy throws his fist forward and shouts that he dragged him into the underground trade, injected a fragrance into his body that haunts 10,000 li, and now he brags about it, and adds that the tutor is not an immortal at all. The man spreads his hands and exclaims that the young man is completely crazy. The student lowers his hands and says that it is too crowded here. He turns his head and thinks that if he unleashes his fighting spirit, the room will blow into the air and it will attract attention. The guy waves his hand and says that the teacher's baton looks impressive. The drunken immortal bows his head. The young man holds a stick in his hand and thinks that he has managed to take possession of the tramp's stick, as if to take a toy from a child. The teacher spreads his hands and asks who he is, and the student replies that he can't see. The man opened his eyes wide and said that he couldn't be Cho-Gol, and the guy replied that he had been discovered. The drunken immortal gritted his teeth and thought that it was impossible, because the face did not look like a mask at all, and continued that there were no masks in the world that could deceive him. He opened his eyes wide and said inquiringly that this is the art of impersonation. The young man rushed forward and shouted that it had taken a very long time for this to reach the old man. The guy is waving a stick. Blows with a club overtake the teacher. The drunken immortal looks ahead and thinks that he sees something flashing in front of his eyes, but even the barrier used is useless. The old man raises his hand. The student strikes. The teacher falls. The man is lying on the floor. The guy put his hand forward. The mentor raises his head and thinks that only an absolute master can treat him, a master of the unbridled peak, like this, and tells his opponent to reveal his identity. The young man taps his hand with a truncheon and says that the old man is breaking the rules, because it is forbidden to ask such a shady merchant. The drunken immortal squints his eyes and says that he is Cho-Gol. The young man is holding a truncheon in his hands. The guy throws the stick and says what should work with this stick. The old man holds a baton in his hands and says that their clan's vagabond stick technique is not limited to a step. The student raises his finger and invites the teacher to step on. The drunken immortal soars up. He waves his stick. The stick outlines a circle, from the point of view of mathematics, bizarre movements with almost no errors, reminiscent of the 100 divine ice palms of the North Sea. This technique can rightfully be considered the first in terms of completeness, except for the heavenly sword style and the 3 heavenly demon swords. The fighter makes circular movements. The teacher quickly moves around the hall. The old man looks ahead and mentally says that it is as if he is attacking the air. The drunken immortal hits with a stick and says that the opponent will not be able to dodge it. The tutor began to quickly rotate the bamboo weapon around the circle. Despite the immense speed of the attacks, the young man continued to dodge. The student sinks to the floor. The master opened his mouth wide and thought that this couldn't be. After all, even an absolute stage master couldn't easily dodge the flexible stick of a vagabond unless he knew a way to destroy this technique. The young man raises his hand up. The student uses a magic blow with the palm. Palm blows rain down on the teacher, and the old man says that the guy stole the martial art right in front of his eyes. The drunken immortal falls to his knees, and thinks that all this cannot be, because the technique of the tramp stick is unique, and it is impossible to master it perfectly even in a lifetime. But he repeated it, looking at the technique only once. The young man looks at his palm and says that this is indeed an exceptional technique, and adds that it is not for nothing that the beggar clan is proud of it. The old man lowers his head. The student raises his leg and goes on to say that this is the technique he has taught him. The young man's face begins to distort. The guy looks ahead. He stretches out his hand and says that he will find a use for this technique and face. The drunken immortal opened his mouth in horror. The light of the sun breaks through the clouds. Rays illuminate the street. Men sit opposite each other. The mentor looks at the young man and asks when he was replaced, and he replies that he was replaced more than a month ago. The old man lowers his gaze and thinks that the guy has been fooling the people of their clan for more than a month, pretending to be Cho-Gol. The young man shrugs his shoulders and says that the absolute stage, sword flying, amazing spiritual world and philosophy, is also the head of the Chamber of Commerce in Jiangxi, and added that he put the facts together and realized that he is the heir of the sword god. The old man confirmed it, and asked that he had been acting secretly all this time, what made him reveal his identity, and why he had brought them here. The young man lowered his head and said that he was imitating the innate qualities of a human, and added that he would torture the old man into information about family, relationships, martial arts, habits, manner of speech, and eventually he himself would become a drunken immortal. The teacher raised his hand and said that he would like to cooperate with him, and the guy said that he would force him. The young man closed his eyes and said that he had seen a lot in Jianghu and was confident in himself, and continued that even to him, it was as if he was from another world. The old man looked at the other person inquiringly, and the disciple continued to say that he even thought differently, and he had been watching him in surprise for more than a month, and added that he was just a monster. The drunken immortal raised a thumbs up and exclaimed that he was not as weak as the youth, and added that everything he was telling him now would not erase the shameful betrayal. The guy shook his head. The old man looked intently at the interlocutor and ordered him to stand on the stirrup, and added that he would remove the restriction from the inside. The disciple raised his hand and asked the teacher not to overdo it, otherwise he would get a chi disconnection. The old man replied that he did not think it was right to just sit and should try. The main character is standing on the threshold. He looks at those present, and says that he sees that they have the strength to talk and asks that they have removed the punctuation point block. The drunken immortal stood up and asked what he was trying to achieve, and added that he wasn't sure the Chamber of Commerce would survive after he kidnapped the dynasty's shadow traders. The protagonist turned his head and denied that he would survive. The main character throws the books. The old man looks inquiringly at the floor, and Wai mentally says that these are all forgotten teachings that have gone down in the history of Murim. Chul stands in a fighting stance, and the main character discusses what is the omniscient palm of justice of the head of the Mekta, or the fist of the heavenly lord of the supreme nature of the heavenly fist Ha-Hu Fi, or most importantly the blessed palm, and adds that this manuscript really contains the mysterious technique of the legendary clan of Celestials. The teacher turns his head and stops Wai, and the protagonist says that he is the heir of the sword god. The protagonist looks ahead and says that these manuscripts are written in a hurry, but there is no doubt about their authenticity, and adds that he can set an example. The old man inquiringly shifts his gaze to the main character. Wai smiles and says that it is up to him to choose whether he wants to master these techniques or not, and adds that he must understand what it means to use these teachings. The drunken immortal opens his eyes wide and asks the protagonist what he wants from him. The guy closes his eyes and says that the mentor should live with him for a month, calmly in his manner, and adds that in return he will answer all questions. The old man clenches his fists and asks what grudge he holds against their clan. Wai replies that he has no grudge against the beggar clan, and adds that he has no feelings for their lair. The drunken immortal opened his mouth wide and shouted that if it was the secret master dynasty, he would at least know how dangerous it was, and the world of underground trade was much more treacherous than the cold Jianghu, and added that this place destroyed all the conventional foundations of even an absolute level master like him. The protagonist raises his hand and says that the old man should not be bothered by this, and adds that he needs to make a decision. The teacher lowers his head and says that he needs time to think. Wai gives him 3 days. The door slams shut loudly. The disciple looks at the teacher and says that he is weak and shameless. The old man looks at the manuscripts lying on the floor. The moon shines in a cloudless sky. The protagonist enters the room. The blonde girl turns her head and addresses him affectionately. Han looks at the protagonist and says that even though he is very busy, he needs to pay attention to his brother and sister. The protagonist opens his eyes wide and asks what happened to them. The woman looks to the side and says that his sister seems to have feelings for the heir to the swordsman clan. Wai asks whom, and adds that Cho, who has never looked at men in her life, could not fall in love with Namdun Changho. The young guy holds a sword in his hands, and Han continues to explain that every day the child watches the combat training of the heir to the swordsman clan from afar. The main character closes his eyes and thinks that his sister is now in adolescence, and there is nothing strange that her attention is drawn to the body of a strong guy, and adds to the ear that he will talk to her later. The girl asks what he is going to do, and Wai replies that he will first teach his sister to distinguish between fleeting interest and sincere feelings. Han looks at the protagonist in surprise and asks that if the girl is sincere. The protagonist replies that in this case, the only thing left to do is grab Namgun's brother by the throat. The woman smiles embarrassedly. Wai's eyes widened and thought that the other person was very cute when she bowed her head and smiled. The main character sits at the table and asks what his brother has done. The blonde girl puts her hand on her chest and reveals that he had a bit of a quarrel with the Heavenly Squad and was disgraced by the masters of the apostate faction. Wai muses that someone from the Chamber of Commerce dared to neglect the family of the heir of the sword god. Hyuk holds a sword in his hands, and Han continues to say that the guy is here quite recently and most likely the Sky Squad did not recognize him, and adds that he did not hide behind the name of Wai out of pride. The guy is beaten, and the interlocutor continues that his brother was beaten under the pretext of a duel. The protagonist clutches his head and thinks in bewilderment that Heck has not even reached the first rank. What can be the duel with the renegade masters? And if it didn't work out, he could say his name, because there is nothing humiliating about it. The heavenly sword warrior stares ahead as Wai continues to reason that it is easy for a master to gain insight, but raising a human to become a martial artist is a completely different matter, while he himself has never been trained in the basics, and continues that it is necessary to discuss the matter with Elder Namgun Su. The main character lowers his head and says that he will come up with something. The girl takes the kettle and screams. The guy jumps up to her and asks if she's okay. Hair shimmers in the light. Han snuggles up to Wai. The guy looks into the girl's eyes and thinks that the unbridled step ice art master pulled her hand away from the kettle, and continues that this cutie could just say she wants a kiss. A woman kisses the main character. Young people kissing. The protagonist removes his hands and thinks that the girl has not had experience with other men. Han pushes the guy onto the bed. She grabs the guy's clothes with her hand. Khan pulls off the clothes from the main character, and the young man argues that she kisses with her eyes closed, but at the same time she was able to untie the tight ribbon of smell. The blonde girl holds out her hand, and Wai continues to think about how long it took to somersault with men to get the hang of it. The protagonist opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. The protagonist puts his hands in front of him. The guy's pupils dilated. The woman raises her hand and asks what happened, and the main character thinks that he saw a blood-colored will-o'-the-wisp. The guy stands up and shouts that how dare she pretend to be Maiden Han. The girl raised her hand to her face and said that he saw through it, and it almost worked, and added that she almost ate him. The protagonist threw his menacing look at her, and exclaimed that she was going to eat it, and called her crazy, adding that she gave him goosebumps and almost took his virginity. The guy looked menacingly at the girl and said that if she looked at him like that, he would gouge out her eyes. The dark-haired heroine began to straighten her hair, and the protagonist said that Ha-Yom Sang-Rok was right in calling her the main psychopath of the apostates, worse than Gahi. A woman with blonde hair began to lick her finger, and the character asked how she came up with the idea of sneaking into the chambers of the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, and also pretending to be his bride. The man turned to her and asked how she got here, to which she replied that in his opinion, there was a place in the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Murim Alliance that she couldn't penetrate, and besides, their defenses were SOSO. An image of the gate to the palace appeared, and the protagonist said that wherever the Chaegao clan's guard formation went, there were also 2 transcendental stage masters placed near the eastern, western, and southern gates. The warriors guarded the entrance to the room, and the protagonist added that the observation towers of the members of the Celestial were installed at important forks. The soldiers were standing on the tower, and the guy said that they were conducting relentless surveillance. The girl pointed her finger at the hero and proclaimed that he should think for himself. After all, this is first of all a trading society, and only then the Jianghu martial world, goods are constantly coming here, and stated that this is the best environment to infiltrate a spy. There is no place where it would be easier to penetrate. The man looked ahead and said that the remarks hit him in the gut. He understood that because of trade, it was impossible to influence some points. But how could you ignore the possibility of espionage? The warrior rolled up the sleeves of his uniform, and the protagonist stated that some kind of systematic protection was needed, and stated that he had been thinking about all sorts of secret codes and symbols. But if the enemy lured even one of the upper echelons, everything would be covered with a copper basin, adding that they were not a group to get a secret tattoo, and besides, if revealed, the protective measure in the form of a tattoo was easy to circumvent. The heroine closed her eyes and asked what he was thinking about, because everything is simple, to which the guy said that it was here that it was generally simple. The woman pointed her finger at the hero and said that he could get a poisonous goo on everyone, then everything would be solved by itself. A bit expensive, of course, but he had money. The protagonist folded his hands together and said that she so easily claimed to place an insect in a person's body, matching the follower of the apostates. The guy turned away and added that there was no need to say anything. Someone was walking on the tiles, and the protagonist noticed that the sounds of footsteps belonged to some girl. The guy put his hand forward and shouted for her to hide. The woman put her hand forward in warning and proclaimed that it was not his fiancée. She checked that she had fallen asleep before she arrived. The man turned his head to the side and asked who it was then. The heroine's eyes sparkled, and the girl screamed that she had been frightened. The dark-haired heroine leaned forward and exclaimed that she already thought she was the mistress, and added that his robe was open. Could it be that this bitch had done something? The heroine jumped inside the room. The bride looked forward mockingly and explained that it was necessary to look at this hypocrite, who was pretending to be nice, and she herself was not one of the timid 10 and wanted to do everything before the wedding. The blonde woman looked at someone else's appearance and said what kind of a tormented girl she was, how much powder you need to smear to make her face look like this. The fashion for this has already passed, and added that she is backward. The heroine looked ahead dumbfounded and said that she did not expect to hear such rudeness from a mad girl who always spoke in high-flown phrases. The lady sprang forward and shouted that he was completely unrestrained, and added that he should take a look at this bitch who had revealed her true nature immediately after the engagement, and said that it was no wonder, all the girls were from the north of the spinners, and she knew that she was pretending. The protagonist looked at them and asked if the maidens from the south were not more promiscuous. The hero's bride put her finger forward and replied that not at all, and added that he did not know how treacherous the northerners were, and said that they looked so clean, but inside they were completely rotten, and he simply did not know her vile nature. The heroine spread her hands to her sides and said that she agreed with this. The lady straightened her hair and proclaimed that to say that the girls from the north were treacherous was an understatement, and declared that when they locked themselves in a room in the icy winter, they thought only of men, and their thighs were strewn with acupuncture marks. The protagonist's fiancée opened her eyes at the sight of her, and said that something was wrong, because the girl who came from the northern sea spoke so cruelly about the northern people. The woman smiled broadly and said that girls from the south are sincerity, and if they love, they love, if they hate, they will make it clear with their whole body, and if the feelings are reciprocated, they will give themselves with all passion, and the interlocutor exclaimed that this is for sure. The blonde girl turned to Cho and asked if he didn't mind a threesome, and if he could, and the hero shouted what she was carrying, crazy. The dark-haired heroine stared ahead, and said that he had called Han crazy. The woman opened her brown eyes wide and asked if he was serious. Han Sol-hyun turned to the protagonist's fiancé and proclaimed that greetings, successor, heir to the blood of 1,000 changes. The hero's bride indignantly pointed her hand to the side and asked what this old woman was doing here and whether she had lost her conscience since she coveted the appa, to which the heroine replied that neither age nor boundaries are an obstacle to love. The protagonist turned to the lady and asked how old she was, to which she replied that she was only 40. Cho covered his mouth with his hand in fright, and exclaimed that he was kissing a 40-year-old aunt. The protagonist stood up from his seat and stated that they could do whatever they wanted in his chambers because he was leaving. The Khan pointed after him and told them to grab him. The bride, catching up with Cho, shouted that she understood, "Sister." The woman was standing outside the door and asked if he was all right. The main character looked ahead and exclaimed that anyone would misunderstand this picture, and thought about how to get out of this impasse. The man turned to the girls and said that if they made even one sound and revealed themselves, then both would die, and everything would be finished. The guy raised his hand to the door. The trio stood in the center of the room. The bride was standing outside the door and asked who was inside, and the guy thought that Han was a master of the unbridled stage after all, and it completely flew out of his head that she was able to feel the Tao of thought. The mysterious heroine approached the door and announced that she was entering. The protagonist began to shake his head. The guy looked ahead. The girl entered the room. The man threw out his hand and made it clear that he was greeting Maiden Han. The bride covered her face with her hands and exclaimed that God, what was it, and what was he doing in her husband's chambers? The character was standing in front of the table. The guy named Chan looked to the side and wondered why Maiden Han had been looking at him like an insect lately, and didn't even know what was wrong. The man scratched his chin and said that she must be anxious in the run-up to the wedding. The protagonist looked to the side and said that he could not have died at the hands of his fiancée before marriage. The hero furrowed his brows and said that he was just unlucky that they were of a similar physique, and even with the art of transformation, he would not be able to repeat the muscles of Jang Il Ruyon or the slender body of Che Galun. The girl jumped forward, and the character said that when he remembers that night, his conscience still torments him, and thought that it was a good thing that she immediately turned away from the obscene scene. If she had noticed Baek Hwa-rin with her face, she would have instantly made the icy hell a reality. The protagonist stood silently. Hippoa looked at the interlocutor and asked if he thought the old man had changed his mind. The hero turned his head and replied that he was sure that everything would be fine, because the drunken immortal had a high reputation even among the masters of the righteous sects, and if there was a leak of information, then he would have to reveal to Jianghu that the head of the clan was a beggar, a non-merchant of the secret master dynasty. The interlocutor threw his hand up and said that they had no evidence, and in the end they would have to rely on their testimony. If he suddenly turned on the fool, then they would have nothing left. The protagonist furrowed his brows and stated that this is also true. He himself does not admit that he belongs to the world of underground trade, and if they do not present weighty evidence, they will not be able to claim that the drunken immortal is a shadow trader. The man sat down on a chair and asked if it was necessary to think it over, and how the situation inside the ward had changed, to which the guy replied that no more suspicious persons had been found, secret passwords and tags had not been found either. On the contrary, it was so quiet that it was even restless. The protagonist looked down and clarified that it couldn't be, because even their merchant guild had not been touched. He believed that they would disrupt the supply of raw materials to the branches or interfere with the circulation of finished goods. The interlocutor tilted his head and proclaimed that nothing of the kind was happening. All the branches were growing without apparent hindrance. The volume of supplies was growing as they expected, and they were even approached by the nuns of the Putuo convent. The man threw his head at the interlocutor and asked if the nuns from the South Sea convent had really come to them from the island itself, to which he replied that this was the case. The guy sat down in a chair and said what they needed from the Chamber of Commerce, to which he added that they had ordered iron ingots, and in large quantities, which was amazing. The protagonist gritted his teeth and stated that although their circulation was officially forbidden by the state, the nuns had requested iron ingots, and how did Director Chan react to this? The interlocutor put his hand forward and replied that he had refused for the time being, not knowing what they were up to, and added that it was good that he had done so. The character in green clenched his fist and said that if they agreed to the deal, they would give the government a reason to intervene, and praised Jang Il Ruyung, and added that he had been quick-witted before. The interlocutor got up from his chair and said that in general, there was only 1 day left until the end of the allotted time for the drunken immortal. The subordinate reported to the chairman and said that Director Chan had an urgent request for him. The chairman turned away from his comrade and clarified that something seemed to have happened, and added that they were coming. The sun shone on the palace. The chairman entered the room and asked what fate the general was here, and greeted him. Heavenly Tiger General Yuki Moon turned to the protagonist and greeted him, and he added in his thoughts that he was the general of the military upper echelons of all Jiangxi, and the greatest commander, the emperor's favorite. The guy was walking around the office and thought that something was wrong, and wondered what fly had bitten the gentleman bathed in bribes, and the general asked what had brought him to them so suddenly, and added that if the general had warned in advance, they would have had time to set the table. The general turned his gaze to the side and said that the big man had just flatly refused to comply with his request, and asked if it was true that he was speaking on behalf of the chairman. The chair looked ahead and asked if he could ask what the request was. Yuk looked at the hero and said that he wanted the Chamber of Commerce to give the General Department a trade monopoly on all iron utensils, including iron ingots, and added that he also demanded a monopoly on grain, silk, and livestock. The main character opened his eyes dumbfounded and exclaimed what this psycho had said, and added that he had heard that the general drank several jugs of snow wine a day, and asked if he was completely drunk. An image of a burning city appeared, and the guy clarified that it was serious all grain, and explained that they had bought up a huge amount of grain to restore, and used a large warehouse that the Dark Heaven Association had once owned. Food packages lay in stacks, and the character proclaimed that the general department, perhaps, can boast of a considerable scale, but this is too much for him. A herd of oxen was standing in the field, and Cho said that it was also all silk, cattle, and iron utensils, including iron ingots, and asked if they would pay for all the supplies owned by the Chamber of Commerce. An image of a variety of goods appeared, and the protagonist asked if they would need a fabulous amount of money, and asked if the general department really had such funds. The chairman looked ahead at his interlocutors and said that before deciding whether to sell or not, he would like to know the reason why the general proposed a monopoly on goods of huge quantities. Yuk furrowed his brows menacingly and clarified what the chairman should decide. The general stretched his mouth in anger and stated that he knew that the chairman was Master Jianghu at the absolute level, but asked if he could hold his own against a 120,000 army. The chairman grinned and exclaimed that the general was talking about mobilizing more than 100,000 soldiers to deal with one chamber of commerce, and thought that this psycho wanted to attract the military power of the general chamber, and asked if the general was in his right mind. Yuk rolled his eyes and said that Cho initially had no choice. He raised his hand and declared that all merchant guilds should be subordinate to the general department of their province. The chairman widened his eyes and exclaimed that this was nonsense, and added that all the merchant guilds would also be subordinated to the general department by decree of the emperor, and clarified that such things only happened in the Middle Plain during the era of wars. The hero opened his mouth and asked if war was coming. The general sat in front of the guy and replied that the barbarians of the Endless Steppes had rebelled. An image of a huge amount of ammunition for soldiers appeared, and the protagonist said that war was a great misfortune for the people, but a unique opportunity for a merchant, and added that he had set up a new department in the Anhui Forge and secretly made armor in reserve just for this case. The chairman looked ahead and asked how the general planned to pay. Yuk broke into a smile and was indignant that it was a great honor for a miserable merchant to benefit the emperor, and added that the chairman planned to profit from the misfortune of the country, and Cho exclaimed that he should wait. The main character looked ahead and said that it meant that the general had no intention of paying a single nyanga in the first place, and asked if they wanted to say that they would forcibly take all the supplies. The general crossed his arms over his chest and said that His Majesty would generously reward the chairman for his services as soon as the situation improved. The chairman began to scratch his hands on the surface and said that most of all merchants hate vague promises, and added that everything was smooth in words, but in fact there were no specifics, and asked how much and when they would be paid. The protagonist stood in front of the table and exclaimed that they did not want to get a huge amount of provisions for free, and called it not a country, but a real theft, and the interlocutor asked what the chairman meant. Cho turned his head away and said that the general shouldn't behave like that, and added that he thought he had a shred of a sense of duty, given how much he had received, and asked if the general thought the chairman didn't keep records in the ledger, and asked if he was trying to corner them. The shield was torn away from the ammunition. The general held a shield in his hands and said that he saw that the main character did not understand the words. The chairman looked ahead and proclaimed that the general had recently lavished praise from one of Elder Cho Yu's characters and begged for at least a blot, and now he was pretending to be an unwavering general. The hero shook up and clarified that he could not believe it. The puppeteer moved his fingers, and the guy said that there were creatures that could even fake a war between countries, and those who could easily force the general department of one province to act, and said that it was all the tricks of those who were capable of doing so. The chairman stood in front of the interlocutor and said that the general was the chain dog of the secret master dynasty. The main character bared his teeth and said that he now understood the methods of the power that commanded the entire trade world of the plain from the shadows, and added that he was too naive when he thought that everything would be limited to spoiled raw materials or trade, and exclaimed that who would have thought that they would unleash a war just to subordinate the Chamber of Commerce to the general department of Jiangxi. The general turned to the man and asked him again what the chairman meant by dynasty, and made it clear that he had dared to expose his vaunted martial prowess in his presence. The hero gritted his teeth angrily and explained that court-martial prowess was built on impeccable coherence and experience in real combat, and added that at first glance it seemed confusing and illogical, but it was not worth judging from the position of Master Jianghu. The young man took out his sword from its sheath and asked how strong the imperial general of the Sky Tigers was if he mowed down hordes of enemies with one blow, while leading an army of many thousands. The guy struck the general. The hero looked ahead and clarified that the shield was probably against the rules. The warrior struck again. The general created an explosion. The characters fought indoors. The guy held his sword in his hand and said that lazy evasion, which in Murim is considered a disgrace. The sword of Poti struck Yuk. The general grabbed the weapon with his teeth. The main character looked ahead and was indignant that during the fight, the enemy grabbed his sword with his teeth, and added that he could have pierced his throat, and called it madness. The general threw his shield forward. The protagonist parried the blow. The man swung his sword and stated that this was the protective chi. The main character was looking at his opponent. The general flew back indignantly and said that he could not do anything because of the cursed chi, and added that this was why he hated the martial skills of the Murim. Yuk grinned and clarified that at such moments, the value of the art of command is revealed, and added that if there were 1,000 heavenly tiger warriors here, they would easily decapitate the enemy. The chairman stood in front of the opponent, and declared that even if there were 10,000 of them, it was impossible, and he said that it was 10,000. The general threw his sword forward and proclaimed that the masters who were able to fight against thousands of enemies were the result of someone's inventions and fantasies, and stated that a man of flesh and blood could not defeat 10,000 soldiers at once, and added that even he, the general of the heavenly tigers, would only be able to stop 100 people with the help of luck. The guy looked ahead and said that it seemed that the general still didn't understand why the government didn't interfere in Jianghu's affairs once again. The general turned his gaze to the side and clarified that they were all servants of the Son of Heaven, the people of the empire, and added that the chairman could boast of the title of Master Jianghu as much as he wanted. The chairman looked ahead and said that by breaking the unspoken rule of non-interference, the general would doom himself to trouble, and Yuk called him ignorant. The guy stepped forward and exclaimed that the chairman had the courage to intimidate him, and asked if the general had ever seen an absolute, or even unbridled stage. The character caught the shield with his foot. The hero cut the shield. The general saw the cut shield and exclaimed that not a single weapon had left a scratch on the iron shield, and the chairman cut it in half with one blow. The young man thrust his weapon forward and said that it was a radiant sword chi that could only be mastered on an unbridled stage, and proclaimed that even he, as soon as he stepped on it, could immobilize the general with a single blow. The character hid the sword and said that even 50 people like him would not be able to resist the heir of the sword god, and Yuk stated that he was 50. The man gritted his teeth and replied that it was not easy to restrain an absolute-level expert, even if the entire secret eastern fence of the empire was involved, and added that one should not look down on the 7 or 8 martial thrones. The chairman blinked one eye and proclaimed that the Jianghu masters who were in the department mostly only bowed, and the general couldn't know their strength. The general shook his head and clarified that even if the chairman was invincible, he had received an order from the emperor, and added that there would be no stone left of this place. Cho looked after him and said that the general thought he might leave after threatening to destroy the Chamber of Commerce, and Cho replied that he would not be able to resist the Son of Heaven. The guy raised his sword in the air. The ceiling of the room exploded. The funnel began to tighten the boards. The protagonist's eyes flashed. Above the palace, the sky turned black. The general looked up and exclaimed that a single sword could not be enough to do such a thing. The guy put his hand with the weapon forward. He stood on his sword. The guy soared into the sky. The hero put his hand up. The protagonist waved his hand. Black balls rose into the sky. The balls covered the entire sky. People were looking up. The general looked up and said that the mere sight of a man slicing through the skies with a sword frightened the hell out of him, and asked what those countless stains were. The chairman glanced at the general and said that he was saying that he, the heir of the god of the sword, would not be able to withstand the onslaught of 10,000 soldiers. The general tilted his head and thought that dozens of military formations had popped up in his head, but none of them would help, and he thought that this guy was cutting through the air, sowing stains everywhere, and did not understand what tactics would work here. The main character frowned and clarified that if the general didn't take back his words, he would head towards the Jiangxi General Department, and reminded him of the 120,000 army. The general smiled and thought that what was the point of the size of the army in front of a force superior to a man. The chairman began to fly on a sword and said that he did not believe in the imperial decree, and added that if the general did not want to see the department turn to ashes, he must tell the truth. The subordinate looked at the general and said that he had better think about it, because if Cho said then he would do it. Yuk lowered his gaze and said that he had heard stupid rumors about Jianghu masters cutting mountains and walking on water, and asked if this person was a deity. The character entered the room. The hero began to approach. A man in a black kimono walked forward and told the general to get out of the way. It was General Yuk's assistant named Tang. The protagonist looked down and asked what the chairman had to do with the general he was guarding. Tang stood opposite and told him to come back and wait for orders. The general stepped back and replied that he understood. The earth shook. The guy sank to the ground. A dark sky hung over the city. The chairman turned to the newcomer and said that he did not look like the commander of the general department, and asked who he was, to which the hero replied that it was an emergency measure. The chairman asked about the precautions and stated that it was an emergency measure. The main character looked ahead. Tang glanced ahead and proclaimed that he knew that the chairman was not one of the timid 10, but did not think that he would reject the decree of the Son of Heaven, and added that he was a true native of the plain. The chairman looked at his opponent and thought that this was interesting. The character stood in front of him, and Cho thought that not only did he not seem to possess the Tao of Thought, but he also did not know any style of martial prowess, and he thought that not feeling any energy from a person was much stranger than if the person exuded life force. The chairman grinned and thought that perhaps it was not that he could not feel it, but that he could not read it. The warrior was standing in ammunition, and the guy said that every person without exception has a character trait, and added that for a commander who had held a sword in his hands all his life and balanced between life and death, this was heroism. The merchant laughed, and the main character said that for a merchant who traveled all over the plain in pursuit of profit, this is a kind of wisdom. The warrior stood with his back to the viewer, And the protagonist added that for a wanderer who crossed the entire Jianghu with one sword on his back, it was a sorrow. As the man sat on the throne, Cho pondered that the sovereign who presided over the commanders and brought peace to the plain must have virtue. The black-clothed boy stared at the frame, and the chairman explained that he combined the nobility of an upper-class man with the pettiness of a merchant, as well as the resemblance of a Jianghu warrior who had seen many hardships, and at the same time exuded the aura of a commander who had been on the battlefield many times. The main character looked ahead and added that this was the first time he had met a person with such an intricate aura, and asked if he could be called a human. The guy shook his hand. The mysterious man held out his finger and clarified that Cho must erase all traces of the Chamber of Commerce and his own traces of existence from the Middle Plain, and proclaimed that otherwise, he would take the lives of 7,266 people. The crowd was standing in front of the gate, and the protagonist thought that 7,266 people was a perfect matching number when you add up the number of house workers, Namdong clan warriors, comrades, and family members, and thought that this person would kill everyone associated with him. The guy was holding a sword in his hand and thought that the most frightening thing was that the mysterious man had seriously and unmistakably determined the number of people related to him, and said that if it was possible, it was terrible. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that he was the head of the secret master dynasty. The mysterious man showed his fingers and said that he was giving the chairman 3 months, and said that if he felt the presence of people in the residence after the time passed, he would return again. Tang turned around. The subordinate threw up his hands and asked if it was really worth letting this person go, since he had threatened to destroy the Chamber of Commerce. The chairman stood in the middle of the room and replied that if they had shown murderous intentions, hell would have broken out here. Cho lowered his head and clarified that he couldn't even calculate what was happening. The subordinate looked ahead and said that he looked like an ordinary man, and it was hard to believe that he was the commander. The protagonist stepped aside. Cho looked after him and exclaimed that the mysterious man should wait. The hero looked out the window and clarified what Brother Namgun was, what it was, and asked how it was possible. The heroes looked out of the window. Tang walked around the yard, and the guy said that the gate was strange, but it wasn't the gate that mattered, but the shadow. The guy's eyes widened. The warrior walked forward, and the character exclaimed that this man had no shadow. The orb emitted a bright aura, and the hero said that it was a spirit body. The protagonist looked down. The young man looked ahead and proclaimed that if a being could incarnate in the mortal world in a spirit body, it meant only one thing. In front of them were one of the 6 creatures who shared the power of the divine throne, whom the followers called the 6 venerable gods. The chairman lowered his head and clarified that the 6 venerable gods. The warrior scratched his chin and said that they were the ones who actually ruled human civilization, and added that the 6 venerable gods only came out of the shadows on exceptional occasions. The hero pursed his lips and asked if this person was literally one of the direct disciples of that terrible divine throne, and clarified how strong their combat skills were. The chairman shook his head and replied that no one knew, and added that even he had only encountered small fry gods stood among the virgins, and the man proclaimed that when he had encountered Jiam Zhang and his children in the past, they seemed to him to be artificial creations created in accordance with someone's great will. The chairman looked down and stated that this man was complete, and added that even one look in his eyes inspired reverence, and thought that after training in the Tomb of Swords, he had completely forgotten about fear. But this man barely swallowed the lump that rolled up to his throat. Warrior Tang walked forward, and the young man said that the absolute stage is the level of nature, and added that it was all about humans, and said that these stages had no meaning for a divine creature, and added that it was a true god. The chairman looked down and made it clear that this was unfair to the point of madness. Tang lowered his hand on the city, and the protagonist stated that in 3 months, all traces of the Chamber of Commerce must be erased, otherwise the one who was named one of the 6 venerable gods would take the lives of more than 7,000 people, and added that then neither the dynasty nor the department made any sense, and exclaimed that it was a god from the machine. Because due to the interference of the cursed divine faith, all his efforts had failed. The ancestor laughed, and said that it was funny. The chairman looked down in confusion and said that the ancestor had found time to laugh. The hero put his hand to his side and asked that he did not know about the others. But as the chairman he could hate the interference of the divine power, and said that how could he not laugh. The ancestor looked ahead and proclaimed that the chairman was ignoring the countless great ones gathered here. The man clenched his fist and declared that if any of them left the spirit world, they would turn the entire plane upside down, and exclaimed that the chairman did not dare to look down on the wisdom of the universe and the experience of creatures who had lived in their lifetime. The hero scratched his head and said that the most unheard of thing was to complain about the fate of someone else, but the chairman, who exuded the will of a divine creature with his whole body, and made it clear that the chairman had chased away the vaunted Jiam Yung Zhang and his children with one look. The ancestor raised his hand and proclaimed that the experience of all the great people gathered here would be enough to become the favorite of the people, and added that they had great hopes for the chairman as the instigator of what was happening, and said that Cho must definitely break through. The man smiled and said that he was now convinced that even if the dynasty was just a small fry, once they had started, the fight could not be stopped. The hero turned and made it clear that it was his turn. The chairman looked down and exclaimed that it was really true. Sima put his hand to his chest and proclaimed that he would pass on his martial prowess to the chairman, and said that his ultimate goal was to help the chairman combine the three gods. The elder stood in front and stated that even among the three gods of Murim, the god of battle held a special position, and the narrator said that the god of battle, who put an end to the war, was honored with this status, since the memories of the war were still carved into the subcortex of the human brain. As the warriors fought, the narrator stated that, as with the other gods, it was impossible to figure out the origins of his martial art, and proclaimed that the Jianghu masters had a feeling that the martial arts of the three gods had fallen from heaven. The sheet of blueprints levitated in the air, and the boy made it clear that it was a martial art of form that no one had encountered in the history of the Murim, and that it originated in the mountains where an old man had discovered parchment. Cho looked out the window and asked what kind of parchment it was. The elder looked ahead and replied that he called it records of the art of battle in pictures. The protagonist looked down and asked where the martial art piercing the heavens was. A picture of the storage site appeared, and replied that it was in the heart of his clan. The man swung his fist, and the guy said that it was the heart of the Sima clan, and explained that he couldn't think that Sima Kong would show him something so valuable. The protagonist looked down and clarified that this was also true, and seriously asked if he thought that was the answer. The elder's eyes flashed, and Cho said that the elders offered to push him unprepared into the tiger den called the Sima clan. The door was closed, and the guy proclaimed that it was the Celestial clan, and he was sure that there were monsters at the head of it. The warriors stared around, and the character proclaimed that even taking Sima Kong, he couldn't guarantee victory against a master of his level. Cho looked ahead and stated that he would simply inherit the knowledge from the god of battles personally, and asked Elder Yung Wujia to transfer him to the world. The elder put his hand forward and replied that it was out of the question, as it was dangerous for the body to waste strength, and said that if he had the chance, he would have already called Cho, adding that there was a reason why he should personally see and experience the throne's legacy. Cho lowered his head and clarified that this parchment was also striated with texts and origin diagrams. The hero stood near the stone slab and replied that it was so, since he had seen Cho's memories, and stated that he was sure that all these writings were from his world. The guy was walking with a torch in his hand. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room and said that it changed everything, and now he had a reason to throw all his strength into looking at the records of the art of battle, and added that he didn't know if he would be able to infiltrate the Sima clan. The elder turned his head away and replied that he did not know, since he had not heard from the clan for several centuries. The young man looked ahead and added that Cho's language had reached the level of nature, and the one who had cajoled the top of the Heaven Association and the elders of the Murim Union with a single word was not afraid of the Sima clan, so it was worth trying. Cho scratched his chin and thought that it was strange it seemed to be praise, but still unpleasant, and stated that he would like to praise his master with a sword, and not with words about a language that had reached the level of nature, and added that it was not too flattering. The elder opened his mouth and exclaimed for Cho to shut up. Cho threw his sword out the window and proclaimed that he had to fly somewhere, and asked him to try to talk the beggars into talking to the beggars, and the subordinate asked where he was going again. The protagonist jumped out of the window and proclaimed that he was flying to the Sima clan. The hero began to fly on a sword. The sky was covered with clouds. Shandong province. The city stood in greenery. Cho looked around and said that the curse was where to start, and thought that the clan should have an established import and export of goods, but in 3 days of observation, not a single person had set foot in the clan. The warrior raised his hand in the air, and the character reflected that the clan did not interact with the world in any way, except for participating in the clan's Chamber of Commerce competition, and said that the clan still led a secluded lifestyle. Cho looked around and said that they visited the guild at most once every 3 months to buy all the necessary goods, and added that he would like to use the creation of 1,000 faces, but there was no reason. Jero looked away, and the man exclaimed that it was the flag of the Union Master of the Murim Union. Cho came out of hiding and clarified that the Union had been visited by Wuching. The carriage stopped. The man was sitting in the cart. The main character was looking ahead. Cho widened his eyes and stated that it was Commander Tang Baekwu. The man activated his supervision and thought that he couldn't help but recognize the waves of this energy, which undoubtedly belonged to Commander Tang Baekwu. The guy jumped into the carriage. Cho was inside, and the man exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist greeted and said that they had met again, and added that it seemed that fate itself had connected them. Tang Baek looked at the hero and thought that it was bad luck to see his face again, and that the heavens were cruel. Not a day went by that the head did not reproach him for making an arrangement, and said that he wanted to know what Cho was up to again. The hero lowered his head and told Tang Baekwu to give him the decree, the certificate of the union, and everything related to this visit, and added that he did not understand what the Chamber of Commerce had to do with it. Cho smiled and clarified that he also needed to know what the union had come to the Sima clan for, and the interlocutor added that the Chamber of Commerce was not going to follow the union's every move. The main character held out his finger and proclaimed that they have an alliance, and its advantage is that they should help each other in difficult times. Tang Baek made a sign to the hero with his hand and exclaimed that after all the atrocities, Cho called himself the head of the force, and added that he had stopped talking nonsense, and that he should get out of his carriage. Cho grinned and said that he hadn't even started doing evil. The guy gritted his teeth, and the hero said that he was poisoned, and added that it was poison. Tang Peak covered his eyes from the poison and cried out in pain. The protagonist fumbled in his pockets, and the man screamed. Cho, looking at the victim, said that he was looking in the wrong place, and added that he had found the right one. Tang Beck perked up and asked what kind of poison, and what he had done to him to make Cho hold a grudge against him. The main character approached the enemy. The hero looked at his opponent and exclaimed that he was a pervert, and asked what he was trying to do, and added that he was really waiting to be kissed. The hero's skin was covered with bumps. Cho recoiled. The protagonist poked his fingers at the victim and said that he should sleep, and when he woke up, it would be over, and the interlocutor added that he should wait and listen. The young man looked at the hero and clarified that the Sima clan was already waiting for him. The protagonist was lying on a mat. The carriage was moving. The soldier folded his hands and stated that he was the commander of Tang Peak's supervision. Sima looked at the guest and proclaimed that he was glad to meet him, and introduced himself as Ugi from the Sima clan. Cho looked down and thought that he had already heard this name somewhere, and wondered if it was the head of the Sima clan, who, together with Wudang, had established the dawn of Huashan for the people of the Sima clan 100 years ago, and added that for them, a century of life is a trifle. Cho bowed and said that the follower of the Murim Tang Beck will welcome the warrior, thanks to young people like Sima Ugi working for the benefit of the Union. Peace and tranquility reigned in Jianghu, and Sima said that everyone was probably tired from the journey, and invited inside. Cho went inside and replied that he was thankful. The sun was shining in the sky. The church was illuminated by light. Sima sat across from him and proclaimed that he would gratefully accept the Union's goods, as they were forever in debt, and the protagonist replied that it was nothing compared to the feats performed by the Sima clan, and added that he was glad he could be of use to them. The old man closed his eyes and said that he was all the more grateful for supporting the clan's name, and added that he had already received the Union's demands in pigeon mail, but he didn't understand how to move the Sima clan's lands to the vicinity of the Union's residence. Cho took out the document, and said that this was the will of the head of the Union, and asked to read it. The protagonist looked at the contents of the document, and stated that it was full of curses about him and the Chamber of Commerce. Sima held the parchment in his hands. The hero held out his hand and said that the power of the clan's Chamber of Commerce, which had revealed the strength of Jianghu, could not be ignored, and they were spreading their influence to the Jiangbei district, which was under the command of the Union, and stated that the Union swordsmen were in turmoil, and at this rate, the League might split into two camps. Sima threw out his hand and said that he understood what the martial arts emperor was trying to achieve, but moving the clan's domain with history was not an easy matter, and said that it was unfortunate enough to convey to the emperor that it was difficult to accomplish. Cho nodded in response and replied that he would do so. The old man closed his eyes. Sima turned to the hero and said that the commander of the supervision did not even try to dissuade or persuade, and added that he had come such a way, brought so many gifts, and would return empty-handed. Sima looked at the hero and asked if Cho had a motive and said if he had decided to test them. Wu straightened his shoulders and replied that not at all. Although the alliances have great power, they have no right to tell the strongest clan of the Celestial Empire where they will move. If this is their decision, of course, the alliance can only put up with it. The guy smiled. Why thought that he didn't need to help establish an alliance with the Sima clan. The old man replied that he had seen many people of the Union, but he was the most outstanding. He made a face and asked what he meant. They sat opposite each other. The elder asked how many talented negotiators he had met in his lifetime. He held out his hand and added that wasn't the party who put forward the offer considered weak if the opponent had refused. It was assumed that it would offer an alternative or raise the price, but on the contrary, he had made it an obligated party. The gray-haired man stuck out his finger and said that the old man's strategy was to wait for a better price and attitude, and then kind of reluctantly agree. He was talking about it. A drop of sweat slid down Wu's cheek. He thought that just look at the old fox. Doesn't that mean that he entered into negotiations because he decided to obey the will of the martial arts emperor? He looked at him and asked what they wanted to say, that they had already decided to move the Sima clan. He replied that it was a collective decision of his clan's children. The old man tapped his knee with his hand and added that this ignoramus, the heir to the sword, had treated their clan like a child, and the warriors of their clan who had witnessed it still couldn't calm their anger. Sima gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist remarked that if he hadn't thrown the Sima clan out of the gate back then, it would have ruined the whole atmosphere of the competition. Behind the main character stood a white-haired girl. He thought that who knew that what had happened would unite the alliance and the clan. The elder stretched out his finger and said that by the way, let him add one more point. Wu asked which one. A sword hung on his back. He replied that the place of assistant to the head of the alliance. Let their Kong become the right hand of the head. The guy noted that although he was a great legend of Jianghu, but first of all, a father. The inspector replied that it was not in his power. First he would convey his will to the Union. A vein swelled on the protagonist's face. He noted that the damn Sima clan. Why this ostentation if they had already decided that they would demand the place of the right hand? The elder got up from the table and said that then let him rest before the journey, and as he could see, they did not have a guest pavilion where all the members of the union could fit. They prepared a separate place where they could all rest. The inspector folded his hands in respect and thought that this would complicate matters, and said that he had always admired the glory and power of the Sima clan, and that if they let him stay with them, he wanted to feel the charm of their clan for a day. He turned around and replied that he would order the servants to prepare a pavilion for him as he wished. Clouds floated across the sky. The light was on in the room. A gray-haired man stood at the table. He put his hand in front of his face and noted that it was perfect. He turned around abruptly and thought, "Where are the records of the heavenly art of battles and pictures?" The voice inside him replied that he himself did not know. The young man gritted his teeth and asked how to understand this. He proposed to search the entire residence. Sima rubbed his beard and noted that first let her inspect the martial origin cave. He asked where the martial origin cave was. There were trees on the ground. Sima replied that only the head of the Sima clan had access to the cave. The heads of previous generations secluded themselves in it for training. The old man jumped out of the window. He ran over the roofs with lightning speed. In a huge mountain there was a large gate. The old man ran towards them. He looked at them. The guy asked what they wanted to say, that the records in this hole, no, even if they were here, they had been stolen a long time ago. An image of a sphere appeared. He wondered what had become of the cave of the battle springs. There were so many medicinal herbs stored here, if they had eaten everything. Dust flew near the gray-haired man. He noted that such a person can go crazy only after sitting in a dungeon for a month. The guy thought that 100 years of imprisonment was some kind of joke for him. Sima furrowed her brows and said that first let him try to get inside. The elder approached the gates. The tip of the sword shone brightly. He went deep into the cave and noted that there was a hole. The god of war lowered his eyes and asked what his prejudice against closed caves was. There was no more suitable place for spiritual training than this. By the way, at least everything remained unchanged here. A drop of sweat slipped down the old man's cheek. He noted that in any case, there was nothing here at all, not to mention records. The man with the beard said that something was still left. In the distance of the cave there were 2 pots. The old man wondered what could be there. Those clay jugs, chamber pots. He asked him to hide the shining sword chi and lie down on the floor. The gray-haired man sat down on his knee. He put his sword on the floor. Something was glowing on the ceiling of the cave. He noted that if the thing was able to exude light, then the process of radioactive decay was underway. The old man looked at the ceiling. Sima asked about the radioactivity. The guy explained that stones that study such light are extremely dangerous. When they are near a person, they immediately kill him. The god of war put out his hands and realized that this was the matter. After he split the radiant pearls, setting the shards all over the cave, an unknown poison and a thirst for murder overcame his body, causing hellish suffering for many years. The young man asked that he had installed them himself. The old man continued to lie on the floor. He replied that otherwise he would have said to take a closer look. The green light was reflected on the face of the elder. The guy noted that with the naked eye it was clear that there were thousands, no, tens of thousands of luminous dots, and it was done by human hands. The god of war put his hands behind his back and stated that these schemes had immortalized the interpretation of the recording of the heavenly art of battle. They were the true crown of the creation of the unsolvable heavenly martial art that he had learned. The old man's eyes reflected the rays of light. On the ceiling of the cave there were green lights. Wai noted that no matter how much he looked, he didn't see any great mathematical phenomena here. It was so unsystematic and completely filled with errors due to many variables, that there was no basis for a mathematical system that formed physical schemes. It was like a sea of infinite variables, an intoxicating feeling as if he was watching a quantum theory. How can this be based on mathematical truth? Figuratively speaking, it resembles meaningless graffiti, painted by someone while drunk. Sima clenched his hands into fists, and explained that this was the undecidability he had learned. The old man sat down on the ground. The guy asked again that it is unsolvable. That is, nothing can be decided or understood. Go crazy. Then what kind of martial art is it? The old man sat in the lotus position. The god of war saying that then in his opinion, who is he, since he had reached the title of god of martial arts, having gained insight through insolubility? The young man asked that brazen boasting was also part of the abilities of the god of battle. Sima stuck out his finger, and noted that he should stop scratching his tongue. Let him look more closely. Crowds of human silhouettes stood next to each other. Sima noted that the previous leaders of the Sima clan had spent decades here. Falling into self-forgetfulness, they had studied his spiritual teachings, but no one had been able to comprehend them. Perhaps the heir to the god of swords, a genius of his era, famous for the fastest results of martial arts in the history of Murim, would be different from others. The elder put his hand on his knee. The main character added that no matter how much he looked, it was still chaotic graffiti for him. An image of particles burning green appeared. The protagonist said that even if you connect the dots, you'd get lines intertwined like a spider web. An image of the reflection of the ceiling of the cave in the water appeared. The young man realized that he would try not to single out the dots individually, but would perceive them as a whole. After learning the power of the Milky Way in the Tomb of Swords, he experienced an amazing feeling. The same can be with the martial art of the god of battle, if it comes from a modern person. An image of the washed-out ceiling of the cave appeared. The elder clutched his face with his hand. The guy decided that his brain had lost its computational ability. The gray-haired man looked at his hand. He reasoned that the unsolvable heavenly martial art could not be deciphered in a short time, although it was said that even in the Sima clan, who was known as a martial arts genius, there was no one who knew this art. An image of a man who destroyed half of the city block appeared. The main character noted that he did not have much time. The old man picked up the sword and noted that they would return here later. The god of war replied that he believed that he could stand up to the followers of the throne without their martial art. He closed his eyes and replied that it was not a matter of a couple of days, perhaps it would take several years of continuous research. He did not have that much time. Sima closed his eyes. He waved his hands and said that he would let him feel it on his own skin. The gray-haired man held a sword in his right hand. He stretched out his hand and replied that he was surprised. To achieve such divine power at the absolute level, it was truly an impressive martial art. The elder swung his sword. He practiced air strikes and noted that heaven and earth unite at his behest. The sword god didn't stand next to the white-haired man and pointed out that this was not solvability, but a warlike sea. The gray-haired man in the air practiced the blow and noted that the smooth movements, which did not seem to carry meaning, shook the sky, and the earth echoed him, matching the divine soul. An image of a dragon from the aura appeared. He added that even the level of nature is not able to know it. Unlike them, the destroyers of the laws of nature, he commands it, leading the way. The guy noted that he is like a transcendent. Wise eyes widened in surprise and thought that he hadn't expected the god of battles to be at such a level. The sword god raised his head and noticed that he was an order of magnitude taller than them. Let him keep his eyes open and feel it. His comrade added that his body doesn't experience the heavenly martial art records twice, so let him remember. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He replied that he understood them. The old man was swinging his sword. He lowered his sword in a leap. The young man looked ahead and asked to himself that this was the level of a heavenly martial art. He seemed to understand something, but he didn't. Kong ran along the road. He opened the door and called his father. Tears flowed from his eyes. He wondered if they had really reached completion. The elder held a sword above his head. He stretched out his hand and stated that if he brought the records of the heavenly art of battle, he would teach him. The man held out his hand in front of him and asked about the celestial art records, and added why they were looking for them from him, if they weren't from them. The young man furrowed his brows and noted that, damn, the records were not kept by the Sima clan patriarch, but by the previous head. The gray-haired man put his fist to his mouth and said that his memory had begun to fail him. He stood in front of his subordinates. Kong reasoned that his father was healthy beyond his years and was in a clear mind, so that he still personally looked after the administration of the clan, but so that his father, who was famous for his pedantry in every matter, would forget where the relic of the temple was kept. He looked at his father and realized that it was simply impossible. Anyone who knew his father would never believe it. There were people sitting at the tables, and he added that it was even stranger that a quarter of an hour ago he had shared a meal with him, and now he suddenly appeared in the cave of the Fighting Springs. The man with the beard opened his eyes in surprise and thought that the epiphany had overtaken him while eating. An image of an aura dragon appeared. He added that such a thing as knowing the truth of the heavenly martial art could come suddenly, but he himself witnessed his father's dance, as if surpassing the human world. How could he not believe? Kong abruptly fell to his knees and asked his father to grant him knowledge. He put his hands behind his back and told him to learn this path for himself. Kong looked down and silently told him that it was really so difficult to share a pinch of insight. The old man looked at him and said that if he was left behind, he would succumb to his own demons. He held out his hand. The elder patted his son on the head, who noted that this was the energy of insolubility. The old man tapped his finger sharply on the top of his head. The man instantly fell to the ground. Dust rose above the floor. Zhong de Grand Pavilion. There is a man in front of the building. A drop of sweat slid down the protagonist's cheek. He noted that he had only seen something like this in the spirit world once. The art of compressing the earth to Cun from Kanuji. It was a return to the roots. Everyone became one after reaching the level of nature. A man ran into the room. The old man pulled out a drawer. He held onto it with his hands and noted that the god of battle himself was forced to search the descendant's bedroom. What idiocy. He would never have done it if it were not for the great plan of his ancestors. The elder lowered his head. He abruptly sat down in the lotus position on the floor. He was completely enveloped in an aura. Clouds floated across the night sky. The man was running quickly across the tiles. He ran into the room where the old man was sitting and asked who in all Jianghu was able to deceive his sense and penetrate even into the peace. The old man opened his eyes wide at him. The elder sitting on the floor closed his eyes and told the other to sit down. He pointed his finger at him and said that these were the words of a thief who had penetrated the strongest clan in the Celestial Empire, hiding behind him. But he had completely lost his fear. He would personally send him to the next world. An aura enveloped the old man sitting on the floor. The gray-haired man looked around and noted that this was an unsolvable heavenly martial art. There was only one person in the world who could realize it, the energy of mystical unsolvability. He fell to his knees and greeted the great martial ancestor. Sima sat on his knees. He added that he didn't even need to ask why the great ancestor had taken his form. The will of the god was like God's will. An ordinary person wouldn't dare to try to understand his motives. He believed that he was definitely alive. A huge lightning bolt struck the ground. The old man noted that although this same heir of the sword god was talking about his ascension, death would not be able to overtake the great martial ancestor so easily. The old man stretched out his hand and told him not to break the comedy. Let him get up. He closed his eyes and replied that a humble servant dared to listen to his words. The protagonist, in the guise of an old man, stretched out his hand and ordered him to bring the records of the heavenly art of battle. The elder opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked why the ancestor, whose martial prowess had already reached the divine level, was suddenly interested in the notes. He replied that he needed to check something. The gray-haired man took off his cloak. He held out the notes in both hands. The main character took them and asked if he had carried them under his heart all his life. He replied that he had always taken care of them, considering them the duty of a descendant. The old man closed his eyes and remarked on how stupid it was. He looked at him silently. A real martial ancestor appeared behind him. Suddenly, the protagonist himself appeared and said that if they did a lot of things, give at least a decision before leaving, they offer him to get out of the stalemate on his own. A drop of sweat slipped down the elder's face. He realized that if you think about it, this is just a dream. He was sitting in the lotus position in front of another old man, and said that if he wanted to ask something, he had asked him to speak. He would answer any question. The protagonist, in the guise of an old man, looked at him and stated that he had observed what was happening in the clan. It turned out that their clan was behaving like a servant of the Union. Did they really disrespect the clan of the god of battle so much that they could boast that they were using Sima to restrain the ordinary chamber of commerce of Murim? He desperately lowered his head down and replied that everything was not like that at all. The guy ordered him to be silent. The main character stretched out his finger and ordered the current patriarch of the clan to be brought to him. He would be in the cave of the martial origins. Clouds flew over the building in the sky. The old man led Ken inside. He held his hand and wondered what he wanted to tarnish Sim's good name. In front of them, Wai was sitting in the lotus position in the form of an old man. The guy thought what was going on here. The old man pulled him and ordered him to kneel briskly. He asked what had suddenly come over him. Kana's father looked at him menacingly and shouted that here was a brat. His martial ancestor was in front of him. A tear flowed from his eyes. He noted that the dance he had observed in the cave did not belong to his father, but was the embodiment of the martial ancestor elder. He closed his eyes and greeted the great ancestor. He looked at him and repeated that he was asking if he wanted to tarnish their good name. The guy asked what he was talking about. The young man, in the guise of a martial ancestor, ordered him to shut up and asked where it was seen that the head of the strongest clan in the Celestial Empire groveled before the Alliance like a dog before the master. In anger, he opened his mouth and growled that the reason was not the demon god or even the absolute ice body, but the containment of a simple chamber of commerce, the strongest in the Celestial Empire, to the laughter of chickens. Khan bowed to him and replied that his humble servant had committed an unforgivable sin. The martial ancestor jumped up abruptly and added that he was unforgivable, so he would take the Sima clan for himself, and asked where the bloodline book was. Although no, why the hell would an idiot who wasted the glory of his ancestors need a family? Let them dissolve the clan altogether. The bearded man grabbed the hem of his cloak and said that his humble servant had made a mistake, and if he ordered him to die, he would proudly do so, but he only asked to cancel this order, and wondered what it meant to end the clan. Kang's father also fell to his knees and noted that he had raised him wrongly. The son added that it would be better for them to take the life of their humble servant, and let him release all his anger on him. The young man in the form of an old man thought that since they started talking about death, it was time to expose their true faces, and said that if this was their will, he would give them another chance. The guy asked what was required of him. The old man looked at them. The protagonist smiled slyly and ordered that as an apology, they should send the heir to the clan to the Chamber of Commerce and fraternize. The Murim Alliance. The morning sun lit up the city. The head of the alliance was sitting at the table. He noted that he did not understand. No, he simply could not understand. Ban held the paper in his hand and added that they had recently taken the initiative by requesting the place of the head's right hand, and now suddenly a decisive refusal came. There were soldiers standing at the gate of the fortress. He noted that because of the Sima clan and his desire to take instead of his right hand, several serious meetings had already been held. After much persuasion, he had barely managed to bring his opinion to unanimity, and now they were proposing to forget about everything. What nonsense. The old man threw the paper harshly on the table and said that it was a shame. After so many years of seclusion, they had forgotten how things were in the world. Chagao waved his fan and asked the head not to ignore this. A vein swollen on the face of the alliance's head, he stated that even if their fame thundered throughout the Celestial Empire, they were only able to withstand seclusion thanks to the constant care of the alliance. In anger, he crumpled the paper in his hand and added that it was he who had assured him that despite coming out of the shadows, it would take them a long time to establish themselves in the market and establish trade. He had convinced him that limited capital would force them to unite with the Union. And how to understand this? The advisor was sitting on a chair to the right of the head and said that there were 3 possible options. He ordered him to speak. He looked at him and explained that first, they had been hiding great wealth all this time. Ban replied that if they had property, they would have endured hardship, surviving on the supply of the alliance. He folded his hands. He added that there could be reasons for this. Each clan had its own internal set of rules. With the cancellation of the order to close the clan, the head could regain the rights to sell jewelry. Chaegao looked at the head and explained that they pretended to support the alliance's grand plan to contain the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. But in fact, this was only a way to build up power again. And if the clan had a hidden fortune, that's another conversation. The strongest in the Celestial Empire, their potential was enough to achieve it alone. The head of the alliance furrowed his brows and asked for a second point. The counselor waved his fan and replied that the years of seclusion were originally a fiction. The clan's suffering was just a cover. If they had been plotting behind Jianghu's back for a long time, they didn't need to cooperate with them. There was a gate in the wall. He noted that in this case, the old man reasoned that for hundreds of years they had been leading the entire Celestial Empire by the nose. The clan of the god of battles himself had deceived the world for so long with seclusion, cranking out their affairs. He looked at his advisor and noted that this was a truly frightening assumption. The head of the alliance sat in front of his advisor and asked what the third option was. He explained that the third outcome was worse than the previous ones. He didn't even want to think about it. Ban closed his eyes and thought that okay, the idea of hidden property was okay. But what could be worse than assuming that long years of seclusion were a lie, which made the third option terrible? Chaegao looked at him and replied that they had been recruited before them, which was quite likely given the brilliant mind and ingenuity of the heir to the sword god. The old man's eyes widened in surprise and asked about the recruitment, and noted that the heir of the sword god was one step ahead of the alliance, luring the Sima clan to his side. The advisor held a fan in his right hand and said that judging by the fact that negotiations with them had failed in the middle, he could have intervened in the process. The elder put his hands on his feet and thought that the union of the Sima clan and the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce would gain the glory of both the sword god and the god of battle. Chaegao furrowed his brows and said that yes, because this was the most frightening outcome. If so, it would accelerate the loss of power and gradually their alliance would lose influence. He waved his fan and added that in the end, all the righteous clans would unite around the Chamber of Commerce. In the worst-case scenario, a sect would emerge that would dissolve the Murim alliance and subjugate the 9 sects. If the legends of the sword god and the god of battle became the center of attraction of Jianghu, the swordsman clans of the 9 sects would have no reason to refuse. The head of the alliance squeezed his hand and noted that it was petty. The man opened it sharply with both hands. The inspector ran into the room and said that he had the honor. He had an urgent report. Ban asked what his disheveled look was. He stood at the table and replied that for the sake of an urgent report, he did not take his subordinates, but immediately rushed to him, who ordered him to speak already. Wu furrowed his brows and revealed that the heir to the sword god had mastered the art of reincarnation. The head of the alliance looked at his subordinate and asked about the art of reincarnation, and added that how a direct disciple of the sword god knew such a vile technique. Drops of sweat streamed down the inspector's face. He said that he had seen with his own eyes how he had turned into him. A terribly masterful art. In other words, he could become with anyone. Chaegao looked at him dumbfounded and asked what he did when he turned into him. The guy's eyes reflected the rays of the sun. The inspector replied that he paralyzed him with bizarre sorcery. At first he thought it was poison, but judging by the fact that it did not affect his health in any way, he believes that this is his special martial art. Wu gritted his teeth in anger. He lowered his head guiltily. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. He said that, however, he took out a letter from his bosom with an order from the Union, after which he infiltrated the Sima clan. The advisor to the head of the alliance clutched his head. He fell to the floor. The head of the alliance noted that this was why everything went awry. He added that there was something else. Ban ordered the story to be told. Wu bowed his head and said that the carriage of the Lord of Battles was heading towards the Cho clan's Chamber of Commerce. The advisor to the head of the alliance looked at the inspector and asked about the Lord of Battles. He thought that the Lord of Battle Sima, wasn't he the heir of the Sima clan, on whose shoulders the future of the family rested? The man stretched out his hand and replied that it was, but instead of the clan's coat of arms, there was a white flag on the carriage. The counselor and the head in unison asked about the white flag. An image of a white flag appeared. He explained that it could mean 2 things, an admission of defeat or repentance, which means sending a messenger to the heir of the clan in a carriage with a white flag. Chaegao collapsed on a chair. He lowered his head and thought that this was the end. The swordsmen of the north were already on their ears. What would happen if the Chamber of Commerce accepted the white flag of Sima and let them into Jianghu? Moreover, that if the Battle Lord, like the other rising stars of the 5 clans, joined the Chamber of Commerce. But the biggest problem was that it was not known how the heir of the sword god would do, feeling betrayed by the Union. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that wait, what if he opened them with the Chamber of Commerce Alliance and distributed a letter to Jianghu that described all the restrictions that followed? The advisor looked at the head of the alliance and noted that there was no time to sit around. He needed to take action before the heir of the sword god took the next step. He asked that he had a plan. He held out his hand in front of him and explained that something had to be done before the trade board got all the attention. Let them hold the Murim War Tournament. They should hold the greatest tournament in the history of Murim, no matter how much it cost, and turn the gaze of all the righteous sections of the alliance if it didn't work. The head of the alliance looked at him menacingly and asked him what if it didn't work. An image of the capture of the fortress appeared. He added that in order to achieve their goal, they would have to unleash a war with the Association of Evil Heavens. Although the radical sects of the alliance had long insisted that it was necessary to destroy the apostates, the chief strategist had always vehemently protested, not wanting to shed the blood of the members of the alliance. Ban rubbed his beard and thought that this righteous man did not hesitate to talk about war. He put his hands on his feet and explained that they couldn't just make a massacre. The turmoil in Murim and Jianghu would only give a reason for the demonic cult to revive, and they couldn't wake up a tiger chasing a fox. The counselor shook his head and replied that they could lose their home before the tiger bites. The Chamber of Commerce scares him more than a demonic cult. The head of the alliance lowered his head and asked what was more important. Could it be that this madman would sit out if they targeted the Evil Heaven Association? Wasn't the association neighboring Jiangxi? The advisor added that it was necessary to proclaim that this was exclusively a war of the Union. They should stop the interference of the Chamber of Commerce. The inspector smiled slightly. The advisor looked at him out of the corner of his eye and thought that Wu, with a straight bamboo personality, was suddenly grinning despite the hopelessness of the situation. He put his finger to his forehead and noted that they were talking some kind of nonsense. He stretched out his hands and added that for as long as he had thought about it, he still couldn't understand why the righteous sects were so fixated on their vaunted reputation. The counselor and the head looked at him questioningly. The inspector leaned his hands on his waist and told them to judge for themselves if they were caught plotting against an opponent. The first thing that worked was shame and remorse, wasn't it? But war, was people's lives a joke for them? He asked a joke. The counselor opened his mouth in shock and asked who it was. The veins on the inspector's face were swollen. Wai put his hand on his head and replied, who else? The heir of the sword god they wanted to kill. The advisor and the head of the alliance jumped abruptly from their chairs. The young man took out a scroll from his cloak and said that as they could see, it was a copy of the alliance's orders. There were still a couple of thousand sheets outside, so let them not try to call their subordinates, otherwise he would send them to all corners of Chengdu. The dumbfounded advisor put his hands out to the sides and asked what he wanted. He replied that full access to the secret pavilion for the extermination of evil. Che Gao stretched out his hand with a fan and asked again about the secret pavilion and added that this was out of the question. This pavilion collected information from all over the Celestial Empire. As he thought, the Chamber of Commerce had the right to do so. The main character raised the scroll in front of him and explained that the right can always be obtained. In his opinion, this right is more than his. The head of the alliance sat back down and reasoned that if this letter spread throughout Jianghu, it was obvious that the prestige of the alliance would sink below the ground. But the entrance to the secret pavilion was a problem of a completely different scale. Ban folded his hands and said that if he needed information, let him go to the beggar clan. He would personally send a letter to their head. The guy smiled slyly and thought that only their vaunted clan had been captured by their Chamber of Commerce, and asked if they trusted the beggar clan's information. The advisor tapped his fan on his hand and noted that the beggar clan occupied a strong niche among the righteous clans. Who else to trust if not them? And even if he threatened, he would no longer tolerate disrespectful treatment of the head of the alliance. If he continued to behave arrogantly, he would end up having to confront the entire alliance. He looked menacingly at the protagonist. He lowered his head and noted that they had tried to stab the alliance in the back, and not a drop of remorse. Wai put his hands on his waist and said that since he was the leader of the righteous clans, let him ask him honestly. The young man looked at him menacingly, and wondered if he had ever heard of the existence of the divine throne. The latter's eyes widened in surprise and replied how he knew. The young man twisted his face and asked what it meant they had heard, and thought that the emperor was the emperor. The head of the alliance put his hands on his feet and asked the strategist to leave them for a while. The protagonist sat down on a chair and noted that he was surprised that the alliance was aware of the throne. Ban looked at him and replied that it was not the alliance, only he knew about it. The guy looked at him and asked what it was, that is, they hadn't prepared in case the throne appeared in Jianghu. He exhaled heavily and said that how to prepare here. When even if you do not believe in this legend, the guy asked about the legend. He looked at the protagonist and added that he himself did not know about his existence until he accidentally stumbled upon the diary of the longtime head of the alliance, the great warrior Yungjua. Moreover, he could not make it public because it sounded like complete nonsense. Wai looked at him and asked if he could tell what was in that journal. Around the guy standing on the battlefield lay the remains of his enemies. The great warrior spent part of his youth in Shaolin. One day an amazing demigod appeared to them, demanding to give them the treasure of Shaolin, which is worse, his martial skills surpassed the level of a human. The young man lowered his eyes to the floor and noted that this was the one who demanded Chakra's teaching. The elder asked what he knew about it. He folded his hands together and thought that he knew the most mysterious legend in the history of Murim. And who was this heir to the god of the sword? Several warriors ran forward with a load in their hands. The alliance head noted that then the conversation would go faster. The abbot of Shaolin, 18 arhats, the legendary bronze Vajras, even the highest nameless monks who had severed their connection with the mortal world could not cope with it. Everyone suffered a cruel fate. A dark human figure stood in the arch, but then, to everyone's amazement, Shaolin appeared hiding in the bowels. The guy added that the demon god, the Ban, raised his hands in front of him and replied that yes, the demon god, this heavenly one, and asked him to be silent. The young man folded his arms over his chest and said that he knew all this, so let it be short, he was interested in the events after the defeat of the demon god. What happened next? The old man looked at him in shock and asked that no, he wasn't at all surprised that the demon god had lost. The guy put out his hand and replied that even children, the lowest servants of the divine throne, can resist the three gods. What is surprising? He asked again about the children. The two girls folded their hands in front of them. The young man noted that they were something like puppets of the throne. He himself had met them only once. But these creatures were the embodiment of evil. For them the world was some kind of joke. The head of the alliance looked at him and asked if he had personally met the creatures that were connected to the divine throne. He replied that yes. The main character put his fingers to his chin and noted that it meant that the great warrior had achieved nothing. The old man folded his hands and revealed that after that, the great warrior Manhwa had left the diary in the Alliance's book depository to pass on this task to his descendants, but due to the absurdity of the story, all subsequent chapters of the Alliance did not take it seriously, and it also concerned him. The guy sat on the chair and noted that that's why he was so surprised. He said that he admits it, and since he read Manhwa's diary, he is the only one who mentioned the phrase divine throne. The young man looked at him and said that it seemed that the beggar clan had been taken over by successive divine thrones. The head of the alliance opened his eyes in surprise and asked again that the clan of beggars had been captured. The protagonist put his hands on his knees and added that it was not yet accurate. One way or another, their head turned out to be a shadow merchant of the Secret Lord dynasty, closely associated with underground trade. 9 out of 10, that the beggar clan is the external cover of the dynasty. The old man noted that the Secret Lord dynasty. A drop of sweat slid down his face. He asked again that the head of the clan was a shadow merchant of the dynasty. He was sure of it. There was a pyramid of gold bars on the table. The Secret Lord dynasty had always plagued the powerful families of the Middle Plain, and it was impossible to get rid of them, and not to let them come close either. The previous chapters also maintained a clear distance from the world of underground trade. Bond stretched out his hand and noted that the beggar clan was the outer cover of the dynasty. If this was nonsense, then it was in trouble. The guy stretched his arms in different directions and noted that he may be cruel and a little selfish, but not a fraud. The head of the alliance pointed his finger at him and asked why. There was definitely some kind of mistake here. They would never go for it. The young man calmly looked at him and explained that problems always start with the head, the ruling elite, where the evil in the hearts of the clan's followers comes from. He put his fingers to his chin and added that the question was whether everything was limited to the clan of beggars. If he was able to become the face of a dynasty, where were the guarantees that other clans did not have a snout? The elder sat on a chair in front of the guy and noted that this was a crazy theory. He replied that he only assumed. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek, and he wondered how the dynasty was connected to the gangs of the heavenly throne. Y sat on a chair and said that recently, he had a conflict with the dynasty, during which it was revealed that the dynasty was under the protection of the adept of the divine throne. The old man asked again about the adept of the divine throne, the demigod who attacked Shaolin. The young man stood with his hands down. The main character added that someone stronger, he was called one of the 6 venerable gods. Such a person could not be defeated even if he and the entire Chamber of Commerce attacked at once. The old man leaned his hands on his belt and said that the dynasty of the Secret Lord was so strong. The protagonist added that their potential was beyond his comprehension. The old man opened his eyes in surprise and asked why he had told him about it. He lowered his eyes and replied that if he wasn't honest, they would continue to harass him, wouldn't they? She stretched out her hand in front of her and added that he was not hell. I mean, he was at least not an enemy of the Alliance. Even if he wasn't afraid of him becoming more famous, he didn't care what was going on with the masters of the North Shore. The young man exhaled and noted that he was only doing this because of his stubborn ancestors. But he was also a human being. He was also tired of what they wanted from a person whose original goals were to eat well and live well. The head of the alliance put his hands on his feet and asked what to oppose to the legendary throne. It was his burden. He replied that yes, damn it. The guy turned to him and added that he was asking for help from him. Who else could help him, if not the Union? The elder's eyes widened in shock. He closed his eyes and thought that it was a shame on him. How could he do this to a young man who had taken on a burden that he, the strongest master in the North, could not even imagine? He took the guy by the hand and noted that he was deeply guilty for everything he had done. The head of the alliance continued to hold his hand and added that it was an unseemly appearance for the heir of the sword god. Let him get up quickly. He asked why he was doing so suddenly. Ban held out his hands in front of him and asked if they weren't in an alliance. A purple star shone in the sky. Sima was lying on the ground with a blindfold and thought that not only had he searched the descendants' room, but he had also taken away the records of the heavenly martial art by threats. It was a mistake to return to the spirit world as soon as possible out of shame. He kept his eyes closed and added that a spontaneous wrong decision doomed the Sima clan to hell. The strongest clan of the Celestial Empire put up a white flag. Who knew that the brat would come up with this terrible plan in a matter of seconds? The bearded man stuck out his finger and noted that no matter how much Sima's boobies beat their chests with their fists, calling themselves the strongest compared to this child. They were just fireflies under the cover of the starry sky. The martial ancestor opened his eyes and noted that no matter how cold-blooded the usurper was, he was still the famous Manga of history. If he knew in advance that he was so petty, he wouldn't even start reading the way story of author Ching Shou. The morning dawn lit up the building. The protagonist held a huge scroll in his hands and noted that these are manuscripts made of animal skin, like parchment. It is customary to store in a dry and cool place. It has been affected by the heat of the human body and sweat for at least 50 years. It is a miracle that it has survived at all. A drop of sweat slid down his face, and he added that no matter how much he treasured the clan's treasure, it would still be so rude to treat a valuable scroll by pressing it tightly against his bare skin than he had ever thought. An image of a fragment of a scroll appeared. The hieroglyphs on it said that the Taoists of Qianjingjiao recognized it as the edge of heaven and called it a god. A whole crowd was kneeling in front of the young man. The inscriptions on the scroll said that comparing him to some physical incarnation of Yuanshi Tianzun, Yuanshi Tianjun, this is a fictional character that did not exist in reality. Fools, how dare they compare him to a fake? The guy looked at the scroll carefully. The scroll said that if the ancient masters of Murim came into contact with the emptiness of the sword god and the oblivion of the demon god, they would also take them for gods. The protagonist noted that it was really so offensive. An image of the Buddha appeared. The scroll said that chakra was different. He knew for sure, he was the existing divine nature. If his guesses were correct, then he responded to the voice of the thrones, merging with it. An image of a drawing of a flower appeared. The lines on the scroll said that he had to find and study his teachings. Even if he had to search the entire celestial realm, he would certainly find a way to get closer to the divine nature. The protagonist looked down and thought that this was due to the case when the adept of the divine throne appeared in Shaolin and demanded the teachings of chakra. Now he is sure that the ancient modern man has become the divine throne. Finally the picture has formed. The young man swung his sword. The scroll said that he was sure that the consciousness that pierced his soul then belonged to a deity from a distant universe. Since then he had never heard that voice. He had replayed that moment countless times, tried to create the same conditions, but he could not reproduce the martial art that was revealed in self-forgetfulness. The main character was sitting on a chair and said that even with this one line, it is possible to compare it. An image of a huge red eye appeared. He noted that when he mastered some martial art in a state of self-forgetfulness, he heard a voice from a distant galaxy. The dark human figure was smirking slightly. The guy added that instinctively, the divine throne recognized him as a deity. This voice descended on him like fate and captured all his thoughts. The young man opened his eyes in surprise and noted that the voice. He lifted his head up and said that he must have heard reach the divine throne. The phrase written on the imprint of the 3 swords of the heavenly demon, reach the divine throne. Ancient modern man had no intention of handing it over to him. He had written down what he heard from the deity. An image of many geometric shapes and numerical expressions appeared. He noted that everything else, just geometric chaos consisting of schemes, numerous points and lines, were desperate attempts to re-enter the divine level, reached by chance in a state of self-forgetfulness. A drop of sweat slid down his face. He realized that the god of battles called her unsolvability for a reason. Wai held the teachings in his hands and thought that there must be patterns and rules for the martial arts scheme, but on a cursory inspection, it looked more like meaningless scribbles. He looked at him and added that if you read the endless diagrams to the end, an image of a black hole appeared. The guy noted that what he was looking at now was not a fragment of an amazing martial art, which was admired even by deities from a distant galaxy. An image of a galaxy appeared. An image of a wall with scrawled formulas appeared. The main character suggested that perhaps he was faced with the greatest irony of fate in the history of Murim. A stone with scrawled formulas was on the floor. The young man added that it was like sword scars in the Tomb of Swords, or the imprint of the 3 swords of the heavenly demon. His eyes widened in surprise. An image of a visualization of the galaxy with formulas appeared. The main character realized that there are countless points of emptiness, a scheme of oblivion that crushes the world. An image of blurred formulas appeared against the background of the galaxy. The protagonist noted that they were ideally combined with the battle order of unsolvability. The young man opened his eyes wide and noted that there was white fire in his left eye by the sword gods. He looked ahead in front of him and added that in his right hand was the purple dawn of a heavenly demon. The protagonist gritted his teeth in pain and thought that the sword heaven and the heavenly demon had incarnated in his body at the same time. It wasn't his will. If he missed the chance, everything would go to waste. An image of mountains appeared. He added that the realm of the sword heaven, the power of absolute emptiness, the realm of the heavenly demon, the demonic fire of perdition, the realm of insolubility, the realm of heavenly solving, a certain law piercing heaven and earth. An image of abstract geometric bodies appeared. The main character noted that the breath of a mysterious nature, the noble self-consciousness that unites the universe, inexhaustible streams of information constantly fill the brain. In the world of mortals there is no word to describe it. The guy opened his eyes wide with insight and noted that the magnificent, exciting sense of omnipotence, the Tao of the embodiment of thought, was falling apart. An image of an outstretched palm against the background of space appeared. An image of a human body appeared against the background of the galaxy. The young man realized that the scattered fragments of consciousness began to reassemble into something completely different. His eye flashed in the darkness. A flash burned in his hand. He noted that he couldn't guess what to call this exhilarating force, a superior ability. An image of an abstract protagonist appeared. He stretched out his hand in front of him. The guy opened his mouth. He looked at his outstretched arm and noted that it was like a moment of the millennium, to stretch out a little further, to gain more time, and it seemed that he would be able to touch, but there was a dizzying devastation, as if from an encounter with an illusion. An image of the cosmos appeared. A voice said that it was not given to ascend the divine throne. The main character looked up in shock. He lifted his head and noted that an amazing feeling, as if some were beyond the control of the system of words and sentences, was cutting right into the brain. This was the Kodadama of the universal creature mentioned by the contemporary. But somehow strange that he was not given to ascend the divine throne. No, who was then given and who was not? The guy looked away out of the corner of his eye. He glanced at his outstretched arm and added that it was a vague feeling when everything shattered and flowed through his fingers. Like an ancient contemporary, he would yearn for this moment all his life. The protagonist's hair fluttered in the wind. He realized that the feeling of omnipotence, suggesting that everything in the world could be done if there was a will, clearly did not belong to man, a transcendental stage that went beyond the level of nature, although for a moment he had become a god. An image of a sphere appeared. The guy noted that you shouldn't be so upset. He held his head and added that this vague feeling of a million, tens of millions, was stronger than parting with the woman he loved, why he did not deserve to ascend to the throne. He looked down at the floor and added that what infuriated him most was the curse of the universal creature. Why held his hand on his head and thought that the ancient contemporary had trembled with delight when the universal creature ordered him to ascend the throne, as if acknowledging his divinity. So why had it cast the curse on him and disappeared? The young man stood in the middle of the silhouettes of people and asked that a man of flesh and blood could understand God's will. Next to the sword god was his white-haired comrade. He thanked the heavens for being able to see a stage that surpassed the level of nature, just that his level had greatly surpassed them, the three gods. Even just to experience such a huge achievement, what was so sour? Sima looked to the side and noted that in general, wasn't he surprised that he heard the will of a divine creature? It was hard to believe that he was able to respond to the call of the god with the help of martial skill alone. Until now, everyone was afraid of this throne, but they didn't believe it. Zhang looked in front of him and said that the main thing was that a warrior who had learned the great truth would definitely rise a step higher. He himself did not notice that he had changed. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He asked again about the changes and noted that the feeling was the same as always. The man leaned his hands on his waist and ordered him to check for himself. Sima advised him to summon the Tao of the embodiment of thought. The young man closed his eyelids. He clenched his left hand into a fist. The guy opened his eyes abruptly and asked what it meant. The sun shone on the building. Two people were walking on the floor. They stood in front of the main character. The young man looked at him and said that the clan leader had been waiting for him to return for the past week. He gritted his teeth and asked about the week, and thought that if it was a week, then soon after he left for the Sima clan. In the end, the drunken immortal made a quick decision, as if he hadn't thought at all. The protagonist sat in front of them and replied that okay, let them lead him. His friend asked what okay meant. The guy folded his hands and replied that it was okay, let them bring him here as soon as possible. Chan looked at the young man and said that there was a conversation. He asked what he wanted. He opened his palm and said that when he was conducting a secret investigation in the Chamber of Commerce, just in case, he also looked into his clan. The guy replied that if the heir of the Nambong clan decided so, then there was a reason. He gritted his teeth and added that several elders had disappeared. The protagonist opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise and replied that no, he did not believe. There were no more righteous people than the elders from the council, and he said that they cleaned up the tracks with the start of the investigation. The guy looked at his boss and noted that it was because of what the mood in the clan could not be described in words. He replied that he should not rush to brand the elders spies. Let him start with the money flows of the council. The protagonist stood up. Zhang said that all the records of income and expenses were already being studied. Wai asked that this was not Elder Namgun Sungchang. He lowered his head and replied that apparently it had nothing to do with the head of the council. The main character put his fist to his chest and noted that this is the great Namgun. Even he believes in the blue sky, and so should he. He put his hand on the chest of his comrade, who noted that he would return when the investigation was over. The guy said that he was relying on him. Chan looked at his hand. The guy was sitting at the table and said that he wanted to ask a question. The immortal replied that he was listening to him. The young man stretched out his hand and noted that although the beggar clan contains the most fallen people in the world, the entire celestial empire believes that their pursuit is filled with meaning and spirit. The old man lowered his eyes to the floor. The protagonist handed the book and said that all the information about his life was recorded here. He bought it at exorbitant prices from night butterflies. He looked at him and noted that the life described here was filled with virtue, befitting a title. Every step carried meaning and justice. He didn't think that the famous moth would fake a person's life. Wai looked at the old man menacingly and asked why he did this. He noted to himself that he was insanely interested in what was the reason for becoming the head of the beggar clan, the chain dog of the dynasty of the secret master. he hoped it was not greed. The old man closed his eyes and replied that he had a beloved woman. The guy asked about the woman. He put his hand to his forehead and added that it was like a spring flower after a lonely winter. He had missed it for many years, so much so that he could not stand a day without alcohol. The girl approached the old man, who remembered that for almost 10 years he had drowned his longing in a glass, until he met her again, and she finally gave an answer to his passionate confession. He felt as if the whole world was at his feet. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and asked what he had fallen for beauty. He replied that he had not yet heard the very essence. He should not talk about what he did not know. The feelings of a loving heart were not so simple. The crowd of people held hands in a circle. The immortal noted that when he realized that something was wrong, his soul was already in her nets. After all, at her behest, he took a place in the great association of shadow traders, and after that, the old man lowered his eyes and said that in general, if he wanted to infiltrate the dynasty under the identity of a drunken immortal, then it was better to hurry up. If she suspected that something was wrong, everything would come to an end. The guy asked why. The old man closed his eyes and replied that when they shared the bed, she had placed a poisonous goo in him. The guy looked down in surprise and thought, what kind of bastard? Okay, seduced, she could not disobey the order of the top, but to plant a poisonous goo in someone who loved her with all his heart. The immortal put his hand to his chest and said that of course, even for shadow traders, the status of the head of the beggar clan was rare. They wouldn't just kill him, but if the replacement was confirmed, the question was different. They would immediately explode the goo in his body. The young man looked at him with all seriousness and noted that now he understood everything. The strangest thing to him was that the drunken immortal had dragged the disciple into the shadow merchants. Another thing was that this crazy woman threatened him with a poisonous goo in his body. The guy looked down and asked that if given the chance, he could kill her. The old man looked up at him and asked him to kill her without suffering. The protagonist replied that it was fine. From tomorrow he would take possession of everything he had. If possible, he should get a good night's sleep. The old man stood up and said that it was good. The immortal went to the exit. He asked what the woman's name was. The old man turned around and replied that her code name was Chun Song. He didn't know her real name or surname. Y sits across from the drunken immortal and declares that he will take possession of everything he has from tomorrow, and adds that he should get as much sleep as possible. He agrees. The hero, crossing his arms, asks the departing man what the woman's name was. The old man turns around and reveals that her code name is Chong and adds that he doesn't know his real name. The protagonist frowns on his face, thinking that this codename denotes spring seduction, then notes that it is an obvious codename, and claims aloud that he understands the reason for the man's drying out. The drunken immortal lies on the bed with a naked girl. Y says to himself that he imagines how he was shaking with shame and disgrace when he heard the code name spring seduction from the woman he loved. The guy stretches out his hand and declares that he will immediately rid him of the poisonous goo, to which the man says that it is impossible, that she will immediately understand if it disappears, then adds that she will immediately report it to the top, and then the whole plan of the young man will fail. Y sits at the table opposite the drunken immortal and agrees, then adds that he will get rid of the goo as soon as the matter is sorted out. The man thanks the hero. The old man leaves the protagonist's office. The guy closes his eyes against a background of golden waves. Yellow circles emanate from a multi-story building. The young man disappears. He appears beside Han with a towel in his hands. Y looks at her and asks why she hasn't given up yet, to which she asks what she's talking about. The hero makes an annoyed face and demands that Y remove Maiden Han's face, to which Han replies that she didn't even know he was so rude. The protagonist makes an angry look. The girl's face begins to change. She curses and says that she understands. The woman's appearance changed to a long-haired figure. The guy rests his hands on his hips and reveals that because of her, he is now always on the alert, and adds that he can't even relax until he envelopes his body in an icy spirit, then wonders if she can stop pretending to be Maiden Han, to which Wa swears and says that he her off. The young man looks at her and asks if she wants to work together, to which the woman asks how. The girl shrugs her shoulders. Y declares that the salvation of one unfortunate person is at stake. The long-haired woman replies that she is the most unhappy here and wonders who should save whom. The hero replies that you can't tell from the outside. The lady makes a furious look asking if the guy knows about her difficult past. The young man raises his hand and says that everyone has difficult memories behind them, after which he asks if she will work or not. The girl replies that she will first listen to what her essence is. The woman looks shocked. Y claims that this is the world of underground trade. Red bloodstains appear. The lady silently notes the written rule of the apostate clans, which states never to get involved in underground trade. She crosses her arms and asks the hero if he really wants to get there together, to which he agrees. The girl furiously refuses. The protagonist looks at her with his arms crossed and claims that if it's a reward then he will pay in full, to which the woman is outraged that he thinks that some money will change her mind. The young man opens his mouth wide with a question about what he desires then. The lady with a smile points her fingers at the guy against the background of sunflowers and declares that she wants him. The young man frowns and raises his finger and refuses, then adds that in return he will introduce her to such a handsome man that he does not stand next to him, then adds that the girl will directly see the light, and she has never met a more beautiful guy. The woman makes a joyful look and asks aloud about the proposal. Y reveals that this man is just a crown of beauty and his appearance is created in heaven, and he also keeps chastity. The girl happily claps her hands and asks what kind of girl she should play. The hero calls the code name of the spring seduction. The woman smiles broadly and asks what kind of chase it is. The divine cult of the celestial demon. A huge multi-story building appears against the background of red mountains. The priestess's palace. A large building is shown. A boy and a girl are sitting on their knees in front of a female figure. The dark-haired girl looks at Lee and says that she is still too young to be a priestess, then adds that they have no way out and declares that she will take her place, after which she says that she grants her the title of Demon Empress. The girl sits on her knees next to Sa and wonders aloud how she, an unworthy servant, can accept this noble duty. The woman looks at the children and replies that this is true and she is really unworthy, but nothing can be done and there is no more suitable child now, to which Lee asks to find out the reason for the sudden order. The priestess raises her hands against the background of a bloodstain and claims that today her sacred flame will ascend and the light will take the soul of his humble servant. A lot of people in the hall stand on either side of the boy and the girl. Lee, making a shocked face, wonders what this means. The priestess descends the stairs. She takes out a piece of paper and asks the child to give this message to the celestial demon, as well as to say something. The girl leans into the girl's ear and whispers something to her. The woman waves her hand and declares that there is no time, then demands that the empress be escorted safely to the Cho clan's branch of the merchant guild, to which the child yells to the priestess, who adds that they need to hurry. Lee and Sa bow to the woman. A multitude of dark figures open the doors loudly. Gon stands with a frown. 8 demonic left soldiers, bishops of 6 epochs, demonic general. A crowd of warriors in white robes stands behind a man with a spear. The priestess furrows her brows at the thought that a celestial demon has taken over the entire divine cult, and says aloud that they have ultimately rejected the sacred flame and placed filthy and base desires above them. Gon shrugs his shoulders and loudly declares that they do not deny the will of the sacred flame, and adds that their great cult can no longer dance to the tune of some girl, then reveals that this is exactly what the followers gathered here want. The woman makes a shocked face and wonders aloud at the man's intentions. The heavenly demon of darkness looks at the indignant lady with the words that from this moment on, the palace is not a cult. She makes an angry face and loudly asks if he is confident that he can withstand the true fury of the light. Gon smirks, saying that the girl gathered all the followers scattered around the celestial empire, turning Xinjiang into hell, after which she wonders how she dares to say something about rage. The celestial demon of darkness turns to the spearman with a smile. The priestess declares that this is the will of the celestial demon. The man asks the demonic general to answer this. The warrior with the mustache claims to be the leader of the Chamber of Commerce of the Cho clan who drove away the Dark Heaven Association and occupied Jiangxi, then reveals that they recently held a contest between the clans, showing their strength, and also announced an alliance with the Murim alliance. Gon frowns at the fact that the hero is a direct disciple of the sword god, then adds that he was called the heir, then asks if the lady can repeat the words that Y is a heavenly demon. The priestess stands in front of the man and declares that even if so, everything is the will of the light of the sacred fire, to which he is surprised aloud by her words. Gon turns around to say that honoring a descendant of the sword god, who exterminated many followers of the cult, as a celestial demon is not the will of the light of the sacred flame, then adds that the girl is not a priestess, but a nut. The man gives a piercing look and declares that this is the true face of divinity, whose chatter has trampled on the cult for hundreds of years, and then asks if this is the light of the demon god who rules over all things. Gon raises his fist furiously, shouting that it's time to burn the souls of the wicked maidens who have been powdering the clan's brains for centuries. 4 warriors jump into the attack. The dark-haired woman's eyes glow purple. She is standing with purple spheres in front of an attacking group of people. The priestess kills several masters. She jumps out her hand. The demonic general nods behind the heavenly demon of darkness. The spearman draws his weapon. He sticks it into the ground. A destructive wave emanates from the man. The woman makes a leap forward. The general points his spear forward. He deflects the girl's attack. It carries out a series of blows against the enemy. The priestess looks intensely, thinking that after all, the general at the absolute level is a worthy opponent, after which she adds that, however, she is obliged to detain them so that the children have time to escape. Gon stands behind the woman with a smirk and wonders if she is worried about the fate of those girls.